Zhao Chun was once an ordinary poor boy. Unexpectedly, just yesterday, his life changed drastically. It turned out that the wardrobe in his house led to an ancient dynasty, Lintian City. After traveling through time, Zhao Chun took a glass, but in exchange he got a gold ingot and Qin Fan's highest business authority. He also sold the gold ingot for 4.5 million. For most people, 4.5 million is indeed a lot of money, but for the truly wealthy, it is nothing. However, Zhao Chun was not satisfied with this. After all, he had the ability to travel between the two worlds and could not stop just like that. As he walked home, he was already thinking about his next money-making plan. Not long after, Zhao Chun returned to his home. Just as he took out his key and prepared to open the door, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. When he looked up, the person standing in front of him was his cheap ex-girlfriend, Chun Sahan. Half a month ago, Chun Sahan's younger brother hurt a female classmate, causing the other classmate's parents to demand 500,000 yuan in settlement. Otherwise, they would call the police. Her family couldn't raise the money at the moment, so she had to ask Chun Sahan to find Zhao Chun, hoping that he could sell his parents' house and get 300,000 yuan. If Zhao Chun agreed, Chun Sahan would marry him. If Zhao Chun was unwilling to pay, Chun Sahan threatened him directly, saying, "I won't marry you even if you give me 3 million. Although Zhao Chun had feelings for Chun Sahan in the past, he had long seen through her true intentions. Zhao Chun knew that she was with him simply for money. Even though he had just sold the gold ingots for 4.5 million, he couldn't just give the money to Chun Sahan. So, Zhao Chun said to her bluntly, "Get as far away as you can." No longer paying attention to Chun Sahan outside the door, Zhao Chun already has the ability to travel between the two worlds. Many things he had never dared to think about before may now become reality. He immediately stood up, walked to the living room, grabbed 2 glasses, and went into the closet. Coming out of the dilapidated courtyard, Zhao Chun went through several twists and turns and finally came to a shop specializing in selling jade, gold, cultural relics, calligraphy, and paintings. As soon as he entered the store, the clerk came up to him and asked with a smile, "Sir, what would you like to buy?" Zhao Chun replied calmly, "I'm not buying anything." The clerk's attitude changed immediately, and before Zhao Chun could even finish his words, he started pushing him. Zhao Chun stumbled and nearly dropped his glass, instantly becoming furious and pushing the clerk back. "Just chase them away. Why are you hitting them?" Zhao Chun said angrily. "I have a treasure on me. If you break it, can you afford to pay for it?" The clerk frowned, not expecting someone to cause trouble here. He turned around and shouted loudly. Not long after, a dozen strong men rushed out from the back hall and immediately surrounded Zhao Chun. The clerk walked up to Zhao Chun with his arms folded, raised his chin, and said, "Do you know where this is? This is Qibao Pavilion, the shop of the Shen family, the richest family in Lintian City. Take out your treasures and show them to us." Zhao Chun breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if he was given the opportunity to show the glass, everything would be solved. He slowly took out 2 glasses from his trouser pocket. The sunlight shone on the glasses, reflecting a crystal light. The shop assistants and the big men suddenly widened their eyes, obviously shocked. Zhao Chun snorted proudly, looking at them with a knowledgeable look. "What is this?" the clerk asked nervously. "A crystal glass cup." Zhao Chun smiled coldly. "Go, call your manager." The clerk looked at Zhao Chun's arrogant expression, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. "Okay, please wait." Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a blue-gray gown and a jade belt around his waist walked out. His dress showed that he was a rich man. He opened his mouth and said, "Sir, this is Shun Jiuwan, the manager of our Qibao Pavilion." Shun Jiuwan smiled and clasped his fists, saying, "I heard that you have a valuable treasure. I wonder what brings you to our Qibao Pavilion." Zhao Chun lifted the glass, shook it, and said coldly, "I'd like to ask if your shop will accept this crystal glass for me." Shun Jiuwan took a look at the glass, his eyes widened, his gaze instantly drawn to the glass, unable to be pulled away. His face was filled with surprise, and he quickly said, "Sir, could you let me play with it for a bit? I'd like to estimate its value." Zhao Chun smiled softly, casually took out a glass from his bag, and threw it to Shun Jiuwan. Shun Jiuwan was shocked and almost lost control, and hurriedly caught the glass. "Sir, please be careful. What if it breaks?" He held the cup to the sunlight and looked at it carefully, his eyes becoming brighter. Smooth as jade, transparent as water, translucent and shining, it is indeed a good treasure. Shun Jiuwan's face was full of excitement. He raised his head and said, "Sir, we will take this crystal glass cup. How much do you want to pay?" Zhao Chun raised 2 fingers and said lightly, 200 taels of gold. Shun Jiuwan widened his eyes and was unable to react for a while. After a long while, he spoke with some embarrassment, Sir, 200 taels of gold is a bit high. How about 170 taels? Zhao Chen thought about it, then smiled and nodded. All right, 170 is fine. Manager Shen likes it, and I don't want to look for another buyer. After that, Zhao Chen followed Shen Jiwan to the back hall. When he came out of the Qibao pavilion, there was a cloth bag on his shoulder, which contained 17 kilograms of gold bars given to him by Shen Jiwan. Zhao Chen was delighted with the money. Next, he needed to obtain the business license documents and secure a shop. He inquired about the location of the Lintian government office, shouldered the gold bars, and strode onto the street. The streets were bustling with people, and Zhao Chen walked along, taking a full quarter of an hour to reach the government office. The gold bars on his shoulders made his shoulders ache, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Just as he was about to enter, a Yamen runner quickly ran over and stopped him. Stop, who are you? What are you doing here? Zhao Chen nodded slightly and replied calmly, My name is Zhao Chen, and I'm here to see Prefect Lin. The bailiff frowned at him, his tone still cold. The prefect is very busy. Please tell me what you have to say first. Zhao Chen still maintained a polite smile. Yesterday, the king of Qin asked Prefect Lin to handle the commercial rights documents for me. Please inform him. When the Yamen runner heard that Zhao Chen had a relationship with the king of Qin, his attitude changed obviously. He immediately nodded and said, Okay, please wait a moment. I will go and inform them. Not long after, the prefect Lin Chantian came out with the Yamen runners. Seeing Zhao Chen, Lin Chantian immediately stepped forward with a fist clasped. Young Master Zhao, I apologize for not welcoming you in person. Zhao Chen smiled as he followed Lin Chantian into the government office, around the main hall, and into the backyard. Here, there were rockery and flowing water, pavilions and terraces, and the fragrance of flowers and plants filled the air. The two sat in the pavilion. A maid came forward to serve tea. The legal advisor came over with a tray containing a document. Master Zhao, your business license documents have been completed. Zhao Chen picked up the document and took a look at it. The handwriting on it was vigorous and powerful, and the seal below was the seal of the Qin Palace and the Lintian Prefecture Yamen. He put away the paperwork and took out a gold bar, placing it on the table. Thank you for your hard work, Prefect Lin. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. The gold bars sparkled in the sunlight, and a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chantian's face. He waved his hand and hid the gold bars under his official robe. The lawyer walked over quickly and put the gold bars into the tray. Lin Chantian's attitude became even more enthusiastic. Mr. Zhao, have you chosen a shop yet? I happen to be free today, so why not take the opportunity to get the paperwork done for you as well? Zhao Chen smiled and raised his head. You are right. I have indeed chosen a place. Number 9 Hushi Street. Zhao Chen said lightly. Number 9, Hushi Street was the dilapidated courtyard he had traveled back to. Rather than opening a shop elsewhere, not to mention the transportation issues, it would be better to rebuild on the original site, saving time and effort, and also providing better privacy. Zhao Chen turned around and looked at the Yamen runner outside the pavilion. Go tell the legal advisor to bring over the housing files on Hushi Street. Quickly. Within a few minutes, the lawyer came running over with a thick file. Lin Chantian took a look and asked, Master, is anyone living in the house at number 9 Hushi Street? Number 9 Hushi Street? The lawyer's eyes widened when he heard it, and he turned to look at Zhao Chen. Mr. Zhao, let's change places. The land on Hushi Street is not very good. The lawyer explained that the houses on Hushi Street were not suitable for businessmen to live in, as several previous owners went bankrupt for various reasons shortly afterwards. Zhao Chen, however, didn't care about this. He knew that what he was selling was an industrial product from another era, and these superstitious beliefs were not worth mentioning. Finally, he bought all the properties from number 5 to number 12 Hushi Street for 10 taels of gold. After collecting the deeds, he found that he still had 8 gold bars left. Now that we have a house, the next step is to buy some servants. The human trafficking market is to the west of Lintian City, not far from Hushi Street. Zhao Chen walked for nearly an hour and finally arrived at the market in the afternoon. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked in. Soon, a strong man with a big smile on his face came up and said, Sir, would you like to take a look? Pretty little girls, only 2 taels of silver each. Zhao Chen shuddered as he looked at the man's twisted smile. His face, which should have been ferocious, was forcing itself into a cute expression, which looked awkward no matter how he looked at it. Following the direction the trafficker pointed, I saw a dozen or so girls, about 15 or 16, locked in cages in the corner. They were either squatting or sitting, their eyes empty, their clothes tattered, their faces dirty. Although the girls looked miserable, the traffickers were right. Their looks were indeed remarkable. Zhao Chen didn't count them in detail, but simply asked, How many are there in total? 12. The trafficker rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Zhao Chun continued to ask, "Is your body clean?" The trafficker replied seriously, "Sir, you're right. Of course they're clean. I personally collected these from the countryside. I won't accept anything that's ugly or dirty." As he spoke, he pulled Zhao Chun to the front of the cage, grabbed a girl, and roughly pried open her mouth. "Look at these teeth. They're in perfect condition. Look at their tongue. It's very healthy." He then placed Zhao Chun's hand on the girl and said proudly, "Pinch these buns. They're all stuffed." The girls had tears in their eyes, feeling extremely humiliated. They were all virgins. How could they have ever suffered such an insult? Zhao Chun sighed, thinking, this time, he had witnessed the ugliness of ancient times firsthand. The descriptions in the books were conservative. When he actually visited the market, he saw that people were no different from animals. "Sir, which one do you like? I'll bring it out for you," the trafficker asked, approaching Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and then said, "Bring them all out to me. I want them all." Then he took out a gold bar from his bag. "By the way, if I buy them, they won't take the opportunity to run away, right?" "You can't run away." The trafficker straightened his neck and assured firmly, "The people we sell here all have household registration certificates. If anyone dares to run away, just go to the government office to cancel it. The Dun dynasty cares most about population. Once anyone without a household registration is caught, they are all sent to the slaughterhouse, processed, and sent to the refugee camp as food." Zhao Qin's mind flashed with several terrifying images, and he couldn't help but dry heave. "Okay, let's pay." He waved his hand. The trafficker's smile deepened. "Okay, wait a moment. I'll give you the change right away." Zhao Chun ignored them, his gaze fixed on the girls in the cages, and he sighed inwardly. He had reminded himself to be hard-hearted before coming here, but the scene before him still moved him to pity. Not long after, the trafficker came out with a bag of silver, and underneath it was a thick stack of household certificates. "Sir, this is your silver and the household certificates of these people. Please keep them." Zhao Chun took the silver and household registration slip and casually dropped them into a cloth bag. The trafficker immediately opened the cage, pulled the girls out one by one, tied them into a rope, and handed the rope into Zhao Chun. "Sir, you can take these people with you. If you want to buy more people in the future, remember to come to me again." Zhao Chun nodded and pulled the girls out of the market. Back at number 9 Hushy Street, he swaggered in. This was his property, so he wasn't afraid of prying eyes. After everyone entered, Zhao Chun closed the door and personally untied them. The girls were terrified and huddled in a corner. Zhao Chun cleared his throat and his tone became stern. "From now on, you are my maids. I am easy to talk to and I will not abuse people. As long as you don't cause trouble for yourselves, I promise that you will live a good life. Numbers 5 to 12, Shia Street, are all our homes. First assignment, rest today, start work tomorrow. The food will be delivered later, and you're not allowed to leave until I get back. And," he turned around and pointed at the cellar, "no one is allowed to go in without my order, otherwise don't blame me for being angry." The girls nodded in fear. "Okay, everyone, go away and find a place to rest. I will bring you food and supplies later." Zhao Chun waved his hand to signal them to go into the room, and then he returned to the cellar alone. Passing through darkness, he pushed open the door again and returned to the present day. He put away the deed and household registration, stretched out, and laid down on the bed. "I'm so tired. I haven't walked this far in years." I picked up my phone and prepared to order takeout. Just then, there was a rapid knock on the door. "Zhao Chun, get out here. I thought you were an honest man, so I let my daughter come to you. But you actually bullied her like this? Come out now. We won't give up until you give us an explanation today." Zhao Chen's expression instantly turned grim, his good mood completely destroyed. He also realized that his relationship with Chen Sahan must be severed as soon as possible, otherwise the trouble would only increase. She dragged her tired body to the door. When it opened, she was greeted by a family of 3, Chen Sahan, her younger brother Chen Yaoxian, and her mother Zhang Guifeng. Chapter 5. Sending the Bieni family away and ordering security equipment. Zhao Chun snorted impatiently. "Your sister and I have already broken up, so let's forget about the betrothal gift. As for the breakup, it was clearly her who said it. Why should I take the blame?" Chen Yaoxian's temper exploded instantly, his voice deafening. "You are talking nonsense. My sister didn't really want to break up at all. She was just saying it out of anger. How could she really break up with you? If that was the case, why would she come back to you on her own initiative? She never looked down on you for being from the countryside, but you kept teasing her and refused to get back together. Is it because you couldn't bear to give up the small gift?" Hearing this, Zhang Guifeng also joined the verbal battle, her voice sharp and piercing. "Zhao Chen, what a bastard. My Sahan has been with you for so many years, and now you say you don't want to marry her. How can you treat her like this? If you don't marry my daughter, I will fucking hang myself in front of your door. Zhao Chen looked at the family arguing fiercely and couldn't help but want to give them a Best Actor award. He chuckled and said bluntly, "You've said all sorts of things today, but I don't have that much money. If you promise not to ask for a betrothal gift, I'll go and register my marriage with her right now." Zhang Guifeng reacted immediately and waved her hands angrily. "Dream on. You want to marry my daughter without spending any money? You're almost bursting into tears. If you don't have money, ask your parents to sell their house and land. If all else fails, sell your blood or kidneys." "Right? That's right." Qin Yaoxian, standing nearby, echoed. "If it's not enough for one person, let's sell it together. We can sell anything anyway. You have to collect the money for me. By the way, your parents shouldn't have paid off the loan for this house yet, right? After they sell their blood and kidneys, you can pay the balance first, and then transfer the house to me. Only then will I be able to rest assured that you and my sister can be together." Zhang Guifeng's eyes were full of pride. She felt that this deal was definitely worth it. "Although this is the first floor, it can be used as a wedding room after cleaning it up," she said proudly. Zhao Chen smiled and continued, "Oh, the conditions are so low. I should thank you." At this time, Chen Sahan's expression gradually changed. Everyone thought that Zhao Chen's resistance was just to delay time. However, Zhao Chen's next words shattered their dreams. "I advise you to go to a temple and kowtow to see if the turtle can grant your wish." Qin Yaoxian was stunned for a moment. Then he became furious, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards Zhao Chen. "Say it again. Do you believe I will slap you?" Seeing this, Qin Sahan hurriedly grabbed his brother, knowing in his heart that this brother was a troublemaker. She knew that they came to Zhao Chen today just to force him to pay money. If they started fighting, not only would they not get the money, but they might also get into trouble. She held her brother's hand tightly, tears in her eyes, and choked up. "Zhao Chen, I love you so much. We've been together for so many years. Please, give me some money. 300,000 yuan is okay." 300,000. Qin Yaoxian was furious. "We clearly agreed on 800,000. What the hell are you doing?" Qin Sahan glanced back at his brother, then turned to Zhao Chen and whispered, "It's already late. Let's get the 300,000 first, and then we can deal with other things. Our family savings can also cover part of it." She looked at Zhao Chen with a pitiful look, tears welling up in her eyes. "Zhao Chen, we are a family after we got married. How can you not give Yao Xian some money?" Zhao Chen's rage finally erupted, and he was so angry that he almost cursed. "Qin Sahan, who do you think I am? Why do you involve me in your family's affairs? You just want to force my parents to pay?" Zhao Chen sneered. "If your family wants to pamper Qin Yaoxian, that's your family's business. Don't drag me into this. Can you please stop bothering me at my doorstep first? Get out," Zhao Chen said fiercely. Qin Sahan finally couldn't hold back her tears, and they fell straight down. She originally thought that Zhao Chen was just giving her a cold shoulder just to save face, but now she understood that Zhao Chen really didn't want to give them another penny. "Zhao Chen, you really don't want to reconcile with me?" she asked tearfully. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate at all, answering firmly, "That's right, I don't." Qin Yaoxian was furious at this, ready to rush over and hit Zhao Chen again. "Zhao Chen, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will." Zhao Chen quickly pointed at the surveillance camera overhead and said coldly, "You'd better behave yourself. If you don't want to cause trouble at my doorstep." Qin Yaoxian was stunned and looked up involuntarily. When he saw the surveillance camera overhead, his arrogance immediately disappeared. Zhao Chen waved at them and slammed the door shut. Outside the door, Zhang Guifeng and Qin Sahan were both crying. "Mom, I didn't expect Zhao Chen really didn't want me anymore. What should we do?" "Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry all day. What's there to cry about?" Qin Yaoxian jumped up and down on the stairs. "What's there to cry about? Think of a way. If I don't get the money today, I'm done for." Zhang Guifeng gritted her teeth, her eyes gradually becoming gloomy. "Sahan, Yaoxian, let's go. I still have ways to get the money. Let's get over this, and then come back to find this bastard. If he doesn't pay us back double, I have plenty of ways to deal with him." The three of them left indignantly. Zhao Chen returned to his room and lay on the bed to rest for a while. Looking out the window at the bustling streets, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Qin Yaoxian was a troublemaker. He had been offended today, and he would definitely not give up in the future. Thinking that the wardrobe couldn't be moved around, Zhao Chen finally decided to go to the security equipment company and buy some clothes and toiletries for the maids. His trip lasted 4 hours, and by the time he returned, it was already dark. He glanced at the configuration sheet in his hand, his lips curled up. Explosion-proof doors, alloy windows, intelligent monitoring systems, fire sprinkler systems. Zhao Chen listed every security feature he could think of. Tomorrow morning, the security company will send someone to install it. If nothing goes wrong, the installation work will be completed within a day. Just as he was thinking, the driver asked, "Hey, where do we unload the things in the car?" Chapter 6. Naming and distributing supplies for meals, and explaining in detail the uses of triangles and pear bags. The goods in the car were all purchased by Zhao Chun from the wholesale market in the afternoon. The car was filled with all kinds of things: clothes, sheets, bedding, toiletries, and a large box of lunches. He jumped out of the car and said to the driver, "Just unload the things at my house. I'll open the door." Zhao Chen opened the door of his house and went back and forth with the driver several times before finally moving everything into the house. After the driver left, he moved the remaining items to the opposite side through the closet door. Looking at the pile of supplies, Zhao Chen shouted, "Wake up, everyone, come out and work." A moment later, the girls came out one after another, all of them looking a little tired, as if they hadn't rested well. Zhao Chen didn't have time for sympathy and waved them over. "Come here and move your things to the main room." The main room was bare, with cobwebs and dust in the corners. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. The girls put their things down, and Zhao Chun casually opened a large bag. He had anticipated the lack of lighting at night and had bought a few portable rechargeable light bulbs. The lights came on, and the girls in the room were all shocked. Seeing their surprised looks, Zhao Chen opened the lunchbox again. An enticing aroma immediately filled the air, and the girls couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Come, each of you take a box. There are more if you don't eat enough." As soon as he finished speaking, they rushed over, grabbing their lunch boxes and eating them as they ran. Perhaps they were so hungry that they didn't even use chopsticks, just ate with their hands. "Eat slowly, don't rush, there's still plenty," Zhao Chen shouted. He stood there, feeling both helpless and eager to correct their bad habits. 10 minutes later, the girls were finally full. Zhao Chen patted his buttocks, stood up, and asked, "Tell me, what are your names? How old are you?" The girl closest to Zhao Chen stood up and replied, "Master, my name is Danny, and I'm 18. Then, one by one, the girls introduced themselves. "My name is Yao Meier, and I'm 16. My name is Xiaoyan, and I'm 17. My name is Yadu, and I'm 14. The girls introduced themselves one by one, and Zhao Chen briefly noted down their names and ages. They ranged from 14 to 18. It's hard to remember so many names at once. "Line up according to age," Zhao Chen instructed. The girls quickly lined up, with Danny at the front and the others standing behind. "Okay, from now on, I'll be your boss," Zhao Chen said with a smile. He walked up to Danny and said, "Starting from you, it will be number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, all the way to number 12. Did you remember?" "Yes," the girls answered in unison. "Great. Now let's start distributing supplies." Zhao Chen began to unpack the remaining large bags. He prepared 2 sets of outerwear, 3 sets of underwear and socks, 2 pairs of shoes, a set of bedding, and a set of toiletries for each girl. By the time the items were distributed, it was already dark. The girls were overjoyed, holding their new clothes and bedding like they were treasures. "There's a big pot in the west wing. Go to the yard to fetch some water, boil it, and wash up. Then put on your new clothes," Zhao Chen ordered. "Bring your toiletries too." He also explained in detail how to use toothpaste, soap, shampoo, etc. "Go ahead, change your clothes, and if your size doesn't fit, tell me and I'll change it for you." The girls quickly found a place to put their clothes and took their toiletries to take a shower. Zhao Chen stood in the courtyard, looking at the square yard, lost in thought. He had already secured lots 5 through 12, 8 in total. The street-facing side was over 300 meters long. According to his plan, he could create a pedestrian street integrating dining, entertainment, and shopping. He considered how to renovate these street-side shops. He needed restaurants, preferably more than just one, catering to different styles and cuisines. Lintian City's residents were affluent, so their appetite for food, drink, and entertainment was undoubtedly high. He also planned to sell some stationery and household goods, and was even considering opening a claw machine shop and an arcade. Whatever it was, as long as it could fit in the cabinet, Zhao Chen planned to ship it in. After waiting for almost an hour, the girls finally finished washing and changing into new clothes. Standing under the light, Zhao Chen smiled faintly. As expected, his judgment was correct. All the girls were stunning beauties. At this moment, a small head popped out from the group. It was little 12. She held a triangular object in her hand and asked in confusion, "Master, how do you wear this? I've never seen it before." Zhao Chun was stunned for a moment, smiled awkwardly, and suddenly realized that women in ancient times had never seen such a thing. At this moment, He was a little embarrassed to explain the use of these items in front of so many girls. Yes, master. We haven't worn them either. How do we use them? Xiao Wu picked up a pear bag and stood up to ask. Zhao Chun rubbed his head. An idea struck him, and he pulled Xiao Wu and Xiao Welv aside, patiently explaining how to use the triangle and the pear bag. After he finished, the two girls' faces flushed, as if water could drip out. Do you understand now? Remember, you have to change it every 1 or 2 days, otherwise you'll get sick easily. Zhao Chun solemnly reminded them. The girls nodded seriously. After sending them back, the other girls gathered around, eagerly asking how to use the triangle and the pear bag. The master said he would teach you in the evening when he has time. Xiao Wu replied hastily. The girls' faces were filled with disappointment. Zhao Chun walked back to the group at a leisurely pace. Do your clothes and shoes fit? If they don't, tell me so I can change them for you. The girls didn't answer, which seemed appropriate. A moment later, the waiter came forward, squatted down, and said, Master, the sisters' clothes all fit you well. It's getting dark. Who would you like to help you sleep? Chapter 7. Installing security equipment and looking for a construction contractor to build a building. Zhao Chun took a deep breath, looked around, and waved his hand. Forget it for tonight. I have some things to do tomorrow morning, so I have to leave soon. Before you leave, I'm going to set a rule for you. Regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter, you must wash your face and brush your teeth every morning and evening, and you must take a bath every 2 days. Do you understand? I heard you. The girls responded in unison, quickly crouching on the ground. All right, get up. Find a place to sleep. I'm leaving. Zhao Chun waved his hand and hurried out. Back in his own big bed, Zhao Chun felt the warmth of the quilt and the soft mattress, feeling incredibly comfortable. He fell asleep before he knew it. However, just as he was falling asleep, a piercing ringing sound rang in his ears. He opened his eyes suddenly, and it was already daybreak. He checked his phone and saw it was the security company calling. He quickly answered, Hello. Hello, Mr. Zhao. The security equipment you purchased has been delivered. Please come out to sign for it, so that we can start construction as soon as possible. Okay. Zhao Chun got up, opened the door, and walked out. After 4 or 5 hours of toiling, a dozen or so workers finally settled down. Mr. Zhao, all the work is complete. Please inspect it and sign if everything is okay. The salesperson in charge took out a list and began comparing the installation details with Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun checked each item carefully, confirmed everything, and signed and stamped the contract in the lower right corner. Mr. Zhao, please confirm once again that the equipment purchase and installation fee is 2.16 million yuan. Please ensure that you have sufficient funds in your account. We will debit the funds before midnight tonight. Don't worry, I have enough money. Zhao Chun replied with a smile, but his eyes remained on the equipment. The salesperson put away the contract and nodded slightly. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I wish you a happy life. After that, he led the installation technicians out in an orderly manner. After closing the door, Zhao Chun walked around the room, his lips curled up in satisfaction. The window next to the large wardrobe in the master bedroom had been removed and replaced with a wide security door to facilitate the future entry and exit of goods. All windows have been replaced with triple-layer tempered glass, and alloy security bars have been installed on the exterior for added security. The house is also equipped with an automatic fire sprinkler system, a toxic and hazardous gas detection system, and a fresh air system. Inside and outside the house, over 20 high-definition surveillance cameras covered every angle. Even the male and female flies that flew by could be distinguished. Zhao Chun breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that all the expenses had been worth it. After dealing with the security issues here, Zhao Chun suddenly remembered that the girls hadn't eaten yet, so he had to send some food over. He changed his mind and thought that he would often travel between the two worlds in the future, and he might not be able to take care of them full-time. So he picked up his keys and walked out the door. He first went to the fast food restaurant at the door and ordered 30 boxed lunches, then ran to the large supermarket 100 meters away and bought a bunch of ingredients and seasonings. Fruits, vegetables, meat, eggs, and milk were all available, enough to feed 12 people for 2 or 3 days. On his way home, he ran a second lap, carrying a bag of rice, a bucket of oil, and a pile of disposable tableware. After 2 runs, Zhao Chun finally went to the fast food restaurant to pick up a boxed lunch and brought it to the girls. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhao Chun dragged his tired body to eat a meal with the girls, and he felt much more refreshed. He called the waiter over and said seriously, "You will take your men to move these ingredients to a cool place later. I'll leave the house to you for the time being. From now on, everyone must be guaranteed an egg, a carton of milk, and a certain amount of fruit every day. There must be meat at all 3 meals, and everyone must be well fed. Can you do this?" The waiter was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She knew that this was a huge task. She squatted down and answered with a solemn oath. Master, don't worry, I will do it well. Okay, get up. Zhao Chun raised his hand, took out 10 taels of silver from his pocket, and called Xiao San. Sanner, this money is for you. You two can discuss buying the missing items. If you have any questions, tell me at any time. Xiao San took the silver, clasped his fists, and nodded. Don't worry, master. I will keep the money well and not spend it recklessly. You get up too. Zhao Chun nodded again. Looking at them, Zhao Chun said solemnly, You are the first group of people I bought. I hope each of you is trustworthy. I will have more things to entrust to you in the future. Are you willing to follow me wholeheartedly? All the girls saluted in unison. We are willing to die for the master. Okay, remember what you said. Zhao Chun said sternly, What I hate most is betrayal. If I ever find out that any of you have second thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless. After giving them some benefits, Zhao Chun immediately gave them a warning. He knew that ancient people were not as two-faced as modern people, but when it came to interests, who knew what would happen? If we don't strengthen control, I'm afraid few people will be able to keep their original intentions. Seeing the girls lowered their heads and dared not speak, Zhao Chun's tone softened a little. Okay, everyone, get up. I'm going out for a while. You guys make dinner yourselves, don't leave it to me. After saying this, he quickly walked out, carrying his wallet. If this area was to develop long-term, it would require a lot of shops. Zhao Chun had already made plans. He planned to transform this area into a high-end consumer destination integrating dining, culture, and entertainment. However, due to the construction capacity at the time, he could only expand the width, not the height. He had already finalized the specific plan last night and would begin implementing it today. He walked down the street, and after asking around, he finally found a construction company. Sir, are you looking to build a small building? Yes. Zhao Chun replied with a smile. Go get your manager. I have a big deal. Soon, the manager came out. What kind of building do you want? Zhao Chun replied. I want a building over 300 meters long and 20 meters wide. So big. The manager was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile. Sir, please don't make fun of me. Do you think I'm joking? Zhao Chun raised his eyebrows and asked back. Chapter 8 Recruiting another 40 people. The expression of the manager who was buying conveyor belts in the grain and oil store gradually became serious. He ran behind the counter, took out an abacus, and made a number. Sir, if we really follow your request, it will cost at least 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels of silver. Zhao Chun was surprised. He didn't expect building a house to be so cheap. He had originally thought that according to his needs, at least 1,000 taels of gold would be reasonable. Seeing his hesitation, the manager patiently explained, This is already the lowest price. If you think it's too high, there's nothing we can do. He stared at Zhao Chun, feeling nervous. The building construction business had been declining in recent years, and he really didn't want to miss out on this important client. Zhao Chun waved his hand and said, No problem. Just give me 1,000 taels of silver. I agree, but I have a condition. What condition? The steward asked quickly. Zhao Chun said calmly. I want to complete the construction within half a month. The manager didn't answer immediately, his brow furrowed. Is it difficult? The manager shook his head slowly. Not too difficult, just the labor cost will be a little higher. Labor costs are no problem. Zhao Chun chuckled. As long as you can finish it within half a month, I'll give you triple the labor costs. What he lacks most is time. Although it costs more money, time is more important to him. There is nothing that money can't solve. If there is, then you need to. Gather your men now. I'll give you the blueprints tonight. Bring them to see me at number 9 Hushi Street tomorrow. Also, as for building materials, I'll provide everything except the foundation stone and wood. Use your materials? The manager's voice was filled with doubt. Zhao Chun nodded. Yes, I have stronger materials. Just follow the design, and I'll pay the labor costs on time. Okay. The manager didn't ask any more questions. After accepting the deposit of 200 taels of silver and signing the contract, Zhao Chun left. On the way back, Zhao Chun weighed the remaining money in his hand and thought to himself. Tomorrow he had to transport a large amount of cement, sand, bricks, and even ceramic tiles. He couldn't move them all by himself. The best he could do was dump them into the cellar. Moving them out would require more manpower. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go to the human traffickers market. As soon as he entered the market, before he even reached the orchard, the human trafficker who had sold him the maid ran over and said with a grin, Master, you're here again. Are you looking to buy some more people? Zhao Chun glanced at him and said, Yes, but not a maid. The trafficker straightened his neck and smiled even more respectfully. Look at what you said. Even if you want a maid now, I don't have any in stock. but you are our big customer, and I am very familiar with the market. I can help you find someone you want. I have to make sure you use it as you wish, right? He said with a flattering smile. Zhao Chen laughed heartily and pulled out a small silver ingot weighing 5 taels from his bag. For what you said, this money is a reward. Thank you for the reward, sir. The trafficker quickly half-knelt, then stood up and asked, Sir, who do you want to buy? Zhao Chen stroked his chin and said, I want to buy some servants and menial servants, preferably a few with some education. Not too many, 20 men and 20 women. How much do you think they'll cost? The trafficker counted on his fingers and replied, about 60 or 70 taels. A strong man in the market is 3 taels each. An educated man who can do some work is 4 taels. Women are cheaper for menial tasks, 5 cents each, but they're usually not very good-looking or in poor health. It doesn't matter. I'm not a breeding pig. A maid is enough for me. Zhao Chen chuckled and turned to look at the trafficker. If I let you do it, how long would it take to send the person over? The trafficker looked up at the sky and said, It's almost dark now. If I were to help you, we'd have to wait until tomorrow morning to get everyone together. Otherwise, just give me your address and I'll send it over once everyone is gathered. Okay, I live at number 9 Heshi Street. Zhao Chen took out 2 gold bars from the bag. Be quick and efficient. Don't forget anything about the household registration slips and the like. The rest of the money will be your reward. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely get it done for you. The human trafficker nodded and bowed. Handle it well. I'll come back to you next time I buy someone. Zhao Chen patted his shoulder and walked out of the market. Sir, take care. The trafficker bowed repeatedly to see him off. After leaving the market, Zhao Chen tore open the cloth bag, revealing the last 2 gold bars. It's really hard to save money in this world. He thought to himself, I have to go to Qibao Pavilion next time. When he returned home, the maids were busy cooking in the yard, while others were tidying up the yard. Zhao Chen ignored them and walked quickly into the cellar. He was in a hurry to purchase supplies. A large group of people would be arriving tomorrow, and work clothes and toiletries needed to be replenished promptly. In addition, construction materials such as cement, sand, gravel, and steel bars also needed to be ordered as soon as possible. Arriving in the modern era, Zhao Chen didn't stop there. He took a taxi directly to the Hualala offline store, hired a truck, and rushed to the largest clothing wholesale market nearby. He carefully selected 600 sets of work clothes from head to toe and bought 300 sets of toiletries. Next, he went to the grain and oil wholesale store to buy food. Boss, give me 20 bags of rice, 50 bags of noodles, and 5 boxes each of rapeseed oil, corn oil, and soybean oil. Zhao Chen made a list while planning his next steps. Suddenly, he saw a mobile conveyor belt in the grain station, the width of which was exactly the same as his wardrobe. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up, and an idea flashed in his mind. Boss, how much is this mobile conveyor belt? The boss was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Brother, are you kidding me? It's really rare to see people coming to the grain station to buy conveyor belts. If you want to buy one, go to the agricultural machinery market tomorrow. I don't have time. Give me this. Zhao Chen said with a smile. This conveyor belt is 80 new. I'll buy it at a brand new price. How about it? The boss shook his head. The price is too high for a brand new one. Zhao Chen continued to increase the price. I'll add another 500. What do you think? The boss hesitated for a moment, then immediately agreed. Deal. Zhao Chen smiled and gave a thumbs up. Boss, you have complete integrity. The boss laughed heartily and began loading his truck. When Zhao Chen came out of the grain and oil store, he saw a brand new mobile conveyor belt on the back of his truck. Chapter 9. The newly purchased 40 people arrived and were assigned nicknames according to their surnames. The driver didn't have a trailer license, so he drove extremely carefully, fearing he would be stopped by the traffic police. After some careful driving, he finally arrived downstairs of Zhao Chen's house. Zhao Chen opened the master bedroom door and lowered the curtains, ensuring no one outside could see into the room. He quickly placed one end of the conveyor belt into the closet, plugged it in, and the conveyor belt began to move. Zhao Chen and the driver began unloading the goods. With the help of the conveyor belt, the supplies were quickly transported to the room across the street. Before the driver left, Zhao Chen ran over and suggested, Master, let's exchange contact information. We have a lot of goods to transport recently, and it would be more convenient to contact you directly. The driver can get a commission by finding a vehicle through the freight company, but private contact can avoid this procedure, so the driver is naturally willing to do so. The two exchanged contact information, and the driver drove off. Zhao Chen fixed the conveyor belt, went home, closed the door, made a cup of coffee, and sat down at his computer to start drawing up the mall design. The next morning, Zhao Chen, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at the design he had completed after working all night and smiled with relief. It's finally done. I wonder what it will look like when it's actually built. He let out a long sigh, forced himself to stand, and went out to buy breakfast. He went to several stores, bought more than 300 buns, and then returned home with the design. Back in the cellar, Zhao Chen looked around. Clothes, grain, and oil were scattered all over the floor. He checked and found the oil drums intact, with only a few boxes broken. He didn't linger and hurried upstairs. When Xiaolu and Xiaoqi saw him, they immediately ran over and asked, "Master, why did you buy so much food? Here, give it to us." The two girls each picked up a bun and took it with difficulty. "You guys take it and eat it first, and find a clean place to put the rest." As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Chen turned around and heard a voice outside the door shouting, "Master, I'm from the West City Yang. I'm here to send you a servant." Zhao Chen checked the time. It was only 7 in the morning. This guy was quite proactive. He turned and walked out. The girls followed him after hearing the noise. Little 11 and little 12 ran to open the door. A group of people were standing outside. The boss of the dental shop couldn't help but show a hint of surprise when he saw Xiao 11 and Xiao 12. These two girls were already good-looking, and after a little dressing up, they looked even more outstanding. However, after all, it was the custom of a wealthy family. He only glanced at it, quickly sorted out the documents in his hand, and handed them to Zhao Chun with both hands. "Master, the person has been delivered. Please check it." Zhao Chen casually flipped through the documents and nodded, saying, "Bring them in and tell me the details." The pawnbroker nodded and led his men into the yard. "Master, among these 20 men, 6 are educated, 10 are ordinary men, and 4 are martial artists," he reported, dividing the men into groups. Zhao Chen glanced around, his gaze finally landing on the last 2 girls. "Where are they?" The pawnbroker chuckled. "These 2 were just taken in last night, specially sent to you as a gift." Zhao Chen took a closer look at them and found that they were indeed good-looking. "You guys really know how to do business." The boss of the dental shop bowed quickly, like a qualified lackey. Zhao Chun ignored him and turned to look at everyone. "From now on, you will be the servants and errand boys of my Zhao family. I am kind-hearted and have prepared breakfast for you. Be good today." After saying that, he waved to Xiao Si. "Seer, take 2 people to get the buns out." Xiao Si bowed slightly and took 2 strong men to get the buns. Soon, the buns were served. Zhao Chen instructed, "Little 6 and little 7, you are responsible for distributing the buns. Give 5 to the men and 3 to the women. Tell them that they can come back for more if they don't have enough. Second girl and third girl, you 2 should take care of the other girls. Anyone who doesn't behave will be taken away by the traffickers." The girls immediately bowed and started distributing buns. The boss of the dental shop looked at the buns and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Sir, you are really rich. You let a bunch of low-class people eat buns." Zhao Chen chuckled and handed 2 buns to the owner of the dental shop. "I told you, I'm not short of money. As long as they work hard, this is their basic food." The dental shop owner bit into the buns, his eyes full of envy. "With the treatment you give me, I want to work with you." Zhao Chen laughed it off, but he knew in his heart that this guy had more tricks than hair. Just keep cooperating. Don't let him stay around. It will easily cause trouble. The boss of the dental shop finished his buns and left in a hurry. Not long after, the guys in the yard were full. Zhao Chun paced back and forth, holding his household registration card. With over 40 people arriving at once, he couldn't remember their names, so he could only give them nicknames. He thought for a moment, then an idea struck him. "You 10 strong men, from oldest to youngest, are named Zhao Da, Zhao Er, Zhao San, Zhao Si, Zhao Wu, Zhao Lu, Zhao Qi, Zhao Ba, Zhao Jiu, and Zhao Shi. The 6 intellectuals are named Zhou Da, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The 4 martial artists are named Feng Da, Feng Er, Feng San, and Feng Si. The 12 servants we recruited from the countryside were called Jiang Yi, Jiang Er, Jiang San, Jiang Si, Jiang Wu, Jiang Lu, Jiang Qi, Jiang Ba, Jiang Jiu, Jiang Shi, Shun Yi, and Shun Er. The 5 official maids and the 3 from the brothel are called Zhu Yi, Zhu Er, Zhu San, Zhu Si, Zhu Wu, Zhu Lu, and Zhu Qi. Finally, the 2 maids were left. Zhao Chun said with a smile, "You came late, so regardless of your age, just call them Little 13 and Little 14. Everyone said in unison, "Thank you, Master, for the name." Zhao Chun watched over 40 people kneeling and bowing, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. These people before him seemed to make him feel like an emperor. No wonder the ancients loved to compete to be emperor. It's so damn cool. Zhao Chun chuckled inwardly. He cleared his throat and raised his hand, saying, "Everyone, Get up. From today on, Xiao Air, take the men to the cellar and take the things out. Xiao San, take them to courtyard number 7 and store the grain and oil. This will serve as our granary. Xiao Si, be responsible for distributing clothes, shoes, socks, and toiletries. Give men quadrilaterals and women triangles. After distributing them, teach them how to use them. Send the remaining clothes and toiletries to courtyard number 11. There's no need to give yali bags to men. Men won't need them. Zhao Chen arranged everything one by one, and everyone began to get busy. Xiao Shi, Xiao 11, and Xiao 12 ran to Zhao Chun and said, Master, the sisters have things to do. What about us? Chapter 10. The workers arrived and began to build. Zhao Chen stood in the yard, suddenly feeling a little confused, feeling that he had nothing to do for a while. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Master Zhao, we are from the South City Building Company and are here to build a building. Zhao Chen's mouth curled up slightly. 11 and 12, go open the door. Little 10, come with me to greet them. The girls immediately became excited when they heard there was something to do. Zhao Chen took out the blueprints and hurried to the door with Xiao Shi. Outside, the manager of the building company led a large group of people, almost blocking the street entrance. Zhao Chen took a quick look and saw about 200 to 300 people. He was a little shocked, but soon calmed down. In ancient times, there were no machines, and many tasks were done manually. Zhao Chen's mall was so large, and he planned to complete it within 2 weeks, so hiring so many people was necessary. Master Zhao, I've brought everyone here. Tell me how to do it, the steward asked with a smile. Zhao Chen pulled out the blueprints and began to explain in detail. Starting from number 5 Heshi Street, all the way to number 12, you must demolish all the street-facing gates and walls. Also, tear down the partition walls and side rooms in the courtyard that aren't shown on the blueprints. According to Zhao Chen's plan, after the renovation is completed, all the courtyards will be connected into one large courtyard, divided into multifunctional areas such as servants' dormitories, warehouses, etc. The shopping malls and warehouses are connected by 4 corridors. Master Zhao, your blueprint is incredibly detailed. It's the clearest I've ever seen, the steward praised sincerely. I'll lead the workers to start demolishing the walls and building the foundation right now. Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll go back and prepare the building materials, and we'll meet again after you finish digging the foundation. Zhao Chen nodded. No problem. Zhao Chun handed the design to the manager and took the 3 girls home. As they left, the sound of doors being torn down and walls being smashed could be heard from the courtyard. Construction had officially begun. When they returned home, the servants and errand boys had already changed into their new work clothes, washed up, and were refreshed. Zhao Chen began to arrange the various tasks. Feng De, Feng Air, Feng San, Feng Si, from now on, you are responsible for the safety of the Zhao family. The 10 people in the Zhao family will be responsible for the heavy work at home. Zhou De, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, follow me after the meeting. I'll teach you some technical skills. Jiang Zik, Shen Yi, and Shen Air, you'll be responsible for cleaning, washing, cooking, and other miscellaneous tasks. Zhu Yi to Zhu Ba, you don't have to do any work for now. Practice your appearance and posture. As for the little maids, you will all have separate assignments. Those who don't have any tasks can help with chores. Zhao Chen finished making all the arrangements in one breath, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. Just as he was about to dismiss the meeting, he suddenly remembered something and quickly added, one last thing to emphasize. The primary responsibility of you servants is to do your job well. I don't want to be involved in other matters, but you must remember your position. If you don't work hard and think about things you shouldn't think about all day, don't blame me for being ruthless to you. Do you hear me clearly? I hear you clearly. Everyone answered in unison, either kneeling or squatting, bowing their heads. Zhao Chen waved his hand and said, dismiss. Everyone stood up and dispersed. He took Zhou De and a few others into the house. The mall's construction was already in the countdown, and Zhao Chen knew he had to expedite talent development. He wasn't about to miss out on any good things from the modern world that could be brought over. He knew that individual ability was limited, and only by leading a competent team could he achieve true success in the ancient world. He decided to train Zhou De and the others to become electricians and to transport generators and electrical components through wardrobes to provide electricity to the Zhao family compound and the shopping mall. He also planned to go to Qibao Pavilion. He had been spending money quite aggressively recently, and his money was running low. If he didn't make some money back, the progress of the project would be affected. Zhao Chen closed the door and looked at Zhou De and the others. You guys, find a place to sit first. Starting today, I'm going to teach you the basics of household circuits. Circuits? Zhou De and the others looked puzzled. What are those? They had never heard of the term before, and clearly had no idea what circuits were. Zhao Chen picked up a portable light bulb and lit it in front of them. Their eyes widened with curiosity. This stuff has to do with circuits. Are you interested in learning? Zhao Chen asked. Yes, the six answered in unison. Okay, Zhao Chen nodded. Although he wasn't an electrical engineering major, he did have some basic physics knowledge. In less than half a day, he had finished explaining the theoretical basis of household circuits. He planned to give them some time to digest the knowledge and then bring a generator over in a few days for practical use. Meanwhile, the construction outside was progressing at a rapid pace. The walls of courtyards 5 through 12 had been completely demolished, and the gate wall facing the street had been knocked down, with cleanup work underway. Zhao Chun was very pleased with the pace, and he felt incredibly motivated. For the next 2 days, he barely rested. Besides buying a large number of bed frames and bedding, he also went to the $2 store to buy handicrafts and sent them to Qibao Pavilion. During this time, he also found time to teach physics, train etiquette girls, and check on the progress of the project. On the third day, the mall's foundation was dug, and the building manager arrived again. Mr. Zhao, the foundation is dug. When will the building materials arrive? Come tomorrow morning. You guys start by transporting the stones and wood here. Zhao Chen stood up from his rocking chair and stretched. The manager nodded and left quickly. Zhao Chen glanced at his phone. It was only noon. Yesterday, he had arranged with the building materials company to deliver cement, stone, and sand at 2 p.m. and rebar at 5 p.m. Now it was time to go back. Walking down the slope into the cellar, Zhao Chen saw the carts neatly stacked against the wall. The corners of his mouth curled up. We just need to wait for the goods to be delivered. With all the men working together, we'll be able to complete the transportation in no time. With that, he strode back into his modern home. As soon as he closed the cabinet door, his phone began vibrating rapidly. Pulling it out, Zhao Chun was shocked. Over 30 missed calls, over 20 text messages, and over 99 WeChat messages. They were all messages from Chun Sahan and friends and family, and the content was essentially the same. They were all trying to find ways to ask him for money. Zhao Chen chuckled, but didn't intend to reply. After flipping through them for a moment, his expression suddenly turned cold. The message from his mother made his heart tighten. Son, where are you? I can't get through to you on the phone. Chun Sahan and her friends have been making trouble at our house for 2 days. Your father and I couldn't stand it anymore, so we secretly ran away to the city. Call me back when you see this message. Chapter 11. Sending building materials to ancient times, preparing to purchase servants in large quantities in a small hotel next to Tongqing bus station. Zhao Chen looked at his haggard, middle-aged parents in the room, and his heart ached. Dad, Mom. Zhao Chen walked into the room and saw his parents' appearance, his eyes full of heartache. Chener, you're finally here. Why can't I get through on the phone? Li Dongmei couldn't help asking with tears in her eyes. I was busy just now, and my cell phone had no signal. Zhao Chun answered simply, then picked up his parents' luggage. Let's go and talk somewhere else. Where to? Zhao Mingfeng asked. We'll find you a place with better conditions. This place is too bad. Zhao Chun said as he was about to leave, but Li Dongmei stopped him. This place is pretty good. Wouldn't it cost more to move? Tell us what happened first. Your mother is right. Zhao Mingfeng added. Chen Sahan seems like a good kid, but why has he become a different person recently? Zhao Chen sighed. Dad, Mom, this matter is complicated and cannot be explained clearly at the moment. Let's change to a better environment and talk while walking. I've made some money recently, so you don't have to worry about spending it. Zhao Chen forcibly pulled his parents away. Seeing that they couldn't persuade him, Zhao Mingfeng and his wife followed him. Along the way, Zhao Chen told his parents the whole story. After learning that Chen Sahan had caused so much trouble in order to take the blame for Chen Yaoxian, Zhao Mingfeng and his wife completely changed their opinion of her. Son, you did the right thing. When you marry a wife, you marry her alone, not her entire family. If we are well off, it would be fine to help her, but her family can raise such a child, which shows that they are not a decent family. If you help her this time, there will definitely be a second and third time in the future. Zhao Mingfeng said earnestly. Just as they finished speaking, they arrived at the hotel. Dad, Mom, you guys stay here first. That woman often comes to my house to see me, and I don't want to worry you anymore. Zhao Chun was carrying his luggage and was about to enter the hotel. Li Dongmei was still a little uneasy. This place looks quite luxurious, but isn't it more expensive? Let's go find something cheaper. Zhao Chen smiled and said softly. Don't worry, we have a son who can make money, so we should let you enjoy yourself. He went to the front desk, booked a large suite, and after settling his parents in, he checked the time. It was already 1:30. The truck delivering building materials would arrive around 2 o'clock, and he couldn't delay any longer. Dad, Mom, I'm a little busy over there, so I can't spend much time with you. I'll order takeout for you later, so remember to pick it up. he said, and hurried out. Chinner. Li Dongmei wanted to call him back, but Zhao Mingfeng stopped her. The child has to be busy, so don't mess with him anymore. After going downstairs, Zhao Chun found the receptionist and gave her 1,000 yuan. Miss, my parents don't know how to order takeout, so please help me order it. If I'm not back tomorrow, I'll renew it. The rest will be your labor fee. Sorry for the trouble, Zhao Chun said with a smile. The receptionist took the money with a smile and said, Don't worry, sir. I will take good care of your parents. Zhao Chun breathed a sigh of relief, left the hotel, and took a taxi home. After returning home, he immediately set up the conveyor belt and was about to start work when the trucks delivering building materials arrived on time. There were 10 trucks in the fleet, 2 cement trucks, 2 sand trucks, 1 gravel truck, and 5 hollow brick trucks. Zhao Chun turned on the conveyor belt and began directing the trucks to unload their cargo. First came gravel, then bags of cement and sand, and finally hollow bricks. The workers were busy, but only halfway through unloading the trucks when the rebar arrived. Zhao Chun looked at the sky, which was already starting to get dark. He quickly contacted the truck driver and asked him to bring over a generator for 100 meters of wire, 100 lamp holders, and 100 high-intensity bulbs. He needed to clear the cellar tonight to prepare for tomorrow's delivery of building materials. While waiting for the goods to be delivered, he ran to the gas station across the street and bought 2 barrels of gasoline, and also ordered 500 fuel barrels. In order to fully power the mall and his home, he knew that a large number of generators and a large amount of fuel would be needed. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the last truckload of rebar had finally been unloaded. Zhao Chun rolled back the conveyor belt and carried the generator across the hallway. The cellar was in chaos, covered in dust and ash, leaving little room for movement. Fortunately, the conveyor belt was raised high enough, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get in. After struggling to move the generator to the entrance of the cellar, Zhao Chun went to get the wires, lamp holders, and bulbs, bringing with him several rolls of insulating tape. He called over a few people from Zhoda and personally demonstrated how to connect the lamp holders and bulbs. In less than half an hour, all 100 lamp holders and bulbs were connected. Zhao Chun started the generator, and the bulbs instantly lit up. Zhoda, go get all the men. I have some work to do, Zhao Chun shouted. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, pull out these light cords and run them between the cellar and the wing rooms, staggering them to ensure adequate lighting, he continued. The men worked swiftly, completely illuminating the courtyard. Zhao Chun toiled until dawn, finally getting everything in place. Waiter, come here, Zhao Chun shouted in the yard. The waiter immediately ran over. Master, you're looking for me? Take Feng De and Feng Er to the pawn shop later and find the dealer who sold you things before. Ask him to send me a large number of servants and menial workers, Zhao Chun instructed. The preparations for this grand opening are crucial. The mall needs a lot of staff, and we need to train them properly, he pondered. Who are you hiring? The waiter asked. Zhao Chun thought for a moment. Ordinary able-bodied men 30, intellectuals 34, warriors 36, ordinary servants 28, beautiful servants 152, accountants 40, cooks 20, doctors 20. Remember it. I remember it. Go ahead. Zhao Chun waved his hand. Yes. The waiter bowed his head and replied, turning to leave. Soon, the manager of the building arrived. Master Zhao, have the materials arrived? Yes, follow me. Zhao Chun led the manager to the wing room and pointed to the building materials piled on the ground and said, These are them. Chapter 12. After arranging things, I returned to the modern era and took my parents to buy a house. The manager carefully inspected the scene until he saw a pile of steel bars. His eyes widened in shock. Master Zhao, am I seeing right? These are all iron. Zhao Chun smiled and answered casually. I guess so. To be more precise, it should be steel. Its main component is iron, but it is more resilient than ordinary iron. Its hardness is about the same as what you call 100-fold iron. What 100 refined iron? The steward was even more surprised. Master Zhao, are you sure you want to use 100 refined iron to build a house? No. Zhao Chun raised an eyebrow. The steward muttered softly. Yes, of course. Only then did he realize that he had truly run into a wealthy man. A pound of 100 refinement iron could fetch tens or even dozens of taels of silver. The pile before him must have weighed perhaps 30 or 40,000 pounds. He couldn't even begin to calculate how much silver that must have cost. Zhao Chun patted his shoulder and said, Okay, these are not your concerns. Let me teach you how to use these things first. Zhao Chun pulled a bag of materials from the cement pile and began to explain in detail how to use them. He explained in great detail when to use them with sand, gravel, and rebar, when to use just sand, and what materials should be used in which areas. He specifically explained how to construct load-bearing walls, load-bearing beams, and sheer walls. The manager listened intently, his eyes brightening as if a new world had suddenly opened up. My blueprints have already marked where the load-bearing walls and beams are needed. Go back and build according to the blueprints. Don't make any mistakes. Zhao Qin's voice was serious. Master Zhao, I promise, I will do it clearly for you. If anything goes wrong, I will use my head as a chamber pot. The steward patted his chest and promised solemnly. Zhao Qin smiled and shook his head. Why do I need your head? Work hard. I guarantee there will be benefits. After he said that, he left the room with his hands behind his back. In the yard, the servants were busy cleaning. Cement, sand, and gravel had been delivered the previous night, leaving the yard in a mess. Seeing Zhao Qin approach, the servants stopped their work and greeted him warmly. Zhao Qin felt immensely satisfied. Before he knew it, he had reached courtyard number 12. This was the dormitory he had designated for the female servants. In the center of the courtyard, the women of the Zhu family were practicing their grooming. Zhu Er stood at the front, carefully directing each girl's movements. Judging by her posture, it was clear that she had been around important people before. When Zhao Qin approached, the women immediately squatted and saluted. Hello, master. Zhao Qin nodded slightly. Hello, you two. Continue your training, I'll just take a look. Hearing this, the girl stood up. Zhao Qin's eyes fell on Zhu Er. He has a good temperament. Zhu Er bowed his head slightly and responded modestly. Thank you for the compliment, master. Zhao Qin smiled and said, you should work harder these days and try to improve the level of these sisters. In a few days, another group of people will come. I want each of them to be able to become an independent instructor. Zhu Er clasped his fists and squatted, saying respectfully, please rest assured, master. Zhu Er will definitely live up to your trust. Zhao Qin nodded with satisfaction. They would become the hallmarks of his mall in the future, and their success would play a large role in its success. Zhao Qin had originally been a little worried that these women from the brothel would have a negative influence on others, but now it seemed that his worry was completely unnecessary. They could clearly distinguish between what was elegant and what was vulgar. Continue training, I'm leaving. Zhao Qin waved his hand and turned to walk out. As soon as he reached courtyard 11, the waiter hurried over. Master, I finally found you. Zhao Qin frowned. What's wrong? The waiter was panting and gasping for breath. The owner of the pawn shop was shocked when he heard that you wanted so many people and said that some people inside could not make it together, so he was about to come over to tell you. Are people coming? Zhao Qin asked. I'm here, waiting in the main courtyard, the waiter replied hurriedly. Zhao Qin walked around the waiter and walked quickly towards the main courtyard. The main courtyard was a huge courtyard formed by connecting 80 or 90 courtyards. As soon as he entered the main courtyard, the owner of the pawn shop saw Zhao Qin and hurriedly walked over to him with flattery. Good morning, sir. Zhao Qin nodded and immediately asked, the waiter just said that you couldn't recruit enough people. What's going on? The shopkeeper sighed bitterly. Sir, the requirements for the person you want this time are too high. Other things are easy to find, but it's really hard to find a cook and a doctor. These two types of people are in high demand everywhere. There's no need to come to our shop. Zhao Qin frowned slightly. He could understand that it was difficult to find a doctor, but a cook. He had seen in many historical novels and TV dramas that cooks were easy to find, but warriors were hard to find. He had never expected that in this world, warriors were readily available, but cooks were scarce. He pondered for a moment and asked, if I pay you more, can you get a few cooks? The trafficker seemed a little embarrassed. I can't guarantee it. I can only try my best. Then give it a try. Zhao Qin's eyes were firm. I'll give you 700 taels, and the rest is your reward, understand? The owner of the trafficking shop heard this, and his eyes immediately lit up. Master, don't worry. I will get the person you want in 5 days at most. Zhao Qin raised 3 fingers. 3 days. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment. His eyes changed. 3 days is 3 days. Zhao Qin took him to the main room to get the silver, and the shopkeeper ran away happily. Zhao Qin checked the time. It was 9 in the morning. He decided to go back. After all, his parents were still at the hotel. He couldn't just leave them there forever. When he got home from the cellar, his cell phone network was back online. He opened his bank card app and saw there was still 8.79 million yuan on the card. That was enough to buy a well-secured house in Tongqing. He went out and took a taxi, heading straight to the hotel. After seeing his parents, Zhao Qin didn't say much, but checked out directly and left with his parents. Qin'er, where are you going? Li Dongmei asked. Zhao Qin stuffed his parents into the taxi and said with a smile, just get in, you'll find out later. He slammed the door shut and walked around to the passenger seat. Within a moment, the car stopped at the entrance of Yujing Capital Community. Yujing Capital is a relatively high-end community in Tongqing. with both high-rise buildings and small villas. After the three of them got out of the car, Li Dongmei asked again, "Chen'er, why are you here?" Zhao Chen smiled and walked towards the sales office while pulling his parents. "What else can I do? Buy a house for you, of course." "Son, stop it. The houses here are very expensive. We can't afford it," Zhao Mingfeng said as he pulled his hand back. But Zhao Chen held on tightly, and he couldn't break free. The three of them stumbled into the sales office. Just as they were standing firm, a familiar voice came from the distance. "Mom, sister, I like standing high up and looking far into the distance. Buy me a high-rise apartment." Chapter 13. Looking for a greasy sponsor to buy a house? Cheap ex-girlfriend really knows how to play. "Uncle Wang, my brother finally asked for it. You can't refuse." Chen Shirhan acted coquettishly, holding the arm of a middle-aged man and shaking from side to side. The man was a little bald and looked about the same age as her father. On the other side, Zhang Guifeng also took the man's arm. "Old Wang, Sahan is right. Yao Xian finally made a request. You have to satisfy him." Lao Wang was sandwiched in the middle and enjoyed it very much, his eyes jumping back and forth between the two women. Zhang Guifeng raised her chin proudly. He is Zhang Guifeng's wild man, and the two have been having an affair for many years. By chance, he met Qin Sahan and was instantly attracted by her youthful aura. But Zhang Guifeng always stood in the middle, preventing him and Qin Sahan from having close contact. Until one night 3 days ago, Zhang Guifeng brought Qin Sahan to the house. That night, he felt that his life had reached its peak. And all this is thanks to that troublemaking machine Qin Yaoxian. "You two have spoken. How can I refuse? Isn't it just about 400,000 yuan? I'll pay for it." Old Wang laughed obscenely and waved to the sales lady. "Little girl, go get me a house purchase contract. Pay in full." Not far away, Zhao Chun was stunned. "Is there something that cannot be said openly? I never thought that I could buy a house and get a melon." Qin Yaoxian jumped around excitedly, and when he turned around, he suddenly found him. "Zhao Chen, what are you doing here?" As soon as he finished yelling, Qin Sahan and Zhang Guifeng were startled at the same time and turned around quickly. Meeting Zhao Chen's gaze, Qin Sahan was filled with anger. "Zhao Chen, you actually brought your poor parents to follow me? Do you know that this is despicable?" "Who said it wasn't?" Zhang Guifeng crossed her arms, her eyes rolling to the sky. "My daughter doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you right now. Get out of here now, and don't force me to slap you." Lao Wang smiled meaningfully. He knew very well who Zhao Chun was. Qin Sahan's ex-boyfriend. His eyes were full of pride, and he said hypocritically, "Guifeng, Sahan, don't be so sarcastic. What if they are here to apply for a job? This community is still recruiting security guards and cleaners. If you offend them too much, what will happen if they don't provide you with service in the future?" "Uncle Wang, you still think long-term. Unlike some people who are short-sighted and extremely poor," Qin Sahan said sarcastically. Zhao Chen didn't bother to pay attention to their sarcasm. "We are already people from two different worlds, so why bother about a bunch of idiotic cliches?" But just because he can take it easy doesn't mean his parents can too. The good-tempered mother immediately flew into a rage. "Who are you talking about? What's wrong with our family being poor? No matter how poor we are, we haven't given birth to a son who raped a female classmate, let alone a daughter who seduced my mother's concubine." This remark hit the nail on the head for the people opposite him, and they immediately blushed. Qin Yaoxian rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward. From the time the case happened until now, he has endured countless cold stares, a feeling he deeply detests. But Zhao Chen's bitch mother said it out loud in public. He rolled up his sleeves and leaped forward, ready to charge. "If I don't kill you today, all these years will have been wasted." Zhang Guifeng and Qin Sahan saw that something was wrong and hurried to grab him. "Yao Xian, please don't cause any more trouble. We are really out of money. Uncle Wang finally took care of you this time. But if you cause trouble again, no one will clean up your mess." Qin Yaoxian remained unmoved and struggled like a mad dog. "Let me go? If I don't kill those sons of bitches today, I won't be named Chun." Seeing this, the security guards at the sales office rushed out and stopped him together. Old Wang stood at the back, looking at Qin Yaoxian's back, his expression gradually becoming solemn, as if he was weighing something. Then he shouted to the security guard, "Get those 3 applicants across the street out first." The security captain immediately understood and ran up to Zhao Chun and the other 2 with an angry look on his face. "What are you 3 waiting for? Get out now." Zhao Chun glanced at him sideways. "Who said we are here to apply for a job? If you're not applying for a job, what are you doing?" The security captain said with a cold face and a mocking tone. Yujing Capital is considered an upper-middle-class residential complex in Tongqing. If he's not here to apply for a job, what else could he be wearing? Is he entering the complex to pick up trash? Can't we just buy a house? Zhao Chen said calmly. Since becoming rich, he found that his perspective on things has changed. In the past, when he was questioned and ridiculed, he would feel inferior because he had no money and then become angry. But now, it's just two fart sounds lingering in my ears. Also, is this how your boss taught you to treat customers? Facing Zhao Chen's cold gaze, the security captain shuddered and took a half step back with his neck stiff. Okay, you want to buy the house, right? Please, if you can afford it, I will kneel down and kowtow to apologize to you in front of everyone. His voice spread throughout the sales office. Everyone's attention was drawn to the hall, and it instantly became quiet. Zhao Chun pulled his parents slowly to the sand table, pointed at the villa area, and asked, I remember your villa area requires 2 gates. Non-residents or those without the resident's permission cannot enter, right? That's right. The security captain nodded. Zhao Chun drew out a card and pointed to a villa near the center with an empty sign. That's it. The sales lady immediately ran over to take a look and said, Hello, sir. That house is 3.66 million. 3.66 million. Chen Sahan widened his eyes in shock. At this price, it can be regarded as the best building in the entire Yujing capital community. Even Lao Wang, the rich businessman, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. 3.66 million is not a small amount of money. At least he certainly can't take it out without any pain. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Chun with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He has been with Zhang Guifeng and her daughter these days, and heard them say that Zhao Chen's family are poor and can't even come up with 300,000 yuan. Where will the money come from to buy a villa? He cleared his throat and said earnestly, Young man, it's understandable that young people are a little competitive, but you should also consider your own strength. Look at what your family is wearing. Don't try to be so pretentious. No one will believe you. That's right. Chen Sahan also came back to his senses. Zhao Chun, stop embarrassing yourself here and get out of here with your poor parents. Zhao Chun chuckled. Whether you're competitive or not, you'll know after you swipe the card. He glanced at the sales lady again, his expression becoming serious. Swipe the card. What are you waiting for? The sales lady ran to the front desk and brought the POS machine. Swipe your card and enter your password in one go. The screen displayed the words card swiping successful, and a long note was spit out. First, sir, it's finished. Everyone was stunned. That's 3.66 million. Zhao Chun took back the card with a smile and looked back at the security captain. What did you say just now? Have you forgotten? Chapter 14. Don't talk about favors with me, my servants are here. The security captain's face looked extremely ugly, and he didn't know whether to stand or kneel. Zhao Chun was too lazy to pay attention to him and looked at the front desk proudly. Bring me my house purchase contract and the key to my new home. Oh, okay. The receptionist immediately ran to print the contract. Li Dongmei and Zhao Mingfeng looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and worry. Chenner, where does your money come from? We are all honest farmers, Li Dongmei said nervously. Before she could finish, Zhao Chen interrupted with a smile. Mom, don't worry. Your son's money came cleanly. You 2 old people can live here peacefully. You have worked hard for most of your life. It's time to enjoy yourself. But this? Li Dongmei was still a little at a loss. She and Lao Zhao are authentic farmers. For them, having a spacious house in the countryside and an acre and 3 mu of land in front of and behind the house is enough. Who would have thought that half of my life has passed, and I am still living in a villa when I am old? Mom, your son finally bought you something nice. If you don't accept it, I'll be so disappointed. Zhao Chen looked serious. Not far away, Chen Sahan's expression changed repeatedly, from shock to jealousy to anger. Zhao Chun, didn't you say you had no money a few days ago? How come you can afford a villa now? Where did you get the money? Zhao Chen chuckled. Does it have anything to do with you? Of course. I've been with you for so many years, and now my family is broke. Either you give me 4 million, or you give me this villa. Zhang Guifeng's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. That's right. My daughter can't be with you for nothing. You must give us both money and house. Zhao Chen laughed angrily. You 2 are sick. If you are sick, go get treatment as soon as possible. Don't delay. At this time, the front desk brought the keys and the purchase contract. Here you go, sir. Zhao Chen took it and turned away. Chen Sahan became anxious and immediately ran to Zhao Chun, opening his arms to stop him. Zhao Chun, are you really going to disregard the years of love we've shared? Zhao Chen's face turned serious. You still have the nerve to talk about friendship? When you forced my parents to sell their house and kidney, and then brought people to my parents' house to block the door and make a scene, did you ever care about our relationship? Roll. He roared and pulled his parents out of the sales office. Following the road signs and passing the second gate, they arrived at their newly purchased villa. The new villa has very complete facilities and is luxuriously decorated. As soon as they entered the door, Zhao Mingfeng and Li Dongmei felt a little awkward. I don't dare touch this, I don't dare touch that. Zhao Chen said, Dad, Mom, this will be your home from now on. No need to be so cautious. As he was speaking, the alarm clock he set suddenly rang. I took out my phone and took a look. It was already past 11 o'clock. You two should familiarize yourselves. I have work to do. Give me your card numbers. After leaving 1 million for his parents, he left Eugene Capital in a hurry. He went out and took a taxi, heading straight to the nearest daily necessities wholesale market. On the way, he called the Hualala driver again. Lintian City, Zhao family compound. All the building materials were delivered about the same time as yesterday. Zhao Chen came out of the cellar and called a few people from the Zhou department. You don't have to help with the delivery tonight. I'll give you some other work. He went to the daily necessities market in the afternoon and bought 9 generators and 10 battery packs. According to the calculation of power generation capacity, these generators are sufficient to support the basic electricity needs of the entire Zhao family compound and shopping mall. I also bought 5 kilometers of electrical wires, as well as various types of lights, safety switches, and sockets. Installing electricity is a huge project. At present, he only has 6 electricians on hand, and if he wants to achieve full circuit coverage in the entire compound, the workload is not small. Come, let me explain it to you in detail. This big square thing is called a battery pack. Transport the generator and battery pack to the middle room of courtyards 5 and 6. That will be our computer room from now on. You don't need to rush to assemble the circuit tonight. First, throw the wires aside and make sure every courtyard has electricity later. Everyone in the Zhou class nodded seriously. He started to get busy according to Zhao Chen's arrangements. Zhao Chen stood in the middle of the main courtyard, looking at the busy servants, and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, someone came up behind him and put a coat on him. Looking back, it was Xiao Shisan. Since Xiao Shisan and Xiao Shisi came, Zhao Chen hasn't looked at them carefully. As the distance got closer, I saw that the little girl's cheeks were slightly red, and she was quite pretty. Master, it's getting cold outside. I'll put a coat on you so you don't catch a cold. Thank you. Zhao Chen nodded, and when he pulled his coat, he accidentally touched the back of Xiao Shisan's hand. So tender and smooth. How old are you this year? He asked casually. Little 13 nodded and lowered his head. 18. 18. He let out a long sigh. After a moment, he waved his hand and said, Okay, let's go back. Yes. Xiao Shisan lowered his head and walked away in small steps. The environment of the Zhao family compound is still too bad. There are too many things that need to be changed, but I don't have time to think about those silly things. Achoo. He suddenly sneezed and quickly tightened his clothes. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Zhao Chen bought a lot of things. As the number of servants increased, he bought several different styles of work clothes to make it easier to distinguish them. The basic circuits in each courtyard have been laid, and all servants' rooms have electricity. On the shopping mall side, the construction progress is very fast, and all the load-bearing walls, load-bearing beams, and the first floor have been completed. At this rate, we will be able to reach the roof in 3 days. He was strolling in the main courtyard when the waiter came running over. Master, the pawnshop has sent someone over. So fast, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Let them come over. The waiter bowed and left quickly. He called Xiao San again. Sanner, notify the kitchen immediately and cook noodles for 300 people and serve them with fried sauce. Yes. Xiao San took the order and left. Seer, go get a few strong men to get out their work clothes and distribute them together with Woliyuki. Also, notify them to send someone from each department to assist in the personnel diversion. Yes. Xiao Si took the order and left. Zhao Chen stood in the middle of the main courtyard, waiting quietly. Not long after, the human trafficker and a group of his assistants came over with their people. There were many people buying this time, so the originally spacious main courtyard seemed a bit crowded. The pawnbroker's manager came over, holding a thick stack of household registration cards. Sir, the people are here for you. Would you like to take a look? Zhao Chen took the transfer note and asked, Have the doctor and the cook arrived? Master, look at what you said. You gave me so much reward. If I don't give you the full amount, wouldn't it be a waste of your kindness? You mean to say that I have been offered 20 cooks and 20 doctors? Zhao Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. Didn't you say these 2 types of people were hard to get? How did you get them? The trafficker narrowed his eyes and said, Master, please don't ask me about this. It's definitely not a conventional method. But don't worry, these people will definitely not have second thoughts when they are under your command. Chapter 15. After working hard for half a month, we are finally opening. After people from different trades came to pick up their workers, they also received new work clothes, bedding, and toiletries. Zhao Chen also gave these new arrivals code names. The Zhao family compound now had all the servants and errand boys. It is divided into the category of able-bodied men, Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, the category of skilled workers, Zhou, Wu, Zheng, and Wang, the category of warriors, Feng, Chun, Chu, and Wei, the category of miscellaneous servants, Jiang, Shun, Han, and Yang, the category of waiters, Zhu, Qin, Yu, Su, He, Lu, Shi, Zhang, Kong, Chao, Yin, Hua, Jin, Wei, Tao, and Jiang, and the category of accountants, Qi, Xie, Zhou, and Yu, the category of chefs, Bai, Shui, the category of doctors, Yun, and Su with 10 people in each category. After doing all this, Zhao Chun returned to modern times. Since we want to build a high-tech house in ancient times, electrical appliances are naturally indispensable. I bought everything, including a TV, refrigerator, washing machine, fan, air conditioner, and water heater, as long as it could fit through the wardrobe. The next day, he delivered the things to the compound and came to the front to inspect the situation. The construction of shopping malls changes every day. I just finished the first floor yesterday, and today I'm halfway done with the second floor. Seeing him coming, the steward ran over to him with a smile. Master Zhao, here to check the progress again. Zhao Qin glanced around with satisfaction. Not bad. Your work efficiency is quite high. Thank you, Master Zhao, for the compliment. The steward nodded and continued to compliment him. In the final analysis, it's all thanks to Master Zhao's materials and the cement-formulated bricks that we built the house. Not only was it built quickly, but it's also sturdier than an ordinary house. As for your house, even after another 100 or 200 years, it won't need any repairs. Zhao Qin smiled and continued. At this rate, we'll be able to reach the top in 2 days. That's right. The roof will be completed in 2 days at most. The manager nodded solemnly. How much material is left? There's quite a bit left. I reckon we can build at least 3 or 4 two-story buildings as big as your residence. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment and said, Then how about this? Once the roof is completed here, you can take people to tear down the wing on the west side of my main courtyard and build a small building there. Just make sure it's the same height as the mall, without any intermediate floors. Also, build me 2 houses of the same size in the outermost yards on the east and west sides. Okay, the manager responded. The weather here is getting colder and colder. According to the practice in modern society, heating will start in the north in another month. He plans to heat the shopping mall and all occupied houses before the heating season arrives. In addition, he also needs to build 2 larger bathhouses for his employees to use. There are more and more people here now, and if it is not standardized, it will definitely be a problem in the future. After everything was arranged, he called people from the Zheng and Wang departments. All students in the Zhou and Wu classes studied electrical engineering, while he planned to have students in the Zheng and Wang classes study plumbing. When the mall opens in the future, there will definitely be many dignitaries coming. If someone is interested in his ideas, he can take the opportunity to make more money. When the Zheng and Wang divisions arrived, Zhao Qin stood in front of them and said, From now on, I'm going to teach you how to lay out the heating water lines. If you want to understand this business, you must first understand the working principle of heating. He once again transformed himself into a junior high school physics teacher and began to teach these people basic theories. Plumbers are different from electricians. There is basically no life-threatening danger, and the speed of teaching theory is also faster. The next day, he brought in a load of radiators and water pipes so the men could learn by doing. Another day, the mall was topped out. The glittering glazed tiles attracted a lot of people's attention. There were more and more people on Hushi Street. Zhao Chun ordered the waiters and waitresses to take turns going to the streets to promote the opening. For a time, the Wuji shopping mall on Hushi Street became a hot topic in the entire Lintian city. Countless people are looking forward to reporting in on the opening day. After another 4 days, the boiler room and bathhouses for male and female employees were completed, and all the water and heating pipes were laid. At the same time, a super-large water tower with a capacity of 1,000 tons of water was built to supply water to the entire shopping mall and the Zhao family compound. The water tower is covered with 5 layers of thermal insulation material, and a separate water heating pipe is installed inside to ensure that it will not freeze in winter. The mall was not fully renovated until the day before its opening. Zhao Chun walked around the mall and felt very pleased. He is so exhausted these days. During the day, we are busy transporting glass, tiles, various decoration materials, snacks, hardware, and general merchandise, as well as the equipment needed inside the mall. In the evening, I have to teach chefs, technicians, and accountants, and train the mall's security guards, cleaners, and waiters. Throughout the day, The total rest time he had was only 3 or 4 hours. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. Under his constant training and supervision day and night, the quality of the mall's employees has been significantly improved. We just have to wait until tomorrow when the store opens to formally test the training results of our employees. Coming out of the mall and looking at the newly renovated courtyard, he felt even more satisfied. Looking back 20 days ago, he was still a loser young man struggling at the bottom of society, with no money, no car, and a lot of loans. Now he has become a wealthy man with a luxurious villa and more than 400 servants. To facilitate the transportation of things here, he also acquired a lot of properties in the modern world. He bought the nearest supermarket to his home. He also bought the gas station across the street. There is also a drugstore, a building materials store. He bought almost everything that could be used here. His net worth has increased several times. All this seems to be in a dream. Notify all mall employees to have a good rest. The mall will officially open tomorrow. Zhao Chun gave an order. The waiter nodded and hurried away. No words were spoken that night. The next day came in a flash. As soon as the sun rose, the entire Zhao family compound was already in operation. Some of the servants were sweeping and cleaning, some were cooking, and the strong men were tirelessly restocking the mall. Zhao Chun walked out of the cellar pushing 2 strings of extra-long firecrackers. When the waiter saw this, he hurried over to greet him. "Master, let me help you push it." Zhao Chun waved his hand. "No need. Today is the grand opening of the Master's Mall. I can do it myself. Go call the 2 sisters and help me arrange the firecrackers later. There is still 1 hour before the opening." Hushi Street is already crowded with people. In front of Gate 1 of the shopping mall, the King of Qin and his officials were standing there chatting. The personal bodyguard He who frowned and complained in a low voice. "Your Highness, Prince Qin, the owner of this mall is so rude. You're a prince after all, and yet they make you wait like ordinary people." The King of Qin frowned and said, "Shut up. Have you forgotten what I told you? You must call me young master when you are outside." "Yes, sir. I'm just standing up for you." He who whispered. The King of Qin chuckled and said, "What's so unfair about this? I just wanted to come out and see for myself as an ordinary person, so I naturally have to abide by other people's rules. If I had really arrived as a prince, would I still be able to witness today's grand occasion?" Chapter 16. The opening is auspicious. The prince is surprised. The festive explosions echoed in the streets and alleys. Zhao Chun came to the balcony above gate number 1, looked at the crowded guests below, and spoke loudly. "Dear guests, dear friends, good morning. Today, Wuji Shopping Mall has grandly opened. On behalf of all our colleagues in the mall, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all our guests. To thank all our guests, starting today, for 10 consecutive days, all merchandise will be 20% off. Register as a member and enjoy even more discounts. Without further ado, I wish you all a happy time and happy shopping. Open the door and welcome the guests." The 4 doors opened at the same time and guests poured in. Zhao Chun looked down and happened to see King Qin trying to squeeze in. This was his first benefactor in the Dun dynasty and also a strong thigh. He hurriedly turned around and went downstairs. Good luck to His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin. Coming to the side of King Qin, Zhao Chun greeted him with a smile. The King of Qin didn't care about etiquette and looked at the mall decoration in amazement. "Did you make all this?" "Yes." Zhao Chun nodded, then said enthusiastically, "How about I be your guide and take you on a thorough inspection?" "Okay." King Qin agreed readily. He waved behind him again. A beautiful woman walked forward, accompanied by 2 teenage boys. Behind them were a dozen men of different ages. "Let me introduce you. This is my princess and my 2 good-for-nothing sons. Hello, Princess Qin. Hello, little princes." The Princess of Qin responded gracefully. The 2 little princes looked around and had no time to talk to Zhao Chun. "And the ones behind them are all my subordinates from the Qin Palace. I won't introduce them to Lin Changtian. You know them." "Prefect Lin." Zhao Chun bowed. Lin Changtian smiled and clasped his fists. "Mr. Zhao, this really opened my eyes." "Huh. That's Huangda, the secretary of the Prince of Qin's palace." "Hello, Mr. Huang." After introducing them, the King of Qin turned around and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Master Zhao, to show us around." "Okay, follow me." Several people walked east from gate number 1. "We're in the snack area now. If you like anything, please take it down and try it. It's my treat." A group of colleagues joined the shopping crowd and began to pick and look at things on the shelves. In comparison, the King of Qin was much calmer. He is a prince after all, so even if he is pretending, he should act calmly. Zhao Chun followed him and wandered around the shelves. When passing by the instant noodles area, Zhao Chun picked up a bag. "Your Highness, Prince Qin, would you like to try it?" As he said this, he tore open the package. The king of Qin broke off a piece and put it in his mouth, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. This stuff is delicious. How much is a pack? 1 article. 1 cent. That's too cheap. I'll get a few hundred bags from him when I get home. The king of Qin was extremely surprised. Zhao Qian also calculated privately that 1 tael of gold in this world is equivalent to 10,000 won. But back in the modern world, 1 tael of gold can buy more than 60,000 bags of instant noodles, which means more than 6 times the profit, a huge profit. But snacks still have the lowest profit margin in the entire shopping mall. Master Zhao, do you have anything that can serve as military rations and is easy to carry? The king of Qin lowered his voice. Although we are living in a peaceful and prosperous era, the border areas are still unstable. If we can get some military rations from Zhao Qian, my father will definitely reward him well. Yes, of course. Zhao Qian took King Qin to another shelf not far away. This is instant noodles, 8 cents a bag. As long as there's hot water, it can be turned into a bowl of delicious hot soup noodles right on the spot. Quick, make me a packet. King Qin was impatient. Zhao Qian immediately waved to the waiter. Go get a pair of bowls and chopsticks, and some hot water. Not long after, the waiter came back, and the moment he poured hot water into the bowl, the entire snack area was filled with fragrance. People stood on tiptoe curiously to see what smelled so good. The king of Qin rubbed his hands together and asked anxiously, how long will it take for this to heal? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, about 30 breaths. When the time came, he opened the packaging bag on the bowl, and a bowl of greasy, colorful, fragrant, and delicious noodles appeared before King Qin. Your Highness the Prince of Qin, would you like to try? Okay. King Qin took the chopsticks and finished the bowl of noodles in the blink of an eye. It smells so good. I'm going to buy a few hundred packets of instant noodles when I go back. He licked his lips, still feeling a little unsatisfied. But soon, his expression darkened again. Honestly, 1 bowl of noodles isn't enough to fill me up, let alone give it to the soldiers on the front lines. Do you have anything cheaper? Yes, but it doesn't taste as good as this. Zhao Qian found another bag of compressed biscuits and performed in front of King Qin. When the king of Qin saw that compressed biscuits could expand more than 5 times after adding water, he was really moved. After inquiring about the price, he found it was at the upper limit of his acceptable range, so he immediately ordered 100,000 bags. They spent half an hour in a snack area, then went out from another door in the snack area and arrived at the clothing area. The various modern clothes attracted the attention, and now it was the turn of the Princess of Qin to lose control, and she kept buying one thing after another. Then we walked through the cultural supplies area and the toy and small department store area. Each place was an eye-opener. At some point, the sky outside suddenly became overcast. Zhao Qian notified the computer room to turn on the lights. The moment the lights came on, all the guests in the mall were shocked and looked up at the ceiling. The king of Qin pulled Zhao Qian aside and asked, what are those colorful, glowing things? That thing is called a light bulb. Electric light? How come I've never seen it before? Zhao Qian laughed and said, it was given to me by an immortal I met before. Being able to glow in the dark is truly the ability of an immortal, the king of Qin muttered to himself. After a moment, he looked at Zhao Qian with some longing and asked, Master Zhao, can you install a few lights in my palace? No matter how much it costs, I can give it to you. Zhao Qian smiled. As he expected, as long as the people in this world see the electric light, they will be moved. The king of Qin is a big shot, and we have to continue to cling to him in the future. He waved his hand and said, why are you being so polite, King Qin? It's just a set of electric lights. I'll give it to you as a gift. I'll arrange for someone to go to your house for an on-site inspection. You can just ask your servants to receive them. No problem. King Qin was extremely happy. He hugged Zhao Qian's neck and laughed. You are so kind. I can't be too shabby. If anyone causes trouble for your mall in the future, just tell me. No one in Lintian City dares not to respect me. Hearing this, Zhao Qian felt happier than King Qin. What he was most worried about was being in trouble in ancient times. With the local emperor as his backer, he didn't have to worry as long as the old emperor didn't come. Chapter 17, Let the waiter help you bathe and reward yourself. I accompanied King Qin around the mall for a long time and went to the food area and entertainment area one after another. The food area is filled with fresh food that has never been seen in this dynasty. Especially with the addition of so many unique flavors from the modern world, it really opened the eyes of the country bumpkins here. In just one day at noon, more than a dozen people were carried out due to fainting from overeating. Those who can come here to spend money are all well-known figures in Lintian City. It's so embarrassing to faint from eating too much. 20 doctors were prepared at the beginning, otherwise someone would have died. After leaving the food area, they went to the entertainment area. It was not until dark that they reluctantly came out of gate number 3. This billiard set in your house is really a fun thing. I'll come and play it again when I have time. King Qin sighed. They played more than 20 games that afternoon. Even though Zhao Chun had deliberately let the game go, they still won more than they lost. I'm at your service anytime. Zhao Chun bowed. As a person in the modern world, he is really not used to kneeling down at every turn. Bowing was the best he could do. King Qin laughed and looked at the area behind gate number 3 again. What a pity. I was so busy playing today that I still haven't explored such a large area. I wonder what's over there. Zhao Chun said, It's nothing special. It's just a movie theater, a luxury goods store, and a grain and oil wholesale and seasoning store. What are those things? Asked the king of Qin. Zhao Chun smiled and said, Next time, Your Highness the Prince of Qin comes, I will show you around again. All right, I had a lot of fun today. It really broadened my horizons. The king of Qin laughed heartily and took out 2 large ingots of official gold from his pocket. This money is a reward for you. I will support you again next time I come. Thank you, King Qin, for the reward. Zhao Chun excitedly took the gold ingot. Last time, the small gold ingot given by the king of Qin was exchanged for 4.5 million, and this time it was 2 large ones. The value is immeasurable. After watching King Qin get into the car and leave, Zhao Chun happily put away the gold ingots and returned to the mall. As soon as I entered the door, the mall manager Xie Er ran over hurriedly. Master, you have been shopping with the king of Qin this afternoon, so I haven't had the chance to report to you. 25 families came to me this afternoon to ask for electric lights. How should I arrange them? Zhao Chun said. How else can we arrange it? Let's arrange them in order of priority. There are several wealthy families here. Should we move them forward? For example, the Shin family, the Xiu family, and the Lu family. They all arrived a little late. No need. He waved his hand. If you want to install it, wait patiently. If you can't wait, you don't have to install it. You will remove half of the people and let them go back to rest. Then they will return to their posts at midnight and let the other half go back to rest. Yes. Xie nodded heavily. Zhao Chun blinked and was about to say something else, but then he thought better of it. There are a lot of customers now, and they are already very busy. If they overlook something, it would be better not to do it. I'll explain the details to those in charge later. The curfew in Lintian City starts at 11 p.m. and lasts until 1 p.m. the next day. If you haven't returned home by the hour of high, you will have to stay in the shopping mall. Zhao Chun had thought about running a place of entertainment before. It just so happened that many of the waiters came from brothels, so it would be relatively easy to train practitioners. The existence of brothels can give more people an excuse to stay. But this idea only flashed through his mind for a moment before he gave it up. He has so many profitable jobs. Why does he still want to get involved in the flesh trade? According to the prices he customized, the profit in the food area was an average of 15 times, the profit in the grain area was an average of 12 times, and the profit in the snack area was the lowest, reaching an average of 8 times. As for the highest level, it is the luxury goods area and the film and television area. The minimum profit in the luxury goods area is 100,000 times. There are 4 medium-sized rooms in the film and television area, and the total investment cost less than 100,000 yuan, but the admission ticket starts at 2 taels of gold. It is fully booked all day, and even if there is only one person watching each show, it is still an astonishing income. Compared to me, those unscrupulous businessmen in modern society are all great good people. After returning to the attic where he lived, Zhao Chun called the waiter. After working hard for so many days, it's time to reward yourself today? The waiter seemed to know what we were here for tonight and was wearing less. Master, I'm here. The waiter squatted in front of Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun raised his hand. Prepare hot water for me and help me take a bath. Yes. The waiter turned and went to the bathroom. Looking at the graceful figure, Zhao Chun began to daydream. Soon, the water was ready, and the waiter returned to Zhao Chun. Master, let me help you undress. Zhao Chun opened his arms and let the waiter do his thing. It feels good to be served. After all the clutter was cleared away, Zhao Chun got into the bathtub. The hot water wrapped around my body, and the fatigue of the past few days seemed to be relieved at this moment. He closed his eyes and leaned against the bathtub, humming a little tune. After a while, I heard the sound of water. A smooth calf slid past Zhao Chun's feet like a water snake. Master, let me massage your feet. I have to say that the waiter's technique is really good. The massage feels really comfortable. Zhao Chun fell asleep without realizing it. I don't know how long it took before the waiter's voice rang in my ears. Master, the water is cold. Let me help you go back to bed. Okay. Zhao Chun rubbed his sleepy eyes and sighed that he was not good enough. I could have feasted my eyes on the scenery, but I fell asleep. He climbed out of the bathtub and went straight to the bed with the help of the waiter. The waiter stayed close to him. He yawned. As soon as my head hits the pillow, my eyes become disobedient again. Nothing happened that night. It was not until the next day, when the sun was shining on his face, that he slowly opened his eyes. He was the only one on the bed, and the waiter had gone out at some point. He stretched his body and felt so comfortable. "Master, I've got some water for you to wash up." The waiter came in with a wash basin with a towel draped over the edge. Zhao Chen took a glance and found that she had changed her hairstyle. If he remembered correctly, this was the style a woman would wear after her wedding night. But they clearly didn't. "Why did you change your hairstyle?" Zhao Chen asked. The waiter lowered his head and said, "I stayed in the master's room all night last night. If I don't change my hairstyle today, I'm afraid others will talk about the master behind his back." "I know, master. It's not that he can't do it. It's that he's too tired." "You're so clever." Zhao Chen laughed. "All right, leave the wash basin here. If you have time, count the ages and birthdays of our maids. Let me know if anyone is over 18. "Good." Zhao Chen put on his clothes, washed his face briefly, and opened the door. But as soon as I reached the main courtyard, I heard a commotion coming from the mall. Chapter 18. Beat up the city's powerful people and make a lot of money. Zhao Chen hurried into the mall and followed the sound. Entertainment area. Two rich young men stood in front of the billiard table, pointing and cursing at the waiter who was setting up the balls. "You're so fucking innocent. Don't think I don't know what you did before. You were fucked by thousands of people. It's your honor if I want to sleep with you. Take it off quickly, or I'll break your legs." Behind the young master, 4 or 5 servants were staring at the waiter with eager eyes. On this side, more than 10 security guards surrounded them. Long before the opening, Zhao Chen told all the security guards that everyone entering the mall would be treated equally. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be kicked out. They also agreed very well. But the identities of the 2 people in front of me are really extraordinary. One is the eldest son of the Sun family, and the other is the eldest grandson of the Qin family. The Sun family made their fortune by robbery. In the early years, they settled outside Lintian City and specialized in robbing wealthy businessmen passing by. The Imperial court sent troops to suppress them many times, but to no avail. It was not until the generation of Master Sun's father that he was able to clean up his name and return to the city to do business honestly. The court did not want to force them back up the mountain, so it turned a blind eye. As for the Qin family, they are the largest salt merchant in Lintian City. More than 90% of the salt in the city is monopolized by their family. They are one of the 8 richest people in Lintian, on par with the Qin family. They have connections and are very powerful. If Zhao Chen offends these 2, they are afraid that he will not be able to bear it. So the stalemate has been going on. "You bunch of bastards, what are you looking at? Get out of here. If anyone doesn't get out, I'll beat him to death." Sun Zhonghao roared. "Who is it that dares to speak nonsense on my territory?" Zhao Chen's voice sounded from behind. The security guards made way for him, and he walked up with steady steps. Stopping in front of the security guard, he whispered, "Didn't I tell you before? Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will be kicked out." Security Captain Feng came forward and whispered, "Master, they are from the Sun and Qin families." After the words fell, Sun Zhonghao and Chun Ting raised their chins. Chun Ting said, "Huh, you're still a boss? You can't even compare to your dog's good eyesight. I'm going to tell you right now. Let me take this little girl away. I'll send her back to you after we're done having fun. If you don't let me, I'll tear your whole mall apart." Zhao Chen remained calm and snorted. "I'm just afraid you don't have the ability." He turned around and glanced at the security guards. "Throw them both out. Anyone who dares to stop us will be beaten to death." After receiving Zhao Chen's order again, Feng De and others instantly became excited. During the time they followed Zhao Chen, they regained some of their human dignity. Eat well, live well, and earn money. Compared to the other people who were bought, I am so happy. For such a master, they would rather fight to the death. The security guards rushed forward one by one. Seeing how ferocious they were, Sun Zhonghao and Chun Ting were frightened and quickly ordered their servants to move forward. Those servants look tough, but they are actually weak inside. After just 2 encounters, he was knocked down by a group of security guards. You are not allowed to come over." Sun Zhonghao trembled in fear. "I am from the Sun family. If anyone dares to touch me, I will kill his entire family." Chun Ting was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. "Throw it out," Zhao Chen shouted angrily. A group of security guards surrounded them, captured them in a few seconds, and threw them out through the door. After rolling twice on the street, Sun Zhonghao stood up and pointed at Zhao Chen inside the door and shouted, "You wait for me. I won't be a human being if I don't kill you." After saying this, he ran away crawling with his servants. Zhao Chen turned around and looked at the security guards in front of him. "Remember this from now on. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will be beaten to death and thrown out. If someone is beaten to death, I will pay for their life." After saying this, he quickly returned to the backyard. He converted the first floor of the main house in the backyard, formerly number 8 courtyard, into a toy and handicraft warehouse, and the second floor into an accounting office, where a group of accountants were doing their accounting. When he got downstairs, he shouted, "Sierre, have you calculated yesterday's revenue?" Sierre, the mall's general manager, hurried down and said, "Master, we've figured it all out." "Tell me about it," Zhao Chen said lightly. A total of 38 customers signed up for membership yesterday, receiving 12,000 taels of gold and 260,000 taels of silver. The snack section sales totaled 48 taels and 9 yen of gold, 7,237 taels and 4 yen of silver, and 10 strings and 273 coins of copper. The clothing section has 71 taels and 1 yen of gold and 9,858 taels of silver. In the food court, there are 12 taels and 2 coins of gold, 15,667 taels and 2 coins of silver, and 108 strings and 13 coins of copper. Luxury goods section, for 1,800 taels of gold, 36,000 taels of silver. Film and television zone, 502 taels of gold, 320 taels of silver. The total revenue is 6,129 taels and 3 cents of gold, 87,233 taels and 6 cents of silver, and 715 strings and 544 coins of copper. "Master, at this rate, you'll be as rich as a nation in a year." Zhao Chun was a little frightened. He spent more than 5 million on purchasing goods in the other world this time, but sold less than half of it. If all the money he got was converted into gold, it would be worth more than 500 million. At least 400 million of them come from luxury goods. Things like colored glass ornaments, glass tableware, etc. are not valuable over there, but they are quite valuable here. Zhao Chen sighed. Business is only good in the first 2 days after opening. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. In 3 days at most, our revenue will be cut in half. Sierre shrank his neck. Zhao Chen waved his hand and asked him to leave. He looked back at Wuji Shopping Mall. Even if he could earn that much every day in the future, he would not be able to compete with the world's richest man in the real world after a year. He gathered his thoughts and walked quickly into the cellar. Now, they have offended the powerful people in Lintian City. If they don't take action, when people come to find them, the reputation of Wuji Shopping Mall will be completely destroyed. He walked out of the closet and quickly went to the living room, picked up the car keys, and pushed open the door. A few days ago, he bought a pickup truck for easier transportation. With a rumble of the accelerator, he drove the pickup truck to the security company. As soon as Zhao Chen arrived, the salesperson who had received him last time came over immediately and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao. What can I do for you? I want to buy a batch of high-definition cameras, preferably with installation instructions. I also want to purchase a set of equipment for my company's security guards. Could you recommend some to me? How much do you plan to spend on each person?" Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's just follow the current security configuration of the most upscale residential complex in Tongcheng." "Okay, please wait a moment." Not long after, the salesperson came back with a list. Chapter 19. Purchasing surveillance and security equipment, and learning that parents are being targeted. Zhao Chen took a look and found that there were not many things. A stab-proof suit, a pair of cut-resistant gloves, a plastic steel shield, a walkie-talkie, and an electric baton. All in all, it's just over 3,000 yuan. Such a price is indeed very reasonable, Zhao Chen said. Then give me another 50 sets according to this standard. He had a total of 40 warriors under his command, and he kept 10 extra sets for easy replacement in the future. Okay, please wait. The salesperson turned and left. Not long after, he came back with the contract. According to regulations, any purchase of security equipment, regardless of the amount, requires a signed contract and registration. Please take a look, Mr. Zhao, to see if anything is missing. Zhao Chen took a quick look, confirmed that everything was complete, and signed. The salesperson handed him a USB flash drive and said, "This contains the monitoring installation tutorial and monitoring software. Just follow the tutorial when you get home. As for the computer and monitor supplies, just go to the Computer Science City and buy them. Everything else is optional, but the hard drive must be large." Okay, Zhao Chen nodded and signed his name smoothly. The Computer Technology City is only 100 meters away from the security company. After he came out, he went there and bought 4 borderless monitors and a computer case. After loading the things into the car, he prepared to go back. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't contacted his parents for many days. As the light ahead was red, he called his father. The receiver beeped twice, and my dad picked up the phone. Son, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Zhao Chen smiled and said, You're my dad. What's wrong with me calling you? Is there a problem? No problem. Zhao Mingfeng laughed twice. Zhao Chun then asked, Are you used to living in the villa? It's a habit. It's pretty good, haha. Zhao Mingfeng answered perfunctorily. Zhao Chen frowned. He knew very well what kind of person his father was. If the villa was really comfortable to live in, he would definitely praise it endlessly. You can even list out the advantages of the villa in detail. As he said now, a total of 8 words, something is definitely not right. Dad, there's something wrong with your tone. Are you feeling uncomfortable living in the villa, or are you hiding something from me? Zhao Mingfeng said, No, there is nothing wrong with me. You are overthinking it. Dad, tell me the truth, or I'll go to the villa to see you. Don't go. Zhao Mingfeng stopped him immediately. Zhao Chen said in a low voice, Then you have to talk to me properly? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, my father sighed. Alas, what a sin. Then, he told Zhao Chen everything that had happened in the past few days. Ever since Chun Sahan found out that they bought a villa, he took his brother to guard outside the villa area every day. Whenever the old couple goes out, they are sure to run into them. But the old couple cannot stay at home. They don't know how to use food delivery apps. Even if they buy more food each time, they have to go out every 2 or 3 days. After a few days, the old couple couldn't stand it anymore and thought about hiding back in the countryside. The brother and sister followed them back to the countryside like a dogskin plaster. In the end, they had no choice but to move back to the villa. There was no food at home, so they went out in the early morning, walked around the city for a day, and then bought some food and brought it back after dark. Isn't this a fucking scoundrel? Is there no one to manage the community? Zhao Chen roared. He bought that place for his parents mainly because of the good environment. He thought that there would be a second level of security so that Chin Sahan and her brother wouldn't be able to cause trouble, but in the end, alas, what can we do? They are also owners of Yujin Capital, and they didn't force their way through the second level gate, so the community security can't do anything to them. I was forced to call the police, but what happened? They showed up but couldn't do anything. The man said that according to the Tongqing Public Security Management Punishment Regulations, in this case, they can only give a verbal warning. Only after repeated warnings fail can they resort to forceful measures. What sin did our family commit in our past life? How did we end up with such a bunch of idiots who can't be stretched or beaten? Zhao Chun gripped the steering wheel, his teeth chattering. Chin Sahan and the others are really going too far. If they come to harass me, I can do whatever I want. But they just go and harass their parents. Dad, where are you and my mom now? Walking outside. I'm not sure where exactly, but it's quite far from the community, said Zhao Mingfeng. Immediately afterwards, there was a chaotic sound from the other end of the phone, and Li Dongmei snatched the phone away. Chen'er, you don't have to worry about us. Everything is fine with us too. To be specific, we have to thank Chin Sahan. Without the pressure from the 2 siblings, your dad and I wouldn't be so diligent. Now, we often go out for a whole day, enjoying the romance that we didn't enjoy when we were young. Just focus on your career and don't distract us too. That's it, I'm dead. Beep, beep. Li Dongmei finished her speech and hung up the phone without giving Zhao Chen a chance to speak. Based on Zhao Chen's understanding of his mother, if he called back now, there would definitely be no one answering. It might be difficult to find my parents in such a huge crowd. He sighed and shook his head helplessly. His parents would rather suffer the injustice themselves than let him delay his work. But as a son, how could he bear to just stand by and watch? He searched through his phone, found a number, and dialed it. Cui Daji, what are you busy with? Zhao Chun said with a smile as soon as the phone was connected. Fuck you. It's been so many years since we graduated, and you're still calling me a nickname. If you have something to say, just say it. The person who answered the phone was named Cui Xiangyu, Zhao Chen's high school roommate. For some special reasons, his roommate nicknamed him Cui Daji. His family was very influential in the local area, but because he was a bit of a loner, he was sent to the dormitory by his family when he was in high school. After 3 years, he got along very well with his roommates and was no longer as withdrawn as before. Haha, I called you this time because I really have something to ask of you. Afterwards, he told Cui Xiangyu about Chin Sahan's situation. Cui Xiangyu snorted coldly. Humph, I told you long ago that woman was not a good person. Back then, you were like a man who drank widow's urine, insisting on dating her. Now look, you're being blackmailed. I was blind at first, but now I'm fine. Just tell me if you can help me or not. It's you, right? I wouldn't care if it were anyone else. Cui Xiangyu muttered, then changed the subject. How about this? Wait for me for 2 days. I'm a bit busy these 2 days. I'll arrange for someone to check their background first, and contact you later if I have any news. It's done. Zhao Chen laughed. Thank you for your hard work. Chui Baopi. Cut it off. Chui Xianyu yelled and then hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Zhao Chun looked out the window and sneered. Chapter 20. The Qin family's housekeeper came to the house and happened to see Sun Zhonghao looking for trouble. Someone, go get everyone from the Zhou and Wu departments. Zhao Chun pushed a pile of security equipment back to the main courtyard and shouted while standing in the middle of the courtyard. After a while, 20 people from the Zhou and Wu classes came jogging over. He pulled out a wire, connected the computer case and monitor in the yard, and plugged in the USB drive. I'm showing you a video of setting up a surveillance system. Watch it carefully. If you don't understand anything, go back and watch it again. Several people nodded in succession. After seeing the magical projection in the film and television area, they also gained some understanding of video imaging technology. After watching the video again, I wasn't too surprised. The video explains in great detail, especially the wiring diagram, which is very clear. After reading it once, they have a basic understanding of installing surveillance. I'll play it again for you. Remember it carefully. Zhao Chun played it again. Just then, Xia Er came running over. Master, someone has been sent from the Prince Qin's mansion. After he said that, Zhao Chun suddenly remembered that he had promised the king of Qin yesterday to conduct on-site measurements for him. How could he have forgotten it in the blink of an eye? He moved the mouse. The video ends in 10 minutes. Let the electricians take a look first. Take me there first, Zhao Chun said. Xia Er bowed slightly and led him into the mall. In the food area of the mall, a man in his 50s with a goatee was eating a large bowl of wide noodles. Seeing Zhao Chun coming, he immediately put down his chopsticks and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao, right? I am the steward of the Qin Palace, Qin Kuai. Hello, Butler Qin. Zhao Chun raised his hand unintentionally. Qin Kuai was stunned. Zhao Chun reacted immediately. This was an ancient dynasty, and shaking hands was not the norm. He withdrew his hand and said with a smile, Butler Qin, please sit down. Qin Kuai shook his head, still smiling. No need to sit down. I have official business to attend to. Yesterday, young Master Zhao said he wanted to install lights in the Prince of Qin's mansion, but he hasn't come yet. The Prince of Qin sent me here to see if you're in trouble. Sure enough, Qin Kuai came just for the electric light. Zhao Chun waved his hand calmly. No trouble at all. With the king of Qin taking care of me, who would dare to cause trouble for me? But before installing the light, I still have to do some preparatory work. Don't underestimate a small light bulb. If it's damaged, it could be fatal. The butler looked up in disbelief. Such a small thing can take someone's life? Of course, Zhao Chun said with a serious face. Let alone one person. Even if there are 10 people, as long as the conditions are met, they can meet the king of hell in an instant. His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin is of noble status, so of course I have to be more careful. Of course. Seeing that Zhao Chun did not seem to be lying, the butler nodded repeatedly, a trace of sweat appearing on his head. The Prince of Qin was one of the most beloved sons of the current emperor. If he died before the emperor due to improper handling, he would die before the emperor. Zhao Chun and even his 9 clansmen would be buried with him. The slaves and servants in the Qin Wang's palace had to be buried with the Qin Wang. Mr. Zhao, you must be careful and don't let anything happen. This concerns the lives of all of us. Qin Kuai said seriously. Zhao Chun nodded and looked at Xia Er. Go to the main courtyard and tell Zhou Da that after watching the video, have Zhou Ba, Zhou Jiu, and Zhou Shi bring a measuring tape. Yes. Xia Er bowed and left. Butler Qin, please sit down. It will probably take a while for the food to be ready. Eat this bowl of noodles first. Okay. Qin Kuai didn't dare to urge him anymore and returned to his seat to continue eating noodles. He had just taken 2 bites when he heard a commotion coming from gate number 2. Butler Qin, you eat first. I'll go over and see what's going on. Zhao Chun instructed and walked over quickly. When we arrived at gate number 2, we saw several security guards blocking the door. There were more than 30 young men on the opposite side, holding machetes and sticks. The leader was Sun Zhonghao, who had been driven away not long ago. Zhao Chun's face turned dark. I didn't expect these people to come so quickly. If I had known this earlier, I would have distributed the stab-proof suits first. Where's your damn boss? Get him out here. Chu Dideo, the day shift security captain, said, the boss has said that anyone who dares to cause trouble in the mall will be beaten to death. Did you hear that? I heard it. A group of security guards echoed. Sun Zhonghao stood in front of the crowd, his lips curled up. You dare to yell in front of me? I'll yell at your mother. As soon as the words came out, another team of security rushed over. Those are people who have retired from the night shift to rest. When they heard that something happened up ahead, they hurried over with their weapons. All the customers nearby were scared away. The 2 sides are on the verge of a fight. I am Sun Zhonghao. My father is Sun Yuanshan. Everyone, we are all from Lintian City. You must have heard of my father's name. If you retreat now, I promise not to cause you any trouble, but if you continue to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless. Come find your boss. What are you yelling about? Zhao Chen put his hands behind his back and walked steadily through the crowd of security guards. Sun Zhonghao looked at him with a fierce look in his eyes. You bastard, you finally dare to show your face. Zhao Chen looked indifferent as he glanced at the people behind Sun Zhonghao. What do you mean, Mr. Sun? Are you bringing so many people with you to destroy my mall? What's wrong with smashing your mall? Not only am I going to smash your mall, I'm going to smash you too. Sun Zhonghao cursed and shouted to the servants behind him. Get your weapons ready and smash everything you see. If anyone dares to stop us, I'll smash them together. You dare? Zhao Chen shouted. All security guards, listen up. Get these troublemakers out. Anyone who dares to resist will have their heads smashed and their legs broken. People from both sides brought up the matter at the same time. At this moment, a steady voice came from the outskirts of the crowd. Why are you all so angry? Put that thing down. Fuck your mother. Who the hell dares to control me? I fucking... Sun Zhonghao cursed, but his face suddenly froze when he was halfway through his words. Qin Kuai came over slowly, carrying a skewer. Seeing this, the people nearby made way for him. He was the steward of the Prince of Qin's mansion, the top servant in Lintian City, to whom even the prefect had to show respect. Uncle Qin, why is it you? Sun Zhonghao immediately calmed down and smiled flatteringly. Qin Kuai pulled off a piece of meat and looked at him indifferently while chewing it. You dare to call yourself the master in front of me? Qin Kuai suddenly swung his arm and slapped Sun Zhonghao in the face. Bang! Sun Zhonghao staggered back 2 steps. His head felt dizzy and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Stand back! Qin Kuai shouted angrily. Sun Zhonghao walked back with his head down like a little chicken. Uncle Qin, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Qin Kuai ignored his apology and said with a smile. I heard that you still want to stab my mother? No. Bang! Another loud slap. I'll give your mother 2 fucking stabs. Chapter 21. He personally led people to the Prince Qin's mansion for measurement. The Prince Qin was really having fun. Being humiliated by Qin Kuai like this, Sun Zhonghao didn't even dare to fart. He was very aware of the ferocity and brutality of the #1 servant of Lin Tian in front of him. When someone provoked him, he took people and slaughtered the entire family overnight. Even if the Sun family is powerful, they are just slightly larger ants in front of the Prince Qin's mansion. Sun Zhonghao, remember this. Young Master Zhao is a guest of honor of my King Qin. If you dare to cause trouble here again, I will fucking destroy your house. Kneel down and apologize. Sun Zhonghao gritted his teeth and bent his legs with unwillingness in his eyes. He dared not disobey Qin Kuai's words. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. His voice was low and the hatred in his eyes almost became tangible, which made Zhao Chen feel a little scared. Qin Kuai waved his hand and looked at the servant behind Sun Zhonghao. Take your young master away. Go back and tell your master that I was the one who beat him up. If you have any objections, you can come to the Qin Palace to find me. Afterwards, regardless of what Sun Zhonghao said, he pulled Zhao Chen into the mall. Mr. Zhao, shall we find a place to sit for a while? Okay, Zhao Chen agreed with a smile. This old dog is clearly trying to provoke the Sun family on purpose. Now that they have the protection of the Prince of Qin's mansion, the Sun family may not dare to act rashly. But what if one day the Qin Palace's care is no longer there? In other words, if you want to do business in Lintian City with peace of mind in the future, you must always be grateful for the kindness of the Qin Palace. When you have good things, you must send them to the Prince of Qin's palace as soon as possible. You bastard. No wonder you became the steward of the Prince Qin's palace. You're such a cunning bastard. He cursed Qin Kuai from head to toe in his heart. The two returned to the food area and ordered some snacks. Butler Qin, thank you for your help. Zhao Chen bowed. Qin Kuai waved his hand and said, Mr. Zhao, you are too polite. You are a favorite of our King Qin. I just did what I could. I don't deserve your gratitude. The two chatted for a while, and then Xia Er came over with Zhou Ba, Zhou Jiao, and Zhou Shi. Master, the person is here. Xia Er stood aside, hunched over. Zhao Chen stood up and said, all right, let's go to the Prince of Qin's mansion now. Xia Er, tell Zhou Da and the others to take action once they understand. Yes. Xia Er stepped back. Butler Qin, let's go. Good. Zhao Chen originally did not plan to go to the Prince of Qin's mansion in person, but the housekeeper had just helped him and said so many meaningful words. If he didn't go, it would seem a bit rude. Under the guidance of Qin's steward, Zhao Chun brought Zhou Ba, Zhou Jiao, and Zhou Shi to the Prince of Qin's mansion. Coming to the old place again, Zhao Chen looked around. The last time he entered the Prince of Qin's palace, He was so nervous that he had no mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the palace. Now that he has come for the second time, he has much more leisure and elegance. When they arrived at a pavilion, the king of Qin had obviously been waiting for a long time. The butler stepped forward and reported, "Your Highness, Prince Qin, young Master Zhao has arrived." The king of Qin immediately stood up and walked over with a big smile. "Master Zhao, you have kept me waiting for so long." Zhao Qin clasped his hands together and said, "I'm so sorry. For safety reasons, I've been preparing for a while longer. I'll have someone take measurements now. Your Highness, could you please have someone lead the way?" "All right." King Qin glanced at the butler. "Old Qin, you must accompany us throughout the entire process. Make sure that the servants in our mansion and my wives and concubines fully cooperate." "Yes." Qin Kuai bowed and looked at Zhou Ba and the other two with a smile. "Three of you, follow me." 3 people were taken away. The king of Qin sat down again and called the maid to change the pot of hot tea. "Mr. Zhao, how about trying this tea of mine?" Zhao Qin picked up the cup and took a sip. The tea was bitter and astringent, and it was hard to drink. None of them can compare to the green tea that costs 3 yuan a bottle in the real world. He couldn't help but frown. "Master Zhao, do you think there's something wrong? This is the tribute tea that my father collected. He dotes on me, so he gave me a few pounds privately. Normally, the king wouldn't be willing to give it out when entertaining guests." Zhao Qin put down the cup and raised the corner of his mouth. "Your Highness, this tea is indeed good, but it still lacks flavor." "Oh, Master Zhao has ever tasted something better." If someone else said the tea was not good, the king of Qin would immediately drag that person away and chop him into pieces, but not Zhao Qin. Having seen all those novelties in his mall, there might actually be better tea. Zhao Qin said, "It's not even that good, because I don't usually drink tea, and I don't have any at home. I'll probably bring some to the king of Qin next time I go back." The king of Qin was overjoyed. Then it's settled. At this time, the princess of Qin came from not far away. After changing into modern and simple clothes, Princess Qin's figure was perfectly outlined. I have to say, this woman is really born with a good appearance, a natural charm, and a seductive look, and with that kind of noble lady's temperament, I'm afraid any man in the world would be unable to control himself. Young Master Zhao is here. Princess Qin smiled gracefully. Zhao Qin stood up and clasped his fists. "Good luck to the Princess Qin. We are all family. No need to be so polite." The king of Qin, who was sitting in the middle, laughed and pulled Zhao Qin to sit down again. The princess of Qin sat beside the king of Qin, saying no more, but just quietly pouring tea for him. "Mr. Zhao, before you opened the shopping mall, I had never seen so many new things. I wonder where you got them from?" King Qin asked curiously. "It's just God's blessing. As soon as I fall asleep, a shopping mall appears in my mind. My shopping mall is built based on the one I saw." Zhao Qin made up an excuse. He hadn't even told his parents that his family's cellar could lead to the modern world, so naturally, he couldn't tell the king of Qin. What if someone breaks into your house? But his words convinced the king of Qin, who exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "Young Master Zhao is truly a god." Since there was no way to get Zhao Qin's opportunity, King Qin simply changed the subject. "Master Zhao, my father's birthday is coming up soon. He likes rare things, so I'd like to order a batch of crystal and glass bowls and plates from you." "That's easy." Zhao Qin didn't think twice and asked directly, "How much does the king of Qin want?" The king of Qin counted on his fingers and muttered quietly, "Dad has one thing, Mom has another, second aunt has another, third aunt has another." He was calculating, and the more Zhao Qin listened, the more confused he became. "I can't help but ask, how much does your father like the person next to him to call him brother-in-law?" 7 of the concubines in the harem came from the same family. "I've counted them all. 8 sets in total." King Qin reported the number, then added, "Also, give me a batch of compressed biscuits. I want to take some back to show my father." "No problem. I'll notify people to get ready when I get back." Zhao Qin nodded slightly. The two chatted for a while, and then Zhou Ba and the other two came back. "Master, the measurement is completed." Zhao Qin asked, "Have you written down all the data?" "Got it," the 3 replied. Zhao Qin stood up and smiled at the king of Qin. "Your Highness, I have to go back to prepare materials for your residence. I'll be leaving for now." "Young Master Zhao, please." King Qin stood up and looked at Qin Kuai. "Old Qin, please see young Master Zhao off for me." Chapter 22. Distribute sanitary napkins to the maids. Make up for last night's regrets tonight. Return to the Zhao family compound. I saw Zhou Da and others had already started installing surveillance. After checking 2 of them casually and finding no problems, he returned to the cellar with peace of mind. In the future, many people will want him to install electric lights. It's a good opportunity to make a lot of money. He hurried to the former number 7 courtyard. The first floor of the main building in the original number 7 courtyard was converted into a grain and oil warehouse, and the second floor was converted into an electrical equipment warehouse. He had thought before that once the rich people in the city saw electric lights, they would come to him to install them, so he bought 10,000 meters of wires in advance, more than 3,000 meters of circuit breakers, electric lights and switches, and 80 sets of battery packs, and 80 generators. After coming out of the warehouse, Zhao Chun called Xia, Zhou Lu, and Zhou Qi. Xia, go order 8 sets of crystal and glass tableware and 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, and personally lead them to deliver them to the Prince of Qin's mansion. Remember, no matter how much money the Qin Palace offers, you only want 1 cent. Also, tell the King of Qin that the lighting equipment will take a while to prepare and won't be officially installed until tomorrow. Tell him to be patient. Although the necessary equipment for installing electric lights has been delivered, it is almost dark now. Working late into the night would be fine if nothing goes wrong, but if something does go wrong, he won't be able to afford it with his current strength. Yes. Xia bowed and left. He looked at Zhou Lu and Zhou Qi. Tomorrow morning, the two of you, along with Zhou Ba, Zhou Jiao, and Zhou Shi, will go to the Qin Palace to install the lights. Bring 800 meters of wire, 15 lights, switches, a main circuit breaker, a battery pack, a generator, and 2 barrels of oil. Don't talk nonsense when you get there, just do your job well. Don't ask for a penny when you're done, and come back straight away. Yes. Zhou Lu and Zhou Qi clasped their fists and bowed together. After making the arrangements, Zhao Chun returned to the main courtyard. As soon as he walked through the side door of the main courtyard, he saw a maid acting suspiciously. He walked over curiously. When he got closer, he shouted, "What are you doing?" Xiao Lu was startled and quickly turned around with his hands behind his back. Master, master. Zhao Chen's face was gloomy. He asked, "What are you holding in your hand?" Nothing, nothing. Xiao Lu lowered his head and staggered back. Take it out. Zhao Chen raised his voice a few degrees. Ever since he bought these maids, he had never been on guard against any of them. Suddenly, he noticed someone acting suspiciously, and he felt inexplicably distressed. Master, master, it's really nothing. Xiao Lu shook his head and kept backing away. Zhao Chun took 2 steps forward, grabbed her arm, and pulled her forward. Let me see what it is. Whoosh. A long strip of cloth stained with blood fell to the ground. Xiao Lu immediately knelt down and said, I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to offend you. Please punish me. Zhao Chun was stunned, and it took him a while to react. These maids are all girls of 15, 16, 17, or 18 years old. It is time for the relatives who have been with them for most of their lives to come and visit them. Zhao Chun couldn't bear it when he saw Xiao Lu sobbing. Okay, get up. His tone softened. Xiao Lu still kept his head down and didn't dare to move. In ancient times, a woman's menstruation was considered unclean and could not be seen by the host family. Master, I really didn't mean it. She explained with a dry mouth. Zhao Chun tilted his head and looked inside, and saw 2 more straps. He sighed and said, Get up. As long as you didn't steal anything, I won't be angry. The ground is cold, don't kneel down. After saying that, he turned and went to the cellar. He is a man, without monthly worries, so naturally he won't think so comprehensively. Back in the present day, he drove his pickup truck out to his own supermarket and loaded up all the sanitary napkins in stock. After transporting it here, he called all the maids over. Come on, let me give you something new. This thing is called a sanitary napkin. It's what you women use during your period every month. Specific usage. He explained it carefully again. The girls present blushed when they heard this. This kind of thing is a private matter between women, especially in the feudal period, when people's thoughts were relatively restricted, and it was a bit shameful to talk about it openly. You don't have to be embarrassed. It's all normal. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I brought over 20 boxes in total, and they're all in your dormitory. Xiao Lu, I'll leave these things to you for safekeeping. You should also educate the servants who used to live in courtyard number 12. If any relatives come to visit in the future, they can come to you to collect them. There are long and short ones here. I'll give you 14 short ones and 7 long ones at a time. Remember to count. Xiao Lu nodded heavily, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. She was caught secretly hanging long ribbons to dry by the master, but instead of blaming her, the master gave her such an important task. She felt that the master was the most sensible and considerate man in the world, no doubt about it. Yes, Xiao Lu can definitely complete the task. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Zhao Chen grinned. He felt pain just by listening to the noise. All right, if you're all right, just leave now. Waiter, stay here alone and prepare some hot water for the master to take a bath. I was so tired last night that I didn't get to do what I wanted to do. He hadn't been feeling very happy all day. As it was getting dark again, my throbbing heart began to beat violently again. The waiter bowed and went to the bathroom. Listening to the sound of flowing water, Zhao Chun reminded himself in his heart, I can't fall asleep again this time. Soon, the waiter came out of the bathroom. Master, the water is ready. Zhao Chun stood up and walked to the bathroom door. Come, help me undress. It was the same process as yesterday, but this time, Zhao Chun kept his eyes open from beginning to end. When Xiao Er first entered the bathtub, he was a little embarrassed and his face was as red as an apple. But after Zhao Chun teased her with several dirty jokes, she relaxed a lot. Master, the water is cold. I will help you go back to bed. Good. The quilt was lifted. A burst of Oreo-like chirping echoed in the room along with the creaking of the bed. In a blink of an eye, it was dawn. Zhao Chun felt around him, but found nothing. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the waiter cleaning the room for him. Waiter! Hearing Zhao Chun's call, the waiter immediately turned around and walked over awkwardly. Master, you're awake. Zhao Chun reached out his hand, pulled the waiter to sit beside him, and whispered, Does it still hurt? The waiter bit his lip and nodded slightly. Zhao Chun laughed and rubbed her delicate hands. You are very good. The master is very satisfied. Go back to the dormitory soon. Let others handle the chores first. Have a good rest for the day. Also, your voice last night was beautiful, like a yellow oriole. Let's change your name to Ying. The waiter immediately stood up and knelt in front of Zhao Chun. Ying thanks the master for the name. Get up. Zhao Chun raised his hand. Ying stood up, came to Zhao Chun and helped him change his clothes. Master, do you want to ask another sister to come and serve you today? Chapter 23. Give Ying power and return to the modern era in exchange for 20 million. Let's talk about it later. Zhao Chun opened his arms and let Ying hang clothes on him. After a while, all the clothes were put on. He glanced at Ying and said, From now on, you will be the manager of our Zhao family compound. You don't need to report to me on any minor matters. You can decide for yourself. Ying was stunned for a moment, then quickly took a few steps back and knelt solemnly on the ground. Thank you for your trust, master. In the past, Zhao Chun had given her some rights, but only among the maids. Now, she is asked to manage the entire Zhao family compound. It can be said that her power has been greatly enhanced in an instant. In the entire yard, except for Zhao Chun, she had to obey his orders, and everyone else had to rank below her. Is this the benefit of being the first to accompany the master? Zhao Chun raised his hand. Get up. I was planning to train you too. The Zhao family will become bigger and bigger in the future. I can't always be the one to worry about everything. You are already my man. You must assist me well. If I find you neglecting your duties, I will ruthlessly replace you, and I won't give you any chances again. Yes, Ying will do her best to manage the household for the master. Ying expressed her opinion again, then slowly stood up. Zhao Chun let out a long breath. I'll go back and recalculate the ages of the maids and assign someone to me. They must be over 18 years old. Yes. Ying bowed and nodded. After putting on his clothes, Zhao Chun came out of the main room. Looking at the busy crowd in the courtyard, he quickly returned to the cellar. When he came back yesterday, he forgot to buy tea. We have all made great promises to the king of Qin, and it would feel like something is missing if we don't give him something. Besides, it's time to exchange some of that gold. Walk into the second bedroom. Looking at the gold and silver piled up like a small mountain, he breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Obviously, all the gold belonged to him, but he had no way to cash it immediately. Can all the gold recycling places in Tongqing combined absorb so much gold? Besides, taking out so much gold to exchange for money at once would definitely attract other people's attention. It would be bad if they investigated me. He looked around. Suddenly, he remembered the 2 big gold ingots that the king of Qin gave him. The small ingots before were only 50 grams at most, but they returned a full 4.5 million. Now, each of these 2 weighs more than 200 grams. He doesn't ask for the same multiple to increase, but even if it only doubles, he will make a lot of money. He found 2 gold ingots and drove his pickup truck to the place where he sold antiques last time. Mr. Zhao, you're here. The clerk in the antique shop immediately smiled with narrowed eyes when he saw Zhao Chun. I found 2 more gold ingots at home and wanted to ask if you would like to accept them. Zhao Chun weighed the 2 gold ingots in his hand. The waiter immediately said, Please wait a moment. I'll go call the manager. After saying that, he immediately ran to the back. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked out with a swift and graceful stride. Mr. Zhao, welcome. When the man came closer, his eyes involuntarily fell on the gold ingot in Zhao Chun's hand, and his pupils widened a little. Needless to say, He could see that the gold ingot Zhao Chun took this time, and the small ones sent before were from the same era, and most likely even from the same group of craftsmen. When gold was made in ancient times, it was impossible to purify it with high precision like modern times, and the gold produced would have certain color differences. This color difference is basically invisible to non-professionals. But he can. He has been engaged in the antique and cultural relics industry for more than 20 years, so his vision is naturally unmatched. Zhao Chun raised the ingots in his hand and said with a smile, "I found 2 more at home today. I wonder if Manager Li will accept them." "I'll take it. Of course I'll take it." Manager Li smiled and didn't rush to take it. He raised his hand and said, "Mr. Zhao, please come in. Let's stick to the same rules as before and go inside for an appraisal." The two walked all the way to the appraisal room inside, and Zhao Chun put down the gold ingot. Then Manager Li picked up a magnifying glass and began to observe carefully. After a while, he put down the gold ingots and said, "These 2 ingots are from the same period as the ones you gave me last time. They are in excellent condition and the writing is clear. But the price can't be calculated by weight." Zhao Chun was not in a hurry to speak. In the antique business, especially antique gold items, is there any business that calculates prices by weight? Naturally, he didn't expect that a single ingot could be sold for 4 times the price of the previous one. Manager Li hesitated for a long time, then slowly said, "I can offer up to 10 million per person. Is that okay with you?" Zhao Chun pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, 10 million is 10 million. 200 grams of gold can be sold for 10 million. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? Xiaozheng, go get the contract." Manager Li glanced at the young girl next to him. The girl bowed and left, and after a while, she came back with a contract. Zhao Chun picked up the pen and signed smoothly. Within 5 minutes, the money was in the account. Looking at the newly arrived 20 million, he felt very happy. One step closer to becoming a top billionaire. After leaving the antique shop, he drove to a tea wholesale place and bought a box of tea of various grades. The price of tea can be high or low, especially in this prosperous era. If you take out a good tea and hype it up a bit, you can definitely sell it for a sky-high price. After sending the tea back to the Zhao family compound and asking the servants to transport all the tea back to the warehouse, he prepared to go for a walk in the mall. Zhoda and his team started installing surveillance cameras yesterday, and I don't know how many they have installed. However, before he could enter the mall, Xiaer stopped him and handed him an account book with both hands. "Master, this is yesterday's account. Please take a look." Zhao Chun took it and flipped it twice. They are all traditional Chinese characters, and just one look at them gives people a headache. Fortunately, he purchased these things from the other world, so there was no expenditure in the local account. Otherwise, it would probably be even more of a headache. As he watched, Xiaer muttered, "Master, you're right. Our mall's second day of business was much busier than the first. I took a look around this morning, and there were hardly any people in the luxury goods section. Our main source of income over the past 2 days has been luxury goods. I estimate that when we calculate it again today, our income will drop significantly." Zhao Chun flipped through the account book calmly. "That's for sure, but don't worry, we'll make a lot of money in the future." Xiaer bowed slightly and said nothing more. Zhao Chun looked at it for a while and then closed the account book. "Okay, I've looked at the accounts. There's nothing wrong with them. They just look messy. I'll go inspect the front section later and come back to teach you a simple bookkeeping method." Before he could finish his words, security guard Feng Jiu came running over in a hurry. "Master, the steward of the Prince Qin's mansion is here again." Chapter 24. Delivering tea to the king of Qin and calling his mistress to serve him at night. How exciting. "Come on, take me there." Zhao Chun stuffed the account book into Xiaer's hand and followed Feng Jiu to the front. Qin Kuai paced back and forth in the hall inside gate number 1. As soon as he saw Zhao Chun, he immediately walked over with a smile and bowed. "Mr. Zhao, please forgive me for disturbing you." "Butler Qin, what are you talking about?" Zhao Chun laughed, clasped his fists in return, and continued to ask, "I wonder what Butler Qin is here for this time." The prince said that he had tried the instant noodles from young Master Zhao's shop last time and missed it so much that he forgot to order from young Master Zhao during their meeting yesterday. As he spoke, he waved behind him. "Also, the delivery man you sent yesterday didn't receive payment, so the prince sent a servant to deliver it to you." Zhao Chun waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, you are so polite. Thank you for me." Then he called Xiaer. "Go to the warehouse and take out a large box of each of the instant noodles we're selling. Have Butler Qin take them away." "Yes." Xiaer stepped back and called a few strong men to move the instant noodles. Just as they reached the door, Zhao Chun suddenly said, "Wait, I'll go myself." Then he turned and looked at the butler. "Yesterday at the palace, I told the prince that I would prepare some good tea for him. The tea is back this morning, and I'll go get it for you to take back to the king of Qin. Butler Qin, please wait here for a moment. It's okay, Mr. Zhao, you can go ahead. I'll be waiting for you. Qin Kuai bowed again. His prince is famous throughout Lintian City for his love of tea. Judging from Zhao Chen's mysterious look, the tea in his hand is definitely not ordinary. If he could really get good tea, he would not hesitate even if he had to wait for 10 days or 8 days, let alone a short while. Zhao Chen left quickly. I took a few strong men to the snack warehouse. Everyone, carry out a large box of instant noodles. Be careful not to mix up the flavors. Several strong men immediately got busy. Zhao Chen went to the second floor, opened a cardboard box, and took out a few packets of jasmine tea. Jasmine tea is one of the cheapest teas in modern society. But in terms of taste, it can crush the world's top tea drinks. He took the tea back to the hall and handed it to Qin Kuai. Butler Qin, tea leaves are not easy to get. I only got 5 bags this time, and I gave them all to King Qin. Qin Kuai took it, put it on the outer packaging, and smelled it. A refreshing fragrance hits my nose. Good tea, good tea. His eyes sparkled more and more. Mr. Zhao, this tea is not cheap. The king of Qin's friendship for me cannot be measured by money. These packets of tea are given to him. Zhao Chen smiled and pointed to the bag of gold at the door. Please take all this gold back to the king of Qin and tell him to thank him for his kindness. If he hadn't given me the highest business rights, I wouldn't be able to open such a large shopping mall. It's my honor to have something that the king of Qin likes. Qin Kuai declined. This is the order from the king of Qin himself. He ordered me to deliver the gold. Please accept it, Master Zhao. Zhao Chen still shook his head. Butler Qin, please take it back. I will come to visit you in person one day when the lights in your house are finished. Butler Qin, please don't put it off anymore. Seeing that he was determined not to accept it, Qin Kuai asked his servants to load the instant noodles and gold into the car, and he held the few packets of tea like treasures. In that case, I will not bother you anymore. After seeing Qin Kuai off, he glanced at Feng Zhou beside him. The security equipment has been purchased, but it has not been distributed yet. He hooked his finger at Feng Zhou, and Feng Zhou strode towards him. Tell the security guards on your shift to leave 4 behind to guard the door, and the rest to go to the backyard. Also, call out the security guards who got off work last night, and gather in the main courtyard. Okay. Feng Zhou bowed and ran away immediately. Zhao Chen asked the strong men to carry out all the security equipment bought yesterday. Soon, everyone gathered. He stood in front of everyone and explained how to use the equipment one by one. From now on, you must wear these equipment when you are on duty and on night duty. We've already taught you how to use the walkie-talkies and stun guns. When we dismiss, the off-duty security guards will take the charging equipment back to your dormitories. After get off work, the device must be charged in time to ensure normal use during the shift. I'll be doing random checks from now on. If anyone's device is out of power, get out of the security team. Do you understand? We heard it. All the security guards answered in unison. Feng De, for the 4 people who are not here today, you are responsible for teaching them how to use the intercom and the electric baton. My requirements must also be conveyed in a timely manner. I understand. Feng De nodded heavily. Go away. He waved his hand. Today I was busy exchanging gold ingots and buying tea leaves, which took me the whole day. It took quite a while to teach the security guards how to use the equipment. I have to complain that those who use their brains every day are indeed much better at studying than those who practice martial arts. It was getting dark and he sighed. Forget it, I'll teach the accountants tomorrow. Arabic numerals must be popularized, which will also facilitate the popularization of calculators. With a calculator, arithmetic becomes much more convenient. He stretched and returned to the main room. Ying followed in immediately. Master, which sister would you like to serve you tonight? Except for me, Xiaosan, Xiaoxizhen, and Xiaoxisi are all already 18 years old. Xiaoxi and Xiaowu will also be 18 in a month. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment and said, Let Xiaosan come over. Okay. Ying stepped back. After waiting for a few minutes, Xiaosan came and dressed coolly. Master, I'm here. She saluted Zhao Chen with a seductive look. Zhao Chen nodded. Let's go to the bathroom and run the water. Not long after, Xiaosan came back and said, Master, the water is ready. I am here to serve you. Zhao Chen raised his head, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his head. I don't know if this girl did it on purpose or for some other reason, but her clothes were wet and stuck tightly to her body, outlining her figure to the fullest. Let's go, Master. Xiaosan stepped forward, hooked Zhao Chen's little finger, and pulled him into the bathroom. Master, I will help you undress. The heat waves kept harassing his ears, and the smooth and cold little hands stimulated every nerve in his body. He swallowed and felt a little dry in the mouth. Xiao San's movements seemed gentle and messy, yet so precise. He felt as if all the pores in his body were expanding. Who taught you how to serve a man? Zhao Chun said in a deep voice. Xiao San walked around to him and hooked her arm around his neck. Of course it's with those sisters who worked in brothels. I wanted to make the master happy and comfortable, so I secretly went to learn some skills from them. I hope the master won't be angry. Of course not. Zhao Chen's smile gradually became wild. Just as he was about to do it, Xiao San immediately grabbed his wrist. Master, don't be anxious. I've even learned massage. You've been too tired these past few days. Let me give you a good massage. Chapter 25. Giving the name Dun Dun and teaching Arabic numerals. Zhao Chen stretched and sat up, holding his waist with a tired look on his face. This little girl Xiao San is simply too crazy. She looks like a good girl on weekdays, but becomes like a wild wolf at night. Especially the deadly 18 squats last night, which was so addictive that I couldn't stop talking, and was so ecstatic that I wanted to die. The biggest difference between her and Ying is that she will get up with me like Sujima. Master, you're up. Xiao San climbed up with a smile as bright as spring breeze on her face. Let me help you change clothes. She moved her body, and the moment she landed, she made a mosquito-like sound. She went to the door hesitantly, picked up a set of her own clothes and put them on, then came back to help Xiao Chen change his clothes. The way she walked was even more miserable than Ying. Zhao Chen stood up, still feeling a little sore in his back. Xiao San, that's great. You've given the master a wonderful night. He opened his arms and let Xiao San help him change clothes. Xiao San smiled and said, being able to serve the master is the luckiest thing in my life. Very good, and you have a sweet mouth too. Zhao Chen put on his clothes, turned to look at her, and put his hand to hook her chin. She pursed her lips nervously, her eyes a little evasive. Let me think. What name should I give you? Zhao Chen spoke with a smile, then pondered for a moment. I told you to squat. Squat. Xiao San frowned slightly, then remembered the scene in bed last night, and her face suddenly flushed with shame. Master always makes fun of me. Dislike. I like it. She immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you for the name, Master. Zhao Chen raised his hand and said, get up. Come with me to the accounting office today. From now on, you will be the vice president of our Wuji shopping mall, and the management of the mall will be handed over to you. Dun Dun widened his eyes. Before, the master only asked her to manage the accounts of a few maids in the house, but now he wants her to be in charge of the entire shopping mall. Although these maids had not been to the mall during the opening days, just by looking at the gold and silver brought back, one could tell how considerable the income was. Is it such a big change after becoming the master's woman? Thank you for your trust, master. She squatted down and saluted again. Get up. Zhao Chen strode outside. Dun Dun gritted her teeth and followed in small steps despite feeling very uncomfortable. The master trusts her so much and gives her such an important job. She can't let the master down. Besides, if this happened somewhere else, wouldn't they still have to work after the wedding night? The two came to the accounting office. There were only 7 accountants present. As soon as they saw Zhao Chun, all the accountants stood up and clasped their hands in a bow. Master. Don't be so formal. Everyone, please sit down. He looked around, but didn't see Xia Er. Where are Xia Er and Xia Er? My lord, Xia Er has gone to the front. Xia Wu, the accountant, stood up and replied. Go call Xia Er and all the shopkeepers who are off duty today. Yes. Xia Wu left in a hurry. At the beginning, he hired 40 accountants at once. Except for the 7 people present and Xia Er, the rest all went to the shopping mall in front to work as cashiers. Like the waiters and security guards, the shopkeepers were also divided into 2 groups. Currently, the mall is open and the people on duty cannot be withdrawn, so we can only teach them one by one. After a while, Xia Er and all the shopkeepers who were off duty came. After paying their respects to Zhao Chun, they all entered the hall. I've looked at the account books these days, and they're very messy. Zhao Chun said expressionlessly, standing in front of the crowd. The accountants present looked at each other with unclear expressions in their eyes. This is how they usually keep accounts. The master didn't say anything when he checked a few days ago, so why did he suddenly mess it up today? Could it be that he wants to take this opportunity to deal with some people? Everyone began to feel anxious. After following Zhao Chun these days, they found that Zhao Chun was really a good boss. Whether it is food and clothing supply or housing security, it is far better than all the employers outside. Naturally, they don't want to leave because they can follow such people. Master, perhaps we have been negligent in our work. Please. Xia Er stood up and bowed with his fists clasped. Before he could finish, Zhao Chun interrupted him. I'm not saying you're negligent. I just think this way of keeping accounts is bad. Come here today. I want to teach you a new way of counting. Then he found a piece of paper and wrote 10 Arabic numerals on it. Please see, everyone. From now on, we will use these symbols to count. The first circle is read as 0, the second vertical stick is read as 1, and so on, and the rest are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. After 9, watch carefully. Zhao Chun wrote down 2 numbers. 1 plus 1 0 is 10, 2 ones is 11, and the next 2 are 12 and 13. After teaching for a few minutes, he looked at everyone and said, "Practice on yourselves first." Everyone picked up their brushes and began to write and draw on paper. For a moment, everyone's eyes lit up. By writing in this way, they can save a lot of time. In the past, the time it took to write the character he was enough to write a string of numbers. Master is truly a god. This counting method is so convenient. He squatted and raised his head, and a bunch of accountants behind him followed suit and bowed. Master is truly a god. Zhao Chun raised his hand, looked at Dun Dun with satisfaction, and continued to say to everyone, "Now that you have memorized the numbers, let's continue learning." The subsequent addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division took a little time, but it was okay, and it took no more than an hour. In order to make it easier for these people to remember, Zhao Chun specially wrote a multiplication table and hung it on the wall. From now on, all accountants must memorize the multiplication formulas on the wall. When you keep your account books, you must use the new numbers I'm teaching you, and only mark the total amount of income and expenditure in the original capital letters in the lower right corner of each page. Also, income and expenses must be kept in different ledgers, and the same person cannot keep the accounts. Sire, I'll leave this to you. From now on, the person in charge of income will be called an accountant, and the person in charge of expenditure will be called a cashier. Our mall has been in trial operation for a few days. I will quickly draft an employee benefits announcement. From now on, every 15th day of the lunar month, all employees will receive a salary. Hearing what Zhao Chun said, everyone present was stunned. Then, there was a sobbing sound. They were all slaves bought by Zhao Chun. As long as they were provided with food, accommodation, and taxes, it was normal for them not to receive a salary throughout their lives. But Zhao Chun still had to pay them salaries. Everyone knelt on the ground one after another. "Thank you, Master." Zhao Chun raised his hand and said, "Everyone get up. I told you when you came here that as long as you follow me wholeheartedly, I will let you all live a good life." He was speaking passionately when security captain Fengda knocked on the door. "Master, the King of Qin is here." Chapter 26. The King of Qin is drunk in the food area, Chui Daji calls. "King Qin? What is he doing here?" Zhao Chun frowned and looked at the people in front of him. "Everyone, do your best. I'm leaving." He turned and walked out. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something important and turned to look at Xia. Dun Dun will be the vice president of the mall from now on. If there is anything you can discuss, just discuss it with me. Unless you can't make a decision, then report to me. Also, Dun Dun, I'm giving you a day off so you can go back and rest. After saying that, he walked downstairs quickly without caring about what was happening inside. On the way forward, he asked, "Fengda, did Zhou Ziku 67890 go to the Qin Palace this morning?" "They left this morning, but just now they came back with the King of Qin." "Oh," Zhao Chun nodded. According to the estimated time, the construction of the Qin Palace should be completed. I had thought that he would visit me in person after the construction was completed, but the King of Qin took the initiative to send him back. "This is none of your business. Go and get busy." He glanced at Fengda and said. Fengda immediately stepped back. Inside gate number 1, the lobby. "Your Highness the Prince of Qin, I apologize for not coming to greet you in person." Zhao Chun walked over with a fist clasped. When the King of Qin saw him, he immediately became warm and said, "Master Zhao, why should I be so polite to you?" As he said that, he patted Zhao Chun on the waist. Ouch! Zhao Chun twitched his face and his waist softened. The King of Qin looked at him, his smile becoming increasingly lewd. "Master Zhao, did you spend the whole night in bed listening to music? It's rare to make your Highness laugh." Zhao Chun nodded slightly and sighed solemnly. "The song is beautiful, but it's like a poison that corrodes your bones. The feeling is hard to describe." "Haha, we're all men. I understand. Haha." The King of Qin put his arm around his shoulders and glanced at Zhou Zik. "Your servants have already installed the lights for me and performed safety monitoring. I'm returning them to you now." 60, 70, 80, 90, and 10 others all bowed. "It is their blessing to serve His Highness," Zhao Chun said modestly, waving his hand at the men. "All right, you can go back now." The 5 people retreated. The King of Qin pulled him towards the food court and said, "Master Zhao, I came here this time not only to express my gratitude, but also to ask you if you have any tea leaves. To be honest, Qin Kuai brought the tea back yesterday, and as soon as I opened the package, I smelled a unique tea fragrance. I was so exhausted that I had to go to the bathroom all night. If there are any left, please get me a few more packs, and I'll give them to my old man. As they were talking, they arrived at the food area. Your Highness, this is really out of stock, Zhao Chun said with a hint of regret. You can also taste that the tea I gave you is special. As for the 5 packets I gave you, I spent. Oh, let's not talk about it. I'll keep an eye out for you. No problem. King Qin raised the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, the two ordered a few special dishes and had 2 drinks together. Old Zhao, I'm leaving for Beijing tomorrow. After 3 cups of wine, the king of Qin became confused and no longer spoke with the same airs as before. But I'm worried about you. Your mall is too eye-catching, and the things inside are simply unheard of. If I were still in Lintian City, no one would dare to do anything to you. But once I leave, it's hard to say. He patted Zhao Chen's shoulder and raised his glass to take a sip. Thanks to your concern, Your Highness, I am still able to protect myself now, Zhao Chen said. But before he could finish, the king of Qin spoke again. You don't understand. Those bastards are very shady. They have so many people under their command. When I leave, all the government troops will have to follow me. Even half of the garrison troops will have to follow me. The only one you can count on is Lin Chantian. Qin Kuai, Qin Kuai. He turned his head and shouted twice. Qin Kuai immediately ran up to him and said, Your Highness, are you looking for me? Find someone to talk to Lin Chantian and ask him to help me look after Brother Zhao. Yes. Qin Kuai bowed. The king of Qin kicked him. Damn it, go. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Kuai left immediately. The two drank for a while. When Qin was about to return, the king of Qin was already lying unconscious on the table. Butler Qin, let's help His Highness get into the carriage. Zhao Chen stretched out his hand. No need to trouble Master Zhao. We can do it ourselves. As he said this, he waved his hand, and several servants from the Prince of Qin's mansion came forward, helped the Prince of Qin out. Zhao Chen sent the king to the door and watched him get into the car and drive away, his face gradually darkening. Is the king of Qin really drunk or just pretending? After all, he is the most favored prince of the current emperor. How could he disregard his status like this? But if he pretended to be drunk, what was the point? A series of questions echoed in Zhao Chen's mind. He was stroking his chin and walking to the back when he suddenly heard the waiter next to him sneeze. He stopped and waved to the waiter. What's your name? Master, my name is Qin Lu. Why do you have a cold? I didn't cover myself properly last night. Thank you for your concern, Master. Okay, let's get back to work. Zhao Chun waved his hand and quickly went to the main courtyard. It is almost late autumn, and the temperature outside is indeed a bit low, especially at night. He called the strong man in charge of the boiler room. The heating officially starts tonight. Yes. The young man received the order and left. He went down to the cellar again. There must be more and more people catching colds recently. He needs to prepare a batch of medicine. Also, it's time to buy some fall and winter clothes. Travel back to the present day through the cellar. He took his pickup truck out onto the street. On the first trip, I bought 3 full boxes of medicine. There are medicines specifically for treating colds, fevers, and even some for treating burns, knife wounds, and bruises. With so many people under me, there are bound to be some bumps and bruises. Only by preparing medicine for them can I do my job better. The second time, he went to the clothing wholesale market. Only, autumn and winter cotton coats are very thick and heavy, and his carriage could not carry so many at once, so he had to make a 3rd trip. After the 3rd lap, he parked the car at the unloading port. Just as we were about to unload the goods, the phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was Chui Xiangyu calling. Hey, big chicken. I fuck your dad, Chui Xiangyu blurted out. Haha, calling me is okay? Zhao Chen asked. Chui Xiangyu hummed and sneered. At first I thought that Chen Yaoxian was a nobody, so I called a few of my brothers over, and he immediately gave in. He promised that he would never bother your parents again. What about his sister? This little bastard is really good at playing word games, said Zhao Chen. Chui Xiangyu snorted lightly. Then he's talking to you and the people under me. Does he dare? His sister and his bastard mother will never harass his uncle and aunt again. Thank you for your hard work, big chicken. I'll treat you to a big meal some other day. Zhao Chen pretended to be polite. Oh, do you have such a conscience? Chui Xiangyu snorted. Oh, right. When I was warning Chen Yaoxian, I ran into someone who wanted to meet you. Chapter 27. Lao Wang came to apologize in person and help Daji solve his troubles. In a private room of Tongtian Hotel, Zhao Chen took a sip of tea and looked quietly at the man opposite him. Mr. Zhao, let me introduce myself again. My name is Wang Haichao and I I didn't know you knew young Master Chui. Wang Haichao stuttered. He is the old Wang who bought a house for Chen Yaoxian and played with Chen Sahan and her daughter at the same time. If I knew you, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to go against you. Seeing his timid look, Zhao Chen felt a little surprised. He knew that Chui Daji's family was rich and powerful, but he never expected them to be so powerful. After just one meeting, Lao Wang rushed over to beg for mercy. Wang Hai. Zhao Chen dragged out the words. It's trendy. Lao Wang added in time. Oh, Zhao Chen responded. Since his good brother has set up the stage for him, of course he has to perform well. He cleared his throat and said, You seem quite old. It would be impolite for me to call you by your name. I'll just call you Old Wang. The corners of Wang Haichao's mouth twitched. Chui Daji sat at one side of the round table, not saying a word, just smiling silently. Old Wang, tell me, what do you want from me? Wang Haichao kept looking at Chui Xiangyu. Mr. Zhao, I'm here to sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive me this time, considering this is my first offense. Master Chui said that you are his best brother. If you don't forgive me, he will directly terminate the contract between our two families on behalf of the family. Zhao Chen opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Lao Wang's phone rang. When Lao Wang took it out and looked at it, his face suddenly turned cold. I hung up with a flick of my finger. Mr. Zhao, just tell me how we can. His phone rang again. Zhao Chen smiled and said, You answer the phone first. Lao Wang smiled awkwardly and picked up the phone. The moment the call was connected, a burst of cursing came from the receiver. Wang, are you still human? For my brother's sake, my mother and I slept with you. Today, you ran into someone who was looking for trouble. Why didn't you ignore him? The box was very quiet, and Zhao Chun and Chui Xiangyu could hear everything that was said in the receiver. Chui Xiangyu glanced at Zhao Chun and gave him a thumbs up. Chen Sahan, why don't you ask who your brother offended? I'm not even worthy of carrying shoes for the eldest young master of the Chui family in Tongcheng, and yet Chen Yaoxian dares to point his finger at him and curse him. Only if Master Chui has a good temper, I could break his leg. If it were someone with a more volatile temper, they might have him thrown into the river and drowned. You still want to stand up for him? Do you have the ability to do that? After saying that, he hung up the phone and turned it off. Mr. Zhao, I'll delete all those women's contact information when I get back. I won't contact them anymore. What do you think? Old Wang stood up and came over to pour tea for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled and said, It's no use apologizing to me. I'm not the one who wants to break off cooperation with you. Lao Wang's face froze, and he ran to Chui Xiangyu again. Young Master Chui Yu. Chui Xiangyu immediately raised his hand. Don't beg me. It's not me you're offending. Lao Wang was in a dilemma, so he simply walked between the two of them and knelt on the ground with a plop. My two lords, please let me go. I really know I was wrong. I promise not to contact the Chen family again. Seeing him kneeling and begging for mercy, Zhao Chen said, Go back first. We'll see how you perform later. I don't need to teach you how to do it. No. Wang Haichao stood up immediately. They will no longer be the owners of Yujing Capital soon. Besides, what Chen Yaoxian did is so evil that he should be severely punished by law. Zhao Chen smiled. Chui Xiangyu glanced at him coldly. If you know, then do it. Don't just talk nonsense here. Yes, I understand. Wang Haichao bowed repeatedly and quickly left the box. After he left, Zhao Chen asked, If he really did what he said, would you continue to cooperate with him? What do you think? Chui Xiangyu grimaced. What I hate most is people who abandon their lover after having sex. They have terrible character. Besides, our family has been in a bit of a crisis lately, and we're about to get rid of a bunch of unprofitable downstream businesses. Oh, why am I telling you all this? Come on, eat some vegetables. He picked up his chopsticks, picked up his bowl, and started eating. Zhao Chen frowned and asked, What happened to your family? You can't solve it even if I tell you. Let's eat quickly. I have to go back to work soon. Chui Xiangyu waved his hand and continued eating. Zhao Chen said, Even if I can't solve it, won't I be able to gloat over it? You? Chui Xiangyu paused, then put down his chopsticks. Okay, then tell me about it. The Chui family made their fortune from precious metal jewelry. Even though they have developed some other industries in recent years, they have not lost their core business. Recently, affected by the foreign environment, many wealthy people have been hoarding gold and silver so that his family can't find enough supply. How much gold and silver does your family want now? 500 kilograms of gold and 5,000 kilograms of silver. This is the minimum amount, just enough to ensure our jewelry industry doesn't get squeezed out of the jewelry circle in this province. If we want to move forward in the current environment, we need at least double that amount, or even more. Hearing his words, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Isn't this just like searching for something everywhere, but finding it without any effort? I have always been thinking about how to exchange the gold and silver I have for money. Now I have a channel, right? Big Chicken, if I can get you so much gold and silver, but I can't tell you the channel. Would you dare to take it? Zhao Chen asked tentatively. Cui Xiangyu glanced at him sideways. The unspoken rule in this industry is not to investigate the source of precious metals. You don't even know the unspoken rule, and you're still trying to get gold and silver from me. Forget it. Hurry up and eat. Then do whatever you need to do after you finish eating. What if I got it for you? Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. If you can get it for me, I'll call you daddy. That's what you said. Don't regret it. Zhao Chen stood up quickly, not even bothering to eat, turned around, and ran out. Hey, where are you going? Go get some real money for my son. After saying that, he ran away in a hurry. When he got home, he found some woven bags and started filling them with gold and silver. He made huge profits in the mall in the past 3 days. If there were no major problems with the accounts, he should have more than 1,400 kilograms of gold and more than 16,000 kilograms of silver. It took him 3 full hours to load the things into the car. From the outside, the trunk looked like it was carrying a pile of scrap metal. His pickup truck had a 2-ton load capacity, and with more than 1,400 kilograms of gold and more than 6,000 kilograms of silver piled on it, it was seriously overloaded. However, it is generally not easy for a car like his to be caught and weighed, so he also wanted to take a risk. Main, I'm a little worried about hiring a car to transport these things. After driving around for more than 20 minutes, he parked his car in the parking lot under Cui Xiangyu's office building. Called Cui Xiangyu. It took a while before the other end picked up the phone. Big Chicken, Daddy is downstairs. Why don't you come greet him? Chapter 28. Send out real money and return to the Zhao family compound to distribute medicine. Stop it, I'm busy. Cui Xiangyu's voice was very dull. I'm not making trouble with you. If you don't believe me, come down. I'm downstairs from your company. Zhao Chen said. Oh, okay. It's boring to sit here anyway, so let's go down and take a look. Wait for me. The phone was hung up. Zhao Chen leaned back in his chair and whistled. Not long after, Cui Xiangyu walked out with a worried look on his face and stood at the door looking around. Zhao Chen pushed open the car door and slowly unloaded a bag of silver from the carriage. By the time he opened the bag, Cui Xiangyu had already arrived. Come on, Big Chicken, call me daddy. He took a handful of change from his bag. Cui Xiangyu was stunned and quickly pulled the bag open to look inside. He specializes in precious metals and can tell at a glance whether it is silver or not. This bag weighs at least 70 or 80 kilograms. I reached in and rummaged through it, and it was full of silver. The following. Zhao Chen curled his lips. See for yourself. Cui Xiangyu immediately took down a few more bags. Silver. It's all silver. A smile gradually appeared on his face. After flipping through more than a dozen bags, he straightened up and said, You have quite a bit of silver, but I'm wondering where you got it from? Why do you have all sorts of stuff? Zhao Chen said, Didn't we agree not to ask about the source? I can only give you a lowdown. These things were all obtained legally, through various channels. I understand. Cui Xiangyu immediately met. Even good brothers cannot be completely free of secrets. These silvers are obviously Zhao Chen's way of making money. If he asks too many questions, it will easily hurt the relationship between brothers. Come on, call me daddy. Zhao Chen put his hands behind his back and raised his chin proudly. I called you an egg. You only have silver, but no gold. What I lack most is gold. Who said there's no more? Turn down. It's at the bottom. It's true. Cui Xiangyu's eyes widened, and then he scrolled down for a long time before finally seeing a hint of gold. I'm laughing. Oh my God. After opening several bags of gold in succession, he could no longer suppress his smile. He turned around and looked at Zhao Chen excitedly. Godfather, thank you for saving my company's life. Tell me, if you want me to help you with something, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Zhao Chen put his hands behind his back and raised his head with satisfaction. Why don't you change your name to Cui Bu, with the courtesy name Fengxian? Get out. I still want to live a few more years. Zhao Chen looked disgusted and wanted to say that he didn't need anything from him. But then he thought that the jewelry in his house were all very good. When you have time, give me 20 or 30 sets of gold jewelry. I'll use them to pick up girls. No problem. He laughed and quickly called home to ask the escort team to come. After loading all the items onto their escort vehicle, Cui Xiangyu said, We still need to take these items back to test their purity. It'll probably take 2 to 3 days. Give me your card number, and I'll transfer the money to you when we're done. All right. Zhao Chen left him a card number and watched him leave with the car. After returning home, Zhao Chen sighed as he looked at the pile of silver left at home. There are still so many. I have to continue processing them when I have time. Back in ancient times, the able-bodied men were asked to carry out the clothes and medicine. Ying, Take Xiaowu for a walk and see how many people in our family have colds. Have them come to the main courtyard to get medicine. The three maids took the order and left quickly. Xiaolu, from now on, our family will also take care of your medicine. If someone with a cold comes later, give this to them first. Zhao Qin took out a box of aminocaproic acid and Huangmin capsules and shook them in front of Xiaolu. Give each person one board. If the symptoms don't improve, ask them to come back to you for another one. Yes. Xiaolu nodded and looked at the remaining medicines. It just so happened that no one came to pick up the medicine yet, so Zhao Chun explained the functions of the other medicines. Although these people in the compound are my maids and servants, they are all born by their parents. I will give them the dignity they deserve. He said this very calmly. But to the ears of the maids and servants, these words sounded like heavenly music. In feudal society, once you become a slave, you completely lose your personality, and the value of your life is not even as great as that of a dog in your master's house. But the master not only provided them with a good living environment, but was also willing to spend money to buy medicine for them. He is simply the best master in the world. They were all moved to tears of gratitude. Xiaoxi, from now on our family's logistics will be handed over to you. You will be responsible for distributing clothes, beddings, toiletries, etc. Zhao Chen pointed to the thick clothes. I'll distribute these clothes when I have time. Winter is almost here, so it's time to give you some warmer clothes. Yes, master. Xiaoxi saluted respectfully. After explaining the things here, Zhao Chun prepared to go back and rest. After taking a few steps, Xiaoshi suddenly ran over and said pleadingly, Master, you have given names to my second and third sisters. Can you give me one too? Zhao Chun looked at her and laughed. Later. Oh, Xiaoshi felt a little disappointed. Zhao Chun ignored it. He was willing to take the initiative to treat these maids and servants well. That was an extra gift. If he didn't want to give it, these people would never get it from him. He returned to his room and lay down on the soft big bed. He was exhausted after a long night and had sold gold and silver during the day, so he was seriously exhausted. I didn't know how long I lay there when the door rang. I looked up and saw Ying walking towards me with her head lowered. Master, I heard from the sisters that Xiaoshi asked you to give her a name. Don't be angry. I've already scolded her. Who are you looking for to serve us tonight? There are also little 13 and little 14 who are over 18. Zhao Chun rubbed his waist and said, No need to look for it. I don't want to exercise tonight. Let's go out. Yes. Ying stepped back. When she retreated to the door and was about to leave, Zhao Chun called her. Wait, go call Dundun over here. Yes. Ying left the room. After a while, Dundun came and went to the bathroom to run hot water as soon as he entered the door. Master, let me help you take a bath. Okay. Zhao Chun stood up and went into the bathroom with the help of Dundun. Midnight. Wuji shopping mall was bustling with activity, but the Zhao family compound was completely quiet. Zhao Chun was lying on the bed snoring, with a long string of drool hanging from his mouth. Dundun helped him take a bath, massaged his body, and went back when she saw that he fell asleep. Maids, all of you stick your butts out. He was talking in his sleep, his expression very intoxicated. Suddenly, a chaotic noise woke him up. Catch the thief. There's a thief. Come and catch him. The shouts mixed with the sound of gongs echoed in the yard. Zhao Chun was suddenly startled. Thief! Damn it! Who dares to cause trouble here? He hurriedly put on his clothes, pushed the door open, and ran outside. A team of strong security guards hurriedly ran towards the servants' living area. A few minutes later, a group of people with flashlights came over from the servants' living area, escorting a ferocious-looking man. Chapter 29, The Sun family sent people to set fire, but their own house was burned down. Zhao Chun frowned as he watched a group of people approaching with a young man who was probably in his 20s. Master, this person was sneaking around outside the servants' dormitory and was discovered by our surveillance. When we rushed over, he was throwing torches into the yard. Fortunately, he threw it a little off, so no damage was caused, said Wei San, the night shift captain. Zhao Chun looked at the arsonist coldly and asked, Why did you set fire to my place? The arsonist raised his head, his face full of indignation. You have money. If I don't burn you, who will I burn? I have money, and you set fire to my place? What? You earn all the money from our hard work. Bullshit. Zhao Chun interrupted rudely, grabbing his hair and heading towards the mall. I'll take you to see now. Is there anything in there that you poor people can afford? The arsonist stumbled after him, then suddenly broke away after a few steps. I'm not going to watch. You deserve to be burned anyway, just because you have money. Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes and detected a hint of panic in his eyes. Tell me, who asked you to come? The arsonist shook his head and argued. No one asked me to do this. I wanted to burn you to death. Wei San stepped forward and asked, Master, do you suspect someone is behind this? Hmm. Zhao Qin's face darkened, and he asked in a low voice, how is arson punished in Lintian City? Wei Sin laughed awkwardly. Master, I am just a rough guy and don't understand these things. At this time, Xiaer squeezed in from behind. Master, I know that arson is not a serious crime. I'll be released after a maximum of 10 or 8 years in prison. Zhao Qin sneered and looked at the arsonist again. My patience is limited. Tell me, who asked you to come? The arsonist bit his lip. No one asked me to come. You don't want to confess? Very good. I just like people who are stubborn. He waved to Xiaolu. Xiaolu stepped forward quickly. Master, Zhao Chun whispered in her ear. Go get a painkiller. Yes. Xiaolu ran away, and after a while, came back with a painkiller and handed it to him. See the pills in my hand? If you take them, you'll die of intestinal rupture in 7 days. He pinched the pills and waved them in front of the arsonist. Are you sure you don't want to tell the truth? I came here just to set the fire. If I'm caught, I'll get 10 years in prison at most. How dare you? The arsonist's voice began to tremble. Zhao Qin grabbed him by the collar and said, You seem to know a lot about the law, don't you? But did the people behind you ever tell you that I'm a distinguished guest of His Majesty the Prince of Qin? Do you think the laws of Dian or the Prince of Qin are more effective in Lintian City? Someone, pinch his mouth open. Wei Sin immediately stepped forward and punched him in the stomach with his fist. Ah! The arsonist screamed, and then his scalp tightened and his cheeks were pressed hard. Zhao Chun threw the painkiller into his mouth and looked at Wei San with a smile. Don't let him vomit. Wei San nodded and covered the arsonist's mouth tightly with his hands. After struggling for 2 minutes, Wei San finally let go when he saw the arsonist's Adam's apple move. The arsonist fell to his knees with a thud and cleared his throat several times, but nothing came out. Zhao Qin squatted down and patted his shoulder. All right, don't vomit anymore. You can't vomit. Tell me honestly who asked you to set the fire. Maybe I can give you an antidote, if I'm happy. The eldest son of the Sun family sent me here. The arsonist didn't even think twice and immediately gave up the man behind the scene. He said that even if I get caught for setting fire to your house, I'll only be imprisoned for 10 years. He'll give me 100 taels of silver, so that my family and I can live a peaceful life. Master, I've said everything I need to say. You need to give me the antidote quickly. Zhao Qin's smile gradually turned cold. Young master of the Sun family? Is it Sun Zhonghao? Yes, it's Sun Zhonghao. Zhao Qin stood up and said coldly. You can let me give you the antidote, but you have to promise me one thing. What's up? Go back and burn down the Sun family. Ah. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the arsonist's face. He was a servant of the Sun family. The servant set fire to his own house, and the master had every right to kill the servant. What? You don't dare. Zhao Qin snorted coldly. He swallowed and nodded. Master, if I go back and set fire, I will be dead. Can you change the conditions? No. Zhao Qin looked indifferent, then slowly stood up. Just go back and set the fire. If you get caught, just say I told you to go back and set the fire, and then do this and that. When this is completely over, I will give you the antidote. The arsonist hesitated, then nodded through gritted teeth. What the hell is loyalty or disloyalty? It's nothing compared to life. Let him go. Zhao Qin waved his hand. The arsonist disappeared into the night under the watchful eyes of a crowd of people. Xiaolu burst out laughing. What is Sixth Miss laughing at? Wei San was puzzled. Xiaolu said, Guess what medicine our master gave him? Isn't it a poison that ruptures the intestines? Wei San scratched his head. What kind of poison? Is our master that vicious? He was given painkillers. Even if I leave him alone, he won't die. Everyone present started laughing. Early morning, an hour. The time of day when people have the deepest sleep. A huge fire broke out in the Sun family's house. Someone come. The fire is happening. Come and put out the fire. The entire Sun family was in a panic. It's dawn. Zhao Qin stretched, and just as he opened his eyes, he saw Ying Ying standing in front of him. Master, Magistrate Lin has brought some people here and is waiting for you in the mall lobby. Zhao Qin quickly got up, asked Ying Ying to change her clothes, and then hurried to the hall. As soon as they met, Prefect Lin clasped his hands and said, Mr. Zhao, you are finally awake. I'm sorry to have kept Magistrate Lin waiting for a long time. I wonder why Magistrate Lin came to see me. Zhao Qin laughed. He knew exactly why the prefect brought the Yamen runners with him. Lin Chantian sighed. Master Zhao, there was a fire at the Sun family's house last night. The arsonist confessed that it was you who ordered it. The Sun family arrested the arsonist and reported the case this morning. He is waiting in the courtroom. Nonsense, pure nonsense. Zhao Qin immediately retorted. Although his family and I have some grudges, I would never be so despicable as to order someone to set fire to his house. Lin Changtian nodded repeatedly. I think so too, but the Sun family has all the evidence, so I can't do anything about it. So, please bear with me and come with me. Okay. The group went to the government office in a mighty procession. As soon as he entered the door, Sun Zhonghao burst into a rage. Zhao, you bastard, you actually bribed my servants to set the fire. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving the government office. Behind him, a middle-aged man with a sullen face shouted coldly. Zhonghao stepped back. He is Sun Yuanshan, the current head of the Sun family. Sun Yuanshan walked up to Zhao Chun and said, Mr. Zhao, you and I are both wealthy families in Lintian City. Why can't we talk openly about something? Why do we have to resort to such dirty tricks? Chapter 30. The arsonist suddenly changed his words, and the Sun family was screwed. This must be the head of the Sun family. Zhao Chun said calmly. That's right. Sun Yuanshan said coldly. Mr. Zhao, I know my son has offended you, but I was also reprimanded by the Qin Palace's steward at that time. You then hired someone to burn my house in the middle of the night. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Zhao Qin smiled and said, Did I find someone? What evidence do you have to prove that it was me who found the person? If you can't even give me a clear explanation, Patriarch Sun, I don't care how high your status is. I'm going to sue you for defamation. Sun Yuanshan was furious. Zhao, you are really pretending to be your mother. If I don't have evidence, can I go to the government office to sue you? Bring it up. He waved behind him. Two servants came up carrying the arsonist, who was beaten half to death. Tell the prefect who ordered you to set the fire? Sun Zhonghao looked at Zhao Chun with extremely ferocious eyes. But the next second, report to the Lord. The arsonist climbed up and said in a very weak voice, It was Sun Zhonghao who ordered me to do this. At this moment, the entire government hall was silent. I'll fucking stab your mother. Say that again. Sun Zhonghao was hysterical and raised his leg to kick the arsonist. Stop him quickly, Lin Changtian shouted, and immediately two Yamen runners stood up and grabbed the furious Sun Zhonghao. Sun Zhonghao, I'm warning you. This is the government hall. If you can't control yourself, don't blame me for contempt of court. Sun Zhonghao gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Sir, he is clearly making a false accusation. Please don't be fooled by him. Lin Changtian raised his hand. This government is not that foolish. He looked at the arsonist lying on the ground and said, It's a serious crime to accuse others of something. Think carefully before you speak. Sun Yuanshan narrowed his eyes in the hall, and there was a cold light in his dark pupils. The arsonist knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, Sir, I will be responsible for every word I said. It was indeed Sun Zhonghao who ordered me to do this. He has a lover in Yihong Courtyard, and usually no one else serves him. A few days ago, the head of the family took a few people out to play and asked for the eldest young master's lover. The eldest young master was resentful that the master had abandoned his lover, so he staged this act himself. Yesterday he told me to bite Zhao Qin to death, otherwise he would kill me without a burial place. I did as he said, but my master was too cruel. It was not until today, when we went to court, that I dared to tell the truth. Lin Changtian's eyelids twitched. He has been the prefect for so many years that he can still tell what is true and what is false. The arsonist's words were clearly lies. He was very sure that the fire in the Sun family was closely related to Zhao Chun. But what can we do? As long as the king of Qin can find a suitable reason to protect someone, he doesn't even need to conduct additional verification. Sun Zhonghao could no longer suppress his anger. He struggled to break free and yelled, You bastard, you're telling lies, you. How dare you? Lin Changtian slammed the gavel. Bold Sun Zhonghao, I've already warned you once, yet you still dare to roar in court. Come, give him 20 lashes. Sun Yuanshan immediately stood up and bowed to him. Prefect Lin, I know I was wrong. I hope you will consider. Master Sun, do you want this government to change its policies every day? Lin Changtian glared at him. I've already spared your son once for your sake, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. If you continue to interfere, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sun Yuanshan gritted his teeth, bowed, and took 2 steps back. A scream was heard in the court. Zhao Qin stood with his hands behind his back the whole time, his expression very calm. Sun Zhonghao was quite patient. He fainted after the 18th blow. Well, now that this matter has been concluded, I hereby declare the case closed. Sun Zhonghao, you instigated your servants to set fire, falsely accused others, and committed contempt of justice. According to Dan law, you should be sentenced to 20 years of exile. However, considering that the target of the arson was your own home, the sentence will be reduced to 10 years. You will be imprisoned from today and exiled with the other prisoners at the end of the month. The arsonist, Chang, deliberately set the fire. Considering that his act was justified, He is sentenced to 5 years in prison. Sun Zhonghao had already fainted, so naturally he couldn't answer. Sun Yuanshan gritted his teeth. He wanted to refute, but he also knew that Prefect Lin and Zhao Chun were now in cahoots. Even if he refuted, there would be no good result, and it might even bring more trouble. Master Sun, are you dissatisfied with anything? No. Okay, court is adjourned. Lin Changtian slammed the gavel again, and the case was concluded. Zhao Chun chuckled, turned around, and walked outside. When they reached the door, Sun Yuanshan's voice came from behind. Young Master Zhao, wait a minute. Zhao Chun stopped and looked back to see Sun Yuanshan running towards him quickly. Master Sun, do you have any other instructions? Zhao Chun whispered. This is the government office, and he is not worried at all about what Sun Yuanshan will do to him. If the other party really had this kind of temper, he would have stood up when Lin Changtian announced the verdict. He caught up with Zhao Chun and said coldly, Mr. Zhao, you really have a good way. I have to say, you are very powerful. You can even bribe my people. What are you saying, Patriarch Sun? I don't understand. I suggest you stop talking nonsense. What if I get upset and go back to sue you? Zhao Chun always had a calm smile on his face. Sun Yuanshan clenched his fists in anger. At this point, he can no longer gain any advantage except by talking. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Fearing that something might happen, he threw up his sleeves and strode away. Master Sun, take care. Zhao Chun said gloatingly as he watched Sun Yuanshan walk further and further away. Everything was normal, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the trial that day, he asked his men to sneak into the prison and give the arsonist another cold medicine. I said I would give him the antidote, so of course I have to keep my word. What if he doesn't take it seriously and that stupid dog who values his life bites back? This morning, he was inspecting the mall as usual. The servant came hurriedly to report. Master, I heard that there is a plague outside the city. Zhao Chun was startled. Plague is no joke. If you are not careful, you may get infected. What plague? He asked urgently. The servant said, I heard it's malaria. I'm not sure of the specifics yet, but I just heard about it from a customer this morning. Zhao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. In comparison, among many plagues, malaria is relatively easy to deal with. At least in the modern world, the mortality rate of this disease has been greatly controlled by medicine. Just as he was thinking about what to do, Lin Changtian came hurriedly. Prefect Lin, why are you so anxious? Zhao Chun asked. Lin Changtian sighed and said, Brother Zhao, there's an outbreak of malaria outside the city. I know you have many doctors, so I wanted to borrow 2 from you. Chapter 31. Training the household doctors and going to the epidemic area. The servant had just come back to report that there was a plague outside, so Zhao Chun was not too surprised. However, these doctors in his hands were all bought at great expense by him, and they spent several days on training before taking up their posts. If any problems arose, it would greatly affect the normal operation of his shopping mall. He thought for a moment and said, Master Lin, I can get some effective medicine for treating malaria. Give me a day so I can train these doctors. When Lin Changtian heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Are you telling the truth? Zhao Chun laughed and said, The plague is no joke. I know what kind of situation this is. If we want to treat those people quickly, these doctors are indispensable, so I can't lend them to you today. Lin Changtian immediately waved his hand. It's okay. I won't be requisitioning your doctor for the time being. I'll look for one somewhere else and try to control the plague. You must train him quickly and try to reduce the number of deaths here. Don't worry, I'll start preparing now. You can send someone over tomorrow morning. The two chatted briefly, and then Lin Changtian and his men hurried away. Zhao Chun's face became much more solemn. Without time to explain, he immediately returned to the cellar and returned to the modern era. This disease may still be a deadly plague in some areas these days, but there are already treatments available in our motherland. He searched online for some information on how to prevent and treat malaria, and after determining the route of malaria transmission, he immediately took action. First, I went to the supermarket where I bought my stuff and took away all the burning mosquito coils in the supermarket, and also took away 20 spray bottles. Feeling that it was not enough, I went to several large supermarkets nearby and bought all the mosquito coils. Mosquitoes are one of the main ways of spreading malaria. After buying enough mosquito coils, he went to his own pharmacy and took out all the malaria medicines, hundreds of protective suits, dozens of boxes of masks, and 10 barrels of disinfectant. But how much malaria medicine can a pharmacy stock? This disease is not a mainstream disease in modern times. He went to more than a dozen pharmacies and bought out all the malaria medicine. After filling the car, he finally felt a little safe. Driving home, he took all the medical supplies to the cellar across the street. After returning to the Zhao family compound, he immediately called all the doctors and 20 servants. Now listen to me. Zhao Chen carefully explained the causes and transmission methods of malaria and then started drawing on the board behind him. Tomorrow I will take everyone to the disaster area. The first thing we will do when we get there is to isolate all the infected people and send those who are not sick to another place. As he said that, he took out the mosquito coils again. After the patients were sorted out, the servants began placing mosquito coils according to the number of people's hair. There were 10 in the box. Give one piece to every 10 people. This piece can be broken into 2 plates along the middle. Once the distribution is completed, you need to order 1 plate at that time. All the doctors went to the affected areas and began distributing medicines. He took out the medicine for treating malaria and showed it to all the doctors, and also introduced the usage and dosage. To ensure the safety of our own people, everyone will wear protective clothing and masks when entering the venue tomorrow. He distributed protective clothing and masks to everyone and told them how to use them. Once on site, no one is allowed to drink the water, take off their masks, or unbutton their protective suits. If I find anyone not following the operating procedures, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone under him was trained before taking up the post, even the cheap servants. If he wanted to buy servants, he could buy thousands or even tens of thousands of them at once. For him, this money is just the sale of a few more luxury goods. However, it takes a long time to train these families, ranging from a few days to more than 10 days. If they were all lost in the disaster area, he would definitely have to replenish them, and the effort he would have to put in by then would definitely be more than it is now. He doesn't have that much time to spend with the servants and play training games. After distributing the medicines and mosquito coils, we began to disinfect the on-site environment. He took out the disinfectant. The disinfectant here is of high purity. You need to dilute it before use. You need to add 20 times its weight of water to this bucket of disinfectant before use. After dilution, all the disinfectant is poured into this pot for spraying. The next morning, Zhao Chun gathered together all those who had participated in the training. There were 2 full carts of food in front of them. Everyone, remember what I said yesterday. Malaria is no joke. Once you arrive at the scene, you must obey orders and follow instructions. Everyone responded in unison. Set off. Zhao Chun waved his hand, and one by one, warriors in pure white protective suits came out of the Zhao family. Walking on the streets of Lintian City, people on both sides cast curious glances at them. Linchengqing government office. As soon as Zhao Chun stepped onto the stairs, he was stopped by the Yamen runners. Stop, who are you? Zhao Chun took off his mask and said, I am Zhao Chun, the owner of Wuji Shopping Mall. I have come to visit Prefect Lin. As soon as he introduced himself, the Yamen runner immediately bowed and said, So it's Mr. Zhao. I didn't recognize you in your clothes. Please wait a moment. I will go find the prefect immediately. After saying this, he immediately ran into the government office. After a while, Lin Chantian came out in a hurry. He was stunned when he saw Zhao Chun and a group of servants and doctors wearing pure white protective suits. Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? This thing of mine can prevent the plague from invading the human body as much as possible. Zhao Chun briefly explained, then added, Didn't I tell Lord Lin yesterday that I wanted to train my doctors? Now that the training is done, should we go to the epidemic area to take a look? Okay, I'll gather everyone and we'll go together. Lin Chantian nodded excitedly. For some reason, he always felt that these people in front of him seemed to have the magic power to fight malaria. How many people does Lord Lin plan to take with him? Zhao Chen asked. Lin Chantian blinked curiously. Is there any other explanation for how many people will go? I have more than 50 sets of protective clothing here. You can have your men wear them all, and it will help them avoid malaria as much as possible. Zhao Chun waved behind him. A servant immediately brought over a large bag containing protective clothing. Lin Chantian looked inside, his face full of surprise. Is there something so powerful? As long as your men do as I say, I guarantee they won't get sick even if they move around the epidemic area. Zhao Chun said with a smile. Lin Chantian immediately turned around and looked towards the government office. Go call a group of detectives and have them all come over here. Yes. The bailiff clasped his hands and left. After a while, more than 30 constables came running out in a hurry. Zhao Chun ordered the servants and doctors to guide them to put on protective clothing. After everyone changed their clothes, they immediately rushed to the disaster area. Chapter 32. Preventing and controlling the plague in an orderly manner and proposing epidemic prevention suggestions. The group walked for more than 2 hours and arrived at the disaster-stricken village outside. Master Zhao, the village ahead is the one that has been hit hardest by the plague this time. There are several other villages nearby that also have the plague, but they're all slightly less severe than here. Lin Chantian briefly told Zhao Chun about the situation in the village. Zhao Chun raised his hand and said, Zhao family, listen up and follow my instructions yesterday to immediately go into the village and provide assistance. Yes. The servants and doctors nodded heavily and immediately rushed into the village. Isolation tents were built and all people infected with malaria were transferred to them. Then medicines were distributed and incense was lit to repel mosquitoes. The anti-epidemic process is smooth. Lin Chantian stood outside the village, stunned. He had never seen such an epidemic prevention process. Mr. Zhao, can you really do this? Zhao Chen smiled and said, Master Lin, just watch. I also brought some food. Ask your men to cook some thick porridge to help the victims later. Lin Chantian made arrangements immediately. Zhao Chen planned to go and take a look at the environment around the village and said, Master Lin, I'm going to take a walk around the area. Are you interested in accompanying me? No problem, Mr. Zhao, please. Lin Chantian stepped back and raised his hand. The two of them walked slowly together along the outside of the village. The area around here is beautiful with green mountains and clear water, and theoretically does not have the basic conditions for the development of malaria. Seeing him constantly looking around and stopping and starting, Lin Chantian asked curiously, Master Zhao, what are you doing? I want to see if I can find the source of the plague. Now it seems that the source of this malaria is not in this village. Zhao Chen sighed, and then began to explain to Lin Chantian the formation and transmission methods of malaria. Just now you saw my people enter the village and immediately separate everyone to prevent fecal-oral transmission. Lighting mosquito coils to repel mosquitoes is to prevent mosquito bites and the spread of the disease. What hasn't been solved yet is waterborne transmission, but that's the easiest to solve. All you have to do is boil the water. When we return later, you should be able to see my men starting to disinfect the area. What does disinfection mean? Lin Changtian's eyebrows were twisted into a chan shape. There are many very small insects in nature that are invisible to the naked eye. Many plagues are caused by these insects invading the human body. So-called disinfection means using some means to kill all these insects. Zhao Chun had no way of explaining to him what viruses and bacteria were, and could only give a simple explanation in the most general way. Lin Changtian was confused by what he heard. However, he also knew that Zhao Chun was a strange man. Even though he didn't understand what the other party was doing, he didn't speak to stop him. I walked around the village and didn't find anything suspicious. When I came back, I happened to see the servants and doctors carrying out large-scale disinfection. The strong smell of disinfectant hung over the village. Lin Chantian couldn't help but cover his nose. Zhao Chun whispered, Lord Lin, immediately inform the counties and townships through the government office, especially the villages downstream from this village. Have them immediately isolate the sick from the uninfected. I have some malaria medication here. Have someone distribute it to the hardest-hit areas. I don't have enough manpower to visit every village. For villages closer to here, we can ask them to move their patients here so we can handle them all. For places further away, I'll leave it to you. If you don't have mosquito coils, you can burn mugwort to repel mosquitoes. If you don't have disinfectant, you can sprinkle quicklime on all the dirty places. Make sure every household is thoroughly disinfected. Everyone, whether they are villagers infected with the disease or those you send to treat the patients, must drink boiled water. I'll do my best to get you some more anti-malarial drugs. From now on, it'll depend on how we two work together. Lin Chantian nodded frequently as he followed, and he wrote down every point Zhao Chen said in detail. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I've taken note of all this and will arrange for someone to go down immediately. Zhao Chen instructed, it is best to let those wearing protective clothing contact the patients. With the protective clothing as a barrier, as long as they don't commit suicide, they will basically not be infected with the plague. Okay, I'll go and arrange it now. Lin Chantian clasped his fists and bowed. After distributing porridge to the villagers, Zhao Chun left 2 families, Ding and 2 doctors here, and took the rest of the people back with him. Even if he has people on his hands, it is impossible for them all to rush here. The normal operation of the shopping mall still requires some doctors, and if someone in the mall gets malaria, it must be treated promptly. The group returned home. Zhao Chun was just about to travel back to the modern era to continue buying medicine, but as soon as he entered the door, he saw a group of servants standing in the main courtyard, looking anxious. What are you all doing gathered here? Zhao Chun asked with a serious face. Master, everyone shouted and knelt on the ground in unison. Master, my family has malaria. I heard you can treat it. Please save my family. Master, my parents have been stricken with the plague and are dying. I have no money to treat them. Please have mercy on me and help me. The servants knelt in front of him and begged bitterly. Zhao Chen sighed and looked back at Zhao Si. Take out all the mosquito coils, medicines, and disinfectants I left at home and distribute them to them. Master, these are all we have left. Zhao Si said with a bitter face. I don't mean to stand by and watch someone die. I'm just worried that if someone else in the family gets the plague, what will you do without medicine? Zhao Chen patted his shoulder and said, I'm glad you're so kind. Just do as I say. Distribute all the medicine, disinfectant, and mosquito coils. I'll try to get some back. Also, remember, I don't care what other masters do, but to me, human life is always more important than money. The servants kowtowed to him continuously. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Zhao Chen ignored them and went back to the main room to take off his protective suit. Ying came over. Wait a minute. Come over here after I've disinfected the protective suit. Zhao Chen stopped him immediately, took out a spray bottle, and sprayed the protective suit. After finishing the work, he said to Ying, Okay, you can come over now. Ying came up to him and whispered, Master, the plague is so serious outside now. Should we temporarily close the mall for a few days? Zhao Chen laughed and said, No need. I have a way to treat the plague. Really? Ying's eyes lit up. She didn't want to close the mall, but she didn't want the master to contract malaria even more. The master asked her to be the housekeeper, and she must not let the master down. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Of course. Now go count how many of our relatives have contracted malaria. Remember, only count parents, spouses, and children. If you count all the aunts and uncles, we won't be able to handle it. Chapter 33. Prepare to sell medicine on a large scale. The money from selling gold and silver has arrived. Zhao Chen returned to the modern era and ran all over Tongcheng, buying all the anti-malarial drugs. After transporting 5 carts of medicine back and forth, he heaved a sigh of relief. This should be enough. 25 people in our family implicated. A total of 47 people. All the medicines you brought back have been distributed. We are still short of 16 doses. Not bad, not too much. Zhao Chen nodded and made arrangements. Have those people go to Shaolu to get the medicine and distribute it based on the number of people. After distributing the medicine, tell the servants to immediately deliver the medicine to the family and come back quickly. Yes. Ying bowed and left. Zhao Chen returned to the main room and had a good rest for a while. I was so tired after working all day that I fell into a deep sleep without even having time to take a shower. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next day. Zhao Chen got up, stretched, and walked out the door. Immediately, a group of servants came running over and knelt in front of him. Thank you, master, for the medicine. Master, you are our family's savior. The cheers came one after another. Zhao Chen smiled. The ancients really were. In modern society, saving someone without leaving a name can make you feel good. Leaving your name behind is a huge gamble, and if you don't win, you will lose everything. How many people have the conscience of the ancients? He raised his hand and said, Everyone, get up. I saved your families so that you don't have to worry about anything. If you feel that I have done a favor for your families, then work hard. We must work hard and never let the master down. That's right. We will all work hard. Everyone was talking at once. Zhao Chen said, All right, no need to say thank you anymore. I'll see how you perform in the future. After sending away the servants, he went to find the medicine warehouse, where Shaolu was lying on a small bed. Ever since the master gave her the job of managing the medicine, she basically spends all day in the medicine warehouse. Luer, how many people are left with the remaining medicine? Seeing Zhao Chen coming, she immediately jumped out of bed. Master, the medicine we have left is enough for more than 10,000 people. So many. Zhao Chen was stunned. Yesterday, he just focused on purchasing and didn't even calculate how many people needed it. Malaria is a disease that comes on quickly, but can also be treated quickly, so the demand for medicines is not very high. In addition, he has asked Prefect Lin to notify all the counties under him to carry out disinfection according to the epidemic prevention methods he provided. As long as those people are afraid of death, the spread of the disease will be greatly curbed. That's right, I was counting until midnight yesterday. Shaolu said solemnly. Oh, okay, I understand. Zhao Chen let out a sigh, turned around and left. Malaria is rampant right now. Although there are no obvious affected areas in the city, there must be some. He rolled his eyes and immediately called all the remaining servants and a few off-duty waiters and servants. Now, immediately, go out into the streets and tell everyone in the city that Wuji Mall has anti-malarial medicine. There are 3,000 doses in total, and they'll go on sale promptly at 1:55 p.m. while stocks last. Everyone received the order and left immediately. He called Xia over again and said, Take a few people to the government office and deliver another 3,000 doses of malaria medicine to Prefect Lin, and tell him about my medicine business. After all, when King Qin is not around, the only person who can best protect him is Lin Changtian. If you don't inform Lin Changtian about these things, it will inevitably give people something to talk about. Sier bowed and left. Zhao Chun brought a rocking chair and lay down in the middle of the main courtyard to bask in the sun. With nothing to do, he took out his cell phone and flipped through it. Suddenly, I saw a text message from Cui Xiangyu, sent at 3:08 yesterday afternoon. At that time, he was busy transporting medicines between the two ends and did not hear it. He clicked on it and saw a short line of text. Zhao Chun, the money has been transferred to you. Zhao Chun suddenly sat up excitedly and opened his bank card software. Only, this is the ancient world. There is no signal at all. Zhao, how could you forget about this? He hurriedly jumped off the rocking chair, went into the cellar, and returned to the present day. Quick, let my godfather see how much money you sent me. After refreshing the interface, the login fingerprint will soon appear. After completing the verification, you will see a large row of numbers on your bank card. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 490 million. Damn, that's almost 500 million. Am I a fucking billionaire? He raised his hand and slapped himself. Bang! There was a crisp sound accompanied by a stinging pain. He grinned. Hiss, it hurts so much, I'm not dreaming. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Chun seemed to have gone crazy. Just then, there was a knock on the door. He immediately regained his composure, took 2 steps to the door, and looked through the peephole. It was Chun Sahan and her daughter. Dang dang dang. Zhao Chun, if you have the guts to mess with my brother, then open the door. Don't hide in there and keep silent. I know you are home. Dang dang dang. The knocking on the door became louder and louder. Zhao Chun was a little annoyed. He really wanted to open the door and scold the mother and daughter, but when he thought about the large amount of gold and silver in the house, if they caught him when he opened the door, who knows what troubles might arise. He cursed his bad luck and sneaked out of the master bedroom. Only, as soon as I closed the door, I heard a scream from the corridor. Sahan, the man surnamed Zhao, ran out from here. The person who was shouting was naturally Qin Sahan's mother, Zhang Guifeng. She took 2 steps at a time, came to Zhao Chun, grabbed his clothes, and dragged him with all her might. Qin Sahan also rushed out. Zhao Chun, stop. I really didn't expect you to be so cruel. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Zhao Chun simply stopped running and said coldly, how am I cruel? You had someone cause trouble for my brother and beat him up. Qin Sahan stiffened his neck. You and Yao Xian have known each other for such a long time. How could you have the heart to hit him? Who asked him to block my parents? Zhao Chun snorted. He thought it was some big deal, but they came to find him for such a small matter. Qin Yaoxian was really spoiled by them. Anything else? If not, stay out of my way. I still have to go to work. Qin Sahan and Zhang Guifeng looked at each other, and there was an obvious panic in their eyes. Then, Qin Sahan's tone softened. Zhao Chun, it was indeed Yao Xian's fault before that. I asked him to apologize to your parents. I also reflected on my mistakes. I was too anxious. Zhao Chun immediately took a step back and interrupted her. Could you please stop talking nonsense in front of me? Just tell me what's going on. My time is precious. Qin Sahan and her daughter's eyes immediately turned red. It's all because of that unfaithful man Wang Haichao. He took over our house, and even let that bitch who seduced Yao Xian sue Yao Xian. They said, if you don't give me 5 million, there's no way to end this. I'm really desperate. I know you have money, so please help me. I promise to only listen to you from now on. Don't. Zhao Chun waved his hands hurriedly. You can have an affair with your mother's lover for money, but I don't have the ability to keep you. You'd better go back to where you came from. Qin Sahan was speechless for a moment. Zhang Guifeng slumped to her knees and said, Zhao Chun, please, this is the only one in the Zhang family. Please save him, save him. Zhao Chun stepped back again. Don't do this, I can't bear it. Zhao Chun, it was my fault before. Please, save Yao Xian. I kowtow to you. Zhang Guifeng didn't care. Zhao Chun hurriedly stopped her. If this head really hits the ground and someone sees it, there will be an explanation. So he cleared his throat and said, it's easy to save your son. Do you want to hear it? Chapter 34. Your mother was killed by you. What does it have to do with me? Do you want me to help you report the case? Okay, as long as you can save my son, I will listen to whatever you say. Zhang Guifeng said repeatedly. Zhao Chun let out a long sigh and looked at Qin Sahan. Your daughter has caused me a lot of pain, and I still live in the shadow of my emotions. If you want to save your son, what are you going to do with her? Zhang Guifeng asked hurriedly. Her expression didn't look like she was trying to protect her daughter, but rather like she would betray her daughter in a moment if it meant saving her son. Zhao Chun thought for a moment and said, it's actually very simple. I don't want to see this face again. If you completely destroy her face, I can pay for it. Qin Sahan's body trembled violently. She had never seen such a vicious side of Zhao Chun. She gritted her teeth. Zhao Chun, you. Before she could finish her words, Zhang Guifeng swung her palm and slapped him. What do you mean? Didn't you hear what Zhao Chen said? As long as you disfigure her, she can save Yao Xian. Her eyes were red as she walked towards Chen Sahan, with a fierce gleam in her pupils. Suddenly, she raised her hand and scratched Chen Sahan's face with her sharp nails. Chen Sahan couldn't dodge in time and had several bloody cuts on his face. However, when she tried to grab Chen Sahan again, Chen Sahan grabbed her wrist. The two of them were in a stalemate. Zhao Chen stood aside, gloating. Chen Sahan, don't you understand now? Your mother doesn't care about you as her daughter at all for Chen Yaoxian. Shut up, Chen Sahan yelled. But Zhao Chen acted as if he hadn't heard and continued. In order to save your brother, I wanted to sell you to me first. When I failed, I made you sleep with an old man. Now I want to destroy your appearance. You used to be pretty good looking. If you'd protected your face, maybe you could have married into a good family. But if you were disfigured, TSK, I really don't know what you'd do in the future. Chen Sahan's eyes became redder and redder, and he instantly recalled many past events. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what good things she had, she would give them to her younger brother. She was in junior high school, and her younger brother was in elementary school. She worked very hard and got good grades, but she was beaten because her younger brother did not do well. Ever since her younger brother could talk, he got whatever good things he wanted. On the contrary, whenever she wanted to buy a pack of sanitary napkins when visiting relatives, her mother would scold her. One thing after another was playing out before my eyes like a movie. She was filled with anger and pushed Zhang Guifeng hard. Zhang Guifeng lost her balance and fell to the ground, with her head hitting the corner of the flower bed behind her. His body straightened for a moment and then collapsed, motionless. Chen Sahan was breathing heavily, her eyes full of fear, and she glanced at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen took a step forward and felt Zhang Guifeng's breath. No air. He touched Zhang Guifeng's neck again. There was no pulse. He stood up suddenly. It was the first time he saw someone die in front of him, so he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. But he quickly regained his composure. What happened to my mother? Chen Sahan asked in a low voice. Zhao Chen said, he's dead. You killed him. Impossible. Chen Sahan didn't believe it and went forward to shake Zhang Guifeng. Zhang Guifeng still didn't react. She sat down on the ground and pointed at Zhao Chen with a trembling finger. You murderer. You killed my mother. Her yelling woke Zhao Chen up. He said coldly, I just asked your mother to disfigure you. When did I ask you to kill your mother? How about this? I'll call the police and let them judge who did the murder. He took out his phone and dialed 110, squatting next to Chen Sahan. Look, I'm going to call the police. Based on his understanding of Chen Sahan, this guy is extremely timid and very afraid of death. Now that she had killed her mother with her own hands, she absolutely dared not let this call be made. Sure enough, just when Zhao Chen was about to press the dial button, Chen Sahan grabbed his hand. Don't call the police. Zhao Chen, I accidentally beat my mother to death. Can you let my brother go? Zhao Chen smiled. At this point, she was not thinking about how to get out of this situation safely, but how to save her good-for-nothing brother. There's really no hope. He lowered his voice and said, guess what? Your mother didn't complete the task I assigned her, and you are still sitting in front of me. Also, that family will sue you again. I instructed Wang Haichao to do that. Do you think I will let him go? You'd better think about how to deal with your mother's body so that you can avoid punishment. After saying that, he stood up and gave Chen Sahan a playful look. It's just past work hours, so there aren't many people around. If it were any later, well, it's hard to say. He turned and walked towards the main entrance. Zhao Chen, you bastard, I will never let you go. Chen Sahan's hysterical roar came from behind. Zhao Chen ignored it completely. Soon, an ambulance arrived. Watching Zhang Guifeng being pulled into the ambulance, Zhao Chen knew that Chen Sahan had come up with a solution. This time I came back just to check how much balance was in my bank card, but I encountered such an unlucky scene. When traveling between the two worlds in the future, do I need to prepare an almanac in advance? He walked through the wardrobe and returned to the Zhao family compound. As soon as I came out of the cellar, Xia Er came running over in a hurry. Master, Magistrate Lin just came. We looked around, but couldn't find you. Oh, Zhao Chen nodded and asked, did he tell you where he was going? Let's go outside the city and see how you managed the village yesterday. Xia Er said, okay, notify those who participated in the treatment yesterday to put on protective clothing and come with me. Yes. Xia Er clasped his fists and stepped back. Just after taking 2 steps, Zhao Chen called him. Have you delivered the medicine I asked you to deliver? I've sent it. I've also sent the message. What did Magistrate Lin say? He said it's all up to you. I understand. Zhao Chen nodded. Master, do you have anything else to say? Xia Er asked. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, I'll lead my men out of the city soon. I don't know if we'll be back by 11 p.m. If we don't come back, you can organize some people to sell the medicine. Sell 3,000 portions in total, and each portion will be worth 1 or 2 ounces of gold. There is a huge gap between the rich and the poor among the people in Dun. However, no one who can live in the city will be short of this money. After a while, everyone gathered. Zhao Chen led a team of people wearing protective clothing and rushed out of the city. When we arrived at the village, we saw Lin Changtian standing at the entrance of the village in protective clothing, listening to reports from his subordinates. If he hadn't jokingly worn a tube cap over his protective suit, it would have been hard to tell for a moment. Zhao Chen walked over and clasped his hands together. Prefect Lin. Lin Changtian immediately waved his hand. Mr. Zhao, you are too polite. What's the situation? Zhao Chen continued to ask. Lin Changtian waved his hand at his opponent and said, report the situation to Master Zhao. His tone was relaxed, so there must be a good outcome. Master Zhao, a total of 152 people in the village have contracted malaria. Aside from 5 severely ill individuals who didn't make it, the rest are showing signs of recovery. Also, since we started the comprehensive disinfection of the village yesterday, there has not been a single new case since last night. We've just received reports from several other nearby villages. Malaria in the area surrounding Lintian City has been effectively controlled. All this is thanks to Master Zhao. Now there is one last question, which is what to do with these people's bodies. Chapter 35. The plague is under control and employees are paid. Zhao Chen looked serious and thought carefully. These people should either be buried in a deep pit or burned directly. Don't leave them there for too long to avoid triggering a new plague. Lin Changtian nodded. Okay, I will notify them immediately. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Chen didn't say anything more and took his men into the village for a tour. The situation in the village has improved significantly, and the panic caused by malaria has subsided. Master, the situation in the village is very good. Why don't we leave? Zhao Si whispered. If you stay here for too long, I'm worried that it will affect your health. Zhao Chen waved his hand. It's okay, we're wearing protective clothing and we'll be fine. Zhao Si nodded slightly, stepped back and followed him around the village. By the time they came out of the village, more than an hour had passed. Mr. Zhao, have you found any other problems? Tell me immediately so that I can send someone to make corrections. Lin Changtian asked anxiously. Zhao Chen waved his hand. It's nothing. As long as Prefect Lin tells his men to keep doing this until malaria is completely defeated. We must remind them not to take it lightly, so as to avoid a resurgence of malaria. Okay, this time it's all thanks to Mr. Zhao. Otherwise I would be in trouble. Lin Changtian laughed heartily. In feudal dynasties, epidemics and disasters were also the political achievements of local officials. Wherever an epidemic occurred, local officials who controlled it properly would be praised by their superiors. Otherwise, he will be dismissed from office, stripped of his title, or even imprisoned. Zhao Chen helped Lin Changtian solve this trouble, and it was obvious that he was doing him a favor. However, Zhao Chen shook his head. Every citizen has a share of responsibility for the fate of a nation. I just did something that most people wouldn't do. After hearing his words, Lin Changtian's eyes became brighter. What a saying. Every man is responsible for the fate of his country. If all the wealthy merchants in the world had the same awareness as Mr. Zhao, there would be no worries about the prosperity of the country. The two chatted for a while, and then Zhao Chun said goodbye and left. In the Zhao family compound, the sale of medicines is in full swing. In just 1 hour, all the medicine Zhao Chun had released was sold out. He made a profit of 1,000 taels of gold and 20,000 taels of silver. Looking at the pile of silver, he frowned slightly. The price of silver is much lower than that of gold, and it also takes up space. In the future, I have to find a way to collect as little silver as possible. 2 days passed in a flash. Prefect Lin came to visit. Mr. Zhao, many people have recovered today. His face was full of excitement. Zhao Chen smiled and said, if you had done everything I said and taken the medicine in time, you should have recovered by now. He just doesn't know how to give injections, and there is no way to train a group of people who can give injections in a short period of time. If intravenous injections were used, more people should have recovered by now. But there is nothing we can do about it. Even if he could travel back to ancient times as a modern person and be regarded as a strange person by these people, there would be no way for him to be perfect. He is very satisfied with the results he has achieved. Master Zhao, I'm going to ask His Majesty for your contribution. You played a huge role in this epidemic. No, Zhao Chen immediately refused. Prefect Lin, I'm not interested in fame, fortune, or anything like that. Forget about asking for merit. Lin Changtian's eyes were full of surprise. How many people are willing to fight for fame, fortune and power and end up rejecting the credit that is right at their doorstep. Mr. Zhao, you must think carefully about this. With this achievement, before he could finish his words, Zhao Chun immediately refused. Lord Lin, I have already made up my mind. Please do not ask for merit from His Majesty. I do not like the court. If I go to the court, I will inevitably offend people and even bring about a disaster that could lead to my own death. But Lin Chantian was about to persuade him, but Zhao Chun said righteously, I once knew a fortune teller who was very accurate. He said that if I entered the court, I would be killed within 3 years. If Lord Lin really cares about me, he should protect me more in Lintian City. This tremendous credit should be taken by Lord Lin himself. Seeing that Zhao Chun refused completely, Lin Chantian didn't say anything more. He chatted with him briefly and then left Wuji shopping mall. Returned to the courtyard. Xie stepped forward and asked, Master, you said a few days ago that you wanted to formulate employee benefits. Today is the 14th. May I ask if you have finalized it yet? What? Today is already the 14th day? Why didn't anyone remind me earlier? Zhao Chun glared. He had previously agreed with Xie that Yai would pay wages to all families on the 15th day of every month. He was busy with the plague a few days ago and actually forgot about this matter. Go back and prepare the money. The welfare guidelines will be made public by tomorrow morning at the latest. Yes. Xie bowed and stepped back. Zhao Chun hurried back to the main room and began to draft employee benefits. Having made so much money from his business recently, he is not so stingy with the people who work so hard for him. After much deliberation, it was decided that each employee's minimum monthly salary would be 1 or 2 taels of silver. Different types of employees will be rewarded according to the tasks they complete each month. In addition to your job duties, if you have outstanding performance in other areas, you will receive additional rewards or subsidies. Take this plague for example. All servants and doctors who follow out of the city will be given an additional subsidy of 1 or 2 taels of silver each. In order to balance the income and expenditure of these people as much as possible, Zhao Chun racked his brains. Master, it's late. Why don't you go to bed first? At midnight, Ying came to Zhao Chun with a bowl of hot soup. Zhao Chun looked at the items he had listed and let out a long sigh. Well, let's issue it according to this standard for now. Zhao Chun sorted it out and prepared to post it for public notice tomorrow morning. Master, are you going to rest? Let me serve you. Ying came to Zhao Chun and helped him undress. The next morning, Zhao Chun got up early. Ying, find 2 servants and post this employee benefits policy on the screen wall in the main courtyard. Also, arrange for a cultural expert to explain the benefits details to all employees. Yes. Ying answered while giving him clothes and changing them. By the way, as our family's housekeeper, you should also learn some cultural knowledge and find those cultured people to teach you. If they have any resistance, you can come to me. Ying was stunned for a moment. This was an ancient feudal dynasty, and almost everyone from the monarch to the common people followed the same principle. That is, a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. Except for some daughters of princes and nobles who had the opportunity to learn culture, the rest of the women were almost all rough and uncouth. Thank you very much, Master. Ying will definitely study hard. She immediately knelt on the ground and thanked him repeatedly. Get up. Zhao Chun raised his hand. Just do as I say and hurry up. Ying immediately stood up and ran out with the employee benefits details. As soon as the details were announced, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Zhao family compound. Everyone was extremely shocked. They originally thought that by selling themselves to the Zhao family compound and that the master was willing to treat them like this, they had gotten a huge bargain. I didn't expect that the master would be willing to pay them wages. After being interpreted by several cultural figures, they were even more shocked. Zhao Si stood under the screen wall and counted on his fingers. My base salary this month is 1 tael of silver, and I got another 1 tael for going out with the master to fight malaria. Add to that all the other miscellaneous work subsidies, and I'll make 3 taels and 2 cents of silver. When everyone heard this, they began to calculate their own wages. According to today's prices, a laborer like Zhao Si would be lucky to earn 3 taels of silver a year if he could work for others. I didn't expect that after working under Zhao Chun, I could earn more than 3 or 2 taels a month. Soon the others figured it out too. Those who earned the most, such as Ying and Xie, had salaries exceeding 6 taels. Even the lowest paid handyman can earn more than 1 tael and 5 taels. 1 tael and 5 cents is enough to buy 3 servants. They never dreamed that one day they would be able to earn so much money. Xie worked with the accountants to calculate the wages according to the wage standards for the whole morning and started paying wages in the afternoon. After receiving the money, everyone knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Chun. Thank you, Master. Zhao Chun was very satisfied. He cleared his throat and said, "Remember to follow me, Zhao Chun, and work hard. You will definitely get a lot of money." He was speaking passionately here when Fengda suddenly ran over in a hurry. "My lord, something bad has happened. Someone is eating themselves to death in our food court." Chapter 36. The mall kills someone. Zhao Chun faces a murder lawsuit. Zhao Chun immediately felt as if struck by lightning. Since its opening, his Wuji shopping mall has become the target of public criticism in Lintian City. Everyone is staring at him. Now someone has suddenly died here. If someone with ulterior motives finds evidence of him, they will definitely make a big fuss about it. "What's the situation ahead now?" he asked in a low voice. Fengda sighed. "The deceased family is making trouble at the entrance of the mall. They want an explanation from us." "Master, I think those people definitely came prepared. It doesn't seem like something that happened here." Zhao Chen nodded. He was not a fool. How could he not see the problem? All the condiments in the food area are from modern sources, and the dishes purchased here are the most basic of the basics, so there is no chance of any problems. He also standardized the kitchen hygiene standards before all chefs took up their posts. Otherwise, no one would have had any problems eating it for so long. Today, someone happened to die of poisoning here. He definitely wouldn't believe that no one arranged it on purpose. Go to the government office immediately to report the case, and find someone to investigate the family situation of the person who was poisoned. Fengda nodded heavily and then asked awkwardly, "Master, we are just rough guys. We don't have many connections. How can we investigate? You are so stupid. Draw the appearance of the dead man and show it to all the beggars in the city. I don't believe that no one will recognize him." Zhao Chen shouted angrily. Fengda's eyes lit up immediately, and he clasped his hands together and said, "Master, I'll do it right away." As soon as he left, Zhao Chun called Xie Er over again. "I estimate that it won't be long before someone from the government office comes to take me away. You take good care of the house while I'm away. Although I have entrusted many things to Yingying and Dundun, they are young after all. Don't let me down." Xie Er clasped his hands together and said, "Don't worry, master. I will definitely take good care of the family." Yingying and Dundun were both by Zhao Chen's side at this time. After hearing what Zhao Chen said, the two did not feel uncomfortable at all. After all, what the master said was the truth. "Don't worry, master. We two sisters will cooperate with General Manager Xie." Zhao Chen nodded with relief. "I feel relieved when you say that." Less than a quarter of an hour later, someone came from the government office. The body was carried to the government office, and Zhao Chun was summoned. Lin Changtian sat behind the desk and asked, "Zhao Chun, someone died after eating in your mall. They're accusing you of premeditated murder. Do you admit it?" Now that the matter has become quite serious and someone has died, even if he wants to protect Zhao Chun and does not think that Zhao Chun is the murderer, he still has to go through the necessary procedures. Zhao Chun stood with his hands behind his back and straightened his chest. "I act uprightly and honestly. How could I do such a vile thing? I absolutely deny it. Why don't you recognize me? My old man was having dinner at your house and died while eating." A woman with messy hair rushed up and yelled. "Silence." Lin Changtian slammed the gavel. "This is the government court. If you dare to cause trouble again, you will be thrashed 30 times. The woman didn't dare to cause trouble again. Lin Changtian summoned the coroner. "Perform an autopsy in this court." The coroner clasped his hands together and immediately brought out the small box for the autopsy. The moment the box was opened, knives, axes, and saws fell to the ground with a clang. The deceased family members immediately stepped forward to stop them. "My old cow is dead. Can't you keep his body intact? I've already told you that he died from eating at Wuji Shopping Mall. How could I, as a family member, lie to you?" Lin Changtian narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he had thought of something and slammed the table again. "You daring woman, if you dare to obstruct my judgment again, I will charge you with disturbing the court. Someone come." The yamen runners on both sides immediately stood up. Seeing this, the woman quickly retreated. The coroner cut open the deceased's chest and took out some undigested food residue from the stomach for examination. Then his face changed. He stood up and clasped his fists. "Lord Lin, the deceased died of the poison of the crane's beak." Lin Changtian stood up suddenly. The red-crowned crane is the most poisonous of all poisons. Even a small amount can kill an ordinary person. The crowd watching outside also started chattering. "I didn't expect that Wuji Shopping Mall actually had a hidden store called Headinghong. Will I dare to eat there again in the future? That's Headinghong. You guys can eat it later. I don't have the courage." Hearing the discussions outside, Lin Changtian slammed the gavel for the third time. "Everyone keep quiet." Then he looked at Zhao Chun. "Zhao Chun, do you have any explanation?" Zhao Chun said calmly, "Master Lin, I have never bought Headinghong. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check my store." If you can really find Heading Hong in my mall, I will admit my guilt. The woman ran over with disheveled hair. The person has already died from the food. What's the point of investigating now? Besides, can't you destroy the evidence? If we go to your house now, we're sure we won't find anything. Zhao Chen said coldly. According to you, I don't even have a chance to prove my innocence. Tell me, who instructed you to slander me? The woman took 2 steps back, panic flashing in her eyes. She swung her arms and yelled, "Why would I frame you? I have no grudge against you. Lao Niu is the only one in my family who earns money. In order to frame you, am I going to have to live my life from now on?" In court, both sides held their own opinions. Lin Chantian was preoccupied with the lawsuit. What people on both sides said made sense. He was willing to believe that Zhao Chun was innocent, but he could not find any reason for the woman to frame Zhao Chun. The people outside started talking again. The chattering sound almost made his head explode. Everyone keep quiet. Seeing that the case was still lacking key evidence, he said in a deep voice, "Adjourn the court for now. Second squad, investigate the Zhao family compound immediately." At the same time, in the Zhao family compound, Xie Er and a group of maids paced back and forth in the main courtyard, their faces full of panic. Feng De hurried back with the portrait of the deceased. "Mr. Xie, I found out the news." After hearing what he said, everyone gathered around him. "Tell me in detail what happened." Feng De was breathing heavily. "According to what the master said, I made several copies of the portrait and distributed them to various beggar gathering places in the city. Finally, I found the clue in the east of the city. The man who died was called Niu Laosan. He ran a blacksmith shop in the east of the city. He didn't have many hobbies except for a little drinking. However, every time he got home after a few drinks, he would beat his wife. I asked someone to go through every pharmacy in the east of the city and finally found out that Niu Laosan's wife had just bought Heading Hong this morning." Xie Er immediately said, "Let's go to the government office and report the news." Chapter 37. Temporarily imprisoned, someone released a poisonous snake in the middle of the night. The lobby of the government office. As soon as the Yamen runners reached the gate, Xie Er arrived with some servants. They gave the collected evidence to Lin Chantian. Looking at the charges listed above, Lin Chantian frowned. He hoped that everything would be just as described above. He looked up at the woman and asked, "Niu Lu, I want to ask you, did you go to the Gu clinic yesterday?" Niu Lu said, "I've been there. What are you going to do?" Lin Chantian continued to ask. The woman lowered her head and spoke in a much softer voice. "What else can I do? Of course I'm going to buy medicine." "What are you buying medicine for?" "Sir, could you please stop asking questions? I went there because I wasn't feeling well. Does that have anything to do with this case?" "Brave Niu Lu, just answer whatever I ask you. Tell me, what did you go shopping for?" "Buy cinnabar," Niu Lu said unhappily. "Oh," Lin Chantian raised his voice. "But according to the confessions sent by Xie Er and the others, what you bought at Gu's clinic was crane's beak red." "What?" Niu Lu was shocked, her eyes full of confusion. "Impossible. I bought cinnabar. How could it be Heading Hong?" As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to look at Xie Er. "I know, you are all from Wuji shopping mall, and you united just to frame me." Lin Chantian sat behind the desk. From the moment he asked the question, he took in every expression on Niu Lu's face. Just now when he said that he bought Croton, Niu Lu's surprised look did not seem like a lie. Is there any other problem here? Furthermore, the evidence was sent by Xie Er and his team. If the suspect denies it, there is really no way to use it as direct evidence. "Sir, although we really want to rescue the master, we are also very clear about the consequences of giving false testimony. Please understand." Xie Er clasped his hands together. Lin Chantian pondered for a moment and immediately looked at the Yamen runners below. "Order the second squad of detectives to investigate east of the city immediately. As for these two, they are temporarily imprisoned." Lin Chantian slammed the gavel and announced the adjournment of the court. There are many doubts in this matter, and he needs to investigate it thoroughly. The bailiffs from the government office came out and took Zhao Chun and Niu Lushi to the temporary prison at the back. Go in. Go in." The two were pushed into 2 different compartments. Niu Lu yelled, "My husband is dead. Can't you be a little gentler to me? Besides, what gives you the right to doubt me? I'm the one who reported the case. Just go in if you're told to, and be quiet." The bailiff said something cold and turned away. Zhao Chun didn't resist at all. "If you have done it, you have done it. If you haven't done it, you haven't done it." After this incident, he was very sure that someone wanted to frame him. However, there is nothing to be afraid of, as there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the house. In this ancient society, no one except the Zhao family should know the purpose of surveillance. If someone delivered these things to his house in the middle of the night, he could be caught red-handed. By then, even if he doesn't say it, the truth will be revealed. He yawned and sat down on the haystack, leaning against the wall. After a while, a chattering female voice came from outside. Judging from the voices, it's Xiao Si and Xiao Wu. Sir, my master is incarcerated. We were worried he wouldn't be used to the prison food, so we sent him some. Please be accommodating. The Yamen runner's voice came after a long pause. All right, go quickly and come back soon. I'll give you a cup of tea. It seems that he should have received the money. Soon, Xiao Si and Xiao Wu came. Master, Mr. Xie asked us to bring you some food. Xiao Wu squatted down and opened the lid of the lunchbox. Then, he took out a few dishes from inside. Xiao Si stood behind her, looking around. When no one was watching, he lifted her skirt and took an electric baton from her leg. Master, Mr. Xie said this is a conspiracy against you. He's worried you're in danger here, so he prepared a self-defense gadget for you. The electric baton is fully charged. You can use it without worry. Zhao Chun took the electric baton and immediately hid under the hay, then started eating as if nothing had happened. I have to say, Xie is really thoughtful. Master, Xie asked us to tell you that he is still investigating outside and will definitely not let those with ulterior motives succeed. Zhao Chun smiled. He was glad that he had paid everyone's salary before the incident. Even for the sake of money, these people will try their best to help you. The reason is simple. If he died, where would those people find such high-paying jobs? About half a cup of tea later, the Yamen runner came over and glanced at Xiao Si and Xiao Wu. Two girls, the time is up. You should go back quickly. Lord Lin asked us to keep an eye on the people. If you do this, if Lord Lin finds out, I won't be able to explain myself. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu looked at each other, then looked at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun waved his hand and said, All right, take it back. I'm full. The two of them packed up their lunchboxes and left. The cell fell completely silent. A cold wind blew outside the window, and Zhao Chun shivered. It's dark and damp here, and you can hear the squeaking of mice from time to time. He frowned, his expression extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, he was able to light up a prison achievement in ancient times. Oh, I hope the outsiders can investigate faster. This is really not a place for people to stay. I was just feeling a little sleepy in the corner when I heard footsteps outside the window. Immediately afterwards, an object was thrown in from the window. The cell was a little dark, and Zhao Chun couldn't see clearly what it was. But after the thing fell in, it was obviously moving, and the straw made a tearing sound. He quickly stood up and pulled out the electric baton. With the faint moonlight coming in through the window, I could finally see what was on the ground. He suddenly took a breath of cold air. I'm going to bludgeon. Big long worm. After a loud roar, he immediately swung the electric baton. The snake was also enraged and stood up, with its triangular head swinging in the air. Zhao Chun didn't care about that anymore. He pressed the switch of the electric baton and waved his arms quickly. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The sound of electric current accompanied by the flickering light. The snake was also dodging left and right. At one point, Zhao Chun felt as if he had hit something. When he looked closely, he saw that the snake had been swung to the wall and was struggling hard at the base of the wall. Zhao Chun gritted his teeth, with a fierce look in his eyes. If you want me to die, you should die first. He picked up the electric baton, stuck it into the snake's head, and pressed the switch. After a while, he released the switch only when the smell of barbecue filled the air. Zhao Chun breathed a sigh of relief and fear, and his body went limp. Fortunately, Xie thought about it and asked someone to deliver an electric baton at night. Otherwise, he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Jail boss! Jail boss! He came to the fence and shouted. The bailiff came over with an impatient look on his face. What are you doing? Why are you yelling? Without saying a word, Zhao Chun returned to the wall, pulled up the snake's tail, and swung it at him. How do you watch the prison? Someone threw a poisonous snake into the prison and almost bit me to death. The poisonous snake hit the Yamen runner's face. The runner shone a lantern on it, and his legs immediately went limp. This. He was panicked. If Zhao Chun was really poisoned to death here tonight, he would be to blame. You wait, I'll go find the prefect right away. The bailiff stumbled away, and soon Lin Changtian rushed over in a hurry. After seeing the situation in the prison, he immediately ordered the patrol guards nearby to be strengthened. Zhao Chun has made great contributions in treating the plague. If he is left to die in prison for no apparent reason, how can he have the face to see those who were cured by Zhao Chun? That night, there were 4 more knife-wielding Yamen runners in Zhao Chun's cell, and many more people were patrolling outside. Zhao Chun managed to get some sleep. It was not until the next morning that he and Yo Lu were taken out of the cell and brought to court. Chapter 38. The trial is over. The innocent person is acquitted. Is the truth really the truth? In the court, Lin Changtian listened with a cold face to the results of the night's investigation by the Yamen runners. The deceased's name was Niu Dazhuang. He was a blacksmith at Nyoji Blacksmith Shop in the east of the city. He married Nyo Lu 10 years ago. They have been childless for 10 years. Late last year, our neighbor, Sun Chung, moved here. Within 3 months, he and Nyo Lu had an unmediated affair, and the two have maintained an illicit relationship for years. No, I didn't. Nyo Lu immediately refuted after the bailiff had just said 2 words. During the feudal period, men could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but women could only be faithful to one man. If they had an affair with another man, they would be condemned by thousands of people and even thrown into a pig cage. Lin Changtian slammed the gavel. Silence. Nyo Lu, if you dare to interrupt the Yamen runner's report again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Go on. He glanced at the bailiff. The Yamen runner nodded. Yes. According to the investigation, Nyo Lu went to Gu's clinic the day before yesterday to have her pulse checked. The doctor confirmed that she was 2 months pregnant. However, Nyo Dazhuang had suffered an injury years earlier that left him with impotence. Nyo Lu was afraid that the truth would be revealed, so she chose to kill him to silence him. Nyo Lu opened her eyes wide and sat down on the ground. Impossible, impossible, she murmured to herself. Lin Changtian asked with a cold face. Nyo Lu, sure, do you have anything else to say? No, I didn't sleep with anyone else. I didn't do anything, she retorted quickly. Lin Changtian glanced at the Yamen runner and asked, Did you bring Sun Chung with you? I brought it. Pass. Summon Sun Chung to the classroom. The person in charge at the door called out, and Sun Chung walked up tremblingly with his head hung. As soon as he saw Lin Changtian, he immediately knelt down and said, Sir, I am innocent. Nyo Lucier and I are innocent and have never done anything shameful. Lin Changtian said expressionlessly, I am willing to believe this. I will send someone to investigate this matter. Before I get angry, I urge you to tell me the truth. If I do find out anything, Nyo Lu will be thrown into the pig cage, and you will be with him. No. Sun Chung immediately raised his head. Sir, according to Dan law, if a woman cheats on her husband with someone else, only the woman will be thrown into the pig cage, while the man will only be punished with 10 strokes of the cane. Lin Changtian sneered. You are quite familiar with the laws, but this is Lintian City. I am the prefect of Lintian City and have the right to interpret the laws. If I say you should use it, you must use it. Okay, since you have nothing to do here, just go and rest aside until this government finishes its investigation. No, sir, I want to say it. Sun Chung quickly changed his words and glanced at Nyo Lu. I did have an affair with Nyo Lu, but it was that woman who seduced me. She said her husband was impotent and wanted me to loosen up her muscles, so I... Okay, Sun Chung, I'm pregnant with your child for nothing. Nyo Lu immediately burst into tears. Someone come and slap him. Lin Changtian shouted. 2 Yamen runners immediately stepped forward and held down Nyo Lucier, while the other one took a wooden board and slapped Nyo Lucier 10 times. Sun Chung, go on and tell me how you conspired to poison Nyo Lu's husband? Lin Changtian said coldly. Sun Chung shook his head repeatedly. Sir, this is really unfair. After I knew Nyo Lu was pregnant, I was worried that Nyo Dazhuang would find out, so I thought of asking Nyo Lu to prepare a tonic, even if it would only make Nyo Dazhuang feel proud for one night. We'll just do a little manipulation and let Nyo Dazhuang think it's his child. Who knew that damn woman would actually buy poison and kill Nyo Dazhuang? Sir, please be discerning. I really didn't intend to kill anyone. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out a prescription from his pocket. This is the tonic formula I asked for from a relative. Take a look. Lin Changtian raised his hand and immediately presented the prescription. The coroner knows medical skills. Let him take a look. The coroner immediately took it and looked at it. Sir, this medicine does have a temporary effect of raising yang. Nyo Lu, do you have anything else to say? Lin Changtian's face had completely turned cold. Nyo Lucier kept shaking her head. Sir, I just followed the prescription. There's no way I could have made a mistake. I really didn't kill the old cow. Sir, I have also called the clerk on duty at Gu's medical clinic. The Yamen runner stood in the hall and said with a fist, Pass. Soon, a young man in his 20s to 30 came to the classroom and knelt on the ground. Hey guys, did Nyo Lu come to your place to get medicine yesterday? Yes, sir, I remember it clearly. She grabbed 2 chien of heading hong. Nyo Lu immediately got up and said, I didn't, you're slandering me. I've never caught any red cinnabar. I want cinnabar. Sir, the clerk pulled out an account book from his pocket. This can prove to me that any purchase of poisons like arsenic and arsenic-bearing poison in our store requires both the clerk and the manager to sign. The manager was there when she bought the arsenic-bearing poison yesterday. The bailiff clasped his fists and said, Sir, I've checked with the steward, and he's definitely here. At the time, Niu Lu said she wanted to buy some heading hong to use as a rat poison. Niu Lu sat limply on the ground with lifeless eyes. Impossible. I've never bought any red licorice, no. She muttered for a long time, then looked up at Sun Chung. Sun Lang, tell them I never bought heading hong. Sun Chung didn't even look at her. You were the one who bought the medicine. How would I know what you bought? The manager and the staff at the clinic all said you bought heading hong. They have no grudge against you, so how could they lie? You? Niu Lu raised her hand and pointed at Sun Chung with trembling hands. Even you don't believe me. Facts speak louder than words. Sun Chung whispered. Admit it, you're pregnant now. Your Excellency won't sentence you to death. Niu Lu stood up with a wry smile. Sun Chung, I must have been blind to fall for you. Don't you want the baby in my belly? I won't let you have it even if I become a ghost. With a roar, she pushed the bailiff violently, pulled out the bailiff's knife, and slashed her throat. Blood splattered in the courtroom, and everyone fell silent. Sun Cheng's eyes widened, and he crawled over and hit Niu Lu sure hard. You stinky bitch, if you want to die, then die. Why are you taking my child with you? In the hall, Lin Shangtian frowned. He always felt that there were still many doubts in this case. It was as if someone had deliberately put all the evidence in front of him. But now, the person involved is dead, and there is no way to find out even if we want to. This court pronounces the following verdict. Niu Lu committed adultery and murdered her husband. She should be beheaded. However, she is already dead and therefore exempted from punishment. Sun Chung committed adultery with a married woman and is sentenced to exile in Lingnan. Zhao Chun, there is no evidence to indicate that this matter is related to Wuji shopping mall. Release him immediately. Everyone in the Zhao family was delighted. Lin Changtian let out a long sigh and stood up. Exit. After saying that, he went straight to the back hall. Zhao Chun came out of the government office and on his way home, he always felt something strange. Just then, the servant Zhao Si came running over. When he saw Zhao Chun, he was stunned for a moment. Master, you are coming out. Zhao Chun nodded. What's wrong? Zhao Si laughed and said, that's all right. Mr. Xie said he found something strange. Chapter 39, there is the shadow of the Chun family behind, and we are ready to fight the Chun family to the end. Let's go home first. Zhao Chun waved his hand. Now they are on the street, with many people coming and going, and there is no guarantee that there will be someone among them who is trying to frame him. Zhao family compound. As soon as Zhao Chun entered the door, the servants immediately stood on both sides. In the middle of the aisle, there was a pot of burning charcoal. Master, please step over the fire basin to get rid of the bad luck. Zhao Chun smiled and stepped over the brazier. Then Ying and Dun Dun came over, dipped willow branches in water, and swept them over his body. After finishing all this, Zhao Chun came in front of everyone and laughed heroically. To celebrate my redress, everyone in the Zhao family will be rewarded with 1 ounce of silver today. Everyone saluted. Thank you, Master. Great Master, may you be blessed with great fortune. Zhao Chun raised his hand. Everyone get up. As he spoke, he looked at Xie and said, notify the accountant later and distribute the money. Yes. Xie nodded. The people around him gradually dispersed, and Xie came to his side. Master, I have something to report to you. Tell me, when we just came out of the government office, Xiao Si told me that you found out something else. Zhao Chen's expression also became much more serious. Xie sighed. Master, do you know which pharmacy prescribed medicine for Niu Lu? Gu's medical clinic. I already know this. Is there something wrong with his family? Zhao Chen asked doubtfully. Xie nodded. At first, I just guessed. The whole Lintian city knows that the Gu family and the Chun family have some connection. The eldest daughter of the second generation of the Gu family is the current head of the Chun family and Chun Ting's biological mother. Zhao Chen frowned immediately. There is a deep-seated grudge between him and Chun Ting. It is perfectly normal for Chun Ting's mother to help her son vent his anger through her parents' home. Chun Ting's mother is well known throughout Lintian City for being protective of her children. I thought about this when I first found out about the Gu family, but I had no evidence. So last night I contacted all the beggars in that circle again. It wasn't until this morning that someone came back to tell me that Gu Xian, the head of the Chin family, had quietly returned to the Gu family a day or two before the incident. It's a pity that those beggars couldn't enter the Gu family's house. We don't know what they talked about, let alone whether this incident was deliberately planned by the Gu family. What do you think is the probability that they set a trap? Zhao Chen asked. Xie thought for a moment and said, no less than 90%. Because besides having some personal grudges with Chun Ting, you also affected their family's interests. The Chun family is the largest salt seller in Lintian City. They handle most of the salt business in the city. After Wuji Mall opened, we also sold salt. Our prices were the same as theirs, but the quality was far superior. As a result, they didn't sell a single grain of salt for several days. Okay, that's enough reason. Zhao Chen snorted, a cold glint in his eyes. Master, I originally just wanted to be a quiet and obedient citizen and make a little money, but now it seems someone is forcing me to do something. I don't care if it's the Chun family's doing or not. Even if it's not, if I'm in a bad mood, he has to be in a bad mood with me. Xia whispered. Master, what should we do? Zhao Chen rubbed his chin and asked, how much is salt per pound now? 400 coins for coarse salt, and 1 ounce of silver for refined salt. Xia replied immediately. What about the cost of producing salt? Do you know? I know, but I'm not very precise. Coarse salt is about 151, and refined salt is 301. Okay, go back first and wait for my news. After Xia left, Zhao Chun didn't even go back to the house, but went straight to the cellar. Back in the modern era, he immediately found the contact information of the salt supplier and called him. Hello, this is Zhang Chao, the account manager of Tongqing Jian. Hello, this is Zhao Chun from Chinchun supermarket chain. Hello, Mr. Zhao, would you like to purchase salt? That's right, I want 50 tons. How much? Zhang Chao was stunned. The purchasing volume of supermarkets generally does not exceed 2 tons. Even for large chain supermarkets, the maximum is only 10 or 8 tons. 50 tons at once. Are there any more rumors on the internet? Mr. Zhao, are you sure you want to purchase so much? Yes, do you have it? Have. Pack me the cheapest bulk salt and deliver it before tonight. At night, the Zhao family compound was brightly lit. All the idle men were called to come. A full 100,000 kilograms of salt were transported out of the cellar and loaded into the warehouse. In the warehouse, Xia was holding the account book and looking at the mountain of salt in front of him, and he couldn't help but twitching his lips. Salt was a rare commodity throughout the Dun dynasty. Even if the Chun family is a big salt seller in Lintian City, so what? The amount of salt stored at home will not exceed 10,000 kilograms. But the master just moved his fingers and got 100,000 kilograms of grain. The two are not on the same level at all. But the Chun family is still unaware of this. The Chun family has really hit a snag this time. If they dare to offend the master, their family will be finished. It was already midnight when all the salt was loaded into the warehouse. Zhao Chen stretched and returned to the room. Ying ran over with her head lowered and asked, Master, would you like to ask a sister to warm the bed tonight? Little 13 and little 14 are old enough, and both are virgins. Zhao Chen raised his eyes and looked. Ying, who has shed her childishness, is obviously more feminine than before. No need to shout, it's you. Okay, I'll run you a bath right away. Zhao Chen nodded. After working all day, he was covered in dust. At this time, taking a hot bath would be so comfortable. In a moment, the water was ready. The moment he lay in the bathtub, Zhao Chun let out a long sigh and felt like he was sublimated. Ying poured him some tea and followed him into the bathtub. She came up behind him and pressed against his back. Master, let Ying give you a shoulder massage. A pair of jade hands were placed on the shoulders, cold and icy. 10 slender fingers applied slight pressure, which felt extremely comfortable. In addition, after experiencing the world, Ying's movements are obviously much more unrestrained than before. Although it is still inferior to Dun Dun, but every woman is an independent individual, and differences are good. The water ripples and white mist rises. Zhao Chen stood up and sat by the bathtub, gently holding Ying's hair. The next morning, Zhao Chun found Xia. I'll immediately arrange for someone to spread the word. Starting today, Wuji Mall is having a massive sale on refined salt, 250 coins per jean. 251. Xia was shocked. Master, 250 when isn't even enough to cover the cost. We'll definitely lose money if we sell it like this. Zhao Chen chuckled softly. Go find someone to promote it if I ask you to. I'll cover any losses. Also, tell the promoters that the minimum purchase for this sale is 100 kilograms. Xia nodded. Yes, I will go and notify them now. He turned and left, and a cold smile appeared on Chun Yan's lips. Chun family, I'm going to attack you. Are you ready to take it? Chapter 40. The Chun family can't bear it anymore after selling refined salt for 5 consecutive days. Chun family. Meeting room. Chen Yuanshan sat at the front, and a group of Chun family managers sat beside him. I'm sure you've all heard about Wuji Mall selling salt at a low price. Tell me, what are your thoughts? Gu Xian sneered. What else can I say? This guy probably knows that we framed him and wants to use this method to take revenge on our family. A steward frowned. But what he's doing won't affect our Chen family. Refined salt is incredibly valuable. Even if we produce it ourselves, it costs 300 coins per pound. If he sells it at this price, even if we buy it all, we won't lose out at all. Everyone nodded. Then another steward spoke up. We don't know how much refined salt he has. What if there's so much that our Chin family can't eat it all? Can't eat it? That's a joke. My Chin family is rich and powerful. We have been operating for many years to achieve the current situation. How could a young boy like him possibly get so much salt? That's right. A man with a goatee, about 50 years old, stood up. I have an acquaintance at the Dan salt factory. If someone here really bought a large amount of salt at once, he would definitely tell me. Looking at the Dan dynasty, apart from the Dan salt factory, the remaining salt fields are very far away from us. It is almost impossible to transport salt back from those places. What do you think we should do now? Qin Yuanshan said in a low voice. The goat-bearded steward said, since that kid surnamed Zhao wants to play, let's play with him. Isn't it 250 won per caddy? No matter how much he sells, we'll buy it all. With his ability, he can only get a few thousand kilograms at most. Even if he gets 10,000 kilograms, we can still afford it. Everyone in the Chun family thought for a moment and nodded. Qin Yuanshan slowly stood up and said, in that case, let's inform the Qin family. As soon as they start selling salt, we will go and buy it all. The promotion lasted for a whole day, and the next morning, Wuji Shopping Mall started selling salt. As soon as the door opened, it was blocked by a large group of people. These people didn't even pretend. They were all wearing the uniforms of Qin family servants. Master, someone from the Qin family is here to buy it. Should we sell it or not? Zhao Qin sat by the second-floor window, glanced down, and took a sip of tea. Of course we have to sell it. People are here to buy salt too. But what if he buys it, and then comes back to raise the price and sell it again? Xiaer couldn't help but feel a little worried. Zhao Qin chuckled. What are you afraid of? We have so much salt in our warehouse. If he dares to raise the price, we'll sell it to him at a low price. Go tell the people below that no matter who buys it, we will sell it as normal. Yes. Xiaer ran downstairs. The refined salt sale has officially begun. In just over an hour, the 10,000 kilograms of refined salt prepared by Zhao Chun were sold out. Xiaer ran upstairs and said, Boss, we've sold out all the 10,000 jin. Okay, today's activities end here. Zhao Chun stood up, took a sip of tea, and left quickly. On the Chun family's side, the whole room cheered. Ha ha, that idiot named Zhao sold us 10,000 caddies of refined salt at a low price. Even if we sell it for 500 coins per caddy, we can still make double the money. Qin Yuanshan laughed heartily with excitement. Gu Xian quickly called the housekeeper. Housekeeper, go and prepare a table of delicious food. The master, the housekeepers, and I want to celebrate. The butler left with a smile on his face. I really didn't expect that Zhao Chun is quite capable and actually managed to get 10,000 kilograms of refined salt. Who says it's not? I heard that they had prepared 10,000 kilograms in total, and I even thought I might have heard it wrong. But that's all he did. We finally managed to get 10,000 kilograms, but in the end, it still went to our family for a bargain. Several people were talking at the same time, all mocking Zhao Chun. At this time, in the Zhao family compound, Zhao Chun picked up the picture on the table, looked at it, and then turned away, with a smile on his face. Ever since he started planning to sell salt, he has been thinking about how to make a high-pressure water truck. It took him a whole afternoon to draw the design according to his idea. Ying gave the design to Zhou De and the others, and asked them to quickly build the water wheel according to the production plan. As for installing electric lights for other families, we can just put it on hold for now. Yes. Ying took the design and trotted out of the room. Zhao Chun opened the window and called out to Dun Dun again. After returning, allocate funds immediately and prepare to purchase 20 tall horses. Dun Dun tilted his head, not understanding what he wanted to do. However, out of maid instinct, she nodded and said, I'll go find General Manager Xie and transfer the money right away. After everything was arranged, Zhao Chun sneered. Qin family, our game has just begun, you must hold on. The next day, Qin family, this is beyond our expectations. I don't know what kind of magical power this kid surnamed Zhao has. He can actually get 10,000 kilograms of salt. A steward had a puzzled look on his face. Another manager said, what's the big deal? Didn't we buy all the salt? I noticed today that after his men found out that the Chun family was the one buying the salt, they obviously didn't want to sell it anymore. What's that? The people I sent out came back and told me that the people in charge of the mall are getting anxious. It seems they won't be able to get salt either. Let's just wait and see. No matter what the situation is, can an outsider really bring down our family that we've run for so many years? Looking at the managers in front of him chattering, Qin Yuanshan sighed. As long as Zhao Qin doesn't continue to add salt on such a large scale, his Qin family will still be able to afford it. On the third day, the sale of refined salt was 2 hours late, and the quantity was sharply reduced to 6,000 kilograms. The Chen family felt that Zhao Chun could not hold on any longer, so they continued to make great efforts to buy refined salt. After 3 days of trouble, the Chen family no longer had much money left. Master, there is no more room in our warehouse. What should we do if they still sell salt there? Chen Yuanshan was already getting carried away at this point and growled. How much have you bought? And there's no room left. We still have a lot of old inventory in our warehouse, and more than half has been requisitioned by the madam, and I don't know what's in it. The butler answered in a low voice with his head down. Chen Yuanshan's eyes rolled. Then send it to the Gu family and let them keep it for us first. On the 4th day of selling salt, Wuji Shopping Mall was more than an hour late and released 4,000 kilograms of salt. The Chen family emptied their savings to buy the salt. On the 5th day, Zhao Chen only allowed Xia Air to take out 2,000 kilograms to sell. But the signs were not put up until the evening, when the Chen family came and took everything away. Seeing this, Zhao Chen was happy. Has the Chen family finally run out of money? He immediately asked someone to call Fengde. Take your Feng section, people, and take 100 oil bottles to the Chen family later. Find the Chen family's warehouse where the refined salt is stored and throw the oil bottle in there as hard as you can. Chapter 41. Chen's house caught fire. Wuji Shopping Mall spread the word to help put out the fire. Late at night, Chen family compound. Patrolling servants walked around the warehouse with torches. In the evening, the master specifically instructed that the most important thing for the Chen family now is this warehouse, and no problems must occur. Outside the warehouse, at the base of a high wall, among a bunch of trees. Boss, do you want to do it? Fengde asked in a low voice. Fengde looked around and said, there are people over there. Wait a moment. When all the servants were completely out of sight, Fengde whispered, brothers, take action. Feng Lu, Feng Qi, and Feng Ba immediately rolled forward, came to the ventilation windows of the warehouse, and violently dismantled the ventilation windows. Throw. Fengde growled. 100 oil bottles entered the Chen family salt warehouse through the ventilation windows. The servant who was patrolling in front of the warehouse heard the sound and immediately ran towards the warehouse. Retreat. Fengde waved his hand. Feng Sansabai Woba immediately leaned against the wall and stood in a horse stance, carrying the other 5 people to climb over the wall. The person who climbed up the wall stretched out his hand and pulled up the 5 people below. The whole process was smooth and flowing. In the yard, the servant pushed open the door and a strong smell of gasoline hit him in the face. The moment the flames were seen, the entire warehouse caught fire. Boom! The raging fire pushed the servants out, and even the roof tiles were not spared. The fire is coming. The warehouse is flooded. Waves of shouting spread throughout the Chun family compound, and Chen Yuanshan woke up from his sleep. Where's the flood? Zhao family compound. Zhao Chun was still awake, standing on the 2nd floor of the main house, staring blankly in the direction of the Chen family. Master, it's getting cold. Put on some clothes. Ying took out a thick piece of clothes and put it on Zhao Chun. Suddenly, fire appeared in the direction of Chen's house. Master, over there. Zhao Chun immediately burst into laughter. Fengde and the others succeeded. Haha, it's time for me to perform. Ying immediately notify everyone in the Zhao, Qian, and Zheng departments to gather in the main courtyard. In the past few days, they have built a total of 5 high-pressure water trucks, which will be taken out later. People from the Zheng department will be responsible for pressurizing, and people from the other 2 departments will be responsible for extinguishing the fire. Perfect. Ying left quickly, and within 10 minutes, everyone had gathered. Zhao Chen stood on the 2nd floor and cleared his throat. There's a fire in the city. As a member of Lintian City, we have an obligation to help put out the fire. Listen to my orders, everyone. Get on the water truck and go. Put out the fire. More than 30 people drove 5 high-pressure water trucks to Chen's house. It was curfew time, and there were few people on the road. But Zhao Chen still asked the car in front to shout, everyone on the road, please get out of the way. Wuji Mall is going to put out a fire. Get out of the way, there's a fire at Wuji Mall. Many people along the way were awakened and opened their windows to watch the water wheel running wildly on the street. Master, I don't understand. There is obviously no one on the road. Why are we still shouting? Aren't we deliberately disturbing people's sleep? Zheng Sen asked. Zhao Chen smiled and said, you don't understand this, right? I asked the people in front to shout in order to promote Wuji Shopping Mall. Think about it. Our people saw a house on fire in the city and came out to help put it out despite curfew. This demonstrates a strong sense of social responsibility. Once we spread our reputation, do you think the mall's business will still be bad? Zheng Sen scratched his head. Although he had never heard of the term social responsibility, he probably understood it after listening to the master's explanation. He clasped his hands together, his face full of admiration. Master is really thoughtful. Seeing that they were getting closer to the Chen family, Zhao Chen shouted to the front. Tell the car in front not to go to Chen's house yet. Turn a corner and shout a few blocks away. The carriage in front received the order and immediately turned in the opposite direction of the Chen family. The dark streets lit up one after another. It was not until Zhao Chun felt that the gasoline was burned out and the wood in the warehouse was almost burned out that he asked everyone to rush to Chen's house. The water truck was parked outside the wall of the Chun family warehouse. Turning around, I saw that many residents behind me had opened their windows and were looking over here. The curfew only prevents them from going out on the streets, but it cannot stop them from watching the excitement. Seeing this, Zhao Chun rolled his eyes and said to the onlookers, I'm Zhao Chun from Wuji Shopping Mall. I saw the Chen family was on fire and came here to put out the fire. If the government office investigates me for leaving the house during curfew tomorrow, I'd like you to help me be a witness. After saying that, he turned around and shouted loudly, Everyone in the Zhengzi department, please increase the pressure on the water truck. Yes. The 10 people from the Zheng class answered loudly. Everyone from the Zhao and Qian departments, break down the wall and put out the fire. Yes. A strong man came down from each car, gathered together, each holding a sledgehammer and smashing the wall. Ancient walls were made of rammed earth bricks and covered with a layer of lime, but they were much less hard than cement. With 2 hammer strikes from each man, a big hole was smashed into the wall. Several people carried the water pipe and crawled through the big hole. The moment the valve opened, 5 huge water dragons spewed out. Everyone, drink water on time. We don't have much water left, so don't waste it. Zhao Chen stood in the car and shouted. The servants certainly knew what was going on. They aimed the water nozzles at the salt bags one by one, and while putting out the fire, they also poured all the salt all over. Countless salts were washed out of the warehouse with the water before they had time to melt. At the same time, Lin Changtian rushed to the scene with people from the government office. When they saw the advanced firefighting methods used by the Zhao family servants, their eyes widened. My young master Zhao is truly a god. Within a quarter of an hour, most of the flames were extinguished. It wasn't that the servants really wanted to put out the fire, but the water hose was too powerful and it bounced back at the salt bags. Plus, the gasoline was all burned out, so it was impossible to keep the fire going. Zhao Chen glanced at Zheng San and asked, How much water is left in the tank? Zheng San glanced at the scale. 1/3 left. Zhao Chun immediately shouted into the yard. Pour more water and put out the fire completely until the water tank is empty. As he was speaking, he discovered that Lin Changtian was in the yard. His roar also attracted the attention of Prefect Lin. Zhao Chen jumped out of the car, entered the Chun family compound, and walked a few steps to Lin Changtian. Master Lin, I saw someone's house on fire and violated curfew to put it out. I beg your punishment, Master Lin. He clasped his hands together and bowed to confess his guilt. Lin Changtian quickly supported his arms. Master Zhao, what are you talking about? If it weren't for Master Zhao's novel firefighting method, I guess we wouldn't be able to put out the fire until now. Behind Lin Changtian, Qin Yuanshan was furious. Mr. Zhao, why did you come to my house? Zhao Chun turned his head and said calmly, Master Chun, are you blind? I'm helping your family put out the fire. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you yelled at me. Are you even a fucking human being? I don't need you to care about me. Even if you don't come, we can put out the fire. Take your people and get out of here. Qin Yuanshan yelled. Without waiting for Zhao Chun to refute, Lin Changtian's face instantly fell. Master Chun, it's a bit unreasonable for you to do this to your benefactor. If young Master Zhao hadn't come to help put out the fire in your family tonight, if the houses next door had been set on fire, how many people in your family would have died? As he said this, he glanced at the miserable servants in the yard. If your men were really capable, would they burn like this? Qin Yuanshan gritted his teeth in anger and clenched his fists tightly. After all, he is just a commoner, and Lin Changtian is an official and the official most favored by the king of Qin. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to challenge Lin Changtian. After a while, Zhao De came. Master, the water tank is empty. Okay, the firefighting mission is successfully completed. Let's retreat. He waved his hand, said goodbye to Lin Changtian, and left with his men. He crawled out from the hole in the wall, and the onlookers behind him applauded. Lin Changtian raised his chin. Master Chun, did you see that? Except for you, everyone else is applauding for young Master Zhao. Then, he glanced at the yamen runners behind him and said, We have no business here anymore. Retreat. Qin Yuanshan hung his head and waited until Lin Changtian left the yard before he yelled at the servants. What the hell are you all standing there for? Go check on the salt in the warehouse. Chapter 42. Mr. Chun is furious. The The Gu family is preparing to sell refined salt. Several servants immediately rushed into the warehouse, but the scene before them left them completely dumbfounded. The entire warehouse floor was filled with the brine mixture, and the bags of salt were scattered on the ground, all deflated. "Master, our salt is gone." The housekeeper hurried out to report. "Gone? All gone." Chen Yuanshan grabbed his collar and roared. "There's nothing left. Even if we scrape out all the salt from the ground, we'd only be able to gather about 100 to 180 kilograms at best." The luster in Chen Yuanshan's eyes suddenly faded, and his hands dropped weakly. The more than 20,000 kilograms of refined salt that had just been purchased, plus the 20,000 kilograms of refined salt and 50,000 kilograms of coarse salt that had been stockpiled before, were all gone. This is the family fortune accumulated by several generations of his Chen family through hard work. Puff! Chen Yuanshan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. "Master! Master!" A group of servants gathered around. The housekeeper touched Chen Yuanshan's neck. "It's over, the master is so angry." The next day, in front of Wuji shopping mall, there were drums and gongs, and lions and dragons were dancing. With the sound of firecrackers, two Yamen runners came over behind Lin Changtian, carrying a plaque covered with red cloth. "Master Lin, welcome, welcome." Zhao Chen stood at the door to greet him. Lin Changtian bowed in return. "Mr. Zhao, you are so polite." Then he turned around and faced all the people who had come to watch the fun. "Everyone, the main reason I'm here today is to commend the firefighting heroes of our Lintian city." He recounted what happened yesterday when Zhao Chun went to Chen's house to put out the fire. A few days ago, the Chun family falsely accused Master Zhao, but Master Zhao put aside past grudges and helped them put out the fire. He is truly a man of high character. This mansion has written this inscription personally and has specially commissioned a craftsman to create a plaque as a gift to Master Zhao. The red cloth was lifted, and a gold-plated plaque with a red background appeared in front of everyone. On it were 4 big characters written, "Firefighting Hero." Everyone applauded. Many dignitaries who came by came forward to congratulate. "Mr. Zhao, you truly deserve the title of Firefighting Hero." "Congratulations, Mr. Zhao. You are honored to receive this inscription personally written by Prefect Lin. You will surely have a bright future." There were voices of congratulations everywhere. Zhao Chen clasped his fists in return. "You're welcome, you're welcome." He turned to face Lin Changtian. "Thank you, Magistrate Lin, for the calligraphy." "Young Master Zhao, what are you talking about? If all the merchants in Lintian City had young Master Zhao's awareness, I would be happy even if I couldn't hold the pen anymore from writing inscriptions." Without saying any more pretentious words, Zhao Chun ordered the servants to hang the plaque in the center of the hall at gate number 1. After the lion and dragon dance performances ended, onlookers flocked into the Wuji shopping mall. "Mr. Zhao, I have some things to do, so I won't stay here any longer," Lin Changtian said with a smile. Zhao Chen clasped his hands together and said, "Farewell, Magistrate Lin." After seeing Lin Changtian off and returning to the hospital, Zhao Chun called Xiaer. "Everyone who participated in the operation yesterday will be rewarded. Those from the Feng family will receive 2 taels each, and those from the remaining 3 families will receive 1 tael each." "Yes." Xiaer bowed, secretly shocked in his heart. The master of his family really doesn't take money seriously. He rewards people whenever he wants, and he gives so much. Admittedly, compared to their wages, this little bit of reward money is nothing, but compared to other people, even if other people's families did not sign a contract to sell their bodies, they could only earn 2 or 3 taels of silver a year. For those who signed a contract to sell their bodies, it would be good if they could earn 1 tael. But what about them? 1 month's work is equivalent to a year's work for others. The key point is that they have all signed a contract to sell themselves. Comparing yourself with others will make you happy. The news about the Chun family spread throughout Lintian City. Gu family. Gu Xian ran into the house in a panic with a look of gloom on her face. "Brother, something big has happened." Gu Silly, the current head of the Gu family, hurried out to greet him. Seeing his sister's miserable appearance, he hurriedly asked, "Sister, what's wrong with you? What happened to the Chen family?" Gu Xian burst into tears. "Brother, the Chen family's house caught fire last night. All the salt in the house is gone, and Yuan Shan was also angry to death." "What?" Gu Silly widened his eyes. Gu Xian wiped her tears and said, "It's all the fault of that Zhao from Wuji shopping mall. If he hadn't sold so much refined salt to Yuan Shan at once, our family wouldn't have to stockpile so much. Last night, our house caught fire for no apparent reason. That Zhao guy brought some people to put out the fire, and they washed away all the salt in my house." Gu Silly frowned immediately and began to think in his mind. Previously, The Chen family borrowed money from them to buy the last batch of salt. Now that all the salt is gone, can the Chen family still pay back the money? Although the mistress of the Chen family is from the Gu family. But since ancient times, a girl who is married off is like spilled water. Since my younger sister entered the Chen family, she has become a member of the Chen family. Brother, what are you thinking? You have to help me get revenge. What revenge? Gu Silly hurriedly evaded. Sister, you know that the Gu family is far less powerful than the Chen family. We paid for the Chen family's salt purchases before, and that. Gu Xian's crying stopped immediately. She asked coldly, Brother, what do you mean by that? Your brother-in-law was murdered by that Zhao guy, and you're still thinking about that little bit of money. Gu Silly quickly waved his hands. No, it's just... Sister, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Now we are talking about the Chen and Gu families, so... Haha, good. Gu Xian sneered. My dear brother, I didn't expect you to value money so much. Okay, I'm now the head of the Chen family. On behalf of the Chen family, I say that the batch of salt that was deposited with you will be given to you. In addition, I will have someone send you the salt and iron sales documents. Are you willing to help me get revenge? Gu Silly's expression suddenly changed. There are 3,000 kilograms of refined salt stored in his house, which is not a small number. Okay, my sister has been so open. It would be unreasonable for me as a brother not to express my opinion. The Gu family will find a way to help you get revenge, but we have to wait until we process the salt and get some money back. No problem, Gu Xian said through gritted teeth. Although the Chen family is large in size, they do not have much liquid funds on hand, and almost 90% of the funds are used to store salt. In other words, she is really desperate now. Otherwise, she would not let the Gu family stand up for her. Then I'll go back first, brother. I hope you can remember what you said. She turned and walked outside. Until her back disappeared, Gu Silly suddenly laughed. My dear sister, thank you so much. Come here, immediately give orders to distribute all the salt stored in our warehouse to the various stalls. Starting tomorrow, the Gu family will sell refined salt. 400 coins per pound, with a minimum price of 1 pound. Zhao family compound. Master, the Gu family is going to sell salt. Xia came to report. Zhao Chen frowned and asked, do they have the right to trade in salt and iron? They don't have it, but the Chen family does. As long as the Chen family gives them the agency rights, they can sell salt as much as they want within a month. This is a regulation that has existed for a long time, but no one has ever opened up authorization. Oh haha, Zhao Chen sneered. How much do they sell their salt for? 400 coins per pound. Xia said. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, tomorrow we'll also sell salt. It's 200 coins per gene, and each person is limited to buying 2 gene. 201. Master, you're crazy. Do I look crazy to you? Zhao Chen smiled crookedly. Please help me contact the leader of the beggar gang. I want to talk to him. Chapter 43. Inviting the beggar gang leader to a banquet and talking about a business deal. Star Picking Tower. The number 1 box. A table full of banquets. Zhao Chen sat in the main seat, holding a box. Mr. Zhao, you are truly wealthy and powerful to be able to entertain me here. But I heard that the food at your Wuji Mall is better. Can we go there next time? A beggar had greasy food dripping from his mouth and a chicken drumstick in his hand. He is the leader of the beggar gang in Lintian City, Su Qier. Boss Su, I didn't mean to meet you here for any other reason. I just wanted to discuss business with you. It's a bit inconvenient to do it on my own territory. As he spoke, he pushed the box in his hand over. Take a look. Do you like what's inside? Su Qier put down the chicken leg, opened the box, and saw that it was full of gold bars. But there was no surprise on his face, and he closed the box calmly. Mr. Zhao is indeed a straightforward person. Tell me, what's the business? Zhao Chen said calmly. It's very simple. I want your people to help me keep an eye on the Gu family. If there's any movement in their family, I hope you can notify me as soon as possible. Young Master Zhao, do you want revenge? Su Cheater sniffed and picked up the chicken leg again. Come to think of it, we're both young and full of vigor. After being tricked like this, it would be a lie if I didn't want revenge. Zhao Chen smiled. There are big names in the beggar's sect, and this is a truth recognized by another world. Hong Qigong in the novel and Zhu the Butcher in the Ming Dynasty, which one is not famous? It is reasonable that Su Qier knows some secrets. Boss Su's idea. Should we accept this deal or not? The money's already been handed to me. Wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable for me to refuse? Su Qier held the money box in his arms and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. But I have to remind you that the Gu family is not simple either. You have to think carefully before fighting with them. What do you mean? Zhao Chen was a little curious. Looking at the entire Lintian city, the Gu family is just a second-rate family, not even first-rate. If Zhao Chen is really determined to deal with someone, Even a first-rate family will not be able to withstand it. Su Qier smiled and shook his head. If you want to know, you have to pay the consultation fee. Zhao Chun was stunned. He only brought a box of gold with him when he went out today, and he gave it all to Su Qier. Isn't it enough for you to have given so much? Not enough. Money can't buy the things behind the Gu family. Apart from the Gu family, I have inside information about any famous family in Lintian City. Mr. Zhao can consult anyone he wants to know about. Su Qier showed a profiteer smile on his face. As for the news about the Gu family, if you want to know, ask me next time after you've collected the consulting fee. I've accepted the deal we're discussing this time, and I'll notify you immediately of any future actions by his family. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. He stood up, pulled out a cloth bag from his waist, opened the bag, and put all the food on the table into it. I'm just a beggar. Making money is just a side job. Begging for food is my main job. Take these delicious foods back and share them with my disciples. Otherwise, there will be no one to work for me. Go ahead and say it. He tied the bag, picked up the cash box, and went out. The next 2 days, Wuji Department Store and Gujiao both sell refined salt. Only, compared to 400 won per caddy, 200 won per caddy is definitely more attractive. For this purpose, Zhao Chun made 2 special trips back and purchased an additional 100 tons of refined salt. His purchase price was 1.4 yuan per pound, but the selling price converted into gold was equivalent to 650 yuan per pound, making a fortune. In 2 days, the Gu family didn't sell a single grain of salt. On Zhao Chen's side, as soon as the sun rose in the morning, he could see a line of people that stretched as far as the eye could see. Throughout Lintian City, almost every household bought cheap refined salt. Gu family. Gu Silly paced back and forth in the hall, thinking for a long time. Hey, housekeeper, please help me make an appointment with the owner of Wuji Shopping Mall. I want to reconcile with him. No. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xian immediately stood up and stopped the housekeeper. We can't reconcile. This Zhao family has a blood feud with my family. Big brother, I've given you everything you want. You can't go back on your word. Sister. Gu Silly turned around and held Gu Xian's arm with both hands. You can see that Zhao's family has plenty of refined salt. If we continue to fight like this, the entire salt market in Lintian City will be controlled by him sooner or later. Instead of both sides suffering losses, it is better to sit down and talk in advance. At least both families must ensure that they can make some money. Brother, he's clearly showing no respect for the Gu family. Can't you see that you just asked for 400 coins, and he just said 200 coins? Gu Xian broke free and yelled hysterically. Doesn't he want us to sell it now? We can just go to another city. I don't believe they can reach that far. Brother, if you still want to think only of the Gu family's interests, I will take back my salt sales rights. According to the ancestral law, the right to sell salt and iron can only be granted once a year and only for 1 month at a time. Of course, as long as you still have your sales rights, if you can't make money in Lintian City, you can go to another city. I just don't believe that a skinny dog with barely grown hair can turn the world upside down. After hearing what his sister said, Gu Silly fell silent. The profits from salt and iron can be said to be extremely high. Even if it's only for 1 month, as long as it's run well, it can easily equal the Gu family's income for 2 years. Okay, I'll take a gamble with you. I'll try selling it in other cities. It would be best if I could find a regular wholesaler. When the time comes, I'll send someone to buy salt at 200 coins per pound. Even if I only sell it for 500 coins, after deducting the labor cost, I can still make more than 200 coins. Gu Silly's rationality was once again defeated by greed. Pass the order down. Form a salt transport team tomorrow morning. Let's try somewhere else. The next morning, Xia Er sent a message. Master, the Gu family has made some moves. They started loading refined salt onto the truck this morning. Should we take action against them? How to do it? Zhao Chen asked. Xia Er raised his palm and measured his throat. We'd better go all out. Find some people to ambush them on the road they must pass, take the salt back, and then kill the people. They won't be able to find them anywhere even if they want to. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Why use a knife? It's too dangerous. If you get hurt, I'll have to pay you back for the work injury and recovery. Don't the Gu family want to go out and sell it? Let's go out and sell it too. When the time comes, they will go ahead to attract the bandits' firepower, and we will just follow quietly behind. Once we get into the city, we'll go to whichever house they go to. He offers 301, and we'll take 200. Fair and reasonable business competition is so great. Xia Er was stunned for a moment. He gave a thumbs up and said, Master, you are still playing dirty. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Do you know what this is called? What? Shrimp and pig heart. Xia Er tilted his head. At this time, someone came from outside to report the news. Mr. Zhao, A nobleman has visited the Gu family. Su Qier came to the door in person. Chapter 44. The Duke of the County visits the Gu family and is forced to go on a blind date in modern times. Who is coming? Zhao Chen asked. Su Qier rolled his eyes and hesitated. Can you give me some consulting fees? If I tell you, the Gu family won't earn their share of consulting fees. Oh, Zhao Chen immediately became interested. Although he was a little unhappy with this kind of last-minute price asking, but, in order to save time, he still took a small amount. He asked Xiaer to get 100 taels of silver. Here's the money. Tell me quickly. Su Qier took a look and said in embarrassment, Boss Zhao, it's a little less. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Gu family, your report to me is already within the scope of this business. I am willing to pay an additional 100 taels of silver, and I don't want to waste time. Boss Su, we are all people of status, and we can't ignore the moral code of the martial arts world. Su Qier looked at the money, then looked at Zhao Chen, and sighed. Oh, forget it. It deserves that I won't earn this money. He put away the 100 taels of silver and said, The man who came is Bai Chun Shan, the eldest son of Bai Baochuan, the Duke of Linen. Duke of Linen? Zhao Chun and Xiaer frowned at the same time. That's right. The Duke of Linen fell ill a month ago and asked the Gu family to help find ginseng. I guess they came here this time just to ask the Gu family for ginseng. Su Qier said. Is ginseng rare? Zhao Chen asked. In the modern world, although ginseng is considered precious, it has long been cultivated on a large scale and can be bought in almost all Chinese medicine shops. It's rare, of course it's rare. Otherwise, the Bai family wouldn't be looking for herbal medicine merchants to help him search for it. Zhao Chen thought thoughtfully. Then, did the Gu family get ginseng? I'm not sure. Every time the Gu family transports medicinal materials, there are a lot of people coming in and out. It would be impossible to find a ginseng hidden in it. Su Qier answered truthfully. Okay, go back and help me keep an eye on it. Let me know if there's any news. Zhao Chen glanced at Xiaer and asked him to send Su Qier away. After everyone left, he immediately went into the cellar and returned to the present day. Ginseng is easy to buy here. Just buy a few pieces, and it shouldn't be a problem to establish connections. He took his keys and went out to his car. I hadn't driven far when the phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was my dad Zhao Mingfeng calling. Dad, I'm your mother. The angry voice of Mother Li Dongmei came from the other end of the phone. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why does your tone sound a little off? Zhao Chen had a bad feeling. Li Dongmei said, I called you but you didn't answer, and I sent you WeChat messages, but you didn't reply. What are you doing? Hey Mom, I'm driving now. Let's talk slowly. Don't be so excited. Zhao Chen quickly changed to a flattering tone. My mom is like this. She responds to soft words and doesn't like to be tough. Even if she's angry, as long as I coax her, everything will be fine. As expected, his attitude softened, and Li Dongmei's anger subsided a lot. I want to introduce you to a girl. She's the daughter of my classmate. She happens to be free today. Why don't you go meet her? Zhao Chun was stunned for a moment. Mom, I just got over a failed relationship. It's not good to start dating another one right away. What's wrong with that? My classmate and I know each other pretty well, and her daughter isn't bad looking either. You should go and take a look, just in case you're attracted to her. Mom, I don't. If you don't want to make me angry, just go over and take a look. I'll send you the location. Beep, beep, beep. There was a busy tone on the phone. Zhao Chen chuckled helplessly. Isn't this a commotion? About 2 minutes later, a message came in. That girl's name is Zhang Lingxi. She's in Dongguan Cultural City now. Hurry over there and don't make anyone wait anxiously. Zhao Chen shook his head helplessly. Mom is clearly not leaving him any way out. So let's go and see. He sighed, turned the steering wheel, and headed straight for Dongguan Cultural City. Dongguan Cultural City outdoor parking lot. As soon as he parked the car, he saw a man standing under a billboard not far away. After comparing the photos, the person was Zhang Lingxi. He got out of the car and ran over. Hello, my name is Zhao Chun. May I ask? Zhang Lingxi. Zhang Lingxi answered in a dull tone and turned away. Hey, where are you going? Zhao Chen asked. Zhang Lingxi stopped and turned around with a cold face. You want me to accompany you on a blind date under the billboard? Of course we should find a place to sit down and chat slowly. After saying that, she took another step forward. The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth drooped, and the anger in his heart suddenly ignited. If his mother hadn't forced him, would he have gone on a blind date with a woman like this? Forget it. Let's deal with it first, and then tell my parents that it's not appropriate. He muttered and followed. The two went to a high-end restaurant together. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Lingxi sat by the window, picked up the menu, and ordered randomly. After ordering 10 dishes in a row, she handed the menu to Zhao Chun. Take a look at it too. Is there anything you like? Zhao Chen took a glance and almost vomited blood. Any dish here costs hundreds of yuan, and 4-digit prices are common. You bitch, you really took him for a fool. He closed the menu and glanced at the waiter. I'm not ordering anything. Thank you. Zhang Lingxi waved her hand. Then hurry up and do as I ordered. The waiter bowed and left. Zhang Lingxi crossed her legs and leaned back on the booth sofa. She asked, since this is a blind date, I'll get straight to the point. What's your current monthly income? Zhao Chun said seriously. It fluctuates, but it will definitely not be less than 300,000. Zhang Lingxi's eyes trembled, and she immediately propped herself up on the table with her elbows, leaning forward. I hope you'll tell me the truth. I'm telling the truth. Zhao Chen's attitude remained calm. Zhang Lingxi smiled faintly and leaned back on the sofa again. Do you have a house or a car? I have a small apartment on the first floor of my house, and I'm currently the only one living there. If I get married, I plan to buy a new one. As for the car, it's the same. I'm just driving it for transportation now, but I'll change it later. Zhang Lingxi's smile grew wider. It was not until now that Zhao Chun took a serious look at the woman in front of him. The makeup is too heavy and the powder is too thick, and the original skin is completely invisible. The chin is too pointed, and the double eyelids are not very natural. You can tell at a glance that this face has been through a lot of torture. I don't know what my mother was thinking. She actually wanted to introduce such a woman to me. Zhang Lingxi's eyes sparkled, but there was still a hint of doubt. Can you let me take a look? You should always be cautious when going on a blind date. Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and opened the bank card app. Then let me show you. He placed the balance interface in front of Zhang Lingxi. Zhang Lingxi's eyes widened immediately, and she saw a long string of numbers in the balance column. Before she could count the digits, Zhao Chun took back his phone. Did you see it? Do you still doubt what I said? No doubt about it. You are such a high-quality man. Her voice immediately became coquettish, and her body softened. She lay on the table, intentionally or unintentionally showing off her cleavage. The look in her eyes as she plays with her hair is so sexy and passionate. The waiter started serving the dishes. She ignored him completely and stared at Zhao Chun with her eyes wide open. Actually, I'm a very simple person. I don't have that many ambitions. I just want to stay at home and take care of my husband and children. If you think it's okay, give me a 5 million yuan betrothal gift, buy me a 1,000 square meter villa, a Porsche, and give me 300,000 to 500,000 yuan in pocket money every month. I guarantee you'll have a hot meal every day when you come home. Zhao Chen almost died of laughter. Spend this money just to have a hot meal? You're thinking too much. If you use this money to hire a chef and eat 8 meals a day, you will never be able to finish it in your lifetime. He rubbed his nose and said, Your request is indeed not high, but I also have a question to ask you. Chapter 45, Rejecting the Pastoral Dog, Bought Ginseng and Returned to Ancient Times. Ask. Zhang Lingxi blinked. Zhao Chen cleared his throat. Are you a virgin? Zhang Lingxi was stunned for a moment, then whispered, Is this important? I'm a modern woman. Is it okay for me to have had other boyfriends? No problem. Zhao Chen shrugged and asked, Since you say you're a woman of the new era, do you know that asking for a high bride price is a bad habit? How is it a bad custom? Men giving gifts when marrying a wife is a custom passed down from ancient times. Zhang Lingxi immediately retorted. Zhao Chen laughed. When I asked you if you were a virgin, you talked about the new era. When I mentioned the betrothal gift, you told me it's been around since ancient times. So you want to explain it any way you can to benefit yourself? If you want to be a country dog, go get someone else's. Stop getting horny in front of me. He slowly stood up. I have completed the task my mother assigned me, and I will never see you again. After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked outside. Stop. Zhang Lingxi stood up suddenly. You humiliated me like this. I'm angry. You must go with me to get the marriage certificate today. Otherwise I will go to your house to cause trouble for you. Go ahead, but you're not sure if you can get in. Zhao Chen smiled. You. Zhang Lingxi's nostrils flared, his face filled with shame and anger. Are you still a man? Can't you be more lenient with me? I'm such a beautiful girl, and you're not ashamed to leave me here alone. Sorry, I'm face blind. Zhao Chen turned and left. Zhang Lingxi was so angry that she stamped her feet. You bastard, go and settle the bill. Zhao Chen put his hands in his pockets and said as he walked, I didn't order the food, and I didn't eat a single bite. Why should I pay the bill? But when we got back to the car, we could still see Zhang Lingxi dancing at the table. I don't know which sucker she will call to pay the bill for her. Let's go. He turned the steering wheel and drove out of the parking lot. After driving along the street for a while, I came across a large Chinese medicine shop. As soon as I stopped the car, the phone rang again. My mom called. Hey mom, what do you mean by mom? I finally introduced you to a guy. How did you talk to him? You even left him alone in the restaurant. Isn't that shameful? Li Dongmei yelled angrily. Zhao Chen chuckled. She told you all this? Then why don't you ask her what she asked of me? 5 million yuan in betrothal gifts, a 1,000 square meter villa, a 2 million yuan car, and 500,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Mom, it's not that I don't want to marry her. That girl is really good looking, and I'm quite attracted to her, but her requirements are too high. How about this? Can you and my dad see if we can pay for it? Li Dongmei lost power instantly. She really said that? How could I lie to you? I swear on my ancestors that if I tell a lie, all my family's graves will explode. Besides, the restaurant has surveillance cameras. If you don't believe me, just spend $300 or $500 to adjust the surveillance. Zhao Chen vowed. Then, I heard a burst of cursing from the other side. Fuck that Yugoatia. I introduced my son to her daughter out of kindness, and she played me like this. What a shameless person. Chinner, we can't accept a woman like this even if she throws herself at us. You did the right thing. Mom won't talk to you anymore. Come home for dinner when you have time. Beep, beep, beep. Zhao Chen looked at the phone and chuckled. My mother rarely loses her temper, but it seems that what happened today really made her very angry. You guys can keep arguing. It has nothing to do with me. He locked the car and went into the Chinese medicine shop. An old man in a white coat, who looked to be in his 70s, asked, Young man, do you want to buy medicine or see a doctor? I want to buy ginseng, said Zhao Chen. Oh. The doctor slowly stood up and asked, There are many kinds of ginseng. What kind do you want? Could you please give me a detailed introduction? The old doctor began to introduce the method in a long and rambling manner. There are many types of ginseng, including garden ginseng, forest ginseng, red ginseng, and wild ginseng. After an introduction of more than 20 minutes, Zhao Chen had a better understanding of it. Question: According to you, there is basically no difference between forest ginseng and wild ginseng? That's right. There's no difference in shape or efficacy. It's just the name that's different, the old doctor said slowly. If you put old forest ginseng and wild ginseng together, even cultivated ginseng can't tell them apart. If you're using it yourself, I recommend forest ginseng. Okay, I'll listen to you. Give me 10. How old do you want it? Fresh or dry? Fresh ones. Even those 30 or 50 years old will do. The old doctor went to the back, and after a while, he took out 2 wooden boxes. The boxes were covered with moss, and 5 ginseng roots were placed in each box. These 10 are all 50 years old. I'll charge you $2,000 in total. Zhao Chen scanned the code to pay and walked out with 2 boxes of ginseng. Driving home and returning to the Zhao family compound, Su Qier brought news again. Master Zhao, by Chunshan, stayed at the Gu family for hours and came out looking depressed. He probably didn't get any ginseng. After coming out, he went to Zhaixing Tower again. I asked someone to find out, and Lord Xiaobai plans to stay there for one night and leave for the capital tomorrow. He wants to see if he can get ginseng there. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Okay, I got it. You guys go back and keep an eye on the Gu family. Okay, Su Qier responded and left quickly. Seeing him walk away, Zhao Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. From what Su Qier said before, the Gu family has the support of the Duke of the county, so it seems inconvenient to attack them. Now, the things that the county lord has entrusted them to have not been done. How can they have the face to ask the county lord for help? I thought I would owe King Qin a favor if I wanted to destroy the Gu family, but now it seems that's no longer necessary. Xiaer, go get some people and follow me to Zhaixing Tower. Xiaer bowed. Yes, master. He took 2 steps back and stopped again. Master, please forgive me for being so nosy, but now is not the right time for us to go look for the young duke. He's worried because he didn't get the ginseng. If we touch the Gu family again, they may not give us face. Zhao Chen smiled and said, The Gu family didn't get any ginseng because they were incompetent. Who says I can't get it? He handed the 2 wooden boxes in his arms to Xiaer. Open it and take a look. Xiaer took it, lifted the lid, and was immediately stunned. This is ginseng. Master, how did you get it? Zhao Chen chuckled. This is a secret. Tell me now, and I'll go visit by Chunshan. Is that okay? No problem. Absolutely no problem. I'll go find someone right away. Xiaer ran away in a hurry. Zhao Chen covered the 2 boxes of ginseng and breathed a sigh of relief. Gu family, how good would it be if you hadn't helped the Chen family in the first place? I don't know if you will regret it when the day comes that you are destroyed. Chapter 46. Meeting the young duke, selling 10 ginsengs at a sky-high price. Star-picking tower. Zhao Chen entered the hall with Xiaer and 4 followers of the Chen family. There were few guests in the hall. The waiter came running over. Hello. Sir, are you here for a meal or to stay overnight? I'm here to find someone. Zhao Qin's eyes wandered around, and he looked around. "Who are you looking for?" asked the waiter. "I heard that the son of the Duke of Linen lives here. Could you please let me know?" As soon as he finished speaking, a group of guards holding swords came over from a distance. "Who are you, and why do you want to see my young master?" Zhao Qin put his hands behind his back and tilted his head slightly. Xiaer immediately understood, walked forward with 2 boxes of ginseng, and opened them in front of the guards. The guards were a little cautious at first, even putting their hands on their swords. But when they saw what was inside, they were stunned. "With this, am I qualified to meet your young master?" Zhao Qin said in a cold voice. The head of the guard clasped his hands together and said, "Please wait a moment, sir. I will go ask my young master now." "Yeah." Zhao Qin responded and found a place to sit. "Waiter, bring a pot of water, no tea." "Okay." The waiter immediately ran to the back hall and brought back the teapot and teacups. Zhao Qin poured a bowl and was drinking it when the head guard came back. "Sir, my master invites you." He stood up and took Xiaer and others upstairs. But when he reached the stairs, the head guard raised his hand to stop him. "Sir, please have your men wait downstairs." The followers behind him immediately stepped forward. "It's too dangerous outside. They dare not let the master go to see the young prince alone. If anything dangerous happens, they will be killed." Zhao Qin raised his hand indifferently. "Just wait downstairs. I can go up by myself." For safety reasons, he put on a stab-proof suit and tied an electric baton on his leg before going out, so he was safe. Xiaer retreated with several followers, and Zhao Qin went upstairs alone carrying the box. When I entered Bai Chunshan's room, Bai Chunshan greeted me warmly. "I heard that you have the ginseng I want." "That's right." Zhao Qin put down the box and looked at Bai Chunshan. 10. There really are 10. Bai Chunshan's eyes were filled with excitement, and his voice trembled. He turned around and said, "Master, I still don't know who you are. How did you know I needed ginseng now?" Zhao Qin said calmly, "My name is Zhao Qin, and I'm the boss of Wuji Shopping Mall." Before he could finish his words, Bai Chunshan interrupted him and asked, "Are you the owner of Wuji Shopping Mall?" "Have you heard of it?" Zhao Qin asked. "Of course. I heard that you have a lot of novel things. If time wasn't so tight this time, I would have wanted to go and have a look." Bai Chunshan touched the ginseng and said with a look of satisfaction on his face, "His father, the Duke of Mount Deer, fell seriously ill a month ago, and the doctor in the palace said that ginseng must be used as medicine to treat it. For a month, he went to countless pharmacies but couldn't buy a single ginseng root. Unexpectedly, today he came across 10 roots at once. My uncle-in-law was right. You can get anything at Wuji Mall." He muttered to himself. Zhao Qin asked, "Who is Mr. Bai's uncle-in-law?" "There's no need to talk about this." Bai Chunshan deliberately avoided the topic and asked, putting on the ginseng box, "I wonder how much Mr. Zhao plans to sell it for?" "I'll buy them all." Zhao Qin was silent for a moment. "I don't know the price of ginseng, so you can decide for yourself." Bai Chunshan immediately clapped his hands. A butler came in with 4 guards carrying 2 large boxes. He came to the box and opened the lid in front of Zhao Qin. "Here is a total of 5,000 taels of gold. Are you satisfied, Mr. Zhao?" 5,000 taels. How can I not agree? Suddenly, Zhao Qin felt that he had discovered a new way to make money. No problem. He closed the cash box. Bai Chunshan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Zhao Qin was unwilling to sell. After all, ginseng has always been a commodity with a high price but low demand. If it gets out and other people find out, they might even pay 10,000 taels. "Butler, find someone to send the ginseng back to Linen City. I plan to play here for a few days." The mission was accomplished, and he finally felt relieved. His playful nature immediately revealed itself. "I heard from my uncle before that there are a lot of good things in Wuji Shopping Mall. If Lord Xiaobai doesn't escort it personally, isn't he afraid that the things will be lost?" Bai Chunshan waved his hand and said, "What are you afraid of? Besides making some achievements in the Imperial court, our family also has a lot of business opportunities among the common people. The Longxing Escort Agency, the largest escort agency in the Qing clan, is owned by my family. When we first opened our business, we did encounter a few robbers. We dispatched the palace soldiers to kill all of their 3 clans. After a few times, no one dared to rob us anymore." The corners of Zhao Qin's mouth twitched. The escort agency with official background is indeed not simple. Bai Chunshan continued, "Mr. Zhao, could you take me to the Wuji Shopping Mall later? I'm curious about what new things you have there." "No problem, Mr. Bai, please." Zhao Qin took him downstairs and asked his followers to carry the gold and return to Wuji Shopping Mall together. At the entrance of the shopping mall, "Just send the gold back and go your separate ways. I'll take a look around with Master Bai." "Yes." Xiaer and his entourage passed through gate number 1 and went to the back. Zhao Chen took Bai Chunshan for a walk. The moment he entered the door, Bai Chunshan was stunned by the dazzling lights on the ceiling. Master Zhao, is this the legendary electric light? That's right. I also want to install one at home. How much will it cost? Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. The Duke of Linen is the local emperor of Linen City. If you establish good relations with them, it will be more convenient to develop in Linen City in the future. It's not about money. If you like it, we can give you a set. But we can't do it right now. We're out of stock. Let's wait and see when we can restock it. Sure, as long as it can be installed. It doesn't matter if I wait a while. The two went to the snack area again. Zhao Chen brought a few bags of snacks to Bai Chunshan. This guy just stayed in the snack area and refused to leave. The food here is so delicious, I don't want to leave. Butler, how much money do we have left? The butler whispered. There are still 2,000 taels of gold. Buy me some snacks. Give me 10 of each. No, 20. The butler sprang into action. Zhao Chen laughed and said, Mr. Bai, this is just the beginning. I have a food court over there. If you're full here, you won't be able to eat over there. Is there any place with better food? I want to go and have a look. Mr. Zhao, please lead the way. Bai Chunshan looked expectant. What a foodie. The two walked towards the other side door of the snack area. Before I could leave, a waiter came running up from behind. Master, the steward of the Prince Qin's mansion is here and wants to see you. Chapter 47. Butler Qin came to buy something and took the opportunity to recommend alcohol penicillin. I'll go right away, Zhao Chen replied, then looked at Bai Chunshan. Mr. Bai, please wait here for a moment. I'll go and ask what's going on. Bai Chunshan waved his hand. It's okay, I'll go with you. It just so happens that I haven't seen Lao Qin for quite a while. Hearing his name, Zhao Chen asked curiously, Do you know Butler Qin? I know him, and he's very familiar to me. Bai Chunshan laughed and walked towards gate number 1 first. Qin Kuai paced back and forth in the hall, accompanied by several servants. Although from the underlying logic, Qin Kuai can be considered a servant, but who dares to treat him as a servant? Old Qin. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a shout. He turned around and saw Bai Chunshan approaching with a smile. He immediately asked in surprise, Young master, why are you here? Cousin. Zhao Chen followed closely behind, looking puzzled. Yes. Qin Kuai nodded and explained, Master Zhao, my wife Qin's surname is also Bai. Zhao Chen blinked, then looked at Qin Kuai. The little aunt you mentioned before is the princess of Qin? Yeah, that's right. Bai Chunshan raised the corner of his mouth. Zhao Chen looked around. Although the princess of Qin had 2 sons, she was not very old, at most 25 or 26 years old. And this Bai Chunshan. He's almost 30 years old. Seeing his surprised look, Bai Chunshan laughed. Mr. Zhao, you wouldn't find this strange, would you? In wealthy and prestigious families, it's very common for uncles and aunts to be younger than their nephews. Zhao Chen chuckled awkwardly twice, then figured it out in an instant. Let's not talk about anything far away. Let's just talk about the Qing Dog Empire. Kangxi had his first child at the age of 14. The eldest son was 44 years older than the youngest son. The eldest son is almost a great-grandfather, and the younger brother has just crawled out of his mother's womb. In modern society, their generation practices family planning, with only 1 child per family, so it is rare to see uncles, aunts, and nephews of the same age. Going back a few years, even if the family was not wealthy or prominent, it was common for the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to be pregnant at the same time. Bai Chunshan and Qin Kuai briefly reminisced about the past. Qin Kuai turned around and faced Zhao Chen. Master Zhao, I just received a letter from the prince via carrier pigeon, asking me to come over and buy some compressed biscuits. How much do you want to purchase? Zhao Chen asked. Qin Kuai raised a finger. 1 million bags. What? 1 million bags? Are you kidding me? Zhao Chen's eyes widened. Bai Chunshan, standing by, was completely confused. Mr. Zhao, what are compressed biscuits? Why did my uncle buy so many at once? Compressed biscuits are a kind of food that can quickly satisfy hunger. I am also curious why you purchased so many. Zhao Chen looked at Qin Kuai in confusion. Qin Kuai explained. The prince went to celebrate the old emperor's birthday this time and sent some of the rare food he purchased from you. The old emperor liked it very much and wanted to buy a batch to store for future use in surprise attack troops. In addition, the old emperor's purchase list also includes 50,000 barrels of instant noodles, 100,000 sausages, and 1 million bags of pickled mustard greens. In total, more than a dozen items were reported. The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth twitched. Royal is really generous. The minimum purchase is 50,000 barrels of instant noodles. Although he will make huge profits from it, it will take some effort to raise supplies. Butler Qin, please write a letter back to the prince when you have time. I have seen the list, but it will take time to prepare it. There's no rush. There's nothing happening at the border right now. Just take your time and prepare. Seeing Qin Kuai and Zhao Chun chatting animatedly, Bai Chunshan asked, Old Qin, are all the things on the list ready for war? Of course, Qin Kuai replied solemnly. Otherwise, why would the old emperor purchase so much? Bai Chunshan rolled his eyes and said, How about, give me one portion too. Just 1/20th of the amount the old emperor ordered. My father has an army under his command, so let's prepare it in advance. If there really is a war in the future, I can just go out and fight without having to wait for supplies from the court. Zhao Qin did not respond immediately. After all, if you don't have a trusted minister in charge of preparing supplies for the army, problems can easily arise. Qin Kuai smiled and said, Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. Just prepare it for your cousin normally. Your cousin's family is a martial artist, and he is one of the most trusted people of the old emperor. His family's storage of military rations will not implicate you. Then I feel relieved. Zhao Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Chunshan felt around his body and took out an exquisite jade pendant. I don't have enough money on me today, so I'll leave the jade pendant here for now and ask someone to redeem it later. Zhao Qin pushed it back intact. Forget about pressing anything. You are the young prince. You can trust me a little bit. Bai Chunshan quickly hung the jade pendant on his waist again. I'm so sorry. Hee hee, but don't worry. I will come to pick it up as soon as the goods arrive. How long will it take? Zhao Qin nodded and then fell into deep thought. There are large food factories in Tongcheng and neighboring cities, so it won't take long to get everything on the list. 3 to 5 days, he said after hesitating for a long time. Okay, I'll take note of it. Bai Chunshan said with a smile on his face. Qin Kuai hurriedly asked, Master Zhao, what about mine? Same for you. It will be here in 3 to 5 days. Qin Kuai was extremely excited. Seeing the two of them like this, a light suddenly flashed in Zhao Chen's mind. By the way, I have something to treat ulcers. Do you want some? After hearing this, the two were even more shocked. Ulcers are the #1 killer of military casualties. How many people went to the battlefield with only minor injuries, but eventually died of ulcers in the rear? Master Zhao, do you really have such a treasure? Yes, do you want it? Zhao Chen said. The so-called ulcer is an ulcer caused by bacterial infection. Ancient military doctors did not know how to disinfect, and the incidence of wound infection was extremely high. As long as they are provided with some alcohol and penicillin, ulcers can basically be eliminated. Qin Kuai pondered for a moment and said, I'll ask the prince about this matter. I guess if the old emperor knew about it, he would definitely purchase a large amount. Zhao Chen nodded. It was reasonable that he couldn't make the decision on such a big matter. Bai Chunshan had no concerns and asked directly, Mr. Zhao, how much does the ulcer treatment cost? Qin Kuai also looked over and pricked up his ears to listen. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. It's not expensive. Disinfectant alcohol is 2 taels of silver per bottle, which can be used by at least 40 or 50 people. There's also penicillin. People with mild ulcers can recover with just 1 injection of penicillin. It's 1 tael of silver per injection. As for how to use it, I'll teach you after the goods arrive. Alcohol and penicillin are both very common medical supplies in the modern world, and it is not difficult to purchase them in large quantities. Bai Chunshan was tempted and immediately asked for 3,000 bottles of alcohol and 1,000 penicillins. Qin Kuai was also very tempted, as he knew very well how great an impact these 2 things would have on the army. Mr. Zhao, I have to report to the prince quickly, so I'll go back first. He bowed and said goodbye, then left quickly. Bai Chunshan also raised his fist. Mr. Zhao, please help me with those things first. I have to go back and report to my old man soon. I'll come over to have fun with you next time. When he has nothing to do, he can play around a bit, but once he has something important to do, he can immediately switch to work mode. Then I won't keep you here. I'll treat you to something good next time you come. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. No problem. Bai Chunshan also left in a hurry. Zhao Chen stood at the door, looking into the distance. Suddenly, I noticed that there seemed to be a familiar face at the end of my sight. Chapter 48. Merchants from Linjun City came to buy salt, and the head of the Gu family was furious. When several people came closer, Zhao Chun discovered that the one walking in front seemed to be Feng Si. Didn't this guy go with the salt delivery? How could? His eyes suddenly changed, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Soon, several people came over. Master, these 4 are big salt dealers in Linjun City. They want to come to us to order a batch of refined salt. Feng Si reported. Zhao Chen snapped his fingers. It turned out to be true, just as I guessed. As soon as he put forward his conditions, people came to buy salt. Please come in, all 4 of you. Zhao Chen stepped aside and welcomed the 4 bosses into the mall. After entering the door, the 4 bosses were stunned. They had never seen such a grand store. However, They also knew the purpose of their visit and asked one after another. Boss Zhao, I heard that you have a large amount of refined salt. Can you let us take a look? Zhao Chun didn't shy away from the question and said bluntly, the salt is stored in the warehouse in my inner courtyard. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you to go in. Just tell me how much you want, and I'll have someone bring it out for you right away. Several people looked at each other with some suspicion in their eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Chun called the waiter next to him and said, go find Zhao Da and ask him to take the people from the Zhao department to transport the refined salt. Yes. The waiter left. Less than 5 minutes later, carts of refined salt were pushed in. A few bosses can do random inspections at will, but my salt can withstand scrutiny. To be honest, I can give you as much salt as you want. Zhao Chun waved his hand and asked the waiter to bring some stools. Would you four like to sit here and watch for a while? The four of them looked at each other. These days, it's hard to offend people who control the upstream channels of salt, so he quickly apologized to Zhao Chun with a smile. One person stepped forward and said, Boss Zhao, we have no doubts. How about this? I'll order 10,000 kilograms. Do you have any? Only 10,000 Jin? Huh, I thought it was a certain amount. Zhao Chun snorted disdainfully. Find a truck to load it yourself. A bag of salt here is exactly 100 Jin. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone to come and weigh it. What about the other three? How much do you want? Zhao Chun looked at the other three again. We also want 10,000 pounds. Zhao Chun supported himself on his knees and stood up. It's only 40,000 kilograms in total. Xiaer, you stay here and watch. After the payment and goods are settled, I'll arrange for someone to take the four bosses to the food court for a meal. It's my treat. Yes. Xiaer bowed. Zhao Chun turned and left. As soon as he left, the four bosses immediately surrounded Xiaer and started asking questions. Xiaer was very proud, his chin raised. You people from small cities are short-sighted. I'm not bragging to you at all. Just my master. The salt that slipped through his fingers is worth more than 40,000 caddies. Just 3 days ago, he sold nearly 200,000 caddies. He was bragging a lot over there. Zhao Chun returned to the main courtyard and called Feng Si. Tell me what's going on over there. Feng Si couldn't help but laugh. Reporting to the master, our salt transport team has been following behind the Gu family's salt transport team since it left the city gate. We arrived at Linjun City at noon today. We will follow them into whichever store they go to sell salt. They sell it for 351, and we sell it for 201. Several other companies have been left out by our family. You didn't see that the Gu family's faces were no better than chicken poop. In Linjun City, they didn't sell a single grain of salt. I brought a few merchants from Linjun City back with me, and the salt transport team continued to follow them. Judging from the direction they were heading, they should be heading to Linen City. You've worked hard. Go back and have a good rest. Find time to return to Linen City. Make sure we have enough manpower. Zhao Chun patted his shoulder. Feng Si nodded heavily. At the same time, the Gu family. Son of a bitch, fucking son of a bitch. Gu Silly yelled hysterically, and the housekeeper stood aside with his neck shrunk, not daring to breathe. After being angry for a while, he turned to look at the housekeeper and said, Go to Jiaxing Tower and find Master Bai immediately. Ask Master Bai to help us deal with that bastard named Zhao. Tell him we are doing our best to find ginseng, and once we find it, we will give it away for free. The butler bowed and left quickly. Not long after he left, Gu Xian stumbled in. Brother, I heard that our salt business was ruined by a man named Zhao. Gu Silly turned his head, a cold glint in his eyes. Brother, please speak up. Is our salt? Huh. A crisp slap sounded. Gu Silly was panting like a cow and yelled, How dare you ask? It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on taking revenge on that Zhao guy, would I be so passive? You jinx, it's not enough to destroy the Qin family. Are you going to destroy the Gu family too? Gu Xian covered her face with tears in her eyes. Brother, how can you say that? How did I destroy the Qin family and the Gu family? Humph. If you hadn't given birth to that idiot who was determined to go against the Zhao family, would the Zhao family have retaliated against the Qin family? Gu Silly snorted coldly. How could the Gu family have given birth to someone as simple-minded and strong-limbed as you? How do you think the fire at the Qin family started? Would that Zhao guy be so kind as to run across half the city to help you put out the fire? He even poured water on your salt bags. Gu Xian lowered her head and felt more and more that what her brother said made sense. Brother, let's go to the government office. Go to hell. Lin Changtian was at the scene in person on the night of the fire. You didn't sue him then, but you are suing him now. Unless you can find evidence to convict him, no one will pay any attention to you. Gu Silly frowned. I said I wanted to reconcile before, because I didn't want to follow the Chun family's old path. He shook his sleeves. Now he really regretted it. Why did I act so impulsively and listen to my sister's advice? It's too late to reconcile now. Wuji Shopping Mall explicitly tried to steal his business, which was a deliberate declaration of war against him. Okay, brother, things have already happened. It's useless for you to be angry, Gu Xian said in a low voice with her head down. Although I am the head of the Qin family, I am still a member of the Gu family. Think about it. I have brought many benefits to the Gu family over the years. If it weren't for the Qin family's help, would our Gu family be able to secure the position of the #1 medical clinic in Lintian City? I just made a small mistake. Don't be angry. A small mistake? Gu Xian, you really dare to say that? Gu Silly, who had calmed down a little, was angered again by Gu Xian's words. Do you know that our Gu family is about to be finished? If the Zhao family can take over our salt business, they can take over our pharmaceutical business in the future. Shut up now and wait for a reply from the Baijun family. If they are willing to help, we might still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you will be the eternal sinner of my Gu family. Gu Xian wanted to say something, but he glared at her, and she immediately shut up. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the butler came running back with a pale face. Gu Silly immediately asked, what did the Bai family say? Will they help us? Chapter 49. Duke Xiaobai gave gold, and the Gu family leader was furious. Master, when I arrived at Jiaxing Tower just now, County Justice Xiaobai was preparing to lead his men back to Linen. I went up to ask and found out that they had already got ginseng. The butler reported breathlessly. What? Got it. Gu Silly's eyes widened. In the entire Lintian city, besides our Gu family, who else has the ability to get ginseng? The housekeeper swallowed his saliva and said, they got them from Wuji Shopping Mall, and they got 10 at once. Gu Silly felt dizzy and staggered twice. Even if he were given 10 years, he might not be able to get 10 ginseng roots. What kind of terrifying existence is Wuji Shopping Mall? When I heard that the ginseng was obtained with the help of Wuji Mall, I tactfully told Lord Xiaobai about the feud between us and the Zhao family. Lord Xiaobai warned me back then, telling me to come back and tell you that he wouldn't help the Gu family. If the Gu family wants to survive, they should not bother with that Zhao. Also, he's taking back his previous promise that he'd owe the Gu family a favor if he found the ginseng. From now on, let's go our separate ways. Don't come to them if you need anything. Gu Silly's vision suddenly went dark, and he staggered 2 steps. Elder brother. Master. Gu Xian and the housekeeper hurried to support Gu Silly. Gu Silly closed his eyes, and it took him a while to catch his breath. He swung his arm and hit Gu Xian in the face. You bitch. It's all your fault. My Gu family is going to be destroyed in your hands. Get out of here. Never set foot in the Gu family's gate again. No one in the Gu family will have anything to do with you. Brother. Gu Xian covered her face and cried bitterly. Get out, Gu Silly yelled. Butler, why don't you send the guests away? The housekeeper stepped forward and dragged Gu Xian out. The next morning, Zhao Qin returns to modern society, contacted several food factories, and ordered the items on the list. In addition, he asked his own pharmacy to purchase more alcohol and penicillin. According to feedback from all parties, things can be delivered here one after another tonight. Zhao Qin was very satisfied. As long as the goods are delivered, he will make a lot of money again. Went to the second bedroom. There was a lot of gold and silver piled there. I have to find some time to find Shui Daji and see if I can sell some. After finishing his work here, he hurried back to the Zhao family compound. Before I could even sit down, Feng Lu came back with 3 bosses. Master, these 3 are big salt sellers in Linen City. They want to come to our house to buy salt. Just let Xie entertain them. Zhao Qin waved his hand. Okay. He took the 3 of them to find Xie. Zhao Qin sat in the yard, watching the carts carrying refined salt out, feeling very happy. This is all money. A huge amount of money. He roughly counted and found that 40,000 kilograms of salt were still delivered today. The warehouse was just replenished with a lot of goods a few days ago, but if they continue to sell at this rate, they should be sold out in 3 or 4 days. I have to buy some salt later, he muttered. At this time, Xie ran back. Master, the merchants of the Bai family want to see you. Bai family. He raised his eyebrows and stood up immediately. Everyone who came this time was from Linen City. The Bai family is a county duke family, so it's not too much to sell some salt and iron. He followed Xie to the front hall. Mr. Zhao, I have already paid for the salt. This large box of gold is the money my young prince used to purchase supplies. I asked him to deliver it to you in advance. You are too polite, young prince. Zhao Qin smiled. The merchant continued. My little prince said that he might not be able to come to Wuji Shopping Mall in the next few days, so he can come back when he has time. Also, I'll be staying at Jiaxing Tower for the next few days. Once Mr. Zhao's goods are ready, just send someone to Jiaxing Tower to find me. No problem. Zhao Qin nodded and asked someone to carry the gold down. The merchant clasped his hands together and said, "Then I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Zhao. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Zhao Chen raised his hand. After seeing off the Bai family merchants, he called Feng Lu. "Tell me, did anything interesting happen?" Feng Lu smiled and said, "It's not that interesting. It's just that after we left Linjun City yesterday afternoon, the Gu family deliberately slowed down their speed, hoping to intercept us outside the city. They were numerous and armed with knives. They walked to a deserted area and came over to challenge us. Our family members were all carrying electric batons and wearing stab-proof clothing, but none of them were hurt. Instead, we knocked them all down." "What happens after you knock him down?" Zhao Chen asked. Feng Lu continued. "After they were defeated, our salt transport team also stopped and found a place to rest. We didn't catch up until they recovered and continued to move forward. We've been keeping an eye on them since we entered the city last night. They just came out of the inn this morning, so we followed them. We'll follow them to whichever house they go to. They were so angry that they cursed people in the street, but they didn't dare to fight us." "Huh." Zhao Chen almost died of laughter. "I don't know what would happen if the Gu family knew this news. Will the head of the Gu family, who is always doing evil things, die of anger? Where did they go after leaving Linen City today?" Zhao Chen asked. Feng Lu thought for a moment and said, looking at the direction, "It might be Linshan City. There are many mountain roads over there, so salt is easier to sell. I wonder if his family can sell any today. Who cares? Even if they can sell it, it's just a one-time deal." Zhao Chen chuckled. 5 days passed. The Zhao family welcomes several big salt buyers every day. On the other hand, the Gu family didn't sell a single grain of salt. Gu family. Gu Silly's bedroom. The ground was littered with various pieces of porcelain. He leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed. At this moment, he no longer knew how to express his inner anger. It has been exactly 7 days since he started organizing the salt transport team. In 7 days, he didn't sell any salt, and his servants were beaten several times by people from Wuji Shopping Mall. I don't know where those bastards in Wuji Shopping Mall got those weapons, but they make me twitch all over and feel extremely uncomfortable when I touch them. At this time, the housekeeper came running in from outside. "Master, our business in Linbei City has been intercepted again. Our people sent back news this morning. Yesterday, our people wanted to rest here for a day, but they were beaten by their people again. Should we withdraw our men?" Gu Silly gritted his teeth, his face pale. He hasn't had a good night's sleep these days. The salt seriously affected his working capital, and he couldn't even afford to go out and buy some medicinal herbs. If this continues, the clinic will be dragged down. "Master, this is not a solution. What should we do next?" Gu Silly gripped the handle of the chair tightly, his cheeks trembling. "Mr. Zhao, if you're being unkind to me, don't blame me for taking action. Butler, go contact the people from the Salt Gang." Chapter 50. List of items delivered. The mall is targeted by the Salt Gang. "Hurry up." At the gate number 1 of Wuji Shopping Mall, Qin Kuai directed the servants of the Prince Qin's mansion to load the goods onto the car. After 2 days of transportation, Zhao Chen gathered all the supplies needed by the Prince of Qin's mansion and the Duke of Linen's mansion. "Mr. Zhao, we'll probably have news about the alcohol and penicillin by tomorrow at the latest. I'm afraid you'll be busy again," Qin Kuai said with a smile. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. "Get busy the better. However, if a large amount of alcohol and penicillin is needed, it may take longer to collect them." "I understand. Good things take longer to prepare." Qin Kuai smiled. "Your Highness must have benefited from young Master Zhao's help this time. The things he presented were so well received by the Emperor that after his birthday, he sent all the other princes back to their fiefdoms, leaving only our Prince Qin in the capital." Zhao Chen waved his hand. "How could this be attributed to me? It's really because of the prince's unique vision. If he had dismissed me as a liar from the beginning, there probably wouldn't have been so much trouble later." The servants of the Prince of Qin's mansion were coming in and out, loading all kinds of goods onto the carts. It took a full 2 hours to complete the installation. Before Qin Kuai said goodbye, Zhao Chun came over with 2 bags of tea. "Butler Qin, you bought me so many things this time. I also happened to get some tea a few days ago, so I brought back 2 bags for King Qin." Qin Kuai's eyes lit up, and he took the tea excitedly. But he knew how much his prince liked the tea given by Zhao Chun. "I drank it over and over again until it had no flavor at all, and I was reluctant to throw it away." "Mr. Zhao, you are so polite. I will definitely tell His Majesty about the tea leaves myself." "No problem." Zhao Chun smiled. "It's just 2 bags of tea." Qin Kuai quickly put it away, treating it like a treasure. "Then, Mr. Zhao, we'll leave first." "Okay." Zhao Chun saw him out the door. As soon as they left, people from the Bai family caravan came to load the goods. While I was getting dressed, Su Qier came running over in a hurry. "Mr. Zhao, there is something I need to tell you." Seeing his panic, Zhao Chun felt that the situation might be very serious. He quickly pulled Su Qi'er aside and said, "Tell me, what's wrong?" Su Qi'er said, "Didn't the young master tell me to keep an eye on the Gu family? Just a quarter of an hour ago, more than 500 people from the 3 halls of the Salt Gang entered the city and went to the Gu family. The head of the Gu family personally went out to greet them. Besides that, they also issued a notice in the city, calling all the scattered gangs together, saying that a major operation was coming." Salt Gang. Zhao Chun frowned. He knew they were not a good bunch when he heard the name. "Tell me about them in detail." The Salt Gang is an organization that makes money by reselling salt. Their influence covers the entire Dan and the 20 or so small countries surrounding Dan. As soon as Su Qi'er opened his mouth, he was shocked. An organization that sells salt can actually control the salt consumption in more than 20 countries. You can imagine how huge it is. The Salt Gang appears to be a bandit organization, but in reality it is a well-organized and disciplined salt trafficking team. As far as I know, the real managers of the Salt Gang are the most powerful military generals and dukes in the Dan court. All of their managers are actually selected from the military, and a large number of gang members are also soldiers in disguise. As soon as we entered the city, they started gathering their gang members. It looks like they're most likely coming for you. Zhao Chun sneered. He could guess it without Su Qi'er telling him. The Salt Gang went to the Gu family as soon as they entered the city. Is there any other possibility besides targeting him? Celebrating the Gu family's birthday? Does the Gu family have the qualifications? How many people from the Salt Gang are there in the city? Zhao Chun asked. Su Qi'er counted on his fingers and said, "There must be at least 700 or 800 people. 700 or 800 people, plus the 500 he brought in, a total of 1200 or 1300 people. They really think highly of me." Zhao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. "Master Zhao, I'd say you should run for your life now before they get to you. A life of prosperity is a life of ease." Su Qi'er counseled. "The Salt Gang is too powerful. Even the Prince of Qin has to show some courtesy. We're just ordinary people. We should avoid a direct confrontation with them, if possible." "Escape? Huh." Zhao Chun laughed bitterly. "Ever since the Salt Gang entered the city, I've probably been targeted." He frowned, and countless ways to deal with the Salt Gang flashed through his mind. But after thinking of many possibilities, there was no way that could allow their more than 100 men to defeat more than 1,000 Salt Gang bandits. After a long while, he asked, "In Dan, is there any force that can compete with the Salt Gang?" Su Qi'er didn't even think twice and immediately said, "T-Gang." "What the hell is the T-Gang?" Zhao Chun asked curiously. The T-Gang is an industry run by a group of civil officials. Almost all the prime ministers and cabinet ministers have money staked in it, said Su Qi'er. Zhao Chun rubbed his chin. Since there is a T-Gang, there must be people who particularly like tea. It just so happens that he has no shortage of good tea. Does the T-Gang have any branch near Lintian City? Yes. Su Qi'er said. Their sect is located right in Lintian City. Xia, arrange for someone reliable to go to the T-Gang and tell them that I have the best tea here and want to meet their leader. Zhao Chun said immediately. Xia nodded. Okay, I'll go there myself. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Qi'er and said, Boss Su, do you know where the T-Gang is located? Su Qi'er nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Boss Su, to lead the way. The two of them left quickly. Mr. Feng, go to the government office and tell Prefect Lin that I have some good tea and invite him to come over to taste it. Zhao Chun continued to make arrangements. Now that the King of Qin is not in the city, the people he can invite are really limited. The only thing we can do now is to muddy the waters as much as possible. The more people get involved, the harder it will be for the Salt Gang to take action. I think they would not fight with the government officials in public. Feng De clasped his hands together, turned around, and left. Zhao Chun was still uneasy. Assign half of the servants to fill the jars with the alcohol I brought back and go upstairs to prepare it. Yes. Qian De stood up solemnly, then waved his hand and took away all the servants of the Qian and Sun families. Is this enough? Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. Fortunately, he had asked Su Qi'er to keep an eye on the Gu family earlier, otherwise, he would not even have a chance to prepare. The Bai family had relatively little cargo, so it was loaded up in a short while. After seeing them off, Prefect Lin arrived with a group of Yamen runners. As the prefect of Lintian City, he knew everything that happened in the city. He also knew why Zhao Chun asked him to come. The situation is still unclear, and it is not certain what the Salt Gang will do to Zhao Chun. If they really come to Wuji Shopping Mall to cause trouble, he will see if he can mediate. Mr. Zhao, we are here, he shouted as soon as he entered the gate. Zhao Chun walked over with a smile on his face, not showing any sign of nervousness at all. Prefect Lin, please, let's go have some tea together. I took Lin Chantian to the main courtyard, where tea was already prepared. Before he even sat down, Lin Chantian smelled the refreshing fragrance of tea. Mr. Zhao, your tea tastes very unique, he exclaimed in praise. Zhao Chen raised his hand. Then please let Prefect Lin enjoy it. The two sat opposite each other. Lin Chantian took a sip of tea, his eyes suddenly brightening. Good tea. Good tea. I've never tasted such fragrant tea. Zhao Chen tilted his head and glanced at Ying Ying. Ying Ying immediately brought a tea tray with 2 packets of jasmine tea on it. Master Lin, this is a little gift from me. Magistrate Lin smiled and accepted it calmly. It's true that he's wholeheartedly serving the people, but what does that have to do with accepting gifts? Mr. Zhao, I'll remember this favor. If anything happens to you later, I'll do my best to help you out. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Lord Lin's eyes. Zhao Chen smiled calmly and raised his hands to clasp his fists. Thank you in advance, Lord Lin. As the two were chatting, Chinda came running over to report. Master, our people are ready. Also, the Salt Gang is driving people off the street. Okay, I understand. Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. Soon, a shout came from outside. Where is the boss of Wuji Shopping Mall? Come out and see me. Chapter 51. Slapping Prefect Lin and not giving Butler Chin face. A large group of people gathered at the entrance of the shopping mall. Zhao Chen stood up and looked at Lin Chantian with a smile. Master Lin, someone asked me to go out. Shall we go and take a look together? Okay. Lin Chantian also stood up and went to the front together. In front of gate number 1, the third leader of the Salt Gang was holding a knife and looking inside with a gloomy expression. Zhao Chen came out and looked at him. I am Zhao Chen, the owner of Wuji Shopping Mall. Who are you? I'm Song Jindong, the third hall master of the Salt Gang. Song Jindong raised his chin with a look of pride. Boy, I heard that you're selling salt without the permission of our Salt Gang. Don't you think you don't take us seriously? Zhao Chen smiled calmly. I'm new here and have never done business before. If there is anything wrong, I will apologize to you first. Apologize? Song Jindong tilted his neck. You've already openly provoked my Salt Gang, and now you're asking me to apologize? Fine, hand over all the money you've made since opening the store, and then let us smash the store from top to bottom, and then we can talk about apology. How about that? Song Jindong, don't go too far. Lin Chantian raised his eyebrows, stepped forward and shouted. Song Jindong tilted his head, his eyes full of teasing. Hey, isn't this Lord Lin? What? Lord Lin also wants to go against my Salt Gang. Don't forget who is behind my Salt Gang. Lin Chantian gritted his teeth and said, Song Jindong, Zhao Chen just didn't know the rules before, but you want to take his money and even destroy his store. Do you have to be so ruthless? His tone softened noticeably. The power behind the Salt Gang is indeed frightening. Lord Lin, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I advise you to get out of the way and don't make yourself uncomfortable. Song Jindong said in a cold voice. He raised his hand, and the people behind him immediately stepped forward. Everyone, rush in and smash the store. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed on the spot. Yes. The members of the Salt Gang immediately raised their weapons. Let's see who dares. Lin Chantian roared. All Yamen runners, listen up. Stop them. Anyone who dares to come forward will be killed without mercy. After the roar, the Yamen runners stood in a row and drew their swords. The two sides are on the verge of a fight. Song Jindong looked at Lin Chantian with mockery in his eyes. Master Lin, you are so damn impressive. He took 2 steps forward, raised his arm, and slapped him. Bang! Lin Chantian was slapped hard in the face and staggered back 2 steps. Zhao Chen was stunned. What kind of operation is this? A small hall master actually dared to attack the prefect. You dare to assault an official appointed by the Imperial Court, Lin Chantian glared. But before he could finish his words, Song Jindong took out a token from his arms and thrust it in front of Lin Chantian. Lin Chantian, look carefully at this thing. The token of the left governor? How could it be in your hands? Lin Chantian's eyes were full of astonishment. Song Jindong smiled and retracted it. Of course this hall master worked tirelessly to get it. I know you will protect Zhao Chen, so? Master Lin, please step aside. Zhao Chen's face became even gloomier. Unexpectedly, the fight among the common people would lead to the involvement of a second-rank left governor. The Provincial Administration Commissioner's Office and the Provincial Surveillance Commissioner's Office were both the direct administrative superiors of the prefect. As the saying goes, a higher-ranking official can crush a lower-ranking official. The left governor's rank is more than 1 level higher than Lin Chantian's. Lin Chantian gritted his teeth in anger. He glanced at Zhao Chen and said, Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid I can't protect you today. It's okay. I feel really guilty because I made Lord Lin suffer for nothing. Zhao Chen clasped his fists and bowed. Lin Chongtian sighed, raised his hand, and all the Yamen runners sheathed their swords. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and said, "All Zhao family servants, prepare to fight." Wait! Another roar came from outside the crowd. Following the sound, Qin Kuai ran over in a hurry. He stood in front of Song Jindong, panting, "Third Hall Master, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's talk it out." Song Jindong glanced at Qin Kuai and laughed. "Butler Qin also wants to interfere in the affairs of the Salt Gang? It's not a matter of meddling, Hall Master Song. Young Master Zhao is a distinguished guest of my King Qin. Please give us some face and let each of us take a step back, okay?" Qin Kuai said with an apologetic smile. Zhao Qin's frown deepened. He didn't understand. The Salt Gang was just a group of warriors. Why did it seem like they were not afraid of the prince at all? Song Jindong chuckled. "Butler Qin, since the founding of this dynasty, the royal family has promised not to interfere with the Salt and Tea gangs. Your current behavior, can I interpret it as the royal family intending to break their promise?" Qin Kuai quickly waved his hand. "Master Song, what are you talking about? How can you even bring this up to the Imperial family? Young Master Zhao recently treated the plague outside the city, saving countless people in Lintian City. He's also provided a lot of war supplies to the court these past few days. He's made great contributions to the court, especially to the military commanders. Even for his contributions, can we negotiate a few terms?" Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhao Chun was speechless. The dignified royal family actually bowed to the group of military generals. In this world, does it belong to the royal family or the group of military generals? There is also the civil service group, which can occupy one side and form a three-way balance of power with the royal family and the military group. I really don't know whether it is the sorrow of the Dun dynasty or the sorrow of the royal family. When Song Jindong heard that Zhao Chun had also made some contributions to the military generals group, he frowned and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "Really? Absolutely true," Butler Qin said with a smile. Song Jindong was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Well, since Butler Qin has said so, I'll be more generous. How about you ask Zhao Chun to give us all the profits he's made during this period? Hand over the formula for refined salt, and promise to buy refined salt from the Salt Gang instead of making it yourself. Then we'll call it a day." Qin Kuai looked at Zhao Chun with hope. Zhao Chun sneered. Not very good. A large part of the money he earned had been converted into modern currency, so he simply couldn't take out that much. In addition, the conditions they proposed were indeed a bit excessive. Qin Kuai hurried over and said, "Mr. Zhao, you'd better agree. The Salt Gang is so powerful, you can't defeat them at all. Listen to me. Give them all the money you earned before, and don't sell salt anymore. This matter is over, and you can make money as usual in the future. There will be no delay." Zhao Chun whispered, "Butler Qin, I understand your good intentions, but the main thing is that I really can't do it. I've already given all the money I earned to the immortal who sold me the novelties. The salt-making formula is also his. I can't even give it to him." Qin Kuai felt a little embarrassed and ran back to Song Jindong to talk. Song Jindong sneered. "Since you can't come up with it, then there's no room for negotiation. Come on, smash the store." No. Qin Kuai hurried to comfort her. "Butler Qin, I've already given you a lot of face. He can't give me what I want, and there's no need for me to indulge him. Get out of the way. We in the Salt Gang don't want to have a conflict with the royal family." Song Jindong glared and pushed Qin Kuai away. Qin Kuai looked embarrassed, glanced at Zhao Chun again, and sighed helplessly. "What are you all standing there for? Come on." Zhao Chun roared. "Everyone in the Zhao family, stop them. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. Stop it." Suddenly, shouts were heard again from outside the crowd. Chapter 52. The second master of the Tea Gang has arrived. Please come into the courtyard for tea. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A group of people squeezed out a path. A man with a somewhat feminine appearance walked over, waving a folding fan. "Master Song, Lord Lin, Butler Qin, long time no see." He smiled faintly and put away his folding fan. Song Jindong said sarcastically, "Hall Master Ho doesn't show up often, so why is he here to join in the fun? Could it be that this kid has offended your tea gang?" Hall Master Ho chuckled and ignored him, coming up to Zhao Chun and saying, "I'm Ho Qinglin, the second Hall Master of the Tea Gang. I heard that Master Zhao has some excellent tea, so I came here to taste it." Zhao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the situation just now, Ho Qinglin is not at all inferior to Song Jindong. He saluted and said, "Indeed, second Hall Master, please move to the backyard so we can savor it slowly." "Okay," Ho Qinglin responded, looking back at Song Jindong. "Master Song, before I come out, I hope you can keep your men in check and don't let them disturb my fun." Ho Qinglin, Our salt gang is doing serious business. Are you sure you want to interfere? Song Jindong gritted his teeth in anger. Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Ho Qinglin pointed at him, holding up his folding fan. I'm the second master of the tea gang, tasked with finding good tea. I heard there's some good tea here, so why not come here to taste it? You said you were doing business, but am I not doing business too? Song Jindong narrowed his eyes. Are you determined to go against my salt gang? Aren't you afraid of the generals in the court? Shut up. Ho Qinglin's expression suddenly changed, and he warned in a deep voice, Song Jindong, some things are better left unsaid, but don't say them openly. If someone with ulterior motives were to seize evidence against you and report you to the court, do you think you could still keep your head? I just want a cup of tea. Won't you give me that? Song Jindong's face was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, then I'll wait for you for a cup of tea. In Lintian City, he was only wary of two people. One was Prince Qin himself, and the other was Ho Qinglin, the second leader of the tea gang. He couldn't understand what kind of ability Zhao Chun had that he could invite people from the tea gang to take charge. Ho Qinglin smiled and turned to look at Zhao Chun. Mr. Zhao, please. Let me make it clear to you. If your tea doesn't make me excited, not only will I not help you solve your problem, but I'll have the tea gang hold you accountable for teasing the home master. Zhao Chun raised his hand. Master Ho, please. I have complete confidence in my tea. Then I'm a little curious. The two went to the main courtyard together. Ying, go get a new pot of tea. The pot of tea that Lin Chantian and I just drank has become cold. Once the tea cools down, the aroma will decrease and it will feel more astringent when you drink it. This is the critical moment that will determine his fate, and nothing can go wrong. Ying retreated with the teapot. A moment later, she came back with a new pot of tea. Ho Qinglin picked up the teapot, sniffed the spout, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly took a teacup, poured a cup, put it under his nose and sniffed it hard. It smells so good. I've never smelled tea so fragrant. After blowing gently a few times, he couldn't wait to take a sip. After drinking the tea, his face was full of intoxication. Zhao Chun sat aside, muttering to himself, Isn't it just jasmine tea? Why so many expressions? If I gave you some higher grade tea, wouldn't you be delighted? After a long while, Ho Qinglin finally opened his eyes and said with a smile, Young Master Zhao's tea is truly different. It has the fragrance of flowers and the richness of tea, without the bitterness of ordinary tea leaves. I can say that this tea of yours is the best I've ever seen. Even the Emperor's tribute tea is far inferior to yours. I'd like to ask, how much does this tea cost per pound? Zhao Chun thought about it and raised 5 fingers. 500 taels of gold. Ho Qinglin asked. No, it can't be sold so expensively. 50 taels of gold will be enough, said Zhao Chun. What? 50 taels? Ho Qinglin stood up suddenly. Zhao Chun's heart tightened and he asked, Is it expensive? Why is it so expensive? It's simply too cheap. Considering the taste of your tea, let alone 50 taels per caddy, people would buy it even if it were sold at 500 taels. Ho Qinglin poured another cup of tea and savored it carefully. Zhao Chun didn't say anything. After waiting for about half a minute, he suddenly asked, Master Zhao, I have a question. Master Ho, please speak. Ho Qinglin shook the teacup and said, Your tea is really good. I want to take it back to the tea gang to sell. Can you give me a reasonable price? Zhao Chun rubbed his chin and asked, Master Ho, how much do you think this tea is worth? Ho Qinglin sighed softly. To be honest, I'm not sure how much it's worth. After all, I've never tasted such delicious tea before. If you can help me figure out a solution, I can try to help you solve the crisis outside. Zhao Chun pondered for a while. It is true that only the tea gang has the ability to resolve the crisis outside. If we don't think of a better solution, it seems difficult to deal with today's situation. He asked, I wonder what kind of people usually go to the tea gang to buy tea. Those who can come directly to the tea gang to buy tea are all dignitaries from various places. We really don't entertain ordinary customers, said Ho Qinglin. Zhao Chun's eyes rolled. Then we can hold a tea appreciation party. In the name of tea appreciation, we can gather all tea lovers in the world to Lintian City and let them taste my flower tea for themselves. Then we can hold an auction and the highest bidder will win. This way, we can intuitively see the value of the scented tea. As for selling the scented tea in the future, whether through auction or regular sales, isn't it just a matter of a word from your tea gang? Ho Qinglin was overjoyed and clapped his hands nonstop. Mr. Zhao is truly extraordinary. We have never sold tea in this way before. He stood up and said, Mr. Zhao, on behalf of the tea gang, I would like to establish a long-term cooperation with you. From now on, all of your scented tea will be sold by my tea gang. We will purchase it at a price of 50 taels of gold per caddy. and give you an extra 10% profit. What do you think? Zhao Chun smiled bitterly. He just dug a hole for himself. If I had known this earlier, I would have reported more. With 50 taels plus 10% profit, his tea gang can make a fortune just from this kind of tea. But then again, 50 taels is not a low price. In modern society, a pound of jasmine tea only costs a dozen yuan, and he has made so much money that he has no idea how many times it has been earned. People should not be too greedy. With the protection of the tea gang, he will be safe for a while. No problem. Zhao Chen nodded happily. However, I can only produce 2 or 3 kilograms of tea every day. I can't supply too much at once. 2 or 3 pounds is not a small amount. For such good tea, I think it's normal even if you produce 2 taels a day. Ho Qinglin laughed again. Then, he glanced at the servant and said, "Go and ask Hall Master Song to come in. I have something I want to discuss with him." The servant bowed and retreated. He turned back to face Zhao Chun. "I'll try to mediate later. In the final analysis, it was you who touched their interests first, so you have to pay a price. But don't worry, with me here, Song Zhendong won't dare to go too far." Zhao Chun sighed and nodded. At this point, what choice did he have? If you don't agree, your lair will definitely be exposed. If those people discover the secret of the cellar, the consequences will be even more serious. Thank you for your hard work, Hall Master Ho. At this time, Song Zhendong also came in, followed by 2 servants, Qin Kuai and Lin Changtian. Master Ho asked me to come in. Is there something you want to discuss with me? Chapter 53, Reaching a Settlement, Taking People to Collect Some Interest at Night. Master Song, our tea gang and young Master Zhao have some cooperation. I'd like to ask Master Song to give me some favor and allow me to mediate. Ho Qinglin picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Song Zhendong. Song Zhendong's face darkened. Master Ho, Zhao Chun has severely damaged the prestige of our salt gang. Are you sure you want to get involved? Sure. Ho Qinglin's expression remained calm. Young Master Zhao will bring huge profits to my tea gang in the coming period. As the second in command of the tea gang, I have no choice but to step in. Brother Song, if you are willing to negotiate, I will do my best to balance the interests of both parties. If you insist on not agreeing, you can leave now, but I have one thing to say. Zhao Chun, I will protect you. Song Zhendong clenched his fists, anger in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he sat down. He knew Ho Qinglin. Ho Qinglin would not easily protect someone, but once he did, he would do it at all costs. Okay, I'll give you this favor. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. His eyes suddenly changed. This tea is exactly the sample that Mr. Zhao wants to use in cooperation with our tea gang. Do you know why I am trying my best to protect him? Ho Qinglin smiled faintly. Song Zhendong was so angry that he gritted his teeth and crushed the teacup. He suppressed his anger and forced out a cold smile. Okay, let's start talking now. Master Song, please tell me your conditions first. Ho Qinglin said softly. Song Zhendong threw away the fragments in his hand. My conditions are simple. First, all the profits from selling salt during this period must be handed over to me. Second, his salt can only be sold to the salt gang in the future. He had seen Zhao Chen's salt at Gu's house. Both its appearance and purity were much better than the refined salt they sold. If they wanted to purify such refined salt, the cost would not be less than 300 won, and the price would have to be doubled if they sold it to other companies. Master Song, Mr. Zhao didn't know the rules before. As the saying goes, ignorance is no fault. Can you order less? Ho Qinglin took another teacup for Song Zhendong and poured a cup of tea. Master Ho, the conditions I offer are enough to prove my sincerity in the peace talks. What else do you want? Song Zhendong didn't want to give in anymore. Ho Qinglin smiled and said, Brother Song, if you ask him to give you all the money, it will greatly affect our cooperation. How about this? Ask him to return half of the money to you, and all refined salt will be sold through you from now on. How about that? As he said this, he turned around and looked at Zhao Chun. Mr. Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Chun rubbed his chin. There is no way I can get out of this situation today. The salt gang is too powerful. Even if Ho Qinglin saves himself through tough measures this time, there will be countless troubles in the future. Master Song, that's a good idea. I have no problem with it, said Zhao Chun. Everyone's eyes fell on Song Zhendong again. Song Zhendong lowered his brows and pondered for a long time. The tea gang and the salt gang are equally powerful. If they really fall out over a young man, both sides will suffer huge losses. Well, let's do as Hall Master Ho wishes. I'll give you some face. He snorted coldly and turned to look at Zhao Chun. Now that we've discussed the money, let's talk about the salt supply. Zhao Chun asked, what does Hall Master Song want? Song Zhendong crossed his legs and said, from today on, supply me with at least 200,000 caddies of salt every month. The prices, 101 per caddy. Qin Kuai and Lin Changtian were both stunned. They knew very well what the salt in Wuji shopping mall was like. If they sold such salt for 201, let alone 101, they would still lose money. Only Zhao Chun was relatively calm. 1 cent in this world is equivalent to more than $6 on the other side. Even if he only sells 1 pound for 1 cent, he will still make a profit. But, Master Song, you are robbing me. To be honest, even if I sell it for 200 won per jean, I'm still losing money. If it weren't for the desire to wipe out the Gu family sooner, my salt would normally be sold for 1 ounce of silver per pound. 101, I really can't sell it. Song Jindong smiled crookedly. Even if we can't sell it, we have to sell it. Otherwise, how can we warn the other bastards who are causing trouble on the backs of the salt gang? Master Song, I really can't get salt at this price. Zhao Chen lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Seeing this, Ho Qinglin said softly, Brother Song, we've both been out there for years, and I know how much salt costs. You asked for half of his income at once, which was already a warning. Now, mention it a little more. That's right. Qin Kuai also took over the conversation. Master Song, the salt from Mr. Zhao's family is indeed good. 101 really can't make it. Look, Song Jindong's eyes swept over the two people. After a moment of contemplation, he said, well, 151 is the most I can offer. If you don't agree, then let's not even discuss it. Zhao Chen did not answer immediately. Lin Changtian and Qin Kuai went around behind him. Mr. Zhao, 150 is 150. We have to take this loss, otherwise we won't be able to do business in the future. That's right. If not, we can earn the money back from somewhere else. It's not wise to offend the salt gang. Ho Qinglin also nodded, indicating that he should stop while he was ahead. Zhao Chen sighed and said, okay, then let's do as Halm Master Song says. At this point, he has no other choice. Ho Qinglin laughed heartily. That's right, everyone is seeking wealth, and harmony brings wealth. Lin Changtian and Qin Kuai also breathed a sigh of relief. Song Jindong stood up and looked at Zhao Chun with lowered eyebrows. Gu Silly told me that you sold a total of 120,000 kilograms of salt during this period. I won't take the money. Within 3 days, raise 80,000 kilograms of salt for me, and I will arrange for someone to come and pick it up. After saying this, he turned and left. Ho Qinglin also stood up and said, Master Zhao, the crisis is resolved, and it's time for me to leave. You should make good preparations here. When I'm ready, I'll send someone to notify you. No problem. Zhao Chen nodded with a smile. After seeing Ho Qinglin off, he bowed to Lin Changtian and Qin Kuai and said, thank you both so much for today. Mr. Zhao, what are you talking about? We couldn't help much either. We are really ashamed. Lin Changtian shook his head and sighed. Zhao Chen smiled and said, if you two hadn't helped me delay time, my place would have been smashed before the hall master arrived. If you two need anything in the future, just come to me. Okay. Qin Kuai forced a smile. Then we'll take our leave. Hello, both of you. Zhao Chen stood at the door of gate number 1 until everyone had left. Then he returned to the main courtyard with a gloomy face. Xie, tell all the servants not to forget the humiliation we suffered today. One day, I will definitely take it all back. Yes. Xie hurriedly retreated. Returning to the main room, he sat by the window with a sad face. He didn't understand the situation in Dan before and thought that having the support of the prince was enough. It was not until today that he realized that the court of Dan was actually a separation of 3 powers, and each of them was looking after its own interests. With a court like this, it is only a matter of time before it explodes. By then, the only one who can protect yourself is yourself. I have to find a reason to raise a private army in the future, otherwise, I won't feel safe walking around here. Night falls. Ying pushed the door open and came in. Master, which sister should you ask to accompany you tonight? 13 and 14 have never served you before. No need for anyone to accompany you. Zhao Chen waved his hand and stood up, his eyes cold. Go and notify all the servants and security guards to gather in the main courtyard and accompany me to collect some interest. Chapter 54 Wuji Mall fights the Gu family. High reward for killing. Lintian City is brightly lit at night. Zhao Chen walked hurriedly with a group of servants and security guards. All of them were wearing stab-proof clothing, carrying machetes and electric batons, and they were all murderous. At the same time, all the major wealthy families in the city received the news and rushed to watch the excitement. Shen family. Master Gio, 80 or 90 people from Wuji Shopping Mall have gone to the Gu family. A servant stood in front of Shen Jiuan and bowed. Shen Jiuan put his hands behind his back and laughed. The Gu family has hit a snag this time. Why would they mess with Wuji Shopping Mall when there are so many other options? He thought for a moment and said, "Immediately notify our servants to capture all the members of the Gu and Qin families who are outside the city. Once they are captured, bring them all back to the Qin mansion." The servant was confused. "Master Jiao, should we do this? Or should we ask the head of the family? What do you know? With your thinking, eating shit won't even keep you warm. Third brother isn't in Lintian City. If you ask him, how long will it take for him to come back?" Shin Jiawan scolded. "Just do as I say. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Go." "This is it." The servant sighed and turned to leave. Soon, all the servants of the Shun family gathered together. Except for a small number of guards, the rest were all scattered. Shin Jiawan came to the window alone, watched the dark clouds gradually cover the moon, and chuckled. "I don't know if the Qin family and the Gu family will still exist in the world after tonight. Anyway, whether it exists or not, my Qin family is already invincible." Lintian Prefecture Yamen. "Master Lin, something bad has happened." The master hurried over, wiping his sweat as he reported. Zhao Chun from Wuji shopping mall brought his men and swaggered through the streets towards the Gu family. Lin Changtian sat calmly at his desk, reviewing the documents sent by various states and counties. "Just go, what's the matter?" The lawyer said, "Master Lin, if we don't do anything, what if they start fighting? Then what do you think we should do?" Lin Changtian put down the documents, stood up, and stretched. The lawyer said without hesitation, "We should send the Yamen runners over immediately to suppress this matter." Lin Changtian paced the hall with his hands behind his back. "You. No wonder you can only be a mentor. You are so short-sighted." The lawyer was confused and asked, "Sir, what do you mean by this? As officials, shouldn't we protect the safety of the people in the city?" Lin Changtian let out a long sigh. "It depends on what kind of protection you have. Gu Silly couldn't win against Zhao Chen openly, so he secretly went to seek revenge from the Salt Gang. Think about it. How many families in our city have had grudges against the Salt Gang? Let's not talk about the distant past. Let's just talk about the Shin family, the richest family in Lintian City. They clearly have the highest commercial power, so why don't they touch salt and iron? There are so many reasons for this. Think about it from another angle. For example, if we both do business in the government office, and I can't deal with you openly, I'll find outsiders to deal with you. Once outsiders intervene, the wealth in the government office will flow out, right? Do you think the wealthy people in Lintian City will also want to get rid of him?" The master thought thoughtfully. "Oh, I see. Then, sir, if the Gu family comes to report the case tomorrow morning, what should we do?" Lin Changtian heaved a sigh of relief. If Zhao Chun is sensible, he will wipe out the entire clan tonight. By tomorrow morning, no one in the Gu family will be alive. Who will report the crime? If he can't bring himself to do it, this government will have no choice but to handle the case impartially. I'll inform everyone later that this office is feeling unwell tonight. No matter who comes to report a crime, tell them to wait until tomorrow morning. Yes. The master bowed and retreated. He had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly remembered something. "Sir, I heard that the Shun family also sent out servants overnight to capture the Chun and Gu families who were stranded outside the city." Lin Changtian chuckled. "This Shin Jiawan is really a master who can judge the situation." "What do you mean?" asked the lawyer. Lin Changtian let out a long sigh. "If I hadn't seen that you were quite clever in collecting money, I would have kicked you out long ago. If the Shun family captures people from the Chun and Gu families, they will definitely be taken to the Shun mansion first. Shin Jiawan will also arrange for someone to keep an eye on the Gu family. If the Gu family is wiped out, the remaining members will be sent to the Wuji shopping mall. If the Gu family is not wiped out, the remaining members will be detained in the Shun mansion and used to exchange for benefits from the Gu family. As for the Qin family, I guess he's also gambling, betting that Zhao Chun will go to the Qin family after going to the Gu family. The way to deal with the remnants of the Qin family is no different from that of the Gu family. In short, from the moment he started moving, he had already won. Isn't he worried that the government office will be dissatisfied with his behavior? Asked the lawyer. What are you afraid of? Lin Changtian smiled. The Gu family is now the enemy of all the upper-class families in Lintian City. Do you think our government office would offend the powerful people of Lintian City for the sake of a dead family? Especially, it was Gu Jia who made the mistake first. If he dared to do it on the first day, others would dare to do it together on the 15th day. You'd better pass on my order quickly. If it's too late and the Gu or Chun families come looking for me, I won't be able to hide even if I want to. Yes. The lawyer ran away quickly. In front of Gu's house, there were no less than 200 people watching the fun. Zhao Chun came over with a group of people. Fengda asked, Master, with so many people watching, can we just charge into the Gu family? Zhao Chun said with a cold face, It's okay, let the brothers get ready. After saying this, he turned and looked at the crowd. Everyone, I'm Zhao Chun, the owner of Wuji Shopping Mall. The Gu family has no principles or bottom line in their business competition. They are the cancer of our Lintian city. I brought people to attack them tonight to enforce justice. I want to create a harmonious and beautiful business environment for our Lintian city. I won't stop you all from watching, but if anyone starts gossiping behind my back, I, Zhao Chun, won't be bullied. After warning the onlookers, he turned around. Listen up, Zhao family. Anyone who participates in tonight's operation will receive a reward of 20 taels of silver. The first person to rush into the Gu family's house will receive a reward of 20 taels of silver. Each head of a Gu family servant will receive 10 taels of silver. Each head of a Gu family relative will receive 20 taels of silver. Any direct descendant of the Gu family must be captured alive. Each head will receive a reward of 50 taels of silver. If any of you dies in the operation, I will send a 200 tael pension to your family. The servants and security guards were eager to try. Zhao Chun waved his hand and said, "Destroy the Gu family. Kill! Kill!" The servants and security guards shouted in unison and rushed towards the Gu family's gate frantically. Bang! With the combined efforts of everyone, the Gu family's gate was easily broken down. A dozen servants armed with knives ran out. Breaking into the Gu family's house is courting death. Security team, go! Feng shouted, and more than 30 well-equipped security guards rushed forward immediately. Chapter 55. Destroy the Gu family and take the patriarch to visit the next family. Master, our front door was broken in and people from Wuji Shopping Mall rushed in. The housekeeper hurried to Gu Silly. What should I do? What should I do? Gu Silly was so anxious that he was spinning around in circles. Master, let's run quickly, otherwise we will have no chance, said the butler with a bitter face. Gu Silly sighed and said, Go and call my wives and a dozen children. I want to take them with me. Master, the housekeeper pulled his arm. It's too late. Hurry and leave through the back door. As long as you survive, there's still hope for our Gu family. Gu Silly gritted his teeth and looked towards the Chun family through the darkness. Gu Sion, it's all you who ruined the Gu family. Butler, please help me explore the way first. I will take the banknote and leave. The housekeeper responded and immediately rushed out of the room. At this point, Gu Silly also regretted why he was so impulsive and insisted on asking the Salt Gang to come over. If the Salt Gang hadn't gotten involved, he would have at most lost a few thousand kilograms of refined salt. But now, the entire Gu family is going to be involved. He hurried to the cashier, grabbed all the banknotes, and ran out the door. The back door is not far from here. As soon as he ran out, he heard shouting and killing coming from the back door. The housekeeper came back covered in blood and said, Master, the back door has also been occupied by their people. We have no way to escape. Damn Wuji Shopping Mall. Are you going to kill my family before you're done? He let out a long cry towards the sky, quickly got a pen and paper, and ran to the pigeon house. If you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well either. He mumbled as he wrote the note. After a while, 5 notes were written and attached to the pigeon's legs. The door of the pigeon house at the back of the house was opened, and all the pigeons were driven out. He threw away his pen and paper, ran out of the pigeon house, and tried to find a dark corner to hide in. But he had just taken a few steps when a knife was placed across his neck. Stop, don't move. He slowly raised his hand. Hero, don't kill me. I'm the head of the Gu family. I can give you money. Can you let me go? Fengda stood behind him and asked coldly, How much? I'll give you 30 taels of silver. As he spoke, he tremblingly took out the smallest silver note. Fengda pulled it over and put it in his arms. Gu Silly was happy. Then I can go now. Why are you running away? If I take you alive to the master, you can get 50 taels of silver. Hurry, Gu Silly yelled. You are so dishonest. You just took my money. I just took your money and said I would let you go? Go away, don't force me to kill you. Fengda exerted a little force, and a red mark appeared on Gu Silly's neck. At this time, Zhao Chun was standing in the Gu family yard with his hands behind his back. Looking at the yard full of corpses, he narrowed his eyes without a trace of emotion. Before this, he had never thought that one day he would be able to decide the fate of others. He always felt that he came from modern society and should be civilized. But when it came to the real situation, no one treated him politely. Moreover, he now realized that if the Gu family was not destroyed, there would only be endless troubles. Behind him, there were several tied-up people, including men, women, young and old, all of whom were direct descendants of the Gu family. Some were hacked and tied up, while others were knocked down with electric batons and are still twitching. Not long after, Fengda came with Gu Silly. The moment he saw Zhao Chun, Gu Silly was hysterical. Zhao, do you still have no law? You killed everyone in the Gu family in public. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Lord Lin? How dare you talk to me about the law? Zhao Chen raised his hand and slapped Gu Silly's face. Why didn't you talk about the law when you asked the Salt Gang to deal with me? Now it's your turn. Do you still want to talk to me about the law? It's too late. He pointed at the people lying on the ground and said, Look, aren't these all direct descendants of your Gu family? Gu Silly gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Mr. Zhao, what do you want? I want to destroy the Gu family and make them disappear from Lintian City forever. You're dreaming. Gu Silly gritted his teeth and yelled, My Gu family has been operating in Lintian City for decades. Why can you just expel us just like that? He was yelling when security guard Feng Jiao ran over. Master, now that all the servants have been killed, what's next? Gu Silly stumbled, his footing a little unsteady. What did you say? All my servants are dead. Mr. Zhao, you are committing a sin. You're the one who committed the sin. If it weren't for your wise decision, these people would still be alive. Zhao Chen sneered, then said to Feng Jiao, Take the brothers and raid his house. Carry all the gold, silver, and jewelry to the open space in the yard. Then, burn the entire Gu family down. Mr. Zhao, if you dare, A big slap came suddenly, making Gu Silly dizzy. If you dare to disrespect my master again, I will kill you, you dog. Feng Jiao said coldly. Fires began to break out all over the Gu family's home. Seeing the house where he had lived for decades being engulfed in flames, Gu Silly felt a tension in his heart. He sat down on the ground and burst into tears. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, the Gu family wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. I am the eternal sinner of the Gu family. Zhao Chen sneered. This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. Master Feng, let our men count the casualties. Bring them over to us and see how many people each of us killed. Yes. Feng stepped back and two other people stared at Gu Silly. Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. I will never go against you again. Look, you killed all my servants. Can you please let us go? Zhao Chen laughed and said, No, don't admit your mistakes. It's so boring. Soon, the situation of this battle was summarized. 5 of their people were slightly injured, 1 was seriously injured, and the rest were fine, except that their stab-proof vests were cut and the padding underneath was exposed. Everyone gathered, each holding at least 2 bloody heads in their hands. Come, let us, the headmaster, appreciate it. After he said this, he took a few steps back. Although he was the one who ordered the killing of the Gu family, he still couldn't get used to the smell of blood. Whenever he smelled it, he felt like vomiting. All the heads were thrown in front of Gu Silly. Gu Silly discovered that his brothers and sisters had also been killed, and he cried in despair. Mr. Zhao, you will surely suffer a horrible death. Zhao Chen sneered. If the curse works, who would want revenge? He stretched lazily and said, Let the lightly injured people drive the seriously injured one back to the Zhao family compound first. The rest of you, carry the Gu family members to visit the next family. The Gu family members were pulled up one by one. Gu Silly struggled and asked, Mr. Zhao, how else are you going to humiliate us? He thought Zhao Chen wanted to parade them through the streets. But Zhao Chen laughed. I didn't mean to humiliate you. I just wanted to take you to see how the Chen family was destroyed. Chapter 56. Entering the Chen family and executing the direct descendants of the Chen and Gu families. Chen family. The servants hurriedly ran to Gu Sion. Madam, the prefect said he's feeling uncomfortable tonight, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Wait, I'm waiting for him to go to the spicy restaurant next door. Gu Sion slammed the table, almost going crazy. He couldn't have been feeling bad earlier or later, but today, what's on his mind? Madam, you'd better think of a solution quickly. When I came back, just now, I saw fire flickering in the direction of the Gu family. If you don't come up with a solution, your family will be completely finished, said the servant anxiously. Gu Sion paced back and forth. Well, before the curfew, you should leave the city immediately and inform the brothers in Shengyang to find a way to sneak into the city and kill Zhao Chen. After that, they can make whatever demands they want. Madam, this is impossible. We have finally drawn a clear line with Shengyang. If we get in touch with them again, and the king of Qin gets angry, our Chen family can't afford it, said the servant. You're just a fucking dog of the Chen family. How can you be the boss? If I tell you to go, just go? Stop talking nonsense to me. Gu Sion gritted her teeth in anger, staring out the window. Zhao, I, Gu Sion, will not be a human being until I avenge this. Go quickly, she yelled. The servant sighed heavily, turned around, and ran outside. As soon as he left, another servant came running in. Before he could say anything, Gu Sion turned her back to him and yelled, Didn't I tell you to go to Shengyang? Why are you back? Madam, something terrible has happened. When she heard the voice change, Gu Xian turned around suddenly and asked, "What's the matter? People from Wuji Shopping Mall are coming for our house." "What? That Zhao guy has so many mouths to feed. After eating up the Gu family, he wants to eat up my Qin family." Gu Xian twisted her mouth and gave an order directly. "Notify all the servants and guards to gather at the door outside the Qin family. Qinda, lead the people from the Qin and Li departments around to the back. When we start attacking, you lead the people to charge in from the back. Also, leave a few people behind when you pass the big hole in the side wall to prevent anyone from escaping through there." Zhao Chun said angrily. Qinda immediately clasped his fists and left with 20 people. "Master, our people are a little tired. Can we slow down the attack a bit?" Fengda said. Zhao Chun looked back at the people behind him, nodded, and then called Zhao Si. "Go back immediately and have Xie Air bring a few people to bring me all the small jars of alcohol you filled last time. Also bring me a barrel of gasoline and 10 sets of bows and arrows." "Yes." Zhao Si ran away hurriedly. In the yard, all the servants and guards have gathered. But the opponent never attacked, and everyone was curious. Gu Xian quietly ran out of the room with a package. "You dare to surround my Qin family? Just wait. When I return to Shengyanggang, it will be your death." She ran in the dark towards the back door. As soon as I reached the back door, I heard some noise outside. "We've already gone around to the back. Why is there still no sound from the front? Wait a little longer. The master must have his own plans." Gu Xian was confused. Why was there someone at the back door? The Qin family made their fortune by robbing and robbery, so after moving into the city, they paid special attention to safety issues. The wall of his house is half a meter higher than that of other people's houses. Even for an adult man, it would be difficult to climb over without help from others, let alone she is a woman. Her face was extremely gloomy. She turned around twice and suddenly remembered the big hole that Zhao Chun had smashed when he was putting out the fire. She hurriedly ran towards the big hole. At the gate of Chen's house, Xie Air and his men arrived. There were more than 100 jars of alcohol in the car. "Mr. Feng, give these bottles of alcohol to your security guards. Throw them in as far as you can. Throw 30 jars in first. Zhaoda, take the gasoline barrel and have the Zhao section's men shoot rockets in there. Don't shoot too far, just enough to ignite the alcohol." Action. Both sides took action simultaneously. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and apart from the tiny area illuminated by the torches, no light could be seen at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A pile of alcohol jars flew past. Then I heard a burst of shouting and cursing from the other side. "Who threw that stone? No, why does it smell like alcohol?" Zhaoda heard the sound and immediately shouted, "Shoot!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another burst of fire flew past. I saw a raging fire rising quickly above the Chun family courtyard, and screams were heard one after another. "Everyone's rested enough, right?" Zhao Chun said softly. "The rewards here at the Chun family are the same as at the Gu family. Charge! Kill!" The servants and security guards shouted loudly. At the back door, Chinda and his team also started to take action. Gu Xian walked to the warehouse yard, and her body was trembling as she listened to the sounds outside. He quickly quickened his pace and went to the cave entrance to get out. Only, as soon as she stuck her head out, she felt a chill on her neck. "Don't move," Chinju shouted. Chinba grabbed Gu Xian's hair and pulled it up, then burst into laughter. "Old Nine, we've become the mistress of the Qin family. Ha ha ha." The two men tied Gu Xian up until the noise in the yard died down and no one came out. The two of them escorted Gu Xian back. On the way back, Gu Xian looked dazed. She saw the home she was so proud of burned to rubble. There were a lot of corpses lying on the ground. All of them were from the Qin family. After a while, she was taken to the largest yard. There were more than a dozen members of the Chun family kneeling here, as well as. She saw Zhao Chun and his group pushing another group of people over, and they were actually from the Gu family. "Is everyone here?" Zhao Chun asked. Fengden nodded heavily. "Everyone is here. Okay, it's finally my turn." Zhao Chun twisted his neck and came between the two families. "Madam Chen, your family is willing to spend a lot of money to avenge your child. It feels good to have your family destroyed, right?" he joked. Gu Xian's mind went blank. The Chun family members behind her kept pleading, "Master Zhao, it was that bitch who wanted to go against you. We are all innocent." "Innocent?" Zhao Chun turned his head and took a look, then said with a smile, "I don't care if you are innocent or not. As long as your last name is Chun and you are a direct descendant of the Qin family, you are within the range of my revenge. Remember to be born into a good family in your next life. Kill everyone in the Qin family except Gu Xian." Fengda immediately brought people over. "Gu Xian, I will kill your mother. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. I don't want to die." After a burst of wailing, the scene became quiet. All the direct descendants of the Chun family were killed. Gu Xian's face was covered in blood, and she was trembling all over. Then, Zhao Chen looked at Gu Sili again and said, Master Gu, your parents gave you a good sister, but she is dragging your entire Gu family towards destruction. Why did you help her in the first place? If you had ignored her, you wouldn't have been targeted by me, and you wouldn't have been forced to go to the Salt Gang. Alas, one misstep can only lead to eternal regret. Kill all the people from the Gu family too. No, Gu Sili shouted, but the knife light did not stop at all. He was extremely angry and used all his strength to break free from the person who was holding him down and grabbed a knife. Chapter 57. The Shin family sent someone. Su Qiera's words dispelled the sleepiness. Seeing this, the security guards were immediately shocked and stood in front of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was also shocked. Angry people are scary. Gu Sili, holding a knife, did not come to Zhao Chen, but walked straight towards Gu Xian. Brother, what are you going to do? What are you doing? You stinky cousin, you've ruined the Gu family. Gu Sili gritted his teeth, with a fierce look in his eyes. You are my brother, you can't kill me. Gu Xian shook her head frantically. He wanted to run away but found that his legs had lost all feeling. Gu Sili said nothing more and raised the machete. Elder brother, go to hell. Blood splattered everywhere, and there were more than a dozen knife scars on Gu Xian's body that were deep enough to see the bone. The heaviest blow was on her neck, breaking even the cervical vertebrae, leaving only a little flesh connected. She never closed her eyes until she died. Gu Sili stood where he was and howled towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. It's me who ruined the Gu family. After saying that, he raised the knife across his neck and slashed it hard. With his fall, the Chun and Gu families became a thing of the past. Zhao Chen also felt a little exhausted. It was his first time experiencing such a brutal massacre, and for someone like him who lived in a peacetime, it was still a little hard to accept. He left Chen's house and sat in the car and let the people brought by Xia push it. Xia, Zhao De, Feng De. He shouted, and the three immediately followed. Zhao De, Feng De, you two go back and count the casualties. All the wounded must receive prompt medical treatment. Those with minor injuries will receive 20 taels of compensation, and those with serious injuries will receive 50 taels. Let them recover first, and don't assign them any work for the time being. Wait until they recover. If any of them are disabled due to injuries, we will arrange for them to monitor the surveillance and warehouse, and give them an additional 1 or 2 taels of silver as a subsidy every month. Also, go back and carefully count the military achievements and reward them accordingly. Report the amount to Xia. After Xia reviews it, let Dun Dun take a look. After both parties confirm that everything is correct, the money will be distributed tomorrow morning. All the seized silver and money will be sent to Xia for inclusion in the list of successors. Xia, cooperate with them and try to finish the job before tomorrow morning. After saying that, he lay down and closed his eyes. As soon as he arrived at the door, Xia said, Master, there are people at our door, and there are quite a few of them. Zhao Chen suddenly jumped out of the car and looked across with a sullen face. As he got closer, he saw clearly that the person opposite him was Shun Zhiwan from the Shin family. I saw it before when I went to sell cups. What is he here for? Zhao Chen muttered. Soon, they returned to the door. Shun Zhiwan walked up and clasped his hands together. Mr. Zhao, thank you for your hard work in eliminating the scourge for Lintian City today. Zhao Chen smiled and clasped his fists. Why bother? I'm just doing this for my own happiness. If I don't kill those two families, I'm afraid my Dao heart will be unstable. Haha, Mr. Zhao really knows how to joke. Shun Zhiwan replied, waving behind him. Bring the people up. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 30 servants came over with more than 10 people. Who are they? Zhao Chen looked at these people and asked puzzledly. I knew that Master Zhao didn't have time to go to the city to clean up the remaining evildoers. So while Master Zhao was taking action, he also arrested all the people from the Chun and Gu families who were scattered outside. Such a good operation to eliminate traitors cannot leave any tails behind. Zhao Chen smiled and turned to look at Feng De. Tell our people to take over and chop them from a distance. Yes. Feng De waved his hand immediately. The people opposite looked panicked and shook their heads. But their mouths were blocked with something, and they could not make any other sound except humming. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, feeling a little scared. Fortunately, the Shun family helped to cover for him. If he let these people survive and went to the government office to file a complaint tomorrow, he would have to bear new charges. And this time, it's a done deal. He clasped his fists and bowed to Shun Zhiwan. Thank you, Boss Shen, for your help. To thank you, Boss Shun, I can let Boss Shen come to my store to pick out 10 items. I will supply them to Boss Shun at the lowest price, so that you can also have the goods of my Wuji Mall in your store. Shin Jiuwan's eyes lit up. This is a great thing. Every single thing in Wuji Shopping Mall is very novel. If he could obtain the sales rights of those things, his Shun family would also have a chance to survive with the rise of Wuji Shopping Mall. This time the bet was right. However, although he thought so in his heart, he was not in a position to say it out loud. Mr. Zhao, I am only doing my best. Helping others and asking for benefits is not my style. Zhao Chen waved his hand. I don't want to owe anyone a favor, and my initial capital was provided by the Shin family. So it's settled. You can come tonight or tomorrow to pick out the items. Just let me know when you've made your selection. I'm a little tired, so I won't entertain Mr. Shin any longer. You can rest. Shin Jiuwan bowed slightly and looked back at the servants. You guys go back first. I'll stay at Wuji Shopping Mall tonight. Yes. Everyone in the Shin family left. Zhao Chun returned to the main courtyard. Before he could even enter the house, Zhao Si came running over. Master, Su Qi'er said he wants to see you for something important. Huh? What could he come for? Zhao Chun was a little confused. Just as he was about to walk to the door, he suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten this? Zhao Si asked. What is the matter that the master is talking about? Zhao Chun whispered. Go prepare some goodies and send them to the Chun family's eldest son who's in prison. You must watch him die in front of you. Yes. Zhao Si nodded heavily and left quickly. Zhao Chun pondered for a while. There shouldn't be any fish that slip through the net now. He walked a few steps to the door, and Su Qi'er came over with a smile. Master Zhao, you must be exhausted tonight. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Well, if you have something to say, please tell me quickly. I'm really a little sleepy. Su Qi'er chuckled and said, after hearing my news, I guarantee you won't feel sleepy at all. Zhao Chen suddenly felt curious and pricked up his ears. Su Qi'er cleared his throat and said, when you attacked the Gu family, 5 carrier pigeons flew out from the Gu family. I'm not sure where they were going. Sure enough, after hearing the news, Zhao Chun was no longer sleepy. He asked, do you know who else the Gu family relies on? Su Qi'er shook his head. I'm not sure. I've never seen any unfamiliar dignitaries come to the Gu family before. If I'm not mistaken, they should have a single line of communication. Zhao Chen's face was gloomy. The enemies in the open were not scary, but the ones in the dark were the ones that could really kill people. Okay, I get it. You can go back first. I'll give you the information fee when I have time tomorrow. He turned and was about to leave. Su Qi'er quickly grabbed him and said, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished talking yet. Besides, Zhao Chen widened his eyes. Of course there is more. Su Qi'er said seriously, before you arrived at the Chen family, a servant of the Chen family slipped out and went to Shengyanggang. Chapter 58. The King of Qin returns, reads the Imperial edict in public, and confers the title of Viscount. The next morning, Zhao Chun came to the main courtyard. All those who participated in the action and were still able to stand gathered here. In front of them were 2 full boxes of silver. Xia and Dun Dun were holding the list and guarding the cash box respectively. Master, this is the accounting list. Please take a look. Zhao Chen took a look and said loudly to everyone. Everyone, you all fought very bravely last night. Your achievements have been counted. Now let's start rewarding you. He returned the list to Xia. Xia began to read the contents as they appeared above. Zhao Da, for killing 2 servants and 1 collateral, plus the basic operation fee, a reward of 60 taels of silver. Zhao Da excitedly stepped out of the line, came to the cash box, squatted down, and took out 3 silver ingots weighing 20 taels each and gave them to him. He was extremely excited and immediately knelt down in front of Zhao Chen. Thank you, master. Zhao Chen waved his hand and asked him to leave. Zhao 70 taels. Zhao San 50 taels. Zhao Si 90 taels. It took a full hour to distribute the rewards. Just by looking at the amount of money given out, one can tell that there is a huge gap in combat effectiveness between ordinary servants and security guards. Most servants receive between 50 and 100 taels. Among the security guards, the least they received was 150 taels of silver. The one who received the most was Fengda, who received 320 taels. Many servants, accountants, cooks and doctors were watching outside. After handing out the money, these people came over, surrounded Zhao Chun and asked, Master, if something like this happens again in the future, can you take us with you? We can all do without basic money. Yes, we also want to contribute to the Zhao family. Zhao Chen glanced at everyone and said, we'll talk about it later when we have a chance. Money can make people jealous, but it can also boost people's fighting spirit. These people usually only get a few taels of silver, so when they heard that some people could get up to 300 taels of silver, they were naturally tempted. Admittedly, a few taels of silver a month was considered a high salary in those days. But people are greedy by nature, and wanting to make more money is human instinct. Just then, a waiter came hurriedly outside. Master, the king of Qin is here. King Qin? He's back. Zhao Chen muttered in confusion. Before he could finish his words, King Qin's hearty laughter came from outside. Ha ha ha, young Master Zhao, you miss me so much. The king of Qin strode over. Zhao Chen stepped forward and bowed slightly. Your Highness, the king of Qin. The king of Qin waved his hand and said, let's forget about the formalities between us. I have just returned from the capital, and before I even go home, I have come straight to you. Let's stop talking nonsense and quickly gather all your servants and set up the incense table. My old man has issued an imperial decree for you. Imperial edict? Zhao Chen frowned again. The king of Qin leaned close to his ear and whispered, this is a good thing, absolutely a good thing. Please arrange it quickly. We can handle other matters casually, but the imperial edict must not be delayed. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Zhao Chen said something and asked someone to prepare incense, candles and offerings, and set up the incense table. In addition, customers in the mall were temporarily evacuated, and it was explained that an imperial decree had arrived and the store needed to be closed temporarily. The customers were all very curious, but some of them were on the second floor facing the main courtyard and could get a glimpse of what was going on inside. When they saw the golden scroll in the king of Qin's hand, they knew that what he said was true. As soon as this group of people left, the customers waiting at the door became lively and started talking. In the main courtyard, except for those who were seriously injured and could not get up, the rest of the people gathered in the courtyard. Zhao Chen took a look and was really scared himself. I really didn't expect that he would have so many people under his command without realizing it. I have never been so focused before, so I don't feel anything. Seeing everyone present, the king of Qin said, Master Zhao, please come in. Let's quickly read the imperial edict. By the providence of heaven, the emperor proclaims that Zhao Chun, a merchant from Lintian, is loyal and devoted to state affairs. He has contributed military rations and has been meritorious. He is hereby granted the title of Viscount, his surname used as his title, and a fiefdom 50 miles outside Lintian city. This is granted by the emperor. Long live our emperor. Everyone kowtowed and cheered. The king of Qin helped Zhao Chen up and said to the rest of the people, stand up. All the servants stood up and looked at Zhao Chen with admiration in their eyes. Mr. Zhao, congratulations. King Qin gave the imperial edict to Zhao Chen. The servants also said in unison, congratulations, sir. Zhao Chen laughed heartily. Well, master, I am very happy to confer a title today. Everyone in the mansion will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Anyway, silver is not very valuable in the other world, so he doesn't feel particularly bad about giving rewards to these servants. He can just sell a few glass objects or buy 30 or 50 kilograms of tea and get out. Thank you, sir. Xia took the lead in shouting, and the rest of the people followed suit. Zhao Chen waved his hand and said, everyone, get back to work. Xia, take the reward money out of the warehouse and distribute it with done. Yes. Xia nodded heavily. After everyone left, King Qin's face darkened. This time, I wasn't here, and the Salt Gang took advantage of it. If I had been here yesterday, they wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for you openly. But you don't have to worry about that anymore. You've been made a Viscount. Although it's the lowest rank of nobility, you're still a noble and under the direct protection of my royal family. Neither the Tea Gang nor the Salt Gang can attack you directly from now on. Zhao Chen just smiled. Ever since he learned that the royal family allowed the separation of powers, he no longer had any expectations of the royal family. Old Zhao, the imperial edict has been read, and I have to go back. The princess is still waiting at the mansion. Okay. Zhao Chen personally escorted King Qin to the door. Before leaving, the king of Qin reminded him, think carefully about where you want to be granted fiefdom in the next few days, and then go back to Lin Chantian to get the land. I'll send someone to tell him about your title of Viscount. Thank you, King Qin. Zhao Chen bowed. Oh, there's one more thing. It's about the alcohol and penicillin. Father has already approved it. It depends on when you can supply them. Zhao Chen couldn't refuse this. Thinking about it now, I feel regretful. I should have known not to make this money. If these things were supplied to the imperial court, most of them would fall into the hands of military generals. Because of the problem with the Salt Gang, he already had a serious aversion to the military generals. If he continued to provide them with those things, Dan would probably be in turmoil within a few years. He thought for a moment and said, Your Highness, we have to wait for a while for those things. You know, they are life-saving things. Even if you have money, you have to be lucky enough to buy them. I understand. How many do you have in the mall? I'll arrange for someone to come and get them, King Qin said. Before I give them to the court, I need to arm my Qin army first. I'll arrange for someone to count the numbers and report back to your residence. No problem. The two didn't talk anymore and parted ways. Returning to the courtyard, I ran into Ying. Ying, go find me a map of Lintian City. Chapter 59. Lin Changtian came to visit and marked out a piece of land with a big river. Lintian City has a very good location, with mountains to the east, a river to the west, hilly mountains to the south, and endless plains to the north. Zhao Qin stared at the map for a long time. If he were to establish a fiefdom here, he would definitely want something that was high-tech, and it would definitely not be realistic to rely on transporting generators. After much deliberation, he decided to establish a fiefdom on the other side of the river west of the city. The river is wide enough to accommodate multiple power stations along its course. As long as it is well planned, that area will definitely allow him to gain a firm foothold in this ancient world. Just as he was thinking about it, Ying came running over again. Master, Magistrate Lin is here. Zhao Qin smiled. It is true that it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. His coming here saved him the trouble of going to the government office. Master Zhao, congratulations. Lin Changtian's laughter could be heard from a distance. Zhao Qin also went over to greet him. Prefect Lin, welcome, welcome. Lord Zhao, you will be a royal relative from now on. It is against etiquette to take the initiative to greet him. As soon as Lin Changtian saw him, he immediately quickened his pace and held Zhao Qin's arms with both hands. Zhao Qin waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I don't care about etiquette. As he spoke, he pulled Lin Changtian to the food area, ordered some food, and asked Ying to get the map. Prefect Lin, I was planning to go to the government office later, but since you're here first, I have something to ask you to do. Master Zhao, please speak. Zhao Qin unfolded the map and drew a square 8 miles long and more than 6 miles wide along the river in the west direction of the city. You know, the Emperor has granted me some fiefdoms. After much deliberation, I decided to take the west side of the city. I don't think anyone wants this place. Lin Changtian took a look. Aside from the King of Qin, Lintian City has never granted any royal family or nobles any title, and the land nearby has not been granted any title either. However, Lord Zhao, why do you want this riverbank? As far as I know, the land here is not fertile, far less than the north of the city. There are no forestry resources, and it is even worse than the east of the city. Even if it's the south of the city, it's better than the west. You should choose another fiefdom. Zhao Qin waved his hand. You don't understand my idea, so just mark that piece for me. Lin Changtian sighed and said, Okay, I'll go back and mark out the land for you. Zhao Qin suddenly became a lord, and he could clearly feel that Lin Changtian was more respectful to him. Indeed, in the ancient world, identity meant everything. There was nothing to do here for the time being, so Zhao Qin returned to the cellar. In recent days, he has earned a lot of gold, and the floor of the second bedroom in his house has been covered with it. I will be holding a tea tasting party in a while, and I don't know how much money I can get by then. Sell this gold in advance. In addition, before the Qin family was destroyed, they also informed the bandits that their fiefdom was outside the city. If they encountered bandits when leaving the city, it would be difficult to ensure their safety with only the few people they had now. Only by mastering more advanced weapons can he survive safely in this chaotic world. Coming out of the closet, he moved all the gold from the second bedroom into the car and headed to the Chui family's factory where they made gold jewelry. On the way, he called Chui Xiangyu. Big chicken, I got you another batch of gold. Do you want it? Yes. Chui Xiangyu agreed without hesitation. How many pounds? I haven't counted it carefully, but I estimate it's over 1,000 pounds. Zhao Qin replied. I'm heading towards your processing plant now. If you have time, you can come and take a look. Sorry, brother, I'm out of town right now. I can't go back until tomorrow at the earliest. Chui Xiangyu sighed. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up later. Good. The two chatted for a while, and then Zhao Qin arrived at the place. A middle-aged woman with big shoulders and a strong waist came out to greet him. When I saw so much gold behind his car, my eyes widened. She took Zhao Qin to the weighing workshop. If Deji was here, Zhao Qin could unload the goods and leave. But if it were someone else, he wouldn't dare to trust him completely. All the gold was unloaded and weighed, and the final weight was 1021 jin and 343 grams. Mr. Zhao, we need to test the gold you brought. Only after the test can we transfer the money to you. This process will take 1 to 2 days. The woman said seriously. I know. Zhao Qin nodded. All right, I've delivered the gold. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye, Mr. Zhao. The woman personally saw him to the door. In the next 2 days, Zhao Qin did not stay in ancient times for a long time and was busy making firearms. He checked a lot of documents related to firearms and spent most of the day at the building materials market before he bought more than 2,000 3-meter-long seamless tubes. After deducting the loss, one steel pipe can barely make 2 rifles. These more than 2,000 sticks are enough to arm a large army of 4,000 people. Then he went to the machinery factory and ordered 5 lathes and 10 sets of stamping equipment. Lathes are used to engrave gun rifling, gas guides, and bolt structures, while stamping machines are used to stamp gun casings, trigger structures, and bullets. These machines are very large, and the entire transportation certainly cannot pass through the wardrobe. Even if his wardrobe has double doors, there are still places where it cannot pass. There was no other way. He could only dismantle all the machines into several large parts, transport them one by one, and then let the people from the 4th Technical Department assemble them. Finally, he kept 20 people from the Zheng and Wang classes. I have a teaching video here. I'll go back and take a good look. The Zheng class is learning about lathes, and the Wang class is learning about stamping machines. After learning, one lathe will be used to carve rifling grooves, one lathe will be used to process the gas guide system, and the other 3 will be used to manufacture the bolt mechanism. As for the stamping machines, one will press the gun casings, 2 will press the trigger mechanism, and the rest will press the bullets. Everyone in the Zheng and Wang departments received the order and left with the teaching videos. He had basically gathered all the materials needed to make guns. Now the most important thing is missing, which is bullets. He definitely couldn't get a production line for bullets, so this had to be done manually. When the outer fiefdom is built, we can definitely build an arsenal there, but now, let's get the gunpowder back first and have the servants refill it manually. Muttering to himself, he returned to his room, ready to rest for a while before returning to the modern era. All the basic parts of the gun are available, except for the gunpowder, bolt structure, and gas spring. Firearm springs are different from ordinary springs. They must have higher durability and cannot be too hard. Too hard will increase the recoil and affect the service life of the gun. Just as I lay back on the bed, Ying suddenly knocked on the door. Master, the legal advisor from the government office is here and wants to give you the land deed. Okay. Zhao Qin stood up lazily and walked out. The lawyer had a smile on his face and held a land deed in his hands. Master Zhao, Lord Lin asked me to bring you the land deed. Zhao Qin took it and said, Thank you, Master Lin, for getting it for me so quickly. Ying, give me 10 taels of silver as a reward. Yes. Ying nodded and went to get out 10 taels of silver. The lawyer accepted the silver and thanked him repeatedly, then whispered, Master Zhao, you've got to be careful these days. Since yesterday, bandits from Shengyang have been infiltrating the city, and we've already arrested over 30 of them. Chapter 60, Redefense and Preparation for Firearms Production. Zhao Qin's face darkened. He had heard from Su Qier before that the servant of the Qin family seemed to have gone to Shengyang. They are just a group of vagrants and bandits. How dare they attack my lord, he asked softly. It's hard to say. The lawyer shook his head. The relationship between the Shengyang bandits and the Qin family has always been special. Every year, the Qin family gives them some money privately. Now that you've wiped out the Qin family, they have nowhere to ask for money. If things go wrong, they might even target you. Those are a bunch of desperate criminals. If they really get a huge benefit from you, they might just break up right there, and it will be hard to catch them. Zhao Qin let out a long sigh, his face looking a little solemn. In ancient times, the judicial system was not sound and the enforcement was pitifully weak. In particular, in many places, bandits colluded with officials and businessmen. Even if the court wanted to clear them out, it could only do so on the surface, and it was difficult to eradicate them completely. Now he is hiding in the city, and even if the bandits want to do something, they can only make small moves. There is no threat to his life, at least for now. As for the future, guns are out. What is he afraid of? However, he is not the kind of person who likes to keep a crisis. Just wait until he is strong enough, and then he will go and destroy the bandits on Shengyang. After the lawyer left, Zhao Qin called Feng De. Feng De, starting today, you will withdraw half of the security guards from the mall. He is a lord now. Who would dare to cause trouble with the lord's family property? In addition, with the power of slaughtering 2 families overnight 2 days ago, you should also consider your own weight before causing trouble here. Yes, I'll go and evacuate them right away. Feng De nodded heavily, then asked, Master, what are we going to do with the people we're evacuating? Have them form a patrol team to patrol the entire Zhao family compound. Make sure no one who doesn't belong to the Zhao family compound is allowed to infiltrate. He recounted the story of the bandits entering the city. No matter how meticulously the government works, there may be omissions. They are coming for us, so we must protect our own people. Yes. Feng De clasped his fists. Before leaving, Zhao Qin asked, How are the recovery of those seriously injured people going? Thanks to the miracle medicine given by the master, they all survived, except Feng Shi and Chu San, who were left disabled. Let them both watch the surveillance. Zhao Chen sighed. What about the rest? The rest will all be restored to health. Feng Dadao. He had already discussed the issue of resettlement for the disabled after the war with Xie Er, so there was no need to worry about the other two being wronged. Okay, you can leave now. I have other things to do later. Zhao Chen waved his hand. After Feng De left, he went to the cellar and returned to the modern era. As soon as I came out of the closet, the message came. After 2 days of checking, the money for the gold was also deposited into the card. With Cui Daji away, the money has arrived a day late. These lazy bastards need my men to take care of them. He drove out and headed straight for the largest chemical plant in the city. The gunpowder used in bullets and shells is different from ordinary gunpowder. Ordinary gunpowder produces a lot of residue, has poor thrust force, and seriously contaminates the gun barrel. If you want to achieve the best results, you can only buy nitrocellulose gunpowder. He could find the process for making nitrocellulose gunpowder online, but since he valued his life so much, he didn't dare to prepare it at home. What if it produced some toxic gas or something? To put it in the cruelest way, if a servant dies, you can buy another one, but if he dies, you will have nothing left. Once the outer fiefdom is built, we can prepare nitrocellulose gunpowder ourselves. Chemical plant sales department. This matter is a bit difficult to handle. The control at the nitrocellulose powder factory is quite strict, and the higher-ups often come to inspect. The section chief sat behind his desk, tapping his fingers on the surface. Zhao Chen smiled and handed the backpack to the section chief. I know this is difficult, but you're such a tough guy, there must be a way, right? The section chief took the backpack and opened it. He found that there were at least 20 or 30 gold bars as thick as thumbs inside. He took out a few and took a bite, and a flash of joy appeared on his face. Well, actually, I can sell it to you, but you have to sign an agreement that it can only be used for teaching purposes. No problem. Zhao Chen nodded heavily. He thought the section chief could solve the problem with gold, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. I don't know how much benefit this section chief has received in this way. Compared with others, he is still worse than the dead. The two went to the warehouse together, and at the manager's signal, the warehouse manager approved 20 tons of nitrocellulose gunpowder for him. This number is already quite a lot. According to the amount he found, less than 3 grams of gunpowder is needed in a bullet, and this amount of gunpowder can make 6.7 to 80 million bullets. As long as he doesn't fight a war, he can use these bullets for a long time. He unloaded the goods home with his truck and was about to return to ancient times when the phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was Cui Daji calling. I've made the jewelry set you ordered for me and put it in my main store. Just tell me your name when you get there. Good. The two chatted briefly. Now they each have their own careers, so they try to take up as little of each other's time as possible. Zhao Chen put away the phone and smiled. Those maids will definitely follow me in the future. If they stay so plain, it won't look good when I take them out. He drove to Cui Dafu Gold in Tongsheng head office. Cui Dafu Gold is one of the most famous gold shops in the local area. As soon as you enter the door, a shopping guide will come to greet you. Hello, sir, what would you like to buy? Before Zhao Chen could say anything, he heard a disgusting man's coquettish voice coming from not far away. Big baby, I like this chain. The voice seemed familiar. Zhao Chen took a look and thought, isn't this Chun Yaoxian, the eldest son of the Chen family? Hasn't he been locked up yet? At this time, there was a woman standing next to Chen Yaoxian who was about 1.5 meters tall and had a thick body. Zhao Chen smacked his lips, ignored them, and said directly, I'm here to pick up the goods, yes. Before he could finish his words, Chen Yaoxian saw him and immediately yelled, Zhao Chen, why are you here, you bastard? Zhao Chen chuckled. Why can't I come here? Is this your business? And you? I clearly remember you were supposed to be sued, so why are you still hanging around out there? It's you who did it. I knew it. Chen Yaoxian gritted his teeth. At this time, the woman next to him also turned around. As soon as he saw the real face, Zhao Chen's expression became even weirder. This woman must be at least 50 years old, with wrinkles all over her face, and she doesn't look like she has ever been well maintained. That's it. The fact that Chen Yaoxian could call out the 3 words, big baby, was enough to prove his strong psychological quality. I'm the one who protected Yaoxian. Who are you? The old woman said with cold eyes. Chapter 61. A dispute with Chen Yaoxian. A brother dies, but a friend dies. Zhao Chen shrugged. I'm not a nobody. You guys continue. I'll get my things and leave. As he said that, he went straight to the counter. However, after taking just 2 steps, Chen Yaoxian came over in a hurry. Zhao Chen, stop right there. He grabbed Zhao Chen's clothes by the shoulders and said, I am not the same person I was before. You could control me before, but I wonder what you can do now. Zhao Chun smiled helplessly. Brother, when did I ever want to control you? We are all adults. Just do whatever you want, okay? I won't laugh at you for lacking maternal love. Ah, what did I say? I remember your mother seemed to be dead, killed by your sister. Bah, what am I talking about? She clearly fell down by herself. Zhao Chun, I'll kill your mother. Chen Yaoxian was furious and raised his fist. However, during the time Zhao Chun was in ancient times, he often worked with the people below him, and his strength increased a lot. Chen Yaoxian, on the other hand, had to take care of this menopausal old woman every day, and his body had long been overdrawn. His fist was easily caught by Zhao Chun. The old woman hurried over and said, "What the hell are you security guards doing? Get this bastard out." The security guard came over. Zhao Chun said coldly, "Can't you tell who's causing trouble? Just stand there and don't move." "Manager, I am one of your big customers after all. Please ask your security guard to kick that bastard out." The old woman looked at the manager. The store manager was a little embarrassed. "Aunt Song, it's indeed the young man you brought first." "I don't care," the old woman yelled. "I want that bastard to get out. Otherwise, I have to return the money I deposited." Aunt Song is also a gold jewelry lover. She buys a lot of gold jewelry every month and is one of Chui Dafu Gold's main customers. If you offend her, the store will lose at least hundreds of thousands of dollars in payments every month. The store manager sighed. "There's no way. It's all about money." She came to Zhao Chun and was about to speak when the door opened again. Chui Xiangyu walked in wearing a suit. "Wow, it's quite lively." He came up to the two of them with a smile. Zhao Chun grabbed Chen Yaoxian and did not make any extra movements, mainly because this was the Chui family's property. If he really smashed it, how embarrassing would it be when he saw Chui Xiangyu again? The store manager hurried over and said, "Mr. Chui, you're finally here. How should we handle this?" "Just watch first." Chui Xiangyu laughed. He could see that Zhao Chun had not suffered any loss at all, and then he asked about the cause and effect of the incident. "Is your last name Chui?" Aunt Song came up to Chui Xiangyu and asked, "Does this store belong to you?" Chui Xiangyu nodded. "That's right." "Okay, that's fine by you. Get that troublemaker kicked out right now and give him a good beating, and I'll deposit another $1,000,000 with you." "No problem." Chui Xiangyu immediately snapped his fingers, called over two security guards, pointed at Chen Yaoxian, and said, "Drag that little jerk out and give him a beating." The security guard immediately stepped forward, grabbed Chen Yaoxian, and dragged him out. Aunt Song was stunned. Wrong. She pointed at Zhao Chun and jumped up and down. "It's this little jerk." "Oh, I forgot about you." Chui Xiangyu chuckled and called two security guards. "Throw this pig-like old woman out." "Hey, who are you scolding? Don't think you're from the Chui family." Aunt Song pointed at his nose and scolded him, but before she could finish her words, she was pulled out. "Let me go?" "Let go." The two were thrown into the street one after the other. Chui Xiangyu ignored the outside world and turned back to look at Zhao Chun. "Okay, I've helped you throw it out. Is there anything else you need?" "No, I'll take the jewelry and leave soon." Zhao Chun shrugged and asked, "Why are you here all of a sudden? Do you miss your godfather?" "Get lost." Chui Xiangyu cursed. "I just happened to be doing something nearby and stopped by to take a look. Go get the jewelry, and then get out." "How much?" Zhao Chun asked. Chui Xiangyu waved his hand. "What money? With our relationship, I won't bother you." After hearing the conversation between the two, the store manager felt a little scared. Fortunately, she didn't listen to Aunt Song and kicked Zhao Chun out. Otherwise, she would have lost her job as store manager. "Okay then. If you need gold in the future, just call Godfather." Zhao Chun patted Chui Xiangyu on the shoulder and went to the counter. Outside, Aunt Song wiped the blood from the corner of Chen Yaoxian's mouth with a look of heartache. "My dear, does it hurt?" "It hurts." Chen Yaoxian's eyes were filled with tears. "Don't worry, Dabobi will avenge you," Aunt Song said again, and immediately took out her phone. "Hello, this is Aunt Song. Call a few brothers to come over for me. I've been bullied." The address is at the Chui Dafu Gold Shop headquarters. The store manager checked the jewelry for Zhao Chun one by one. Zhao Chun was very satisfied and found a cloth bag to put the things in. This action left the shop assistant stunned. "This is the first time I see someone packing jewelry like cabbage." "Okay, I've looked at everything. I'll go back first." Zhao Chun said goodbye to Chui Xiangyu. "Well, I'll go do my own thing then." The two of them left the store together. However, before he could take a few steps, Aunt Song suddenly rushed up. "Stop right there, you two." Originally, she was quite graceful and elegant, but after Chen Yaoxian was bullied, she lost her mind and became a shrew. Zhao Chun glanced at her, snorted, and walked around her and continued walking. She refused to give in and stood in front of Zhao Chun and Chui Xiangyu. "I said, You are not allowed to leave. Everyone, come and take a look. Chui Dafu Gold Shop is bullying its customers and kicking out users who have deposited money. She yelled. And this little jerk, he hit someone and then tried to run away. Everyone come and see. In an instant, several people came to watch the fun. Chui Xiangyu's face was gloomy. Those who do business are most afraid of negative impacts. Once what happened today is implemented, we will definitely lose some customers. Just as I was about to explain, a bunch of scoundrels came running over from a distance. Aunt Song, we're here. Which bastard dared to pick a fight with you? Seeing that things were not going well, Zhao Chen glanced at Chui Xiangyu and said, Big chicken, this incident today was caused by me. You should leave first. Okay, Chui Xiangyu agreed without thinking. Zhao Chen was stunned. My Chao, you are so unfriendly. Chui Xiangyu shrugged. As the saying goes, a friend's death is better than my own. He hurried back to the gold shop, and then the security guard came out and stood beside Zhao Chen. You have some conscience, Zhao Chen muttered. With someone standing behind him, he felt much more confident. Aunt Song is still complaining to the scoundrel. About 3 minutes later, the second-rate guy twisted his mouth and walked forward a few steps. You dare to cause trouble for Aunt Song? Kneel down and apologize immediately, and let this matter go, otherwise I will kill you. The security guards behind Zhao Chen were on edge, looking like they were ready to start a fight. Zhao Chen said coldly, Let me kneel down and apologize. Why don't you let that old woman kneel down in front of me? You don't want to make up your mind anymore, right? Okay, don't cry and beg me later. The scoundrel twisted his mouth and was about to raise his fist. Zhao Chen was also ready to fight back. At this moment, a roar came from outside. Don't move. Put your hands down. Chapter 62. Law-abiding Chui Xiangyu assembles a batch of automatic rifles. A few people turned around and saw several police cars parked behind them. The thugs were stunned for a moment and ran away, dropping their weapons. However, they had only taken a few steps when they were blocked by the police coming from the opposite direction. All of them were arrested and taken back. At this time, Chui Xiangyu walked out with a smile. He walked while shaking his phone. Chunner, is the helper I called useful? You little bastard, you actually called the police? I'm going to fucking kill you. Aunt Song roared with her teeth bared. But before she could get to Chui Xiangyu, she was held down by the police behind her. Chui Xiangyu smiled sarcastically. Aunt Song, we live in a harmonious society now. Why are you always shouting about fighting and killing for no reason? Do you really think you're the boss of Causeway Bay? Then, he looked at the police officer in front of him seriously and said, Comrade police officer, I have video surveillance of them making trouble in my store. If you need it, please send someone to copy it at any time. No problem. The police called Zhao Chen aside again, briefly understood the whole story, and took those people into the police car. Okay, there's nothing for me to do here anymore, so I'll go get busy. Chui Xiangyu yawned and said goodbye to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen waved his hand and got into his car. Fortunately, Chui Xiangyu called him back halfway, and he remembered that there was still one important thing he had not bought. That's the spring used in guns. As early as when he was sorting out the data, he had already selected the merchant who sold the springs. He went to buy springs and came back immediately. As soon as he arrived at the compound, there was someone from the Zheng department and someone from the Wang department waiting for him. Master, according to your requirements, we have produced a total of 13 qualified steel pipes and 21 gas guides today. Zheng Xin stepped forward and said. Wang Wu followed suit, saying, we have more, 35 sets of trigger mechanisms, 22 sets of shells, and over 5,000 shells and bullets. Zhao Chen nodded, took the shell and bullet, and took a look, and found that they were basically consistent. Of course, this is also thanks to modern machines, as all the items stamped out are the same size. Send the stuff to my room, and tell the servants to come over and take the gunpowder from the warehouse to the former house in courtyard number 6 and put it together with the gasoline. Also, notify Mr. Feng to place 4 or 5 people there during daily shifts. They must always ensure that there are no unauthorized people nearby and no open flames. Finally, forget it, just follow my arrangements first. Yes. The two left. Zhao Chen returned to the main room, asked Zheng San and Wang Wu to put down their things, and called Ying over. Assembling bullets is a time-consuming task that does not tolerate carelessness. He originally planned to ask Zheng San or Wang Wu to go to the yard where the servants lived to call 10 servants. But after thinking about it, that was where women lived after all, so it was acceptable for him to go there. But if other people went there, it would easily cause trouble. Ying, go pick 10 menials for me, and come back to assemble the bullets for me. Okay. Ying retreated. After a while, 10 servants were called over. Zhao Chen carefully taught them how to assemble bullets, and then took the parts back to his room. Master, who would you like to accompany you tonight? Ying asked. Zhao Chen shook his head. Forget about tonight. I still have some things to do. You just stay here and serve me tea and water. Okay. Ying went to boil a pot of hot water. Zhao Chen referred to the data he found on the internet and began to assemble the parts. It took a full 3 hours to assemble the 13 guns. Zhao Chen let out a long sigh, looked at the 13 AKs in front of him, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. The next morning, he went to see the servants. 5,000 rounds of ammunition were neatly stacked on the table. He asked Ying to go to the security team and call 3 people from each department. Soon, Fengde came with his men. Come and see the new secret weapon I researched for you. Several people all stepped forward, and no one of them had a gun. Master, this thing has no blade and no point. How do I use it? Fengde asked. Zhao Chen was not in a hurry to install bullets in them. There is a shopping mall in front of the main courtyard and a rest area at the back. If a fire breaks out, people could easily get hurt. Come, I'll teach you the basics first. Let me introduce you to this. This thing in your hands is called an automatic rifle. When using it, just point the gun at the enemy and fire. There's a crosshair in the middle of the gun and at the muzzle. You'll need to use these two to defeat enemies at a distance. To use them, look through the 2 crosshairs and focus on the enemy. He taught in detail how to use the sight, including how to adjust the aiming distance. Several people actually experienced it. Fengde continued to ask, Master, now we understand the basic principle, but we can't kill people just by aiming like this. Zhao Chen smiled and led them to the pile of bullets. Now I will teach you how to load bullets. Zhao Chen demonstrated it himself. Each person loads 2 magazines. Remember, put the magazines back on the gun and turn off the safety to avoid accidental injuries. This weapon injures people, and the death and disability rates are very high. Everyone looked serious. After loading the bullets, Zhao Chen said to the others, the automatic rifle has a very long range and great lethality. Let's go outside the city and try out the guns. Master, Fengde immediately became nervous. I heard that the bandits outside are waiting for you to get out. What if you run into them when you go out? Zhao Chen patted his shoulder. Don't worry, it's their bad luck to meet them. After saying that, he walked out confidently. Of them in total, and each of them carried 60 bullets. If 20 bullets killed one person, they could still kill more than 30 people. After 1 round of volleys, the bandits would probably be scared out of their wits. Come on, follow me to take a look at the fiefdom. Zhao Chen rode on his horse and walked freely on the street with a gun on his back. Fengde and his men divided into 2 teams and followed behind on foot. The boss of Lintian City is King Qin, and he has a lot of rules. No one except royal relatives, nobles, or military officers of the 5th rank and above is allowed to ride horses in the street. Now that Zhao Chen has been granted a title, he is naturally among the royal family and nobles. On the street corner, a dark corner. Several carrier pigeons fluttered into flight, heading straight for Shengyang outside the city. Zhao Chen walked very slowly along the way. He always believed that even if Lin Changtian asked the Yamen runners to catch the bandits, it would be impossible to catch them all. If a bandit reports the news, he can use it to harvest a wave of heads. Outside the West City Gate. Fengde, Master, you can speed up a bit. We can just follow behind you. The situation outside is complicated. We have to ensure your safety. Zhao Chen smiled and patted his gun. Did you forget what I told you? Anyone who dares to cause trouble for us will only be unlucky. These ancient people had never seen the power of guns, so naturally they would not believe it. Zhao Chen didn't force it. If they met each other later, they would know. Shengyang. Boss, there's news from Lintian City. That bastard named Zhao has left the city through the West Gate. Leaving the city? A middle-aged man in a linen robe suddenly stood up. Quick, call 100 brothers and follow me down to greet them. Chapter 63. Beat up the bandits. The automatic rifle shows its power. 10 miles outside the West City Gate, there is a small forest. If you want to go to the fiefdom, you must pass through the path in the woods. Master, please be more careful. There may be an ambush here. Fengde. Zhao Chen smiled, but said nothing. Not far into the woods, after turning a corner, hundreds of bandits appeared on the opposite side. Fengde and others became nervous instantly. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Don't be nervous, just listen to my orders and stand in a row. Yes. 12 people immediately stood in front of Zhao Chen. Master, if a fight breaks out, you should quickly go back, and we will do our best to resist. Fengde said in a deep voice. The other people also looked ready to die. Zhao Chen treated them very well. Since following Zhao Chen, even the one who earned the least among them had earned more than 200 taels of silver. If they didn't risk their lives to protect Zhao Chen, they would feel guilty about taking the money. Zhao Chen, however, was nonchalant. Do you remember how I taught you at home? Listen to my orders. Release the safety and raise your gun. Everyone did so immediately. At this time, the bandit came over slowly with a few people. Zhao Chen said, "Don't worry. Wait for my order to fire. There are more than 100 people on the opposite side. If they were closer, they could cause greater damage." But Fengde was very nervous. "Follow my orders." Zhao Chen's tone became a little more serious. Several people fell silent, staring intently at the front. But after a few breaths, the bandit leader and a group of people came to a place more than 20 meters in front of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen raised his voice. "I am a viscount personally appointed by the emperor. Please get out of the way." "Lord Zhao, we heard about it." The bandit leader chuckled. "But what does it have to do with us?" "The Chen family said you're rich. If we kidnap you and go back and disband, even if the government wants to track you down, they'll only catch 2 unlucky guys at best. So, do you think scaring me will work?" "Is that so?" Zhao Chen smacked his lips. "You're disrespectful to the Lord. Damn it." As he spoke, he raised his gun and aimed at the bandit leader. The boss frowned. He had never seen such a weapon. There are no arrows or blades to be seen, and it doesn't look like a weapon. The black hole in the middle looks like a fire stick. "You think you can scare me with a fucking fire stick?" The boss chuckled. Zhao Chen cleared his throat and said, "There will be a loud noise when the gunfire starts. Be prepared." These words were naturally said to the security team members. Then he laughed and said, "Since you think this is just a fire stick, I'll show you the power of a fire stick. Everyone, aim and fire." Then he fired the first shot. When the sound of explosions spread through the woods, the bandit leader's head exploded immediately. Fengde and the others didn't have time to think and started shooting. There were only a little over 100 people on the opposite side, standing quite densely. After just one round of volleys, there were only a few left. Fengde and the others were extremely surprised. With their brains, they could never think of a weapon with such strong attack power. "Hurry up and change the magazine when the bullets are all used up. The people are about to run away." Zhao Chen roared, and these people came to their senses and changed their magazines. This time, Zhao Chen did not shoot. The others emptied their magazines, and all the bandits were knocked off their horses. "Master, this thing is too cruel." Fengde and the others were so excited that they stuttered a little. Zhao Chen laughed. "That's just the beginning. Master these weapons first, and we'll give you even more powerful ones later. They'll easily take someone's head from 2,000 meters away." Several people were even more speechless. In their opinion, taking a person's head from 2,000 meters away is impossible except through magic. But these words were spoken by the master. He must have a way. "Go see if there are any that are still alive, finish them off immediately, and then see how many horses we can take away." It was their first time using guns, so most of these people just shot randomly, and many of the horses closest to them were knocked down. Fengde and his companions rushed over quickly. After a round of inspection, they finally brought back more than 50 horses. "Master, a lot of horses were killed." Fengde had a little regret on his face. Horses were a precious commodity in those days. A good one could even cost 20 or 30 taels each, which was much more expensive than what the pawnshop owners paid. More than 40 people were killed or maimed in one blow, and they must have felt the pain. "Everyone, get on your horses. Let's go for a tour of the fiefdom, then go back to the city and find a place to raise the horses." Yes. Everyone mounted their horses and followed Zhao Chen to his fiefdom. Not far from the woods was Zhao Chen's fiefdom. Looking at the vast plains and the desolate riverbed running through them, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The river's water flow was sufficient to support his construction of a power station. Once the power station is built, there will be a water storage area. At that time, fish and shrimps can be raised in the water storage area. It's beautiful just to think about it. After circling the territory, several people rode back on horseback. "Fengde," Zhao Chen shouted. Fengde immediately stepped forward and asked, "Master, what do you want to talk to me about?" "What do you think of the power of automatic rifles?" he asked with a smile. Fengde exclaimed, "It's simply amazing. I've never seen such a powerful weapon. This is just a small experiment, so you can witness the power of the rifle with your own eyes." Zhao Chen said calmly, "We will continue to produce rifles at home. From now on, we will keep 4 shooters at home every day and bring the rest of the non-working ones out for training. We must transform our security team into an invincible elite force within a month. In the Dan Dynasty, as long as you became a noble, you could raise a private army. Although Zhao Chen is only a viscount, he can still support 500 private soldiers. If these 500 private soldiers were equipped with automatic rifles and had enough ammunition, they could easily defeat an army of 30,000 to 50,000. Yes. Fengde nodded heavily. Several people returned to the city. Fengde and his men dismounted on their own and walked behind, leading the captured horses. Those who had seen them leave the city before were all surprised. You only had one horse when you went out, so why did you come back with so many? The sir is rich and buys horses in batches. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they returned to the Zhao family compound. Just when he was about to arrange for Feng to find a vacant yard nearby to rent to raise horses, Xie came running over. Sir, the salt gang is here to get the salt. Zhao Chen looked into the distance. There were more than 40 carriages parked on the street opposite gate number 1 of the shopping mall. Arrange the servants to ship the goods, he said softly. Yes. Xie nodded slightly, and then continued. The second master of the tea gang is here too, and he's waiting for you in the food area. Okay, I'll go check it out. He dismounted and entered the mall directly through gate number 2. Gate 2 is very close to the food area. At this time, there are fewer people coming to eat. From a distance, Ho Qinglin was seen holding a plate of pig intestines, his expression full of intoxication. Chapter 64. The tea party is scheduled for 3 days later. Master Ho, sorry for the long wait. Zhao Chen sat down opposite Ho Qinglin. Ho Qinglin waved his hand. Not long, not long. I've heard your food is delicious, but I never wanted to try it before. It's really worth the trip today. Brother Zhao, how many amazing things do you have? Zhao Chen smiled and said, if Hall Master Ho likes it, just come here often and you'll naturally discover it. I think it's okay. Ho Qinglin nodded heavily. Then, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, Brother Zhao, you have been conferred the title of Lord. I would like to express my congratulations first. The main purpose of my visit this time is to inform you that we will hold a tea party in 3 days. After returning that day, I immediately spread the news of the tea tasting party throughout Dun through the tea gang's network. In 3 days, countless elegant people will come to taste tea. Zhao Chen nodded. This speed was within his expectations. To be precise, it was even a little slower than he expected. Master Ho, you came here not just to inform me, right? Of course, Ho Qinglin said with a smile. First, I want to know how much tea you have here. Conservatively, I estimate that you must have sold more than 200 kilograms this time. Second, I want to tell you in advance that most people who drink tea are elegant people who like to recite poems and compose couplets. Brother Zhao, you'd better prepare in advance. If someone really wants to see your literary talent, we can handle it. Reciting poems and composing couplets? Isn't this just walking into trouble? Anyone who has received 9 years of compulsory education can recite a few popular poems. Thank you, Hall Master Ho, for the information. I'll try to get the tea ready within 3 days and then arrange for someone to deliver it to the tea gang. Also, I got a more precious tea. Upon hearing what he said, Ho Qinglin immediately asked, can you take it out and taste it? Zhao Chen shook his head regretfully. I'm still waiting in line, but I should be able to get the goods the day after tomorrow morning at the latest, so Master Ho, don't worry. How can I not be anxious? Ho Qinglin said with a face full of resentment. Ever since I tasted your tea, it's simply unpalatable to drink our tea when I go back home. Now that I've come across even better tea, I'm itching to try it. Zhao Chen smiled and said, I didn't get to drink it either. Wait a minute. As soon as the tea arrives, I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you. Looks like this is the only way. He sighed with some regret and slowly stood up. I've already conveyed what I was supposed to convey. I also got to try some of Brother Zhao's delicious food. I won't stay any longer. If anything happens in the next 2 days, feel free to send someone to the tea gang to find me. No problem. Zhao Chen personally escorted Ho Qinglin out the door. The salt gang is still loading the trucks. Song Zhendong didn't come in person. The person who came had an arrogant look on his face, and Zhao Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him. I have to thank the salt gang. If the salt gang hadn't given him enough motivation, he wouldn't have been so anxious to research the rifle. Once he equips all the security guards at home with rifles, will he still be afraid of the salt gang? Without gathering the salt gang members from several regions, no one could pose any threat to him. He turned and walked back. But after taking 2 steps, a whooshing sound came from behind him. Looking back, a fair-looking young man walked in with a folding fan in his hand. He glanced at the young man and laughed inwardly. This guy's chest muscles are a bit exaggerated, which does not match his thin body. It is obvious that he is a woman disguised as a man. He turned around and continued walking back. Then I heard a roar from behind. Who is in charge here? Zhao Chen stopped and walked back. Excuse me, young sir, what can I do for you? There must be a reason why this girl dressed as a boy, and he almost exposed her. The woman said, when I was visiting your shop, I heard that the owner of your shop is very remarkable, and I would like to meet him. Zhao Chen smiled and said, I'm not talented, but I'm the owner of this Wuji shopping mall. Are you Zhao Chen? And Sure widened his eyes. Do you recognize me? Zhao Chen frowned slightly. He seldom mentions his name in front of outsiders, but few know his name. It is either related to the government office or to the king of Qin. I've only heard of it. Ensure raised his eyebrows and glanced at him twice. Not bad. A handsome man with a lot of brains. He smiled calmly. Excuse me, Master Ensure, what do you want to talk to me about? To be honest, I'm very busy and don't have much free time to chat with you. How dare you? A maidservant, also dressed as a man, yelled from behind Ensure. It's your honor to chat with my young master, and you actually want to refuse? If you feel honored, just chat with him. Don't make a fuss in my territory. Believe it or not, I will kick you out. Zhao Qin's face immediately turned cold. Just by looking at the attitude of the maid behind him, you can tell that this master is also an arrogant and domineering one. Xiaomei stepped back. Ensure said coldly. But sir, Xiaomei pouted. I told you to step back. Ensure's voice rose a few notches. Zhao Qin sighed helplessly. These two are clearly women dressed as men, but they behave like women, and even their names are so feminine. Can you please have some basic respect for women dressed as men? He was getting impatient and ready to leave. There was a tea tasting party in 3 days, and the tea he had brought before was not enough. After taking 2 steps, Ensure immediately caught up and stopped Zhao Qin. Master Zhao, it was my servant who was rude just now. Please don't be angry, Master Zhao. Zhao Qin said calmly. What's the matter with you? Can you tell me? I just wanted to take a look around and learn from you. Ensure nodded slightly. I'm from the capital. I heard about you from my brother before, so I came here specifically to ask for your advice. Please don't hesitate to teach me. Zhao Qin looked at Ensure. Beijing, brother? Could she be the king of Qin's sister? It's possible depending on age. However, no matter how you look at it, they have nothing in common. Zhao Qin breathed a sigh of relief. No matter whether she was the king of Qin's sister or not, he had come to the capital and would try not to offend her if possible. His foundation is not stable yet, so he still needs to develop for a while. Since you've come all the way from the capital, I'll take some time out to walk with you. The two came to the snack area. Ensure walked around the snack area and stopped in front of the compressed biscuits. This action was discovered by Zhao Qin, who became more certain of the other party's identity. However, Ensure just took a look and walked away. The things here are basically not available outside. How about I recommend a few to you? Zhao Qin asked. Ensure nodded immediately, his face full of anticipation. Zhao Qin walked through the shelves for a while and picked up a bag of spicy strips. Previously, spicy strips were among the 10 items the Shun family wanted. Especially knowing that Ensure is a woman, women's resistance to spicy strips is basically negative. Come try it. Ensure took 2 bites, exhaled heavily, and shouted excitedly. This thing is too delicious. I want to eat more. She took 2 more packets. Xiaomei, let me give you a taste. She threw another one to the maid. Just as the master and servant were enjoying their meal, Qin Kuai hurried over and said, 10th Master, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Wuji Mall? The prince is waiting at home. Chapter 65. Sending a bunch of spicy noodles to Mr. Shi and assigning work to the maids. Ensure came back to his senses and calmed down at the same time as Xiaomei. He turned around and looked at Zhao Qin. Boss Zhao, I'm going to the Qin Palace first. I'll come over later when I have time. As she said that, she was about to follow Qin Kuai out. Wait! Zhao Qin suddenly shouted. Ensure paused. Boss Zhao, is there anything else? Zhao Qin took a few bags of spicy strips from the shelf and handed them to her with a smile. I see you like them, so these are for you. Ensure's eyes lit up instantly, and he rushed forward with open arms. The moment she picked up the spicy strips, her exaggerated chest muscles hit Zhao Qin's hand. Her face flushed instantly. She quickly took 2 steps back and cleared her throat. Boss Zhao is so polite. I will not refuse it. Also, I want to ask, will you go to the tea party in 3 days? Of course, Zhao Qin said with a smile. If he doesn't go, the tea party can't go on. Ensure instantly smiled like a flower. Then let's meet in 3 days. I will definitely give you a surprise then. Okay, Zhao Qin blinked. Mr. Shi has prepared a surprise for me. I will definitely give Mr. Shi a surprise when the time comes. Really? Ensure's eyes flashed. Although she had only been in contact with Zhao Qin for a short time, she could feel that the surprise Zhao Qin had brought out was definitely extraordinary. Then I'll wait and see. 10th young master, let's go. Qin Kuai bowed. Ensure nodded, followed Qin Kuai, and left Wuji shopping mall. After watching them get on the carriage and leave, Zhao Qin raised his hand and looked at his fingers. Mr. Shi's chest muscles are indeed exaggerated, and they are very soft. I don't know. He suddenly felt a sense of evil interest. Back in the main courtyard, Xiaolu came running over and said, Master, we don't have enough sanitary napkins at home. Zhao Qin frowned. I bought a lot. Only half a month has passed, and the strategic materials are gone. You said at the time that everyone who has their period will be given sanitary napkins, so the waiters and servants were given a lot. Xiaolu lowered his head, as if he had made a mistake. Zhao Qin patted her forehead and said, "It's okay. I'll go order some more later. Go call all the maids over. I have something for you." "Yes." Xiaolu bowed and retreated. Zhao Qin returned to the main room and brought out a bag of gold jewelry. When he came back yesterday, he was assembling guns. "These things have not been distributed yet. I happen to be free today, so I'll send it to them. These maids are the face of the Zhao family compound, so they can't be too plain or they will be laughed at." A few minutes later, all the maids came. Zhao Qin opened the bag and started taking out gold jewelry. "These things are for you. Each of you gets a bracelet, a necklace, and a pair of earrings. Dress up nicely from now on." Women have almost no resistance to jewelry. Especially the jewelry processed with modern technology looks very extraordinary. After they received it, they all bowed to Zhao Qin and said, "Thank you, master." Zhao Qin raised his hand. "Everyone get up." He glanced among the people. "It's been a while since I bought you back. Currently, only Ying, Dun Dun, and Xiaolu have jobs. It's not a big deal for the others to just sit idle. Well, I'll arrange it for you. Little 4, Little 5, starting tomorrow, you two will be responsible for overseeing the manufacture of rifles." Zhao Qin said as he took out a rifle and demonstrated it to the two of them. "This is it. The security team has already distributed some, and it's quite powerful. With these things, neither the Salt Gang nor the Tea Gang can pose a threat to us anymore. So, do you understand the magnitude of this mission?" The two of them trembled inwardly. Before the arrival of the Salt Gang, the master suffered a lot of humiliation. This weapon can enable the Zhao family to stand up from now on. Its importance is self-evident. The fourth and fifth children bowed simultaneously. "Thank you for your trust, master." Zhao Qin raised his hand. "Get up, I'll break down the details for you later. 13, 14, you two are relatively steady. You will be my personal guards from now on. When the rifle parts arrive today, I will equip you two with a gun each. Starting tomorrow, you will follow the security team out of the city for training. Try to improve your marksmanship within half a month." "Yes." 13 and 14 saluted at the same time. "Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba, you two will help Ying take care of the Zhao family compound from now on. Whether it's recruiting staff or various matters within the compound, you can do it with confidence. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi, the two of you should work with Dun Dun to handle all the affairs of the mall. If you have any questions, please ask Dun Dun and Xia Er in time. 11 and 12, you two will follow Xiaolu. From now on, you will not only be in charge of the medicine, but also all the warehouses of the Zhao family. All your tasks have been arranged. From now on, no matter what happens, you guys just need to discuss and handle it. Apart from collecting money and restocking, I don't want to worry about anything else. Also, no matter how busy you are from now on, you must set aside an hour every day for cultural studies. Ying will be responsible for arranging this." "Yes." All the women saluted. "Get up." Zhao Qin raised his hand and asked the other maids to leave. He left Xiao Si and Xiao Wu alone and took the two of them to the lathe workshop. After finishing their work, Zhao Qin stretched himself. "Now that everything is behind me, I can finally live a quiet and peaceful life as a wealthy man." Xiao Si and Xiao Wu were also quite serious. As soon as Zhao Qin told them what to do, they started working immediately. Xiao Si is responsible for forging gun parts and ammunition, while Xiao Wu is responsible for assembling everything. 16 finished rifles were delivered that very evening. Let Xiao Wu give one to each of 13 and 14, and give the rest to Fengda. At this rate, in about a day, all security guards will be equipped with rifles. Cool. Ding dang dang. After a knock on the door, Xiaoqi came in. "Master, which sister will you let accompany you tonight?" Zhao Qin looked at her, and she blushed and lowered her head. "This little girl is pretty, but she's not an adult yet. Go call 13 over." So far, there are only 4 adult maids. "Yes." Xiaoqi retreated, feeling relieved but also a little disappointed. She didn't understand why the master didn't let her stay. Not long after she left, Xiao Shisan came in. "Master, I'm here to help you rest." She walked timidly in front of Zhao Qin. It's the same old process. The next morning, when Xiao Shisan helped him change his clothes, he hooked his hand under Xiao Shisan's chin and said, "You are very different. So quiet. I'll give you the name Jingjing." "Thank you, Jingjing, for the name, master." 13 bowed solemnly. "There's nothing for you to do here. You can leave. By the way, if it's not convenient for you today, you can take a rest at home for a day and continue training tomorrow." Zhao Qin said softly. He plans to return to modern times soon. In addition to replenishing the missing supplies, he also wants to prepare a huge surprise for Master Shi. Chapter 66. meeting Mr. Shi in person and presenting the princess with a bunny girl suit. A shopping mall in Tongqing. Zhao Chen stood in front of a clothing store, looking at the bunny girl clothes hanging on the wall, with a slight smile on his lips. If Master Shi put on this outfit, hee. The image of Ensure wearing a bunny girl suit suddenly appeared in his mind. Boss, that's it. After buying the full set of clothes, he went to replenish the several kinds of goods that were missing in the Zhao family compound and returned to ancient times. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the day of the tea party, Zhao Chen asked his servants to go to the tea gang early with the tea. He rode a tall horse, accompanied by Jingjing, Ruan, and 4 security guards, and paraded through the city towards the tea gang. Ruan is the previous code, named Xiao Shirsi. Because the body is very flexible, it can perform various difficult movements such as bending down and splits, hence the name. In front of the tea gang's gate, several handsome young men were polite to everyone who came to the tea gang. Seeing Zhao Chen coming on horseback, a man ran over quickly with a flattering smile on his face. You must be Lord Zhao. That's right. Zhao Chen nodded and got off the horse. Master Zhao, just give the horse to me. I will find a good place to feed it for you. Our master is waiting for you in the hall. The man took the reins and said with a smile. Zhao Chen strode into the tea gang's gate and saw from afar Ho Qinglin chatting with a group of people who seemed to have dignity. His every move and gesture showed his casualness. Seeing him coming, Ho Qinglin immediately waved. Master Zhao? This way. Zhao Chen walked over and began to introduce them. Everyone, this is Lord Zhao, who was personally appointed by our emperor. He is also one of the hosts of this tea party. A bunch of old guys smiled and started to be polite with Zhao Chen. Master Zhao has been conferred the title of Viscount at such a young age. His future is limitless. Your Majesty has been on the throne for so many years, and he has only conferred titles on a handful of lords. Lord Zhao is definitely extraordinary. Is Lord Zhao going to enter the Imperial court in the future? If that day comes, you must take care of us. Zhao Chen didn't know any of them, but due to the occasion, he responded one by one with a fist salute. Lord Zhao, this is Mr. Li, the Doctor of the Ministry of Works, and this is Mr. Chen, the Doctor of the Ministry of Revenue. Ho Qinglin introduced a group of people, among whom the highest official rank was only 4th rank, and it was obvious that they were the boss's white gloves. In such an occasion, it would be a bit of a loss of status for the boss to come in person. Lord Zhao, have you prepared your poems? Ho Qinglin asked in a low voice. He informed Zhao Chen in advance to prevent him from making a mistake at the tea-tasting party. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have to care, but now, Zhao Chen is a lord and a royal noble. If he makes a fool of himself in public again, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction from the royal family. Even if the royal family does not punish you for this, they can still find some trouble elsewhere. Zhao Chen raised his hand. It's just poetry, easy to do. In the 5,000 years of Chinese history, countless classic poems have been born. Just picking out 1 or 2 of them is enough to shock the whole audience. Several adults nearby all came over. It seems that Lord Zhao is also very talented in writing. I am looking forward to it. Ho Qinglin glanced at Zhao Chen and his eyebrows twitched. The people present were all famous poets in their respective fields. Isn't it too early to make such a boast now? He was just thinking about whether to remind Zhao Chen when someone outside suddenly called in. The king of Qin has arrived. Everyone looked towards the door. The king of Qin walked in gracefully with several followers. Beside him was a pretty and slender woman. The woman looked at Zhao Chen with a smile on her face. Zhao Chen was the same, not surprised at all. After all, he already knew Ensure's identity when he was in Wuji shopping mall a few days ago. The king of Qin came over. Ho Qinglin retreated with other officials. Brother Zhao, let me introduce you. This is the 10th princess of Dan, my younger sister, and Ling Xin. Hello, 10th princess. Zhao Chen bowed slightly. And Ling Xin smiled playfully. Boss Zhao, are you surprised? Does this count as a surprise? Forget it. Zhao Chen said. The king of Qin said, my sister loves to dress up as a man and is usually quite playful. I brought some food back to the capital, and after Ling Xin saw it, she clamored to come with me. I guess, with brother Zhao's keen eyesight, he must have guessed her identity the first time they met. Zhao Chen smiled and said nothing, and Ling Xin puffed out her chest, looking unconvinced. Second brother, why don't you trust me? My makeup skills are famous throughout the capital. If you don't believe me, go ask around. Who in the entire capital doesn't know that young master in Xi'an is a real man? The king of Qin rolled his eyes and did not argue with her. The capital is where the imperial power is most concentrated. Even if people outside knew that Ensure was a woman, no one would expose her because of the old emperor's love for her. Who wants to cause trouble for themselves? Boss Zhao, you said before that you would prepare a surprise for me. Now that you suddenly found out that I'm a woman, your preparations won't be wasted, right? And Ling Xin smiled evilly. Zhao Chun waved behind him. Jingjing brought over a tray covered with a red cloth. This is the surprise I prepared for you. The red cloth was lifted, revealing the bunny girl's suit underneath in front of Ling Xin. She picked up the bunny ears and looked at them. This is so cute. Why are you? As she was speaking, her smile suddenly froze. Ah, so you already knew I was a woman. Zhao Chun shrugged. I saw that, but I couldn't guess your identity. Your disguise is pretty good. And Ling Xin twisted her mouth, looking unhappy. Your eyes are too sharp. You can actually see that I'm a woman disguised as a man. It's not fun at all. Zhao Chun coughed and came to her side. 10th Princess, aren't you curious about what this dress looks like? And Ling Xin pouted and rummaged through her clothes. Beneath the suit, there was a set of triangle-shaped, pear-shaped pockets. She pulled them out and looked at them. What is this? Why is there so little fabric? Zhao Chun quickly pressed the button. Your Highness, this thing is not suitable to be shown in front of others. Let me ask Ruan to take you downstairs to change into it. You will know after you are done. Is this also worn? That's right. He winked at Ruan. Ruan stepped forward. Princess, please. And Ling Xin followed her to the side room, and Xiaomei also followed her, jumping and standing guard at the door of the side room. Brother Zhao, my royal sister has been spoiled by my father. If she has offended me in any way, please forgive me. King Qin sighed. Zhao Chun waved his hand. What are you talking about, Prince Qin? The 10th princess is innocent and lovely by nature. Even when she's angry, she still exudes a unique beauty. Brother Zhao, are you interested in my sister? King Qin changed the subject. Zhao Chun was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hands. King Qin, I really treat you as my brother. Please don't cheat me. A beautiful and willful princess like Ling Xin is only suitable for looking at and must never be married. Once you get married, the maid's at home. It is not wise to give up a big forest for a crooked tree. As they were talking, Ling Xin came back with a shy look on her face. Chapter 67 The 10th Princess loses her temper, and the flower tea auction begins. Zhao Chun, you hooligan. Ling Xin came to Zhao Chun and without saying a word, stepped directly on Zhao Chen's feet with her high heels. Zhao Chen's face flushed red, and he almost yelled, Princess, how am I a hooligan again? That triangle of yours, and that pear-shaped thing, is so, oh my. Ling Xin turned her back, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Zhao Chun complained, Your Highness, it was you who picked it up and slapped it everywhere. How can you blame me? If I hadn't intervened in time, everyone in the hall would know what you were wearing. You. Ling Xin gritted her teeth, but had no way to refute. She lifted her high heels and stepped towards Zhao Chen's other foot. Oh. Zhao Chen couldn't hold it in any longer and screamed miserably. Suddenly, countless pairs of eyes in the entire hall looked over here. Ling Xin, are you fucking sick? I prepared a surprise for you with good intentions. Why are you repaying me with evil? Zhao Chen squatted on the ground. The intense pain made him completely ignore politeness. How dare you be rude to Her Royal Highness the Princess? Xiaomei drew out her sword and pointed it at Zhao Chun. Behind Zhao Chun, Jingjing and Ruan raised their guns and aimed at Xiaomei at the same time. If she dares to move forward any further, she will be shot to death no matter what the consequences. King Qin frowned slightly, his eyes falling on the two rifles. Judging from their quiet and soft states, these two things should be weapons. But this weapon had no blades or spikes, which was very different from the weapons they usually saw. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably something new that Zhao Chun has brought back. No matter what, I will get some for my own private army in the future. Hey, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. He quickly stood between the two sides and glared at Xiaomei. Xiaomei, put down the sword. Although Xiaomei was unwilling, she did not dare to go against the king of Qin's wishes. You too, put down those weird things in your hands. Jingjing and Ruan looked at each other and slowly lowered the muzzles of their guns. Zhao Chen squatted on the ground for a while, then slowly stood up. Okay, I'm fine. Ling Xin, you were wrong in this matter. Apologize to Brother Zhao. King Qin looked at Ling Xin with a sullen face. Ling Xin pouted and crossed her arms. No, I won't. This guy named Zhao is a big scoundrel. Why should I apologize to him? Apologize? King Qin raised his voice a few degrees. He knew how terrifying Zhao Chen's power was. No matter what happened in the Imperial city in the future, at least his Qin fan army had to cooperate with Zhao Chun. Dad seems to be in good health at the moment, but who knows how many years he can live. If he passes away one day in the future, with Zhao Chen's help, his chances of seizing the throne will be greater. Even for these reasons, he must be on good terms with Zhao Chun. Seeing that her second brother was really angry, and Lingxin turned to face Zhao Chun and said reluctantly, "Boss Zhao, I'm sorry." Zhao Chun waved his hand and didn't want to say anything more. Ho Qinglin was watching from a distance, his eyes uncertain. He knew the king of Qin. He was a real sister Khan. In order not to offend Zhao Chun, he would rather let his sister apologize to him in public. What kind of power does Zhao Chun have? At first, he just thought that Zhao Chun had outstanding business abilities, but now, he had to reconsider. Send a message to the Prime Minister, asking him to pay attention to Zhao Chun in Lintian City. He whispered to the servant beside him. The servant bowed and left. Seeing that the quarrel had stopped, he walked to the front with a smile and said, "Everyone, welcome to the tea tasting party hosted by the second hall of the tea gang. Now please take a seat. Our tea tasting party will begin now." Everyone sat down on both sides. Ho Qinglin clapped his hands, and more than 30 maids came up with tea trays and placed a pot on each table. "This is the new tea we just arrived. Please enjoy it." Crash. For a moment, the whole hall was filled with the sound of pouring tea. Good tea, really good tea. The doctor from the Ministry of Works took a sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "This tea is far superior to anything we've ever had. Compared to this tea, what we usually drink isn't even as good as leaves." The Ministry of Revenue doctor also commented. Everyone at the scene nodded. And Lingxin didn't rush to drink, mainly because she doesn't like drinking hot tea. But after hearing everyone's comments, she also became curious. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning. This tea is so refreshing. One sip of it makes you feel like you are in a sea of flowers. This tea is called flower tea. It was placed on consignment by Lord Zhao, the newly appointed Viscount of the Emperor. Due to the rarity of tea sources, we're breaking with tradition this year and will not be selling it at a negotiated price. After hearing what Ho Qinglin said, everyone became curious. How do you sell it? Yes, it's really hard to determine the price of such good tea, but what should we do if we want to buy it? Everyone looked at Ho Qinglin curiously. Only Lingxin looked at Zhao Chun with a hint of scrutiny. "You don't give us such good tea, but you cooperate with the tea gang. You deserve a beating," she muttered and turned to look at Ho Qinglin. Ho Qinglin smiled and said, "This year we are using a new sales method, auction." "Master Ho, could you please explain in detail what an auction is?" asked a man in a green official robe. Ho Qinglin explained in detail the auction rules that Zhao Chun had explained that day. Everyone present's eyes lit up. "This is the first time I've heard of such a novel way of selling." "Master Ho, let's get started quickly," said the king of Qin. Ho Qinglin nodded slightly and waved to the audience. Two servants brought up a square table, followed by a maid carrying a tray. "Then let's take a shot and see." The maid put down the tray, and Ho Qinglin introduced it with a smile. "Here is a kilogram of scented tea. The starting price is 500 taels of gold. Each bid must not be less than 10 taels. The auction begins." As soon as the words fell, the Ministry of Revenue doctor immediately raised his hand. 600 taels. Lord Chun is so generous. He just comes up and brings 100 taels. Lord Li from the Ministry of Works laughed. These two guys acted like brothers just now, but as soon as the auction started, they immediately turned against each other. "I'll give you 700 taels. 750 taels, said Zhang Longzhong of the Ministry of Personnel. "Old Zhang, the Ministry of Personnel isn't as rich as our Ministry of Revenue, so please give us the high-priced ones." Dr. Li spoke again. 800 taels. Zhao Chun held the tea, appearing calm on the surface, but his heart was actually already turbulent. Less than 2 minutes after the auction started, the price had already soared to 800 taels. How rich are these people? If he hadn't accepted a favor from the tea gang some time ago and wanted to use the tea gang's channels to spread the reputation of the tea as soon as possible, he wouldn't have had the heart to continue selling it. Every gene he sold here, he could only earn 50 taels plus a 10% commission. Even if he sold 1,000 taels, he would only get 150 taels. Too much loss. While he was muttering, the first kilogram of scented tea was found. It went into the pocket of Mr. Huang from the Ministry of War, costing 950 taels of gold. Zhao Chen's heart was bleeding. "That's all my money." Soon, another maid came up with tea. "After the previous trial, I believe everyone has a better understanding of auctions. Next, we'll have 15 groups of 20 kilograms each. Bidding for the first group will begin now. The starting price is 10,000 taels, and each bid must not be less than 100 taels." Chapter 68. All the scented tea is sold out, and the poetry competition begins. 11,000 taels. 11,300 taels. 12,000 taels. Bidding continues. Every time the price goes up, Zhao Chen's heart aches. "My money. It just fell into the pockets of the tea gang." 15,000 taels. After everyone argued for a while, the king of Qin raised his hand. The officials looked at each other and stopped arguing. The king of Qin bids 15,000 taels. Is there a higher price? No, right? Deal. Congratulations to King Qin for winning 20 kilograms of scented tea. Everyone applauded. The maid brought the tea to the back hall. Ho Qinglin said, after everyone finishes bidding and the tea assistant checks the price, please go to the back hall to get the tea. Please don't rush. Next, the second set of scented tea. The bidding begins. It took a whole hour to complete the auction of all 20 sets of scented tea. Zhao Chun counted on his fingers. A total of 350,000 taels were sold. His base salary plus commission totaled more than 50,000 taels. Although this price is already hundreds of millions times higher than the purchase price, he still feels unhappy when he thinks that the tea gang has made the lion's share of the profit. As the last set of tea leaves was taken away by the maid, Ho Qinglin breathed a sigh of relief and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With so much money sold, the tea gang will definitely reward him handsomely. His income may not be much less than Zhao Chen's. Everyone, the people behind us need to count the assets you've brought. This will take some time. The competition at the auction was so fierce just now, I'm worried it might have damaged the atmosphere. Let's stick to our usual routine and buy some tea before reciting some poems and writing couplets to relax and unwind. This tea tasting party is being held in the second hall of my tea gang. As the head of the hall, I'll kick it off and start something. Ho Qinglin paced in place for a moment, then raised his lips and said, fragrant leaves float in the clear soup. The air is filled with lingering fragrance. Spring shoots are plucked from the finest spring water, condensing into morning dew, and the slow cooking leaves behind a lasting fragrance. Good. A group of people around applauded. Zhao Chen frowned, feeling that something was missing. Maybe it's because we live in modern society and have read too many famous works by ancient masters, so we instinctively feel that anything slightly ordinary is not good enough. Ho Qinglin also clapped his hands. I have performed my ugly act. Now it's up to you all. Dr. Chun of the Ministry of Revenue stood up and said, then I'll get up and try it too. A drop of clear tea has a long-lasting flavor, and the green buds stretch out and exude a delicate fragrance. A cup of tea can dispel the hustle and bustle of the world, and only by savoring it slowly can you understand the hidden treasures of time. Good. Another group of people kept clapping. What a saying. A cup of wine can dispel the hustle and bustle of the world. Only by savoring it slowly can one understand the hidden treasures of time. Lord Li of the Ministry of Works clasped his hands in a bow. It seems Lord Chen's understanding of life is far superior to ours. Zhao Chen also nodded slightly. This poem sounded better than the previous one. In that case, I'll also offer a poem. Lord Li from the Ministry of Works continued. Pieces of tender leaves blend into the purple clay, and the lingering fragrance fills the sky. Savor the flavor of life with a sip of fragrant tea, and be intoxicated by the sunset. Good. There were exclamations all around. Zhao Chen also clapped his hands. Ho Qinglin's introduction was indeed correct. The literary talent of these two people was indeed extraordinary. Afterwards, several other people presented poems, but theirs were slightly inferior to those of these two. Sir Li, I guess you will be the champion again in this poetry competition, said Sir Chun from the Ministry of Revenue with a smile. Lord Li waved his hands repeatedly. Lord Chun, please don't rush to praise me. I heard that our newly appointed Lord is also very talented in literature. I haven't heard the Lord's poetry yet. Let's listen to it first before we comment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun scratched his head. At first he thought that poetry recitation was an open topic and he could recite anything, so he did not prepare carefully. But today, as soon as everyone came up, they were all talking about tea. It's embarrassing. He doesn't know many poems about tea. Lord Zhao, Lord Li called out. Zhao Chen slowly stood up. They have come to my doorstep to provoke me. If I don't respond, it would be unreasonable. Although he knew few tea poems, he did know some. He cleared his throat. In that case, I will also present my shameless performance. He walked slowly into the hall, pacing back and forth, as if thinking. Lord Zhao, are you going to compose a poem on the spot? Lord Chen was surprised. They all knew that they would have to perform poetry at the tea party, so they would prepare a few poems before coming. I have never seen anyone compose poetry on the spot like Zhao Chun. Mystifying. And Lingxin muttered and crossed her arms. Zhao Chun turned his head to look at her, with a slight smile on his face. She frowned, feeling as if she had been violated by Zhao Chun, and asked loudly, what are you doing? Zhao Chen smiled and said, the princess's beauty has given me a sudden inspiration, and I have a poem for today. Can I trust you? And Lingxin rolled her eyes. In her eyes, No matter what Zhao Qin's current identity was, he was just a businessman after all. Few businessmen have received a comprehensive education, so even if they can write poetry, how good can it be? Zhao Qin took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The magical herbs of the fairy mountain wet the moving clouds, washing away the fragrant skin but not evenly powdering it. The bright moon comes to cast upon Yuchuanzi, and the gentle wind blows away the spring of Wulin. To know that ice and snow have a kind heart, it is not the first time to apply ointment on the face. I compose a little poem to make you smile, and fine tea has always been like a beautiful woman. The whole audience was silent. Anyone could tell that this was Zhao Qin's improvisation. Zheming refers to scented tea and beautiful women. My God, how dare he, a viscount, covet the princess? And Lingxin bit her lip, and her eyes changed when she looked at Zhao Chun. I used to think this guy was just a gangster, but now? Princess, princess, what are you thinking about? Xiaomei's voice sounded in her ears. And Lingxin suddenly came back to her senses and licked her lips pretending to be calm. I'm fine. Princess, I just saw that the way you looked at Zhao Qin changed. Could it be that you have some thoughts about that lecture? Xiaomei asked again, and Lingxin fiddled with her rabbit ears. Who would have any interest in a pervert like him? That's right. Xiaomei raised her chin proudly. This is the Tsundere princess I know. Besides, how could he, a businessman, possibly write such a good poem? I guess he must have asked someone to write it in advance. He's so rich, what kind of poem can't he buy? Her words seemed to awaken in Lingxin. And Lingxin's eyes turned cold again. You lecher, you are not a good person. You spend money to buy poems and still pretend. Disgusting. At this time, Zhao Chun was not far away from her and immediately turned around when he heard the voice. He didn't buy this poem with money. He plagiarized it from the foodie Su Dongpa. He couldn't stand a person who had not received 9 years of compulsory education criticizing a great writer of his time in this way. The princess said I bought this poem. Do you have any proof? No. And Lingxin crossed her arms, turned her head and pouted. You're just a businessman. How could you possibly write such a good poem? Why can't merchants write good poems? Who made the rule? Zhao Qin asked back. And Lingxin licked her lips, her eyes flustered for a moment. I don't care. I just don't believe you can write such a good poem. If you follow my instructions and write a few more on the spot, I'll believe it. Chapter 69. The poem is amazing and brilliant. The King of Qin is going to be the sponsor again. If you ask me to write a poem, I will do it. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Zhao Qin twisted his mouth. And Lingxin immediately stood up and said, if you are unwilling to do it, it proves that you paid for the poem. Many of the officials present were from the capital and knew the 10th princess's temper. Even though she had a bad temper before, I've never seen her target someone like this, right? Is there something going on here? King Qin coughed and said, Lingxin, sit down. Second brother. And Lingxin said coquettishly, I just want to expose this hypocrite who paid money for poetry. Why are you being so serious with me? I told you to sit down. The King of Qin was a little angry and raised his voice a few degrees. He also planned to ask Zhao Chun about those special weapons after the tea party. If he was offended by Lingxin, it would be difficult for him to speak up later. Second brother, you never yelled at me before, but today you actually sided with a stranger. And Lingxin stomped her feet. The King of Qin sighed and was about to explain when Zhao Chun smiled and said, Your Highness, forget it. I don't want any conflict between you siblings to arise because of me. Since Her Highness the Princess wants to test me, then let her do it. When Lingxin heard that Zhao Chun agreed to the test, she was stunned. Immediately afterwards, applause broke out at the scene. Good poetry and good tea are like powerful drugs that can make people drunk. The poem Zhao Chun just composed did not satisfy their appetite, and they wanted to hear it more. Your Highness, please. And Lingxin's eyes turned, and she saw the plum blossom pattern on Xiaomei's clothes. Then write a poem on plum blossoms. Okay, Zhao Chun responded calmly. Plum blossom is one of the 4 gentlemen. Ancient people often used plum blossom to describe themselves. He alone has memorized no less than 10 poems about it. I live in a forest of ice and snow, not mingling with the fragrant dust of peaches and plums. Suddenly, one night, a delicate fragrance emerges, spreading across the vast universe like spring. The whole room was silent. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance blooms overnight, spreading across the vast universe like spring. Lord Chun of the Ministry of Revenue savored it secretly. Your Excellency's poem embodies the plum blossom's noble and untainted character. It is truly a masterpiece. Is it enough? If not, there's more. Zhao Chun looked at Lingxin. A few plum blossoms bloom alone in the corner, braving the cold. I know it's not snow from afar, because of the subtle fragrance. The more fierce the snow and the wind, the more majestic it becomes. Among flowers, the most steadfast and unyielding. It is natural for it to wither away after its time has expired, and it is shameful to beg for mercy from the god of spring. After hearing 2 poems in succession, and Ling was stunned. There was applause all around. Lord Zhao's literary talent is beyond our reach. If Lord Zhao were to publish a collection of poetry, it would surely be a masterpiece. A group of people kept complimenting me. Zhao Chun bowed to everyone and said, "It's nothing. Just sprinkle some water." Then, he looked at Lingxin and asked, "Your Highness, can you now prove my literary talent?" And Lingxin folded her arms and sat down angrily, muttering under her breath, "What's wrong with being talented? Even if he's talented, he's still a pervert." Perhaps she herself didn't notice that after she said this, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. The discussion on the scene was particularly intense, and many people extended olive branches to Zhao Chun, wanting to take time to visit him and have a good discussion about poetry. But how could Zhao Chun have so much time to deal with these people? He also has to reclaim wasteland for his fiefdom. "Thank you for your appreciation. I don't have time at the moment." "Thank you." Everyone present felt a little embarrassed after being ruthlessly rejected by him. Seeing this, Ho Qinglin quickly beckoned to the maid. "Quick, bring out our other tea for everyone to taste." As soon as he finished speaking, the maids brought the teapot and cups again. "Everyone, the tea in front of you is even rarer than flower tea. Please taste it." After hearing what he said, those who wanted to discuss poetry turned their attention back to the teapot. The last batch of tea that arrived was the Mingqian Maojian that Zhao Chun brought. This tea also has another name, Biluakan. It is also a very common green tea with a good taste. Everyone started to taste it. Then, there was another heated discussion. "Master Ho, how much is this tea per pound? I want to buy some." "Yes, I want to buy it too." Ho Qinglin raised his hand to calm the noise. "Everyone, how does this Biluakan tea taste?" "Great, it's simply great. Not only is the name good, the taste is even better." Everyone responded one after another. Ho Qinglin laughed. "It's a pity that even I only have 2 kilograms of this kind of tea, and I've given it all to everyone to taste today." The people below suddenly felt extremely lost. But Ho Qinglin changed the subject and drew everyone's attention back. "Our tea gang will continue to search for Biluakan tea, and we will auction it publicly at the next tea party." After he finished speaking, he looked at the people below, each of them looking at each other, and each of them started to think in their hearts. Zhao Chun is very confident in the taste and flavor of Biluakan. If he holds another auction, he will only make more money. At the same time, he was also considering whether to order new goods for the tea gang. If he wants his tea to quickly become popular in the Dun dynasty, he must sacrifice some profits. Once his private army is strong enough, he will dare to break away from the tea gang and set up his own business. By then, no matter how much money it is, isn't it all earned by him? The door to the back hall opened, and a servant walked up to Ho Qinglin and whispered something to him. Ho Qinglin waved his hand, and the servant left. He smiled and bowed to everyone present. "Everyone, the money has been counted in the back hall. Now please go to the back hall to collect the flower tea." All those who bought tea immediately stood up and rushed to the back hall. Those who didn't buy tea didn't linger any longer and hurried back to prepare money, planning to buy 10 or 20 kilograms of tea at the next auction. After a while of hustle and bustle, only Qin Wang and Zhao Chen's group were left in the hall. The king of Qin came to Zhao Chun and said, "Brother Zhao, your literary talent truly astonishes me." "Your Highness, thank you for your praise. I just wrote a few poems." Zhao Chun waved his hand modestly. The king of Qin sighed and laughed. "My sister was a little disrespectful to you just now. I apologize to you on her behalf." No. Zhao Chun waved his hands hastily. "Her Royal Highness was just acting on impulse. She's so innocent and lovely. How could I be angry?" When Lingxin heard these words, she pursed her lips and smiled slightly. King Qin glanced at the people behind Zhao Chun again and said, "When Xiaomei and you clashed just now, I saw your followers holding up an iron shell. What is that? Can it be used as a weapon?" "Of course." Zhao Chun smiled and felt happy. Another big money buyer is coming to buy goods. He quickly took the gun from Jingjing's hand and introduced it. This thing is called an automatic rifle. It can easily take someone's head within 1,000 meters. "What? 1,000 meters? King Qin's eyes suddenly widened. Only the strongest archer in the Dun dynasty could shoot at a distance of 300 meters. This thing can actually shoot 1,000 meters. "Is it true?" he asked. Zhao Chun smiled and said, "King Qin, we have known each other for such a long time. Have I ever joked with you?" King Qin looked at the rifle in disbelief. And Lingxin, who had never known anything about military affairs, knew from looking at her brother's appearance that this automatic rifle was no ordinary weapon. "Brother Zhao, how much is this automatic rifle? I want to equip my guards with it." Chapter 70. roughly purchase 100 Hanyang-made rifles, and the princess returns to Beijing. Zhao Chen said, Your Highness, Prince Qin, forget about all the equipment. This stuff is very expensive. Even if I don't make a penny, I'll pay 1,000 taels for each one. 1,000 taels? Gold or silver? Asked the king of Qin. Of course it's gold. Zhao Chen smiled. I've spent almost all my money since we opened the business, and only bought a few of these. However, there are cheaper bolt-action rifles, only 200 taels each. If you practice well, you can still take the enemy's head from 500 meters away. The king of Qin stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The archers currently used by the Dan dynasty basically all used the Jili Bao, and the killing range would not exceed 100 meters. Compared to the more abnormal 1,000 meters in Zhao Chen's hand, the killing distance of 500 meters is actually enough. In addition, Zhao Chen only has a few automatic rifles now, which are not enough to pose a threat to him. But what if he has more in the future? People's hearts are hidden, so there are some things that we must be on guard against. He immediately raised the corner of his mouth and said, Brother Zhao, I don't have much money. How about this? Get me 100 bolt-action rifles. No problem. Zhao Chen agreed immediately. According to the agreement, the mysterious merchant should be coming to Lintian City in the next few days. I'll buy it for you as soon as I see him. When I return, please ask King Qin to have the gold delivered to the Wuji shopping mall. I don't have any extra money to pay you. Yes. King Qin nodded. Brother Zhao, I'm also very interested in that mysterious businessman. Could you introduce him to me? Zhao Chen sighed this. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it. As early as when I first met that mysterious businessman, he signed a contract with me. If anyone other than me sees his true face, he will never cooperate with me again. Is that so? Then forget it. The king of Qin looked lost for a moment. I'll take my sister to get some tea first. Goodbye. Goodbye. Zhao Chen bowed and saw the two off. After everyone had picked up their tea, Zhao Chen went to the back hall to settle the bill and returned to Wuji shopping mall with 2 carts of gold. He had just unloaded the gold into the cellar when people from the king of Qin arrived and brought him 20,000 taels of gold. Before they left, Zhao Chen went to the warehouse and took out a pound of Maojian tea and asked Qin Kuai to take it back to King Qin. Time flies and 5 days have passed. Zhao Chen built 100 bolt-action rifles based on the Hanyang model. After the product was completed, Ying was immediately asked to notify the people from the Prince Qin's palace to come and pick up the goods. In front of Wuji's store. Brother Zhao, show me what a bolt-action rifle looks like. As soon as the king of Qin got out of the car, he ran towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen took out a handful from the box and handed it to him. He looked at it, with a hint of disgust. Why does it look like a fire stick? Don't underestimate this fire stick. If used properly, your 100 guns can easily withstand the attack of 2,000 troops, said Zhao Chen. The king of Qin put the gun back and said, I have the gun, but I don't know how to use it. Zhao Chen immediately waved behind him. Mr. Feng, have you arranged the instructor? Feng De immediately stood up. The arrangements are complete. We can start training at any time. Your Highness Prince Qin, let my instructor go back with you later to teach your people how to use it. Zhao Chen said, and then he waved to the back. For servants work together to carry 2 boxes. Here are 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Consider them a gift to you. These are essential consumables for killing people with firearms, just like the bows and arrows we use in battle. The king of Qin was overjoyed and arranged for people to carry him onto the carriage. Brother Zhao, it is a great honor for me to meet you. If I were not a member of the royal family, I would really like to find a place to kowtow and become your sworn brother. Zhao Chen smiled and sighed. I am very satisfied that His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin has this intention. The sworn brotherhood is just a formality. As long as the Prince of Qin treats me sincerely in the future, I will definitely not let him suffer any loss. King Qin held Zhao Chen's hand, tears in his eyes. I won't say anything more. He glanced behind him and said, Lingxin, don't you have something else to say to Zhao Chen? Why are you still sitting in the car and not getting out? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaomei lifted the curtain of the car, and then Lingxin jumped down with light steps. Second brother, I'm talking to Zhao Chen. Can you please step aside for a moment? The king of Qin looked at his sister, shook his head helplessly, and took a few steps back. Zhao Chen, I went back and calmed down for a few days. I also realized my mistake. I'm sorry, and Lingxin said in a deep voice. Zhao Chen was suddenly shocked. If it weren't for his different status, he really wanted to touch in Lingxin's head and ask her if she was confused because of the fever. The unruly princess actually admitted her mistake on her own initiative? It's not easy. Seeing that he didn't reply, Xiaomei said coldly, Master Zhao, my princess has already apologized to you on her own initiative. Can't you, a grown man, Be more magnanimous? Xiao Mei, shut up. And Ling Xin immediately stopped her, her expression becoming lost. I was too presumptuous that day. Even if Xiao Chun doesn't forgive me, that's normal. It's all my own fault. Zhao Chen sighed softly. Women, especially spoiled women like this, have too much inner drama. He waved his hand. I wasn't mad at you in the first place. If it weren't for you, my literary talent wouldn't have been discovered by those people. In the end, I should thank you. Really? You're really not angry with me anymore. And Ling Xin's eyes lit up, and her hands unconsciously grabbed Zhao Chen's arm. Really? Zhao Chen nodded and moved his arms. And Ling Xin immediately sensed something was wrong and hastily let go of her hand. Zhao Chen, I'm sorry. I'm leaving for the capital soon, and I don't know when we'll see each other again. Will you miss me? Zhao Chen blinked repeatedly, cursing in his heart. And Ling Xin, you are not attracted to me, are you? Please don't. I beg you to let me go. It was harder to be a son-in-law of the emperor in ancient times than a son-in-law of the modern times. Not only could he not look for other women, but if he angered the princess, he might even risk losing his head. With his current ability, he can easily support a large forest. Why should he be targeted by a crooked tree? I don't know, maybe. Princess, I had a stomachache this morning. Goodbye. He made up an excuse and hurried into the mall. Sierre packed 2 boxes of spicy noodles for the princess to eat on the way. Ah, no more. It's coming out. It's coming out. And Ling Xin stomped her feet and pouted her stubborn little mouth. He hid in the toilet for a full quarter of an hour and only came out when his body was almost soaked with the smell. Have the princess and the others left? He asked, grabbing a servant. The servant said, he left long ago after getting the spicy strips. Oh, that's good. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It would be embarrassing to tell others that a lord like you was frightened like this by a woman. I must find Ying later and ask her to warn everyone in the family not to tell anyone what happened today. Just as he was about to leave, the servant said, Master, the princess left something for you before she left. She gave it to housekeeper Ying. Chapter 71. Answering Xiao Xi's questions and inspecting the fiefdom outside the city. Zhao Chun had a question mark in his head. The 10th princess left him something? What was it? He straightened his clothes, regained his usual calmness and composure, and came to the main courtyard. Ying ran over, clutching a small box in her hand. Master, the princess asked me to give this to you before she left. Zhao Chen took it casually, opened it, and saw a golden hairpin inside. There was a piece of paper pressed under the hairpin. Zhao Chen, I leave this hairpin for you. I hope you'll think of me every time you see it. Zhao Chen sighed, closed the box, and handed it back to Ying. Let me go into my room. I'll sit in the main courtyard for a while. Tell Jingjing, Ruan, and the people from the Sun, Li, Feng, Chun, and Chu families to come over. Also, have Dundun assign me 4 accountants who are good at math. I want to take them out with me. Yes. Ying saluted and ran back quickly. Zhao Chen sat in the main courtyard, looked at the clouds floating across the sky, and let out a long sigh. He really couldn't imagine what Ling Xin meant. Let's take it one step at a time. Just at this moment, Xiao Xi came over. Master, I'm a little worried and want to ask you something. Zhao Chen glanced at her and said, What do you want to ask? Go ahead. Xiao Xi let out a long sigh. Master, I'm not questioning your approach. I'm just worried. We gave the king of Qin 100 bolt-action rifles. What if he wants to harm us? Zhao Chun smiled and asked, When the enemy comes, we will fight them with our generals. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. We have valuables, and we can't hide them. A head-on conflict with the king of Qin would be even more disadvantageous to us. They were born into the royal family. No matter how reckless they are, they still have royal blood in their veins. What about us? We just snatched some scraps from their mouths and became nobles. If they don't want us to live, they can kill us and use up all our bullets. Are we just going to be passive like this? Xiao Xi asked again. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Do you remember the design drawings and those thick steel pipes I gave you the day before yesterday? Master, are you talking about Barrett? Asked Xiao Xi. Zhao Chen nodded. Do you know the effective range of the guns I gave King Qin and his men? Xiao Xi shook his head. Their guns are imitations of the Hanyang guns, and the bullets they are given have 1/3 less gunpowder. The actual effective range is only more than 200 meters. Even if you give it to a sharpshooter shooting from a high position, he can only hit more than 300 meters. Zhao Chen continued. And the Barrett you're researching now, equipped with a scope, can kill someone over 2,000 meters away. Do you think we need to be worried? Also, I'm preparing other secret weapons. Once we reach the fiefdom, they'll be put into mass production. The only one who can truly defeat us is ourselves. What's more, if the king of Qin had even the slightest desire for the throne, he wouldn't have turned against us before he took it. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity and make a fortune from him? After hearing what Zhao Chen said, Xiaoxi's expression gradually became better. She was always worried that the king of Qin, who had so many weapons in his hands, would turn around and threaten them. After hearing what the master said, she felt much more relieved. Master, I'm going to get busy. Xiaoxi bowed. Zhao Chun waved his hand and said, Go ahead. If you have any questions during the birthing process, come and ask me immediately. Don't force the birth. Yes. Not long after Xiaoxi left, all the people he called gathered in the main courtyard. Zhao Chen stood up and said, Fengde, go get me a horse. I'll take you on a tour of the fiefdom today. Fengde clasped his fists and quickly ran out of the yard. They found a small courtyard across the street to temporarily use as a place to raise horses. Soon, he came back with a horse. Zhao Chen sat on a tall horse and headed out of the city. A group of servants and security guards followed behind. Now the entire security team is equipped with automatic rifles. With him and Jingjing Ruan, the more than 30 people who came out will not have any trouble as long as they don't encounter a large force. The fiefdom was a little over 10 miles away from the west gate of Lintian City. It took the group more than half an hour to walk there. When Zhao Chen arrived here, he did not go to the village under his jurisdiction first, but came to the river and walked along the river. I had only taken a cursory look at the situation here before and had not made any detailed markings. This time he came here to find out the actual situation here. When he reached a place where the water flow was relatively slow, he dismounted and walked around the river. This place is perfect for building a hydroelectric power station. He pointed to the upper reaches of the river and said, Sunda, measure the height difference between my point and the one 200 meters ahead. Yes. Sunda immediately set up the level and asked 2 people to carry the measuring ruler and run to the point 200 meters away. Master, we collected data from multiple points and found that the average drop between the 2 points is 14 meters. Zhao Chen nodded. 14 meters. The water pressure is enough to drive a small hydropower station. Record this spot. We're going to build a hydroelectric power station here in the future. Let's keep going. An accountant took out a spare map, drew something on it, and continued to walk downstream with Zhao Chun. His fiefdom was 8 miles from north to south, with a river winding through it for a total length of 10.5 miles. Within a distance of 10.5 miles, he found 3 places suitable for building hydroelectric power stations. Given the limited width of the wardrobe, he couldn't get a large generator, so he could only find a way to get some small ones, which had to be disassembled before being sent over. In addition to these 3 places where hydroelectric power stations can be built, he also found a riverside with extremely high clay content. This is a good place to build a brick kiln. Always expecting to buy things from the other side of the world and have them shipped to such a far place is time-consuming and laborious. Anything that can be solved here will be solved here as much as possible in the future. Okay, let's stop patrolling the river here and check out the surrounding villages. According to the map markings, there are a total of 6 villages in his fiefdom. The largest village has more than 500 people, and the smallest one has only more than 100 people. Master, which one should we go to first? Jingjing held the map. Zhao Chen took a look and said, Let's go to the nearest Dawang village. After setting the target point, Fengde immediately arranged 4 people to patrol and guard 500 meters forward. Zhao Chen hurried towards Dawang village without any haste. When he arrived at Dawang village, Zhao Chen looked around and felt a little heavy-hearted. Inside Lintian City, there are birds singing and dancing everywhere, and it is a scene of peace and prosperity. But the village under his rule was in ruins and full of broken walls. He entered the village with his guards. When the village chief learned that the Lord had arrived, he immediately summoned the entire village and had them kneel on both sides of the road to welcome him. Tell them all to get up. Zhao Chun turned his head and glanced at Sunda. Sunda immediately arranged for someone to go forward and notify them. Jingjing, have the accountant start counting from the first house at the entrance of the village and ask them about their average annual income. Yes. Zhao Chun pulled the reins and dismounted. Standing on this land, it feels like 2 completely different worlds from the city. Just when he was about to call the village chief to ask about the situation, the village chief ran over and knelt down in front of him. Sir, I dare to ask you not to collect taxes. Chapter 72. Understanding the villagers' suffering, returning home, and learning that the bandits have come down the mountain. Zhao Chun helped the village chief up and said, I'm not planning on collecting taxes. What are you doing? The village chief looked up in disbelief. Sir, you really aren't here to collect taxes? Zhao Chen nodded, and the village chief immediately got up and patted the dirt off his legs. Sir, you are such a good person. Village chief, tell me about the situation in your village. The village chief bowed and explained the situation in the village in detail. Their Dawang village was originally a relatively prosperous village. In recent years, many young people went out to work, and the village became peaceful. But because of this, they were also targeted by some people with ulterior motives. There are bandits in Shengyang Gang, Dangyang Gang, and Xiangang Gang. As if they had agreed on it, they took turns looting this place. They reported the matter to the authorities, who sent troops to suppress the bandits. However, it didn't take long before the bandits from the three places gathered together again and began to rob them. It would be fine if it were only bandits causing trouble. After the previous prefect took office, he levied a birthday tax on hundreds of villages around Lintian City under the pretext of celebrating his birthday. Many families were forced to break up because of the birthday tax. After several years of tax collection, the surrounding villages have become what they are today. Zhao Chen asked, "Then you haven't gone to the Prince of Qin's mansion to file a complaint?" "Go, why not?" But as soon as our people arrived near the Qin palace, they were stopped by the government office. The magistrate Lin, who came later, was a good man. He wanted to give us some living space, but as soon as he relaxed his grip, the bandits stepped up their actions. Alas, these people in the village are suffering. Zhao Chen sighed and left Dawang village with a heavy heart. I visited several other villages and found the situation was similar. He stood by the river, looking at the vast fertile fields, and couldn't help sighing. The current rulers are truly blind and heartless. They only care about the prosperity and joy in the major cities, but they don't care about the lives of the people outside the cities. "Come on, follow me back." He pulled the reins and walked back with his men. He planned to make careful plans for the construction of his fiefdom. He can't control them even though they are far away, but at least the villagers under his rule should live like human beings. Zhao Chun led the team back and left behind a few accountants and servants to collect data from each village. After getting the data, we will make improvements based on the situation in each village. This village is his first base in the Dyn dynasty, and he must manage it well. Everyone got on the official road. As he was walking back, an accountant hurriedly caught up with him. "Master, master." Hearing the accountant shout, Zhao Chen tightened the reins and stopped. "Master, it's bad. A group of bandits have gone to Dawang village." The accountant was panting. Zhao Chen's face turned cold. If it were in the past, he would not care about the bandits. But now, Dawang village is a village in his fiefdom. How could he just stand by and watch? "Everyone listen up. Head to Dawang village immediately." He pulled the reins, changed direction, and rushed towards Dawang village. At the same time, Dawang village. More than 70 bandits riding on tall horses stood on the threshing ground at the entrance of the village. More than 300 men, women, young and old in the village were driven to the center of the threshing ground. "Everyone, it's time to hand in this year's grain." The second in command of the bandits clutched the horse whip and spoke with his head tilted. The village chief stood up tremblingly. "Second king, the village really has no more food. Please give us a year. No surplus." The second in command's voice rose. "How can there be no surplus? The crops are growing well elsewhere." The village chief plodded to his knees and said, "Second king, our village is low-lying, and the rain was heavy this summer, so many crops died from waterlogging. Please." Before he could finish his words, the second in command raised his whip and lashed him out hard. Bang! There was a blood mark on the village chief's face. The other people in the village were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to step forward, but were afraid of the big knives in the bandits' hands. "Your village must have relatives in other villages, right? If there's no food, won't you go and borrow some?" The second in command bent down, his face full of ferocity. "Don't you take us seriously? Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill anyone?" The village chief kowtowed repeatedly. "Second king, the situation in several surrounding villages is the same. Even if we go to borrow, we won't be able to borrow." Great. The second in command laughed twice. "A damned little village chief dares to talk back to me. Fine, you can't hand over the grain, right? Then use women to take over the village." He raised his head and looked around, and saw a few young women who were barely pretty in the crowd. "Come here, take them back to the mountain." The second in command waved his hand and ordered his men to go and capture them. The village chief stood up quickly. "Second king, you can't do this. There are only a few people left in the village. If you capture more of them, we won't be able to survive." "Fuck you." The second in command raised his foot and kicked the village chief over. The poor village chief is over 60 years old and has a weak constitution, but he still has to suffer this. The bandits under his command walked towards the crowd. Just as he was about to arrest someone, the village chief endured the pain and got up. "Second king, no, you can't arrest anyone anymore. You old thing, you are really tired of living." The second in command lost his patience and directly raised the big knife in his hand and chopped it down. With a scream of awe, The village chief's head and body were separated. Village head. Village head. Several people in the crowd shouted loudly. The village chief has a very high prestige in their hearts. If the village chief had not helped them to deal with the government over the years, every household would have to pay a lot more taxes. If he were not here, there would probably be few people left in the entire Dawang village. But such a good man died tragically at the hands of bandits for protecting the villagers. The villagers were furious and gnashed their teeth. Only, they have no weapons at all. In Dawn, machetes are contraband. If ordinary people keep them privately, they will be fined and their property confiscated at the very least, or even sentenced to jail. Even if these people wanted to resist, at most they would pick up hoes and sticks. Shut the fuck up. Whoever shouts again will end up like this old bitch, the second-in-command yelled. Then, he yelled at his bandits. What the hell are you doing? Arrest the people. The bandits pounced immediately. Your Majesty, I only have this one daughter. Please spare her. Dad, I don't want to leave. I have a breastfeeding baby at home. Please don't catch me. The scene was chaotic for a while, with wailing and begging for mercy heard everywhere. The second-in-command sat on his horse, folded his arms, and looked at the scene in front of him with pride. Hurry up, everyone. Anyone who tries to stop me will be chopped to pieces. Before he could finish his words, a loud noise suddenly came from his side. Bang! A bandit who was robbing a woman had his head exploded in an instant, and blood splattered all over the ground. The second-in-command yelled in panic. Who the hell dares to attack us? Turning around, they saw a handsome young man riding a horse walking towards them. Chapter 73. Iron Fist deters the bandits and leads the team to Dangyang. Let everyone go. Zhao Chen yelled. The second-in-command's face immediately turned cold, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Who are you? How dare you give us orders? Do you know that we are the kings of Dangyang? At this time, the security team had caught up and formed a horizontal line. Zhao Chen snorted lightly. You want to be the king of Yanggang? You are just a few people, and you dare to call yourself the king? As the Viscount Lentian Zhao Chen, I order you to lay down your weapons immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The second-in-command was stunned for a moment, then asked in disbelief. Are you Mr. Zhao from Wuji Shopping Mall? Have you heard of my reputation? Zhao Chen was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the bandits outside also knew him. The second-in-command's expression suddenly darkened. So, you were responsible for everything that happened to the Gu and Chen families? That's right. Zhao Chen nodded. When the villagers saw him bringing people back, they all knelt down and begged for help. Lord Zhao, please save us. These damn bandits are robbing us now that they can't get food. Lord Zhao, help. Lord Zhao, please help us. Hearing the villagers crying, Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. Everyone, get up. I'm here. No one can do anything to you. Master Zhao, the second-in-command of the bandits killed our village chief. You must avenge him. Yes, the village chief interceded for us and was hacked to death by the bandits. Zhao Chen's eyes darkened when he saw the village chief lying on the ground with his head and body separated. You did it. His voice was a little cold. The second-in-command tilted his neck and snorted softly. So what? If you dare to kill anyone from my territory, I will kill you. Zhao Chen gritted his teeth and raised his gun. If you have any last words, tell me. The second-in-command raised his eyebrows, feeling as if he had heard a joke. Lord Zhao, I advise you to stop talking. Be careful of the strong wind and your tongue. He wiped the big knife in his hand, and his expression suddenly changed. If you can't kill me today, I will tear out your tendons and skin you. I forgot to tell you, my last name is Chun, and my mother's last name is Gu. He swung his sword and yelled to the bandits behind him. Brothers, come on, kill these bastards. The bandits in the rear drew their knives. Bang! Before they started, Zhao Chun pulled the trigger first. The second-in-command's head exploded on the spot, and he fell off his horse, deader than dead. Waste. He was very disdainful. The bandits behind were all stunned. There was that crisp sound again. Another person died on their side. What's going on? Brothers, avenge the second-in-command. The second-in-command's loyal lackey shouted among the bandits. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The guy who was shouting for revenge also had his head exploded. After seeing their three companions die miserably, the bandits were terrified. They looked around in confusion, fearing that their heads would be blown off next. Zhao Chen winked at Ambassador Feng. Feng De immediately understood and took 2 steps forward, shouting, Everyone, put down your weapons and squat down with your hands in your hands. The bandits were a little confused and looked at Feng De unmoved. Feng De held his gun and aimed at the head of the nearest bandit. Bang! Blood splattered. If you don't put down your weapons, I'll shoot you. Put them down. The remaining bandits woke up instantly, threw away their knives one after another, and squatted down with their heads in their hands. The villagers took their wives and daughters back home, burst into tears, and knelt down to kowtow to Zhao Chun. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, you are our family's savior. Thank you." Zhao Chun raised his hand. "Everyone get up." As he spoke, he saw the old village chief lying on the ground, his head and body separated. He sighed softly. "Your village chief died in the line of duty. Where are his family?" The villagers looked at each other and sighed. "There's no one left at the village chief's house. His eldest son and second son died on the battlefield years ago, his third son was lost at a young age, and his only daughter was insulted by the son of the previous prefect and committed suicide by drowning. His wife also died last year." Listening to their narration, Zhao Chun sighed again. "What kind of world is this? It looks prosperous on the surface, but it is rotten inside. Dawn is finished. Okay, in that case, your village should send a few people to bury the old village chief." Zhao Chun said something and waved to Jingjing. Quietly took out his wallet. Zhao Chun took out a 5 liang silver ingot and handed it to the villagers. "I'll pay for the village chief's burial. You must elect another village chief as soon as possible. The village cannot be without someone in charge." The villagers took the silver and kowtowed to Zhao Chun again. "Thank you, Lord Zhao." Zhao Chun stood in front of many villagers and gave a passionate speech. "My fellow villagers, you were ignored before, but today I am here. From now on, you are my subjects. If you have any grievances, I will stand up for you." "Thank you, Lord Zhao." All the villagers knelt down and kowtowed. "Everyone disperse." Zhao Chun waved his hand to let the villagers go. "Fengde, bring everyone here." Fengde nodded heavily and brought a few security guards to bring everyone over. "Get the fuck down. If anyone dares to show off, I'll fucking rip his skull off." After Fengde warned the bandits, he turned around and clasped his fists. "Master, everyone is here." Zhao Chun walked over with his hands behind his back and asked, "What's your relationship with Shengyang Gang and Xiangang Gang?" A bandit trembled and said, "Shang. Shengyang Gang is the boss of several gangs of bandits nearby. Every time we rob something, we have to give them 40%. How many gangs of bandits are there around here?" Four gangs. Besides us, there's Shengyang Gang, Xiangang Gang, Beiyuan Village, and the Yinhe Gang. How many of them are there? I heard that you slaughtered over 100 people in Shengyang Gang before, so there should be less than 400 left. We still have more than 200 on the mountain, and there are less than 300 in Xiangang Gang. There are only 300 or 400 in Beiyuan Village, and there are only more than 100 in Yinhe Gang. Zhao Qin calculated in his mind that the total number of these people was nearly 1,500. Originally, he was still worried about how to build his fiefdom, but now he has 1,500 extra strong laborers for free. With so much labor in front of us, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't collect it? Fengde, count the ammunition. Yes. Fengde left immediately. They didn't consume much just now, so the amount of ammunition was easy to count. After a while, he came back. Master, except for you and me, everyone else has full magazines. Zhao Chun had previously required that every time he went on a mission, he must carry at least 60 rounds of ammunition. Excluding the 2 seriously injured people caused by the previous attacks on the Chun and Gu families, there were a total of 41 armed people on this trip. More than 2,400 rounds of bullets, enough to defeat a copycat. Leave the accountant behind, and 4 security guards to watch over the bandits. The rest of you, follow me to Dangyang Gang. Chapter 74. Before we even got to the mountain, the bandits came down on their own. Dangyang Gang. Report. A bandit hurriedly ran into the Ji Hall. Report to the boss. The second in command and his brothers have been intercepted. What? The boss slammed the table so hard that the scar across his face trembled 3 times. Who is so bold as to go against me, Dangyang Gang? The bandit shook his head. I don't know. According to the report from the brothers in the Tama Hall, the enemy didn't raise a large banner and was lightly armed. They must be from Lintian City. From Lintian City? When did they get the courage to do this? The boss's face turned cold. The fact that he didn't raise a big banner proves that he was not sent by the government. As long as you are not a government official, everything will be easy. Where were the second in command and the others intercepted? He asked coldly. Dawang Village. The eldest leader suddenly stood up and said, Notify all brothers, bring your swords, and follow me down the mountain to massacre Dawang Village. Yes. The bandits ran out. The sound of trumpets rang out on Dangyang Gang. Nearly 300 bandits rushed out of the stronghold. At the foot of Dangyang Hill, Fengde arranged for a few brothers to advance 50 meters to investigate the situation. If they encounter their secret sentries, attack them directly. The servants of the Sun and Li families will follow behind. Once we break into the stronghold, immediately plunder the supplies. Remember, we are fighting to capture prisoners. As long as they don't threaten our safety, there is no need to shoot them. Yes. Everyone responded strongly. However, just as they were about to go up the mountain, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the hillside. Master, it seems some people are coming down, and there are quite a few of them. Change our strategy. Fengde, take 10 of your brothers into the woods immediately. I'll try to hold them back for a while, and you guys go around the rear, and we'll outflank them from the front and back. Remember, try to shoot from a low position on the side of the road to avoid being accidentally injured by our own people. Yes. Fengde clasped his fists and led the people from the Feng department into the woods. Zhao Chun and his team were stuck at the intersection at the foot of Dangyingang Mountain. The remaining 2 security guards stood in a row, armed with guns, on guard. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, someone came down the mountain. A burly man with a scar on his face and wearing a tiger skin robe rushed to the front with a sword. A group of younger brothers followed behind him. Wherever the horses passed, smoke and dust rose. The bandit leader frowned when he saw Zhao Chun. Since he took over the mountain and became the king, no one has ever dared to block his way. Drive. He tightened the reins and stopped 20 meters in front of Zhao Chun. Who are you? The boss asked coldly. Zhao Chun said. The emperor has newly conferred the title of Viscount. Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun. Mr. Zhao, the boss of Wuji Shopping Mall. The boss frowned instantly. His face looked terribly cold. That's right. Zhao Chun said calmly. At this time, a spy ran up to the big boss and whispered in his ear, Big boss, just now, he intercepted the second boss. The bandit leader's expression suddenly changed, and he glared at Zhao Chun angrily. Lord Zhao, you and I have nothing to do with each other, so why did you intercept my men? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhao Chun laughed and said, I don't know if he's easy to bully. I came here to offer a business deal to the boss. I wonder if he's interested? Business. The boss hesitated. He knew very well how good Zhao Chun was at making money. If I could really help them make money, why would I be a bandit? What kind of business are you talking about? Zhao Chun said, the emperor has given me a piece of land, but I don't have anyone to build it there. I want the boss to bring the young men from the mountains to work as laborers for me. Fuck you, you're fucking kidding me. The boss was furious. I gave up my job as a mountain king and came to work as a laborer for you. You're looking for death. Zhao Chun laughed again and said, Boss, you've been the king of the mountain for so many years, and you must have been hunted down many times. If you follow me, all my brothers can make some stable money. Why not? I've always been kind to everyone. If you're willing to follow me, I can guarantee your safety, as well as enough food to eat and some subsidies. You have to consider your brothers. The boss gritted his teeth and wanted to continue to lose his temper. His military advisor immediately came running over. Boss, don't worry. I heard that people in his business can easily make 2 taels of silver a month. A few days ago, when we attacked the Chun and Gu families, many people made over 100 taels of silver in a single night. If he can give me 10 taels of silver a month, why not join him for a few days? When the time comes, let's learn his money-making skills and take our brothers in the mountains to wash it clean and make some clean money, right? The boss's expression changed repeatedly. Zhao Chun calculated the time. After dragging on for a while, I guess Fengde and the others should have gone around to the back. If the bandits don't know what's good for them, he can take action. The boss asked, how much are you going to pay us? We are all brothers who have risked our lives. If the treatment is not good, we won't talk about it. Wasn't what I said before clear enough? I can save your lives and let you have enough food to eat. So, 5 cents a day, paid once a year. Do you want to do it? Zhao Chun's face was full of playful smile. They are bandits. It is impossible to give money. It is impossible to give money in this life. The big boss pushed the dog-headed military advisor away and said, even so, you still want me to negotiate with him? Brothers, grab your weapons and kill them. Kill. The bandits rushed forward. Zhao Chun aimed at the boss and pulled the trigger. The row of security guards standing on the ground were not idle either, pulling the trigger one after another. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of gunfire, the group of people rushing in the front all fell off their horses. Even some people behind them were knocked down. The distance was too close and the kinetic energy of the bullet was too strong. Even if it penetrated one person, it would still be lethal to those behind him. In the blink of an eye, a row of bandits arrived in front, and the bandits behind were frightened and rode their horses back. Get on their horses and give chase. Zhao Chun gave an order and immediately pulled the reins. The last group of bandits had just turned around and were about to return to the stronghold when several people suddenly appeared on the side of the road. Stop, Feng yelled. But those people didn't care at all. Shoot, Fengde ordered. Another row of dense bullets knocked the 20 or 30 people at the back off their horses. They rushed onto the road and aimed their guns at the bandits. The bandits were completely stunned. The 10 people behind were also so fierce that they were trapped in the middle and couldn't move. A few of them had some sense and abandoned their horses and fled into the woods. But after taking only 2 steps, he was shot dead by the gunman behind him. Everyone, put down your weapons and surrender. Feng roared. The bandits were terrified. This miraculous killing method caused a great shock to their hearts. One by one they dropped their weapons, dismounted, and surrendered. Zhao Chen said, leave 10 people to watch them. As usual, whoever shows up will die. The rest of you, follow me up the mountain. Chapter 75. I made a bet with 2 personal guards. If I lost, I would serve them both. At the entrance of the stronghold, 2 gunshots rang out, and the blood of the 2 bandits guarding the gate splattered. Feng De led his men to break open the bandits' gate. The remaining bandits in the stronghold immediately fled for their lives. Everyone listen, surrender, and you will be spared. Zhao Chen roared. Then he ordered, Feng De, have the brothers capture the people. Anyone who resists will be shot on the spot. Yes. A group of people rushed out. Jingjing and Wanruan always followed behind Zhao Chen, always alert to their surroundings. Servants, follow the security guards and search every room. Bring out all the good stuff. Yes. The servants dispersed immediately. Zhao Chen stood in the open space in the middle of the bandits' den with a smile on his face. Jingjing, Wanruan, how much supplies do you think we can seize this time? Jingjing and Wanruan exchanged a soft glance. The harvest hasn't been very good these past 2 years, so it shouldn't be much. How about we make a bet? Zhao Chen said. What does the master want to bet on? Asked Wanruan. Zhao Chen stroked his chin and looked at the 2 maids with a malicious smile on his face. I think we should be able to seize quite a bit this time. If I lose, I'll give each of you 50 taels of silver. But if I win, you 2 will serve me tonight. How about that? Jingjing and Wanruan blushed at the same time. Even though they were both women and had experienced what it was like to be a woman, they felt a little embarrassed when they thought about having another bystander around their private affairs. Hey, say something, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Jingjing took a deep breath and said, Master, actually, as long as you want, even without betting, the 2 of us can do it. Wanruan also nodded. Zhao Chen waved his hand. That's different. How can an order be worth a gamble? While the results are still out, you 2 should think about it and see if this condition is acceptable to you. Whatever the master commands. The 2 women bowed at the same time. Okay, let's wait and see here. Zhao Chen put his hands behind his back and turned to look around. In the bandits' lair, intermittent gunshots and screams were heard. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if enjoying a beautiful piece of music. These bastards don't even bother to consider their age when picking persimmons. Today, let them experience the feeling of being tough but getting burned instead. It took about half an hour for the servants to finish searching the entire village. Looking at the food and money being pushed out of the warehouse, Jingjing and Wanruan were stunned. How come there are so many? The grain filled 20 carts, which was conservatively estimated to be more than 40,000 kilograms. There were also 5 boxes of gold, more than 40 boxes of silver, and 5 boxes of various jade and jewelry. My 2 personal bodyguards, do you think these things are too much? Zhao Chen asked, turning his head. More, Wanruan and Jingjing said in unison. Then come to my place early tonight. The 2 of them nodded shyly at the same time. He turned around again, and the servant Sun Ba came over dragging a large bundle of ropes. Master, there are still many people at the foot of the mountain. Do you want to string them together? It will make it easier for us to manage them. Not bad, very thoughtful. I'll leave this matter to you. Zhao Chen patted his shoulder. Sun Ba stood up excitedly. Yes. After saying that, he carried the rope and walked away quickly. As soon as he left, Lier came, his face looking a little heavy. Master, there's something going on over there. Would you like to go take a look? What's going on? Zhao Chen asked with a frown. Alas, Lier sighed. What a sin. These bandits have kidnapped many innocent women and are keeping them in the big shack out back. Just now, Li San, Chun Wu and I went over and searched, and as soon as we entered the room, they started taking off their clothes. Their appearance is so pitiful. Zhao Chen's face turned cold. Take me to see it. Lier nodded heavily and led Zhao Chen to the big shack at the back. Seeing the big shack, he narrowed his eyes and asked, Is this where people live? The shack was covered with rotten grass. The wooden door, which was made of 2 boards, had a large gap between them. The door beam was hollowed out by insects and had cracks on it. Bring out everyone inside, Zhao Chen said. Lier hesitated a little. Master, I can ask the people inside to come out, but they are all in dishevel. Please forgive me, master. Go ahead and shout. Zhao Chen waved his hand. The door opened, and led by Li Er, Li San, and Chen Wu, the women came out one after another. They were pale, thin, and had disheveled hair. Their clothes were torn, and some of them could not even cover their private parts. It is obvious that they have suffered inhuman abuse. Jingjing and Ruan covered their mouths, their eyes red. They thought they had lived a miserable life before coming to the Zhao family compound. But these people seemed to be living 10 or 100 times more miserable lives than they had before. Beast! Zhao Chun gritted his teeth in anger. At this moment, he really wanted to shoot those bandits. But the construction of the fiefdom cannot be done without people. Master, what should we do with them? Li Er asked. Zhao Chun said, let go of the mountain and let them go home. No way. Li Er shook his head repeatedly. Why not? Zhao Chun's voice was a little low. Li Er let out a long sigh and explained. These women were originally kidnapped by bandits and brought to the mountains. They were abused by them for such a long time that their innocence was completely trampled upon. If we let them go home, and if they run into some ignorant family, they will be dragged away and thrown into the pig cage. But they are innocent. Zhao Chen gritted his teeth. Li Er shook his head. Innocent or not, it doesn't matter in the face of innocence. Master, if you really want to save them, give them a place to stay. He slowly lowered his head. Although I know this is a bit excessive, this is the only way for them to survive. After saying this, he knelt on the ground and said, Master, I was offended by your words just now. Please forgive me, Master. Zhao Chen could see that Li Er really wanted to save them. Just as he was about to speak, Li San immediately knelt down and crawled over. Master, please give Li Er a chance. He is also speaking from his heart. His sister was kidnapped by bandits and taken to the mountains. He went through untold hardships to escape from the bandits. But upon returning home, he was forced into a pig cage by the villagers. He also missed his sister. Please let him go. Li San kowtowed continuously. Zhao Chen sighed and said, everyone get up. I didn't say I was going to blame you. Li Er and Li San were both stunned. Originally, Li Er had thought about exchanging his own life for the lives of these women, but he didn't expect that the master would not blame him. Do you think I'm such a heartless person? Zhao Chun said softly. I'll take them down the mountain and temporarily settle them in Dawang village. I'll make other arrangements for them later. Li Er's eyes lit up and he kowtowed deeply. Thank you, Master. Chapter 76. Settle the woman and the bandits and consider the next plan. After packing up all the useful things in the village, the group went down the mountain. Mr. Feng, how much ammunition did this operation consume in total? My lord, on average, each person gets one shuttle. Feng Dedeo said. Zhao Chen nodded. Okay. That's it for today. When we get back, tell all the security guards that when they go out on bandit suppression missions, each of them must bring 4 magazines. If you don't have enough, go get more from Xiaowu. Yes. The group returned to Dawang village in a mighty procession. It was already afternoon when we arrived at Dawang village. Because they were bringing back a lot of women, baggage, and prisoners, they moved relatively slowly. As soon as we arrived at the village entrance, the villagers came out to greet us. Seeing the Lord catch so many bandits, everyone was delighted. Feng Qi, the remaining security guard, came to report. Master, after you left, about 10 people tried to take the opportunity to escape, but we killed them. Kill them all. We'll have too many captives to keep them all. As he spoke, he pointed behind him and said, take these people over and put them with those people. Yes. With the cooperation of other security brothers, Feng Qi drove all the bandits together. After the bandits were driven away, the women behind came forward. Many people in the village looked at them with different expressions. Zhao Chen asked, have you chosen a village chief? A middle-aged man stood up and said, Sir, I am the new village chief of Dawang village, Li Daihua. Zhao Chen looked at him and said, I rescued these women from bandits. You'll find them a place to stay later. Li Daihua stood on tiptoe and glanced at the crowd of women. Seeing this, many women immediately lowered their heads, as if they were afraid of being seen by him. Sir, some of the people here are from our village. Can you let them go back to their homes? No. Zhao Chen refused without even thinking. Li Daihua opened his mouth and hesitated for a long time before continuing. Sir, they have been kidnapped for a while. After seeing their families, they must be thinking otherwise. If you don't understand what I'm saying, then change someone else to be the village chief. Zhao Chen glared at him. Don't fucking think I don't know what you're thinking. Go back and tell the villagers that none of these women are allowed to touch me. If one of them is missing, the whole village will get out of my territory. Yes. Li Daihua lowered his head, looking a little ugly. Zhao Chen still stared ahead. I want to build a paradise. I will do my utmost to protect those who obey me. Those who disobey me will die a miserable death. Remember? Remember. Li Daihua broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of personality does this sir have? Why does he seem so moody? He clearly saved the entire village before, but now he's issuing a stern warning? He just wanted to take back those women who had lost their innocence and deal with them. This is what other villages did. Why did the rules have to be changed when it came to the Lord? His mind was in a mess, but he didn't dare to ask more questions. Anyway, whatever the sir says is what it is. Find some warm houses for those women to live in, and I'll leave all the food to you. During this time, I'll bring more women and bandits here. We'll rely on them to build the village in the future. If you do this well, you will definitely benefit from it in the future. Li Daihua immediately grinned and knelt on the ground. I will definitely live up to your trust, sir. Get up, Zhao Chen said softly. Anything else? Li Daihua thought for a moment and said, Sir, those bandits are all rough men and they eat a lot. If we only give them food, it will only be enough for 2 months. How can they have the right to eat their fill? Zhao Chen snorted coldly. From today on, the bandits will only provide 1 meal a day. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be bled on the spot. On the contrary, those women have suffered so much innocently, but they are fed 3 meals a day. Yes. Is this all right now? Gone. Zhao Chen called Feng De again. You arrange for 8 security guards to stay here, and leave the remaining men's magazines full of bullets with them. Let them manage their time and keep a close eye on the people. Yes. Feng De took the order and left. After he had made arrangements, Zhao Chun took the remaining people back to Lintian City. On the way back, Zhao Chen asked Jingjing, How cold is it here in winter? Jingjing thought for a long time. It's very cold. People freeze to death every few days. The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth twitched, and then he remembered that there were no thermometers in ancient times, so it was normal that they didn't know how cold it was. Okay, go call Feng De again. After a while, Feng De came. Master, you are looking for me. Zhao Chen nodded. I remember Xiaowu still has about 70 or 80 Hanyang rifles produced there. Take them all to Dowang village tomorrow and have Li Daihua gather young men in the village to train on rifles. Just tell them straight away that I'll only give them 3 days of training. After 3 days, I'll start clearing out the bandits around Lintian City. If they can't handle it, you'll be beheaded. Yes. Also, how's the progress of finding someone with high design accuracy that I asked you to find? Zhao Chen asked in a deep voice. I had asked Xiao Si and Xiao Wu to produce a few Barrett rifles before, just to train a few snipers as soon as possible. He always had a premonition that the day of chaos in the world was not far away. Regardless of whether he has the ambition to conquer the world, at least he has to ensure that his ancient industries will not be destroyed in the troubled times. 5 people were found. Feng Dedeo. Zhao Chen nodded. For now, 5 people are enough. Barrett is already very expensive to produce, and its bullets are 70 to 80 times more expensive than ordinary bullets. It is not needed in many places, so there is no need to promote it on a large scale. Now we just have to wait for him to return to the modern era and learn how to make a scope, so we can form a sniper squad. A group of people entered the city in a mighty procession. It was already dark when we returned to the Zhao family compound. Jingjing, Wan, you 2 go back and put down your weapons, and bring some food to me. The 2 women blushed. Of course they knew what would happen if they went to see the master. Everyone else, go home and get some rest. We still have things to do tomorrow. People from the Zhao and Qian departments, please take the silver and money you brought back to the warehouse and register them. After everything was arranged, Zhao Chun returned to his room. It is best to start building the fiefdom before the freezing weather and grab as much as you can. Once the weather starts to freeze, let the bandits move underground and dig an underground tunnel from Wuji shopping mall directly to Dowang village. No matter what time it is, we must be prepared for any eventuality. He took out the map and looked at the points marked on it. If we want to speed up the construction progress, the first thing we should build is the power plant. Anyone who has played Red Alert knows that electricity is the most important factor in determining production speed. It's the same here. Just as he was wondering what to do, the door was pushed open a crack. Jingjing and Wan came over with 2 plates of delicious food. Master, we are here. Chapter 77. The personal guards will serve you attentively. Please keep up the good work. Why are you only serving food for 1 person? Zhao Chen asked, looking at the tray. Jingjing said, Master, just eat it. Go get 2 more bowls of rice, and we'll eat together. Zhao Chun came to the small dining table. Wan put down the food and said, Master, we'd better just wait on the side. It's against the rules to eat at the same table with you. Whatever, I agree. Go get your 2 meals. The 2 looked at each other and went out to serve the food. A few minutes later, the 2 came back. Compared to Zhao Chen's meals, Theirs were much lighter. Are all your meals listed like this? Zhao Chen asked after taking a look. Jingjing nodded. Yes, but compared to outside, it's already very, very good. If I work at someone else's house, I'm afraid I won't even see a speck of oil. Ruan followed up. That's right. The food in our Zhao family compound is far better than other families. We feel great. Okay, let's eat first, said Zhao Chen. Then he took a few pieces of meat from the plate and gave them to the two of them. Master, here, just eat it. Zhao Chen continued eating. Soon, the meal was over. You two clean up and go to the bathroom to fill it with water. I have some things to do and we'll be back soon. He said something, went out alone, and returned to the modern era from the cellar. If you want to build a hydropower station, you must have a dam and a water channel. The dam is entirely cast in concrete, but the water channel requires a large amount of bricks and stones. It just so happened that a place with plenty of clay was found on the riverbank, which could be used to build a brick kiln. He turned on his computer and searched for brick kiln design drawings. After searching for many times, he finally determined one that was more suitable for ancient construction. He printed out the drawings. He started searching for the blueprints of the power station again. Power stations are much better choices than brick kilns. All power stations are the same, and the core object is the generator. He picked one at random and printed it out. Looking at the thick stack of design drawings at hand, he laughed, sorted them out, and returned to the closet. In the other world, there are two hungry little birds waiting to eat insects. When we returned to the Zhao family compound, the water was already in the bathroom. Zhao Chen came back and handed the design to Jingjing. Put it on my desk, and then come to the bathroom. Ruan, let's go to the bathroom and undress for me. Yes. In the bathroom, mist rose. Zhao Chen undressed and entered the pool. Soon, two loach-like creatures swam past him. His body felt like it was being electrocuted. Master, let me massage your shoulders. Master, let me give you a leg massage. Zhao Chen closed his eyes and enjoyed it very much. The next morning, Zhao Chen got up. When he went out, he happened to meet Ying, who was directing the servants to work. Ying, come here. He waved at Ying, and Ying ran over quickly. Master, what do you want to talk to me about? Ying, please take some time to tell the kitchen that from now on, the servants in the house must have meat for every meal. The food standards should be raised. Each meal should have 3 dishes and 1 soup, 1 meat dish, and 2 vegetable dishes. There is no need to be too frugal. Zhao Chen said. Ying lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. Zhao Chen raised his hand and touched her hair. I know you want to save money for me and are reluctant to spend it, but we have to spend some money. Master, you really don't blame me for taking the initiative to lower the food standards? Haha, does it sound like I'm blaming you? Zhao Chen let out a long sigh. You're all people who have lived through hard times. I used to be the same. Improving the food for you guys is also to better unite people. Okay, I'll do it right away. Ying nodded and was about to leave. Zhao Chen stopped her and said, Don't worry, go find the people from the woozy section first. Yes. After waiting for 2 minutes, all 10 members of the Wu family came running over with light equipment. Master, all the members of the Wu department are in place. Wu Tadeo said. Zhao Chen took out the brick kiln design and said, Here are the plans for you. Go to the bank and get 100 taels of silver. Go to the city and buy 2 carts of pickaxes and shovels. Have Feng find 2 people to escort you to your fiefdom. There are some bandits we captured over there. Have the security guards keep an eye on them. Follow the design I gave you and build the kiln within 2 days. Yes. Wu De took the design and left. Zhao Chen walked around the yard for a while. More people will be needed to build the hydropower station later. None of the people under his command knew how to build a building. He thought for a moment and yelled to the person behind him. Thank you, heir. Xie ran over hurriedly. Master, are you looking for me? Zhao Chen said. Take Dun Dun to the south of the city later and talk to the real estate agent who built our shopping mall. Ask him how much he would like us to pay for it. Good. Go. He waved his hand, and Xie bowed and retreated. There are 200 or 300 people in Luing, plus those bandits and coolies. They should be able to complete the initial construction of the fiefdom before the freezing. The only problem now is that there are too few people in the fiefdom. The population of several villages combined is less than 2,000. If we want to expand the population, we may have to make efforts elsewhere. If he relied on those few villages, the population might not be expanded to 10,000 people by the time he died. While he was thinking, Jingjing and Ruan came behind him fully armed. Looking at the 2 people's still somewhat rosy faces, Zhao Chen's mind was filled with the madness of last night. No wonder so many people like to form groups. The feeling is different when there are more people. How was your rest last night? Ruan lowered her head shyly. We all had a good rest. That's fine. I still have to go out for a few more trips today. If you haven't had a good rest, take a good rest before I go out. We both had a good rest. Jingjing said. Okay, then I won't be polite to you. Zhao Qin asked someone to set up a small table in the yard, poured a cup of tea, and sipped it carefully. It's a little chilly in the autumn morning, and drinking a sip of hot tea makes me feel much more comfortable. After waiting for about an hour, Dun Dun and Xie Er came back, followed by the manager of the building. Good luck to Lord Zhao. As soon as the manager of the building saw him, he immediately knelt on one knee with a flattering smile on his face. Get up and answer, Zhao Qin said. The steward stood up and bowed to the side. Zhao Qin glanced over and found that Dun Dun looked a little unhappy. He asked, what's wrong? Dun Dun pointed at the manager of the building company and said, Master, he heard that you wanted to take over his building company, so he maliciously raised the price. Zhao Qin raised his eyebrows. The price is raised even higher than his own? He looked at Xie Er again. Xie Er is not as simple as Dun Dun. His thoughts are all written on his face. However, his expression didn't look much better either. Zhao Qin chuckled and asked, how much money do you want, steward? The steward chuckled and said, Lord Zhao, we are not greedy. We just want 30,000 taels of silver. Chapter 78. The acquisition plan fell through, using cash. Zhao Qin looked at Xie Er expressionlessly. Xie Er gritted his teeth and clasped his hands together. Master, I've checked their building, and it's worth at most 15,000 taels of silver. If you calculate it carefully, it might not even be worth 15,000 taels of silver. Zhao Qin nodded and turned to look at the building manager. What do you think about this matter? The manager laughed and said, I admit that our luhang is indeed not worth much, but the number of orders for our luhang has increased dramatically recently. Sir, you have to make up for the price difference. We are all businessmen. Why should businessmen make things difficult for businessmen? Oh, your order volume will increase dramatically. Zhao Qin smiled crookedly. He could probably guess what was going on. It was because they were the ones who built the Wuji shopping mall. It's a pity that without reinforced concrete, no matter how hard they try, they can't build the same house. Sir, it's useless to say these things now. I know you are a noble. If you really want to force me to acquire it, I can't do anything. But also because of my noble status, you can't bring yourself to deal with a small fry like me. The steward had a sly smile on his face. Zhao Qin chuckled. It's really a different time now. Back then, before they took on the contract to build the Wuji shopping mall, they were so poor that they had to live on their pants. The manager repeatedly expressed his desire to be recruited by Zhao Qin. Now that Wuji shopping mall has supported them, they are trying to cheat people out of their money. If we don't teach them a lesson, do you really think the Zhao family is a soft persimmon? Now that you mention it, it seems I really can't force you to sign. Zhao Qin's expression remained unchanged. I'll ask you one last time. Do you agree or disagree with my offer of 15,000 taels to recruit you? Without 30,000 taels, forget it. Seeing that Zhao Qin really had no intention of using his power to oppress others, the manager became even more unscrupulous. Okay, you go back. Zhao Qin waved his hand. The steward clasped his hands together and said, Master Zhao, goodbye. After he left, Dun Dun gritted her teeth in anger. Master, are you just going to let him go like that? Our Zhao family is an aristocratic family. Even if we don't pay him a penny, he will have to come and work for us. You are just too kind. Zhao Qin let out a long sigh. You don't understand. The things we are going to build in the future have very high quality requirements. If he doesn't work for us sincerely, if he is even slightly careless, it may leave a huge hidden danger. When it comes to matters involving human lives, we have to give in. In the future, he plans to build 3 hydroelectric power stations within a limited section of the river. If those people mess up, it may easily cause a major accident, so it is better to be cautious. He turned and glanced at Xie Er. Have you ever been informed of the employment situation of their building company? I've found out. Xie Er nodded. I checked before I went there. Their building company currently has 307 migrant workers, 277 of whom are employees, and only 30 of whom were bought from the brokerage firm earlier this month. The monthly salaries of those 277 employees range from 8 coins to 1 or 2 coins, and the domestic servants received no wages. Dun Dun was very surprised. She had clearly gone out with Xie Er this morning, and she didn't even notice when Xie Er had looked up so much information. At the same time, she was also very grateful. Compared with those domestic slaves sold to the building company, these people were really lucky. Once you join the Zhao family, no matter who you are or what you did before, you will receive a certain salary. You've done a good job. We'll be posting a job posting soon. We're looking for people with building construction experience throughout the city. The base salary is 3 taels per month, plus performance-based pay, with no upper limit. Those with experience in reinforced concrete construction will receive a base salary of 5 taels, plus the same performance-based pay, with no upper limit. Yes. Siaer nodded, and then asked in a low voice, Master, can we get our money back after spending so much money? Don't worry, I will definitely come back. Zhao Chen raised the corner of his mouth. He already had another amazing plan in mind. As long as the plan was implemented, he could make back his employees' money tens of thousands of times. Siaer left, and Dun Dun also wanted to leave. Zhao Chen whispered, Dun Dun, have you noticed the difference between you and Siaer? He squatted down with his head down and lowered his voice very low. Found it. Learn more from Siaer in the future and do things in advance. Don't wait for me to arrange things. Yes. Time flies and 3 days have passed. The city has been quite lively during these 3 days. Employees from various building companies in the city jumped ship one after another. This caused complaints from many bosses. After careful investigation, they found out that it was the manager of Chengnan Tower Bank who offended Lord Zhao and forced Lord Zhao to use his money. They didn't dare to come and cause trouble for Zhao Chun, so they all ran to Chengnan Lahang to block the door. Looking at Chengnan Laoxing, life is even more difficult. The employees ran away, and the wealthy gentleman who had placed orders with their company sent people to claim compensation. Many of his colleagues who were implicated by him also blocked his door, throwing rotten eggs or throwing feces inside. The entire building seemed to be immersed in a huge shit pit. Early that morning, Zhao Chun had just come to the main courtyard to bask in the sun when the manager of the building bank started howling outside. I want to see Lord Zhao. Please let me see Lord Zhao. He tried his best to squeeze in. 2 servants stopped him, covering their noses. He smells even worse than the person in the house who's in charge of cleaning up excrement. Get out. Our lord is busy and has no time to see you, said the servant Qian San with a cold face. Please, let me in. I will die if I don't see Lord Zhao again. He knelt down in front of the 2 servants. In the past, he looked down on servants no matter whose family they were. In his eyes, servants were lowly servants. But now, his fate is in the hands of 2 servants. Zhao Chun heard a voice from the other side and cleared his throat. Let him in. Qian San and the other man each took a step back. The manager rushed in and knelt down in front of Zhao Chun. Lord Zhao, please spare our lives. Return some of our people. Our Lu Bank is finished. Zhao Chen took a sip of tea and felt very comfortable. What does it have to do with me whether you finish it or not? Besides, even if it's done, it's the boss who will have to pay for it. What's the point of you, a manager, begging me for help? Let your boss do it. Boss. The manager looked a little unhappy. If the boss can't come, just get out. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Zhao Chun waved his hand, and 2 servants immediately stepped forward, grabbed him, and tried to drag him out. Lord Zhao, the boss of our building, is the previous prefect, Lord Sun Qiansun. He has been transferred to the Ganliang region as a governor and has no time to come over. Put him down. Zhao Chen sat up immediately. The previous prefect, Sun Qian? The one who was cursed by the villagers in those villages in his fiefdom? I didn't expect that guy could become a governor. I'm afraid he has given a lot of money to the higher-ups over the years. Lord Zhao, please spare me. I just gave Lord Sun the good news a few days ago. If he knew about Lu Xing's current situation, he would definitely skin me alive. The steward kowtowed repeatedly. Zhao Chen sighed. Seeing you look so pitiful, I'm a little moved. Well, I'll show you a way out. Chapter 79. The villagers are almost done with training and begin to suppress the bandits. When the steward heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Lord Zhao, what do you have in mind? Zhao Chen twisted his neck and said, sell me all the remaining 30 men you have. I'll give you 100 taels. Take the silver and run away with your family before Sun Qian finds out. The world is vast. As long as you leave Lintian City, even if Sun Qian has omnipotent hands and eyes, it will be difficult for him to find you. After hearing this, the steward shook his head violently. This won't do. If I run away and get caught, I will definitely die a more miserable death. Forget it. Drag him away. Zhao Chun waved his hand, not intending to give the manager another chance to speak. Just then, Wu Qi came running back, panting. Master, the brick kiln is testing the fire. Do you want to go and take a look? Seeing him sweating profusely, Zhao Chen stood up and patted his shoulder. Rest for a while. I'll have someone prepare some horses. The steward saw that he was about to leave, and once he left the city, it was uncertain when he would come back. If Lord Sun's men arrive before that, he won't even have a chance to escape. He quickly knelt on the ground and said, Master Zhao, I agree. I will sell those people's household registration certificates to you. Zhao Chen snorted softly. It would have been better if you had done this earlier, so you wouldn't have to take off your pants and fart. Air, he shouted behind him. Air came running over in a hurry. Take 2 security guards with him to the building office to get the household registration certificate. After you get it, give him 100 taels of silver. If he tries to trick you. I understand. Air nodded heavily. Now, the people who built the hydroelectric power station have been hired by him with his money, so why should he give face to Lu Xing? Even if the governor was behind them, so what? The governor was an official, and he was now a noble. No matter how high the rank of an official was, he had to bow when he saw a noble. After a while, the servants came over with 4 horses. Zhao Chen took Wu De, Jingjing, and Ruan away from the Zhao family compound. Beside the river in the fiefdom, a kiln was emitting green smoke. Zhao Chen came to the kiln and walked around the outside. There is basically no discrepancy between the information outside the brick kiln and that found online. Burn it for a while, and then turn off the fire. After it cools down, go inside and see if there are any serious cracks, he instructed Wu De. Wu De nodded. Okay. Also, you can lead the bandits in pounding bricks. He explained to Wu De how the bricks were made. According to traditional craftsmanship, after the clay is made into bricks, it must first be air-dried for a period of time before it can be placed in the kiln for calcination. If unseasoned bricks are put directly into the kiln, the bricks produced will be no different from tofu dregs. Don't worry, master. I'll teach them how to make bricks later and let them start working right away. Well, you guys keep a close eye on this side. I still have to go to Dawang village for an inspection. Zhao Chen raised his hand and took Jingjing and Ruan on horseback. Although the fiefdom is only 10 miles away from Lintian City, it takes a lot of time to make a round trip. When I get back, I must build a radio relay station. In the past, the area that the radio station needed to cover was only as big as the Zhao family compound, so there was no problem without a relay. But now the distance is too far, and the signal cannot get through without a relay. If we can get through to this side through intercom, the message can be delivered faster. He plans to go back and buy the corresponding equipment in the next 2 days. After riding for 20 minutes, they arrived at Dawang village. Before reaching the village entrance, I could hear sparse gunshots coming from the distance. He came to the training ground. Fengxi immediately ran over. Master, you are here. Zhao Chen asked, how is everyone's training going? It's okay, there's basically no problem within 50 meters. Fengxi said seriously. We need to continue to strengthen training in the future. You don't have to worry about bullets. There are enough bullets at home. Zhao Chen said with his hands behind his back. Fengxi responded in a low voice. Since there aren't any major problems on their side, let them gradually take over those bandits. Tell them to work hard. Their base salary is 1 tael of silver a month. Those who perform well will be given automatic rifles, which they can also carry with them during operations. Yes. Fengxi nodded again. I'll go and notify them later. Leave 2 security guards behind and have a few villagers cooperate to keep an eye on those bandits and build a concentration camp. The rest of the security guards will all withdraw. We're going to have a major operation. After saying this, he jumped on his horse and raised his whip. After returning to the Zhao family compound, Xiaowu was asked to prepare the bullets for the expedition. Feng De and the others also came back. Master, are we going to start the operation today? Zhao Chen nodded. Well, it's up to you how to proceed. Just try to retain as much labor as possible. I understand. Feng De responded excitedly and immediately ran to call the security guards. After a while, a group of people left the Zhao family compound and went to the stable to get their war horses for the battle. Everything here was basically arranged. He entered the cellar and returned to the modern era. He drove to a communications equipment store and ordered a radio repeater. Unfortunately, the store is out of stock, and we have to wait another 2 days for it to arrive. He was too lazy to look for it elsewhere, so he paid the money at this place and went to the place that sold hydroelectric generators. As soon as he entered the door, he was immediately attracted by the black chocolate bars in front of him. Hello, sir. Are you here to purchase power generation equipment? That's right. How much do you sell this solar panel for? Zhao Chen pointed to the approximately 2-meter-long panel at hand. The power of this power board is 600 W. Under ideal circumstances, it can generate 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity in 1 hour and 25 minutes. The price is 800 yuan per piece, the salesperson introduced. Zhao Chen thought about it. He doesn't have too many power-consuming things at the moment, but there will definitely be more and more of them in the future. Moreover, if electricity is available now, it will save a lot of time in the subsequent construction of power stations. 200 yuan first, he said softly. 200 yuan. The salesperson frowned. Even if the conditions aren't ideal, 200 yuan can still generate 50 to 60 kilowatt-hours of electricity an hour. Are you sure you want that much? Sure. And by the way, give me a 10,000-degree battery pack. It only took Zhao Chun half an hour from entering the store to leaving, but he brought more than half a year's worth of sales to the store. In addition to the solar generators, he also bought 15 sets of hydroelectric generator parts. I bought them all based on the maximum width of his wardrobe. It is also convenient to transport there, and you can assemble it when you need it. A preliminary calculation shows that if all power generation equipment is put into use, the daily power generation will be around 7,000 kilowatt hours. It's enough for his fiefdom. Sir, take care. Zhao Qin got into the car, and the store manager nodded and bowed at the side of the car, very respectful. He glanced at the store manager and said, I'll arrange for someone to deliver the solar energy and the supporting equipment today. I'm in urgent need of them. Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. The store manager raised his hand and saluted. 80 the king of Qin came with his nephew, and the princess personally toasted. After returning to the Zhao family compound, Zhao Qin immediately called the people from the Zhou department. They were the first to learn about electrical technology, so we can trust them with solar energy. Zhao Qin took out a USB drive and said, This is the installation tutorial. Take a good look at it. Tomorrow morning, I'll have Zhao to find some servants to push these solar-powered vehicles to your fiefdom. You can just scout the area yourself and try not to stray too far from the edge of the fiefdom. Okay, Zhou took the USB drive, took a few solar panels and left. They also need to study how to install this thing. At this time, Ying came and asked, Master, where are the people Xie brought back temporarily settled? Let them go home and stay for a few days, and wait for Feng De and others to bring back some strong men. Zhao Qin said, Currently, there are only a little over 200 bandits over there, and they work very slowly. If we raid all 5 bandit dens, even if we can't gather 1,000, we can probably gather 800. With 800 laborers working at the same time, their speed cannot be underestimated even without construction machinery. In addition to those strong laborers, there were also so many women brought down from the mountains. Their labor force cannot be ignored. Once the solar energy is fully installed, we can assign some people to build the factory. As for what to do, we can study it when we have free time. Textiles, food, what can't be done? Just as he was thinking about it, a waiter came hurriedly to report. Master, the king of Qin has arrived with a few people. Zhao Qin raised his eyebrows. What is he doing here? He walked quickly towards the mall lobby. Mr. Zhao, long time no see. I hope you are well. As soon as he arrived at the front hall, Bai Chunshan immediately walked forward and clasped his hands together. No, I should call you Lord Zhao now. Young Duke, you must be joking. I'm just a low-ranking viscount. How can I deserve you to call me that? Zhao Chun clasped his fists in return and turned around to see that the king of Qin, the princess of Qin, and Lin Changtian were all there. He greeted everyone one by one. The king of Qin said, My eldest nephew came to Lintian City this morning and wanted to come here as soon as he arrived. You are now more attractive than my king of Qin's palace. Well, after discussing it, we decided to come sit with you. Welcome, welcome, Zhao Chun said with a smile on his face. Let's go to the food area. They just built 2 private rooms over there. Let's eat and chat in the private rooms. Good. The group walked towards the food area. Passing by the snack area, Princess Qin stopped for a moment and took a few bags of spicy strips. After entering the private room, Zhao Chun ordered a few special dishes and also made a pot of tea. Several people were sipping tea, their expressions very intoxicated. I have to say, in the entire Lintian city, and even in the entire Dan dynasty, this is the most enjoyable place. The king of Qin put down his teacup and sighed. Ever since I had fun here with you, returning to the capital feels so boring. By the way, I just heard Qin Kuai say that your security team left the city this morning. What did they do? Zhao Chun smiled inwardly. He knew that the king of Qin came here not just to have a good meal. I didn't go there for anything. The emperor gave me a piece of land. My land is full of old, weak, sick and disabled people. There are too few young and strong men. I asked my people to capture some strong men. As soon as he opened his mouth, the expressions of the others changed immediately. Although conscription of young men happened from time to time in Dan, it was still taboo to bring it up openly. Lord Zhao, if you need work, you can tell us and we will assign some people to you. Lin Changtian said. Zhao Qin immediately waved his hand and said, Master Lin, you are wrong. If you send me some men, it will cost money. The men I capture will not only not cost money, but will also help you save a lot of money. Several people were stunned again. What do you mean? Asked the king of Qin. Zhao Qin smiled and said, These strong men I captured are all bandits causing trouble nearby. If I capture them, it will save you from wasting manpower and resources to clear them out. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? King Qin and Lin Changtian both smiled awkwardly. They knew that there were bandits near Lintian City and had tried to suppress them before, but the results had never been very good. Over time, they became a little tired and didn't pay much attention to those people. As long as no one reported them to the authorities, they would turn a blind eye. If they had known that Zhao Chun was going to do this, they shouldn't have spoken. Once it's said, it's like the two of them don't do anything. Haha, isn't this embarrassing? The king of Qin coughed twice. I originally planned to train those spearmen and send them out to suppress the bandits, but I didn't expect you to get there first. After a while, the food was served. Princess Qin stood up, holding a wine glass. Master Zhao, on my own behalf, I offer you a toast. Zhao Chun was somewhat flattered. What does Princess Qin mean by this? Princess Qin smiled and said, this time, the prince and I went to the capital. As soon as we left, the plague broke out here. I heard from Prefect Lin that it was your financial support, medicine, and effort that effectively brought the malaria under control. If nothing else, just for your heart that wants to save the world, I want to toast you a glass. Thank you for the compliment, Princess Qin. I just did what a person with conscience should do. Zhao Chun raised his glass and drank the wine in it. The sound of conversation and laughter gradually filled the entire box. After a while, Bai Chunshan suddenly said, on the way here today, I heard my uncle say that Master Zhao has something that can take a person's head from hundreds of meters away. I wonder if I can take a look at it later. Sure enough, there was something else. Can't these people just keep things simple? They have to make things complicated. Indeed, we have. We also got 100 of them for the king of Qin. Brother Zhao, do you have any more? Bai Chuanshan's eyes lit up. Zhao Chun shook his head. It's gone for now, but if you want it, you can wait in Lintian City. I'll tell you as soon as I get it. No problem. Bai Chunshan waved his hand. No matter how much it costs, I'm going to buy 30 or 50 of them and bring them back to form an elite team. I brought enough money with me this time. He deliberately raised his eyebrows at Zhao Chun. Bai Chunshan had just finished speaking when Lin Chantian spoke again. Lord Zhao, I have something to do. You want guns too, don't you? I can't get so many. Zhao Chun quickly refused. Lin Chantian immediately waved his hands. No. Our government office doesn't have that much money. We can't afford such expensive things. The main reason I came here this time is to tell you that it's time for you to pay your taxes. Does the Viscount also have to pay taxes? Zhao Chun was stunned. In the history he knew, nobles didn't seem to have to pay taxes. Why did they have to pay taxes in Dun? In our Dun dynasty, even the royal family has to pay taxes. Lin Chantian said, we were preparing for the old emperor's birthday, and then he got sick with malaria, so we were delayed for some time. Tax filing day is coming up soon, so I just had to bite the bullet and come here. Okay, how much tax should I pay? Zhao Chun asked. Lin Chantian pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve. Your personal tax is 100 taels, the 444 servants and servants total 888 taels, and the 985 people in the fiefdom total 985 taels, totaling 1973 taels. Chapter 81. The report of the results of the battle shocked everyone. Someone from Sun Qian came. Zhao Chun nodded and asked the waiter to notify the accountant to get the money. Bai Chunshan took the opportunity to come over and said, I was interrupted by Prefect Lin just now. I want to ask, how much is your rifle? 200 taels of gold. 200 taels. Return the gold. Bai Chunshan's eyes widened. This money is enough to buy a sword that can cut through iron like mud. Zhao Chun smiled and said, what's a knife? In front of a gun, it's not even worthy of carrying shoes. I only realized this after I was equipped with a few. What did you find? 10 meters away, the gun is fast. Before he could finish the rest of his sentence, Bai Chunshan immediately pressed on. What about within 10 meters? Within 10 meters, the gun is accurate and fast. Zhao Chun raised his neck. If you don't believe me, you can ask King Qin how he felt after he was equipped with a rifle team. Bai Chunshan turned his head, his eyes full of curiosity. King Qin said, Boss Zhao is absolutely right. I also thought 200 taels a gun was a bit pricey at first, but now, I realize it's truly worth it. As long as I have a gun, no matter what martial arts master I encounter, I can easily defeat him. This is a weapon that can change the future of battle. I told you to come to my place first, but you didn't listen. If you had gone to my place and seen what a rifle looked like, you probably wouldn't have asked such a stupid question. The corners of Bai Chunshan's mouth twitched. He and the king of Qin were of similar age, but the king of Qin happened to be his uncle-in-law, so as soon as he saw him, he would act like an elder in front of him. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the box. Xie came in and whispered in Zhao Chen's ear, Sir, Feng De and the others are back. Zhao Chen nodded and looked at Bai Chunshan with a smile. Don't you want to learn about guns? I'll take you to see the results. Bai Chunshan immediately became interested. The same goes for the other people. Zhao Chen stood up and said, The security team we sent out to suppress the bandits this morning has returned. Let's go take a look. He turned and left the box, and the others behind him followed him. When we got to the street outside the mall, we saw more than 30 carriages parked there, each loaded with a lot of things. Fengde stepped forward and greeted everyone. Fengde, report the results of the battle, so that King Qin and the others can hear them. Yes. Fengde nodded heavily, and then slowly reported the results of the battle. During this operation, we wiped out the Baiyuan village and the Yinhe gang, killing 65 people, capturing 371 people, and rescuing 92 women. We also seized approximately 40,000 kilograms of grain, 26 boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry, 262 horses, and 35 carts. After listening to his report, the people behind Zhao Chun were all shocked. They only dispatched more than 30 people in total, but they were able to achieve such results? Bai Chunshan glanced at the weapon in Fengde's hand and asked, "Is this a gun?" Zhao Chun nodded. "Yes, this thing is called an automatic rifle, and it's different from the one I just mentioned." Automatic rifle? It sounds very advanced. How much is it? Bai Chunshan asked. 1,000 taels of gold. Zhao Chun raised a finger. 1,000 taels? I'm afraid this is robbery. Bai Chunshan said. Zhao Chun smiled and said, "Young lord, if you think it's expensive, I think so too. Not only is it expensive to buy, but the maintenance cost is also high. In addition, the consumption is more than 10 times that of ordinary rifles. But having said that, the effect is really good," he said, looking at Fengde. "Fengde, report the damage again. We have no casualties." Just 5 words were like a divine thunder, striking Bai Chunshan's heart. More than 30 people fought against more than 400 people, but there was not even a single casualty. Even a master from the Imperial Palace wouldn't be able to do it. These people in front of him were just some rough men who knew a little bit of tricks. How could they have such strength? Especially when attacking someone's stronghold. Then I want an automatic rifle and 50 more rifles. Bai Chunshan thought for a moment and said to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun nodded. "No problem. Just pay the money first and wait for the goods to arrive." Bai Chunshan said. "Okay, I'll have my servants deliver the money tomorrow." Zhao Chun turned to look at Fengde again and said, "I'll arrange for someone to deliver the food to the fiefdom later, and the rest of the stuff can be sent wherever it's needed." Yes. Fengde immediately took his men away. There was nothing exciting to see here, so King Qin and others said goodbye to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun called Xiao Wu again and started producing by Chunshan's order. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Zhao Chun has not been idle these days. He has produced the scope and equipped it on the Barrett. We're also selected from the security team for sniper rifle training. This is a real killer. The intercom relay tower has been erected, and now I can contact the fiefdom as long as I am at home. In addition, Bai Chunshan's order was also settled. When he was given the gun, he was also given 10,000 rounds of bullets. That morning, Zhao Chun was planning to inspect his fiefdom when Bai Chunshan and Lin Chantian came to visit him at the same time. There was no choice but for him to take the 2 of them with him. When they arrived at the fiefdom, they were stunned. On the riverbank outside Dawang village, there was a fenced area 200 meters long and 200 meters wide. Inside were some simple sheds with beds under them. It was obviously a place where people lived. "Lord Zhao, this is..." Lin Chantian pointed over there in confusion. "That's a bandit concentration camp, with over 1,000 bandits imprisoned there. Can such a small place hold more than 1,000 people?" Bai Chunshan was surprised. He knew that Zhao Chun had captured many bandits to do his work. Zhao Chun smiled and said, "Of course, otherwise why is it called a concentration camp?" Walking along the concentration camp, they came to the area where they had laid out solar panels. Looking at the rows of photovoltaic panels reflecting the light, they asked curiously, "What are these? Why are there so many of them?" Zhao Chun gave a brief explanation. The 2 were completely confused. They only knew that this thing was useful. Zhao Chun didn't say anything more. It was good enough for the ancients to be able to understand what they heard, so how could we expect them to comprehend? After passing the solar power generation area, we finally arrived at the construction site of the first hydroelectric power plant. At this time, the river diversion has been completed and the water storage dam is being poured. The 2 men fell silent as they watched the bandits carrying buckets of concrete and transporting them forward. Since entering the fiefdom, what they have seen and heard has exceeded their understanding. Letting them ask again would seem too uncultured. "Lord Zhao, taking a tour of your fiefdom is truly an eye-opener for me." Lin Chantian sighed. Zhao Chun laughed. "This is just the beginning. It will only get better and better in the future." Lin Chantian and Bai Chunshan nodded at the same time. Zhao Chun's abilities are obvious to both of them, and what he said is likely to come true. Just as they were standing on the river bank watching the bandits work, The walkie-talkie on Zhao Qin's waist rang. Master, the Ganliang governor has sent someone. Chapter 82. Speeding back, the governor's dog entered the mall. Ganliang governor? Zhao Qin frowned. He knew that the governor of Ganliang was the previous prefect Sun Qian, the boss behind Qinganla Bank. That corrupt official didn't do anything good while in office. He raped women, collected taxes indiscriminately, and had endless excuses and ways to make money. This time I came here, most likely for something related to Chang'an Tower. Lin Changtian and Bai Chunshan were both startled when they heard the sound coming from the black thing on Zhao Qin's waist. Yes, they are here to look for you. The intercom rang again. Okay, hold them back, I'll go back now. Zhao Qin replied and immediately put away the radio. The two looked at Zhao Qin with surprise in their eyes. Bai Chunshan pointed and asked, Brother Zhao, what is that thing? Do you know any magic? You can actually transmit sound through the air. Zhao Qin pointed at the intercom. What are you talking about? This isn't a spell, it's a walkie-talkie. Is the person who just spoke to you in Wuji shopping mall now? Lin Changtian asked. The voice inside sounded familiar to him. It seemed to be Xie Er, the manager of the shopping mall. That's right. Zhao Qin nodded. Something happened at the mall. Let's go back first. If you're curious, I'll bring you two over when I have time. He said, and turned to get the horses. Lin Changtian and Bai Chunshan looked at each other and followed. The three of them rode back together. Brother Zhao, how much is your walkie-talkie? Can you give me two? Zhao Qin said. This thing is not expensive, but it is difficult to get. I have only got a few so far. The most important thing is, if we want to communicate over such a long distance, we need to lay relay towers in the middle. We should be able to see them when we pass by later. After laying the relay tower, there's still a lot of complicated work to do, including debugging. After a long chatter, he finally raised 5 fingers. If you just want a walkie-talkie, it's 500 taels of gold each. If you want a relay, the price is even higher. One relay costs 5,000 taels of gold. The corners of Bai Chunshan's mouth twitched slightly. 5,000 taels. Why are these things Zhao Qin took out so expensive? Any one of them would cost more than 100 taels of gold. Brother Zhao, if we don't need a relay, how many meters can this thing transmit at most? Zhao Qin rubbed his chin. Not far, 500 meters at most. Bai Chunshan's enthusiasm dissipated in an instant. The first thing he thought of when he saw the walkie-talkie was war. If they could use this thing to communicate, the speed at which they could transmit commands would be greatly improved. But if you don't buy a repeater, the communication distance is really too short. 500 meters, it would be better to send someone. What if I buy a relay? How far can it transmit at most? Zhao Qin said. It can only travel 18 to 20 miles at most. But there's a prerequisite. There must be no obstruction in the middle. I know the young duke is attracted by the wartime value of this thing. But I have to remind you that it can indeed play a significant role in fighting on the plains, but once it is switched to mountainous areas, it will be necessary to lay several more relays around the mountains. Laying the relay is a very troublesome task. By the time it's finished, the war will probably be over. After listening to his analysis, Bai Chunshan calmed down a lot. He really liked and wanted a walkie-talkie. But according to Zhao Qin's description, the conditions for using walkie-talkies are too harsh. If we really go to the battlefield, we will be busy setting up the relay tower, and the enemy will push it directly, and the walkie-talkie will be of no use at all. Besides, a relay costs so much that it is enough for them to buy thousands of soldiers. It's not worth it. It's totally not worth it. He didn't ask any more questions, and they rode their horses back quickly. When they were halfway there, only 4 or 5 miles away from Lintian City, a yamen runner on horseback suddenly appeared on the official road with a nervous look on his face. Report. Sir, the Ganliang governor has sent someone. He was panting, and his face looked very ugly. We already know. Aren't we heading back now? Lin Changtian said casually. The bailiff didn't understand what was going on, but he didn't ask any more questions. He followed the few people and continued running towards Lintian City. Wuji Shopping Mall. When Zhao Qin and the others rushed back, there was a group of people standing outside the Wuji Shopping Mall. Xie Er hurried over and said, Sir, this is bad. Our people have been attacked. Were you beaten? Zhao Qin jumped off his horse, his face extremely gloomy. Why didn't you fight back? Xie Er sighed. They were all sent by the governor. Although Lintian City is not under Gan Liang's jurisdiction, everyone is still afraid of offending the officials. They can only withstand their punches and dare not fight back. Zhao Qin lowered his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Remember this from now on. There is no one in Wuji Shopping Mall who will not fight back when being bullied. He had endured enough after being messed with by the Salt Gang last time. Just a few days later, someone came to my door again. What? Is this lord easy to bully? Yes. Xie Er nodded. Where are the people? Where are they? Zhao Qin asked. Xie replied. In the food area. Notify the security team, bring electric batons and gather, and follow me to the food area. Zhao Chen strode into the mall. Lin Changtian and Bai Chunshan felt something was wrong and quickly dismounted. Before entering, he ordered the Yamen runners who had followed him back. Hurry up and find the king of Qin and tell him that something big is going to happen here. The bailiff ran away immediately. Zhao Chun brought his people directly to the food area. As soon as I came in, I saw a middle-aged man with a fierce face sitting at a table not far away. The middle-aged man was gnawing on chicken feet, with a dozen strong men holding knives standing beside him. At this time, the security team also arrived. Zhao Chun walked over, and the two men standing next to the fierce middle-aged man raised their hands together. Stop. Zhao Chun said coldly. I am Zhao Chun, the Viscount personally appointed by His Majesty and the owner of Wuji Shopping Mall. Get out of here. The two remained unmoved. Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes and was about to take action when the middle-aged man stood up and wiped his greasy mouth. Get out of the way. Both of them took a step back. He wiped his hands again and said with a proud look, I am Chun Dainyu, the guard of Lord Sun Qiansun, the governor of Ganliang. I came here this time to ask Lord Zhao why he wants to steal my master's woman. Zhao Chen looked at the pretentious person opposite him with a cold face. You are just a guard. Don't you know that you should kneel when you see a noble? Chen Dainyu laughed wildly. What's wrong with being a guard? My master is the governor of Ganliang. You are a low-ranking nobleman, at best a fourth-rank official. What qualifications do you have? Bang! His words were interrupted by a series of crisp slaps. He was surprised and covered half of his face. Mr. Zhao, you dare to hit me? Do you know that my family's governor? Bang! Another loud slap. Zhao Chun used all his strength, and Chen Dainyu was pushed back a few steps. The group of men behind him heard the sound and immediately came over. You are just a dog of the governor. Kneel down and talk properly. Zhao Chen shouted. I'm the fucking governor's bodyguard. You hit me once, that's fine, but you dare to hit me a second time. Chen Dainyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. Brothers, Zhao Chun is ungrateful and refuses to admit his mistakes. Smash his shop. Chapter 83. Impersonating an imperial official, being dragged out and shot in the street. The men behind Chen Dainyu immediately brought up their weapons. Zhao Chen also shouted, Security team, listen up, take them down. Yes, the security guards shouted in unison. Two of their brothers were beaten severely in the street when they tried to stop these people from entering. They were very angry. Now that they have the master backing them up, what are they afraid of? Everyone picked up their electric batons and rushed forward immediately. They fought back before because the master was not around. Do they really think they are made of clay? The two sides quickly engaged in a fight. The security team was not afraid at all when faced with this group of people holding machetes. They were wearing stab-proof clothing, so as long as their necks were not cut, their lives would not be in danger, and the electric batons in their hands were like a god's help. As long as it is turned on, even if it is against a knife, pressing the switch can still knock the opponent to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, all the people on the opposite side were knocked to the ground by the electric shock. Lin Changtian and Bai Chunshan watched from behind and shook their heads. These people are really idiots. They don't even check Zhao Chen's strength and just come here to cause trouble. If they don't suffer, who will? Tie them all up. Zhao Chun ordered with his hands behind his back. The servants guarding outside the food area immediately brought a rope. Chen Dainyu twitched and shouted, I am the guard of the governor, an official appointed by the court. If you dare to attack me, you are guilty of treason. Zhao Chen took 2 steps forward, came in front of him, and kicked him without saying a word. An official appointed by the Imperial court? I'll fucking make you an official of the Imperial court. Can an official appointed by the Imperial court attack ordinary people at will? I'm still a fucking noble. After several kicks, Chen Dainyu's face was covered with blood. Zhao Chen squatted down and grabbed his hair. You said you were an official appointed by the court? Where's your official credentials? Put it on my waist. After being beaten, Chen Dainyu will speak properly. Zhao Chen reached over and took out a square sign. A 4th-rank sword-bearing guard, Chen Dainyu. He looked at the sign and snorted. Then he looked at the security guards and asked, see if they have any official credentials. The security guards all squatted down and searched their bodies. Soon, the official credentials of those people were found out. Except for Chen Dainyu, the rest are mediocre soldiers. I've shown you the official certificate. Let us go now, otherwise the governor will hold you accountable for assaulting an imperial official. Chen Dainyu's eyes were filled with resentment. He was a 4th-rank sword-bearing guard, but he couldn't even beat an ordinary warrior. What exactly are those black sticks in the hands of those warriors? They make my whole body twitch when I touch them. Zhao Chun had an expressionless face. He grabbed his hair and slammed him to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled sounds, 2 more cuts appeared on Chen Daniu's head, and blood flowed down in large quantities. Zhao Chen twisted his neck and looked at Fengde. Those who forged official credentials will be sent to concentration camps as coolies. Those who disobey will be killed on the spot. Yes. Fengde answered loudly and waved to the other security guards. All the plainclothes soldiers were tied up. Let me go. We are all government troops. Where are you sending me? They twisted their bodies in resistance. Fengde's face darkened. Beat him up, and then take him away after he behaves himself. The security guards rolled up their sleeves and beat and kicked the group of people. Seeing their miserable state, Lin Chantian couldn't help but come over and said, Master Zhao, stop fighting. If you continue, something bad will happen. Zhao Chun turned his head and said seriously, Master Lin, if it were something else, I would definitely listen to you if you asked me once. But these people are going too far. They dared to fight inside my Wuji shopping mall. They simply don't take me, the Viscount, seriously. By the way, what is the dun law for assaulting a noble without cause? Lin Changtian was speechless. From the moment he entered the door until now, what he saw was that those people were actively looking for trouble, while Zhao Chun was passively defending. Although the behavior is a bit extreme, it also makes some sense. Lord Zhao, I know they were at fault first, but if you keep fighting like this, I'm afraid Sun Qian won't let you go. Sun Qian was able to jump from a 4th-rank prefect to a 2nd-rank provincial governor, skipping the 3rd and 3rd-rank ranks. There are many tricks involved. Zhao Chen remained silent. He didn't answer him, nor did he stop his men from beating people. After a while, the government troops became obedient. Fengde waved his hand and ordered the security guards to take the people away. Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. Master Lin, I know you are thinking about me, but this matter, I just want this breath. As he said this, he chopped Chen Daniu's official credentials into pieces. This man is impersonating an imperial official. Take him outside and execute him on the spot. Zhao Chun, you dare to kill me? I'm a 4th-rank, sword-bearing guard. Chen Daniu roared while struggling. If you dare to kill me, the governor will never forgive you. Lin Changtian wanted to dissuade him, but Zhao Chen didn't give him a chance and turned his back. He looked at Bai Chunshan again. Bai Chunshan shrugged and turned his back. He and Zhao Chun are of the same age, and their views on this matter are not much different. Oh, Lin Changtian sighed. Just then, a shout was heard from outside. Etc. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw King Qin walking in anxiously. Upon seeing the King of Qin, Chen Daniu seemed to have found a backer, struggling and shouting, Your Highness the King of Qin, save me. I am the guard of the Ganliang governor, Sun Qiansun. The King of Qin took a look and confirmed that it was Sun Daniu. He walked a few steps to Zhao Chun and asked, What's going on? Your Majesty, this man brought a group of men to break into my Wuji shopping mall for no reason this morning, injured my men, and even smashed my store. Is there any problem with me dealing with him? Zhao Chen said. The King of Qin looked at Chen Daniu with a sullen face. Is what Zhao Chen said true? Really? Chen Daniu stretched out his hand to dodge, and his voice became much softer. Why are you doing this? Don't you know that Zhao Chun was personally conferred the title of Viscount by my grandfather? King Qin asked. Chen Daniu lowered his head and said nothing. Tell me why, the King of Qin shouted angrily. Chen Daniu still remained silent. Bai Chunshan came over and said, Uncle-in-law, I've seen this from beginning to end, and I really don't blame Zhao Chun. He explained the whole story again in detail. The King of Qin's expression grew increasingly gloomy. After he finished speaking, the King of Qin was silent for a while. Then he flicked his sleeves and said, Zhao Chun, you can do whatever you want with me. After saying that, he walked straight out the door. Chen Daniu was confused. King Qin, even if I am wrong, I am not guilty of the crime that deserves death. King Qin, save me. But the King of Qin showed no intention of turning back. He stood at the door, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and walked quickly down the steps and got into the carriage. Inside the mall, Zhao Chen said coldly, Take this guy pretending to be an imperial official and take him to the street and have him shot. Chapter 84. Expanding the private army and the population of the fiefdom, visiting parents and encountering a strange uncle. A gunshot rang out in the street. Then came the sounds of begging for mercy. The moment Chen Daniu saw King Qin watching, he knew he was wrong. Lord Sun clearly only asked him to come over to understand the situation, but he relied on his strong backing to bully the newly promoted Viscount, forcing Zhao Chun to give him enough benefits before teaching him a lesson and returning to be appreciated by Lord Sun. But he never expected that Zhao Chun was a fearless person. He did not give the governor any face at all and did not give him any chance to beg for mercy. He was a fourth-rank official, and he had only been in office for a few years. Before he could even recoup the money he had spent, he was fired. Looking at the blood on the long street, Lin Changtian and Bai Chunshan were shocked. At the moment the gunshot was heard, they clearly saw that Chun Daniu's crown was opened. Is this the power of a rifle? Zhao Chun turned and looked at the two of them. Young Duke, Lord Lin, I have to call a meeting with the servants, so I'll excuse myself first. It's okay, just go, Lin Changtian said, and even a trace of cold sweat appeared on his head. It was not until now that he realized that Zhao Chun did not seem as easy to control as he usually appeared. The reason why he was intimidated by the Salt Gang before was simply because he didn't have a gun at that time. If only there was. I'm afraid that most of the people in the Salt Gang will not be able to leave Lintian City. He glanced at the direction of the Prince of Qin's mansion again and sighed. Alas, the Prince of Qin may have made a wrong move. Bai Chunshan scratched his head. What does Lord Lin mean? No, it's meaningless. Lin Changtian smiled and pulled Bai Chunshan away. Back in the compound, Zhao Chun asked Ying to call all the servants. Looking at the huge group of people in front of him, he cleared his throat and said, Everyone, starting today, I will strengthen the construction of my fiefdom. If any of you have family members who are having a hard time in your hometown, you can send them to my fiefdom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became excited. They knew very well what kind of life it was like to live with Zhao Chun. Now that the master has given them the opportunity, they certainly want to let their family members go. Even if the family members can still live in their hometown, they must be persuaded to move. Everyone was whispering to each other. Zhao Chun gave them some time to discuss and continued. Now I'm going to announce the second thing. Ever since I became a viscount, I haven't trained a private army. Ying, after the meeting, go get some silver from Dun Dun and buy 500 strong men from the pawn shop. My private army's maximum number of members is 500, so I bought them all at once. Yes. Ying bowed. He looked at Xiao Si and Xiao Wu again and said, Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, you two will be responsible for supervising the production of weapons. These 500 people must first ensure that each of them has a bolt-action rifle. Bolt-action rifles can be produced quickly and can also save bullets as much as possible during training. Once these people have mastered their marksmanship, we will gradually replace their weapons with automatic rifles or sniper rifles. Yes. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu bowed at the same time. Zhao Chun talked about the precautions after arriving at the fiefdom and then let these people disperse. After everyone dispersed, Xiao Si and Xiao Wu came over at the same time and asked, Master, Duke Xiaobai's order is complete. When can we deliver the goods? Don't worry. Wait until I'm done with these few days. Zhao Chun said. You also have to take care of the Barrett and automatic rifles. After the people we recruit start training, we'll gradually replace their equipment. Understood. The two nodded heavily and turned to leave. After arranging things here, Zhao Chun went into the cellar and returned to the modern world. In the future, he will have to recruit so many private armies and many civilians will be taken to his fiefdom, so he has a lot to prepare. After returning home, he turned on his computer and began searching for relevant supplies online. Tents, clothes, bedding. Just ordering these daily necessities cost him a full 800,000 yuan. In the next 3 days, a large amount of goods will be delivered every day. After turning off the computer, he took out his cell phone and took a look. I think I haven't been to my parents' house since I bought the house. He took the car keys and drove to Eugene Capital. The car stopped in front of the villa, and he saw another somewhat old Audi. He frowned. Whose car is this? He got out of the car with doubts and took out the key to open the door. The moment the door opened, a black shadow flew towards his face. He dodged in a hurry and heard a podgy sound above his head. When I looked back, it turned out to be a ripe tomato. The persimmons fell to the ground and broke into pieces, and the juice flowed down the door. In the living room, a child clapped happily. It's fun, so fun. He turned around angrily and saw a boy about 8 or 9 years old, who looked like a hippopotamus standing up, sticking out his tongue at him. Lululu, come and catch me. Zhao Qin's anger suddenly flared up. Chun'er is back. Li Dongmei walked over with a helpless look on her face. Mom, who is that naughty kid? Zhao Qin asked in a low voice. Li Dongmei sighed. He's your father's second aunt's grandson. What are they here for? Zhao Qin frowned. He had no impression of his father's second aunt and had never heard his father mention her before. How come she suddenly came home? Alas, isn't this all because your dad is rich? Li Dongmei took Zhao Chun to the living room and told him about the matter. He should call my father's second aunt's son his cousin. My cousin lost money in his business some time ago, and now he has found a new business. It happened that my second aunt had my father's prestige. After seeing the photos of his villa yard that my father sent, she knew that my father was rich, So she asked my cousin to come and borrow money. I don't know what their family's financial situation is, but they really dare to lend me money. They asked for 5 million yuan. When I arrived at the living room, the first thing I saw was an unkempt man sitting on his leather sofa, crossing his legs and smoking a cigarette. Dad Zhao Mingfeng sat opposite him, his face also looking very ugly. Dad, Zhao Chen shouted. Zhao Mingfeng immediately turned his head and forced a smile. Zhao Chen is back. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhang Zhendong, who was sitting opposite him, immediately laughed and said, "This is my nephew. You've grown up so much now. I'm your uncle." Zhao Chen nodded symbolically. Uncle. Ah. Zhang Zhendong was overjoyed. I never thought that among so many children in our family, you're the only one who has made it. Zhao Chen didn't say anything either, just looked at him with his arms folded. He was a little embarrassed. Zhao Chen, go play with your cousin first. I have something to discuss with your dad. Zhao Chen shook his head. No, I'll just listen here. I just heard my mom say that my cousin wants to borrow money for business. Yes, I do have this plan. We are all family. Now that your family is rich, you have to help out your family. Zhang Zhendong always had a smile on his face. Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. Let me discuss this matter with my parents. After all, I gave them the money, and I have the right to know. No problem, you guys discuss it. Zhang Zhendong raised his hand and grabbed another handful of melon seeds and started eating them. Chapter 85. Uncle comes to borrow money, and the naughty kid breaks the antique vase. Zhao Chen pulled his parents aside and asked, "What do you think?" "What else can I think? I won't lend it to you. I absolutely won't lend it to you." Li Dongmei rolled her eyes. Zhao Mingfeng didn't hesitate at all. Your mother is right. I don't want to borrow it either. Back then, their family was doing very well. The year before you were born, I was injured and had no money to buy seeds in the spring. I went to borrow some from his family, but they wouldn't even let me in. When your grandmother passed away 2 years ago, her family didn't even come. They asked an old neighbor to bring 100 yuan, saying that since your grandmother is gone, your family is gone. This time, seeing that our family is rich, he came to us to borrow money and asked for 5 million right away. How could he have the nerve to ask for that? Then why did you let them in? Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Zhao Mingfeng sighed. What can I do? They're determined to borrow money from us. They took advantage of my absence to sneak in with me. His child is weak, and I don't want that little bastard to freeze to death on our doorstep. Who knows what he'll plot against us behind our backs then? Zhao Chun turned his head and took a look at the naughty kid jumping around on the dining table. Him? You call him weak. He jumps up and down more cheerfully than a donkey. In the final analysis, it's just that you are too soft-hearted. Since neither of you want to lend it, then I'll ask for it. I don't have any family ties with them anyway. The three of them returned to the living room and sat down. Zhang Zhendong came over with a smile. How is it? Have you guys agreed on it? How much money can you lend me? Zhao Chen didn't speak immediately, but rummaged in his pocket. The change in my pocket adds up to 136 yuan. He slammed the money on the table and said, Here's the money for your gas trip back home. Forget about borrowing money from me. Nephew, I don't joke like that. Zhang Zhendong twitched his lips. Zhao Chen leaned back and crossed his legs. I'm not kidding. You were the ones who said that. From now on, just pretend we don't have any relatives. Zhang Zhendong coughed twice. These words came from his mouth. Of course he knew it. It was a misunderstanding. It was definitely a misunderstanding, he explained hurriedly. Zhao Chen remained unmoved. Zhao Mingfeng and his wife simply started talking about other things and ignored him. He also realized that the family's financial power was in Zhao Chen's hands, so he began to play the family card again. Nephew, when you were just born, your second aunt held you in her arms. Do you remember that? You can already remember it right after you were born? Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows. You'd better stop making excuses. Even if you talk a lot today, I won't lend you the money. Zhang Zhendong's face darkened. Nephew, what you did is a little unkind. You clearly. As he was speaking, there was a sound of breaking porcelain in the corner of the living room. Then there was the sound of a child crying. Several people all looked over there. Zhao Mingfeng stood up suddenly. My antique vase. The naughty child stood beside the broken vase and cried loudly. What a broken vase. It can't withstand a drop at all. It's not fun, not fun. Zhang Zhendong, is this how you discipline your children? You just touch other people's things as soon as you enter their home? My vase is an antique from the Qing dynasty. You have to pay for it. Zhao Mingfeng glared. The day after they moved in, someone from the developer came and told them that some of the items in the house were antiques. Among them is this vase. Zhao Mingfeng thought the vase was very beautiful, so he didn't put it away. Who knew that he would suffer a disaster today? Zhang Zhendong shuddered and immediately retorted. You call it an antique? It's an antique. Do you really think we're easy to fool? He quickly took out his cell phone and started recording. Don't you know who I am? When have you ever heard me lie? Zhao Mingfeng went to the vase angrily. The vase was smashed to pieces, and there was no possibility of repairing it. He squatted down distressfully, ready to pick up the broken pieces, when the naughty child started to make a scene. This vase is not shatterproof at all. Quickly replace it with a shatterproof one. Uncle, how are you going to compensate for this vase? In installments or in full? Zhao Chen asked in a low voice. Zhang Zhendong shouted loudly. Where did all these antiques come from? You just look down on me. You really know how to flatter yourself. I don't even bother to pay attention to someone like you who I look down upon. Zhao Chen sneered, took out his phone and dialed the number of the sales office manager. You don't believe it, do you? I'll ask them to find the ticket stub. Soon, the call was connected, and Zhao Chen briefly explained the situation. Mr. Zhao, please wait a moment. I'll find the bill now. The manager replied hurriedly and hung up the phone immediately. Wait, I'll let you see if this is a real antique. Zhao Chen said coldly. Zhang Zhendong looked indifferent. Even if it is a real antique, so what? He just won't return it. He doesn't believe that Zhao Mingfeng and his family can sue them for a vase. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the manager came with a stack of documents in his hand. Mr. Zhao, here's the receipt for this vase. Besides that, here's the receipt for all the high-value items in this villa. He handed the receipt to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen took it, and the one on top was the antique vase. He handed the receipt to Zhang Zhendong. Uncle, take a look. This is the receipt for the vase. Zhang Zhendong took it doubtfully, glanced at the price, and opened his mouth in shock. What? For 150,000? How is that possible? He pointed his phone at the men again and said, You guys are ganging up on me to blackmail me. Do you believe I'll call the police? Report it, and see who gets arrested then. Zhao Chen stepped forward without giving in. Zhang Zhendong's eyes rolled repeatedly. He came here to borrow money, not to lose it. Anyway, didn't the Zhao family report the case? He took his son's hand, turned around, and walked out the door. You look down on us poor relatives so much. I'm leaving. Let's not have any contact anymore. After taking a few steps forward, he turned back and took the 136 yuan that Zhao Chen threw on the table. Seeing them leave, the manager asked, Mr. Zhao, you're not going to report this? What's the rush? The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. Zhao Chen snorted coldly and glanced at the manager. Thank you for your hard work. You came all the way here to deliver the invoice to us. The manager laughed and said, Serving customers is our duty. Mr. Zhao, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. Okay. Zhao Chen walked him to the door. After closing the door, Zhao Mingfeng and Li Dongmei came over and asked, Chener, we can't just let this go like this. The vase is quite expensive. Zhao Chen snorted. I didn't intend to give up. He took out his cell phone and started looking for a lawyer in the same city. While searching, the manager called and said, Mr. Zhao, your family is trending. Chapter 86. Relatives join forces to condemn the rich. On the trending search, Zhao Chen frowned and clicked on the link sent by his manager. It was a video posted from the perspective of the cousin, with some pitiful text underneath. The gist of it is that when their cousin's family came to visit them, they accidentally knocked over a modern imitation vase, and they demanded compensation at the price of an antique. His videos were also edited, leaving out many important parts. Zhao Chen sneered. With just these few tricks, calling you brainless is an insult to those who truly have no brains. I understand, thank you. After thanking the manager, Zhao Chen hung up the phone. Zhao Mingfeng and Li Dongmei also saw the video and were so angry that they cursed. Beast, he is a beast. My family hasn't done anything to offend them. Why does he want to destroy us like this? Zhao Chen sighed. Just because we have money is a sin. In Zhang Zhendong's eyes, if we don't give him the money, it's our fault. I gave him a chance, but he didn't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me from now on. He found the contact information of a top lawyer in the same city online and immediately called. Hello. After communicating with the lawyer for a while, he copied the surveillance video of his living room as requested by the other party. He also took out the receipt for purchasing the vase and sent it to the lawyer. These pieces of evidence are enough. I'll help you draft the indictment now. I'll call you when I'm done. Good. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Chen found that his cousin, who had always been invisible, started to give a long speech in the large group at home. Zhao Mingfeng and his family have become unkind and unforgiving since they became wealthy. My son accidentally broke an ordinary vase in his house, but he insisted that the vase was an antique. After several messages were sent out one after another, Zhao Mingfeng and Li Dongmei were furious. They were both breathing heavily, their eyes were wet. Before this, they were just honest farmers. When had they ever encountered such a thing? Chener, what do you think we should do? The reputation we have built up over the years has been ruined by him. Li Dongmei said, slapping her thigh. Zhao Chen put his arm around his mother's shoulders and said, I've already sent the relevant evidence to the lawyers. Wait, they'll regret it one day. When that happens, I'll make them pay back even more severely. That night, Zhao Chen did not return to ancient times, but stayed here to accompany his parents. Then came the next day. As soon as the sun rose, Zhao Chen drove away. A large shipment will be arriving today. He returned home, opened the master bedroom door, and connected the conveyor belt. Just as we were ready, the first batch of tents arrived, followed by fuel, electrical wires, bed frames, all kinds of things. After they were all delivered, it was already noon. Zhao Chen hurriedly packed up his things, returned home to Lintian City, and asked the servants to take the things out of the cellar and sort them out. Those who needed to be transported to their fiefdoms were escorted by servants and security guards. After doing this, he returned to the modern era and returned to the capital of Yujing. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a large group of people standing in the living room. The whole living room was filled with smoke, like the headquarters of an underground organization in a movie. Mingfeng, you are all family. You really went too far. Jindong is your cousin after all. Just apologize to him and let this go. What does it count? It doesn't count. His family is so rich. If Jindong wants to do business, they should provide the capital. It's not impossible. Mingfeng and his family are rich now, and we will all have a good life in the future. Zhao Chen stood at the back, listening to the words of the vampires in front, snorted, and immediately contacted a lawyer. Lawyer, are the prosecution materials ready? It's been prepared for a long time, but I couldn't get through to you on the phone, said the lawyer. Zhao Chen nodded. Okay, then file the lawsuit on my behalf. When the call didn't go through before, he should have been in the Dun dynasty. Thinking that this matter would mostly be handled by a lawyer in the future, I might as well hand it all over to him from the beginning. He would know what to do at each step. Zhao Chen walked over and stood next to his parents. My dear uncles and aunts, isn't it a bit rude of you to barge into my house like this? Who are you? Someone asked. Zhang Zhendong immediately replied. He is Zhao Chen, Zhao Mingfeng's son. Oh, Zhao Chen, I'm your cousin. Zhao Chen sneered. Cousin? What kind of cousin are you? I even need others to remind me who I am. Do you really need to acknowledge me? How dare you talk like that, kid? The uncle scolded, then changed his tone. We adults are talking about something. You little kid, go away for now. Why? This is my home. I can go wherever I want. But you, do you have my permission? Just come into my house. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes at them. My cousin pointed at him, and his fingers began to tremble. Mingfeng, this is your son. So rude. I think Zhao Chen is right. Considering that you and I are related by blood, I don't want to fall out with you. You'd better stop and don't make any more mistakes, said Zhao Mingfeng. Last night, Zhao Chen told him in detail about finding a lawyer to file a lawsuit and also instilled some legal knowledge in him. He felt more confident when facing these relatives again today. Zhang Zhendong had been hiding behind and recorded the entire scene that just happened and then edited it and posted it online. Yesterday, we talked about an ungrateful family, and today we are talking about our unfaithful and unfilial nephew. In order to gain more traffic and win sympathy, he gritted his teeth and bought some traffic. In his opinion, as long as he can stand on the high ground of public opinion, he will have seized the initiative, and Zhao Chen's family will be at his fingertips, right? Mingfeng, do you know what it means to spoil a child? Zhao Chen is disrespectful to us elders. That's unfilial. I'm almost dying of filial piety to you. Do you want me to put on a mourning belt and kowtow to you now? Zhao Chen was stunned. The relatives wanted to refute him, but he spoke impromptu. Uncle, right? Let me ask you, when my grandmother, your third aunt, was seriously ill, my father went to you to borrow money. Did you lend it to him? And my third cousin, my grandmother passed away 2 years ago. Right after she was buried, you asked my parents to help you with farm work. You said it would be 200 yuan per person a day. How long has it been delayed? Are you still owed? Uncle, let's not talk about the time when you wanted to break off relations with our family when my grandmother passed away. When my father was injured, our family didn't even have money to buy seeds. I went to you to borrow money, but you locked my father out and ate with your old sow at home. How could you not have imagined that this day would come? After he spoke for a while, the relatives on the opposite side were speechless and their eyes were evasive. They actually did these things. Zhao Mingfeng used to be a useless honest man, so it's no use being nice to them. My uncle swallowed his saliva and said, well, weren't we all in trouble back then? It's really difficult. Do you really think I don't know anything? Uncle, you bought a house in full last year. The price is at least 700,000 yuan. Third aunt, look at your wrist. How many gold bracelets are you wearing? Don't tell me you bought them all in the past 2 years. Everyone was silent. Zhang Zhendong cursed inwardly. They are all trash. Then, he raised his head and said, Zhao Chen, I don't care what you say. Right now, the internet is full of people cursing at you. If I don't want to make things worse, it's best to do as I say. As long as I'm satisfied, I can take down those videos. Chapter 87. I talk about feelings and you talk about money. I talk about money and you talk about feelings again. You are acting like a hooligan. Zhao Chun snorted lightly. Uncle, do you think you can control us just because you have 2 videos in your hands? Zhang Zhendong stiffened his neck. Otherwise, I don't believe you can be shameless. He put his phone back in his pocket and smiled smugly. You're rich now. I don't ask for much. It's all within your means. Why can't you help me? My demands aren't high. Just lend me 5 million yuan. I can write an IOU. As soon as I get the money, not only will I take down the video, but I'll also find a way to clear your name and stop you from being cyberbullied. Zhao Chun rubbed the corners of his eyes and flicked off the eye mucus with his fingertips. Uncle, you are really ignorant of the law. As he was speaking, the doorbell rang outside. He walked quickly through his relatives to the door. When he opened it, he saw several people in blue uniforms standing at the door and asked, Is this Zhao Mingfeng's house? Yes. Zhao Chun nodded. Excuse me, is Zhang Zhendong here? The police asked again. Yes, please follow me. Zhao Chun walked in with a few people. As soon as the relatives saw these people in uniform, they began to whisper. See, people can't be too rich. Their money must have come from illicit sources. That's right, otherwise why would people from the judicial department come? Zhang Zhendong looked at Zhao Chun and said, Nephew, the police are here. Do you want to accept the settlement? If you are still unwilling to give in, I, your uncle, will be merciless. Zhao Chun chuckled. Without him having to say anything, the police took out a summons and came to Zhang Zhendong. Zhang Zhendong, you are suspected of multiple crimes such as extortion, spreading rumors, and malicious destruction of other people's property. You are now summoned according to the law. Please follow us. Zhang Zhendong was stunned for a moment. I am spreading rumors and blackmailing. How is that possible? Then his eyes changed, and he pointed at Zhao Chun's family and said, Nonsense. It's you, right? You don't want to lend me money, so you maliciously colluded with others to play me. Zhang Zhendong, look carefully. Which seal is on the summons? The police shouted. Zhang Zhendong squinted his eyes, and after seeing the words clearly, he felt a chill down his spine. He hurriedly took out his phone and said, Comrades, look, this is the video I recorded earlier. They were the ones who blackmailed me first. Zhao Chun snorted. Uncle, you think you're the only one who can record videos? To be honest, I have surveillance cameras on all 4 sides of my living room. I've already submitted the video of you guys causing trouble at my house yesterday. Your out-of-context video can't be used as evidence. For someone like you who extorts, spreads rumors, and destroys other people's property, guess how many years you'll be sentenced to? Zhang Zhendong panicked and sat down on the ground. Impossible. I'm not wrong. I didn't blackmail you at all. You were the ones blackmailing me. When the police approached to take him away, he lay down on the ground and rolled over, saying, You two must have colluded with each other. How much money did Zhao give you to make you go against your conscience and work for him? The police officer said coldly, Zhang Zhendong, watch your words. We arrest people based on evidence. If you continue to slander us, we'll charge you with defamation. You should immediately come back with us and cooperate with the investigation. Actively reaching a settlement with the victims is the most important thing you should do. Yes, uncle, just get over it and don't resist. Zhao Chun said with a smile. I've submitted the vase you broke and all the supporting documents. Just wait for compensation for all the losses incurred by my family. Zhang Zhendong's eyes suddenly became empty. He originally thought that since they were all relatives, the police could not be alerted no matter what. Who knew they would be so disrespectful? He quickly knelt down in front of Zhao Mingfeng. Cousin, we are all relatives. You can't just watch me get arrested like this. I have a mother and children at home. Zhao Chun immediately stepped forward and pushed his parents away. Dad, Mom, don't feel sorry for him. When we were talking to him about feelings, he talked to us about money. Now it's our turn to talk about money, and he wants to talk about feelings. It seems that he wants to talk about whatever is beneficial to him. Isn't this just being a hooligan? Go away, let's turn a blind eye to it. The police stepped forward and held Zhang Zhendong up. The relatives spoke up again. Zhao Chun, you can't do this. After all, we are all relatives. Isn't it a bit too much for you to do this? Yes, it's so easy for you to have no relatives, and let your uncle kneel to you. This is unfilial. Unfilial? He didn't give birth to me or raise me, so why should I? Zhao Chun snorted, pointing a finger at everyone. And you guys, how much horse urine did you drink in broad daylight to be so foolish as to follow Zhang Zhendong to come to my house and cause trouble? Aren't you willing to stand on the moral high ground and accuse others? Then I'll also stand on the economic high ground and talk to you about compensation. Uncle, The carpet you're standing on is imported from Argentina. It's not high-end, but it still costs over 60,000 yuan. You burned 2 holes in it with your cigarette, but you have to pay for it. My cousin was stunned and quickly raised his foot. There was a cigarette, but under his feet. Third cousin, what were you doing in my kitchen when we weren't paying attention? Can you take out the things in that bag you were holding and show them to us? My third cousin's heart tightened, and she put the bag behind her. Zhao Chen walked over calmly, opened the bag, and took a look. Wow, third cousin really knows how to take things. She only picks out the expensive ones. She even took the snow swallow and snow frog oil I just bought for my mom. Guess how much these things in your bag are worth? And who scratched that leather sofa in the living room? 80,000 yuan. If you don't pay, you'll be sued. Zhao Chen spoke a few words in succession. The relatives looked at each other, then looked at Zhao Chen again, and said with a smile, "Nephew, we didn't do this on purpose, you see. No need to look. You're the ones who said I had no relatives for doing this. Well, I simply don't want you as my relatives anymore. You can scold me all you want. Anyway, if you don't pay me, you'll be sued." Zhao Chen said this and turned around without even looking at them. Their faces all looked horribly ugly, and they turned their fists to look at Zhang Zhendong. "Zhang Zhendong, it's all your fault. Why did you drag us here for no reason? We're standing up for you. You have to make up for this money." Zhang Zhendong cursed. "Stop shirking responsibility. Didn't you come with me just to get some benefits from them? Don't make yourself sound so noble." He was taken away by the police, and the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became a little depressing. "Well, why don't we go too?" my third cousin said in a low voice. Zhao Chen put his hands behind his back and said, "I won't stop you if you want to leave. Go back and prepare the money. If you don't transfer it to my parents' account within a day, then go and keep Zhang Zhendong company." Chapter 88. Being forced by my parents to go on a blind date, and the blind date turned out to be an old classmate. "Zhao Chen, I'll put the things down, look." My third cousin put down the bag. "No," Zhao Chen said immediately. My third cousin paused. "Your behavior is different from theirs. You are stealing. But I didn't take anything, so if I put it back it wouldn't be considered stealing. I know whether you switched the money or not." Zhao Chen said, "All right, you all can go now. As a relative, I'll give you 1 day to raise the money. If the money doesn't arrive by noon tomorrow, you will be severely punished by law. Also, we don't need to be relatives anymore, lest you start saying that my family looks down on you. Goodbye, everyone." The relatives walked towards the door with gloomy faces. The door closed, and Zhao Mingfeng came over and asked, "Zhao Chen, aren't we going a bit too far?" "Did I? How come I don't feel that way at all?" Zhao Chen laughed, then softly consoled, "Dad, don't overthink it. They brought this upon themselves. If we forgive them this time, there will definitely be more trouble in the future. It's better to give them a good beating so they won't dare to cause us trouble again." Zhao Mingfeng nodded. "My son has grown up and has his own ideas. He and his wife have been honest people all their lives, and they are not as smart as those relatives. From now on, all the big and small matters at home should be left to Zhao Chen to handle, and the couple can just live out their old age in this villa." "Chener, have you finished your work today?" Li Dongmei asked with concern. "I'll be home with you guys this afternoon after I'm done." His parents must be in a bad mood after being backstabbed by their relatives, so he planned to stay at home and spend the whole day with them. But just as he finished saying this, Li Dongmei suddenly smiled and said, "Okay, pack up. I've arranged a blind date for you tonight." "What?" Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows and quickly stood up. "Well, I remembered that I still have some work to do over there, so I'll leave first." However, just as he was about to reach the door, his father suddenly appeared and blocked his way. "Zhao Chen, didn't you just say you were fine? Why are you in trouble again now? Are you deliberately fooling me and your mother?" "No, absolutely not." Zhao Chen shook his head solemnly. "Dad, I swear to the lamp, there are still many things to do over there. I really don't have time." "You can't have no time." Zhao Mingfeng blocked the door. "Your mother is doing this for your own good. Look at how old you are, and you don't even have a partner." "But Dad, don't say buts. Even if the sky falls today, you can't leave unless you go to the blind date honestly." Zhao Mingfeng crossed his arms. The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Okay. Ever since he let his parents know that he doesn't have a girlfriend, his enthusiasm for finding a partner has been unprecedentedly high. He sighed and returned to the living room. "I sat quietly for the whole afternoon until it got dark and my parents got dressed." "Chener, let's go," Li Dongmei said with a smile. Zhao Chen looked at the two of them and said, "No, I'm going on a blind date. Why are you two so serious?" "The blind date I found for you this time is the daughter of my middle school classmate. We haven't seen each other for many years. This is a good opportunity for us to have a meal together." Li Dongmei stepped forward and pulled him outside. The three of them drove Zhao Chen's pickup truck to the agreed restaurant. Just as I booked a private room and sat down, two people came in. Dongmei, I'm here, a middle-aged woman shouted happily. Lanxiang, it's been many years since we last met. I miss you so much. Li Dongmei immediately stood up and gave the middle-aged woman a gentle hug. Chener, call me Aunt Lan. Zhao Chen stood up and nodded slightly. Auntie Lan. At this time, a woman of similar age to him walked out from behind Aunt Lan. The moment he saw the woman, Zhao Chun was stunned. Li Qi. Zhao Chun. Li Qi was also surprised. Li Dongmei and Lan Xiang were both stunned. Chener, Qi, do you two know each other? Haha, how can we not know each other? We're classmates from elementary school to high school. Zhao Chen's mouth twitched, and his expression was a little embarrassed. It is also a wonderful experience to meet a classmate on a blind date. It's a classmate, that's even better. Lanxiang clapped her hands. This way we can even save time getting acquainted. Dongmei, why don't we let them chat while we go out to eat? Lanxiang suggested. Li Dongmei nodded immediately. I think it's okay. Lao Zhao retreat. Zhao Mingfeng immediately stood up and went out with the two women. Only Zhao Chun and Li Qi were left in the box. Please sit down. Zhao Chun raised his hand. If it was someone he didn't know, he would be more at ease, but Li Qi had known him for many years and knew him very well, which made him feel a little restrained. Li Qi pulled out a chair and asked, Don't you have a girlfriend? Why are you still out on a blind date? Are you having a conflict with your girlfriend? Zhao Chun waved his hands repeatedly. Don't mention that bitch to me. She's been trying to trick me and taking advantage of me. But you're pretty, and you had a lot of guys chasing you when you were in school. Why don't you have more men around you? Why are you going on blind dates like me? Li Qi sighed and laughed, his eyes falling on him with a complicated look. I was so naive back then, I got my heart stolen early on. And that liar couldn't see through it, and started dating another girl. Then you're really miserable. Zhao Chen sympathetically picked up the teapot and poured her a cup of tea. I'm also a little curious, who stole your heart? As he spoke, he picked up the teacup, put it to his lips, and blew gently. Li Qi said, You don't know? How would I know about your affairs? Tell me quickly, I'm curious. If you still like that person and that person doesn't have a partner, maybe I can help you think of a solution. Zhao Chen talked a lot, then took a sip of tea. Li Qi took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Stop panting and talk. Zhao Chun was a little impatient. He really didn't want to fall in love at the moment. If he could push Li Qi out and make up some excuses to fool his parents, he could have some peace for a while. The next second, Li Qi's eyes darkened, and he stared at Zhao Chen seriously, as if he had made some kind of decision. Then I'll tell you, the only person I've ever loved is you. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Chen choked on his water and stood up abruptly. What did you say? The person you've always loved is me. He was a little unbelievable. When he was in school, his presence was very low. Surprised? Li Qi asked with a blushing face. To tell you the truth, the person I have liked for so many years is indeed you. No, 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 Li Qi, let's not sacrifice ourselves just for the sake of a successful blind date. Zhao Chen quickly put down his teacup and walked around to Li Qi. If you like me, why don't I feel anything? Chapter 89. Long live understanding. Return to Dun Dynasty to deliver to Bai Chunshan. That's because you're slow to react. Li Qi turned her back and gently grasped the corner of her clothes. I've liked you since 6th grade, but I never dared to confess until I graduated from high school. Later, when I went to college, I finally mustered up the courage to tell you. But then I heard that you had a girlfriend at your school. Do you know how heartbroken I was at that time? During that time, I tried to let go of my feelings and date someone else, but no matter who I approached, I couldn't completely let go of that obsession. That's why I've been single until now. Zhao Chen stood behind her and kept scratching his head. Well, I really didn't know you had liked me for so long. He licked his lips, picked up the teacup and handed it to Li Qi with both hands. Li Qi took it, took a sip, and slammed the teacup on the table. Zhao Chun, since we've met again, I'll take the initiative this time. I want you to be my husband. Do you agree? Li Qi, are you a little anxious? Zhao Chen twitched his face in embarrassment. What's the rush? We're both 26 already. Even if you agree, don't we still have to date for a while? Not much, just a year, and then we'll get married. After that, we'll have to start thinking about having kids. Are you sure we can get hooked right away? After all the hassles, even if everything goes perfectly, we'll still be 28 or 29 to have a child. We'll have to take care of the child for 2 years, and we'll be 30 before the child even starts kindergarten. Brother, time waits for no one. A woman's youth only lasts a few years. If I don't have a child now, it will be even harder to have one later. After hearing her analysis, Zhao Chun smacked his lips and said, It seems there is some truth to that. No, that's not the case. If you're just anxious to have a child, we can start preparing now. Zhao Chun, Li Qi screamed, and her already rosy face became even redder. Outside the door, 3 parents pressed their ears against it. Li Dongmei and Lan Xiang both covered their mouths and laughed. I didn't expect that they actually knew each other. This saves us a lot of trouble, Lan Xiang whispered. Li Dongmei nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. If I had known earlier, I would have attended the parent-teacher conference for the children. If we had met earlier, I would have arranged a marriage for them when they were in school. That's right, but it's not too late now, Lan Xiang replied in a low voice. Didn't you hear the 2 people inside start talking about the child? I guess there's a chance this time. Oh, I finally fulfilled the child's father's request. The 3 of them lay by the door for a while and ordered a table of dishes at the booth opposite the box. Inside the box, the 2 of them calmly chatted about the past. More than an hour later, Zhao Qin took out his phone and said, Chi-Chi, it was indeed my fault for not being transparent at the beginning. Let's get in touch again. Okay. Li Qi took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and added him. He continued, my current job is quite confidential, so I might lose contact from time to time. I have to tell you in advance, so you don't start to make random assumptions the moment you can't find me. I understand. Li Qi smiled. It just so happens that I'm not free every day, and I'm often away from home for a few days. We can make do with each other. Long live understanding. Long live. The 2 clinked their glasses, drank, and went out together. The 3 adults outside the door stared at each other and asked, how was your talk? Zhao Chun took the initiative to grab Li Qi's hand. Let's try to get along with each other first. Li Qi blushed and nodded. Great, great. Li Dongmei clapped her hands and cheered. Lan Xiang, it looks like I'll have to call you my in-law from now on. The group went out together. Zhao Qin suggested sending Li Qi and her daughter back, but Li Qi took out a Mercedes-Benz key. The parking space was right next to Zhao Chun. Thank you, but we have our own car, so you should drive slowly on the way back. Li Qi waved his hand and took Lan Xiang into the car. Zhao Chun and his friends also got on their own pickup truck and returned to the villa. On the way, Li Dongmei was so happy that her mouth was always busy. After sending his parents home, Zhao Chun sat for a while and decided to go back to the Zhao family compound. The compound is recruiting more staff these days, so he has to go and take a look to feel at ease. After returning home, he walked through the wardrobe and came to the Zhao family compound. The courtyard was brightly lit. Ying noticed him and immediately ran over. Master, Duke Xiaobai was here at noon. What's he here for? Zhao Chen asked. Ying shook her head. I don't know either. He just said he wanted to look for you, and then he left when he saw you weren't home. Oh, right. I went to the pawn shop for 2 days in a row and bought out everyone I could find. So far, I've only managed to buy over 300. The people I bought have been sent to their fiefdoms one after another. Zhao Chen nodded. Yes, you have worked hard. As for the staff, as long as there are less than 500 people, continue to buy from the dental clinic. Ying was a little confused. Master, other people's armies are recruited from ordinary people. Why do we have to insist on buying people? Zhao Chen smiled and said, I have all the household registration cards of the people I bought. Only people like them won't betray me easily. The Dun dynasty had clear regulations on the buying and selling of human beings. Anyone whose household registration is purchased automatically becomes the buyer's slave, and the buyer needs to bear all the taxes. These people who were sold completely lost their human rights the moment they were sold, and the buyers would not be held legally responsible even if they killed them. At the same time, if they want to betray the buyer, the price they have to pay is also very high. In addition to their own lives, their parents, wives, and children will also be sentenced. Therefore, the coarse secrets of the big families will only be given to those who have bought household registration cards. Ying understands. I will continue to go to the pawn shop to buy people tomorrow. Ying nodded heavily. In the evening, Zhao Chun called Dun Dun to discuss life. The next morning, he hurried back to the modern era and brought all the goods that had arrived that day here. After the goods were delivered, the servants were sorting them out. He called Xiaer and asked him to run to Prince Qin's mansion to notify Bai Chunshan to come and pick up the order. He set up a small table in the main courtyard and brewed a pot of tea. After waiting for a while, Bai Chunshan came back with Xiaer. As soon as he entered the door, he came over and sat down opposite Zhao Chen. Brother Zhao, what have you been doing these past 2 days? I came to visit you twice, and you were not at home both times. Zhao Chen waved his hand. I didn't do anything. I just went out of town for a trip. As he said this, he winked at Xiaowu, and Xiaowu immediately retreated. I called you over this time to tell you that I've bought the things you asked me to buy for you. Where? Bai Chunshan stood up anxiously. I'll ask the servants to carry him away. Please wait a moment. Zhao Chen pushed him to sit down again. After a while, several servants came out carrying a box of guns and a box of bullets. These guns are yours. and the bullets are my gift to you. If they run out, you must replenish them. Without bullets, these things are just firewood sticks. At the same time, Ganliang provincial government. Sun Qian paced back and forth in the hall. Chen Dainyu has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Chapter 90. The emperor personally decrees the title of Lord Sun, and there are new changes in his fiefdom. The housekeeper, standing at the door, also frowned. From here to Lintian City, it's only a little over a day's journey at full speed. He should have been back this morning, right? Was he delayed along the way? Sun Qian pondered. Impossible. This guy is just obsessed with power. He always pays attention to the things I arrange. Even if his mother died, he would complete the tasks I assigned to him first, and then go to his mother's funeral. What's going on? The butler said dully. Then, his expression changed. Sir, going from Ganliang to Lintian City will pass through an area plagued by bandits. Will Sir Chun, or should I send someone to investigate? Yes. Sun Qian nodded. Send a few more experts, and report back to me immediately once they find out what's going on. Yes. The butler bowed and left the room. Sun Qian's face was still extremely gloomy. He always felt that this matter was not that simple. If I really encountered bandits, I wouldn't be unable to return alone. Could it be that something happened in Lintian City? He rubbed his chin. No. There, apart from the king of Qin, no one can touch Chen Dainyu. What's going on? He was puzzled and felt as if he had missed some key information. Just as he was thinking about it, the housekeeper came back in a hurry. Sir, the emperor's edict has arrived. What? An imperial edict has arrived? Why is there an imperial edict at this time? Sun Qian was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. Hurry up and set up the incense table and offer tributes to welcome him. The eunuch delivering the imperial edict passed through the hall. When they arrived in front of Sun Qian, everyone in the yard knelt down. By the providence of heaven, the emperor proclaims that Sun Qian, the governor of Gansu and Liang, loyal to the emperor and patriotic, and full of profound knowledge, is hereby appointed the Imperial Examination and Removal Commissioner to oversee the imperial examinations of this dynasty. He shall come to the capital shortly. This is my decree. Long live our emperor. Sun Qian kowtowed to express his gratitude. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict handed him the imperial edict and quickly helped him up. Sir Sun, once you receive the imperial edict, make good preparations. You will return to the capital with me tomorrow to see the emperor. Yes. Sun Qian nodded slightly. Then we won't delay Lord Sun anymore. The eunuch laughed and strode away. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Sun Qian immediately started shaking, looking even more arrogant than usual. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master. Everyone in the mansion knelt down. Sun Qian laughed heartily. Everyone, get up. Today, the master is in a good mood, and there will be rewards for everyone in the mansion. Ha ha. Back in the house, the housekeeper came running over and asked, Master, what about Chen Dainyu? Sun Qian frowned. How can his affairs be as important as my current affairs? You should arrange for someone to investigate first. If there is any news, I will tell you when I come back. Yes. The butler stepped back. The imperial examination was held every 3 years during the Dun dynasty. In special years, such as when a new emperor ascends the throne, or when the emperor has been ruling for 10 or 20th years, special examinations will be held. For this dynasty that valued culture over military power, the imperial examination could be considered the most important event for the entire country. Lintian City is no exception. Starting from the provincial examination, the atmosphere in the city changed. Zhao Chen was not affected at all. He was already a viscount, so there was no need for him to take part in that damn imperial examination. He just had to manage his fiefdom well. Half a month passed in a flash. Qualified students were selected from each region and prepared to be sent to the capital. There have also been earth-shaking changes in the fiefdom. The first power station has been officially put into operation, and the second power station has entered the final stage. The territory of Dawang village was expanded several times in succession, and the villagers from all the villages within the fiefdom were gathered here, and the village and town merger operation achieved successful results. At first, these people were reluctant to move their families, but they could not resist the temptation of the huge sum of money from the Lord. When they arrived at Dawang village, Zhao Chun distributed tens of thousands of bricks to each household and asked them to build their own houses. Within a few days, these people had a place to live. On this day, Zhao Chun came to inspect the fiefdom as usual. As soon as we arrived at the edge of the fiefdom, we saw hundreds of bandit laborers digging trenches. He planned to dig the foundation of his fiefdom before the ground froze. It will be convenient to build city walls outside in the future. He watched with his hands behind his back. More people is better, work gets done faster. Hundreds of workers swung shovels together, and the speed of trench construction was visible to the naked eye. There are no bandits around here anymore. I really want to go and rob some more. As he was speaking, he heard footsteps behind him. Looking back, Lin Chantian came over with a group of elegant students carrying bags. This is Lord Zhao, the owner of Wuji Shopping Mall. He introduced it to the students. All the students clasped their fists and bowed. Hello, Lord Zhao. No need to be polite. Zhao Chun waved his hand and looked at Lin Chantian and asked, Master Lin, what are you going to do? I'm sending these students to Beijing for the Imperial examination. I happened to be passing by your place, so I came to see you. Lin Chantian said. Zhao Chun was shocked. Students still need you to see them off in person? Yes. Lin Chantian smiled. Our Dan dynasty pays special attention to students. We are afraid that they will encounter accidents on the road. Therefore, every region will select a prefect to lead troops to personally escort the Imperial examination. Zhao Chun had nothing to say. This kind of thing seems to have never happened in the world over there. Thinking back, I was one of these students. So many years have passed, and I feel a little emotional. Lin Chantian sighed to himself. Zhao Chun smiled and said, with a great prefect like you escorting them, these students can take their exams with peace of mind. Then, he looked at the students across from him and said, Students, do well in your exams and bring back good grades for Lintian City. If anyone can get into the top 100 of the palace examination, I will reward them with 1,000 taels of silver. If they can get into the top 30, I will reward them with 5,000 taels of silver. If they can get into the top 10, I will reward them with 10,000 taels of silver. If they can get the top 3 places, I will double the reward. The students opened their eyes wide, each one of them extremely excited. Thank you, sir. Everyone bowed. In the Dan dynasty, intellectuals received special treatment, especially those who passed the provincial examination and became scholars. They did not have to kneel when meeting officials unless they sold themselves into slavery. Zhao Chun waved his hand. It all depends on your own efforts. I've placed the reward here. If you want to get it, you must have the ability. He was speaking passionately when a villager ran over. Sir, the substation network is complete and full power is now available. Okay, take me to see it. Zhao Chin's eyes lit up, and then he glanced at Lin Chantian. Sir, would you like to go with me to see it? Okay, then I'll go with you and take a look. Lin Chantian nodded and turned to look at the students. You guys wait here for me for a while. I'll be back soon. The two of them came all the way to the substation. All I saw coming and going in the power station were women wearing gray work clothes. Sir, what's going on? Why are all the people working here women? Zhao Chin smiled and said, They are all poor people rescued from various bandit dens. If I don't provide them with a job, they will have no way to survive in this world. Lin Chantian took a half step back and clasped his fists respectfully. Sir, you are truly kind and righteous. Zhao Chin chuckled. What kind of benevolence and righteousness? It's just to find more cheap labor for myself. The two continued to walk inside. When they saw the transformers emitting a loud noise, Lin Chantian asked again, Sir, what are those? Chapter 91. The Salt Gang came to pick up salt, and a fierce conflict broke out. Zhao Chin explained, That thing is called a transformer. It's used to change the voltage. The electricity we usually use is 220V. In the future, we will bring in some heavy work, which requires 380V. After a long explanation, Lin Chantian was still confused. In the end, I can only sigh. Every time I come to your fiefdom, I see something unusual. I don't know what's wrong with your brain. Glancing at the time, he added, Sir, I can't waste any more time. I have to hurry to Beijing with the students. Zhao Chin nodded. Okay, I'll take you there. After escorting Lin Chantian all the way to the outside of the fiefdom, before taking the students away, Lin Chantian suddenly remembered something. By the way, Lord Zhao, you have to be careful recently. Hearing his words, Zhao Chin suddenly frowned and asked, What's wrong? Lin Chantian looked around, then moved closer to Zhao Chun and said, in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Remember Chun Daniu, who went to your house and caused trouble some time ago? Zhao Chun nodded. He came here on the orders of Sun Qian, the governor of Gansu and Liang. That's right. Lin Chantian sighed. Is this Ganliang governor one of the chief examiners for this imperial examination? What? Zhao Chun suddenly had an expression of disbelief. What's his style? How did he become the chief examiner? He's well educated and has a good tongue, making him quite famous in the upper echelons of government. Lin Chantian said, but that's not important. A few days ago, someone from the Ganliang provincial government came to ask if I had seen Chen Daniu and the others, and I replied that I hadn't. It's just that the situation during those few days was rather special. I had to keep an eye on the examination hall, So I forgot to inform you that the scientific examination will not end for some time. Once Sun Qian is completely free, I'm worried that he will reinvestigate this matter. That Chen Danyu is his most trusted henchman, his most trusted lackey. He will never give up easily. Zhao Chen's face darkened slightly. A second-rank official who only knows how to make money for himself. It seems that it is not difficult to deal with him. As long as we have enough power to destroy him before he finds out about this, it will be fine. If he still wants to investigate, the worst that can happen is that we both die. Surely, a second-rank official like him would not put himself in danger for a lackey. Okay, I will pay attention to it. Thank you, Lord Lin, for the reminder. Zhao Chen said in a low voice. Lin Changtian waved his hand. Master Zhao, why are you being so polite to me? We have been tied to the same rope for a long time. If you are not doing well, then naturally, I will not be doing well either. So, let's just leave it at that. I will send them to Beijing first. Okay, Lord Lin, take care. Zhao Chen clasped his fists. After watching them return to the official road, his face darkened, and he walked a few steps back to the substation. Nowadays, there are people from his Zhao family compound in every important area. As soon as he entered the substation, he shouted, Zhengda. Zhengda heard the voice and ran over in a hurry. Master, what do you want to talk to me about? Take a few people to the east of the substation and find a flat area. Circle a square mile for me. I'll have someone come over to take over. Yes. Zhengda nodded heavily. That piece of land is extremely important to us. We must not be negligent. Clear. Zhengda left. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. In the future, he will definitely build this place into the economic center of the entire Dun. Safety, of course, is the top priority. After finding a good piece of land and waiting for winter when it was no longer possible to work outside, people started digging underground tunnels. If necessary, this tunnel may become his life-saving passage. After arranging things here, Zhao Chen walked back. When we arrived at the Zhao family compound, we saw a row of carriages from afar. There was a flag with the word salt hanging on the carriage, and it was obvious that it was a carriage from the Salt Gang. It's only the beginning of the month, and the Salt Gang is already here to get salt? Zhao Chen didn't think much about it, and walked quickly towards home. As soon as he entered the mall, Xiaer immediately ran over. Sir, the Salt Gang is here to pick up salt. We agreed to provide them with 200,000 kilograms of salt every month. Please arrange for your servants to bring it to them. Yes. Xiaer nodded heavily. Zhao Chen returned to the room. Now, he is likely to face pressure from the Ganliang provincial administration, so it is better not to offend the Salt Gang for the time being. Besides, they can make a lot of money by selling salt, so why should they add more pressure to themselves? He lay down on the bed and took a nap. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly there was a quarrel outside. He opened his eyes and was about to ask for clarification when Xiaer came knocking on the door. Sir, something happened. Zhao Chen stood up and walked out of the room quickly, asking, what's wrong? Xiaer said, today we were planning to take 200,000 kilograms of salt from them, but after searching the warehouse, we only managed to get 180,000 kilograms. They refused to give us the remaining 20,000 kilograms. If we don't, they're going to destroy our mall. Bang! Zhao Chen slammed the door frame. They're fucking rebelling against us. Call the security guards, bring rifles and electric batons, and leave. Yes. Xiaer nodded heavily and ran down immediately. During this period of time, I was busy with the affairs of my fiefdom and paid no attention to the salt reserves in the warehouse. Unexpectedly, there were less than 200,000 kilograms left so soon. After a few breaths, the security team assembled. Since a lot of people were deployed in the fiefdom, the security team at home only had about 20 people in total. Zhao Chen led them through the front hall and out to the street. The servant who was in charge of fetching salt clasped his fists towards Zhao Chen, but there was no respect on his face. Lord Zhao, according to the agreement, you should give us 200,000 kilograms of salt, but we're still short of 20,000 kilograms. Hurry and have your servants bring it out. Go back and tell your hall master Song that I don't have any left. Ask him to come back 2 days later to get it. Before Zhao Chen could finish his words, the servant opposite him interrupted him immediately. Master Zhao, we need food and fodder for our horses. Will you give us the money? How dare you talk to my lord? Xiaer roared. The servant chuckled, not taking him seriously at all. Sir, don't you have to look at the Salt Gang's face? Don't think you can do whatever you want just by relying on the Salt Gang. As long as our leader says a word. Sir, your business will be completely shut down. Zhao Chen's face was as cold as ice. He couldn't accept Song Zhendong talking to him like that, let alone a nameless servant. If I can't produce 20,000 kilograms of salt today, you are going to destroy my shopping mall, right? He asked expressionlessly. That's right. Smashing the shopping mall is just a warning. If you still can't come up with it, I can't guarantee that no one in your family will die. The servant continued to provoke. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and said, not bad. Very good. Come on, arrest them all. Chapter 92. Master Song came to the scene in person, and the security guards opened the safety of their rifles. The security guards immediately rushed forward, sparks flashed continuously, and all the gang members who came to get salt were knocked to the ground in just a few minutes. Tie them up and make them kneel in a row at the door. The servants also joined in and tied up these people. Soon, some people recovered from the paralysis. Zhao Chun pointed at the one who recovered first and said, release him and tell him to go back to the Salt Gang and report the news. Yes. Fengson stepped forward and untied the rope on the man, and the man ran away crawling. Zhao Chen moved a chair and sat at the door, waiting for the Salt Gang to arrive. Originally, he really didn't intend to take action against the Salt Gang, but they were too presumptuous. How dare you threaten him to smash the store? In that case, let's break up at once. Anyway, I have a gun now. I am no longer the soft persimmon without a gun. After a while, the others also recovered. The arrogant servant yelled, Zhao, how dare you attack my Salt Gang? Don't you want to live? Zhao Chen scratched his ears and said, Xia, he's too noisy. Cut off his tongue. Yes. Xia nodded and went back into the mall. You dare to have someone cut off my tongue? How dare you? Aren't you afraid that all the generals in the court will unite to ban you? The servant continued to shout, but no matter what he shouted, Zhao Chen acted as if he didn't hear it. The supplies from the Imperial court were gathering dust in his warehouse. The reason for not giving it to them for a long time is not because we are worried about their ability to fight for a long time. After a while, Xia came back with a long dagger in his hand. Standing opposite the servant again, his expression was extremely ferocious. Boy, I advise you to cooperate a little and don't force Grandpa to take any ruthless action. If you dare to touch me, your whole family will die. The servant roared and clenched his teeth. Xia tried to pry it open twice, but failed, so he glanced at Zhao. Brother Zhao, please help me and smash all his teeth. Zhao rolled up his sleeves and ran over excitedly. I'll blanch your mother. I'll let you smash my mall. You spicy next door. Shut up. Zhao gritted his teeth and punched down with his fist every time he shouted. After more than a dozen punches, the boy's mouth was bloody and most of his teeth fell out. Even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't. Xia came back with a knife in hand, a wicked smile on his face. You little bastard, are you in trouble now? Come, let Grandpa clean your mouth. He pried open the boy's mouth and inserted a knife into it, stirring it up. With a scream, the servant's tongue fell out. He picked it up with a piece of cloth and brought it to Zhao Chen. Master, the tongue has been cut off. Zhao Chen glanced at it with disdain. Throw it away. Xia bowed and threw his tongue directly onto the street, letting people on the street trample on it. The boy's blood rushed to his heart, and he vomited blood and died immediately. At the gate of Lintian City, Song Zhendong led 300 or 400 gang members and walked angrily towards the city. The city guard stopped him. Stop, what are you doing? A servant rushed out from beside Song Zhendong, grabbed the guard by the collar and slapped him. Are you fucking blind? This is the third master of the Salt Gang. Get out of here. The guards retreated timidly. The group entered the city aggressively. As soon as they left, the guards immediately said, Go and inform the king of Qin. Soon, the news that Song Zhendong led a group of people into the city spread in Lintian City, Prince Qin's palace. Oh no, Song Zhendong is most likely going to Wuji shopping mall this time. I have to go and take a look. King Qin put on his coat and got off the princess bed. Princess Qin then got up and asked, Do you want me to go with you? No need. You can continue your lunch break. It may be dangerous over there, and it will be inconvenient to take you with you, said the king of Qin. The princess said softly, Then you must pay attention to safety. The king of Qin nodded and walked out quickly. Qin Kuai, follow me to Wuji shopping mall. Your Highness, do you want to call for guards? Qin Kuai caught up and asked. The king of Qin thought for a moment and said, Tell them to gather in the next street and follow my orders. Yes. Meanwhile, the Tea Gang. Second Hall Master, this is bad. Song Zhendong from the Salt Gang is leading people into the city, and they seem to be heading for the Wuji shopping mall. Ho Qinglin stood up suddenly. The teacup in front of him fell to the ground. What did you say? Song Zhendong went into the city? Or went to Wuji shopping mall? That's right. The servant reported. I heard they came to pick up refined salt today, but Lord Zhao didn't have that much in stock, which caused the conflict. Ho Qinglin frowned and pondered for a moment. Notify all members of the Tea Gang to keep an eye out for signals. I'll go over there and take a look. Now, Zhao Chun has become the biggest financial backer of the second hall of their Tea Gang. The money earned at the previous auction was more than what the entire second hall area earned in 2 years in previous years. Such a big money sponsor must be protected even at the cost of his life. They are different from those martial masters who would resort to knives and guns if things go wrong. It's obvious that harmony can bring wealth, but you choose to force others. I'm going to Wuji Shopping Mall. You guys keep an eye on what's going on in the hall. Ho Qinglin said something to the other members of the second hall and walked out quickly. At the entrance of Wuji Shopping Mall, Song Jindong brought 300 or 400 people to the door. As soon as I reached the door, I saw a row of gang members kneeling at the door. Zhao Chen held the teacup and drank tea leisurely. Master Zhao, what are you doing? Song Jindong said in a low voice, suppressing his anger. Zhao Chen shook his teacup without even looking at him. Master Song-san, some of your subordinates are disobedient. I'll help you educate them and teach them how to behave. Is there a problem? Song Jindong narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, but why did I hear that it was Lord Zhao who owed us salt first? Zhao Chen put down his teacup, turned around and looked at him coldly. Who said that? He pulled up a contract with the fingerprints of both men on it. This is the contract we signed. I will provide you with 200,000 kilograms of salt every month. Is that okay? No problem. Song Jindong raised his chin. It's only the beginning of the month. As long as I give you 20,000 kilograms of salt before the end of the month, it won't be considered a breach of contract, right? Zhao Chen asked again. No. Song Jindong denied it flatly. When the salt gang asks for salt, we don't look at the date. If you can't produce it, it's your fault. Zhao Chen sneered and slammed the contract on the table. Master Song, you're just making excuses. We're all men after all. If you don't recognize something you signed, that's like eating your shit after you poop. How dare you do that? Zhao Chun. Song Jindong pointed at Zhao Chun and yelled, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a lord. There are so many dukes behind the salt gang. It's like crushing an ant to death. I advise you to hand over those 20,000 kilograms of salt to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. All right, I'd like to see you being rude to me. Zhao Chen stood up with his hands behind his back. Security team, listen up. Everyone, hold your guns and release the safety. Chapter 93. The brothers from the salt gang arrived and began to clear the area. The two sides fell into a tense standoff. Ho Qinglin and King Qin arrived almost at the same time. Prince Qin, the situation over there with Lord Zhao is not good. Do you want us to call for help now? Qin Kuai asked in a low voice. The king of Qin shook his head. Let's see again. On Ho Qinglin's side, seeing King Qin and the housekeeper shaking their heads, he turned and looked at Zhao Chun, as if thinking about something. He walked to the side of King Qin in small steps. King Qin. He clasped his hands together, bowed and greeted him. No need for formalities. The king of Qin stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Ho Qinglin stood up straight and asked, is the king of Qin also here to help Lord Zhao? Let's wait and see whether we can help or not. Maybe they don't need our help at all. King Qin smiled faintly. Ho Qinglin was startled and looked back at the tense scene at the entrance of the mall. Your Highness, there are so many people in the salt gang. Are you sure? Let's wait and see. Don't be in a hurry. If Zhao Chun didn't have any trump cards, do you think he could be so calm and composed now? King Qin asked back. Ho Qinglin looked over and indeed, Zhao Chun did not seem nervous at all at this moment. On the other hand, Song Jindong laughed when he saw that Zhao Chun did not back down, but was determined to fight him head-on. Lord Zhao, you don't think that with just a few of your men, you can fight against so many of us, do you? Zhao Chun also laughed. That's right, let alone these people. Even if there were more, I can still deal with them. I advise the third hall master to keep each other's dignity. I should be the one saying this. Song Jindong narrowed his eyes and pulled out a whistle from his pocket. Do you really think our salt gang only has these people? Please start your performance. Zhao Chun raised his hand. Song Jindong gritted his teeth in anger. Zhao Chun, I gave you face, but you didn't want it. As he said that, he pulled the flare. There are at least 300 members of the salt gang lurking in Lintian City. Don't regret it when they all arrive. The flares exploded in the sky. Ho Qinglin's face suddenly changed, and he took out the T-gang's communication flare from his arms. Prince Qin, Song Jindong has called someone. Should we? No rush. The king of Qin held his hand down. I have people ready in the next street. They can rush over to help at any time. Let's wait and see. Ho Qinglin put down his hands and looked ahead quietly. Song Jindong dropped the quiver shell, put his hands behind his back, and said loudly, Zhao Chun, today I will show you the strength of our salt gang, and at the same time, let you understand one thing. What's the matter? Zhao Chun asked. Song Jindong raised his chin and said, all the salt in the world belongs to our salt gang. As long as we say a word, No salt merchant in the world will dare to buy your goods. Even if you have refined salt, what can you do? The salt gang tells you to hold it back, so you have no choice but to hold it back. The salt gang is so overbearing. Zhao Chen laughed mockingly, then raised his head. You said that no merchant in the world dared to go against your salt gang, but that was in the past. From now on, there are. I, Zhao Chen, hereby officially announce today that all salt merchants under heaven may purchase salt from me. Any purchase of more than 5,000 kilograms of salt will be charged 200 won per kilogram. Song Jindong glared at him angrily. How dare you? Do you think I dare? Zhao Chen retorted. Song Jindong, others may be afraid of your salt gang, but I am not. Don't think you can act with impunity just because you are the white gloves of the Imperial court. If something really happens, are they likely to mobilize a large army for you? If the army moves, it will be a crime of treason. Those military commanders can obviously make some money by hanging around in the court, and even get some benefits by occasionally going out to fight. There's no need to risk their heads and trousers to rebel, right? Also, if I sell salt for 200 won per gene, do you think anyone would trade with me behind your back? A great pioneer once said that when profits double, people dare to trample on the law. When profits triple, people will even do whatever it takes. Do you think I can sell my salt for more than triple the profit? Song Jindong's face looked extremely ugly, as if he had eaten feces. All right, you're a sharp-tongued person, but wait until my people arrive and see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Zhao Chen chuckled and tilted his head to glance at Xiaer. Xiaer immediately understood and asked someone to bring tables and chairs to the door and brew a pot of tea. Before long, shouts came from both ends of the street. Get out of the way. Get out of my way. A group of Salt Gang members came from both sides with knives in hand. Third Hall Master. The leader clasped his hands and bowed to Song Jindong. Song Jindong looked at Zhao Chun and sneered. Master Zhao, you've seen it. Can you still be so calm now? After saying that, he suddenly shouted, Clear the area. Yes. All the gang members responded by clasping their fists and began to drive away the people who were watching the excitement nearby. Get out of here, everyone. Get lost. Just look at the chicken feathers. The gang members cursed. Soon, they arrived before the King of Qin. The gang member who was in charge of chasing them away didn't recognize the King of Qin and pushed him forward. Didn't you hear me? Get out. Qin Kuai immediately stepped forward and slapped the gang member in the face. Zhao, are you f***ing blind? This is King Qin. Do you f***ing want to die? His shout immediately attracted Song Jindong's attention. Without waiting for the gang members to react, he took 2 steps closer. It is indeed the King of Qin. He was stunned for a moment. What was the King of Qin doing here? Could it be that he was here to support Zhao Chen? And he shifted his gaze to the side again and met Ho Qinglin's eyes. Are the people from the T gang here too? He had a bad feeling in his heart. Then he pushed the gang member and said, Go chase the others away. You have nothing to do here. Just as the gang was about to leave, Qin Kuai whispered, Third Hall Master Song, your men pushed the King of Qin and spoke rudely to His Highness, and you just let them go. Aren't you being too disrespectful to the king? Song Jindong gritted his teeth and forced a smile before asking, What do you think Butler Qin wants? Chop off his hands, pull out his tongue, and execute him by slow slicing. Qin Kuai said coldly, Master Song, Sen has no objection, right? Song Jindong's eyes suddenly darkened. Your Highness, Prince Qin, as the saying goes, ignorance is not blameworthy. You, the King of Qin stood with his hands behind his back and didn't even look at him. Qin Kuai immediately interrupted, Third Hall Master Song. Disrespecting the imperial power has nothing to do with knowing it, right? If you don't want to be implicated, I suggest you think carefully about it. The gang member immediately wet his pants, fell to his knees, and crawled to Song Jindong. Master Song, save me. Master Song, save me. Song Jindong closed his eyes and growled. Why don't you just do what Butler Qin says? Yes. 2 people immediately came out from behind him, pressed the gangster to the ground in front of King Qin, raised their hands and swung their swords, and the gangster's entire arm flew off. Song Jindong, fuck your mother. I'm doing things for you, and you just throw me away like that. The gang members shouted while covering their wounds. Song Jindong's eyes turned cold, and he drew out his sword and struck the man in the throat with one blow. Your Highness, the Prince of Qin, the person has been dealt with. Please calm down. The King of Qin snorted coldly. Master Song really takes care of his men. He should have been tortured to death, but he let him die so easily. I don't think he takes the King of Qin's mansion seriously. Chapter 94, Fire. The bloody scene shocked the Qin Wangho Hall Master. Song Jindong shuddered, and just as he was about to explain, he heard King Qin laugh. Well, the man is dead. There's no point in pursuing it. It's quite lively here today. Is it okay for me to watch from here for a while? No problem. Song Jindong lowered his head. Master Song, I also want to watch the fun. Ho Qinglin said. Song Jindong smiled and said, Master Ho, please do as you please. Seeing this, Zhao Chun waved to the two of them and said, Your Highness Prince Qin, Master Ho, I have some excellent Biluakun tea here. Would you like to try it? Biluakun? Great. The two of them walked over with a smile. Xie then ordered someone to bring 2 chairs. The two sat down and sipped the fragrant tea. Alas, Lord Zhao is so generous. I put away the remaining pinch of Biluakun from the tea gang. I take it out and smell it from time to time, but I can't bear to drink it, said Ho Qinglin. Zhao Qin smiled and said, Master Ho, why do you have to be like this? It's just right that you're here today, so I don't have to send anyone to notify you. Please get ready. I got 200 kilograms of Biluakun and 300 kilograms of scented tea. We can have another tea tasting. Really? I'll have them prepare it when I get back. Ho Qinglin was brimming with excitement. He then glanced around and said, Lord Zhao, how about I call the brothers from the tea gang over right now? Even if we can't match their numbers, we'll definitely be enough to hold the fort in check. Hearing what he said, Song Jindong hurriedly took 2 steps forward and asked, Master Ho, are you going to interfere in the internal affairs of our salt gang? Ho Qinglin wanted to refute. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhao Chun held his shoulders. Zhao Chun turned around and looked at Song Jindong. Prince Qin and Hall Master Ho are just drinking tea here. What happened between us has nothing to do with them. I'm warning you one last time. Take these bastards under your command and get out of Lintian City. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. My brothers are here, and you still dare to be so arrogant to me? Song Jindong sneered. Everyone listen up, smash the Wuji shopping mall for me, and anyone who dares to stop me will be killed without mercy. Yes. The gang members responded in unison and rushed into the mall. Zhao Qin quickly shouted, Fire! Da-da-da! Fierce flames and dense gunfire echoed in the streets. The skulls of those who had just rushed up flew up, and large amounts of blood spilled like rain. The person behind wanted to run, but as soon as he turned around, everything went black and he knew nothing. It took only a few seconds from the opening of fire to the end of the first volley, and half of the gang members on the street fell. Change the magazine and continue. Zhao Qin shouted. Everyone moved in unison. The bolt was pulled and the gunshot rang out again. After a few more seconds, no one in the street could stand up. The strong smell of blood filled the streets. Song Jindong looked at the tragic scene. His legs went weak and he sat down on the ground. Prince Qin and Ho Qinglin were not much better off. Ho Qinglin was, after all, a scholar. Even though he had seen some grand scenes, he had never seen such a bloody scene. He was so scared that his whole body was shaking and his eyes were full of fear. The teacup in the King of Qin's hand fell to the ground, and his hand was raised in the air without any movement. Is this the power of an automatic rifle? Before, he always thought that he was very powerful just because he had 100 riflemen under his command. Looking back now, bolt-action rifles have no advantage at all over automatic rifles. 20 people armed with automatic rifles can kill 600 or 700 people in a few breaths. Even if his entire rifle team is dispatched, they can't do it so quickly. No wonder one of them costs 1,000 taels of gold. It's really worth it. Zhao Qin walked down the stairs slowly and came to Song Jindong. Master Song, how is it? You killed all the gang members. Are you happy? Oh, by the way, there are still a few who are not dead. He looked back. Those who were tied up before were still kneeling at the door. Seeing their brothers die tragically one after another, these people were so scared that they wet their pants. Give them a ride too. Da-da-da. Those people didn't even let out a scream. Their heads all spiraled up into the air. Zhao Chun turned around and looked at Song Jintong. Song Jintong had already begun to speak incoherently. Devil, you are the devil from hell. Master Song, do you still think your salt gang is powerful? Zhao Chun asked. Song Jindong quickly turned over and knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged for mercy. Master Zhao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have troubled you. Please spare my life. I promise to obey you from now on. Zhao Chun chuckled. Do I need it? Back then, when you used your strength to suppress me, you never thought this day would come, did you? Today, I've repeatedly reminded you not to cause trouble in front of my door. Did you listen? Master Zhao, I was wrong. I promise to listen to you from now on. Please, don't beg me. Zhao Chun interrupted him. If our positions were reversed today, would you let me go? To tell you the truth, I've told you all this just because I want you to see how your brothers died because of you. As for the future, your third hall's territory will be completely taken over by me. All the gangs under the third hall will prosper if they obey me, and perish if they disobey me. I want to see if the Salt Gang will go to war with me all over just for the third hall. By the way, If those higher-ups knew that it was your impulsiveness that caused the Salt Gang to suffer huge losses, would they look for your family and send them down to reunite with you? Zhao Chun, I will kill you. Song Zhendong jumped up. Da-da-da. Several people at the door opened fire simultaneously. Multiple points on Song Zhendong's body exploded at the same time, and in the blink of an eye he turned into honeycomb coal. He was lying on the ground, no longer recognizable as a human. Zhao Chun covered his nose and returned to the store door. Xie Air, get someone to clean up the bodies. Once that's done, pull out the water truck and flush the ground. Yes. Xie Air nodded heavily and turned back into the mall. Your Highness Prince Qin, Lord Ho, shall we go sit inside? Ah, okay. The two came to their senses, stood up, and followed Zhao Chun inside. The king of Qin walked in front, very silent. Ho Qinglin followed behind, looking completely, utterly lacking in spirit. Having witnessed Zhao Chun's thundering tactics, he knew that his subordinates were nothing but a bunch of useless people in Zhao Chun's eyes. On the second floor of the shopping mall, in a private room, grew another pot of biluakan. Zhao Chun ordered the waiter. The waiter bowed and retreated. The king of Qin asked seriously, Brother Zhao, do you have any automatic rifles left? Can you get me two? Zhao Chun scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Your Highness, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's mainly because I don't have any stock here. Then can you give me 10? I'll pay 1,200 taels each, said the king of Qin. This isn't a matter of money. Zhao Chun hesitated for a moment and sighed. Well, I'll have someone give you 10 later. Thank you, Brother Zhao. I'll offer you a glass of tea instead of wine. The king of Qin raised the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 95. A large sum of money for equipment, the worries of the Princess of Qin. The king of Qin was extremely pleased. Although he had to pay an extra 200 taels of gold for each piece, he thought it was a sure profit. If the firepower of these 10 automatic rifles is fully utilized, they will definitely not be inferior to that of the 100 rifle teams. Zhao Chun was a little amused and helpless. The king of Qin is about the same age as Bai Chunshan. Although they are of different generations, they call each other brothers. Forget it, let it be. Why should people in society care about seniority? I'll have them give you the bullets later. Automatic rifles consume a lot of bullets. If you hold the trigger tightly, you can use up all 30 rounds in less than a breath. So fast, King Qin's eyes widened, and then he asked, I haven't asked you before, how much does a bullet cost? Zhao Chun said, bullets are not expensive, only 20 coins each. 20 coins? That's not cheap. The king of Qin sighed. The best arrows in the army are only 8 coins. Can arrows be compared with bullets? Zhao Chun smiled. Of course not. King Qin answered affirmatively. Ho Qinglin drank 2 cups of tea beside them, and only spoke slowly after seeing that the two of them had finished discussing business. Lord Zhao, I'd like to ask, can you sell me 10 of those automatic rifles? Hearing his words, the king of Qin suddenly became nervous. It is better not to let others buy this kind of powerful weapon, especially forces like the Tea Gang and the Salt Gang. They are already very large in scale and equipped with sophisticated weapons. It will be difficult to restrict them in the future. Zhao Chun laughed. I'm not surprised that Master Ho is interested in automatic rifles. However, for the safety and stability of the Dan dynasty, I don't intend to sell them to anyone other than the royal family, no matter how high the price. I hope Master Ho understands. Master Ho smiled and didn't continue to pester him for the purchase. They've made it so clear, asking for more would be asking for too much. The king of Qin picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Zhao Chun. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your understanding of our royal family. On behalf of the royal family, I offer you another cup. Zhao Chun paid the price. After drinking several sips of tea in a row, he felt like going to the toilet. He didn't know how the stomachs of these ancient people were shaped. Wouldn't they get bloated after drinking so much water? Putting down the teacup, Ho Qinglin continued to ask, then, Lord Zhao, can our tea gang still continue to cooperate with you? Zhao Chun blinked. Why not? Do you think I'm attacking the Salt Gang to regain the right to sell refined salt? Not only Ho Qinglin, but even the king of Qin nodded. Zhao Chun laughed. To be honest, I wouldn't bother fighting over sales rights. It's mainly because they didn't follow the contract. We agreed to give them 200,000 kilograms of salt every month, but they insisted on taking it all at the beginning of the month. If they don't leave, they're going to destroy my store. Master Ho, don't worry. As long as you promise to abide by the contract, I will not easily stop cooperating with you. Harmony brings wealth. I'm relieved with Lord Zhao's words. On behalf of the Tea Gang, I offer you a toast. Zhao Chun paid another penalty. The three chatted for a while and then went home. Prince Qin's palace. The servants followed the king of Qin carrying guns and bullets. In the corridor, Princess Qin hurried over. Your Highness, are you okay? I just heard a burst of intense gunfire in the city. What happened over there? The king of Qin sighed with lingering fear, took the princess's hand, and told her what had just happened as they walked. When Princess Qin heard that Zhao Chun had killed 600 or 700 people in just a few breaths with only more than 20 people, she felt like she was about to stop breathing. He actually controls such a powerful force. She stared in disbelief. Then, she seemed to think of something. He's so powerful, could it be? The king of Qin's expression was also very serious. Today, Ho Qinglin wanted to buy weapons from him, but he clearly stated that he would only sell to the royal family. This was somewhat unexpected. At least for now, he is on the side of the royal family. Princess Qin nodded. Well, it would be best if he could think so. The king of Qin smiled and asked, "My beloved concubine, do you have any other ideas?" Yes. Princess Qin did not shy away from the others and said directly, "There are only 2 ideas. If he can help you achieve your great cause, then we will make good use of him. If he hinders you, then..." A cold light flashed in her eyes. The people following behind them were not surprised at all. Everyone in the inner circle of the Prince Qin's palace knew that although the princess looked weak and amiable on the surface, her reverse scale must never be touched. Once she meets someone, her cruelty is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. "Qin Kuai, you have always been with the prince. What do you think of Zhao Chun?" asked the princess. Qin Kuai was a little embarrassed, and the king of Qin said, "My beloved concubine asked you to speak, so just say it." "Yes." Qin Kuai nodded slightly. "Princess, I think we should do our best to win over Zhao Chun. If we can't win him over, we should get rid of him immediately. He is developing very quickly, and the power he can control will only become more and more terrifying. If we want to get rid of him, it's better to do it sooner rather than later." Speaking of winning over someone, the most direct way is through marriage. The king of Qin stroked his chin. "But I don't have a biological sister. Even if I'm on good terms with the 10th prince, I'm not sure what she'll do in the future. My brothers all like her very much, and they definitely won't agree to her marriage. Do you know what the 10th master thinks of Zhao Chun?" The princess smiled. The king of Qin blinked and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "But what she thinks has nothing to do with us. Just like you said, the 10th brother gets along well with those brothers. Once he marries Zhao Chun, your other brothers will also benefit. So..." The princess dragged out the words. "So what?" asked the king of Qin. "Don't talk first, let me think about it." Princess Qin frowned. After a while, her brows relaxed. "Got it." On the other side, the Zhao family compound. Zhao Chun took a short nap and immediately called Ying when he woke up. "Is our private army fully staffed now?" Ying nodded. "It's full, and they've all been sent to the fiefdom for training." "Okay." Zhao Chun frowned. "I'll go to the pawn shop tomorrow and buy 500 strong men." Now, he and the Salt Gang have completely torn their relations apart, and it won't be long before what's happening here spreads to the capital. It is the time of the Imperial examination now, and the generals cannot come to seek trouble. But what will happen once the examination is over? The Ganliang provincial administration and the military generals will definitely cause trouble one after another. He must train enough people to protect himself before the end of the Imperial examination. Ying said nervously, "Master, our private army is already full. If we recruit more, once the higher-ups find out, they'll probably punish us." "Did I say I was recruiting private soldiers?" Zhao Chun raised his lips. "Before you go buy able-bodied men tomorrow, go buy a security guard agency first. All the people you buy will be assigned to the agency. Aside from the different titles, all other treatment will be the same as private soldiers." Chapter 96 Arrange future development matters and return to modern times to date Li Qi. After a pause, Zhao Chun continued, "There's no need to disband the existing escort agency staff. Those who were acquired with household registration cards can be trained together with the 500 people you recruited later. The remaining free men can continue to work in the agency, and all escort work can be given to them." "Got it." Ying immediately realized what the master meant and said with a smile, "I understand, master." "Yes." Zhao Chun nodded. "You can go back and prepare and call Xiao Si and Xiao Wu." "Okay." Ying stepped back, and just as she reached the door, she suddenly said, "Master, Xiao Si and Xiao Wu are both over 18. "Okay, I understand." Zhao Chun nodded. Ying went out, and soon Xiao Si and Xiao Wu came. "Master." The two greeted at the same time. Zhao Chun raised his hand. "Get up." The 2 men stood up, and he looked them up and down, feeling very satisfied. These 2 girls are old enough to enjoy it, not bad. However, before enjoying the delicious food, it is important to get down to business. You 2 should take some time to go to your fiefdom. I've asked Zheng to find a piece of land to build an arsenal there. All our weapons and equipment will be produced there from now on. The two girls looked at each other, with a hint of reluctance in their eyes. If I go to the fiefdom, I won't be able to stay with Zhao Chen all the time. According to what Sister Yingying said before, the two of them are already 18 years old and can serve the master closely. What are you two thinking about? Nothing. Xiaoxi quickly shook his head. Zhao Chen stood up and said, I plan to set up a laboratory in the arsenal to research some explosives. In addition, I plan to move all the lathes in our compound to the arsenal and expand the capacity by 3 times. Xiaoxi, please make sure to figure out the specific size of the room we need. Yes. Xiaoxi nodded slightly. Also, Xiaowu, you also need to expand the assembly workshop at the same time. As for the workers, start by selecting from the women the bandits brought down from the mountain. If you're short of manpower, go to the village and recruit women from the village. The assembly process is extremely important and no mistakes can be made. Yes. Xiaowu nodded. Finally, the arsenal needs a large warehouse to store weapons. It's going to take up quite a bit of space, so you must plan it out carefully. This is the most important thing for our Zhao family's future, so we can't make any mistakes. The two of them felt a shudder in their hearts. Originally, they thought that only those who had served the master closely could be reused, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they both had the opportunity to be reused. We will never let down the master's trust. Go. Zhao Chen waved his hand and called Fengde over. Nowadays, Fengde has become more and more like a leader, and he manages the security team in an orderly manner. Fengde knocked on the door and came in, clasping his hands together. Master, Zhao Chen said, the mall is now back on track, and we're a bit overstaffed. Select 40 of them for training. We'll also secretly form a female security team in the compound. If we run into trouble in the future, they'll be our trump card. I understand. Fengde clasped his fists. Remember, this matter must be carried out in secret. No matter what method you use, don't let outsiders know except the real Zhao family members. If it weren't for the fact that training with firearms required meeting the Zhao family servants, Zhao Chen wouldn't even want to let those servants know. However, he had nothing to worry about. The Dyn dynasty had already brainwashed everyone. Anyone who became a domestic slave would never betray the master. In other words, they were the Zhao family's death warriors. The arrangements here are basically completed. As long as he is given some time, he will surprise everyone. 1,000 fully armed male soldiers, more than 90% of them equipped with automatic rifles. In this ancient dynasty, what could not be done? Zhao Chen got up and went into the cellar, preparing to go back and order a new batch of machine tools. He returned to the modern era and just took out his cell phone when he saw a message. It was sent by Li Qi an hour ago, wanting to ask him out for dinner. He dialed Li Qi's number. Hello, Zhao Chen. Li Qi's joyful voice came from the other end of the phone. I just saw your message. Where are you planning to have dinner with me? Zhao Chen asked. Li Qi said, I haven't decided yet. Are you free today? There's always time for a meal. You can choose a place. I'll come find you after I finish what I'm doing. Good. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Chen turned on his computer and ordered various models of lathes online. The lathe manufacturer is in the next city. If everything goes well, it will be delivered within 3 days. At this time, Li Qi's location information also came. It was the same barbecue restaurant they went to on their blind date. Zhao Chen glanced outside and couldn't help but mutter, eating barbecue in broad daylight. That's quite a thought. He turned off the computer, took his car keys, and went out. Grilled shrimp and chicken, a seat near the window. Zhao Chen came over and sat opposite Li Qi. Hi. Boss Zhao is very busy now. It's so difficult to see you. Li Qi smiled with his eyes full of love. Zhao Chen said, it's just a casual errand. The two chatted about the development over the years, and there were fewer and fewer strings of food on the table. Li Qi's family also lived in the countryside in the early years. After she went to high school, her parents gradually transformed themselves and now run a small meat processing plant, and the pig farming was left to relatives at home. The quality and taste of his meat processing factory are good, and it has a certain reputation locally, so he does quite well. At least it is much better than Zhao Chen's family in the past. Zhao Chen couldn't help but start to imagine, if the family was still the same as before, even if Li Qi liked him, would Li Qi's parents agree for them to be together? Just as he was thinking about it, Li Qi's phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone and said with a smile, My mom called. I'll continue the conversation with you later. Hello, Mom. I'm on a date with Zhao Chen. Do you want to ask about the progress? Li Qi said with a smile on his face. There was a lot of mumbling on the other end of the phone, but Zhao Chen couldn't hear clearly. But you can see that Li Qi's face gradually becomes gloomy, and tears appear in the corners of his eyes. Li Qi said nothing for a long time, then hung up the phone and immediately climbed onto the table and started crying. Qi, what's wrong with you? Zhao Chen asked softly. Li Qi didn't say anything either. Zhao Chun was a little depressed. Tell me what's wrong. Maybe I can help you. Li Qi sniffed, stood up suddenly, took Zhao Chun's hand, and walked out. Qi, where are you going? Zhao Chun was confused. After paying the bill at the door, Li Qi pushed him into the car and said, Zhao Chun, I have a wish. Can you help me fulfill it? As long as I can do it, it's fine. Can you tell me what it is first? Zhao Chun asked. Li Qi shook his head. I'll tell you when my wish is fulfilled. Zhao Chun sighed and didn't ask any more questions. The car started and sped away, and a few minutes later, it stopped in front of a hotel. Is your wish in the hotel? Zhao Chun asked with a frown. Don't ask too much. Do you have your ID card with you? Li Qi got out of the car with her bag, went to the passenger seat, and dragged him down. Chapter 97. Go to the hotel and help Qi fulfill her wish. Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Chun staggered after being dragged. Li Qi didn't say anything, dragged him into the hotel, and spread out his hands. Give me your ID card. Zhao Chun took out his ID card calmly, but it was immediately snatched away by Li Qi. 2 ID cards were slapped on the bar. Open a couples-themed king-size room. Qi, we haven't confirmed our relationship yet. It's not good to be so anxious, right? Zhao Chun felt happy in his heart, but he still had to say it. Li Qi glanced at him sideways. I've liked you for more than 10 years, and I know you better than I know myself. What's wrong with that? After entering the information at the bar, I took out the room card. Room 608, enjoy your stay. She grabbed the room card and dragged Zhao Chun towards the elevator. Let's go. Hurry up. Don't dilly-dally like a woman. The two of them left, leaving the bartender confused. Is this still the case now? Usually they mostly wait for men to take the initiative, but today is something new. Especially, that man seemed a little reluctant. Maybe they just like that taste? The two bartenders started chatting enthusiastically. They went to the 6th floor, found room 608, swiped their card to open the door, and Li Qi pushed Zhao Chun in. Zhao Chun is not an ignorant brat. Of course he knows what is going to happen next. But he has always been used to taking the initiative, and it would be embarrassing to tell others that he was forced by a woman. Qi, I don't know why you're doing this, but can you please calm down for a moment and talk slowly? What? I've loved you for over 10 years, and I've been chased for you for over 10 years. Now that I finally have the chance to have you, is it not okay for me to stop being a virgin? Li Qi took off his coat as he spoke. Hurry up, you're not at a disadvantage in this matter. Don't try to act like a spoiled brat after getting the upper hand. She came to Zhao Chun and pushed him into the bathroom. The shower was running and hot steam was rising. Zhao Chun was washing when Li Qi suddenly rushed in, scaring him so much that he turned around quickly. For some reason, I always feel an invisible sense of oppression when I'm with Li Qi. He wasn't that nervous even when he was being helped to take a bath by maids in the Zhao family compound. Why are you hiding? What's there to hide? Li Qi avoided the shower and showered himself. Zhao Chun sighed. He knew that Li Qi was in a bad mood, so he just went along with her. After lingering in the bathroom for a while, the two came out and lifted the pink quilt. Li Qi went to the bathroom and got a white bath towel. After the rain in the empty mountains, autumn comes late. Zhao Chun leaned against the window and hugged Li Qi, who still had tears in the corners of his eyes. Zhao Chun, do you know why I'm so anxious? Her voice suddenly had a hint of sadness. Zhao Chun looked down at her and asked, why? She let out a long sigh. I told you today that my family now runs a meat processing plant, and the pig farming is handed over to a cousin on my father's side. Some time ago, at a food tasting event in the city, I met Chun Jinting, the eldest son of Fengtong Foods. As soon as he saw me, he said he wanted to marry me. You know, over the years, my heart has been all on you. Even though you hadn't broken up with your ex-girlfriend at the time, I still had a little fantasy, so I didn't agree to his pursuit. At first, he didn't do anything that extreme. It wasn't until we went on a blind date and I told him I had someone to marry that he suddenly attacked my family. My dad's cousin is unreliable. Seeing how much money he offered, he actually bought the farm outright. We just received a large order worth 1 million a few days ago, and the customer needs to receive the goods the day after tomorrow. Now that the farm has been taken over, even if we go to buy meat right now, it's too late. If we can't produce that many products, we'll have to pay a full 3 million in liquidated damages. My factory is only worth 5 million, and I don't have that much working capital. My mom just called and said that Chun Jinting told them this morning that if I marry him, the 3 million will be his betrothal gift to our family, and the farm owned by my cousin can also be returned to us. After hearing this, Zhao Chun finally understood that there was a second young master who had taken a fancy to her and wanted to use this method to force her to marry him. It's really a good method. Zhao Chun snorted coldly. Isn't it just 3 million? With his current capital, he can easily take it out. Zhao Chun, I have liked you for so many years, and you are the person I want to marry the most, but I can't bear to see my parents crushed by the high penalty for breach of contract. Li Qi pulled out the blood-stained white towel from under his body. This towel is your final explanation for my long wait of over 10 years. The two of us don't keep in touch from now on. Woo. She hugged her knees and cried bitterly. Zhao Chen sighed, took out his cell phone, and transferred money directly to Li Qi. Bite. The Weixin phone rang, and Li Qi picked it up to take a look. Zhao Chen actually transferred 5 million to her. Zhao Chen, where did you get so much money? Of course I earned it. Zhao Chen rolled over to the ground and began to put on his clothes. This money can be considered as my betrothal gift. It should be enough to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Enough, enough, Li Qi cried with joy. With this money, there is no need to worry about the factory being crushed. You are already my woman. I will not let you suffer any injustice. Come on, I will go home with you, and we will give the money to your parents in person. Okay. Li Qi nodded heavily, stood up suddenly, and felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. She covered her stomach and winced, and had to slow down her movements. Now you feel the pain. Weren't you crazy just now? Zhao Chen put clothes on her. Wasn't that the thought of not being able to marry you and wanting to give you my best? Li Qi's face suddenly turned red, and she slowly lowered her head. She got dressed and stood up, putting the towel away. This is considered as your stamp of approval. You are not allowed to deny it. Of course, Zhao Chen smiled and went downstairs with her. They got in Li Qi's car and rushed to Li's house together. On the way, Zhao Chen also had more leisure time. He looked around in the car and asked with a smile, Qi, there is something I really don't understand. Why do so many people prefer to drive a Mercedes-Benz A-Class like you, instead of spending the same amount of money on a domestic car? At this price, the configuration of a domestic car can be much better than that of a Mercedes-Benz. Li Qi sighed softly. There's nothing we can do about it. If we want to blame anyone, we can only blame those clients who worship foreign things and fawn over foreigners. If you drive a domestic car to discuss business, no matter how luxurious it is, they'll think it's low-end and treat you with a sullen face as if your mother has died. But if you switch to a foreign car, even if it's tattered, people will still think it's high-end. Indeed, many Chinese people have this problem. Zhao Chen laughed. Li Qi took out his phone. Let me call my mom first. Let them have some fun too. The call was quickly dialed and Lan Xiang picked up. My daughter, are you happy on your date with Zhao Chen? The phone was connected to the car's Bluetooth, so Zhao Chen could hear it. Just by listening to the voice, he could tell that Lan Xiang looked haggard. Happy, I'm walking back now, Zhao Chen help me. Before she could finish her words, Lan Xiang immediately said, Don't come back, that jerk's surname Chun is at our house. Chapter 98 Asking Brothers for Help and Meeting Qi's Parents. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Auntie, how can you say that to me? I'm going to be your son-in-law soon, and I'll be sad if you say that to me. Bullshit, who acknowledged that you are my son-in-law? You used such despicable means to marry my Qi. Even if we can't pay the money, are sued by the bank, and are put in jail, I will not recognize you as my son-in-law. Lan Xiang shouted loudly. The phone was hung up. Li Qi's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and the foot that stepped on the accelerator also increased its pressure. I had originally wanted to announce the good news to my family in advance, but unexpectedly, what I heard was the news that the shameless bastard came to my house. Vehicle speed increased. Zhao Chen whispered beside him. Qi, there's no need to be so anxious. We already have the liquidated damages. Be careful. Li Qi gritted his teeth and slowed down the car again. Seeing her angry look, Zhao Chen didn't bother her anymore. He took out his phone and sent a message to Cui Xiangyu. Big Chicken, help me check someone. Chun Jinting from Fengtong Food. Soon, there was an okay gesture in reply. Zhao Chen put down the phone. The car drove for 10 minutes and arrived downstairs of Li Qi's house. Zhao Chen, will you go up with me? Li Qi asked. Zhao Chen nodded. Of course, didn't I come with you just to be your backer? Let's go up. As soon as he got out of the car, his phone rang. It was Cui Xiangyu calling. Qi, go up first and don't close the door. I'll go up after I finish the call. Okay, Li Qi nodded. My home is on the 5th floor. After saying that, she walked into the corridor first. Zhao Chen picked up the phone. Hello, Big Chicken, what did you find out? Cui Xiangyu snorted disdainfully. Dude, at first I thought you were asking me to investigate some guy, but when I looked it up, I found out it's just some big shot. His food factory is just a small one with a market value of less than 30 million. What's wrong? Did he offend you? Yes, he wanted my woman to be his wife, and he used some despicable means. Zhao Chen said truthfully. Thinking about your woman. What? Your woman? Cui Xiangyu was shocked. Brother, when did you have a woman? How come I didn't know anything about it? Yes, and you know that person. Who? Li Qi. Who? Li Qi. The female Tyrannosaurus from our class. Chui Xiangyu's voice became higher and higher. Brother, you are really obsessed with this. If you really have committed a crime, just turn yourself in. There's no need to use this whole thing to punish you. Go away. I'm not kidding you. She really is my woman. Zhao Qin asked seriously. I'm not familiar with business. Can you help me bankrupt their family? Okay, but we have to say something first. I'm not the only one in charge of my family. Attacking a company that has nothing to do with us for no reason will easily damage my prestige at home. You have to give me some benefits. Chui Xiangyu said. What's the benefit? You have to find a way to get me at least another 2,000 kilograms of gold. Chui Xiangyu lowered his voice a few degrees. Brother, I remember I sent you more than 1,000 kilograms half a month ago. It's used up so quickly? Zhao Chen asked. Chui Xiangyu whispered. Didn't they all collect the gold in the name of the group before? Some relatives at home don't recognize it and think that finding this gold has nothing to do with me. I have to prove myself. Zhao Chen smiled. Recently, selling tea, making guns, and robbing bandits have made his warehouse much richer. He was originally worried that the Chui family would not be able to afford it, so he was thinking about finding another channel to sell gold. Now it seems that the Chui family is much stronger than I imagined. Just tell me how much you want. The more the better. As long as it's not more than 10,000 kilograms, I can eat it all on my own. Zhao Qin was shocked. He really didn't expect that the Chui family was so rich. He didn't have 10,000 kilograms, but he could easily gather 4,000 or 5,000 kilograms. Okay, leave it to me. I'll trouble you to do it. 10 minutes at most. Chui Xiangyu agreed straightforwardly. Zhao Qin said, you keep working on it first. I'll go check on Li Qi and take a look. When you get my call, get him. Good. After hanging up the phone, he went upstairs. There is no elevator in the building where Li Qi lives, so he can only climb up one floor at a time. As soon as she arrived at her door, she heard a man's voice shouting from inside. Li Qi, get out of here. I don't want you as my daughter anymore. Go wherever you want. We old couple have nothing to do with you. That's right. We will just pretend that we never gave birth to a daughter like you. You can go wherever you want, but get out of here. Lanxiang also said. Zhao Qin was confused. When Li Qi spoke to her mother before, it could be heard that the couple loved Li Qi very much and did not want her to marry a rich man for money. But didn't Li Qi say that the money she had was enough to pay the penalty? He stepped inside. Auntie Lan, why are you angry? As soon as she saw him, Lanxiang forced a smile. Xiaochen is here. Something happened at home. Sorry to have embarrassed you. As she spoke, she pointed at the man next to her. Donghai. This is the little boy that Qi said she liked. Li Donghai looked at Zhao Chun and nodded. Not bad. He looks pretty good. He looked at Li Qi, waved his hand with a sullen face, and said, the boy you like has come to your house. Get out of here right now and don't come back. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Jinting, who had been sitting on the sofa, stood up with a smile. Uncle Li, you two really don't take me seriously. He put his hands in his pockets and walked over to Zhao Chun. Do you know how much debt their family will be in? Xiaochen, take Chi-Chi away quickly. We can handle these things. It has nothing to do with you. Lanxiang immediately interrupted. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Auntie Lan, don't be so anxious. Let him finish what he is saying. Lanxiang suddenly had a bad feeling. Chen Jinting shook his head. They owe 3 million in liquidated damages, and they've lost their suppliers. If they don't rely on me, they'll have to go back to their old ways and raise pigs. You want to be with Chi-Chi? Do you have what it takes? Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows and shrugged, glancing at Li Qi. Chi-Chi, didn't you tell your uncle and aunt that the money issue has been resolved? Li Qi looked embarrassed. My parents chased me out as soon as I walked in. They didn't even give me a chance to speak. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and placed the transfer page in front of Lanxiang and Li Donghai. Dad, Mom, I just wanted to tell you when I walked in that Zhao Chun has helped us solve the penalty issue. The couple looked at the transfer amount of 5 million and their minds went blank. Chen Jinting's face changed and he ran over. Impossible. That's 3 million in liquidated damages. How can? When he saw the transfer amount, he turned around abruptly and looked at Zhao Chun with a gloomy face. Where did you get so much money? Do you know who I am? How dare you snatch my woman? Have you had enough of life? Chapter 99. Fengtong Foods went bankrupt and the news of the Salt Gang spread back to the capital. Zhao Chen sneered. Where I got the money is none of your business. All you need to know is that it's enough to pay the Li family for breach of contract. Also, don't keep saying, are you tired of living? Do you really think you're that capable? The corner of Chen Jinting's eye twitched slightly. He was ridiculed by an unknown person who came out of nowhere, and he was in a bad mood. Do you dare to tell me your name? he asked in a cold voice with a sullen face. Zhao Chen raised his chin. I will never change my name or surname. Ding dong. As he was speaking, the phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was a message from Chui Xiangyu. Everything is ready. Just one phone call from you, and Fengtong Foods will go bankrupt in minutes. Zhao Chen smiled and gave an okay expression. Then he raised his head and said, I will always keep my name, Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun. Chun Jinting frowned and thought about it carefully many times, but he didn't expect that there was a second young master named Zhao Chun in Tongqing. Moreover, Zhao Chen's physique makes him look more like a laborer than the second son of a family, and he looks very arrogant. He immediately got angry. I don't care who you are, if you dare to steal my girl, I will fucking kill you. He raised his fist, as if to strike out. Zhao Chen immediately grabbed his wrist. He struggled twice, but couldn't get free. You look like a bear, yet you still want to fight me? Don't you know your own weight? Chun Jinting glared at me fiercely, but with a weak heart. Let me go, you bastard. Don't think you can make me surrender like this. I'm telling you, Fengtong Foods is not to be trifled with. You can save the Li family temporarily, but you can't save them forever. When I return, I will continue to find people to ban you. Hearing this, Lan Xiang and her husband's faces darkened again. Zhao Chun just gave them a penalty of 5 million, and they were indeed excited for a moment. But as Chun Jinting said, if he wants, after this incident, there will be a next time, and after the next time, there will be a next time. He can't just rely on Zhao Chun this time, right? Zhao Chun, you should take Chi-Chi away. You don't have to worry about the money. We will go bankrupt and liquidate the company. At worst, we can quit this business. Lan Xiang said. Zhao Chen smiled and said, You're giving up after just a small setback. You're not like the Aunt Lan my mom talked about. Lan Xiang sighed. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Zhao Chen took out his phone and glanced at Chun Jinting jokingly. I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel down and apologize to Uncle Li and Aunt Lan, and I might even leave you a way out. If you don't apologize, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Can you please stop bragging? I don't believe it. As he was speaking, Zhao Chen called Chui Xiangyu. Big chicken, do it. Chun Jinting tilted his head and frowned. What are you talking about? Why are you fighting? Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. He took it out and laughed immediately. My dad called me. I'll tell him about the ridicule I received at the Li family. I'll see if he doesn't kill you. He picked up the phone and pressed the speakerphone. Hello, Dad. You're my fucking dad. An angry voice roared from the other end of the line. Who did you offend, you little bastard? All our partners have terminated their contracts with us. I didn't offend anyone, said Chun Jinting. Bullshit. I didn't offend anyone. They told me it was you who offended me. Where are you? Get back here right now. The man roared and hung up the phone. Chun Jinting was stunned for a moment, looked at Zhao Chun, and his body suddenly shook. He plopped down on his knees in front of Zhao Chun. Brother, please let me go. I didn't know you were so powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to offend you. Please, have mercy on me, or my dad will beat me to death when I get home. What does it have to do with me whether I beat you to death or not? I only know that if you don't get out of here, I will call the police and report you for trespassing. Then, not only will you lose your money, you will also have to go to jail. Zhao Chen patted his face and smiled faintly. Chun Jinting sat down on the ground. 3, 2. Zhao Chen began to count down. Chun Jinting used all 4 legs to climb out faster. He has no other abilities except bullying the weak. He is a complete fool. After he left, Lan Xiang immediately came over with an excited smile on her face. Zhao Chen, thank you for helping us so much. Zhao Chen smiled and waved his hands. No need to thank me. It's just a casual thing. Stay home for dinner tonight, and have your Uncle Li drink with you. Good. Dun Dynasty, the capital, the general's mansion. Report. A messenger ran in hurriedly. General Tang Jingdong put down his teacup and asked coldly, What's wrong? The messenger knelt on one knee and said, General, something bad has happened with the Salt Gang. What happened? Tang Jingdong's eyes suddenly changed. The messenger said, The 3rd hall of our Salt Gang has been raided. The 3rd hall master and all the gang members near Lintian City have been killed. What? Tang Jingdong's expression suddenly froze. He took a few deep breaths, slammed the table, and asked angrily, Who is it? Who is so bold as to raid the Salt Gang's place? Yes, it's the newly promoted Lord of Lintian City, Zhao Chun. The messenger's voice became much softer. Tang Jingdong gritted his teeth in anger. It's that damn Zhao Chun again? Last time he secretly sold salt, I didn't bother him at all, and now he dares to raid our territory. Is he crazy? General, we heard that Zhao Chun was holding a very special weapon. It said that we had about 600 to 700 people at the time, while Zhao Chen's group only had about 20. And yet, within 10 breaths of close combat, all of our men were dead. Not a single one of theirs was injured. The messenger lowered his voice even more. If I tell this to others, I'm afraid no one will believe it. He had only heard about it at the time and had not seen it with his own eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Tang Jingdong said. How could such a weapon appear in the world? Where did you hear about it? The soldiers defending Lintian City said so. They saw with their own eyes that the brothers of the Salt Gang had many holes punched into their bodies. Some were as thick as thumbs, and some were as big as bowls. After their men finished killing people, they pushed all the bodies outside the city and buried them. Tang Jingdong frowned and sighed. Immediately go find the other generals. We need to discuss our strategy again. At this moment, the housekeeper came running over. General, Sun Qian, the right governor of Ganliang, wants to see you. What is he, a civil official, doing here? Tang Jingdong asked. The housekeeper said, he said it's related to Lintian City. Tang Jingdong's expression changed. Let him in. Chapter 100. Patrolling the fiefdom and encountering a killer. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. That day, Zhao Chun had just taken the lathe out of the cellar when Yingying came over and said, Master, the escort agency staff have been gathered and are now all receiving training in the fiefdom. Okay, Zhao Chun nodded. Go call Xiao Si and Xiao Wu over. After a while, Xiao Si came and said, Master, Xiao Wu went to his fiefdom this morning, and I am the only one keeping an eye on the house. It's okay, just one person will do. Zhao Chun pointed to the newly arrived lathe. I'll have someone deliver these things to the fiefdom later. Also, I want to ask how things are going at the arsenal. Your Excellency, the arsenal will be completed this afternoon. The factory staff have been recruited, and we can now start partial production. Xiao Si bowed and reported. Zhao Chun nodded with satisfaction. This progress is indeed quite good. He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and said, Take a look at this first. I'll get you the raw materials tomorrow and synthesize it in the new lab. Xiao Si took the paper, glanced at it and asked, Master, what is this? This thing is called TNT, a high explosive. With it, we can make grenades, landmines, and many other explosives that will improve our construction efficiency. Grenade? Landmine? Explosives? What are those things? Xiao Si asked curiously. Only then did Zhao Chun realize that these people had never seen these things before. He smiled and said, You won't understand even if I explain it to you now, but you'll know once it's done. Oh, Xiao Si put the drawings away. This drawing records the amount of materials required to synthesize TNT and the synthesis method, as well as the design drawings of grenades and mines. Once all those things are built, the fiefdom will definitely be safer. Xiao Si put away the blueprints and asked, Master, is there anything else? No more. Zhao Chun waved his hand. Xiao Si bowed and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly said, I remember Yingying told me a few days ago that you and Xiao Wu are both 18 years old, right? Yes. Xiao Si nodded. Come to the main house and serve tonight. Good. Xiao Si ran away skipping and jumping, feeling very excited. Finally, I can become the master's woman like Yingying and Dun Dun. She ran back to her residence, put the drawings away, and looked around. Yingying went out for something, so I just squatted there. Sister Dun Dun, can you tell me what you need to do to help the master sleep? She asked in a low voice beside Dun Dun. Dun Dun immediately sat up and asked with a smile, Did the master ask you to accompany him tonight? Yeah. Xiao Si nodded excitedly. Dun Dun narrowed his eyes and smiled. If you do this, and do this again. Oh, I'm so shy. Xiao Si covered his red face. Dun Dun said, What's there to be shy about? We are all the master's maids. Our most important task is to make him happy both physically and mentally. Just do as I say, and he will definitely be happy. Back then, in order to learn this, I even went out of my way to find a few former waitresses in a brothel to teach me step by step. Will it hurt? It will definitely hurt, but it's also very exciting. I can't explain the feeling to you, so just experience it for yourself. Xiao Si nodded and went out, covering his face. With Dun Dun's instruction, she also ran to the yard where the servants rested. Night falls. Zhao Chun lay in the bathtub and let Xiao Si give him a good massage. Compared with the squat technique, Xiao Si's technique is still a little unfamiliar, probably because he just learned it. After soaking for a while, he returned to bed. Xiao Si was fiddling with something in the bathroom. After a while, she came out with 2 cups of water, one cold and one hot, and placed them on the bedside. Master, let me serve you well tonight. She picked up the cup of hot water. The next morning, Xiao Si helped Zhao Chun change his clothes. From today on, your name will be Bing Bing. Thank you for the name, sir. Bing Bing bowed in gratitude. Get up. You've been busy for so long last night. You can rest today. Zhao Chun raised his hand and asked Bing Bing to get up. Bing Bing kowtowed again. After changing Zhao Chen's clothes, he went back to the dormitory. Zhao Chen left the main house and called Jingjing and Ruan to go to the fiefdom together. Let's come here today to see how the arsenal construction is going. If there is no problem, we will officially start the research on TNT. The arsenal was full of female workers. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the sound of the machine running nonstop. As soon as Xiao Wu saw him, he ran over and said, "Master, you're here." Zhao Chen asked, "Have all the machines been debugged?" "The debugging is complete, and the workers can officially start work," she said, taking out a notebook. "This is the list of recruited workers. Please review it, Master." Zhao Chen took it and took a look. 124 workers in the arsenal, 19 of whom are men and the rest are all women. Have these people received pre-job training? There shouldn't be any problems. Zhao Chen asked seriously. Compared with other places, the safety requirements in the arsenal are particularly high. If you are not careful, an explosion may occur. Don't worry, sir. We are all following your requirements, and there will be absolutely no problems, Xiao Wu assured. Okay, I'll go somewhere else. Zhao Chen turned and left the arsenal. Some time ago, he asked all the families of the servants to move into the fiefdom. Now the population of the fiefdom has increased 3 times compared to before, not counting the bandits captured from the mountains. With more people working together, the work naturally goes much faster. In just a few days, more than half of the wall around the fiefdom was built. At this rate, it will definitely be completed before the freezing weather. Once the wall is completed, it's time to consider digging a tunnel. He rode on horseback with Jingjing and Ruan, circling the perimeter of the fiefdom. Today, there are many people living in the core area, but it is still far less than the population he wants. He plans to start building the building in the spring of next year. In the future, the population here will definitely be much denser than outside. The fiefdom is so small that if there are more people, they will naturally have to find a way to add more. In addition to building buildings, he also plans to build several factories. For items that require high consumption, we will try to produce them here if possible. It's really tiring to go back and forth. Just as he was thinking about it, 2 figures, a man and a woman, suddenly jumped out from the bushes beside them and blocked their way. Jingjing and Ruan immediately raised their guns and stood guard. The 2 men opposite had never seen a gun, and they weren't afraid. They looked at Zhao Chen coldly and asked, "Are you Zhao Chen?" Zhao Chen nodded. "Yes, I am Zhao Chen. Who are you?" "We are the male and female killers from the Black Dragon Society. Someone has paid for your life. You'd better come down and die quickly. We can give you a quick death," the male killer shouted with a knife in hand. Chapter 101 Talk to the killer and prepare a full set of surveillance alarms. Zhao Chen was not panicked either. He has a gun. Even if the 2 opposite are peerless killers, they are nothing compared to the gun. He smiled and asked, "I want to know, how much is my life worth?" The female demon held the sword and raised her hand to slap. 50,000 taels? Zhao Chen asked. They both laughed out loud at the same time. "What are you laughing at?" Xiong Sha said. "Who do you really think you are? Even if you want to assassinate the old emperor, it won't cost you 50,000 taels. "How much is it?" Zhao Chen said calmly. "If it's not 50,000 taels, could it be 5,000 taels? Okay, stop guessing. I'll tell you the truth, 500 taels. The female evil spirit was a little impatient. Zhao Chen was stunned. He's a viscount after all, so how could he be worth only 500 taels? Are you kidding me? In his shopping mall, any luxury item would cost more than 500 taels, right? I really don't know whether these 2 killers don't know his worth, or if this is just the market situation in the killer market. If you have any last words to say, you can tell us now. After you finish, we still have to take action," Xiong Sha asked. Zhao Chen thought for a moment, then asked with a smile, "I want to know who killed me." The female demon said, "We also have professional ethics. The client's name is confidential and cannot be disclosed to you." Zhao Chen changed his words. "The reward for killing me is 500 taels. If I give you 5,000 taels and ask you to give up me and kill the person who asked you to kill me, would you do it?" "Let's do it." The 2 agreed very readily. Zhao Chen was speechless. The people in this world were really unreliable. They would betray others so quickly. But the next words made him feel a row of black lines on his head. "But before we kill that man, we have to kill you first. Where are you going to get the money if you kill me?" Zhao Chen asked hurriedly. Xiong Sha said, "You can give the money to someone you trust, and then we can have your trusted confidant give it to us after we kill the people." "Okay, now that I've said what I need to say, get off your horse and prepare to die." Zhao Chen raised his hand. "Don't worry, I have one last question. How many assassins did the people who hired you hire?" The female demon shook her head. "I don't know, but there must be a lot. They've issued a Red Sky wanted order. In theory, anyone who's a killer can come and kill you." Zhao Chen slapped his head. If there were only 1 or 2 killers, he wouldn't be afraid. But there are so many killers lurking in the darkness. If there is any mistake, my life will be in danger. Female demon, stop nagging him. He's a dead man. What else is there to say? After saying that, he rushed forward with a big knife. The female demon immediately drew her sword and ran over. Open fire, Zhao Chen said lightly. Jingjing and Ruan fired at the same time. After 2 gunshots, the famous male and female villains were gone. Zhao Chen sat on the horse, not moving from beginning to end. He looked down at the 2 bodies and sighed. Rush forward without understanding the situation? How stupid. After inspecting here, he took Jingjing and Ruan back to Lintian City. As soon as he got home, he went straight into the cellar. There are too many people who want to kill him now. It would not be fun if he died here accidentally. He still has so many maids who have not been favored by him. He went to a place that sold security equipment and bought 2,000 high-definition cameras and a facial recognition alarm system in one go. After getting all the accessories, he sent the things back to the Zhao family compound. Zhou De, lead your department to replace all the surveillance cameras in the backyard. Yes. Zhou De took the order and left. He called Ying over again and said, inform everyone in the compound to take turns going to the security room to record their faces. Don't miss a single person. Those in the fiefdom must also be notified. This must be completed before tonight. Yes. Ying also took the order and left. Came to the security room with a USB flash drive containing a facial recognition alarm system. Import the system into the computer and start collecting facial information of everyone in the compound. By the evening, all the more than 400 faces in the compound had been entered into the system. In this way, if anyone tries to enter the compound in the future, the alarm will sound immediately. By then, Zhao Chen laughed. That saying is absolutely true. Technology changes life. If he relies solely on human defense, he probably won't be able to sleep well at night. After finishing all the work, he called Zhou De over. You remember how I did it today, right? Remember? Zhou De nodded heavily. Take your people from the character department to the enclosed land tomorrow and install cameras everywhere, especially around the walls. We must ensure that every blind spot is covered. If you run out of cameras, come back and tell me so I can buy more. Zhao Chen patiently arranged. I'll find time to send you the surveillance computers. You must act quickly. Clear. Zhou De left. Zhao Chen looked at the dim sky outside and let out a long sigh. Today passed so quickly. At this moment, Ying knocked on the door and came in. Master, who will serve you tonight? Xiao Wu, said Zhao Chen. I just experienced Xiao Si yesterday, and today I want to try what Xiao Wu, who is the closest in age to Xiao Si, feels like. Xiao Wu may have to wait for a while. She is still in her fiefdom and hasn't come back yet. I'll go and inform her now. Ying nodded slightly and was about to leave. Wait. Zhao Chen immediately stopped her. Forget it. Xiao Wu hasn't come back yet. You come and serve me tonight. Yes. I'll go back and change my clothes and come back. Ying bowed and retreated. After a while, she came back. Everything is so standard, slightly less interesting than Dun Dun and Bing Bing, and not as developable as Ruan. After playing for a while and releasing the fatigue of the day, he fell into a deep sleep. Midnight. The compound was very quiet. Those who don't have to work have already gone to bed. Suddenly, several gunshots were heard in the courtyard. Zhao Chen sat up suddenly, put on his clothes, and ran outside. 3 bloody corpses lay in the middle of the courtyard of the former number 5 courtyard. Zhao Chen hurried over and asked, What's going on? Feng De ran over and said, Master, these 3 men sneaked into our compound in the middle of the night in their night clothes with the intention of committing a crime. After being discovered by us, not only did they not surrender, but they also dared to fight back against us. We just shot them to death. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. Needless to say, these people were definitely here to assassinate him. Master, there is a new discovery. Xia ran over. What discovery? Zhao Chen asked. Xia rolled up one man's sleeve and pointed at the tattoo on his arm. This tattoo is unique to the Black Dragon Society. It's the Black Dragon Society again. Zhao Chen cursed inwardly. Xia asked, Master, do you know the Black Dragon Society? Zhao Chen recounted what happened during the day, and Xia was still frightened. He let out a long breath and asked coldly, Xia, do you know how to contact the Black Dragon Society? Chapter 102. Go to the Qin Palace to inquire about the Black Dragon Society and meet the Qin Prince's younger sister-in-law. Master, do you want to contact the Black Dragon Society? Xia asked in surprise. Zhao Chen said in a deep voice, I do have this idea. I can't always be on guard against assassinations, right? If I make a mistake one day, my life will be over. Xia nodded. Indeed, there are only thieves who can steal for 1,000 days. but there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. He frowned and pondered for a long time before saying, if I remember correctly, the Black Dragon Society has a branch in our Lintian city, in a casino in the east of the city. Fengda immediately raised his gun. Master, let me take a few brothers out and wipe out his branch. It's useless. Without waiting for Zhao Chen to speak, Xie said directly, it's just a branch. It's useless even if you sweep it. Everyone looked at him at the same time. He sighed. From what I know, all the branches of the Black Dragon Society only do one thing. Take on jobs. After they receive a job, they send someone to the headquarters, and then the headquarters selects a killer to carry out the mission. Where is their headquarters? Zhao Chen asked in a low voice. Xie said, I don't know about that. The Black Dragon Society is very secretive about everything they do, and outsiders are largely unaware of it. If you, Lord, want to know more, I suggest you ask the King of Qin. Can the King of Qin know? He definitely knows more than me. Okay, everyone disperse. Be vigilant at night, Zhao Chen said, and turned back to the main house. The next morning, Zhao Chen took Jingjing and Wan Ruan to the Prince of Qin's mansion. As soon as they entered the main hall, the King of Qin and his wife immediately came to greet them with smiles. Behind them followed a young girl whose eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to those of the King of Qin. It's rare for young Master Zhao to come to visit, said the King of Qin with a smile. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Don't make fun of me, King Qin. I've been busy with the affairs of my fiefdom recently and haven't had time to come. Please don't be offended, Your Highness. The King of Qin waved his hand and said, No problem, no problem. Please come in. He stepped aside and led Zhao Chen into the reception room. Mr. Zhao came to visit suddenly. Maybe there is something wrong? King Qin asked softly after sitting down. Zhao Chen nodded. Yes, I came here this time to ask His Highness something. What's the matter? Just tell me directly, said the King of Qin. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and asked, I wonder how much the King of Qin knows about the Black Dragon Society. When they heard the words Black Dragon Society, the King of Qin, his wife, and the young girl behind the wife all changed their expressions. Why are you asking about them? Asked the King of Qin with a sullen face. Zhao Chen said, Someone in the Black Dragon Society hired assassins to kill me, but I killed 2 of them yesterday. What? The King of Qin slammed the table and asked, Who is so bold as to hire someone to assassinate you? I don't know either. Zhao Chen shook his head. The King of Qin glanced at the princess and said, My beloved, please take my sister-in-law away first. I will have a good chat with Master Zhao. The Princess of Qin bowed slightly, nodded and smiled at Zhao Chen, then left with the girl. Zhao Chen also glanced at Jingjing and Wan Ruan, and the 2 of them followed Princess Qin and left the hall at the same time. Only Zhao Chen and King Qin were left in the hall. Brother Zhao, tell me in detail. Zhao Chen recounted in detail what had happened before. Then he said in a deep voice, How much does the King of Qin know about the Black Dragon Society? Can you tell me in detail? King Qin slowly stood up and paced back and forth, saying, I don't know much about the Black Dragon Society, so I'll tell you as much as I can remember. The Black Dragon Society has existed in the Dan dynasty for at least 300 years. It's rumored to have been founded by a prominent family from the previous dynasty. To overthrow the Dan dynasty, my great-grandfather, when he was emperor, mobilized the entire nation to suppress the Black Dragon Society. However, he only managed to eliminate the core of the group, and it resurfaced not many years later. However, since then, the Black Dragon Society has not attempted to overthrow the Dan dynasty. Instead, they have hidden themselves in the marketplace and engaged in murders for money. Seeing that the threat level has decreased, the Imperial Court has not carried out large-scale crackdowns. The Black Dragon Society has a strict internal hierarchy. There is a headquarters and 112 branches, 108 of which are publicly visible, divided into 36 Tiangang branches and 72 Disha branches. The headquarters and the 4 Dharma Protector branches are hidden in the mountains. Since my great-grandfather wiped them out, no one has discovered them for over 100 years. Zhao Chen's face was solemn. I originally thought that if I could find out the location of their headquarters, I could lead 500 riflemen for a surprise attack and completely crush them. But now it seems that I was too relaxed. The Black Dragon Society's assassin dispatch missions are sent directly to the killers by the 4 Dharma Protector departments. Once the killer completes the mission, they will cut off the target's head and take it to the nearest branch for confirmation before they can collect the bounty. By the way, I forgot to ask you just now, what is your bounty? Zhao Chen raised 5 fingers. 500 taels. What? 500 taels? The person who wants to kill you is willing to spend money. Qin Wangling laughed. Zhao Chen was surprised. 500 taels is still considered a good investment. The king of Qin curled his lips and said, they usually only get a few dozen taels for killing someone. You're already very good if you're valued at 500. So I should thank them, right? Haha, I won't waste my time on gossip. For a high-value client like you, they'll send out 10 assassins at a time. Once all 10 have lost contact, they'll send out the next 10 until they kill you. Zhao Chen's face darkened. He had only killed 5 of them, and there were still 5 that had not shown up. Is there any way to get them to cancel the mission? King Qin shook his head. No. Once they accept a mission, they will continue to send assassins until the mission is completed. Zhao Chen was a little annoyed. In this way, he would have to be on guard against those bastards all the time, and he might be killed if he wasn't careful. Headache. Brother Zhao, you have been targeted by the Black Dragon Society. There is no other way except to improve the guards around you. I can't help you at all. Sorry. King Qin sighed. Zhao Chun forced a smile and said, this has nothing to do with the King of Qin. Your Highness, why should you feel sorry? By the way, how many assassins do they have in total? I don't know the exact amount, but it's definitely not less than 10,000. So many people. Zhao Chen was shocked. The King of Qin smiled bitterly. This is just the most conservative estimate. Back in the day, at their peak, they employed a full 200,000 assassins. Zhao Chen sighed. In this way, there is no need to think about destroying them. Then, Your Highness, is there any way to help me find out who sent someone to assassinate me? The King of Qin shook his head again. It was the headquarters that accepted the mission, and it was the 4 Dharma Protector departments that sent the people. I don't even know where these 5 departments are. Sigh. Forget it. Let's not talk about that anymore. Since you're at my palace today, let's have a good drink. It's a good opportunity to introduce you to someone else. The King of Qin clapped his hands and called in a maid. Inform the kitchen that I will be hosting a banquet for guests in the palace. Tell them to prepare all the goodies for me. Yes. The maid retreated, and he pulled Zhao Chen out the door. Jingjing and Ruan were waiting at the door. He stood at the door and looked around, then asked the servant, where are the princess and my cousin? The servant bowed and said, let's go to the pavilion in the center of the lake. Okay, go inform the kitchen and send the dishes directly to the lakeside pavilion after they're ready. The King of Qin gave an order and smiled at Zhao Chen again. Brother Zhao, come with me to the pavilion in the middle of the lake and sit for a while. Okay. Zhao Chen bowed, took Jingjing and Ruan with him, and followed behind King Qin. Chapter 103. Banquet at the Lakeside Pavilion. My sister-in-law tests my literary talent. Pavilion in the center of the lake. Princess Qin and her sister Bai Shu were feeding the fish. Sister, I'm marrying the King of Qin, but I'm marrying you to a viscount. You must be feeling uncomfortable, right? If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. Bai Shu picked up a handful of fish food and sprinkled it into the lake, with no change in expression on his face. Isn't this the case for women like us with families? We have to sacrifice our entire lives for the fate of our families. Sister, wasn't it the same when you married the King of Qin? Princess Qin suddenly recalled the past. When her family asked her to marry the King of Qin, she was also very resistant and even thought about escaping the marriage more than once. Unfortunately, she didn't escape until the end. After marrying the King of Qin, she was very cold towards him. However, as they spent more time together, she felt that the King of Qin was a good candidate. Gradually, she fell in love with him and began to help manage all matters of the King of Qin's mansion, and sometimes even analyze the court situation. The King of Qin became more and more fond of her. Although there are more than a dozen beautiful concubines in the palace now, no one can shake her position. Perhaps, she sighed. Fortunately, the King of Qin has been kind and righteous to me and hasn't let me down. I just wonder how Zhao Chen is doing. It doesn't matter what happens. Bai Shu shrugged. Before I came here this time, my father told me that I married Zhao Chun to help my sister and brother-in-law achieve great things. He also asked about my wishes. If I don't agree to this marriage, I will be married off to another prince or nobleman in no time. Instead of that, I'd rather marry Zhao Chun so I can be closer to my sister. Bai Shu's emotions didn't change at all from beginning to end, as if he was an old monk who had seen through the world. The two continued to scatter fish food and watch the fish rolling in the green water. It's late autumn. It's still warm during the day, but at night, it's freezing cold. Bai Shu pinched 2 more fish food and threw them into the lake. Princess Qin patted her shoulder. She had sent someone to find out before and found out that Bai Shu had someone he liked in Linen City. For the sake of her family's interests, she had to separate from that person. Sister, I know you must have complaints in your heart. If you really don't want to get married, I can ask Dad to find another illegitimate sister. Bai Shu shook his head. Just then, a man's loud laughter came from behind. My dear, what are you 2 sisters whispering about? Princess Qin and Bai Shu turned around at the same time and saw the King of Qin coming with Zhao Chun. Your Highness, do you want to eavesdrop on women's idle chatter? The princess walked over with a smile and took the King of Qin's arm. How could I be eavesdropping? It's just that the sound of you two chatting was so moving that I couldn't help but want to listen carefully. The King of Qin scratched her nose. Mr. Zhao, please sit down. Zhao Chun took a seat. The maid in the palace immediately served tea. The Princess of Qin also pulled her sister to sit down. The King of Qin said, Master Zhao, I didn't introduce you to her just now. This is my younger sister Bai Shu. She came to the palace to visit my sister yesterday. Hello, Aunt. Zhao Chun nodded slightly. Bai Shu also smiled and bowed. Hello, Mr. Zhao. The King of Qin leaned closer to Zhao Chun and asked quietly, What do you think of my little sister-in-law? Beautiful, Zhao Chun replied in a low voice. Are you interested in marrying her? If you ask, I'll tell my cheap father-in-law to send her home to you. The King of Qin raised his eyebrows. Zhao Chun was stunned. Your Highness, this is not a joke. It concerns the reputation of a girl. I'm not kidding you. To be honest, my father-in-law arranged for my sister-in-law to come over this time. He asked us to keep an eye out for any young talents in Lintian City. I've thought about it. Whether it's talent or strength, who in the entire Dun dynasty can be better than you? His words instantly caught Bai Shu's attention. She knew what her brother-in-law was like. It was usually difficult for her to get him to praise others, but today he praised Zhao Chun so much. What exactly is Zhao Chun capable of? Can you make His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin condescend to you? Besides, she came from Linen City to marry Zhao Chun. She felt more and more that she couldn't see through Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun was stunned for a moment and looked at Bai Shu again. Have you ever asked my cousin what she thinks? I hate random matchmaking and I don't like anything about parental orders or matchmaking. But hasn't it been like this since ancient times? King Qin was curious. Zhao Chun shook his head. It's been that way since ancient times. I am who I am. According to His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin, there has been no business since ancient times. But am I not doing it now? I appreciate your kindness, but you'd better ask Miss Bai Shu first. It's not fair for two men like us to decide her life with just one sentence. Bai Shu's heart trembled for some unknown reason. These words were a wake-up call to her. Haven't men always had the final say in this world? But Zhao Chun is willing to consider women's thoughts. Although she didn't have a good impression of Zhao Chun now, she wasn't as disgusted with him as before. What do you think, cousin? King Qin looked at her and asked. Bai Shu slowly lowered his head. Let my brother-in-law decide. Ms. Bai Shu, please don't say that. Why should you let someone else decide your own life? Zhao Chun said immediately. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. We are all new to life. There is no need to put ourselves in a difficult position for others. I hope you will seriously consider this matter. Mr. Zhao, do you think you don't like me? Bai Shu asked with a smile. Zhao Chun waved his hands repeatedly. I didn't mean that. I just think you should make your own decisions about your own affairs. Don't care too much about what others think. Okay, I'll listen to Mr. Zhao. I'll think about it carefully after I get back. Bai Shu said. Zhao Chun smiled, but said nothing. The King of Qin's decision to marry his wife's younger sister to him was definitely not a joke. There were too many interests involved. As long as you are not a fool, you can figure out the trick. In the future, once the old man in the Imperial Palace in the capital is gone, these princes will definitely compete for the throne. As he was the brother-in-law of the King of Qin, he would definitely help him if he started a rebellion in the future. Of course, he didn't mind these things. Now that he had a strong army, if he could become a brother-in-law of the King of Qin, it would also help him hide his strength. As for whether he can become a brother-in-law, it depends on Bai Shu's choice. Soon, the food came from the kitchen. Several people had a happy meal. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. I heard from my brother-in-law that young Master Zhao is a very talented writer. Bai Shu is so bold as to ask for his advice. Zhao Chun was a little confused. He had returned most of the poems he had learned in school to his teacher, and he had even prepared them in advance for the last tea party. Why is this little hoof so willing to raise difficult questions? If I really marry into the Zhao family in the future, I must teach her a lesson. Ms. Bai Shu, please speak. Bai Shu looked at the food on the table and said, Let's write a poem based on the food on the table. Chapter 104. If I'm not having a good time, then no one else should have a good time. Food. Zhao Chun frowned. He really couldn't remember any poems related to the banquet. His eyes wandered over the food on the table, thinking that even if any of the dishes matched the poem he had memorized, he could still fool people. After looking around, he stopped at the rice in front of him. Yes, my poem is called Pity the Peasants. When the sun is at its highest, I hoe the field, my sweat dripping down to the soil. Who knows that every grain of rice on the table is the product of hard work? The whole audience was silent. Baishu looked down at the rice in the bowl. Who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is the product of hard work? Mr. Zhao, you clearly have plenty of money and live a prosperous life. So how could you write such a poem? Zhao Chun let out a long sigh and started making up stories again. You see, I'm not short of money, but that's only now. When I was little, I could only eat one meal a day. Every day, I had to work in the fields with my family. I almost died several times. Later, my parents, brothers, and sisters all starved to death, so I left home and lived alone, begging for a living. That's how I ended up where I am today. He said this, but in his heart he kept apologizing to his parents. Dad, Mom, I'll buy you something to make amends when I get home. Let's just get over this first. Baishu said no more. They have lived in wealthy families since childhood and have no idea what hunger is. Her feelings towards Zhao Qin became a little better. At this time, Zhao Qin stood up and said, Prince, Princess, and little sister-in-law, I really can't handle the wine anymore. I'll go back first. He swayed twice, as if he was about to fall. He had to run away quickly. If he needed to write a poem later, he would be embarrassed if he couldn't do it. Seeing this, Jingjing and Ruan immediately stepped forward to support him. In that case, I won't keep Brother Zhao here. The king of Qin glanced at Ruan again. Help your master go back. Be careful on the road. Yes. The two men bowed slightly and helped Zhao Qin walk out. After leaving the Prince of Qin's mansion, Zhao Qin shakily mounted his horse and headed towards the Zhao family compound. The king of Qin was also a little drunk, so he asked his servants to help him back to his room and found a concubine to serve him. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was cleaned up. Princess Qin asked, Sister, since Zhao Chun has given you the opportunity to think about it, you should also think about it. If you don't want to marry him, it's not too late now. No, I want to get married. Baishu's eyes suddenly became firm. Why? Don't you have? Princess Qin started to speak, but she stopped halfway through. It's better not to talk about this kind of thing openly. Although there are no outsiders nearby, who knows if there are servants sent by other families? The Qin prince's younger sister-in-law married Lord Zhao, but her affair with another man was spreading, which would be an indelible shame for both the Qin prince's mansion and the Linen County Duke's mansion. Even if this kind of thing is very common, it is not allowed. Sister, from an emotional perspective, I really don't want to marry Zhao Chun, but I can tell from my brother-in-law's attitude towards him that he is definitely not an outstanding person. I have to consider the family. It's best if you think so. Don't worry. Neither the Prince of Qin's mansion nor the Duke of Jun's mansion will treat you unfairly. The princess patted her shoulder and then waved outside. 4 beautiful maids came over. I chose these 4 as your dowry maids. If you're ever inconvenienced, let them accompany Zhao Chun. It would be best if you could give Zhao Chun a child sooner rather than later. As far as I know, the 10th princess in the capital is also very optimistic about Zhao Chun. If she ever wants to join the Zhao family, your position will depend on your children. I understand. Baishu nodded and left with 4 maids. Zhao family compound. After Zhao Chun returned to his room, he immediately became full of energy. Jingjing and Ruan, who had been carrying him, were both stunned. Master, what are you doing? I'm not drunk. Can't I pretend to be drunk? Zhao Chun laughed. They were just some low-alcohol drinks, and for him, who used to drink strong liquor, they were not challenging at all. I just drank too much and my stomach felt a bit bloated. He ran to pee, then came back and looked at the two of them. You two go out first, call Xia. Yes. The two of them left the room at the same time, and after a while, Xia came back. Sir. Xia bowed. Zhao Chun asked, how much silver do we have in our warehouse? It's a little over 160,000 taels. Many people who come to buy handicrafts lately are paying with gold. 160,000 taels, that's quite a bit. Zhao Chun rubbed his chin. Have you confirmed with the Black Dragon Society? It's confirmed. It's in the gambling house in the east of the city. Zhao Chun nodded, spread out a piece of paper on the table, and began to write his name on it. Since someone wanted to kill him, he muddied the waters completely. The king of Qin had already told him about the Black Dragon Society. It was impossible for him to wipe out the Black Dragon Society by his own strength, so he had to ask the court to send people. He wrote the names of 50 civil and military officials on the paper. Take 100,000 taels and go to the Black Dragon Society to find assassins. Each of the people on the assassination list will be offered 2,000 taels. Xia was stunned for a moment, then took a look and said, My lord, are you crazy? I'm afraid the court will be in chaos if you make such a fuss. Let it be chaotic. What does it have to do with us? Zhao Chun sneered. Someone wants to kill me now. With our strength, it will be difficult to wipe out the Black Dragon. Why not let the whole court become chaotic? That way, maybe someone will take action on our behalf. Xia nodded. This is indeed a solution. But He glanced at the list again. Aren't there a bit too many civil officials here? And most of them hold important positions. In comparison, these military generals you wrote about seem rather insignificant. Zhao Chen smiled and said, just follow this list and spend. I'll make my own arrangements. Since some people don't want him to have a good life, he will drag everyone else into it. The reason why he didn't write about a few military generals was, firstly, because the military generals were harder to kill than the civil officials, and secondly, because he wanted the civil officials and the military generals to fight each other again. They are all old catfish in the court. A few of them have clean butts. It is normal for them to use some unconventional means. By the way, how's Ho Qinglin's promotion going? Just as Xie Er was about to leave, Zhao Chen suddenly called him. He bowed and said, the publicity is very good. I think the effect this time will be even better than last time. Zhao Chen waved his hand. All right, go ahead and call Feng De back to me. Xie Er bowed and retreated. I didn't expect that an unintentional action before would become the most reasonable reason for me to cause trouble, he muttered to himself. He just wiped out the Salt Gang 2 days ago, and then started cooperating with the Tea Gang. It's reasonable for the generals to do something desperate, right? After a while, Feng De came. Master. He bowed respectfully. Zhao Chen asked, how's the sniper training going? I have a mission for them. Chapter 105 Purchase raw materials and make silenced AWM. In modern society, Zhao Chen sat in front of the computer, carefully examining every detail of the silencer. After sorting out the production process of the silencer, he looked up the production methods of all the parts of the AWM. He thought about improving the Barrett, but was worried that the improved Barrett would lose its original shooting accuracy and power. Producing some AWMs will also make it easier to carry out assassination missions in the future. He printed out all the details and went through all the necessary materials from beginning to end. It's okay. It's not difficult to prepare. He took his car keys and prepared to go out. Just as he reached the door, his phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was Cui Xiangyu calling. He suddenly remembered something and picked up the phone immediately. Hey, big chicken. Brother, where's the gold you promised me? Did you forget it? Cui Xiangyu's voice urging for delivery came from the receiver. Zhao Chen laughed awkwardly. How could that be? I'm a man of my word. I won't forget what I promised you. Look, I was just about to call you. Did you really get gold? How many pounds did you get? Cui Xiangyu asked. Zhao Chen smiled and said, not much, less than 6,000 kilograms. How much? 6,000 kilograms? Oh my God, you are not kidding me, right? Cui Xiangyu's voice suddenly became excited. Zhao Chen said, I can fool anyone but you. Where should I send you? No need for you to send it. It's too troublesome. I'll send someone to pick it up. No, you should tell me the address. It's not convenient here. He didn't dare let Cui Xiangyu bring people over. An ordinary house hid 6,000 kilograms of gold. No one would believe that there was no trick. Anyway, they don't care about the source of the gold. After you send it to them, the rest of the trouble will be left to them. All right, since you said that, I won't let anyone go. Just send them to Cui Dafu's headquarters like before. I'll be waiting downstairs with my men. Okay, I'll be there within an hour, Zhao Chen said and hung up the phone. He opened the bedroom door again and started loading the car. 6,000 kilograms of gold may sound like a lot, but it's actually not that much. After loading the things into the car, he drove to the downstairs of Cui Dafu's headquarters. Before the car stopped, Cui Xiangyu came running over with a dozen people. Brother, thank you for your hard work, he said to Zhao Chen through the glass and immediately arranged for people to unload the goods. Zhao Chen jumped out of the car and asked with a smile, how is it? Is this enough for me? Enough, absolutely enough. Cui Xiangyu nodded excitedly. You don't know. A few days ago I used my family's power to take over Fengtong Foods, and the next day, those old bastards put pressure on me and threatened to fire me. If you had delivered the goods 2 days later, I probably wouldn't have seen Mr. Cui again. Zhao Chen sneered. Haha, I just want to listen. Everyone knows that you are the most core member of the Cui family. I can't ask anyone to leave, but I won't let you go. I just say some words for fun. The two chatted for a while. After his men had carried all the goods back to the company, Cui Xiangyu said, Brother, I'll keep an eye on this. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. Okay, then I'll go and take care of my own business. If you want gold in the future, feel free to contact me. I have a secret channel. Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows, opened the car door, got in, and drove away. Theoretically, he could trust Cui Xiangyu, but the amount of gold involved this time was quite large after all, and no one could guarantee that his brother would not do something inappropriate for the money. The subsequent mention was to indirectly remind Cui Xiangyu to recognize the current situation. He drove to a building materials store and bought all the AWM consumables, then went to a chemical supply store and bought some raw materials necessary for synthesizing TNT. The research and development of TNT must also keep up. As the fiefdom gradually grows in size, there is no guarantee that someone will have ulterior motives in the future. In some dangerous areas, we need to arrange some life-saving measures. He transported all these raw materials back to ancient times. As soon as I came out of the cellar, I saw Bing Bing and Xiao Wu whispering not far away, as if they were discussing something. Xiao Wu's face turned red and she looked shy. You could tell at a glance that what she said was not good. Sister Bing Bing, I'm afraid I can't open my mouth. Bing Bing whispered. Why can't you open your mouth? Just think of it as, just like gnawing on a bone. Sister Dun Dun is right. We are all the master's people. As long as the master is happy, that's more important than anything else. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Thank you, Sister Bing Bing. What are you two talking about? Zhao Qin's voice suddenly came from behind. Xiao Wu's face turned even redder. She covered her cheeks with her hands and said quickly, Nothing. Hello, master. Bing Bing also immediately turned to face Zhao Chun and bowed respectfully. Hello, master. No need to be so polite. Who of you two will go to the fiefdom later? He asked softly. Just as Xiao Wu was about to raise his hand, Bing Bing immediately held him down. Master, I'll go. Is there anything I can do for you? Xiao Wu turned to look at her, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. She knew that Bing Bing was deliberately creating opportunities for her. Zhao Chun gave Bing Bing the raw materials for making AWM and TNT, and also gave her the drawings. Have the arsenal immediately build a few high-precision AWMs. They'll be very useful to me. Yes. Bing Bing took the drawings with both hands and turned away. When he left, he gave Xiao Wu an encouraging look. Xiao Wu swallowed. After Zhao Chen finished giving his instructions, he was about to head towards the main house. Xiao Wu hurriedly followed up. Master, I am also over 18 years old. Tonight, can I serve you? Zhao Chen stopped and turned to look at her. All right, come back after dark. I need to rest for a while. Yes. Xiao Wu nodded and watched Zhao Chen enter the house. She happily ran a circle on the spot, turned around, and ran towards the yard where the servants were. Bing Bing talked to the servant who had taught her before and asked her to teach Xiao Wu well as well. At night, Xiao Wu entered the main house in thin clothes. 2 days later, early morning, Ying knocked on the door. Master, Hua Hua brought back what you wanted. Hua Hua is the name Xiao Wu was given after serving Zhao Chun. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, one is called Bing Bing and the other is called Hua Hua, are having a really great time with these two sisters. He rolled over to the ground and quickly walked out the door. Since the night before yesterday, 3 more people have come to assassinate him. According to the information given by the King of Qin, there are only 8 people left in their group. If 2 more are killed, the next round of killers will be sent. Zhao Chen came to the main courtyard and looked at the AWM emitting black light, feeling very comfortable. Ying, go call Xia Er over. Chapter 106. Lord Xiaobai is here. Let's talk about our own affairs from now on. Ying bowed and quickly retreated. After a while, Xia Er came. Zhao Chen asked, how many people died on the list I gave you before? Your Majesty, 3 have died. Xia Er bowed and clasped his fists. Civil official or military general? They're all civil officials. I heard that things are in chaos in the capital, and many civil officials are terrified. Sure enough, Zhao Chen snorted coldly. When a general goes out, he usually brings a lot of agile subordinates with him. Even if the killer is personally strong, it is difficult to kill the target. But it is different for civil officials. Even if they bring experts with them, they can only bring 1 or 2 at most. The military generals of the Dan dynasty were paid very well, and anyone with some ability wanted to try his luck in the court. Once admitted, the whole family will enjoy the glory. Only those warriors who are really desperate will become bodyguards. Furthermore, in the Imperial court, civil officials and military officers did not get along well with each other. Many civil officials wanted to seek protection from military officers, but they almost never received a response from them. Unless the civil official's contribution is great enough and the military general is promised enough benefits, there is a small chance of success. Sir, what should we do next? Xia asked. Zhao Chun immediately asked someone to call the sniper that Feng Da had selected for him. According to Feng Da's account, these people had very high shooting accuracy and could kill people from 1,000 meters away. Several people came in front of Zhao Chun and bowed at the same time, clasping their fists and saying, Master. Zhao Chun raised his hand. No need to be polite. He took an AWM and said, This is the new sniper rifle I prepared for you. It's equipped with a silencer. When you take it back, get used to it. It's quite different from the Barrett. Several people took the AWM and stood in a row. I'll give you 1 day to adapt. After that day, you will go to the vicinity of the capital and carry out an assassination mission for me. Zhao Chun took out another list. Long before he gave Xie Er the list, another list had already been prepared. There are military generals on it. However, none of these generals were high-ranking officials of the current dynasty. They were all lieutenant generals of the Central Army or something like that. Kill a few small shrimps for fun and stimulate the nerves of the generals. When assassinating these people, you must remember one thing. You can only hit the head. After you've completed the assassination, find a way to take the head away. Whether you throw it away or do whatever you want, it's up to you. You must be secretive. Yes. Several people nodded heavily, took the list, and left with AWM. Xie smiled and said, "If your lordship does this, the court will probably be even more chaotic than it is now." Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. If the court isn't in chaos, how can they be so cruel as to deal with the Black Dragon Society? I don't want to be assassinated every day. As the two were talking, a waiter came running up and said, "Master, the Duke of Linen, Xiaobai, is here." "Okay, I'll be there right away." Zhao Chun waved his hand, straightened his clothes, and walked forward. When they arrived at the lobby of gate number 1, Bai Chunshan clasped his fists and said to him from afar, "Master Zhao, how are you?" "The same goes for Duke Xiaobai," Zhao Chun said with a laugh. As he approached, Bai Chunshan's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Master Zhao is really very clever. He actually kidnapped my young aunt, who just came of age." Zhao Chun sighed and patted his shoulder innocently. "Brother Bai, watch your words, or I'll sue you for defamation. It was clearly the king of Qin who introduced you. You can't put the blame on me for everything." "Who's your brother, Bai?" He swung his arm violently, shaking off Zhao Chun's hand. His expression was extremely aggrieved. "Is it really that good to be my elder? Back then, the king of Qin and I were brothers, but within 2 months, he married my aunt. Then, I finally met you, and I felt like we had a great connection. I was thinking of finding a time to become sworn brothers, but then you married my aunt. Brother Bai, don't feel wrong." Zhao Chun patted his shoulder again. "The relationship between us is no different from that of brothers. From now on, we will go our separate ways. I'll call you brother, and you call me uncle." "Go away." Bai Chunshan once again shook him off and said seriously, "All right, I won't waste my time on those illogical questions. I came here to ask when you're going to Linen City to propose marriage." "Go to Linen City?" Zhao Chen's voice suddenly became sharper. Bai Chunshan nodded. "Yes, of course we have to go to Linen City. Otherwise, how can we propose marriage?" Zhao Chun was a little embarrassed. "I guess you also know from the king of Qin? Is it inconvenient for me during this period? Relatives are coming?" Bai Chunshan looked at him with disdain. "Stop talking nonsense." Zhao Chun pushed him. "Someone in the Black Dragon Society has put a bounty on my head. I've been on the receiving end of assassination attempts these days. It's a long, long journey to Linen City. What if I run into someone who wants to kill me? Don't worry about that. I've already told His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin. He will send a rifle team to protect you." Zhao Chen's expression suddenly darkened. "It seems that he can't go out even if he doesn't want to. Don't worry. Our Bai family will also send some people to protect your safety along the way. If you are still worried, you can call more of your security guards to follow you. I heard your security is super strong. 20 of them took on 600 or 700 members of the Salt Gang, and not a single one was hurt." "Huh." Zhao Chen smiled awkwardly and asked in a low voice, "Do I have to go?" "You must go," Bai Chunshan said solemnly. "After meeting you, my aunt was very pleased with you and said she would marry you in this life. If you don't go, we'll have to find a way to go to the capital to ask for an imperial decree. I heard that Mr. Ensure from the capital seems to have a special liking for you. If she knew." "No need to say I'll go," Zhao Chen said immediately. "Isn't it just a trip to Linen City? It's not like going through fire and water. There's nothing to be afraid of. But you have to wait for me for 3 days. "Why?" "It's your first time visiting your father-in-law's house, so you have to be prepared." "Okay, then I'll go back first and tell my family." Bai Chunshan clasped his fists, turned around and left. Watching him leave, Zhao Chen sighed. He is a person who values his life very much. He has been frequently attacked by assassinations in the past 2 days, so he dared not go around his fiefdom for fear of any accidents. But now, if I had known earlier, I should have rejected Bai Shu explicitly at the Prince Qin's mansion. You have to jump into the pit you dug yourself, even if it means crying. He went into the cellar and returned to the present day. Went and bought some bulletproof glass and steel plates. If you use these things to make a carriage, safety will definitely be guaranteed. In a blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Early that morning, 5 carriages stopped at the gate of the Zhao family compound. The car in front is naturally the high-end bulletproof business car built by Zhao Chun. The ones behind were carrying full loads of goods. The Qin King's rifle team has been assembled. Zhao Chun walked out of the yard, and Qin Kuai immediately ran up and said, Lord Zhao is going to Linen today, and the prince ordered the rifle team to come and protect him. Your Highness is too polite. Zhao Chen clasped his fists and then looked at Fengde again. Chapter 107 Arriving in Linen City. The Duke of Linen is very welcoming. Fengde waved his hand, and immediately 10 security guards walked down the stairs and mixed into the infantry team. Go back and thank the King of Qin for me. I will try my best to bring back all his men, Zhao Chen said. After saying that, he got on the car in front. He led the entire convoy out of the city and headed towards Linen City. This was his first time traveling far away since coming to the Dun dynasty. Perhaps this distance is nothing in modern society, but in this ancient world, it is full of crises. Less than an hour after leaving the city, the road began to become bumpy. Zhao Chen sat in the car, looking at the scenery outside, and couldn't help frowning. When he was in the city, he felt that this world should be similar to the ancient Song dynasty, an ancient dynasty with a very developed economy. But outside, the farther away from the city, the more difficult people's lives become. They had just passed a village, and at the entrance of the village, there were children without even a piece of clothing, chasing each other naked. Almost all the houses near the roadside have no walls, and some of them even have obvious cracks on their houses. Well, he sighed. Compared with his fiefdom, the living standards of the people here have obviously dropped to a lower level. The convoy continued to move forward and walked for about another half hour. Zhao Chen suddenly saw a corpse on the side of the road. People passing by stepped over the corpse as if they didn't see it. Zhao Chen pushed open the bulletproof window and shouted, Fengde. Fengde trotted to the car and said, Master, you're looking for me. I just saw a dead body on the side of the road. What happened? Zhao Chen asked. Fengde Deo, well, that's because the hungry people died of starvation. The master doesn't come out often, so he may not have seen it many times. Are there many people starving to death outside? It depends on the weather. This year is good, so not many people have starved to death. But if it were a disaster year, the number of people who died of starvation would be much higher. Doesn't the Imperial court care about these people? Humph. Fengde's face was filled with disdain when the Imperial court was mentioned. Those high officials only care about their own well-being. When have they ever cared about the people below them? Zhao Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He closed the car window and sighed again. Soon after, they entered the territory of Linen City. As soon as we passed the boundary marker, we saw many soldiers wearing white badges on the roadside. These soldiers stood upright on the side of the road, one every 20 meters. It was obvious that these people were sent by the county duke's mansion. In the eyes of my future father-in-law, I also have a very high status. The car continued to move forward. Since entering the territory of Linen City, he found that more and more people were starving to death on the roadside. Later on, he simply stopped looking. He felt sorry for these people, but there was nothing he could do. His capital is limited, so even if he wants to save people, he can only focus on those in his own territory. Just as he was thinking about this, an arrow shot towards him from the hillside by the road. Bite! The arrow hit the bulletproof glass without leaving even a trace. Zhao Chen immediately turned around and saw a black shadow running hurriedly up the hillside. The Bai family soldiers in charge of this section of the road were very powerful. The rifle team brought by the King of Qin immediately aimed at the direction the man was running and fired. Unfortunately, the man dived into the bushes as soon as he jumped down, making it impossible to aim. Fengde, cover with fire. He pushed the window open a crack and yelled at Feng. As soon as Fengde raised his hand, all the security guards immediately raised their guns. Da-da-da. A burst of fierce gunfire rang out, and several trees as thick as boughs were knocked down in the woods on the hillside. The rifle team was stunned. Originally, they had a little bit of arrogance, but now it was completely destroyed by the security team. Change the magazines, go. Fengde waved his hand, and everyone changed the magazines and rushed into the woods next to them. After a while, he came back, followed by 2 people dragging some broken limbs. Master, the man was beaten to pieces. Have you checked it? Zhao Chen asked coldly. I've checked, it's someone from the Black Dragon Society. Upon hearing that it was the Black Dragon Society, the soldier in charge of guarding this section immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Forgive me, sir. It was my negligence. Please spare my life. Zhao Chen looked down at him and finally sighed. Let's go. Keep moving forward. He didn't care what happened to the soldier. After all, it was on the Bai family's territory, and it would not sound good if it were spread out to others if they openly dealt with their men. It would be bad if it caused misunderstandings to the Bai family again. Linen County Mansion. As soon as Zhao Chen turned into this street, he saw the gate of the Duke's mansion decorated in red and green from afar. The Duke of the county stood at the door, looking very energetic. Whoa! The coachman pulled the reins, and the convoy stopped moving. The security team members immediately stepped forward to provide alert. Zhao Chen got out of the car. Lord Zhao, this is my father Bai Baochuan, the current head of the Bai family and the hereditary Duke of Linen. Bai Chunshan stepped forward and introduced. Zhao Chen clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. My name is Zhao Chen, and I'm honored to meet Lord Bai. Bai Baochuan laughed heartily and took 2 steps forward. Brother Zhao, you're welcome. I've heard from my son before that Brother Zhao is a handsome man. Seeing him today, I can see that he is indeed extraordinary. You are too polite, Lord Bai, said Zhao Chen. But before he could finish his words, Bai Baochuan interrupted him. How can I be polite? I'm telling the truth. If it weren't for Brother Zhao's ginseng, I wouldn't have had the chance to see my youngest sister get married. We're all family from now on. If you have anything to say, just tell me. As long as we can do it, we'll do it. Ha ha ha. Bai Baochuan smiled generously and pulled Zhao Chen into the yard. At the same time, Prince Qin's palace. The king of Qin had a gloomy expression. The princess came to him and asked, My lord, what's wrong with you? The king of Qin said, We just received a tip-off from the capital. Last night, 3 captains from the 5th Army camp were killed, along with 2 scholars from the Wenyuan Pavilion. Adding to the last few days, over a dozen civil and military officials have died in the capital. The Black Dragon Society is clearly responsible for the crime. The Black Dragon Society? The princess asked doubtfully. I remember Zhao Chen was also being hunted by the Black Dragon Society, right? Yes, so. King Qin took a deep breath, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. I suspect these people might have been killed by Zhao Chen and the Black Dragon Society. The princess smiled, clearly not surprised by this speculation. Zhao Chen is a clever man. You and I can both guess his purpose. He wants to muddy the waters and force the Imperial court to send troops to wipe out the Black Dragon Society. Yes, the king of Qin sighed. By doing this, he can indeed force the court to conduct a thorough investigation, which will also reduce the pressure on his side. However, his behavior makes me a little worried. What if he becomes difficult to control in the future? The princess poured him a cup of tea and said, Your Highness, in my opinion, you should just pretend you didn't see anything. The person who hired the assassin to kill him will surely figure out that it was him and will definitely take revenge on him when they find the chance. The pressure on him will be too much, so he will naturally lean towards you. But I'm worried that with his temper, it will be difficult to control him in the future. King Qin narrowed his eyes. The princess smiled confidently, with a hint of cruelty in her eyes. Don't worry, he won't. Why? King Qin was stunned and turned his head immediately. Chapter 108 Returning to Lintian City. The Anka ended and the students returned. The princess of Qin whispered something in the ear of the king of Qin. The king of Qin's eyes changed repeatedly, and finally he laughed. My dear, aren't you afraid that your sister will hate you for doing this? Even if you hate me, I can't help it. After marrying you, I'm yours. No matter what I do, it must be based on your core interests. The princess straightened up and pinched the king of Qin's shoulders. If that day ever comes, I hope you'll spare my sister's life. Don't worry, you care so much about me. How can I let you down? King Qin held her hand and patted it twice. Linen County Mansion. Zhao Chen asked people to carry down the gifts one by one. Bai Baochuan's eyes widened when he saw the exquisite glassware and boxes of scented tea. It's a pity that Bai Shu is not here, otherwise he would be shocked by this heroic scene. According to the rules of the Dan dynasty, when proposing marriage, the woman would generally not show up, and her father and brother would come forward to greet the in-laws. Bai Baochuan is the current head of the Bai family and has inherited the title of Duke of the county, so it is natural for him to step in on such matters. Brother Zhao is indeed as wealthy as the rumors say. Just the things you gave me today would be worth at least 100,000 or 200,000 taels of gold. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Money doesn't matter. Since you're here to propose marriage, you should bring out the best. Bai Baochuan laughed. Haha, Brother Zhao is indeed a man of character. He glanced at Bai Chunshan again and said, Chunshan, take your future uncle-in-law to sit in the living room. I'll show off to those old guys in the city first before going back. Yes. Bai Chunshan nodded slightly, turned to face Zhao Chen, and bowed slightly. Little uncle, please come in. Okay, my good nephew will lead the way. Zhao Chen put his hands behind his back and followed Bai Chunshan to the reception room. Feng De and others also followed closely beside Zhao Chen. Bai Baochuan was at the gate of the compound, greeting people who came to watch the fun. In particular, she showed off the betrothal gift brought by her future brother-in-law. Seeing so many glass products and fine teas, the dignitaries in the city were all envious and regretted that they did not have a daughter or sister who could earn them such a lavish betrothal gift. Reception room. Zhao Chen sat for a long time before Bai Baochuan came back from outside. Brother Zhao, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Bai Baochuan bowed and apologized as he entered the room. I know you have so many people coming to propose marriage today. Some old guys just want to come and watch the fun. It will take some time to deal with them. I understand. Zhao Chen nodded with a smile. Bai Baochuan asked, we have already received the betrothal gifts. I would like to ask Brother Zhao, what are your requirements for the return gift? As for the return gift, just keep it simple. It doesn't matter how much it is. It's best if it's easy to carry. Zhao Chen said after thinking for a while. It is definitely impossible not to return the gift. If he asks for too much, it will delay the progress. He is already in danger. If something happens, it will not be worth it. Okay, I'll consider it then, Bai Baochuan said. Also, 10 days from now is an auspicious date. How about holding the wedding that day? Wait another 10 days? Zhao Chen was stunned. I thought that after I came here today and gave the betrothal gift, I could take the person away. If I come again in 10 days. The journey was really difficult, and the car ride was very bumpy. He really didn't want to go through any more trouble. But Bai Baochuan seemed to have misunderstood and smiled with narrowed eyes. I also know that my sister is beautiful and is deeply loved by Brother Zhao, but the rules cannot be broken. Zhao Chen nodded helplessly. Okay, in that case I'll go back first. He stood up immediately. Bai Baochuan quickly ran over and grabbed him. Brother Zhao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I asked the kitchen to prepare a feast. It won't be too late to leave after eating. No. Zhao Chen quickly refused. You know, I could be targeted by the Black Dragon Society at any time. Even if I head to Lintian City now, it will probably take dark night to get there. If I have another meal at your house, Lord Bai wouldn't want his newly chosen brother-in-law to die a violent death, would he? Bai Baochuan pondered for a moment, then smiled and sighed. In that case, I won't keep you here. I wanted to talk more over dinner later, but now it seems there's no chance. Zhao Chen waved his hand. How could that be? Lintian City and Linen City aren't that far apart. When you have time in the future, you can definitely go to Lintian City and sit down. When you get to the Zhao family compound, I'll chat with you for as long as you want. Good. Bai Baochuan personally escorted Zhao Chen out of the house. On the way back, they passed by a stall selling steamed buns. Zhao Chen bought 2 steamed buns for everyone and continued on his way back. There were so many rules in ancient times. I came all this time with so much trouble, and all I did was give gifts. I didn't accomplish anything else. Halfway through, he couldn't help but complain. But just as he finished speaking, another flare flew over and hit the car window. This time, there was no need for Zhao Chen to give orders. All the security guards immediately opened the safety and covered the target area with fire. Master, it's broken again. Feng De and his men dragged the corpse out. Zhao Chen's face was extremely gloomy. 10 of them. He has killed 10 assassins who came to kill him. Maybe he can be quiet for the next few days. But when the next killer will come is still unknown. Keep going back, he ordered in a deep voice. The convoy continued to move forward. I wonder when the Imperial Court will take action against the Black Dragon Society? Hurry up, it's really not a good feeling to be secretly watched by others. 3 days passed in a flash. The students who participated in this Anka exam returned to Lintian City. From that morning on, the sound of gongs and drums on the streets of Lintian City never stopped. Zhao Chen asked Xia Er to take 50,000 taels of silver and go to the city gate to greet him. Before they went to Beijing, Zhao Chen had promised them various benefits, and it was time to fulfill their promise. The group arrived at the city gate fully armed and carrying silver. After waiting for a while, Lin Changtian came back with his men. Lord Zhao, he clasped his fists and bowed. Master Lin. Zhao Chen returned the greeting. I wonder how Lintian City performed in this special examination. Lin Changtian smiled and said, Good, very good. He took out a notice and began to read it. In this special examination, I, Lintian City, have shined brilliantly and have won the second place. The top 30 in the palace examination occupy 2 seats, the top 50 occupy 1 seat, and the top 100 occupy 5 seats. The onlookers cheered. Zhao Chen waved his hand, and Xia Er immediately asked someone to open the cash box. Even before you all left for Beijing, I told you that anyone who achieved a good ranking would receive a special reward from me. Lord Lin, begin announcing the rankings. Good. Lin Changtian nodded. Lu Jiadi, 99th place in the palace exam. Song Dinka, 82nd place in the palace exam. Chu Huayan, 81st place in the palace exam. Sun Fengxiang, 65th place in the palace exam. Kong Li, 51st place in the palace exam. Zhao Chen raised his hand and said, Xia Er, count the money in public. 1,000 taels of silver per person. Yes. Xia Er immediately went to the cash box to get the silver. Everyone around was shocked. 1,000 taels of silver? Lord Zhao is really rich. Who says it's not true? This amount of money would last an ordinary family for decades. After the money was distributed, Lin Changtian unfolded the list again. Just as the announcement was about to be made, several men in official robes came in from outside the city gate. A soldier announced loudly, Lord Sun Qiansun, the right governor of Ganliang, has arrived. Chapter 109. Rewarding the top students. Sun Qian wants to visit Wuji's shopping mall. Lin Changtian and Zhao Chen's faces turned cold at the same time. Anyone who is not a fool can figure out why Sun Qian came here. Before, his business here was swept away by Zhao Chen, and he sent another group of people, but they were also swept away by Zhao Chen. Now they are still doing hard labor in the fiefdom. He definitely had no good intentions in coming here. Lin Changtian glanced at Zhao Chen and asked, Sir, do you want to continue reading? Don't be in a hurry. Let's see what that old bastard is going to do first. Zhao Chen said lightly. Soon, Sun Qian came in front of the few people with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Your humble servant, Lin Changtian, the prefect of Lintian City, pays homage to the right governor. Sun Qian hummed expressionlessly, his eyes falling on Zhao Chen. Are you Zhao Chen? That's right. Zhao Chen also looked proud. Very good. You are worthy of being a noble. You dare to act arrogantly when you see me. Sun Qian sneered and saw the boxes of silver behind Zhao Chen. What is Lord Zhao going to do? Zhao Chen said. Even before the students went to the capital to take the exam, I promised them that anyone who scored well would receive a generous reward. I'm distributing the money now. Oh, then I'm interested. Could you let me take a look at it? As you wish. Zhao Chen chuckled, then looked at Lin Changtian. Master Lin, go ahead. Lin Changtian cleared his throat. Kong Lin, 49th place in the palace examination. Zhao Chen raised his hand. Reward. Xie bowed and immediately took out 3,000 taels of silver and asked 2 people to carry it to Kong Lin. He and Kong Li are brothers, but unfortunately, Kong Li is 2 ranks lower than him, so the rewards they received are very different. Oh my god, the top 50 get 3,000 taels each. How much should the runner-up get? Kong Lin received the award, and Lin Changtian continued to read out the awards. Kong Mo, 28th place in the palace examination. Qi Zicheng, 19th place in the palace examination. Oh my god, another member of the Kong family. The crowd was chattering. Of course, Zhao Chen also noticed it, but why had he never heard of the Kong family before? The Kong family has a very low presence in Lintian City, and he has never asked about what business they are engaged in. It seems that I have to pay special attention to the Kong family when I go back this time. Xie, take the silver. Xie packed 2 large bags of silver and said, the top 30 in the palace examination will receive a reward of 5,000 taels. There was an exclamation all around. With 5,000 taels of silver, you can buy a large courtyard in the city and start a small family. The Kong family made a fortune this time. Aren't the Kong family the ones that sell the 4 treasures of the study in the north of the city? I've never heard of anyone from their family making the list in the anchor exams before. Today is really weird. Sun Qian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the large box of silver placed at Kong Mo's feet. This is clearly an attempt to win people's hearts. But he just couldn't say anything. Lintian City is not under Gan Liang's jurisdiction. Even if he said it, Zhao Chun has to be willing to listen. Even if he has something in his hand that can force Zhao Chun to obey, he will not take it out now. Master Lin, please announce the 2nd place winner, said Zhao Chun. Lin Changtian took a deep breath and said, the runner-up in this year's Imperial examination, the 2nd place in the palace examination, is from the Kong family, Kong Xie. It's the Kong family again. The crowd was in an uproar. No one would have thought that the Kong family, which had always been relatively low-key in the past, could actually occupy 4 seats in the top 100 of the Anka. I'm afraid that even among the families of today's great scholars, few can do this. Zhao Chen's eyelids twitched. It is not difficult to see from the previous reactions of the people that the Kong family has never had any presence before. Even the previous Anka, whether they participated or not, can be said in 2 sentences. But they didn't expect that this year's anchor exam would directly help their family get together. Zhao Chen suppressed his shock and said, as I said before, the reward for the top 10 is 10,000 taels, and the top 3 will get double that. He came to the silver box himself. Xie, how much silver can this box hold? Master, a box of silver is exactly 5,000 taels. Zhao Chen nodded and said, clear a car and load 4 boxes of silver for our runner-up to send to the Kong family. 4 boxes? That's 20,000 taels. 20,000 taels, plus the money we got before, is enough for the Kong family to become a well-known family in Lintian City. Zhao Chun ignored what the people around him said. He was thinking about getting to know the Kong family in depth when he had time in the future. They are so patient. They are definitely not an ordinary family. Good. Sun Qian clapped his hands, walked up to Zhao Chun, and said with a smile, Master Zhao is really generous. To be able to give so much money as a reward, I believe Master Zhao's Wuji shopping mall must be very profitable. I'm interested in this. Can I go to the mall with you to take a look? Zhao Chen's face was calm. Okay, then come with me to take a look. Lord Sun, please. Sun Qian has already said it, and if he refuses in public, it will inevitably give people something to talk about. Doesn't he like watching it? Then let him watch it well. Zhao Chun found a few people to deliver the silver to the Kong family, and the rest of the people followed him and took the remaining silver back to the Zhao family compound. In the Wuji shopping mall, Sun Qian brought a few of his men and followed Zhao Chun as they walked and toured. Lord Zhao's business is truly extraordinary, he exclaimed. The subordinates who followed behind were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, curious about everything they saw. When we arrived at the handicraft area, we saw a wide variety of glass products on the counter. One of the subordinates couldn't help but exclaimed, Are these all crystals? Zhao Chun smiled faintly and said, Yes, it is indeed crystal. How much is it? It depends on the size. Zhao Chun raised his hand, and the waiter brought a crystal cup. Usually, cups like this cost 100 taels. The larger ones cost 150 taels. And those bowls, plates, etc., the prices are also between 200 and 300 taels. Such a bargain. An official's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out a silver note from his pocket. This is a silver note for 1,000 taels. Bring me 10 cups. The waiter didn't move. The official's eyes darkened. Didn't you hear me? Zhao Chun knocked lightly on the table. Sir, it seems a little inappropriate to scold my subordinates in front of me, right? The official looked at Zhao Chun with a cold face. It's obviously your servant who is disobedient. Let me say a few words. Huh. Zhao Chun swung his arm and slapped him. Sun Qian and the others definitely have no good intentions coming here, so there is no need to be civilized or polite to them. The accompanying officials were all stunned. Zhao Chun waved his hands and said, Once you enter our Wuji Mall, you must follow the mall's rules. Are you fucking blind? Can't you see the huge sign on the display case? In addition to gold, silver, and copper, the currencies circulating in this world also includes silver notes. Things like silver notes are of no use to Zhao Chun. After all, Dan does not belong to any dynasty in Chinese history, so the silver notes taken back cannot be considered antiques. Therefore, from the very beginning, he explicitly prohibited all counters from not accepting cash notes. Especially in the handicraft area, after a few days of trial operation, Xia made adjustments and all handicrafts had to be purchased with gold. Sun Qian's face darkened as he stepped forward to confront Zhao Chun. Lord Zhao, isn't this a bit too much? Chapter 110. Why are you still pretending when you've already torn your relationship apart? Am I going too far? Why don't I think so? Zhao Chun snorted coldly. The official who had just been beaten immediately became furious. I am an official appointed by the court. Even if you are a lord, you shouldn't. Bang! Zhao Chun slapped him again. The official's mouth was bleeding from the slap. How dare you? Sun Qian slammed the counter hard, and the glass on the counter suddenly exploded. Several followers behind him immediately drew their swords. Feng De also ordered his men to raise their guns and aim. The two sides are on the verge of a fight. Zhao Chun, you are so presumptuous. Aren't you disrespecting me? Sun Qian said in a low voice. Zhao Chun chuckled. Lord Sun is a strong man. I have to have big eyes to take you seriously. You are so good, Zhao Chun. You beat an official appointed by the court in public and dared to humiliate me. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will go back to Beijing and report you. Sun Qian stared with wide eyes. Zhao Chun, on the other hand, wasn't frightened by his words at all. Instead, he yawned and said, Go ahead, go ahead. Do you want me to prepare the manuscript for you in advance? You, the right governor of Ganliang Road, come to Linzhou Road to show off. I give you face by calling you Lord Sunday. Do you really think you're such a big shot? To tell you the truth, others are afraid of you, but I'm not. If you have the guts, send these people under you up here and see if they're enough to fill my teeth. If you keep showing off on my territory, I'll break your legs and stuff them in my eyes. Sun Qian was stunned for a moment. In official circles, all that matters is face. As a right governor, and especially one of the chief examiners of this year's special examination, he should be given some face by officials wherever he goes. Zhao Chen's words really rubbed his face into the ground. Behind him, the official who had been beaten whispered, Master Sun, please help me. I just want to use the banknotes to buy something. Why doesn't he accept them? Banknotes are also legal tender in Dan. Sun Qian scolded him coldly. Shut up. Haven't I lost face enough? There was a banner hanging clearly on the counter, which stated that no silver notes were accepted, only gold. However, the subordinates still had to take out silver notes to buy things. They were definitely trying to take the opportunity to put Zhao Chun in a bad light. If Zhao Chun accepted it, all the subsequent officials would use the silver notes to buy things and use the silver notes as gold. If Zhao Chun refused to accept it, they could discuss the Dan laws with Zhao Chun about the refusal to accept currency. Who knew that Zhao Chun didn't play by the rules at all? He just started fighting without giving anyone any chance to prepare. The official gritted his teeth and dared not say anything else, so he could only accept it. Sun Qian raised his hand. Put away your knives too. We are shopping in a mall, not on a battlefield. The guards behind put away their knives. Long before he came, he had heard that Zhao Chun had a powerful weapon in his hands, and he thought it must be the thing in the hands of those servants. It was true that he wanted to cause trouble for Zhao Chun, but he couldn't put himself in danger. Lord Zhao, shall we continue shopping? He asked with an ugly smile. Zhao Chun chuckled. What are you still shopping for? Just tell me, why did you come to my mall? Sun Qian stopped and said, Master Zhao, I just wanted to take a look around. Do you have to make things so awkward? Master Sun, your reputation is already broken. What's the point of trying to make amends? Zhao Chun asked. Everyone knows I've wiped out your territory. You came here just to save face, right? Sun Qian clapped his hands. Not bad. Then how does Lord Zhao plan to put his face back on me? Wouldn't it make Lord Sun look shameless if he stuck it on his face? If you listen to my advice, go downstairs immediately and take these people under you back to where they came from. We won't interfere with each other's business. Zhao Chun took a step back and pointed to the door. Lord Zhao, are you not going to leave me with the last bit of dignity? Sun Qian's expression became increasingly cold. Dignity is something you give yourself. My lord, you asked me for dignity. Can I give you dignity? Zhao Chun remained calm and composed. You're so sharp-tongued. Sun Qian snorted coldly and walked towards the door of the main courtyard with his subordinates. Zhao Chun and his men followed behind. Seeing that they wanted to enter the main courtyard, he immediately said, Stop. Sun Qian turned around and asked with a smile, What instructions does Lord Zhao have? The back is my private territory. If you want to go shopping, go to the front. Zhao Chun said in a deep voice. But I'm also curious about what's behind it, Lord Zhao. Isn't there some unknown secret hidden behind it? Sun Qian asked jokingly. Zhao Chun and his men blocked the door. Whether it happens or not is none of your business. This is my private territory, and I have the final say. I won't let you in today. If you dare to force your way in, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as the words fell, the security guards raised their guns again. Sun Qian smiled and said, Okay, we won't force our way in. As he spoke, he took out a golden scroll from his bosom. The Imperial edict has arrived. Zhao Chun, please accept it. Zhao Chun's eyes changed. He thought that Sun Qian might have a backup plan, but he never thought that there would be an Imperial edict. Everyone behind him knelt down. Zhao Chun stood upright. Zhao Chun, why don't you kneel down and receive the order? Sun Qian shouted angrily. Sir Sun, you didn't even follow the procedures when you announced the decree, so how dare you demand that I follow the procedures? Zhao Chun snorted coldly. You can announce the decree or not. I'll stand here and listen. If you don't want to, then put it away as soon as possible. Okay, I'll let you be tough and see how long you can hold on. Sun Qian gritted his teeth and began to read the contents of the Imperial edict. By the providence of heaven, the Emperor decrees that Chun Dainyu, a fourth-rank sword-bearing guard from Ganliang Road, has disappeared while on a mission to Lintian City. The Qin Palace, Lintian Prefecture, and Zhao Ziju's palace are ordered to cooperate with Sun Qian, the right governor of Ganliang Road, to investigate. This is my decree. Zhao Chun reached out and took the Imperial edict. Okay, I received the edict, now what? Sun Qian's expression looked like he was constipated. This Imperial decree was received so casually. Not even a shout of, Long live the Emperor, was given. But this is also good. Zhao Chun will cry soon. Lord Zhao, have you finished reading the Imperial edict? I've finished reading it. Zhao Chun closed the Imperial edict and asked, What are you going to do next? Since Lord Zhao is also participating in the search, he must first prove his innocence. I will lead a search of the Zhao family compound. Is that okay? Yes. Zhao Chun said coldly. Lord Zhao, do you want to disobey the Imperial order? Sun Qian pressed. Zhao Chun shook his head. I wouldn't say I'm disobeying an Imperial order. There are many confidential things in my courtyard. If you rush into search, what if I lose something? Well, I'll have someone notify the King of Qin and the Lintian Prefecture office right now and have their people join in, okay? No problem. Zhao Chun turned and left. The Imperial edict has been photographed. If he still refuses to allow the search, he would be disobeying the order. His talents are just beginning to develop combat effectiveness, and it is not a good time to show his fangs. Sun Qian handed the Imperial Edict to the official who had just been beaten. Take the Imperial Edict to the Qin Palace and Lintian Prefecture Government Office. Chapter 111. Lord Sun was angry and wanted to take away the things in the compound. Xiaer, go find Ho Qinglin. Zhao Qin whispered something as he passed by Xiaer. Xiaer nodded heavily and slipped out of Wuji shopping mall while no one was paying attention. Zhao Qin came to the food area, asked someone to serve him a pot of tea, and ordered some snacks, eating them calmly. Sun Qian came over with a few of his subordinates and said with a smile, Master Zhao, are you still in the mood to eat? Aren't you afraid of what they'll find? Zhao Qin chuckled. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I be afraid of you searching me? Well done. Sun Qian gave a thumbs up and sat opposite Zhao Qin. I hope Lord Zhao can still be so tough later. After saying that, he looked at the skewers on the plate in front of Zhao Qin and said, I've heard that Lord Zhao's food is very good. I'd like to try some too. He reached out and took it. Zhao Qin didn't stop him. He took a sip of tea and said calmly, There's a lot of chili sprinkled on it. Take it easy. Chili? What is that? Sun Qian asked curiously. Zhao Qin smiled and said, You'll know after you eat it. Sun Qian picked up the skewers, put them under his nose, and smelled them. They were so fragrant. He turned to look at the other subordinates and said, Lord Zhao is treating us, so you should all try some. I've heard that the food here is the most delicious. Several subordinates also picked up the skewers. Zhao Qin didn't stop him. There were no chili peppers in this world originally. After he came, the variety of ingredients was gradually enriched. He usually likes to eat very spicy food, and these skewers are sprinkled with the spiciest chili powder here. The first time I ate chili peppers, it was super spicy, enough for these dog officials to enjoy. Several people spoke up. The skewers were delicious when I first put them in my mouth, but as I chewed them, I felt a sharp pain. Zhao Qin, what did you add in there? It hurts so much, Sun Qian shouted with his neck stretched. The other subordinates were no different from him. They dropped the skewers and covered their necks, looking like they were about to die. Don't act like a madman in front of me. I reminded you to sprinkle chili on it, but you insisted on eating it, Zhao Qin said lightly. Sun Qian stared. The stinging in his mouth made it impossible for him to speak. He stared at the teapot in Zhao Qin's hand, rushed over, snatched the teapot away, bit the spout, and poured tea into his mouth. However, as soon as the warm tea entered his mouth, the stinging sensation became even stronger. Sun Qian immediately threw away the teapot and said, Zhao Qin, I will kill you. The guard who followed in immediately drew his sword. The security guards behind Zhao Qin also raised their guns. I advise you not to do it. Otherwise, the consequences will be something you won't be able to bear. Zhao Qin calmly took a sip of water. Sun Qian panted heavily and roared loudly. I can't care less. Come, arrest this thief who killed an official of the Imperial court. Yes. Several guards with knives came forward. Just as the guards were about to open fire, the king of Qin arrived and shouted from afar, Stop. The guard stopped. Zhao Qin also raised his hand, asking the security guards to keep aiming and not shoot for the time being. He ran closer, looked at Sun Qian and the others, all of whom looked extremely miserable, and asked, Brother-in-law, what happened to them? Zhao Qin turned his head, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This king of Qin changed his mind quite quickly. He and Bai Shu hadn't even gotten married yet, but he already called his brother-in-law. Nothing, just some chili. Eat chili peppers? Not really. King Qin frowned. He felt a little uncomfortable when he first ate spicy food, but now, he has reached the point where he can't live without spicy food. Zhao Qin smiled and said, They are eating my special spicy food. The king of Qin understood instantly. King Qin, this villain is harming us. Why don't you let us arrest him? Sun Qian covered his neck and his voice became hoarse. The king of Qin laughed and said, You are feeling unwell because of the chili peppers. Even if you don't do anything, it will be better soon. King Qin, I have an Imperial edict. Sun Qian gritted his teeth. At the mention of the Imperial edict, the king of Qin became even more disdainful. Do you really think I don't know how you got your Imperial edict? My old man is easily influenced by others. A few kind words will get him in the way. Lord Sun, you must have spent a lot of time and effort on this Imperial edict, right? Sun Qian's face was gloomy. No matter what, I can temporarily exercise the Imperial power with the Imperial edict in my hand. I hope your highness will not stop me. Bang! The king of Qin slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. Sun Qian, you are so bold. The imperial decree I received was only to cooperate with you in investigating Chun Danyu's disappearance. You want to attack my brother-in-law just because you ate chili peppers? Don't blame me for not cooperating with you. Zhao Chen just watched indifferently from beginning to end, without saying a word. Sun Qian was frustrated and gritted his teeth in anger. Everyone in the court, whether civil or military, knew that the emperor's favorite was the Prince of Qin. Although he was given a fiefdom early on, it did not completely cut off his possibility of ascending the throne. Besides, the king of Qin had just said that the effect of the chili would wear off in a short while. If he continued to argue, he would gain nothing. Soon, a servant came running over. "Master, they want to search our storehouse." "Let them search," Zhao Chen said, "and tell all the servants to search wherever they want. They're here with an imperial decree, and if we stop them, we'll be in the wrong." "Yes." The servant ran away. After a few minutes, Sun Qian and his subordinates recovered. Just then, a subordinate came hurriedly to report. "Sir, we found a lot of strange things. Do you want to go and take a look?" "Go." Sun Qian shook his sleeves and followed the man with big strides. The king of Qin turned around and said, "Brother-in-law, let's go over and take a look. Who knows what this bastard is up to? We can't let him succeed." Zhao Chen nodded and slowly stood up. "Your Highness, Prince Qin, where is your steward? Why don't I see him?" Usually when the king of Qin goes out, Qin Kuai always follows him around, but today he is nowhere to be seen. It's very strange. I've arranged for him to do something else. Leave him alone for now. Let's catch up. The two of them came to the main courtyard one after another, and saw that the main courtyard was filled with many things he brought from modern society. Generators, fuel barrels, battery packs, and a pile of bullets and gun parts. The lathes have been transported to the fiefdom, and Zhao Chen's core secrets are safe for the time being. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Lord Zhao, these things are very strange. I suspect Chun Danyu's disappearance is related to these things. Someone, take him away," he shouted, and several people came out immediately, carrying things and ready to go out. "Stop," King Qin shouted. "I've seen all these things before, and they have nothing to do with Chun Danyu's disappearance." Sun Qian smiled slightly. "Your Highness, whether there is a specific connection or not, we have to wait until we complete the investigation before we can make a conclusion. I hope your Highness will not obstruct it." "Stop them," the king of Qin roared. A dozen riflemen immediately rushed out and stood in front of these people. Chapter 112. The king of Qin is useless, but Ho Qing Lin is effective, using the T gang to threaten Sun Qian. "King Qin, what do you mean?" Sun Qian asked coldly. King Qin said, "I've already said that these things have nothing to do with Chun Danyu's disappearance. Don't you even want to listen to me?" Sun Qian asked his men to bring the imperial edict. "Your Highness, the Prince of Qin, the imperial edict is here. Just now, I had a personal conflict with the Lord, so I can give you that face. But now, I have a suspicion and sent someone away for verification. Is that wrong? If your Highness, the Prince of Qin still wants to stop me, I can put the things down, but I'm afraid the Prince of Qin will be branded as someone who disobeys the imperial edict. Do you still want to stop me?" The king of Qin frowned. Sun Qian is clearly here to cause trouble, and his real intention may be for these things. The search for Chun Danyu was just an excuse for him to enter the Zhao family compound. "Everyone listen up. Take the things away for research." Sun Qian shouted again. The king of Qin stood there with his fists clenched. The title of disobeying the imperial edict is no joke. Even if his father would not punish him for this matter, in the eyes of the officials and the royal family, he would be accused of being disloyal and unfilial. It will be difficult for him to compete for the throne again. "Brother-in-law, He opened his mouth and finally sighed. Zhao Chen's eyes were gloomy. This old dog Sun Qian was sure that the king of Qin would not disobey the imperial edict in front of everyone, so he dared to act so recklessly here. When he reached the door, Sun Qian smiled triumphantly. "Master Zhao, don't worry. I will return the item to you after I have figured it out." "Wait." Before he could finish his words, Ho Qinglin arrived. He glanced at Sun Qian, then walked over to the king of Qin and Zhao Chun and bowed slightly. "Your Highness the King of Qin, Lord Zhao." "Master Ho." Zhao Chun responded politely. "I wonder why Lord Zhao wants to call me here?" Ho Qinglin asked in a low voice. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed that the atmosphere here was a little off. Zhao Chun asked, "I just wanted to invite Hall Master Ho to come over to discuss the tea party. And by the way, ask Hall Master Ho about someone." Sun Xingwei was a second-rank official in the imperial court and a civil servant, so he was very likely to have connections with the tea gang. At this point, he had no choice but to take a gamble. "Who does Lord Zhao want to find out about?" Ho Qinglin asked. Zhao Qin glanced at Sun Qian and asked, Is that Mr. Sun across from you a high-ranking official in the tea gang? Ho Qinglin thought for a moment and said, yes. That's easy. Zhao Chen laughed, his eyes narrowed slightly. Master Ho, please go back and tell the tea gang's leaders that this tea party can't go on. Ho Qinglin was startled. Why? Lord Zhao, this is no joke. To make this tea party a success, I've invited even more people than last time. You saw it too. I worked so hard to make money for your tea gang, but your people came to raid my house. If I continue to cooperate, won't it be my head that's taken away next time? Zhao Chen covered his neck. I'm a coward and I value my life. Master Ho, you must understand me. Ho Qinglin's face darkened. He has already reported the tea party to his superiors. The high-ranking officials in the capital greatly appreciated this. With only 5 or 6 days left before the tea party, if he canceled it now, those above him would be very likely to skin him alive. Hearing the conversation here, Sun Qian was startled. He came to cause trouble for Zhao Chun because he was commissioned by someone in the capital, and the Imperial edict was also obtained with the help of that person. That person promised that if this thing was accomplished, he would be able to take over the position of Minister of Revenue after he retired after the new year. That was the second rank, which was only 1 level higher than the current one on the surface, but in fact it was 1,000 miles lower. Everyone knows that the Minister of Revenue is a lucrative job. Even by just snapping his little finger, he can embezzle hundreds of thousands of taels of silver a year. If he had been bolder and made a lot of money during his term, the money he earned would be enough for several generations of his family to squander. But now, the people from the tea gang suddenly took action. The real rulers of the tea gang are the first-rank officials in the capital. It has affected their income, so they banded together and became much more terrifying than that man. If this matter is not accomplished, it will ultimately disappoint that person, and his promotion to the Minister of Revenue will be in vain. But if we delay those big guys from making money, their whole family will be sent to Kaishiku tomorrow. Master Sun. Ho Qinglin came to Sun Qian's side and bowed slightly. I am Ho Qinglin, the head of the second hall of the tea gang. If I remember correctly, Master Sun also enjoys subsidies from the tea gang, right? Sun Qian nodded. That's right. Ho Qinglin smiled and said, Lord Zhao is an important partner of our tea gang. Could you please give me a little favor and let this matter go? Sun Qian bit his lip and waved to the people behind him, asking them to put their things down for the time being. But he began to think in his heart. What that person wanted was the things in Zhao Qinyuan. Obviously, it was impossible to take everything away today, but he didn't want to offend that person. He rolled his eyes and thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. Of course I have to give the tea gang leader a favor, but... He looked embarrassed and whispered in Ho Qinglin's ear. It's the higher-ups' wishes that we're asking for things. Leader Ho, how about this? I'll take one too. Can we compromise and each take a step back? Ho Qinglin frowned and began to feel dissatisfied with Sun Qian. All the big bosses at the top of the tea gang know Zhao Chun, but now, no one has the intention to touch Zhao Chun. This is mainly because these teas can bring them particularly lucrative profits. This makes it easier to guess. The people above Sun Qian mentioned must be members of the royal family. He is clearly enjoying subsidies from the tea gang, but he still has to be a running dog for the royal family. He is really a two-faced old bastard. Master Sun, if you're sure you want to do this, I'll report everything you said and did today to headquarters. If this affects the tea party, I can't imagine how those senior officials will deal with you. Ho Qinglin threatened, took a half step back and bowed. Master Sun, please do as you please. I will not be involved in this matter. After saying that, he went straight back to Zhao Chun. Sun Qian stood there, neither knowing whether to leave nor to stay. There is no problem with the Zhao family compound. Put your things down. He shook his sleeves heavily and withdrew his men. Then he clasped his fists towards Zhao Chun and said, Lord Zhao, this is all a misunderstanding. Tomorrow, I'd like to ask you to accompany me on a tour of your fiefdom. If all goes well, we can jointly send people to carry out the mission assigned by His Majesty. Zhao Chun smiled and said, No problem. Sun Qian turned around and was about to leave. Zhao Chun suddenly said, Wait. Sun Qian turned around and asked coldly, Master Zhao, do you have anything else to say? Zhao Chun pointed to the machines and parts scattered on the ground. You want to leave me like this? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Chapter 113 Blackmailing 5,000 taels of gold and forcing Mr. Sun to write an IOU. Lord Zhao, I've already given in, so why are you still holding on to me? You can just reassemble these things. What else do you want from me? Sun Qian's voice was low. When he came to the Zhao family compound today, he completely lost face. Zhao Chen smiled and said, You can ask around in the city. Many families have installed generators and battery packs. The installation fee is 100 taels of gold per set. You dismantled 10 sets at once. Even if I don't allow you to deduct the loss, you still have to compensate me with 1,000 taels of gold. Also, those 2 large boxes of ammunition you carried got damp and can't be used. You're paying 1 tael of silver per round. If I remember correctly, those 2 boxes have 25,000 to 26,000 rounds in total. Even if I give you a small change for 20,000 rounds, that's still 2,000 taels of gold. And those gun parts, I reserved for the King of Qin. A rifle costs 200 taels of gold, and replacement parts are an average of 10 taels of gold each. If you count the parts, there are over 200, if I'm not mistaken. Your men gathered them and just threw them on the ground, causing most of them to be damaged. I won't count them all, and I'll give you a small amount. It's about 2,000 taels of gold. You destroyed my 5,000 taels of gold, and you think you can just brush it off with a single sentence. Your mouth is way too valuable. Zhao Qin's words left the King of Qin confused. He didn't tell him how much the generator battery pack cost. It was given to him by Zhao Chun, so he didn't know the price. Take bullets for example. Zhao Chun sold them bullets for 21 each, but sold them to Sun Qian for 1 tael of silver each, which was 50 times more expensive. As for those gun accessories, when Zhao Chun equipped them with rifles, he taught them how to maintain the guns. Those parts are very strong, not to mention throwing them on the ground. Even if you drop them hard, they won't break in a few hits. He obviously wanted to disgust Sun Qian on purpose. Sun Qian's face darkened. Lord Zhao, aren't you taking advantage of someone else's misfortune? You can ask King Qin or Hall Master He whether it is true or not. If both of them say that I am taking advantage of the situation, I will admit it. Zhao Qin said with his hands behind his back. Sun Qian gritted his teeth. Ask them both? What can you ask? No matter how much I ask, it's definitely my fault. He whispered. Lord Zhao, I really don't have that much money, and your things are not broken. Can you see if you can make them cheaper? Can you tell if it's broken or not? Zhao Qin raised his voice. Master Sun, how about this? Send all your concubines to me, and I'll return them to you in a month. I guarantee that they won't show any damage, and our accounts will be written off. Okay, Zhao Qian. Sun Qian's eyes widened with anger. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhao Chun immediately covered his temples and said, Oh, my head hurts. Master Ho, go back and tell your superiors that the tea party really can't be held. Lord Sun owes me so much money. I don't have the money to buy tea. Okay, I will report this matter truthfully. Ho Qinglin clasped his fists. Sun Qian's teeth were about to break. 5,000 taels of gold. He had been the right governor of Ganliang for 3 years and had only earned barely 60 or 70,000 taels of gold. Now he had to lose more than half of it in one go, and he felt really unhappy. However, compared with the lives of his family, he had to bow his head. Master Zhao, don't worry about it. I'll give you the money. I don't have that much on me. Can I write an IOU? No problem. Xie, prepare your pen and ink. He shouted, but no one responded. Master Ho, didn't Xie go to look for you? Didn't he come back with you? Zhao Chen asked. Ho Qinglin shook his head. No, he said he had to go to your fiefdom and asked me to come by myself. Oh, so that's it. Zhao Chen understood and called out. Ying, prepare your pen and ink. Soon, Ying came with pen and ink. In the presence of everyone, Sun Qian wrote an IOU. Master Zhao, here you go. He flicked his sleeves and handed the IOU to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen glanced at it and clicked his tongue twice. It's obvious that Lord Sun didn't sign for the money. He didn't even write the date for repayment. Write it down. Sun Qian rolled his eyes, took the IOU back, and wrote down the repayment date. Are there any questions now? Stamp your official seal, lest you regret it. Sun Qian was so angry that he took out the official seal from his pocket and stamped it. Zhao Chen read it again and nodded with satisfaction. Master Sun, I'll accept the IOU. But you must deliver the money to my house before the deadline. Otherwise, I guarantee that everyone in Ganliang will see this IOU. Humph. Sun Qian flicked his sleeves and strode away. As soon as he left, Xie came running back in a hurry. Master, I'm going to the fiefdom and have them hide the machines in the factory. We don't have to worry about him finding out anymore. Seeing him panting heavily, Zhao Chen really couldn't bear to remind him that even if he didn't hide Sun Qian, he couldn't do anything to him. Seeing that nothing happened here, Ho Qinglin clasped his fists and said, Master Zhao, there's nothing going on here. I'll take my leave now. Master Ho, take care. I still need to clean up here, so I won't see you off. Please stay. I just don't know about the tea party. Let's proceed as normal. After all, we've already agreed on a partnership, and changing our minds at the last minute isn't my style. Well, I'll take my leave. Ho Qinglin bowed and quickly left the Zhao family compound. He now respects Zhao Chen a lot. Firstly, because of the tea cooperation, and secondly because he is really afraid of the security guards under Zhao Chen's control. Just pick out 20 of them and they can wipe out the 600 or 700 people in the Salt Gang. With such strength, it is best not to provoke them if possible. Looking at his back, King Qin clenched his fists tightly. He was a prince, but his weight in front of the civil officials was not as good as that of a hall master. He felt extremely humiliated. Although he also knew that Sun Qian was not afraid of Ho Qinglin, but the first-rank officials above Ho Qinglin, the superficial feeling he gave people was that he was very unhappy. He sighed and turned to face Zhao Chun. Brother-in-law, today's matter. I couldn't help you. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Zhao Chun smiled and said, Your Highness, Prince Qin, there's no need to say that. You're also under the pressure of the Imperial edict. If you disobey the order, you'll be cursed. I understand. Alas, once you are in the Imperial court, you have no control over your own affairs. He shook his head, and then, as if remembering something, he said, Today's incident is strange. I suspect it has something to do with the T Gang's top brass. Be sure to be more cautious when collaborating with the T Gang in the future. I understand. Thank you, King Qin, for the reminder. Zhao Chen clasped his hands together. The King of Qin left with his rifle team. As soon as I returned to the palace, I saw Qin Kuai wandering in front of the palace gate. Your Highness, the investigation has revealed the truth. He ran to the side of the King of Qin. The King of Qin immediately dismissed his attendants and asked, Who sent Sun Qian here? King of Han. Qin Kuai lowered his voice. He learned from the 10th princess that Zhao Chun has a generator, and he wants Sun Qian to take it back for research. The King of Qin narrowed his eyes and said, It's him. Chapter 114. Lord Sun leaves in a hurry. Zhao Chun inspects the fiefdom. The next day, Zhao Chen packed up and waited in the Zhao family compound. Sun Qian said he was going to his fiefdom today. Although he was very unhappy with Sun Qian, he still had to give him face. After all, the other party was holding the Imperial edict in his hand. However, he had nothing to worry about. I called Ho Qinglin yesterday, and he helped me solve a big problem. After waiting until after 9 in the morning, Zhao Chen still hadn't received any notification. He frowned and asked, Could it be that the guy went to my fiefdom on his own and wanted to conduct a surprise inspection? His expression changed, and he immediately asked his men to prepare their horses, ready to go to the fiefdom to take a look. Feng Dagong led the horse back, and a servant came running outside, saying that he was Sun Qian's servant. Let him come over, Zhao Chen said lightly. The man hurried over. Lord Zhao. He first bowed and saluted. Zhao Chen said, Get up, where is your master? The servant said, My lord has asked me to tell the lord that he is feeling unwell today and will not be inspecting the fiefdom for the time being. You don't have to wait for him. Not going. Zhao Chen raised his voice. That's right. The servant bowed again. The master said that Master Zhao is a man of integrity and upright conduct. He trusts Master Zhao's character and wants Master Zhao to identify over 100 families to cooperate with the Qin Palace and the Lintian Prefecture in searching for Chen Dainiu. He also needs to hurry back to Gongliang, as they've suffered a bit of a disaster there recently. Zhao Chen chuckled. He could even think of a reason for the disaster. It seemed that he was still very afraid of the T Gang. All right, go back and tell your master that I understand. I'll send someone out to search for him soon. Also, tell your master to take good care of himself. He still owes me money. Thank you for your concern, sir. I will go back first. The servant bowed and left quickly. Zhao Chen watched him leave without much joy in his heart. A second-rank official in the Imperial court was so afraid of the T Gang. What about the Salt Gang? Behind the Salt Gang are a group of military generals. He slaughtered so many people from the Salt Gang some time ago, and the Salt Gang will definitely not let it go. What will they do? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Chen shook his head. Those things didn't happen, so even if he tried hard to imagine, he couldn't think of what means the other party could use. Let's counter my moves. Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. Master, do you still want to go to your fiefdom? Fengda asked. In recent days, because he was assassinated, except for a trip to Linen City, he spent the rest of his time in the Zhao family compound and did not go out. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, Let's go. I haven't been there in a few days. I don't know what the situation is like over there. He took Jingjing and Wan out the door. The Black Dragon Society wants to know whether the assassins they send out are completely wiped out before sending out new assassins. This will take at least a few days. It can be said that he is relatively safe these days. He rode his horse galloping all the way and soon arrived at his fiefdom. It's only been 7 or 8 days since I last came here, but the changes in the fiefdom are huge. The half-built wall was completed and the population settlement expanded several times. Master, when Bingbing learned that Zhao Chun was coming to inspect the fiefdom, she ran to the entrance of the fiefdom to greet him. Zhao Chun dismounted and asked, "What's the current situation in the fiefdom?" Bingbing began to report everything in detail. "Master, the families of all our servants and menial workers have already been relocated to our fiefdom. The families of the remaining private soldiers and escort agency personnel are gradually moving in. Currently, a total of 315 households have completed the move. The current population of the fiefdom is 6,214, of which 1,471 are elderly and weak, 985 are sick, disabled, and pregnant. The remaining labor force is 2,150 young and strong men and 1,608 women, including 492 young and strong women rescued from the Bandit Mountain." Listening to her report, Zhao Qin frowned. Why is the gender imbalance so serious? If the people rescued from the Bandit Mountain were excluded, there were only 1,116 women in the fiefdom. Even if pregnant women were included, the number would not exceed 1,500. There are quite a few extra men. From an outsider's perspective, the gender ratio is seriously unbalanced, and violence is very likely to occur. If the extra men without families are not well managed, they are likely to cause trouble. Especially now is the ancient times when the laws are not sound. Master, after the merger of several villages, the gender ratio has already been slightly unbalanced. Now that all the servants and other family members have been recruited, it's normal for the gender ratio to become even more unbalanced. A big reason these people signed indentures is because they couldn't make a living. If a woman can find a husband, she might be able to get married, but a man without money really can't get a wife. The data I just reported doesn't include the bandits. There are still 1,078 bandits, all young and strong men. They are currently being held in solitary confinement in a concentration camp, with little freedom. They're not completely part of our territory, so I didn't include them in the total." Zhao Qin's face became even darker. This matter must be resolved in the shortest possible time. Only when the ratio of men to women is relatively balanced can it be easier to create a stable and prosperous fiefdom. He said seriously, "Record this question. When there's a chance in the future, you must recruit more women from outside the fiefdom." "Understood." Bingbing took note and continued to report. "The arsenal's TNT research has made significant progress, and we expect to achieve full mass production within 2 weeks. We've also made significant progress in firearms production, producing 100 automatic rifles, 50 bolt-action rifles, 5 AWMs, and 1 Barrett rifle daily. We can also produce over 20,000 rounds of various ammunition daily." Zhao Qin nodded. For a small Viscount like him, this production speed was fast enough. "When we get back, we can adjust the arsenal's production structure. We already have enough automatic rifles. In the future, I plan to hold an arms exhibition and sell some bolt-action rifles to the public to earn us some extra money." Regardless of the era, arms sales are one of the fastest growing industries. For example, the U.S. military dares to sell an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft for $120 million. Even if the entire aircraft is made of gold, it would not be worth so much money. Now that Zhao Chun has mastered the most advanced weapons manufacturing technology in the world, it is normal for him to sell outdated equipment to fill his wallet. When he develops more advanced weapons in the future, he will dare to sell the Barrett and silenced AWM for money. Bingbing is still reporting. Today, all 3 hydropower stations have been put into operation, the residential area has been fully electrified, and every household has access to electric lights. The electricity bill is a little bit expensive, so many families are reluctant to use it. After listening to her report, Zhao Chun had a basic understanding of the situation of the fiefdom. The development speed of the fiefdom was even faster than he expected. He mounted his horse and headed towards the edge of his fiefdom. Chapter 115: Planning the roads of the fiefdom and returning to modern times to purchase equipment. The fiefdom is only the size of a palm, but now it is home to more than 6,000 people, occupying nearly a quarter of the area. If we want to accommodate more people in the future, we have to work hard on housing. He held a large-scale map of his fiefdom and would stop to look around every once in a while, marking things on the map. Bing bing, for the next period of time, call all the young and strong men in the fiefdom to come out and build roads. I've mapped out 6 main roads, 3 horizontal and 3 vertical. These roads are initially 20 meters wide. There must be no obstructions in the areas through which the main roads pass. Houses will be demolished and graves relocated. All 6 main roads must be fully connected. In addition to the main road, I've also planned and organized 30 secondary roads. Before winter arrives this year, all idle laborers in the fiefdom will be assigned to this task. Also, those bandits shouldn't be idle either. Have them start digging an underground tunnel from their fiefdom to the compound. I'll have the tools delivered in the next 2 days. I'll have people keep a close eye on it. The tunnel starts at the arsenal, so we can't allow any accidents. Yes, I will arrange someone to keep a close eye on it, Bingbing said solemnly. Zhao Chen wandered around here for a while and went to Bingbing's tent to relieve some stress before riding back on his horse. The weather outside is getting colder day by day. After winter, many people will be idle, and he still has to think about how to find something for these people to do. Back at the Zhao family compound, he returned to the modern era. Cui Xiangyu's money has been deposited. A total of 1.6 billion was earned. Looking at the long list of numbers on the account, he felt very satisfied. Although compared with those real rich people, his money is not much. But it is definitely something that ordinary people cannot achieve in several lifetimes. He went to the engineering equipment market and purchased a large amount of mining equipment. If you want to dig accurately and quickly, you need things like lasers, electric pickaxes, and conveyor belts. Nearly 1,100 strong laborers were needed in one winter to dig a tunnel large enough for 2 carriages to run side by side. In addition, he also purchased a large number of drainage and ventilation equipment. Drainage outlets and ventilation holes should be set up at regular intervals in the tunnel. Otherwise, during the rainy season, such a wide tunnel will definitely cause a disaster. After buying these, he went to the tea market and bought enough tea for the tea party before driving home. On the way home, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he took it out, he saw that it was a message from Li Qi. Zhao Chun, there hasn't been any news for several days. I really feel like I'm dating a fake person. He stopped the car and replied, I've been busy these past few days. I wonder if Miss Chi has any instructions. After a while, the video came. As soon as the call was connected, I saw Li Qi in a wilderness. Zhao Chen, are you free today? I'll take you out to play. The wind is very loud on the other side. Zhao Chen frowned in confusion. What fun do you have in the wild? She immediately turned her phone around, and through the screen, Zhao Chen saw hot air balloons flying all over the sky. Have you ever been in a hot air balloon? Do you want to try it? Zhao Chen's brain felt like it had been electrocuted. He suddenly knew what to do in his fiefdom in winter. In modern society, if a place has any unique culture, it will develop tourism. Compared with traditional industries, the tourism industry makes money faster. At that time, we will combine it with ice sculptures, skiing projects, and military products for sale. I guarantee he won't be idle this winter. Hey, what are you doing? Li Qi shouted. Zhao Chun came back to his senses. I suddenly remembered something just now. Where are you? I'll go find you. Li Qi sent him a location. It's not far from Yunqing. You can drive there in half an hour. I'll wait for you. Good. After hanging up the video, Zhao Chun turned on the navigation and went to the location provided by Li Qi. This is an open wilderness. As soon as we arrived, we saw various tents set up outside the venue. The First Cloud City Hot Air Balloon Festival. Zhao Chen looked at the eye-catching words on the entrance gate and suddenly laughed. Nowadays, the authorities are really racking their brains to make money. These hot air balloons floating in the sky are all treasure pots. By organizing such a hot air balloon festival, the entrance fees, transaction commissions, accommodation fees, etc. of the participants are definitely enough for the participating cities to make a lot of money. Zhao Chen bought the tickets and called Li Qi. I'm at the gate. Where are you? Li Qi said. Wait for me for a moment. I'll pick you up. Zhao Chen waited for a full 20 minutes before he saw Li Qi running towards him, panting. As soon as he saw him, Li Qi immediately took his arm and dragged him inside. I just made an appointment with a hot air balloon owner. Let's go up and experience it. Come on. Hey, can I not go up? I'm afraid of heights. Zhao Chen's legs trembled instantly when he heard that he was going to get on a hot air balloon. He is really afraid of heights. Especially after I fell from the granary at home when I was a child, I became extremely afraid of heights. Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. Hot air balloons are very safe. Li Qi dragged him forward. The thought of getting on a hot air balloon made his legs go limp, and he had no strength to resist. After a while, the two of them arrived in front of the hot air balloon. Looking at the sphere that was about 6 or 7 meters wide with flames burning underneath, Zhao Chen swallowed. Chi, can we discuss this so that I can? No. Li Qi interrupted him before he could finish his words, and then said patiently, You're a grown man. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and get up. I'm also here to help you with your fear of heights. Zhao Chun held the basket with both hands. His legs were completely out of control. I really regret not wearing a diaper when going out. I want to pee. Can I go and do it? Zhao Chen asked in a trembling voice. No, if you want to pee, just pee in the sky. Just treat it as artificial rain. Li Qi pushed Zhao Chun onto the hot air balloon. Okay, let's go to heaven. The man in charge of controlling the hot air balloon laughed and increased the firepower. Zhao Chen only felt his feet shake, and he immediately squatted down in fear. He is really afraid of heights and is very careful about his life. Because of this, he never dared to take a plane in his 20-plus years of life. Li Chi, I regret it. Why did I come here? He closed his eyes tightly, hugged the basket tightly, and trembled with fear. Li Chi didn't say anything, just laughed. After an unknown amount of time, the person in charge of the controls said, "That's enough. It's raised this high." Li Chi patted Zhao Chun on the shoulder. "Hey, coward, open your eyes and look. The scenery up there is really great." "I don't want it." Zhao Chun still kept his eyes closed, not daring to look down. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, the basket shook, and he screamed in fear again. Li Chi was a little helpless. "You don't seem so timid normally. Open your eyes and take a look." As she spoke, she lifted Zhao Chun up and pressed him against the basket. Chapter 116. Confessions at High Altitude. Purchase of 10 hot air balloons. Zhao Chun struggled hard in fear, and the basket shook violently. "Don't move," the person controlling the hot air balloon shouted. Zhao Chun was so frightened that he just stood there motionless. "Zhao Chun, I won't force you. Just open your eyes and take a look. If you still feel scared, let's go down." Li Chi tried so many tricks, but to no avail, so he had to give up. However, it would be a waste if Zhao Chun didn't take a good look at the beautiful scenery from high altitude. Zhao Chun still had his eyes closed. "Just open your eyes and take a look, even if it's just for me," Li Chi said again. Zhao Chun took a deep breath and encouraged himself in his heart. "Fuck it, let's fight." In modern society, girls like Li Chi are rare. She has been in love with me for more than 10 years. Even if it's just for her kindness, let's give it a try. Zhao Chun opened his eyes and was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him. He could see the hustle and bustle of the city not far away, the dense forests and mountains, and the farmlands and houses. Without looking directly down, he thought the scenery here was really nice. It seems as if all the pressure can be resolved in an instant. "How is it? Does it look good?" Li Chi asked in his ear. Zhao Chun nodded dully. "It looks good. If it's beautiful, just look at it for a while longer." "Are you still scared?" Li Chi asked again. Zhao Chun shook his head. He found that as long as he didn't look straight down, he really didn't feel any fear. He took a deep breath. The air at high altitude seems to have gotten much better. Li Chi also opened his arms and breathed hard. "I also like the feeling of being high in the sky," she murmured softly, as if responding to Zhao Chun, but also as if talking to herself. "Actually, I knew a long time ago that you were afraid of heights. The reason I brought you here was to help you overcome your fear. Haven't you heard that saying? The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Come on, Olga." Zhao Chun suddenly laughed, and the image of an uncle full of positive energy emerged in his mind. "Now you've taken the first step. If you do this a few more times, your fear of heights will definitely be cured." Zhao Chun took her hand and nodded heavily. The two of them looked into the distance for a long time, without any communication, but it was as if they were communicating all the time. "Okay, your experience time is up. Let's go down." The person controlling the hot air balloon glanced at his watch and said to the two of them. Li Chi said, "Brother, can you wait a moment? Just half a minute." The operator didn't know what she was going to do and thought it would only take half a minute, so he just waited. "Okay, hurry up." Li Chi smiled and nodded. "Yes, thank you, big brother." She turned and walked to the basket, put her hands on the side of her face, and shouted into the distance. "Zhao Chun, I have liked you for more than 10 years, and now I finally have you. I love you." Zhao Chun was stunned for a moment, and his heart was instantly filled with emotion. He also came to the basket and imitated Li Chi. "Li Chi, I love you too. From now on we." Just when he was about to express his feelings, a gust of wind blew by. The basket shook violently. Zhao Chun immediately hugged the basket tightly, and his legs began to feel weak again. Chi, let's go down. I'm scared." He was almost in tears. Li Chi laughed. She was already satisfied when she heard Zhao Chun shouting, "I love you. I have waited for more than 10 years, and now we are running towards each other. It is really beautiful. Brother, let's go down." She looked back at the operator who was controlling the hot air balloon. The operator, with a smile on his face, reduced the fire and released the hot air. The hot air balloon descended little by little, and after a few minutes, it finally landed steadily on the ground. Zhao Chun walked down holding the basket. The moment his feet touched the ground, he almost lost his balance. "Today is truly a day worth remembering. Chi, help me go to the toilet," he said weakly. Li Chi covered his mouth and laughed, then lifted his shoulders and took him to the toilet. After walking around the hot air balloon site for a while, Zhao Chun finally recovered. Looking at the hot air balloon flying in the sky, the scene of him and Li Chi in it kept appearing in his mind. If nothing goes wrong, in this world, he and Li Chi should be together forever. Chi, wait a moment. I'll go ask how much the hot air balloon costs." What are you doing? Do you still want to sit? Li Qi asked. Zhao Chen shook his head. The company is planning to take some clients on a trip. I think hot air balloons are great, so I want to get a couple for them to play with. It takes training to fly a hot air balloon, and you don't dare to get on. How can you do it? Li Qi asked worriedly. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Don't worry. If I don't dare, then who else would dare? Wait for me for a moment. Okay. Li Qi nodded. Zhao Chen found a hot air balloon exhibitor and went into the tent to talk with him for more than 10 minutes. Finally, I bought 10 at the price of 80,000 each. He left his address to the exhibitor and left. After walking around with Li Qi for a while, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Zhao? That's right, said Zhao Chen. The excavation equipment you ordered is ready and will be transported to its destination. Please receive it promptly. Okay. After hanging up the phone, he sighed. Chi-Chi, my boss has assigned me another job. He felt a little guilty. He had finally gotten to play with Li Qi for a while, but now he had to leave so soon. Li Qi smiled and said, Okay, go ahead. Men should focus on their careers. We can play together again when we have time later. Yeah. Zhao Chen kissed her forehead lightly and left quickly. When I got home and finished the preparations, the people transporting the excavation equipment arrived and started unloading the truck. In order to maximize the work efficiency of those people, Zhao Chen bought 2 trailers of tools and equipment. Before all these things were delivered, the hot air balloon arrived. He had the hot air balloon unloaded on an open space and paid them to leave. By the time all the stuff was transported to the other side, it was dark. That's the bad thing about autumn. It gets dark so quickly. After tidying up the place, Zhao Chen returned to the Zhao family compound. Ying, Zhao Chen shouted from the main courtyard. Soon, Ying came out, dressed in her clothes. Master, what are your instructions? I've had some excavation equipment delivered, and I'll have someone deliver it to the fiefdom tomorrow. Also, I've purchased 10 hot air balloons. Have them moved to the fiefdom as well. Remember, the hot air balloons must be transported separately, and they must not be placed with any pointed objects. I need them invaluable. Yes. Ying nodded slightly. Then he continued, Master, who will serve you tonight? Zhao Chen thought about it and realized that he hadn't communicated with Dun Dun for a long time. Squat down. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. The excavation and road construction projects in the fiefdom have already begun, and the 30 hot air balloon operators found by Zhao Chen are also undergoing intensive training. Early that morning, someone from the tea gang came. Chapter 117. Going to the tea party and meeting the 10th princess again. Master, the people from the tea gang are here to escort the tea. Xiaer knocked on Zhao Chen's door hurriedly. Zhao Chen sat up between Jingjing and Ruan, turned over, got up from the ground, quickly put on his clothes, and ran to the door. Today is the day when the tea gang holds a tea party. The whole city has been preparing for it since yesterday. Zhao Chen said, I've brought all the tea back. Please arrange for someone to load it onto the truck, and get a few more people to escort it over. The tea gang was deliberately building up momentum for this tea party, and Zhao Chen felt very happy. If nothing goes wrong, this time sales will be at least double that of last time. Xiaer bowed and retreated. Zhao Chen returned to his room and tidied it up. Soon, Jingjing and Ruan also returned to him dressed neatly. We're going to the tea gang today, so you two should be careful. There hasn't been any activity from the Black Dragon Society in days. We don't know if they've sneaked into the city with us. Don't worry, sir. We will do our best to protect you. Jingjing bowed. Ruan also echoed. Same to me. Zhao Chen nodded and took the two of them out of the main house. After ordering a team of security guards, Zhao Chen swaggered out of the door. To ensure his safety on the road, he took a bulletproof carriage. Today, Lintian City is decorated with lights and colors everywhere, and it looks like the new year. A banner is hung every few steps. Warmly celebrate the 10th Linshinsheng Tea Gang Tea Tasting Conference. Before this, the second hall of the Lintian City Tea Gang had also held several tea parties. However, without good quality tea, their tea parties would be meaningless. Ever since the last time the flower tea sold well, they also smelled a strong business opportunity and negotiated with several merchants in Lintian City. Before and after the tea party, all foreign merchants entering Lintian City will go to their designated places for food and accommodation, and they can also take a portion of the money earned. In addition, this time more effort was put into publicity than last time, and the publicity was also wider. For this reason, Ho Qinglin specifically asked Zhao Chen if he wanted to bring some more tea. Zhao Chen refused without even thinking. If this loophole is open this time, there will be more and more last-minute requests for tea in the future. After walking for a full 20 minutes, the group finally arrived at the second hall of the tea gang. In the past, even if they walked at a normal speed, it would only take them 10 minutes at most to reach the destination. After all, the city is too busy today. Zhao Chen did not rush to get off the car, but asked Feng to take people to look around the area first to see if there were any suspicious people. While he was waiting, another carriage came from a distance. The car stopped beside him. The door curtain was opened, and a delicate face popped out. "Mr. Zhao, long time no see." Zhao Chun was startled, turned his head towards the voice, and suddenly laughed stiffly. "10th Princess, you have been back to the capital for less than a month." At this time, Feng De and the others came back and stood beside the car. "Master, we checked. There is no danger nearby." Zhao Chen nodded and got off the car with peace of mind. As soon as his feet touched the ground, and Lingxin came over with a smile. "I didn't expect that the dignified young master Zhao would cherish his life so much." Zhao Chen glanced at her sideways. "The world is so beautiful. I don't want to go to see the king of hell so early." He now knows what Lingxin is thinking. Considering that he would marry Bai Shu in a while, he instinctively kept some distance from Lingxin. Lingxin felt a little disappointed. "Brother Zhao Chun, do you hate me?" Upon hearing this address, Zhao Chun hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Highness, I am only a viscount. I cannot bear to be addressed like that. I just like calling you that. Don't you see what I'm thinking?" And Lingxin sniffed, her eyes immediately reddening. "I also heard that you're going to marry the sister of the king of Qin's wife. Is that true?" Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. "Since the 10th princess knows, I won't hide it anymore." He straightened up and said seriously, "I do want to marry the youngest daughter of the Baijun family." And Lingxin immediately said, "No, you can't marry her. You can only marry me." Her words immediately attracted the attention of others. Those people originally wanted to watch the fun and see whose daughter it was that said such shameless words in public. But when they saw that it was Lingxin, those people pretended to be blind and quickly left the place of trouble. Most of those entering the door now are Beijing officials. Everyone knows that Lingxin is a female version of the devil. Once she is unhappy, no one present can be happy. Zhao Chen looked at Lingxin, his face still calm. "Your Highness, my marriage to Miss Bai Shu has already been decided. It is really inconvenient to change it. Cancel the engagement. As long as you're willing to marry me, I can let go of all this. Moreover, I will also give the Linen County Duke some compensation." And Lingxin was talking about this. Another car stopped at the door. The king of Qin came down holding the queen's hand. "Lingxin, stop messing around." King Qin took 2 steps to Lingxin and said seriously. And Lingxin turned her head and pinched her waist angrily. "Second brother, I am so optimistic about Zhao Chun. Why do you introduce your sister-in-law to him? Am I, your biological sister, not as good as your sister-in-law?" The king of Qin's face twitched. What he did as a prince was really frustrating. The ministers were not afraid of him, but of the tea gang. In front of so many people, my sister loudly questioned his decision. His face, it fell to the ground and broke into pieces. He glanced at Zhao Chun and said, "Brother-in-law, go in first. I want to talk to Lingxin." "Calling your brother-in-law so soon? You." And Lingxin stomped her feet and turned around resentfully. "Who wants to talk to you? Go ahead and talk to whoever you want." Just as she was about to leave, she was grabbed by the king of Qin. Seeing this, Zhao Chun did not linger any longer. He bowed slightly and turned to walk into the hall. "Second brother, let me go." And Lingxin struggled. The king of Qin sighed softly. "10th sister, could you please just listen to me and finish what I have to say? You're helping your sister-in-law to steal my boyfriend. What else can I say?" And Lingxin continued to struggle. The king of Qin said sternly, "Then listen to me first. Do you know why Zhao Chen has distanced himself from you?" And Lingxin shook her head. The king of Qin let her go and sighed. "Did you tell your third brother anything when you returned this time?" And Lingxin thought about it carefully. Her third brother was the king of Han, who was competing openly and secretly with the king of Qin. "I didn't say anything. I just told you what I saw and heard here." "Then do you know what your third brother has done?" The king of Qin's voice became deep. And Ling's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose. "Your third brother sent someone with an imperial edict to empty the Zhao family compound, and even nearly accused Zhao Chun of defying the imperial edict. Do you think he wouldn't be angry?" After hearing what King Qin said, and Lingxin was completely stunned. Third brother. How could he be like this? "So, sister, it's not that I don't want to help you." The king of Qin patted her shoulder and took the princess into the hall. In the hall, Zhao Chen looked around. "Master, we have checked the hall, and there is no place to hide anyone." Chapter 118. The princess is very domineering and the auction begins, and she is assassinated. Zhao Chen nodded with confidence and found his seat. Since he was a supplier of this tea party, the tea gang specially reserved a front row seat for him. Next to him was the chief steward of the current Taifu family. Seeing Zhao Chen sitting down, the butler snorted. "What kind of thing is this? You think you are worthy of sitting next to me? Zhao Chen frowned and was about to speak when the king of Qin came over. Upon seeing the king of Qin, the chief steward immediately stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness the King of Qin. King Qin nodded and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Zhao Chun and said, Brother-in-law, Ling Xin is a simple-minded girl with no ill intentions. I've already reprimanded her. Don't bother with her. Zhao Chen quickly stood up and said, What are you talking about, Prince Qin? How can I be angry with Her Royal Highness the Princess? The conversation between the two fell into the ears of the butler. The butler was stunned. The king of Qin actually called him brother-in-law? Which sister? Thinking carefully, among the emperor's descendants, there seems to be only one daughter, and Ling Xin, and the rest. He had come in early just now and did not see the scene at the door, so naturally he did not know about the grudge between Ling Xin and Zhao Chun. He swallowed, and his legs began to tremble. The tea party will start soon. I will go back to my seat first, said the king of Qin with a smile. Okay, Zhao Chun bowed. The king of Qin continued to move forward. As a prince, even if his say is not very high, he still needs to be treated with due courtesy. He sat in the center of the front row. To his right was the seat reserved for Ling Xin. Ling Xin stood outside in the cold wind for a long time before gradually accepting the fact that she was backstabbed by her third brother. She walked into the hall with her head lowered, looked around, and quickly locked onto Zhao Chen's position. At this time, Zhao Chen was here. The butler chuckled and said, My dear friend, I was short-sighted and offended you just now. I will punish myself with a cup of tea. Please forgive me. Zhao Chen just glanced at his flattering apology indifferently. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. After drinking a cup of tea, he wanted to continue chatting with Zhao Chun. But just as he was about to speak, he felt his neck tighten. When he turned around, he saw Ling Xin grabbing his collar and pulling him out. Get out of my way. I'll take this seat, she said coldly. The butler quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to Ling Xin. I am the butler of the Taifu Mansion, and I kowtow to the 10th princess. And Ling Xin ignored him and sat down on the chair. 10th princess, your seat is in the front. The butler reminded. And Ling Xin glared at him and said, Go sit down and get out. The butler shuddered. That is the seat next to the king of Qin. Even if the princess allowed it, would he dare to sit on it? He was not his master, who had a background as a civil official. He bit his lip, stepped aside a few steps, and squatted on the spot. And Ling Xin ignored the butler. Her personal guards also came over and squeezed together with Jingjing and Ruan. Jingjing and Ruan's faces were as black as charcoal. They were about to say something in defense, but Zhao Chen shook his head, and they gave up. Brother Zhao Chun, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have told my third brother about the situation here, causing you so much trouble. And Ling Xin whispered. Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows. How is she related to her third brother again? Who is her third brother? There must be some important news that the king of Qin has not revealed. When I have time, I must go to the Prince Qin's mansion to find out the truth. At this moment, Ho Qinglin took the stage, his face full of smiles as he said, Welcome everyone to the tea party hosted by the second hall of the Lintian City Tea Gang. Today, we have prepared 2 kinds of tea, totaling 500 kilograms. We are sure that everyone here will return with a full load. Bring tea. Following his shout, beautifully dressed maids came out carrying tea trays. There were 2 pots of different tea leaves on each table. The tea in front of you is the tea to be auctioned today. The tea in the white porcelain pot is called flower tea, and the tea in the purple clay pot is bilyuakan. You can taste it first. The auction will begin soon. For a moment, the hall was filled with the sound of pouring tea. Zhao Chun and Ling Xin also each picked up a teapot and poured a cup of tea. Soon, voices of praise followed. This tea is so fragrant. I've never tasted such delicious tea. Seeing the good response from below, Ho Qinglin waved to those behind him. The bidding begins now. First up, 5 kilograms of scented tea. Starting price. And Ling Xin didn't want to listen to what was said above. She moved closer to Zhao Chun and said, Brother Zhao Chun, after the auction is over, I want to go to Wuji Shopping Mall. Is that okay? Zhao Chun smiled and said, Wuji Shopping Mall is open for business. Your Highness, of course you can go if you want to. Then can you accompany me? And Ling Xin was about to take the opportunity to get closer when a flare suddenly shot in from outside the window. The signal arrow flew straight towards Zhao Chun. And Ling Xin shouted, Be careful. Then she threw herself in front of Zhao Chun. Oh! She let out a scream and fell into Zhao Chen's arms. The king of Qin suddenly stood up and shouted, Guards! There's an assassin. A large number of guards immediately stepped forward. Jingjing and Ruan raised their guns and guarded Zhao Chen closely. Leave 4 of you to protect the master, and the rest of you, follow me. Feng Dai waved his hand. The security team jumped out of the window and chased in the direction of the murderer. 10th princess, 10th princess. Zhao Chun roared at the top of his lungs as he felt the warm blood on his hand. And Lingxin's breath was weak, and she slowly raised her hand. Brother Zhao Chun, can you call me by my name? Okay. Lingxin, hold on. I'll take you to treatment right away. He picked up Lingxin in his arms. King Qin and Ho Qinglin also came over at this time. Brother-in-law, take Lingxin to Prince Qin's mansion quickly. I have the best doctor in Lintian City in my mansion. Prince Qin said nervously. And Lingxin is the most beloved little princess in their family. If anything happens to her, her father will not be able to explain. Zhao Qin picked up Lingxin and walked outside. Prince Qin, arrange for someone to track her down. I'll take Lingxin to the Zhao family compound. My medical equipment there is better. But no need to say. I know my conditions very well. There is no place in the whole world that is more suitable than mine. Good. The king of Qin immediately turned around to arrange the relevant matters. Ho Qinglin returned to the stage and said, Everyone, due to an emergency, today's tea party is temporarily cancelled. Please return to your residence and wait for further notice. Zhao Chun carried Lingxin into the carriage, and the carriage sped along the road. Brother Zhao Chun, am I going to die? And Lingxin asked with a pale face. Don't say such depressing words. I'm here, and I won't let you die. Zhao Chun pressed her wound and yelled at the driver, Go faster. And Lingxin laughed bitterly. But I feel so cold. Brother Zhao Chun, if I survive, will you marry me? Okay, as long as you survive, I will agree to any conditions you ask for. You must hold on, Zhao Chun said anxiously. At this point, he no longer had time to think. And Lingxin is a princess, but she is willing to stand in front of him. You silly girl, I'm wearing a stab-proof suit. That flare can't hurt me at all, you. Soon, they returned to the Zhao family compound. As soon as they got out of the car, Zhao Chun immediately shouted, Yunda, Yunair, prepare for surgery immediately. Chapter 119. 800 cubic centimeters of blood was drawn in succession, and the brutality is about to begin. Yun Diyun and Yun Air ran out, looked at Lingxin in Zhao Chen's arms, and said, Master, this girl is in critical condition. If we want to have surgery, I'm afraid we need to match her blood first. Ever since Zhao Chun bought these doctors, he has made many medical videos for them. Apart from seeing patients, they spend the rest of their time studying. Now, they can perform common minor surgical operations independently. I can't worry about that now. Let Lingxin go to the operating table first. Call Yunsen over and do matching tests for all the idle people in the Zhao family compound. Yes. The two men nodded heavily and pushed over a mobile bed. Zhao Chun put Lingxin on it and immediately went to call Yunsan. Within 2 minutes, Lingxin's blood sample arrived. Yunsan immediately set up the equipment in the yard and began screening one by one. Zhao Chun stretched out his arm. Let me go first. Yunsan nodded and took a blood sample from Zhao Chun. Master, your blood sample is consistent with that girl's. Zhao Chun was shocked. This was too much of a coincidence. He was the first one to have his blood type tested, and it matched? First, give me 400 to send to Yunda and the others. Yes. Yunsan took action immediately. At this time, King Qin and Ho Qinglin also followed in. Seeing Zhao Chun drawing blood, the two asked, Brother-in-law, Brother Zhao, what are you doing? Zhao Chun said in a deep voice, Lingxin has lost too much blood and is now in surgery. She needs a blood transfusion, otherwise she won't be able to bear it. Then take mine too. King Qin rolled up his sleeves, and Ho Qinglin beside him followed suit. Mine is fine too. We're all grown men, and I have more blood. Zhao Chun shook his head. Not everyone's blood can be used. It needs to be matched, and only the right one can be used. But you are not. King Qin pointed at the blood clot that was gradually growing. I just did a matching and they are a match, so I drew the picture. Zhao Chun said in a low voice. After a while, he drew 400 cc of blood. King Qin and Ho Qinglin stepped forward one after another. Show us again. Yunsan collected a little blood sample from each of them, and after testing, he shook his head. No, your blood samples don't match. The rest of you continue. The king of Qin was very confused. It's impossible. Lingxin and I are both our father's children. How could it be? Zhao Chun pressed his arm and said, It's hard to explain this in a few words. Just remember that a child's blood type could be the same as their father's, the mother's, or a fusion of their parents. It's perfectly normal for siblings to have different blood types. The king of Qin nodded, not quite understanding, and asked, Can I go see Lingxin? She is undergoing surgery. Wait a moment, said Zhao Chun. Just then, Several gunshots were heard in the distance. Zhao Chen's eyes changed. He could tell it was the sound of an automatic rifle. It seems that we have caught the person, he said in a deep voice. King Qin nodded. From the direction, it might be at the East City Gate. The East City Gate is very far from here. Even if you walk back at full speed, it will probably take 20 minutes. Several people came to the door of the operating room. Zhao Chen sat on the low wall outside, the scene of An Lingxin blocking the arrow for him constantly turning in his mind. King Qin also sat beside him, staring at the door of the operating room, his hands clasped together, praying for An Lingxin. After waiting for a while, the door of the operating room suddenly opened. Yunda ran out covered in blood. Zhao Chun and the King of Qin immediately surrounded him and asked, "What's the situation?" Yunda looked nervous. "Prince Qin, Master, we are running out of blood. Do you have any blood packs?" When the King of Qin heard that there was not enough blood, he immediately grabbed Yunda's collar. "I'm telling you, no matter what method you use, you must rescue my sister. Otherwise I will bury your entire family with her." "Your Highness Prince Qin, calm down." Yunda was about to say something when Zhao Chun immediately pulled him away. "Prince Qin, let him go and tell him to go and save people. Don't you know how precious time is right now?" In the past, even though Zhao Chun was not particularly respectful to the King of Qin, he was still respectful. At least he had never yelled in front of him. This time, he did not give King Qin any face at all and pulled his hand away in public. The King of Qin was furious and was about to speak when Yun San came running over. "Master, of all the matching tests we've done so far, only yours matches the princess." Zhao Chen let go of King Qin and said seriously, "King Qin, this is the Zhao family compound. We are all working hard to save Ling Xin. Please don't make trouble." After saying that, he quickly came to Yun San and said, "Hit me." "Master, you have already smoked 400 cc. It will be dangerous if you smoke again," Yun San reminded. Zhao Chen immediately refused. "Just smoke when I tell you to. Hurry up, another 400. "Yes." Yun Sanyi gritted his teeth and took out the blood bag. After a while, another bag of blood was drawn out. Zhao Chen's face turned pale, and he felt as if the world was spinning. "Quick, send the blood bag in." After saying that, he slowly stood up and took 2 steps forward when he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the King of Qin hurried over and said, "Brother-in-law, how are you?" Zhao Chen lowered his head and waved his hands. "It's okay. I won't die for the time being. Don't worry, I won't make trouble. Please don't get into any trouble." He looked nervous. If it were someone else, and he asked his sister to take the blame, he would kill the entire family. It just so happened that his dearest sister blocked Zhao Chen's arrow. Zhao Chen would be of great use to him in the future, so no matter how unhappy he was at the moment, he had to endure it. Seeing Zhao Chen like this, he became even more angry. "Qin Kuai, haven't our people found it yet? Tell them to hurry up." "Yes." Qin Kuai ran out of the Zhao family compound quickly. The King of Qin supported Zhao Chun and walked into the house. "Brother-in-law, why don't you go back and rest for a while?" Zhao Chen shook his head. "No, I'll wait here." Yun San came over again, holding a few pieces of candy in his hand. "Master, have some candy." Zhao Chen took it. After waiting for a long time, Feng De and his men came back dragging a corpse. When they saw Zhao Chun, they immediately knelt down and said, "Master, this guy refused to obey and held ordinary people hostage. We shot him dead." Zhao Chen lowered his head and panted heavily. "Is he a member of the Black Dragon Society?" "Yes." "Black Dragon Society. Humph." Zhao Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Mr. Feng, take your men to the Black Dragon Society's Lintian City branch immediately and kill everyone." "Yes." Feng De clasped his fists and left quickly. "Thank you, heir." Zhao Chen shouted again. Xia heir hurried over. "Sir." Zhao Chun took a deep breath and said, "Notify the private army of the fiefdom to spread out in groups of 10. Kill all the Black Dragon Society branches within 100 miles. Xia heir felt a chill running from the soles of his feet all the way to his head. He had never seen the master be so bloody and brutal. "Yes." He clasped his fists and left in fear. Just at this time, Qin Kuai also came back. "Your Highness, our people have figured out the situation." Chapter 120. It doesn't matter if they are innocent or not. We must let everyone know the consequences of provoking the Zhao family. "What's going on?" King Qin asked in a low voice. Qin Kuai bowed and said, "According to the information we've found, the man who attacked today is named Tang Qian. He's a killer from the Black Dragon Society and sneaked into the city with the Chengfeng Escort Agency." "Chengfeng Escort Agency, is it the one in the north of the city?" King Qin asked. Qin Kuai nodded. "Yes, that's the one. They happened to be delivering some goods to the tea gang today. That's when the Black Dragon Society's killers entered the tea gang. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes, with a cold gleam in his eyes. Let Chinda come over here. Cough, cough, cough. He ordered, and then started coughing continuously. Chinda trotted up to him and said, Master. Zhao Qian lowered his head, his eyes gently closed. Bloody Chengfeng Escort Agency. Yes. Chinda clasped his fists and was about to leave. Qin Kuai immediately said, Wait. He called out to Chinda and immediately came to Zhao Qian. Lord Zhao, Chengfeng Escort Agency has connections in the Imperial Court. His headmaster's cousin is the current Minister of War. If you really massacre his family, I'm afraid you will create a grudge with the Minister of War. Zhao Qian didn't open his eyes or look up and said coldly, Do you think I'm afraid of making enemies? But there are still many innocent people in the escort agency. They may not know that the person who sneaked in is from the Black Dragon Society. Qin Kuai continued. Zhao Qian snorted coldly. Does innocence really matter? I just want everyone in Lintian City to know that anyone who dares to get involved with my assassin will be wiped out from top to bottom. No matter how powerful their backers are, if they fall into my hands, they will die. Chinda, execute it immediately. He gave another order, and Chinda immediately clasped his fists, turned around, and left. Qin Kuai turned around and glanced at King Qin. The king of Qin shook his head slightly. Qin Kuai could only sigh and give up. Zhao Qian supported his legs with his hands, feeling very dizzy. Just as he was about to stand up and go back to the house, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the whole world was spinning. Thump! There was a muffled sound in his ears, and he gradually lost consciousness. That afternoon, the whole city of Lintian was filled with wailing. The casino where the Black Dragon Society branch was located was stormed by Feng De and his men. Everyone except the customers was slaughtered. The door of Chengfeng Escort Agency, which was not too far from them, was also smashed open. It is said that the boss of the escort agency even brought out his cousin, who was the Minister of War, but it still did not change the outcome of his death. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Qian woke up from his dream. Master, you're awake. Ying squatted down, and the other women exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Qian rubbed his swollen head and asked, How long have I slept? You've been sleeping all day. Ying replied in a low voice. Zhao Qian slowly sat up. He had too much blood drawn yesterday, and he still feels a little confused. By the way, how is the princess? He asked immediately. The princess is out of danger and is now in a coma. Dun Dun replied. Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that we're out of danger. If Lingxin really died because of blocking the arrow for him, he would be in deep self-blame for the rest of his life. What's the situation with the Chengfeng Escort Agency and the Black Dragon Society in the city? Ruan replied in a low voice. They have all been washed clean by blood. Not a single one is left. Zhao Qian nodded. At this time, Jingjing came over with hot porridge. Master, please have a little. Zhao Qian took a look and had no appetite. Just put the porridge on the table. You guys can go out first. Okay. Several women bowed and retreated at the same time. Zhao Qian leaned on the bed and fell into deep thought. The Black Dragon Society was able to use the Chengfeng Escort Agency to enter Lintian City and then join the tea gang. Was it a coincidence or was it intentional? If it was done intentionally, it would be terrible. At least it proves that the Black Dragon Society has colluded with some people in the Imperial Court. But the King of Qin had told him before that no one in the court knew the location of the Black Dragon Society's headquarters. Was the King of Qin lying, or were those people acting too covertly and avoiding the royal family's eyes? When talking about the King of Qin, we have to mention another thing. Why did Qin Kuai mention the Chengfeng Escort Agency in front of him? Maybe his mind was too confused and he was thinking too much at the moment, but this possibility could not be ruled out. The King of Qin was certain that he would impulsively destroy the Chengfeng Escort Agency. In this way, he would inevitably offend the Minister of War. He already had some grievances with the Salt Gang, and after offending the Minister of War, he had no way out with the military generals. At the same time, the King of Qin also reminded him that Sun Qian came to cause trouble at the instruction of the civil service group. He could not rely on civil officials or military generals, and the only one he could rely on in the court was the royal family. The person in the royal family who had the closest relationship with him was the King of Qin. He rubbed his temples, drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge, and felt a little stronger. When you can't figure out something, the best way is to stop thinking about it for now. He sighed, his eyes gradually becoming gloomy. He wanted to know if the generals group had any connection with the Black Dragon Society, and he had a simple way. After finishing his meal, he stood up and walked out the door. He didn't know what was going on with Lingxin, so he had to go over and check it out. He had just opened the door when he saw King Qin raising his hand. As soon as my brother-in-law heard you woke up, I rushed over. How are you now? Are you feeling better? The king of Qin was very concerned. Behind him, Princess Qin was also looking at him with concern. He laughed and said, I'm fine now. I feel much better now. I just don't know how Ling Xin is doing. Yunda said she's out of danger, but she's still very weak and in a coma. Yunda gave her a glucose solution, saying it would keep her alive. Zhao Chen nodded. Take me to see her. Okay. The king of Qin took a step back. Zhao Chen left the room and walked towards the ward. After entering the ward, Yunda and Yunair were conducting various examinations on Ling Xin. What's the situation? Zhao Chen asked in a low voice. Yunda turned around and said seriously, Her Royal Highness is no longer in danger of death. However, the arrow injured her lung, so she may need to rest for a while. Okay, if you two put in some effort and heal her, I will reward you handsomely. Thank you, sir. The two of them clasped their fists at the same time. The king of Qin and his wife had been following behind him. After he finished looking at Ling Xin, he turned around. My lord and princess, let's go out and have a chat. Okay, King Qin nodded. The three of them arrived at the main courtyard. The king of Qin smiled and said, Brother-in-law, you have truly opened my eyes again this time. The doctors under your command are very capable. I have examined Ling Xin's injuries. Even if she were to come to my house, the chances of her survival would be no more than 30%. Zhao Chun waved his hand. She was injured because of me. I have an obligation to save her. That's another matter, and I need to discuss it carefully with the prince and princess. Chapter 121. And Ling Xin is still in a coma, and the wedding day is coming soon. What is my brother-in-law talking about? King Qin asked curiously. Zhao Chen briefly explained to King Qin everything that happened in the car yesterday. The situation was critical at the time. I was really afraid she would give up on herself, so I agreed to marry her. Now she is no longer in danger of death. What should I do? The king of Qin and his wife looked at each other, and an obscure light flashed in their eyes. The king of Qin cleared his throat, turned around, and said seriously, Brother-in-law, I know my 10th sister likes you, but the two of you being together is not in accordance with court etiquette. Although I admire your abilities, you are still only a viscount. If you want to marry a princess, you must at least be a duke or the heir of a duke. Besides, you have already proposed to the Duke of Linen. If you go back on your word, you won't be able to explain yourself to the Duke. Anyway, forget about marrying Ling Xin. I'll make it clear to her. Zhao Chen nodded and looked back at Ling Xin in the ward. Women in imperial families are both lucky and sad. They are born into a life of luxury and enjoy countless wealth and glory, but when it comes to major events in life, they have no right to make their own choices. In order to win the hearts of ministers, the royal family would marry the princesses to the sons of capable ministers, and some would even be married far away in foreign countries, where they could only look at the bright moon and miss their hometown. These are things that cannot be changed. Zhao Chen sighed and said nothing more. After a moment's silence, he looked at the princess of Qin and said, Princess, my health isn't such that I can't travel by boat right now. Could you please explain the situation to the Duke's family? Should we choose another auspicious date for the wedding? Or is there another solution? The princess smiled and said, Don't worry about that. I had already sent people to Linen City when you donated blood for Ling Xin. Your wedding date cannot be changed, but as by Shu's sister, it is in accordance with the rules for her to marry from my palace. Okay, then I'll trouble you with the rest. If you need anything, please send someone to notify me at any time. Zhao Chen said, and returned to the main house. He didn't go anywhere for the next 2 days. Except for occasionally visiting in Ling Xin, he stayed in the main house almost all the time. The king of Qin and his wife have been running around quite a bit these past 2 days. In addition to visiting in Ling Xin, they also came to talk to him about some marriage etiquette among nobles. Zhao Chen was helpless. I'm obviously feeling so uncomfortable, but I still have to complete so many rituals. How troublesome. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of his wedding. Early in the morning, he came to the ward again, and Ling Xin lay on the bed with her eyes closed. Her complexion was much rosier than it had been a few days ago, and she didn't look injured or unconscious at all. Instead, she seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Yunda, why hasn't she woken up yet? Yunda frowned and shook his head. I don't know either. Whether judging by my previous medical experience or the medical methods you taught us, Her Royal Highness should have woken up. He hasn't woken up yet. Perhaps it's because there's still some stagnation in his body that hasn't been resolved. Zhao Chen looked at Ling Xin lying on the bed and sighed. Forget it. Just take good care of her. She was seriously injured because of me and is still in a coma. But I had to obey the king of Qin's arrangement and marry his sister-in-law. In the final analysis, I am still the one who is sorry for Ling Xin. He sighed again and looked at Yunda. Be sure to always pay attention to her situation and tell me if anything happens. Yes, master. Yunde clasped his fists and bowed. Zhao Chen left the ward. The moment the door closed, a tear fell from Enling's eyes. Back at the main house, he changed into his wedding attire and left in a bulletproof carriage. Today, Lintian City is decorated with lights and colors everywhere. The wedding procession marched along the road with drums and gongs, attracting many onlookers. For a happy event like this, people are willing to come and join in the fun. Before Zhao Chen left, Xiaer specially prepared 5 large boxes of copper coins for him. He glanced at Ying. Ying understood immediately, opened the car door, sat in the front of the car, and started scattering copper coins. As handfuls of copper coins were thrown out, the voices of people's congratulations lingered over the streets. Soon, they arrived at the Prince of Qin's mansion. The Prince of Qin's palace is decorated in an especially festive manner today. Zhao Chen got off the car and walked all the way to the Prince of Qin's mansion. At the gate, Qin Kuai, dressed in red, was in charge of welcoming guests. Leading Zhao Chen to Bai Shu's room, he saw several young men blocking the door. Among them is the old acquaintance Bai Chunshan. What are they doing? Zhao Chen asked in confusion. Qin Kuai nodded slightly. Master Zhao, according to the rules, if you want to marry the bride, you must first get rid of these bastards at the door. There are also blocked doors in this world. Zhao Chen murmured in a low voice. Then Bai Chunshan came forward and said, It's not easy for Lord Zhao to become our uncle. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Chen raised his hand and gestured, 2 automatic rifles. Okay. Bai Chunshan immediately stepped aside. This action surprised Zhao Chen. He didn't expect that this boy would sell out his aunt so easily. Originally, Zhao Chen was thinking of fighting with him for a few rounds, and it would take at least 10 automatic rifles to make him give way. I really didn't expect that in the end. Only 2 automatic rifles were used to get the job done. After Bai Chunshan stepped aside, another young man who looked similar to him but was a little younger came forward. He looked at Bai Chunshan with disdain. Nephew, you are such a loser, watch me. He cleared his throat and said, Lord Zhao, my name is Bai Balu. If you want to be my brother-in-law, you must show some literary talent. How do you want to test my literary talent? Zhao Chen whispered. He appeared calm on the surface, but was actually panicking inside. No one informed him in advance that he would be tested on his literary talent, and he had not even prepared any poems. I hope this kid doesn't give him any trouble. Bai Balu thought again and again with his hands behind his back. I'm pursuing a girl recently. Can you help me write a poem or a poem? Zhao Chen rubbed his chin. He had indeed memorized a few poems of this type. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. The east wind blows thousands of flowers into bloom at night and blows them down like rain of stars. The road is filled with the fragrance of fine horses and carved carriages. I searched for him among the crowds 1,000 times, but when I turned around, he was there, in the dim light. Recite a poem by Xin Chiji called Qingyuan, Lantern Festival. The whole audience was shocked, followed by a burst of excited applause. Bai Balu immediately turned into a little fan, took a step back and bowed to make way. Brother-in-law, you are so amazing. Come in, please. Zhao Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. At this time, a third young man stood up. My name is Bai Chuanha. Seeing that he was younger than Bai Balu, Zhao Chen's eyes turned. 5 pieces of crystal glass. Make a deal. The only one left is the last one, who also looks the youngest. He walked forward blankly, but before he could say anything, Zhao Chen immediately said, 5,000 taels of silver. Chapter 122. Welcome the bride home. Once you enter the Zhao family, you must abide by the rules of the Zhao family. Without a second thought, the young man immediately ran to open the door and shouted inside. Auntie, he gave too much. Everyone around laughed. Children are just children. Although not all of the people present are powerful, they have at least seen big scenes. It was the first time they had seen someone knocking on the door so violently. If we can use materials to smash it, we will never use other methods. Bai Balu couldn't help but frown when he saw that his other 3 nephews had all received benefits. From beginning to end, it seemed that he was the only one who asked for a poem and got no practical benefits. He ran to Zhao Chen again and said, Brother-in-law, do you have anything good to give me? Didn't you just ask for a poem? Zhao Chen said in a low voice. Bai Balu chuckled. I didn't think too much about it. Zhao Chen didn't want to argue with a 15 or 16-year-old child. Let's go to Wuji shopping mall and pick out 2 gifts for ourselves. Okay, thank you, brother-in-law. Bai Balu nodded heavily. Zhao Chen pushed open the door and saw Bai Shu sitting on the bed with a red veil covering her head. Sister, brother-in-law is here to pick you up. Hurry up and follow him. We have already tested my brother-in-law. He will definitely treat you sincerely. Yes, little aunt. You can go with your uncle without worry. Supported by several personal maids, Bai Shu walked out the door. The king of Qin and his wife were by his side all the way. When they reached the door, the king of Qin said, "Brother-in-law, my sister-in-law is getting married today. It's not convenient for me to attend the wedding banquet. Go back slowly." Zhao Qin smiled and said, "Your Highness, the rules are that the dead are alive. Strictly speaking, you are not completely a member of the Baijun family. Your primary identity is the prince, so I would like to invite you to attend my wedding banquet." The king of Qin was stunned. Zhao Qin continued, "I'm planning to use today's wedding as an opportunity to announce some upcoming events in my fiefdom. Are you sure you don't want to come along and take a look?" After hearing what he said, the king of Qin was immediately moved. Ever since he met Zhao Qin, his 3 views have been refreshed, and he gets some surprises from Zhao Qin every now and then. Anything that Zhao Qin could talk about at the wedding was definitely not an ordinary matter. "Okay, you guys go first. The princess and I will be there soon." Zhao Qin smiled and nodded. At this time, Bai Chunshan ran over. "Uncle-in-law, although we are my mother's family, we also want to see your activities. Can we go together?" The king of Qin frowned. He is a member of the royal family, so many conditions can be relaxed. But Bai Chunshan is a real member of the Bai family. According to Dan's rules, the bride's family cannot attend the wedding, as it is rumored that it will bring disaster to the husband's family. He was about to yell at Bai Chunshan to leave, but Zhao Qin said, "Go ahead, let's all go together. I don't have that many nitpicks." "Thank you, uncle-in-law." Bai Chunshan was very excited. Then he was heard muttering quietly, "My stubborn dad thought the journey was too long and would waste time, so he didn't want to come. Now he's regretting it." Seeing this, the king of Qin didn't say anything more. Watch Zhao Qin and Bai Shu get on the bulletproof carriage. Bai Shu's personal maids were following the carriage. In the car, Zhao Qin and Bai Shu sat side by side. Since they had no contact before, they couldn't find any topics to talk about. They walked in silence all the way to the Zhao family compound. Lord Zhao's marriage is a hot news in Lintian City. Most of the business families in the city came. All the government offices in the city also sent people to offer congratulations. Lin Changtian even brought 3 teams of Yamen runners to the scene to maintain order. He got off the carriage and stepped over the brazier. Zhao Qin went straight to the main courtyard with the bride. After worshipping heaven and earth, Zhao Qin sent Bai Shu back to the main house. In the room, in addition to the 4 personal maids brought by Bai Shu, there were 4 little maids: Yingying, Dundun, Jingjing, and Wanruan. "Yingying, go to the food area later and have someone bring some food to madam." "Yes." Yingying had just agreed when Bai Shu's personal maid said, "Sir, the madam cannot eat before lifting the veil. This is the rule." Zhao Qin glanced at Yingying. "Is there such a rule?" Yingying was at a loss. "Master, we all come from poor families and don't know these rules." The maid who was speaking opposite rolled her eyes revealing contempt. Zhao Qin took 2 steps to Bai Shu's side and raised her hand to lift the veil, but the maid stopped her again. "Sir, the veil can only be lifted during the wedding night." Zhao Qin's face immediately turned cold. "What do I need you to teach me? This is the Zhao family. Once you enter, you must abide by the rules of the Zhao family. Get out of the way." "Sir." The maid wanted to say something else. Zhao Qin immediately said, "Yingying, slap your mouth." "Yes." Yingying was already unhappy with her, so she took 2 steps forward, swung her arm, and slapped the maid twice. The maid covered her face and glared at Yingying. Zhao Qin lifted Bai Shu's veil. Bai Shu is wearing heavy festive makeup today. Zhao Qin said, "I'll ask Yingying to get you something to eat later. It'll take too long to stay in the bridal chamber until tonight, and you'll starve." Bai Shu stood up and nodded. "I'll do as you say. I was angry and hit your maid just now. I hope you won't be angry. I also don't want to see you hungry," he said again. Bai Shu smiled and shook his head. Looking across the whole of Dan, it seems that no other woman can do this, as she doesn't go hungry on her wedding day. Since the husband is so caring, she naturally won't be angry. Besides, these 4 maids were assigned to her by the princess and she had no feelings for them. The maids who grew up with her are still in the Linen County mansion. "Sir, please get out quickly. There are so many guests waiting outside. Don't make them wait too long. It would be impolite." Even now, Bai Shu's feelings towards Zhao Qin are still just a little bit favorable. But she is about to become the mistress of the Zhao family, and she has to consider everything from the perspective of the Zhao family. Zhao Qin nodded and looked at the other 4 maids. "Don't let outsiders know what happens in the main house, otherwise, you guys will be in trouble." After saying that, Zhao Qin walked out quickly. In the main courtyard, there were more than 30 tables covered with red cloth. The guests who came to the wedding were chatting with each other. Until Zhao Qin came out, all these people came to Zhao Qin's side. Master Zhao, congratulations. Lin Changtian clasped his hands together. Mr. Lin, congratulations. Zhao Qin responded with a bow. Please go sit at the table next to you. We'll talk later. Okay. Lin Changtian retreated. As soon as he left, Ho Qinglin came back. Master Zhao, congratulations. Congratulations. Zhao Qin raised his hands and clasped his fists again. I feel really guilty for disrupting the tea gang's tea party that day. Ho Qinglin waved his hand. Lord Zhao, why do you need to say this? I have already informed them. After your wedding is over, I will organize another auction. That would be the best. Zhao Qin smiled and pointed to one side. Master Ho, please find a place to sit. I'll be in abeyance today. It's okay, Lord Zhao, you're busy. Ho Qinglin stepped back. At this moment, Xie Er's voice came from the door, announcing, the King of Qin, the Queen of Qin, and the family of the Duke of Linen have arrived. Chapter 123. The King of Qin brought the family of the Duke of Linen County to the Zhao family, and all forces gathered. All the guests present were stunned. They all knew Bai Shu's identity. Normally, the bride's family members are not allowed to be present on the wedding day. So, Zhao Qin immediately said, everyone, today is my wedding. Because I was ill, my wife's family took the trouble to come all the way from Linen City to see me off. I specially invited them to come. Also, after today's banquet, I will also publicly announce some upcoming events in my fiefdom. The more people who come, the better. Please forgive me. As soon as he finished speaking, the guests around him all clasped their fists and said, Lord Zhao is benevolent and righteous. Zhao Qin walked through the crowd and came to the screen wall of the main courtyard, just as the King of Qin led everyone into the main courtyard. Seeing the luxury of Wuji shopping mall, those members of the Bai family who had never been there were amazed, and some were still reminiscing about the mall even after entering the yard. Your Highness the Prince of Qin, Princess, please come in. Zhao Qin bowed. Brother-in-law, you don't have to be polite. Today is your wedding, so there is no need to entertain me alone. The King of Qin returned the gift. Then he led everyone inside. At the same time, all the major inns in the city heard that the Bai family had gone to the Zhao family. The Grand Tutor's housekeeper twitched his face and said, What? Aren't the Bai family my mother's family? Why are you going to the Zhao family too? I heard Lord Zhao invited them, a servant whispered. I also heard Lord Zhao said he would announce some activities related to the fiefdom after the banquet. Should we go and see? The butler pondered for a moment. As the chief steward of the Taifu mansion, he often moved among dignitaries. He had also heard about Sun Qian causing trouble for Zhao Qin some time ago. He is favored by both the King of Qin and the King of Han, and also has the favor of the 10th princess. This Zhao Qin definitely has his own unique qualities. Go, deliver the visiting card in the name of the Grand Tutor's mansion, prepare some gifts for me immediately, and follow me to the Zhao family. Yes. The servant nodded and retreated. This kind of scene was also happening in several other large inns in the city. In a luxurious villa in Lintian City. Prince Han, would you like to go and see it yourself? An old slave stood beside a young man. The young man was of burly build, and apart from his facial features which were somewhat similar to the King of Qin, there was no resemblance at all to him. He is the third prince, King of Han. This time, I'm traveling in disguise to learn more about Wuji Mall. If 10th sister hadn't been injured a few days ago, I wouldn't be stuck here, afraid to go out. Have you figured out the spies on the King of Qin's side? I've figured it out. Our area is safe. The old slave bowed. The King of Han heaved a sigh of relief. Then send the visiting card in my name, and let's go over and take a look. Also, prepare a human skin mask for me. Yes. The old slave bowed and retreated. Soon, the things were retrieved and the King of Han put on a human skin mask. Apart from the fact that there is no change in the figure, the face has completely changed. He changed into servant's clothes again. From now on, I will be your follower. Let's go. Yes. The old slave bowed again. Zhao family compound. As a modern person, I am very disgusted by the long-winded rules of ancient times. Zhao Qin abolished some formalities and went straight into the banquet session. The dishes here had just arrived when a notification sounded from outside. The butler of the Taifu mansion has arrived, bringing 2 multicolored glazed vases. The butler of the Grand Tutor's mansion has arrived, and he's gifted a pair of jade bracelets. The commander of the State Guardian General's mansion has arrived, and he presents me with a precious white refined steel sword. The steward of the Prince of Han's palace has arrived, and he has sent 6 pieces of cloud brocade. When they heard that someone was coming from the Prince of Han's palace, the expressions of the people at the table of the Prince of Qin changed at the same time. The emperor has not yet appointed a crown prince. Looking at the emperor's sons, the 2 most likely to seize the throne are the King of Qin and the King of Han. The two brothers acted like friendly brothers in front of the old emperor, but those who knew the inside story knew that they both wanted to kill each other. "Your Highness," the princess said in a low voice with a sullen face. The king of Qin patted her hands, shook his head, and said, "Don't panic. Today is my brother-in-law's wedding. I'm sure they won't do anything rash." Bai Chunshan frowned and snorted coldly. "I came out with an automatic rifle today. If they dare to mess around, I guarantee they won't be able to leave the Zhao family compound alive." "Chunshan, don't be impulsive," the princess whispered. "Just sit there quietly until your two uncles-in-law say something." "Okay." Bai Chunshan curled his lips, but his hand picked up the automatic rifle very honestly. If Xiao Chun hadn't been busy at the banquet today, he would have gone and asked for the other two. With 3 automatic rifles in his hands, he has nothing to fear from that damn Han Wang. Zhao Chun stood in the crowd, looking at the families of top officials arriving one by one, feeling a little confused. He had never invited those people, and he had no connection with them. So, they came to the wedding? No problem, right? Especially the king of Han. He is just a viscount. It is very good for him to invite the king of Qin. Why does another prince want to join in the fun? Just as he was thinking about it, the old steward of the Han Palace came over and said, "Master Zhao, I am the steward of the Han Palace. I have come to congratulate you." "Oh, thank the king of Han for me." Zhao Chen clasped his fists. "The king of Han heard that Lord Zhao was assassinated a few days ago, so he asked me to ask you if you need more people around you. He can select some capable people from the army for you," said the housekeeper of the king of Han's mansion. Zhao Chen waved his hands repeatedly. "That's not necessary. I'm flattered that the king of Han has such a kind intention. Thank the king of Han for me." "No need to thank me. The king of Han asked me to tell you that if you are free, you can visit the king of Han's mansion in the capital. The king of Han welcomes you at any time." Zhao Chen curled his lips. "If there's a chance, there must be. By the way, the king of Han also heard that the 10th princess was seriously injured and is now staying with you. I wonder how the 10th princess is doing. She's out of danger, but she's still in a coma. Go back and tell the king of Han that I will definitely cure the 10th princess. Please rest assured." The old butler bowed slightly and said, "Okay, then I won't bother you anymore." He walked away with 2 followers. After they left, people from the Grand Tutor, Grand Preceptor, General Guardian's mansion, and other forces also came forward to congratulate Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun had a headache. With so many people gathered together, it will be very lively soon. But it's a good thing this way. The more people come, the easier it will be to expand his event. Especially, the activity of luring the black dragon out of its cave. After congratulating Zhao Chun, the old steward of the Prince of Han's mansion did not look for a place to sit, but came to the side of the Prince of Qin. This old servant pays homage to the King of Qin, the Princess of Qin, and Duke Xiaobai. No need for formalities. The King of Qin raised his hand. Today they are at the Zhao family, and there are so many outsiders. Even if he and the King of Han don't get along, they have to maintain peace on the surface. He glanced at the butler and the 2 servants behind him, and said with a smile, "Butler, you came all the way from the capital. Didn't you just come to attend my brother-in-law's wedding?" "My third brother is really something. Even though he's far away in the capital, he's still so concerned about Lintian City's affairs. He even knew about a little viscount's wedding. I almost thought he was visiting Lintian City." Chapter 124. The wedding banquet was hastily concluded, and we went to the cinema to prepare for the press conference. The chief steward smiled calmly and said, "Your Majesty, you are joking. The King of Han is busy with official duties and cannot compare to the leisure time of the King of Qin. I will sit aside for the time being and not disturb the King of Qin." The King of Qin nodded, glanced at the 2 servants behind him, and frowned slightly. After they walked away, Princess Qin suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, is there something wrong with you looking at them like that?" The King of Qin sighed and said, "Maybe I was wrong. It's okay, let's continue." With so many new guests arriving, Zhao Chen quickly arranged to add a few large tables for them. The kitchen also stepped up its preparations for serving dishes. Fortunately, we usually prepare a lot of pre-prepared dishes for the food area, which makes it easier to deal with these people. Otherwise, I would have made a big fool of myself today. Soon, all the dishes were served. Zhao Chen stood in the crowd and said, "Welcome everyone to my wedding. Due to my illness, I can't toast to every table, so I'll just toast here." He raised his glass. The people who came to the conference also raised their glasses to follow suit. "Everyone, enjoy your meal. Don't rush to leave after dinner. I have an event press conference. Please come and watch." After saying that, Zhao Chen returned to the table where King Qin and his friends were sitting. That was the only table whose dishes were not pre-prepared. Although those who sell pre-prepared meals online say that their dishes are fine, they still add too much technology and hard work. Such a good thing should be left for these ancient people to enjoy. He, a modern man, is not worthy of it. He sat down at the table and began to eat voraciously. Brother-in-law, why are you in such a hurry? Yes, uncle-in-law, today is your wedding banquet. You have to slow down. Zhao Chen didn't even look up and continued to stuff food into his mouth. What do you know? Marriage is just a formality. You're just unenlightened and formalistic. You're just muddling through and it's all over. Making money is the bottom line. I need to eat quickly. I have to go prepare for the press conference. We can start right after you finish eating. Otherwise, you'll have to wait outside in the freezing cold. Seeing how hurried he was, the king of Qin and his companions also became curious. They had never seen Zhao Chun like this before. Today's press conference is definitely something that even he could not have imagined. He asked expectantly, brother-in-law, have you got something good again? Zhao Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Of course, you'll know if you follow along and take a look. He stuffed some more food into his mouth, picked up a chicken drumstick, and stood up. Everyone, I'm done eating. I'm going to prepare for the press conference first. After you finish eating, go directly to the cinema in Area D of the mall. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying that, he left first. The whole audience was in an uproar. No one was in the mood to drink anymore, and some people who often came to Wuji Shopping Mall even left the table. It's just a meal. If you can't eat it this time, there are always other options. Zhao Chen ran into the mall in her wedding dress. Master Wei, do you know how to use the metal detector we taught you before? I understand, Master. Wei followed behind him and responded in a deep voice. We'll put up a sign at the cinema entrance shortly. All people entering the venue will have to go through security. Anyone who doesn't remove any metal objects will be denied entry, regardless of their status. Anyone who causes trouble will have their legs broken and thrown out. Yes, the Black Dragon Society's members are omnipresent, and the cinema is a dim place. So if you are not careful, you may leave room for others to take advantage of you. It would be better to cut off the possibility of anyone bringing in dangerous items in advance. The two came outside the cinema. There are 6 or 7 security guards standing here. When someone shows up, ask them to wait outside or walk around the mall. The mall announcement will begin when the press conference begins. Yes. All the security guards stood at attention. After Zhao Chen entered, a cordon was immediately set up. Someone followed behind, but was stopped by security. Everyone, my master said that you all need to wait outside before the press conference begins. If you are bored, you can go shopping in the mall. The mall will announce the official start of the press conference. A few people tiptoed to look inside, then turned and left with a look of disappointment on their faces. In the cinema, Zhao Chun took off his wedding dress, changed into a set of appropriate clothes, and put on a stab-proof suit. Even when he was going through security checks outside, he couldn't completely relax. He leaned back in the front chair while the people from the Wuzi section were connecting the equipment. After a while, Wuda came over and said, Master, everything has been connected and checked. There is no problem. Zhao Chen nodded. Don't worry, let those people go shopping in my mall first. If I don't let them spend money, there's no need for me to rush to eat. Wuda bowed and stepped back. Zhao Chen pinched his temples. The sequelae of the previous blood draw have not been completely eliminated. He had just done some intense exercise and his head was starting to feel dizzy again. Master Wu, have Ying and Dun Dun bring some sugar cubes over. Also, tell Master Feng to bring a few security guards to the venue. Among the security guards under his command, those from the Feng family have experienced the most battles and are the best at handling emergencies. He would feel more at ease if he could have someone from the Feng family come over. Yes. Wuda ran out hurriedly. Outside, many people were guarding the door. Most of these people are housekeepers and servants of wealthy and powerful families, and they have no money to buy things in the mall. As soon as they saw Wuda coming out, they all stepped forward to ask about the situation inside. Everyone, please wait a moment. The master is debugging the machine. He pushed through the crowd and went to look for Ying, Dun Dun, and the security guards from the Feng department. After a while, Feng came back with his men and escorted Ying and Dun Dun inside. The people of the Feng family had experienced many killings and their bodies were covered in a strong smell of blood. The people surrounding them did not dare to stop them. After entering the cinema, Dun Dun handed the candy to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun put a piece in his mouth and felt much more comfortable. Ying, has the meal been delivered to Madam? They've all been delivered, and Madam enjoyed the meal very much. Ying nodded. What's the situation outside? Is anyone shopping in the mall? Some, but not much. Okay, then notify the radio station and start the broadcast in 10 minutes. Yes. Ying nodded and took out the walkie-talkie. 10 minutes passed. The broadcast suddenly sounded. Dear customers, the launch of Wuji Shopping Mall's new event is being held at the D-Zone Cinema. Customers interested in learning more are welcome to visit Theater 1 of the D-Zone Cinema for details. The broadcast was repeated 3 times in a row. Those who came to Wuji Shopping Mall for the first time were all shocked and looked around, wondering where the sound came from. What kind of extraordinary means did Boss Zhao use to actually transmit sound over 1,000 miles? Let's forget about that for now. Let's hurry to Theater 1. I really want to know what his activities are. Many people hurried to the D District Cinema. However, he was stopped as soon as he reached the door. Chapter 125 introduces various entertainment activities, focusing on the Weapons Expo. What are you doing? Someone asked sharply. Wada said, holding a gun. Everyone go through security here. Put down all metal objects. If you don't want to go through security, please leave immediately. How do you want to go through security? King Qin asked. Your Highness the Prince of Qin, please hand over your sword and open your arms so that our people can scan you with the metal detector. If there is no problem, you can enter. Wada explained seriously. How dare you? The captain of the State Defense General's mansion stepped forward. This is the second prince of this dynasty. How dare you ask him to take off his sword? Do you know that this is a crime of disrespect? Wada turned his head, his eyes cold. If you think there is a problem, you don't have to go in. If you dare to disrupt the order of the venue again, don't blame me for being rude. Back off. King Qin also shouted. The captain was stunned. He had originally planned to gain the favor of the King of Qin. This was also the task assigned by the General Xinghua before leaving, asking him to find an opportunity to narrow the distance with the King of Qin. He had wanted to show off his abilities when he had such a good opportunity just now, but he didn't expect that the King of Qin didn't need it. He took 2 steps back with a gloomy look in his eyes. I will fully cooperate with my brother-in-law's rules. He handed over his sword and opened his arms for Wada to inspect. The people behind stared at each other in amazement. What is the King of Qin doing? If he voluntarily hands over his sword, what about the rest of the people? Those who came here were all prominent figures, and they were very unhappy about being manipulated by a mere viscount. After the King of Qin and his wife finished their examinations and found no problems, they went into the waiting hall of the cinema together. Everyone, I have cooperated. I hope you can cooperate too. No problem. The next people to come forward were the family members of Linan County, and they all cooperated with the inspection. There were no major problems with the others. Only Bai Chunshan had a small problem. In addition to the gun, he also carried 2 magazines. After unloading everything, he followed into the hall. Uncle, Aunt, let's go. Bai Chunshan was the last one to arrive, and several of them entered Theater number 1 together. With the King of Qin's example, the people behind him followed suit. After a while, people entered the theater one after another. Zhao Chen stood in front of the theater, looking at the seats gradually filling up, with a slight smile on his face. Master, everything is done. Wada came over to report. Zhao Chen nodded and slowly spoke with the microphone. My dear friends, as you all know, I have been granted the title of Viscount and have a fiefdom outside the city. Winter is approaching, so I have prepared a few entertainment activities. He didn't make those long-winded opening remarks, mainly because he was really not feeling well. The opening remarks would take up too much time, and he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for that long. Everyone, please look at the curtain. As the words fell, a hot air balloon appeared above the curtain. This is my first entertainment project, a hot air balloon. Riding this big ball, you can fly 100 meters above the ground and overlook the beautiful scenery all around you. There was an uproar below. Can it take people to the sky? That's ridiculous, right? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Zhao Chen heard all the words that followed. Zhao Chen smiled and said, I know you won't believe it just by looking at the pictures. I have a video here, please enjoy it. Then, a dynamic video of a hot air balloon appeared on the screen. Many people who had never seen the movie were frightened and wanted to run away. What is that thing and why is it moving? Witchcraft. There's a monster here. Looking at the chaos below, Zhao Chen shouted into the microphone. Quiet. This is just a video, not some kind of witchcraft, and it can't hurt you. The restlessness in the crowd gradually subsided, and they began to pay attention to the images on the screen. The King of Qin had seen the movie before, so he was not surprised. He stood up and asked excitedly, Brother-in-law, can your hot air balloon really take people up to the sky? I want to go up and see it too. You can go, but you have to wait until my people have completed their training. Zhao Chun paused the video and said to the crowd, as you all have seen, with this magical device called a hot air balloon, people can overlook everything from high in the sky, fulfilling the dreams of countless mortals throughout history. The King of Han sat among the crowd with a gloomy expression. He finally understood why his second brother was so optimistic about Zhao Chun that he even wanted to marry his sister-in-law to him. Are you asking when it will open? He glanced at the old servant beside him. The old slave stood up and asked, Lord Zhao, when will your hot air balloon be available for people to ride? Zhao Chen thought about it. The hot air balloon operators have been adapting for more than 10 days and have become proficient in the basic operations. If extreme weather is not a concern, you can start work now. But he also wanted these people from outside the area to go back and tell their hosts, as he believed that at least half of them wanted to experience the feeling of a hot air balloon. 10 days later. 10 days later, my fiefdom will be officially open to the public, Zhao Chen said with a wave of his hand. Dear friends and guests who have come from afar, please go back and inform your respective masters that you can come to my fiefdom in 10 days and experience the feeling of flying in the sky. There was applause at the scene. He then used the same method to introduce activities such as skating, skiing, and the Ice Lantern Festival. Everyone present exclaimed. These ways of playing are something they have never heard of or seen before. After introducing all the entertainment activities, Zhao Chen said, now that we've introduced all the entertainment activities, let's move on to the highlight of this press conference. The first Lintian City Weapons Expo. Weapons Expo? Everyone below was curious. What is a Weapons Expo? He opened a new page of PPT. The screen shows automatic rifles, bolt-action rifles, broadswords, swords, crossbows, compound bows, and other items. Zhao Chen let out a long sigh. The lecture had lasted for 2 hours, and he felt a little exhausted. He put a piece of candy in his mouth and continued. As you can see, these weapons are all produced by my Wuji shopping mall. There are automatic rifles, bolt-action rifles, Tang horizontal swords, Longquan swords. All my knives are made of manganese steel, several times harder than the 100 refined iron you're familiar with. Is this true? The captain of the general guarding the nation snorted disdainfully. 100 refined iron is considered the hardest thing in the world today. The only thing harder than 100 refined iron is 100 refined steel. What the hell is manganese steel? He has never even heard of it. If I remember correctly, you are the captain of the State Guardian General's mansion, right? That's right. The captain stood up. What is your weapon made of? Zhao Chen asked again. Of course it's 100 refinement iron. Zhao Chen smiled and turned to look at Wei De. Go get the captain's weapons, and bring a Longquan sword by the way. Yes. Wei De nodded heavily and ran out quickly. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he came back with a Longquan sword and the captain's sword. Master. He bowed and presented 2 weapons with both hands. Zhao Chen raised his hand and said, give him the captain's weapon and let him check if it's genuine. Use the Longquan sword to touch it against him. Chapter 126. The press conference ended and the king of Qin discovered something. The captain didn't believe it, so he ran forward and took his knife to check it twice. Yes, this is my knife. Wei De held the Longquan sword in his hand and said, come on, let's give it a try. I'm very strong, just bear with it. The captain raised his sword and gathered his strength to strike. Wei De chuckled. Come on. Both of them attacked at the same time. Ding. Clang. As the 2 sounds spread, everyone at the scene was stunned. The captain's iron sword was actually cut in half. But the sword in Wei Da's hand was still intact. Let me see your sword. The captain took 2 steps to Wei Da and snatched the Longquan sword. There's only such a small gap. What is your sword made of? Wei Da smiled faintly. This is my master's secret. I don't know it either. The captain turned and looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled and said, have you experienced it? Very good. The captain murmured, his eyes returning to the sword. How much is this sword? Zhao Chen said softly. The normal selling price is 50 taels of gold each. If you buy it at the Weapons Expo, there will be a corresponding discount. 50 taels of gold. A knife made of 100 refined iron costs 40 taels of gold. Are you sure yours only costs 50 taels? The captain asked. That's right. Zhao Chen nodded, then turned to face the crowd. You all heard it. My sword only costs 50 taels of gold. If you come to buy it during the expo, it will be even cheaper. Suddenly, the crowd below became lively. Afterwards, he demonstrated a variety of cold weapons such as the Tang horizontal sword and the embroidered spring sword. Each one amazed everyone present. The price of these swords is uniformly 50 taels of gold each. As for the remaining compound bows and firearms, it's inconvenient to display them indoors, so I've made a video for you. Please enjoy it. The video started playing on the screen again. After watching the demonstrations of the compound bow and 2 types of rifles, everyone's interest in the previous cold weapons decreased a little. Below the stage, the king of Qin and the king of Han both looked very serious. Other things may not matter, but once those 2 types of guns fall into the hands of ordinary people, the threat to the court will increase exponentially. The king of Qin pinched his sleeves. Zhao Chen had said before that guns would not be sold to ordinary people. Is holding this press conference a breach of contract? If that's the case, should we keep him? King Han said. I'll try to contact Zhao Chen later. I need to buy some rifles in advance. Yes. The old slave bowed and nodded. Other merchants, civil officials, military officers, and their subordinates also began to ask questions. Lord Zhao, how much is your gun? Zhao Chen said, a bolt-action rifle is 200 taels each, and an automatic rifle is 1,000 taels each. When everyone heard this, although they thought it was a bit too expensive, after seeing the power shown in the video, it was worth the price. However, before they could continue asking, Zhao Chen spoke first. Firearms require certain qualifications to purchase. The minimum purchase threshold for bolt-action rifles is from an official institution of rank 4 or above. Automatic rifles are currently only available to the royal family and their relatives. If you don't have the qualifications, don't ask anymore. When they heard him say this, more than half of the people in the audience showed lost expressions. The rifle is so powerful that once equipped, it is easy to form a powerful fighting force. Those people were disappointed, but there were two people at the scene who were happy. They are the King of Qin and the King of Han. By ensuring that the extremely powerful automatic rifles would not leak out and would only be sold to the royal family and in-laws, the royal family would be able to control this power to a great extent. As for after buying it, of course, whoever listens will be equipped. This kid is not stupid. He knows that only the royal family can protect him in his current situation. King Han snorted coldly. On the stage, Zhao Chun felt his body begin to strain, so he picked up the microphone and said, the Weapons Expo will be held on the same day as the hot air balloons maiden flight, which is 10 days from now. If you still have any questions, please come to my territory in 10 days to inquire. I declare this press conference is over. After saying that, he turned and walked off the stage. As soon as he left, King Qin and others also stood up, followed him out. Brother-in-law. After leaving the theater, the King of Qin hurriedly caught up with Zhao Chun. Seeing his pale face, he hurriedly asked, brother-in-law, what happened to you? I'm dealing with the after effects of rescuing Lingxin 2 days ago. You guys go ahead and do your own things. I'm going back to rest. Sorry, Zhao Chen responded and walked towards the main courtyard with the support of Ying and Dundun. King Qin and his companions came to the security check area to retrieve their belongings. As he was hanging his sword, he suddenly noticed a token. His eyebrows twitched, and then he walked out as if nothing had happened. Qin Kuai and several palace attendants were waiting outside the lobby of gate number 1. After he came out, he whispered, Qin Kuai, keep an eye on the old dog from the Han Wang family. Yes. Qin nodded quickly. After getting in the car, the princess of Qin asked, is there anything wrong with the old dog of the king of Han? The king of Qin shook his head and said, I saw the token of the third brother. I guess. I was right when I was eating just now. The man following behind old dog was the third brother in disguise. He's coming to our Lintian city? What are you going to do? Should we? A cold light flashed in Princess Qin's eyes. The king of Qin shook his head again. Not now. He's coming to Lintian city. My father, the emperor, will definitely know about it. If we touch him here, I won't be able to explain to him. Let's just wait and see. As long as he doesn't cause trouble here, I don't want to embarrass him. Main house. The door opened, and Bai Shu immediately looked towards the door. Ying and Dundun came in, supporting Zhao Chun, whose face was as pale as paper. Bai Shu asked nervously, what's wrong, sir? Ying said, this is the after effect of the blood transfusion that the master gave to the 10th princess a few days ago. Is this serious? Bai Shu frowned. Although she knew in her heart that she married Zhao Chen only to gain benefits for her family and the Prince of Qin's mansion, she also didn't want her husband to be a sickly person. If the husband dies early, won't she be a widow for the rest of her life? The master said that he just needed to take good care of himself for a few days. If it weren't for the press conference today, he wouldn't be like this. Ying said. All right. Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Leave it to me, sir. You can all leave. Ying and Dundun nodded and walked out reluctantly. The master was very kind to them, and they also wanted to stay and serve him. But today was the first day the lady came to visit, so they couldn't say much. When they reached the door, Ying looked at the 4 maids who were Bai Shu's personal servants. Didn't you hear what madam said? Let's go. The 4 maids looked at Bai Shu at the same time. Bai Shu also waved his hand. Everyone get out. I'll call you later if I need anything. Several maids bowed one after another and followed Ying and the other girl out of the main house. Bai Shu looked at Zhao Chun and his heart began to beat wildly. Sir, let me help you take off your clothes. Chapter 127. Back to the modern world after a few days, buying clothes encountered a huge crisis. Zhao Chun sat up with great effort and let Bai Shu do whatever he wanted. After helping him take off his coat, Bai Shu stood up and took 2 steps back, her hands on her skirt, and she did not move for a long time. Today is her wedding day. The housemaid has taught her what to do, but she still feels uncomfortable about taking the initiative to unwrap things for a man she has only met twice. It doesn't seem appropriate to do this in broad daylight, right? Zhao Chun tilted his head to look at her. Besides, we just met. It's normal for you to be nervous. I'm not in the mood today, so let's forget about the exercise. Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief, but a wave of guilt surged in his heart. I'm sorry, sir, I will try to let it go as soon as possible. It's okay, let's rest first. Zhao Chen's head was very confused, and he didn't want to talk. After some time, he started snoring. Brother Zhao Chun run. Oh. In a daze, he saw An Lingxin pierced by an arrow in the heart, spitting out blood, looking at him with desperate yet affectionate eyes. Spirit heart, he roared. But the next second, the scene changed, and he saw his parents being pinned to the ground again. Chun'er, Xiaochen, run, run. 2 more columns of blood flew up. Ah. Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes and saw darkness all around him. Beside him, Bai Shu was sleeping soundly, not affected at all. Am I dreaming? He touched his face and gasped for breath. He turned around, landed on the ground, put on some clothes, opened the door, and walked out of the main house. I walked quickly to the ward, which was dimly lit. He walked in and saw An Lingxin sleeping soundly. Yunda heard the noise and came over. Seeing that it was Zhao Chun, he quickly greeted him. Master. Zhao Chun asked, another day has passed, and the 10th princess still shows no sign of waking up? Yunda frowned and shook his head. Zhao Chun was very troubled. He knew nothing about medicine and could not take An Lingxin to the modern world for treatment. He was a little impatient. Keep a close eye on her, and make sure to find out why she hasn't woken up as soon as possible. After saying that, he turned and left the ward. Yunda bowed respectfully and saw him off. After coming out of the ward, Zhao Chun went straight into the cellar. I haven't been back to modern times for several days. When I returned home, I suddenly felt like I was meeting someone again after a long separation. After his phone signal was restored, he immediately called his father Zhao Mingfeng. It took a while before the call was connected. Hello. Zhao Mingfeng's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaochen, why are you calling so late? Xiaochen glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the middle of the night. It's really not a good time to call. He smiled awkwardly. Nothing. I just suddenly missed you and my mom. Are you two okay? Xiaochen, are you sick? Zhao Mingfeng immediately asked back. Normally, you would never think of calling me or your mother. What's wrong with you today? Who is this? Calling so late at night? Can't I sleep? At the same time, my mother's voice came over. Zhao Chen laughed dryly. It's okay. I just suddenly wanted to wake you and my mom up to pee. If you don't have any pee, just go back to sleep. He hung up the phone quickly, not caring whether the other party was scolding him or cursing him. As long as he hears the voices of his parents, he feels more at ease. Lying on his soft big bed, he felt sleepy again and fell asleep in a short while. I slept very well. When I opened my eyes, the sun was already shining on my face. He got up from the bed and ran to the bathroom to wash his face. Now that we're back to modern times, let's go shopping in the mall. When Bai Shu got married, she and her maids didn't have modern clothes yet. Drive out and head straight to the most luxurious shopping mall in Tongqing. Women definitely like jewelry and exquisite clothes. He walked around the mall, visiting this store and that store, but he didn't see a set that was particularly suitable for Bai Shu. She is your wife after all. Even if you haven't had physical contact with her yet, you can't be too shabby, right? He walked for a while and saw women's clothing from a luxury brand. As soon as I walked in, the salesperson came over enthusiastically. Hello, sir. What kind of clothes would you like to buy? Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, my girlfriend is about 1.62 to 1.63 meters tall and weighs about 90 kilograms. Can you help me choose 2 sets? The salesperson asked. Isn't your girlfriend with you? No, I want to give her a surprise. Zhao Chen said with a smile. The salesperson narrowed her eyes and said, you're such a good boyfriend. If I had a boyfriend like you, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. How old is your girlfriend? Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, 18. The shopping guide's expression suddenly changed, and there was suddenly a hint of disgust in his eyes. She turned around and went to find clothes for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen scratched his head, bewildered. Did I say something wrong? In ancient times, people could get married at the age of 14. Bai Shu is already 18. What's so embarrassing about it? Besides, the legal age is still 14. As he was speaking, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen turned around and ran into Li Qi. He was immediately dumbfounded. Zhao Chen, it's you, what are you doing here? Li Qi ran in with a smile on his face. Zhao Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I plan to buy you some clothes. Since you're here, come in and choose something. Really? Li Qi's eyes lit up, but soon returned to normal. Let's go somewhere else to choose clothes. The clothes here are too expensive. Even if you have money, you can't spend it carelessly. It's okay, everything I have is yours. Go and take a look. Zhao Chen wanted to push her inside. Hearing the sound here, the shopping guide came back with the clothes. Her eyes fell on Li Qi and her brows furrowed again. Li Qi's height was estimated to be at least 165 centimeters, and judging from his body shape, he must have weighed at least 100 pounds, and he didn't seem to be over 18 years old. Her eyes immediately sank. I didn't realize it. He looks honest on the surface, but he is actually a scumbag. Hello, sir. These are the clothes I picked out according to your requirements. She handed the clothes to Li Qi. Ma'am, you must be her girlfriend. Li Qi nodded happily. That's right. The salesperson handed the clothes to Li Qi and said, Ma'am, please take a look. This is according to the gentleman's request. Li Qi took it and looked at them one by one. He felt that the size was a little wrong and asked softly, How did my boyfriend ask you to match it? Zhao Chun felt a chill in his heart. But before he could open his mouth, the shopping guide spoke first. This gentleman is matched according to his height of 163 centimeters, weight of 90 kilograms, and age of 18. Li Qi's face suddenly turned cold as he looked at Zhao Chun. My dear boyfriend, do you have anything to explain to me? Chapter 128. After fooling Li Qi and visiting his parents, he returned to the compound and learned that Lingxin had woken up. Zhao Chen pulled the corners of his mouth awkwardly. How can I explain this? Damn shopping guide, why is he talking so much? He rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. Isn't this normal? After we got together, you haven't worn flat shoes, and most of your clothes are loose. I can only buy according to my memory. Do you dare to say that I am wrong about your height and weight in high school? Li Qi blinked. The shopping guide was even more shocked. This is the first time I see a scumbag who can still make excuses for his scumbag behavior. She looked at Li Qi, but saw that Li Qi's anger had subsided a little. You're right. My height and weight increased after I went to college and changed the environment. But what about 18? We're the same age. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and said, I want to find the feeling of first love. We have known each other for so many years, and it took so many years for us to be together. I want to find the feeling when we first met. Li Qi was speechless again. I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. What you said seems to make some sense. Never mind, I won't argue with you. Li Qi curled his lips and looked at the salesperson again. Please choose according to your height of 165 centimeters, weight of 110 kilograms, and age, 17 or 18 years old. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. I managed to get away with it. He glanced at Li Qi and sighed helplessly. I went on a blind date with her because my parents forced me to do so. If he hadn't been unable to bring his wife from the other world with him, he and Li Qi would never have met again. Later, he was moved when he learned that Li Qi had liked him for many years. What really brought him and Li Qi together was the eldest son of Fengtong Foods. He was deeply moved by Li Qi's unreserved and decisive attitude that day. He let out a sigh. Since I've met Li Qi, I'll go shopping with her. After all, he couldn't stay here for long. Li Qi is also a woman and needs attention and care. After a while, the shopping guide came over with a few more sets of clothes. Li Qi took the clothes to the fitting room to change, and when he came out he asked with a smile, Zhao Chun, what do you think of this one? When Zhao Chun looked over, his eyes lit up. That youthful atmosphere instantly filled my eyes. It looks good, really good. Zhao Chun nodded and pointed to another piece of clothing. Try that one. When they came out of the mall, Li Qi was carrying a lot of bags and had a happy smile on his face. I'm so glad to meet you today. She jumped up and down happily. As long as you are happy. Zhao Chen followed her calmly. The two of them arrived at the parking lot. Li Qi was about to get in the car when he suddenly remembered. Oh, my dad's birthday is next Wednesday. Are you free? Next Wednesday. Zhao Chun counted on his fingers, thinking again and again. What day is it today? Friday. Available. The only things that would take up a lot of his time recently were the Weapons Expo and the first flight of the hot air balloon, both in 9 days. During this period, there was nothing else he needed to do except transporting more cold weapons there. Okay, then see you next Wednesday. Li Qi waved his hand and got into the car. After watching her drive away, Zhao Chen got into his own car. I went all the way back to my parents' house, parked the car, and entered the house. As soon as I entered the living room, I smelled the aroma of food. Mom, what delicious food are you making? Zhao Chen shouted. Then I saw my parents coming out of the kitchen together. Chener, why are you back? Asked my mother. Zhao Chen smiled and said, I just missed you guys and came back to see you. He sniffed. What delicious food did you make? It smells delicious. Dad said sullenly. You won't get any of the delicious food. If you want to eat, Order takeout. Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows and walked up to his father. Hey, who offended you? Who else could it be but you, little bastard? Dad glared at him. You're such a filial son. You called me and your mom in the middle of the night to wake us up to pee. Is that how you act as a son? Zhao Chen suppressed a laugh. That wasn't an accident. I was confused because of my sleep yesterday. Who would believe you? Dad snorted and turned to walk to the kitchen. I'd rather believe that jar of pickles I pickled than you. Zhao Chun shrank his neck and looked at his mother again. Li Dongmei glanced sideways into the kitchen and whispered, Don't bother with him. He's not tough at all, except for his fucking mouth. Even after he's dead and cremated, he'll still have a mouth. You don't know, when you called last night and said you missed him, he was so happy. Zhao Chen's heart trembled slightly. He usually doesn't know how to express himself, let alone how to care for his parents. If I have time in the future, I should really give them some care. Let's go and have dinner. Li Dongmei pulled him to the restaurant. There were only 2 dishes on the restaurant table. Zhao Mingfeng said as he served the rice. You little bastard, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. Normally, your mother and I would be enough to prepare the dishes. You eat first, and I'll go get some pickled radish. Seeing his gloomy face, Zhao Chun and Li Dongmei looked at each other and laughed at the same time. If he wants to assert his fatherly authority, then let him do so. Zhao Chun picked up the bowl of rice and gobbled it down. The dishes at home are very unique. Although they are light, they are full of the taste of home. Zhao Chun was very full and rubbed his stomach. After spending most of the day at home with his parents, he drove back to his residence. On the way, they went to the mall again and picked out a few clothes for Bai Shu. When I returned to the Zhao family compound, it was already afternoon. As soon as I came out of the cellar, Yunda came running over in a hurry. Master, the 10th princess woke up this morning. Awake. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up, and he walked towards the ward. Master. He had just taken 2 steps when Yunda called out to him. The 10th princess had just woken up a while ago, and the king of Qin happened to come visit. So he took her away. Zhao Chen paused and said, Hey, pick her up. Fine, we can go to the Prince of Qin. He's her brother, and he has a lot of precious medicinal herbs in his house. They can help her get better treatment. He turned and walked towards the main house. As soon as I reached the door of the main house and raised my hand to push it, Bai Shu opened the door from the inside. Zhao Chen didn't come back to his senses and pushed his hands on the bun. His fingers moved uncontrollably twice. Bai Shu's face suddenly turned red, and he quickly took 2 steps back. Master, you're back. Her voice was very small, like a mosquito. Zhao Chen quickly withdrew his hand and said with a smile, I was a little distracted just now. I'm sorry. I'm yours now. My whole being belongs to you. What is there for you to be sorry about? Bai Shu clasped his hands together, his head bowed. I didn't see you this morning. I asked Ying and the others, but they didn't know either. Now that you're back, will you accompany me to the Prince of Qin's mansion? Going to the Prince of Qin's mansion? Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows. What for? Chapter 129. Madam's service skills are very unfamiliar. Take her to the fiefdom to see. According to the rules here, one has to go back to one's parents' home within 3 days after marriage. My brother and nephew are still in the Prince Qin's mansion. I want to go and see them before they leave. Is that okay? Bai Shu looked pleading. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Why not? Now that you're in Lintian City, the Prince Qin's mansion is your natal home. Even if it's not for your return visit, there's nothing wrong with you going there. Since you said so, let's go there in a while. Do you need to prepare anything? Bai Shu raised the corner of his mouth happily. Don't worry, my dear. I have prepared everything for the return visit. Okay, let's go. Zhao Chen stepped aside and left the Zhao family compound with Bai Shu. Prince Qin's palace. I heard that Zhao Chun brought Bai Shu here. The king of Qin, the princess, and everyone in the Bai family went out to greet them. Brother-in-law, where did you go during the day? I couldn't find you when I went to your house. King Qin walked forward with a smile. Zhao Chun made up an excuse and said, I'm going to hold an arms expo in a few days, and I also need to make that hot air balloon. I'm busy with those things. It's better to be busy. King Qin agreed casually. Come on, let's go in quickly and stop standing outside. Several people entered the yard together. Bai Shu was pulled aside by Princess Qin and the Bai family to chat with them. The king of Qin took Zhao Chun to the pavilion in the garden to sit for a while. Brother-in-law, this morning I went to visit Lingxin and happened to find her waking up. I love my sister so much that I brought her back. Please don't blame me. Your Highness Prince Qin, what are you talking about? It is only natural for the 10th princess to follow your highness back home. Why should I blame you? Zhao Chen waved his hand. The king of Qin sighed softly. This girl, after she came back with me today, heard that you and Bai Shu were married, and she returned to the capital in a rage. Sigh. I don't know what charm you have that could have made my little sister so obsessed with you. Zhao Chen smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. After a moment, the king of Qin turned serious. Let's put aside the matter of love for now. I called you here alone because I have something to ask you. Your Highness the Prince of Qin, please speak. The king of Qin paused for a moment. Through my recent investigations, I suspect the Black Dragon Society is likely connected to certain individuals within the court. Your weapons are very powerful. If they fall into their hands, I'm worried they'll become even more powerful. Do you have any way to control them? Zhao Chen shook his head. No, but I am very sure of one thing. Which point? As long as the royal family and their relatives control the automatic rifles, even if the Black Dragon Society buys up all my swords, bows, crossbows, and even bolt-action rifles, it won't cause any trouble. The king of Qin frowned in thought. Indeed, he had witnessed the power of the automatic rifle with his own eyes. As long as they ensured that the powerful weapon did not fall into the hands of the Black Dragon Society, the Black Dragon Society would have no influence on them. But how can you be sure that there are no relatives of the royal family who are colluding with the Black Dragon Society? Zhao Chen chuckled. That's the royal family's problem. It doesn't seem to have much to do with me, does it? Your Highness, I sold automatic rifles to members of the royal family in order to maximize their power. If the royal family doesn't even have the ability to conduct an internal investigation, how could I dare to hand over my entire fortune to them? The king of Qin laughed and sighed. Now that my brother-in-law has mentioned this, I think it's the royal family that's failing to act. Don't worry, I can't control those far away. At least those who are closely related to me won't have any connection with the Black Dragon Society. Zhao Chen nodded. He was not worried about the Black Dragon Society for the time being, and even hoped that some firearms would fall into the hands of the Black Dragon Society. Although that would increase his danger, it would be the quickest way to catch the corrupt officials in the court who were related to the Black Dragon Society. He was in the Zhao family compound, and there was definitely no one who could pose a threat to him. Once he left the Zhao family compound, he basically rode in a bulletproof carriage all the way, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The two chatted for a long time, almost all of which revolved around the weapons expo and the hot air balloon flight. After sitting in the Prince of Qin's mansion for an hour, Bai Shu came over and first bowed to the Prince of Qin, then came to Zhao Chen and said, Sir, it's getting dark, let's go back. Okay. Zhao Chen stood up. The king of Qin said, Stay for dinner before leaving. Zhao Chen shook his head. I have a lot of things to do recently, so I won't bother you anymore. He took Bai Shu away and returned to the Zhao family compound. At night, it was late and quiet. Zhao Chen was lying on the bed. Bai Shu, lightly dressed, stood beside him. Sir, you weren't home this morning. I've asked Ying about your habits and have prepared a bath for you. Do you want to take a bath? Zhao Chen got up. It's good to go there. In recent days, he has been feeling dizzy from time to time because of excessive blood draws, and he has no mood to take a bath. After hearing what Bai Shu said, I felt a little itchy. After going to the bathroom, Bai Shu helped him undress with clumsy techniques. Feeling the person in front of him breathing disorderly, Zhao Chen asked with a smile, Are you nervous? Bai Shu nodded. Then go out. I can wash myself, he said in a flat tone. Bai Shu quickly shook her head again. I am your wife. Of course I have to serve you well. I will adapt as soon as possible. The bathroom was filled with mist and the sound of water. Bai Shu sat by the bathtub the whole time, massaging Zhao Chen's shoulders and rubbing his back. After taking a shower, the two returned to bed, Bai Shu's heart pounding nervously. But Zhao Chen beside her had no intention of touching her at all. She was very nervous and held it in for a long time. Finally, she mustered up the courage to ask Zhao Chen why he hadn't touched her yet, but she heard Zhao Chen snoring sweetly. She turned her back, her eyes red. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhao Chen called Jingjing and Ruan. Accompany me to inspect the fiefdom today. Master, do you still want to ride? Jingjing asked in a low voice. The Black Dragon Society has been acting too recklessly lately. I'm worried it might be dangerous for you to ride. Then let's take a car, said Zhao Chen. Jingjing immediately bowed and retreated, asking Feng to find someone to drive the carriage. The bulletproof carriage stopped in front of gate number 1. Zhao Chen was about to go out and get in the car when Bai Shu hurriedly followed him. Sir, can you take me with you? Behind her were her personal maids. Zhao Chen didn't think much about it and waved at her. Then let's get in the car together. The two of them got into the carriage together. The security driver drove the car to lead the way, and Jingjing and Ruan followed on horseback with guns in hand. Behind them were 4 maids following on foot. Head west out of the city. After walking for about half an hour, we saw a few hot air balloons floating in the sky from a distance. Sir, what is that? Zhao Chen followed her finger and said with a smile, That's called a hot air balloon. It's a unique treasure in our fiefdom. Is it our fiefdom? Bai Shu widened his eyes. The four maids following at the back also looked up at the sky in shock. Chapter 130. Go to the arsenal to make some arrangements and take my wife on a hot air balloon ride. In this ancient dynasty, people's knowledge was very limited. Hot air balloons, something beyond their understanding, are like miracles in their eyes. Bai Shu leaned against the car window, staring at the hot air balloon. That thing can actually fly, and it flies so high. Zhao Qin asked softly, do you want to go up and try it? Can I go up? Bai Shu turned around, his eyes full of surprise and anticipation. After all, she is just an 18-year-old girl, and it is normal for her to be curious about things she has never seen before. Of course, this thing was invented for people to ride. Zhao Qin smiled faintly. Bai Shu excitedly came to his side and said, thank you, sir. Zhao Qin raised his hand and touched her head. The group continued to move forward and walked for more than 20 minutes before reaching the entrance to the fiefdom wall. Winter is about to arrive today. Zhao Qin was afraid that it would be too late to repair the city wall, so he temporarily built a wall with thick wood. He will wait until the spring of next year to tear down the wooden walls and build reinforced concrete walls. No matter what happens outside, as long as he is in his fiefdom, he can be guaranteed absolute safety. Entering the fiefdom and looking at the flat road that had been cleared, Zhao Qin was very satisfied. Bai Shu looked around with an air of inexperienced eyes. Madam, I'm going to take care of some serious stuff first. After I'm done, I'll accompany you to ride a hot air balloon, okay? Zhao Qin asked softly. Sir, if you have important things to do, please go ahead and do them. It's okay if I don't sit down, Bai Shu said. Before she got married, her eldest brother and sisters-in-law specifically told her to obey the husband's orders when she arrived at her husband's house. His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin attaches great importance to Zhao Qin. As long as they get along well with Zhao Qin and have a child soon, one day, the Bai family may be able to rise to prominence with the help of Zhao Qin. At first, she scoffed at what her elder brother and sister-in-law said. It was not until her wedding day, when she sat in the main house and listened to the names of those who came to congratulate her, that she realized the power her husband possessed. After seeing the hot air balloon today, she was so shocked that she was speechless. The carriage drove all the way to the outside of the arsenal. Hua heard that Zhao Qin had arrived, and he had been waiting at the entrance of the arsenal for a long time. As soon as he saw Zhao Qin get off the car, he immediately ran over to salute. Hello, master. Hello, madam. Zhao Qin waved his hand. No need to be polite. Let's go in and take a look. Hua bowed and led the way in front. Arriving at the entrance of the arsenal, Zhao Qin suddenly stopped and looked at the four maids following behind him. No talking inside. No walking around or looking around. Do you hear me? I heard it. The four maids bowed at the same time. Only then did Zhao Qin feel relieved and took Bai Shu in. Hua, how many Hanyang and AKs do we have in stock? Hua pulled out his account book and began to report. Master, as of yesterday, we've manufactured 1,845 AK automatic rifles and 3,722 Hanyang bolt-action rifles. Also, we successfully developed TNT the day before yesterday. Since you were getting married and didn't report to us, Sister Bingbing and I had them make grenades out of that TNT and tested them. The results are excellent. How many grenades do we have? Zhao Qin asked. This batch of TNT hasn't been fully used yet. As of last night, we've processed a total of 95 grenades. Additionally, we've produced a total of 215 Barrett heavy sniper rifles and silenced AWM sniper rifles. These guns and grenades have all been stored in the warehouse. Do you want to check them out? No need. I am still very confident in your work, said Zhao Qin. Unexpectedly, after just a few days without visiting the arsenal, so many things were produced here. In this way, the transaction volume of his weapons expo, just thinking about it makes people feel happy. Just then, he saw several people coming out from behind the arsenal building, pushing a cart full of rubble. How's the tunnel excavation project going? Are those bandits we robbed from the mountains causing us any trouble? No. Hua smiled. Those who were willing to cause trouble were killed. The rest are quite obedient. Ever since the master sent the tools over, they've been digging day and night. In less than 10 days, they've dug over 100 meters. At this rate, the tunnel will be through before winter is over. Zhao Qin smiled with satisfaction. As long as this place is connected to the Zhao family compound, I can take the tunnel below when I want to come to the fiefdom in the future. Not only does it save time, but safety is also important. Many things that are inconvenient for outsiders to see can also be transported through tunnels. Suddenly, Zhao Qin thought of something and asked, how do they deal with the excavated soil? They have all been transported to the riverbank to reinforce it. Hua said. Zhao Qin frowned. I remember the riverbanks were reinforced with reinforced concrete. Why do they need to be reinforced with slag? I was afraid that the reinforced concrete could not be reinforced, so I acted on my own. Please punish me, sir. Huohua bowed immediately. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Never mind. You don't know the strength of reinforced concrete. It's not your fault. As long as they reinforce it according to the standards I gave, there won't be any problems even if the capacity doubles, let alone storing that much water. Tell the bandits who are transporting the excavated soil to the south of the city. Find a spacious area and build a small hill there. When the snow falls, I'll build a ski resort there. As he spoke, he took out a ski resort construction blueprint from his body. Building a ski resort requires a lot of soil. Send people to the other construction sites in the fiefdom to notify them. All the debris generated during the construction process should be transported to the south of the city. Have the intellectuals who remain in the fiefdom build the site according to the blueprints I provided as soon as possible. Yes. Huohua took the drawing. Afterwards, Zhao Chun called her aside and whispered, You will have someone mark all the guns with numbers. Be sure to mark the key parts, including all parts that can be numbered. Do it in a secret way. I understand. Huohua nodded heavily. After arranging things here, Zhao Chun returned to Bai Shu. Since entering the arsenal, Bai Shu hasn't said a word, and the maids around her all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look around. Everything here is arranged. Let's go. I'll take you on a hot air balloon ride. When Bai Shu heard that they were going to ride a hot air balloon, his eyes lit up instantly. He nodded repeatedly and followed Zhao Chen away. The site for launching hot air balloons was not far from the arsenal, and they planned to walk there. After coming out of the arsenal, Bai Shu became active and was so busy looking at the hot air balloons in the sky that he forgot to look at the road under his feet. The hot air balloon flies so high. If I sit on it, can I see very far? Zhao Chen chuckled, remembering the hot air balloon ride he and Li Qi had taken a few days ago. When the balloon reaches high in the sky, the view is particularly wide, which is refreshing to look at. That's right, you'll know when you get up there. Chapter 131. Returning to Zhao's house after the hot air balloon ride, Ho Qing Lin sends an invitation. The two walked side by side, and soon they arrived at the hot air balloon site. At the edge of the field, a hot air balloon had just landed. Seeing Zhao Chen coming, the operator quickly jumped out and saluted. Master. Zhao Chen waved his hand. How's the hot air balloon operator training going? Reporting to the master, all hot air balloon operators are now able to take up their posts, the man said with a fist salute. Zhao Chen nodded. Okay, take my wife up there first. Yes. The operator immediately returned to the basket. Go up. Zhao Chen looked at Bai Shu and said softly. Bai Shu blinked and asked, Sir, won't you go up with me? Zhao Chen didn't even think about it and immediately shook his head. I won't go up. You go up and play first. I still have some things to tell the other hot air balloon operators. Okay. Bai Shu felt a little disappointed, but in a moment, she put the disappointment behind her and quickly got on the hot air balloon. Puff! With a burst of fire, the hot air balloon slowly left the ground. The basket shook, and Bai Shu screamed in fright. Zhao Chen tried hard not to laugh. Looking back, it was the same when he got on a hot air balloon before. But after a while, he discovered the difference again. As the hot air balloon rose higher, Bai Shu not only did not feel any fear, but instead screamed with excitement. Zhao Chen looked up, and after about 5 or 6 minutes, the hot air balloon reached the designated height. The safety rope left on the ground was stretched straight. He glanced at Bai Shu's personal maid and said, You guys wait here. I'll go inside and take a look. Yes. Several maids bowed and watched Zhao Chen leave. Zhao Chen took Jingjing and Ruan for a walk around the venue. Do you two want to try riding a hot air balloon? Zhao Chen suddenly asked. Us. Jingjing and Ruan looked at each other. Obviously, the two little girls also wanted to go up and try it. But soon, they turned around and said, We're not going up. Why? I see you two are quite curious. Jingjing said, If the two of us go up, there will be no one guarding the master. As long as we stay with the master, there will always be a chance to go up and take a look. Zhao Chen chuckled and said, Okay, wait until Feng De and the others come over. Then you can go up. The hot air balloon floated in the sky for half an hour before slowly descending. Zhao Chun and the others also went back. Bai Shu climbed out of the basket and came to Zhao Chen excitedly. Sir, the view from up there is so broad. You can easily see the entire Lintian city. Walking around Lintian city, I couldn't sense how big it was. It wasn't until I took a hot air balloon ride that I realized how huge Lintian city is. The girl's curiosity was satisfied, and her relationship with Zhao Chun became quietly closer. If you like to sit here, come and sit here in the fiefdom often in the future. Is it okay? Bai Shu asked. Of course, they are all our own things. There is nothing wrong with that. Zhao Chen smiled. Bai Shu raised the corner of his mouth, and his watery eyes narrowed into slits. The two returned to the arsenal together. Sitting on the carriage, Bai Shu moved towards Zhao Chun. Sir, I was just in a hot air balloon. I could easily see far away. When you hold a weapons expo later, will you put a hot air balloon there? If the generals in the Imperial court had ever been in a hot air balloon, they would definitely want to buy one to use in battle. When she reminded him of this, a current surged through Zhao Chen's brain. Before, he only thought about the entertainment value of hot air balloons and completely ignored its military value. He looked at Bai Shu with a hint of admiration in his eyes. As expected of a descendant of the military, even though she is a woman, she can think about going to war. I haven't really thought about this. Since Madam has suggested it, I'll take out a few to sell at the expo. This epic-making product is far more important than a rifle. If I sell it, even with a discount, it cannot be less than 5,000 taels of gold. Moreover, after those people bought the hot air balloons, they would come to him from time to time to buy fuel. Just like when he sold generators, it would bring him a steady stream of economic benefits. Good. He looked at Bai Shu with satisfaction. Bai Shu lowered his head shyly. Sir, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? No, I just think your idea is very good, Zhao Chun said with a smile. Soon, they reached the edge of the fiefdom. Sir, I just looked at our fiefdom from the hot air balloon. The walls are too low. If someone breaks in over the wall, it could pose a threat to the people living there. Zhao Chun shook his finger. Madam, your concerns are correct, but I have thought about this a long time ago. Long before the scientific expedition, he had installed high-definition surveillance and facial recognition systems in his fiefdom. Once a stranger broke in, he would be caught by the patrols inside in less than 3 minutes. The security level was almost as high as that of the Imperial Palace. The two men came out of the fiefdom in a carriage. They had not walked far when a group of private soldiers came back with guns on their backs and on horseback. They were covered in blood and must have dealt with a branch of the Black Dragon Society. Zhao Chen's face darkened again. I don't know if after his cleanup, there will be fewer Black Dragon Society killers nearby. It's really unpleasant to always worry about being assassinated. The two returned to the Zhao family compound. As soon as the carriage stopped, Xia Er hurried over and bowed. Master, madam, Zhao Chen asked, what's the matter? Xia Er pulled out an invitation. Master Ho from the tea gang sent me an invitation, inviting you to a tea party tomorrow. He said that apart from the people who received the invitation, no one else will be within 100 meters of the tea party. Zhao Chen took the invitation and took a look at it. Ho Qinglin came to me on his own initiative, so we have to give him the face he deserves. After all, we will still need to rely on him to help with publicity for a long time in the future. Arrange someone to tell him that I will be at the venue on time tomorrow. Yes. Xia Er bowed and retreated. Zhao Chen took Bai Shu and the maids back to the main courtyard. After dinner, he returned to his room and sat at his desk to organize his materials. After Bai Shu's reminder, his mind was instantly opened up. Who says weapons expos only have to be for sale? There are many other things you can sell at an expo. For example, telescope, medical kit. These things have never been sold in shopping malls. If they are put on sale, the effect will definitely be very good. Just as he was thinking about it, a fragrance came from behind him. A pair of jade hands rested on his shoulders. My dear, it's getting dark. You've been tired all day. Let me help you rest. Zhao Chun turned around and laughed. I told my wife before that you don't have to commit yourself to me until you are ready. Bai Shu bent down and hugged Zhao Chun from behind. Bai Shu, after marrying my husband, will be my husband's. I am grateful to you for giving me 2 days to adapt. Let me take good care of you tonight and rest for you. Chapter 132, Going to a Tea Party. The old slave of the king of Han poached people in public. The wind blew in the quilt for half the night. When he woke up the next day, Zhao Chun felt a little tired. Maybe it's because my qi and blood haven't been replenished. I haven't been exercising as much as before, but I feel as if my body has been drained. He stretched and slowly sat up. Beside him, Bai Shu was still sleeping, with her flawless arms draped over the quilt, looking very beautiful. Feeling the person beside him move, Bai Shu slowly opened his eyes. Master, you are awake. She sat up, the covers sliding down her body. Then, her face turned red, and she quickly grabbed the quilt to cover her chest. Sir, I'll put on my clothes right away. Zhao Chen nodded. If he were in his prime, he would definitely do some morning exercises, but now, he also added accessories. Soon, the two of them dressed up and asked Ying to bring them breakfast. Tea gang. When Bai Shu and Zhao Chen arrived, many people had already entered the venue. Fengde took a dozen people to patrol the area. Master, the hall is completely blocked off by the tea gang members. There is no one else. Fengde reported with his hands clasped together. Zhao Chen nodded and got out of the car with Bai Shu. After handing over the invitation, a servant bowed and led them inside. Ruan and Jingjing followed behind. This time, they were more cautious. Lord Zhao is here. As soon as he entered the door, someone shouted, and countless eyes in the hall immediately fell on Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun smiled, but still felt uncomfortable. Master Zhao, the old servant of the Prince of Han, took 2 steps forward, smiling. A few days ago, I wrote to the Prince of Han. The Prince of Han wanted to ask if Master Zhao was interested in pursuing a career in government. He is willing to recommend Master Zhao as the Chancellor of the Prince of Han's palace. At the same time, he is willing to strongly recommend you, like the Emperor, to be the consort of the 10th princess. Zhao Chun frowned slightly. Is this old dog stupid? His legal wife is still around, and he wants to introduce him to another woman, especially the 10th princess. He glanced at Bai Shu, but Bai Shu's expression didn't change. In such situations, no matter what outsiders said that made her feel unhappy, she had to save face for the official. Zhao Chun smiled and shook his head. I've written a letter of goodwill to the Prince of Han. I'm a laid-back person, and I'm afraid I'm not up to the job of a chamberlain in the palace. Also, I'm aware of the gap between me and the 10th princess. I will face it squarely, and please. Before he could finish his words, the old servant said, Master Zhao, don't be so hasty to refuse. Think it over carefully first. Prince Han said that as long as you are willing to go to the capital to assist him, you can propose any conditions. Old dog, you dare to dig up my brother-in-law. Do you really think you are the Prince of Han? The King of Qin's slightly angry voice came from behind. The old slave took one look, immediately stepped back 2 steps, and bowed. Long live His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin. The King of Qin glanced at him sideways, then his eyes swept over the sturdy follower behind him. Go back and tell Prince Han that Zhao Chun is my brother-in-law. If he wants to rob me, he can just come here and do it himself. Why send you, an old dog who has nothing to lose, here? What's the point? After saying that, he looked at Zhao Chun again. Brother-in-law, let's go sit over there and ignore this spineless guy. Zhao Chun gave the old slave a perfunctory smile and left beside the King of Qin. Princess Qin and Bai Shu followed behind. They were sisters before they got married, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. Sister, I heard you've ridden a hot air balloon before. What's it like? Bai Shu's lips curled up, his eyes full of aftertaste. It feels really good, flying in the sky. All the troubles can be left behind. When the official's hot air balloon is open to the public, you must go and try it. Okay, now that you mention it, I'm really moved. Princess Qin smiled. Then, she changed the subject and asked, how have you been at the Zhao family these past few days? Have you noticed anything different about them? Everything is different. It's completely different from the world I'm used to. Bai Shu smiled happily. From the look of you, you seem to like the Zhao family very much. It's okay, at least I don't feel disgusted anymore. I can only be with this one man in my life. If I don't think more positively, I'll be depressed to death. Several people came to the front row and sat down. Ho Qinglin walked up to the stage and said to the crowd, Everyone, something unexpected happened at the last tea party, which resulted in everyone not having a great time. I, Ho, would like to apologize to you all. Everyone has tasted our tea before, so let's stop talking nonsense and start bidding. He raised his hand, and a maid came to the stage carrying a tray. The first lot is 5 kilograms of scented tea. Starting price is 500 taels of gold. 1,000 taels. 2,000 taels. Everyone started bidding. King Qin was not in a hurry at all. Ever since he drank Biluakun, he felt that scented tea had gone downgraded. This time, he came with enough money and was determined to buy a few kilograms. Your Highness, Prince Qin, just give a couple of symbolic pats. Then go back and tell Qin Kuai to come to my place. I've left 5 pounds of Biluakun for you. Hearing him say this, King Qin's eyes lit up. Really? We are friends. Zhao Chun winked. Just now, the King of Qin took the initiative to help him resolve the embarrassment, so it was normal for him to give him 5 kilograms of Biluakun in return. That's great. You really are my good brother-in-law. The King of Qin laughed. Princess Qin and Bai Shu sat behind the 2 of them and kept chatting. When it comes to making money, my brother-in-law is still better. I've been with the King of Qin for so many years, and the money in my family probably doesn't make as much as my brother-in-law made from this auction. Didn't the official just provide them with some tea? Could he make a lot of money? Bai Shu looked curious. Princess Qin blinked her eyes and said, Of course. Sister, don't you know that in addition to paying your brother-in-law some basic tea fees, the tea gang also has to pay an additional 10% of the auction proceeds? Bai Shu immediately covered her mouth. At this time, the price of the first cup of scented tea had reached 3,200 taels. She counted on her fingers. I heard the servants in the compound mention it before. The master sent over 300 kilograms of scented tea and 200 kilograms of biluakan. Only 5 kilograms of scented tea were sold for 3,200 taels. If all of that were sold, how much would that be? She felt like her brain wasn't enough. 3,500 taels. The steward of the Taifu mansion raised the sign. Ho Qinglin held up the gavel and said, 3,500 taels. The Grand Tutor's housekeeper bids 3,500 taels. Is there a higher price? 3,500 taels once. 3,500 taels twice. 3,500 taels sold. Congratulations to the butler of the Taifu mansion for winning the first batch of flower tea. Next, please take the second lot, 3 caddies of biluakan. Starting price, 500 taels. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately raised a sign. 1,500 taels. 2,000 taels. Listening to those people bidding, Baishu felt like his brain wasn't enough. He couldn't even bother chatting with Princess Qin, and all his attention was focused on those who were bidding. Chapter 133. The auction is over, and the old slave of King Han is recruiting again. The items came up one after another. Baishu's fingers were numb from being twisted. With the last lot, 5 caddies of biluakan were sold at a high price of 5,200 taels, and the auction ended. Oh my god, sister. I just calculated that the commission money from this auction alone has reached 75,000 taels. Am I dreaming? Baishu pinched her face. 75,000 taels of gold. Even if the entire city of Linen tightened its belts, they still couldn't earn that much in a year. At this moment, she suddenly had a dreamy feeling, as if some of her hidden attributes were being activated. You calculated correctly. It is indeed 75,000 taels. This does not include the basic cost of tea. If you count everything, I estimate that your family will make a profit of 100,000 taels of gold. The Princess of Qin smiled. Baishu's breathing became more rapid. 100,000 taels of gold. I really can't imagine what it would look like if 100,000 taels of gold were piled together. On the stage, Ho Qinglin asked the maids to step back and go to the back hall to pack for the sponsors. He turned around again and said, Everyone, we still have to wait for a while. According to the usual practice, shall we continue writing poems? Good. King Qin led the applause, and the rest of the people followed suit. He turned and glanced at Zhao Chun. Brother-in-law, you are very talented in writing. Set an example for them. Ho Qinglin also looked over at the same time. Master Zhao, the king of Qin has said so. How about you come? The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth twitched. His brother-in-law is such a scumbag, selling him out so early. If he really goes up to write a poem, and someone in the audience urges him to write another one, will he go or not? Master Zhao, Ho Qinglin called again. Zhao Chen exhaled lightly. Okay, then I'll sing a song first. He walked to the front of the stage and pondered for a moment. As you all know, in 6 days, I will be hosting the Dan Dynasty's first weapons expo in my fiefdom. Those who have attended my press conferences before have also seen the weapons produced by the Wuji Mall. I will use the Longquan sword from that day as an example to promote my weapons expo again. The Kunwu iron smelter was filled with smoke and flames, and a brilliant red and purple aura was everywhere. After years of hard work, the skilled craftsman forged a precious sword named Longquan. The recitation of Guozhen's ancient sword poem is completed. The scene was completely silent. It was the first time that everyone present heard a poem that was not related to tea at a tea party. Many people have more images in their minds. This was coupled with the scene at the previous press conference where the Longquan sword easily cut through the 100 refined iron sword. They are also looking forward to the Arms Expo. 6 more days. It's enough time for them to return to their respective homes and report to the head of the family. Okay, one more song. One more. The shouts were continuous. The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth twitched. This is what he fears most. He returned most of the poems he learned in school to his teacher. If he were to improvise on the spot, given his level, he would probably burst out laughing. He cleared his throat and coughed. If you still want to hear me compose poetry, it's not difficult. Come to my fiefdom in 6 days. Today is the tea gang's home ground, and if I take up too much of their time, it would be like I'm stealing the show. So I'll leave now. After he said that, he walked straight down without caring what others said. Everyone at the scene could not hide their disappointment and sighed. Seeing that Zhao Chun had no intention of appearing again, they began to compete in poetry. Compared with Zhao Chen's poems, their quality is obviously lower. An hour later, Ho Qinglin returned to the stage and said, Everyone, the tea has been packed for you. Please go to the back hall to get your tea. The people who were competing in poetry stopped and ran to the back hall. After a while, everyone left with satisfaction, carrying the tea. The king of Qin and his wife also stood up and said goodbye. Brother-in-law, I will return to the palace first. I will ask Qin Kuai to go to your place later. Okay, King Qin, take care. I won't see you off. Zhao Qin clasped his fists. After the king of Qin left, he was about to go to the back hall when the old slave of the king of Han came over again, followed by a burly man. Lord Zhao, I have to advise you to follow my Prince Han. He has more resources and connections than the Prince of Qin in the capital, and he will be the easiest to ascend to the throne in the future. You should assist my Prince Han. If he ever conquers the world, you will be his loyal follower. Even the 3 dukes and 9 ministers can be achieved with just a word from my lord. Zhao Qin showed a trace of embarrassment. If he had known that the goods had not been shipped yet, he should have informed Ho Qinglin to send the money to the Zhao family compound, and he would have left with King Qin. Now that the king of Qin is not here, he doesn't even have anyone to take the blame. He sighed. I really don't care about the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, or the ministers who follow the emperor. I've told you before that I'm used to a carefree life and don't like intrigue. I'll be perfectly content if you let me guard this little piece of land at home. Besides, he changed the subject. His Majesty is currently at the peak of his power. Aren't you afraid that if this gets out, people will think the Prince of Han is trying to seize the throne? You're an old servant, so you can't bring bad luck to your master. Let's just leave this matter at that. Please go back and tell the Prince of Han that if he wants to be friends with me, I welcome it. But if he wants to lock me up by his side and make me work for him, forget it. After saying this, he went to the back hall. The old slave glanced at the muscular man beside him. My lord, what should I do? Prince Han's eyes darkened. This damned bastard is so ungrateful. Don't worry too much. Observe him for a while. When we get to the weapons expo, buy some more weapons. If he still refuses to follow me, I'll have his fiefdom destroyed. If the man I favor can't be used by me, I'll definitely not let him get away with it. Yes. The old slave bowed, and the group walked outside. Zhao Qin asked Feng De and the others to drive over. 100,000 taels of silver filled 5 carts. On the way back, Bai Shu and Zhao Qin walked in front in the bulletproof carriage. Bai Shu looked back from time to time at the convoy carrying money behind him. Zhao Qin smiled and asked, Do you like it? Bai Shu nodded subconsciously, then quickly shook his head. No. I just think you're really good at making money. In just a few hours, you've earned more money than the entire city of Linen can earn in 2 years. Zhao Qin smiled and said, It's just making money. What's so difficult about it? Your husband knows more than just making money. Bai Shu lowered his head with a smile, a blush on his face. The convoy paraded through the city and returned to the Zhao family compound. As soon as the car stopped, the servants came forward and carried the box full of gold out of the yard and into the cellar. Zhao Chun pulled Bai Shu out of the car, and Qin Kuai ran over with a smile. Lord Zhao, I'm here to get something from you on the orders of my prince. Zhao Chun welcomed him into the courtyard and shouted, Xiao Lu, go get 5 pounds of Biluacan tea from the warehouse and give it to butler Qin Kuai. Xiao Lu ran to the warehouse, waited for a few minutes, and ran back with a box. Chapter 134. The sensible eldest daughter of the Bai family went to the Shun family to choose a gift for her modern father-in-law. Master, here are the tea leaves for you. Xiao Lu held the box with both hands. Just give it to butler Qin. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Xiao Lu handed the tea to Qin Kuai again. Qin Kuai said with a smile, Thank you, Lord Zhao. My prince asked me to convey a message to you. Prince Han is narrow-minded, so you must be careful. Thank you, Your Highness, for the reminder. Zhao Chen raised his finger slightly. Qin Kuai continued, Your Highness is eagerly awaiting tea, so I won't disturb you. Your Highness and Madam are always welcome to visit the Prince Qin's mansion. Okay, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Then I won't send butler Qin off. Please stay. Qin Kuai left quickly. Only the Zhao family members were left in the compound. Madam, you've been here for so many days, but I haven't given you a detailed introduction. Zhao Chen pointed at Xiao Lu and said, She's Xiao Lu. She's in charge of our warehouse. Everything that comes in and out of the warehouse must be reported to her. There are a few others you've met. Ying is in charge of overseeing the entire Zhao family compound. Dun Dun is in charge of the shopping mall. Hua Hua, whom I saw yesterday while we were at the fiefdom, oversees the research and development and manufacturing of weapons with Bing Bing. Finally, there are Jingjing and Ruan Ruan, whom you see most often. They are my personal bodyguards. After introducing several servants and maids, he began to introduce each management level in the compound one by one. He gave a detailed introduction to what each character department is used for. Bai Shu listened attentively. Madam will be the mistress of this compound in the future. If there is anything those people cannot do, you should give them more advice and be more tolerant. They were all bought by the pawnbrokers. Except for the accountants, doctors and people from the Zhou, Wu, Zheng and Wang families. The rest have no education. Zhao Chen said softly and slowly. Bai Shu bowed and nodded. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely help you take care of the Zhao family compound. The two returned to the main house together. Prince Qin's palace. Your Highness, the latest news is that all the gold that Zhao Chun brought home was sent to the cellar under his main house. The princess came to the side of the king of Qin and whispered. The king of Qin was drinking tea, his face full of enjoyment. It's just storing money in the cellar. What's the big deal? Don't we have a cellar for storing money at home? The princess shook her head. It's not that simple. My informant said that the night before old Tin woke up, he went into the cellar and never came out again. He didn't come out until the next afternoon. When he came out, he had something extra in his hands. King Qin immediately sat up, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Are you saying there's something fishy going on in his cellar? I'm not sure. There are always people watching around that cellar. Our people can't get in, and we don't know what's going on inside. The princess sighed with a gloomy face. The king of Qin held the teacup and pondered for a long time. Let her watch over there first. Don't let her reveal her whereabouts. Yes. The princess nodded, then suddenly laughed. Your Highness, when we went to the tea party today, I realized that there were many things Zhao Chun hadn't told my sister. I appropriately revealed some of them, and I don't know if my sister would have any thoughts. She is very simple. As long as I talk to her from time to time, maybe she will stand on our side. The king of Qin smiled and took her hand, stroking it gently. Then am I also worried that your sister might kidnap you and make you her enemy? Your Highness, from the day I married you, I have been yours completely. Don't you understand me after all these years? The princess sat in the arms of the Prince of Qin. The king of Qin hugged her and laughed heartily. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? Ha ha. Before I knew it, it was night. Bai Shu lay beside Zhao Chun. My dear, I am still feeling a little unwell today. Ask Chunhua Qiuyue and the others to serve you tonight. The four maids that Princess Qin gave her were named Chunhua, Xiaohe, Qiuyue, and Dongxue. Zhao Chen shook his head. Forget it. You don't need them to take care of you if you're not feeling well. Just go to sleep tonight. From the beginning, he had never thought of accepting the four maids brought by Bai Shu. The household registration certificates of those four people had not yet fallen into his hands, so in his eyes, they could not be completely considered as his own people. Moreover, he always had an inexplicable feeling that there seemed to be something wrong with these four maids. It's better to keep your distance until you understand their situation clearly. Master, there's no need to hold back, Bai Shu said, lying on the pillow. As a woman of the Duke's family, there are some rules that I understand even if you don't tell me. When my father was alive, all the maids who served him closely, as well as my mother and the maids brought by all the concubines, were my father's women. If you don't want to sleep with Chunhua and the others, then you can let Ying and the others come and serve him. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Madam, you misunderstood. The after effects of saving the 10th princess a few days ago have not completely disappeared. Tonight I really just want to have a good night's sleep. Oh, Bai Shu blushed and leaned in Zhao Chen's arms. The next morning, Zhao Chen got up and wandered around the main courtyard with a worried look on his face. Li Qi's father's birthday is in 2 days. In the eyes of both parents, he and Li Qi are already married and all that's left is to get a marriage certificate. It's my father-in-law's birthday, so I have to give him something nice. But what should I give him? Bai Shu saw him wandering around the courtyard and ran over to ask, Sir, are you worried about something? I have a friend whose father's birthday is coming soon, and I don't know what to get him, said Zhao Chen. Bai Shu thought for a moment and said, There are so many rare treasures in our mall. Wouldn't it be okay to give me anything as a gift? Zhao Chen shook his head. The rare treasures here are everywhere in modern society. If he came with a few glass balls, he would not be beaten out at all, but he would not be treated well. He doesn't like these things very much. Let's think of something else. Bai Shu pondered for a moment and said, Why don't you go to the Shen family? Before the Wuji shopping mall opened, the Shen family was the best collector of rare treasures in the entire Linzhou Road. They have a lot of rare things. Okay, let's go and take a look. Zhao Chun called Jingjing and Ruan, and also called everyone from the Feng family, and drove the bulletproof carriage to the Shen family. He didn't want to be surrounded by people every time he went out, but as long as the Black Dragon Society's affairs were not resolved, he would not dare to go out openly. Soon, the two arrived at Shen's house. After the people from the Feng department checked everything, Zhao Chun brought Bai Shu into the store. A burly man walked over and said, This must be Lord Zhao. What a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you. Zhao Chen clasped his fists, a little confused. Behind the man, Shun Jiuan stepped forward and introduced, Master Zhao, this is the current head of our Shun family, Shun Sanwan. Master Shun, I am short-sighted and didn't recognize you. Zhao Chun said with a smile, clasping his fists. That's fine, that's fine. Lord Zhao is very busy, so it's normal that he doesn't recognize me. Shin Sanwan laughed heartily, and then asked, I wonder why Lord Zhao came to the Shin family. Chapter 135. Choose a gift and return to modern times to celebrate Li Qi's father's birthday. Zhao Chen explained his purpose. Shin Sanwan was a little surprised. Lord Zhao has so many rare treasures. Why does he need to come to me to buy them? Zhao Chen smiled and made up an excuse. My friend's father doesn't like crystal glass. Well, this is the first time I've heard of someone not liking crystal glass. Shin Sanwan took a half step back and raised his hand, saying, Feel free to look at the products here and choose whatever you want. Just give me the cost price when you've made your choice. Thank you, Boss Shun. Zhao Chen clasped his fists and walked inside with Bai Shu. The two looked at it again and again. If Bai Shu had seen these things of the Shun family before, he would have been amazed, but now, after seeing the luxury of Wuji Shopping Mall, she felt that there was no place in the world more luxurious than Wuji Shopping Mall. The two of them exchanged glances for a while, and then Bai Shu picked up an enameled tricolor porcelain vase and said, Sir, how about this? Zhao Chen picked it up and looked at it twice. Shin Jiuan walked over and said, My lord and lady have a really good eye. This enamel vase is an old item, with a history of over 200 years. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. Is it so long? How much does it cost? Shin Jiuan said. Normally it would cost 4,000 taels of silver, but if Lord Zhao wants to buy it, 2,800 taels will do. Zhao Chen smiled. This enamel vase looks very high-end, and it will definitely make you feel proud when you give it as a gift. Please, Manager Shun, find a better box to put it in. No problem. Shin Jiuan took it with both hands and took it to the counter. After a while, he came to Zhao Chun holding a square wooden box. Zhao Chen meowed and his eyes widened immediately. The Shin family is really rich. They even use golden Nama boxes for packaging. This box alone would be worth some money in modern society. He gave a thumbs up. Not bad. I like this packaging. Then, he turned around and looked outside the door. Fengda, ask someone to bring in 3,000 taels of silver. The money and goods were paid. Zhao Chen returned to the Zhao family compound with the things. In a blink of an eye, it was Li Qi's father's birthday. After Zhao Chen got up, he took advantage of Bai Shu's inattention and sneaked into the cellar. Holding the vase, he returned to the modern era. As soon as I walked out of the closet, the phone rang. When I took it out and looked at it, I saw missed call reminders, WeChat messages, text messages, and all kinds of messages filling up the entire screen. He quickly called Li Qi back. After just 2 rings, the phone was picked up. Zhao Chun, have you returned to Tongcheng? Back, Zhao Chen said immediately. I heard a sigh of relief from the other end. Luckily, you came back today. The day before yesterday, I told my dad that you would come to celebrate his birthday. He was so happy that he has been urging me to call you since today to ask when you can come. Zhao Chen glanced at the time and said, I'll go pick up my parents later. It will probably take more than an hour. Okay, then I'll tell my mom to start cooking now. I'll hang up first. Wait. Zhao Chen shouted. What's wrong? Li Qi asked softly. Zhao Chen asked, Will anyone else be at your house today? No, there are only 3 of us in our family. If you come, there will be 6 of us. My dad is not 50 yet this year, so we don't want to make such a big fuss. Li Qi explained. No problem. I'm going to pick up my parents now. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Chen walked out with the gift. As soon as he got in the car, he called his parents and told them that Li Qi's parents were having a birthday. For this, he was scolded by his mother. Why are you telling us now? We haven't prepared anything. It would be so embarrassing to go there empty-handed. Zhao Chen listened to her scolding for 2 minutes before hanging up the phone and starting the car. When we got home, Mom and Dad had already packed everything. After picking up the second one, the 3 of them went straight to the mall. After choosing for a long time, they finally selected a luxurious gift box and turned around to go straight to Li Qi's house. Zhao Chen had been there once, so he was familiar with the route this time. When he arrived downstairs at home, he picked up the enamel vase and went upstairs with his parents. Dang, dang, dang. I knocked on the door lightly, and within 5 seconds, the door opened. Li Qi looked at Zhao Chun and his family of 3 with joy on his face. Zhao Chun, uncle, aunt, please come in. Why didn't you call me when you arrived so that I could pick you up? She hurriedly took out her slippers. Zhao Chen glanced at her and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. She was wearing the innocent outfit that I bought her at the mall a few days ago, which was full of the flavor of first love. What are you looking at? Change your shoes. Li Qi rolled his eyes at him. Hearing the noise at the door, Li Donghai and Lan Xiang also came out. The in-laws are here. The 2 were very enthusiastic. They walked up to greet their parents and then looked at Zhao Chun. The future son-in-law is here too. Come in and sit down. Li Qi didn't think anything of it when her parents called Zhao Chen's parents-in-laws, but as soon as they called Zhao Chun their future son-in-law, her face immediately turned red. Excuse me? Zhao Chen asked in a low voice. No, it's just a little hot, Li Qi argued. Zhao Chun entered the room and presented a gift. Uncle Li, this is an antique vase I bought. I hope you like it. Li Donghai took it and immediately opened it to take a look. Good. Great. This enamel vase is obviously quite old. And this box? His eyes widened. This box is actually made of golden Namu wood. My future son-in-law, you're really willing to spend money. Upon hearing this, Li Qi turned around and looked at Zhao Chun in surprise. Are the box and the antique real? It couldn't be more true. Zhao Chun nodded seriously. It cost a lot of money, didn't it? What do you think? I'm sorry for making you spend so much money. I don't know how to compensate you. Li Qi lowered his voice. Chi, take Zhao Chun to your room and sit for a while. While the in-laws are here, let's talk about some serious business. Li Donghai said loudly. Good. Li Qi pulled Zhao Chun into her bedroom. The bedroom was filled with pink, girlish style. Zhao Chun looked around and saw a photo on the table. Put it down. As soon as he picked up the photo, Li Qi ran over. Zhao Chun dodged, and his eyes fell on the photo. It was a selfie of Li Qi. In one corner of the photo, Zhao Chun was sitting on the school playground, looking into the distance with a melancholy look. You actually took a secret photo of me? I think you were only in the first year of high school at that time. Zhao Chun grinned evilly. Li Qi quickly ran forward and snatched the photo back. Give it to me. This is the first photo of you and me. Zhao Chun let go and watched her carefully put the photo back on the desk. She looked at the photo and whispered, I don't know why, but I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. 10 years have already passed in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. But fortunately, both our parents are in favor of us being together. Zhao Chun scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Are you curious about what they said? Should we climb over the door and listen? Chapter 136. Making the attitude clear, Cole was dug out in the fiefdom. After spending Li Donghai's birthday with him, he left Li Qi's house. As soon as they got in the car, Li Dongmei said with a smile, Chun'er, your father and I just discussed it with our in-laws. You two are not young anymore, so why not get married at the end of this year or the beginning of next year? Zhao Chun was stunned. Mom, why are you all so anxious? How can you not be anxious? You are already 26 years old. Why not get married? Li Dongmei said in a deep voice. Zhao Guofeng also nodded repeatedly at the side. That's right. You are already 26 years old. When I was your age, you could already help with soy sauce. Zhao Chun said sullenly. Dad, times have changed. Go out and see for yourself. There are still many unmarried people at 36, let alone 26. I'm not in a hurry. You have to be anxious. Li Dongmei suddenly interrupted. Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider Li Qi. She is the same age as you, and a woman's golden childbearing age is only a few years. You can't. All right, Zhao Chun said impatiently. Mom, I can agree with you on everything else, but my career is on the rise now. Getting married will seriously affect my career. Let's wait a few years. What's the conflict between marriage and career? Zhao Mingfeng also said with a serious face. As the old saying goes, start a family first, then build a career. Zhao Chun said, I'm constantly on business trips now, and I'm away for a week or two. There's no signal in places I go. What's the point of starting a family? I'm really impressed by your generation of parents. When I was in school, they tried to stop me from dating, saying it would affect my studies. And as soon as I graduated, they started pushing me to get married. Could you guys stop worrying too much? If it weren't for the fact that you are my son, do you think I would be willing to worry about you? Li Dongmei's voice suddenly rose. Zhao Chun was too lazy to argue with them, so he sped up and took them home. When he arrived at the door of his house, he didn't dare to go in and sit down, for fear that his parents would urge him to get married again, so he quickly drove back to his own home. On the way, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Li Qi calling. He pressed the answer button. Hey, Zhao Chun, Uncle and Annie have told you everything. I want to ask you what you think. On the other end of the phone, Li Qi's voice was a little low. Zhao Chun sighed and pondered for a long time. He knew that Li Qi liked him and wanted to marry him. But he has no intention of getting married now, and he can't stay with Li Qi all day. There was no movement from his side, so Li Qi asked, Zhao Chun, are you listening? Listening, said Zhao Chun. So what do you think? Li Qi asked. Zhao Chun sighed again. Chi, let me be clear in advance. It's not that I don't want to marry you, but my career is on the rise right now, so I can't focus on my family wholeheartedly. So, can we postpone getting married for 2 years? Yes, I understand you. Li Qi's somewhat depressed voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. It's great that you're ambitious. I also want to stabilize my job. That's it. Let's talk later. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up. Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. What he is worst at is time management. If you really have master-level skills, you can try to develop both sides simultaneously. Soon, he arrived home. After parking the car, I returned to the Zhao family compound. As soon as I came out of the cellar, Bing Bing ran over hurriedly. Master, there's something going on in the fiefdom. Zhao Chun suddenly became nervous. What's going on? Bing Bing took out a cloth bag. This morning, the bandits went digging in the tunnel as usual, but soon after, they unearthed a pitch-black soil. At first, they thought it was just a fluke, but the deeper they dug, the more black soil they found, and they became a little afraid to dig anymore. After she finished speaking, the cloth bag was completely opened. Zhao Chun took a look and his eyes suddenly lit up. This is not black soil at all. It is clearly high-quality coal. Is the place where this thing was dug out still within the fiefdom? Here. Bing Bing nodded heavily. Okay, prepare the car now. I want to go check out the fiefdom. Zhao Chun became excited instantly. Since he came here, he had never seen anyone burning coal, let alone selling coal. If he could demonstrate the role of coal, it would be a huge fortune. Soon, Feng De brought a carriage. He took Bing Bing, Jing Jing, and Ruan Ruan in and headed towards the fiefdom. He was very excited on the way. Seeing him like this, Bing Bing asked, Master, why are you so happy? Zhao Chun smiled and said, I've unearthed a treasure in my fiefdom. How can I not be happy? Did you dig out a treasure? Bing Bing asked in confusion. Zhao Chun spread out the coal she brought back. This is it. What is this? It's black, and it can be considered a treasure? Jing Jing and Ruan Ruan questioned at the same time. Of course, Zhao Chun smiled confidently. Right now, we're in the car, so I can't show you the use of this thing. I'll show you how to use it when we get to the fiefdom. After hearing what he said, the three women all became curious. After walking for about 40 minutes, they arrived at the fiefdom. The carriage stopped directly in the arsenal yard. Zhao Chun jumped out of the car. Bing Bing, go call Zheng De. Since the construction of the fiefdom began, all the people from the Zheng family have stayed here. In a moment, Zheng De came running over. Master, you are looking for me. He bowed and nodded. Zhao Chun nodded, took him into the house, picked up a pen and paper, and drew a sketch of a coal stove. Stoves are different from charcoal. When charcoal is completely burned, it produces almost no toxic or harmful substances. But coal is different. If you are not careful, it can easily cause soot poisoning. If you want to use a coal stove, you must add ventilation ducts. Just a few minutes later, the design of the stove was sketched out. He handed it to Zheng De and said, Build me a furnace according to this design sketch. Okay. Zheng De took it and ran out immediately. Zhao Chun added some water to the coal mud, patted it into a square shape, and poked many air holes on it. He lived in the countryside for many years when he was a child, and his family tried different types of honeycomb coal. The square honeycomb coal had obviously better heat dissipation durability than the round honeycomb coal. Of course, it cannot be said that round honeycomb coal has no advantages. When it is necessary to increase the heat quickly, the effect of round honeycomb coal is much better than that of square coal. After patting the honeycomb coal into shape, he took it outside to dry in the sun. It took a full 2 hours of waiting before the stove and flue were finally completed. Zheng De brought a few people to deliver the things, and Zhao Chun assembled them in Bing Bing's room. Bing Bing and the others all looked confused. Okay, the assembly is done. Now let's start the official test. Zhao Chun patted the dust off his hands and said with a smile, Bing Bing, get those dry firewood and put them in this stove to light it. Yes. Bing Bing ran out immediately. Not long after, he came back with some dry firewood. Chapter 137 The coal burning effect is so good, stay at the arsenal at night. After the dry firewood was lit, Zhao Chun put the honeycomb coal that had been beaten into shape into the fire and covered the stove. A group of people gathered outside the stove. After waiting for about half an hour, Zheng De frowned and said, That's not right. What's wrong? Zhao Chun asked with a smile. Zheng De looked at the furnace and said, The firewood that Manager Bing Bing brought back wasn't very thick. It should have burned out in a quarter of an hour, but we've been waiting for so long, and the furnace temperature hasn't dropped. It's actually risen. Zhao Chun laughed immediately. Find something to hook the stove lid open and see. Zheng De went out immediately. After a while, he brought a piece of thin steel bar. The moment he opened the stove lid, a wave of heat rushed up and singed a piece of hair on his forehead. He stepped back and dodged until the airflow at the furnace mouth stabilized. Then he leaned his head over again and looked inside. What is this? He shouted in surprise, and the other women also came over and looked inside. The square honeycomb coal that Zhao Chun had beaten out was emitting red light, and billowing heat waves were spreading out through the furnace mouth. Master, This thing can actually burn? Zhengde was incredulous. He then put his hand into the furnace mouth and probed. And the burning temperature of this thing is much higher than firewood. Bingbing was excited. Master, now we believe what you said. The black soil is really a treasure. I just don't know how long it can burn. Zhao Qin smiled and looked at Zhengde. Close the lid and follow me. Zhengde immediately followed Zhao Qin's steps. Zhao Qin returned to the desk and drew 2 human-powered honeycomb briquettes pressing machines. One round and one square. Immediately tell your people to produce the finished product according to the design I gave you. Yes, Zhengde said excitedly. He then glanced at the stove and said, Master, do we need to make more stoves like that? Zhao Qin shook his head. There's no need for the furnace. Just let your people focus on making the things I gave you. Things like furnaces are easy to get in modern times, but manual molding machines are not easy to buy. Bingbing, have you and Huahua chosen a venue for the weapons expo? After Zhengde left, Zhao Qin looked at Bingbing and asked. Bingbing nodded. I've chosen it. It's right next to the hot air balloon site. Zhao Qin said, have someone expand the space. In addition to the weapons exhibition, I'm planning to hold a lifestyle exhibition and bring in some common things from daily life. Also, notify Chunda to arrange shifts for all the bandits. From now on, they'll dig coal for me day and night. Coal, Bingbing frowned. That's the black soil we're burning. The scientific name for this stuff is coal, Zhao Qin explained, then added, the coal lumps that reflect like stone should be stored separately from the coal slime you just gave me. Yes. Bingbing nodded heavily and turned away. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around and asked, Master, if we dig up the coal down there and sell it, what will happen to the skiing project? Where will we find so much earth? Zhao Chun rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Let's put the skiing project on hold for now. No matter how much money it makes, it's still less than 1/10 of what coal makes. Go ahead. Yes. Bingbing left quickly. It was not until it was completely dark outside that Zhengde came running over, carrying 2 molds to find Zhao Chun. Master, do you think this size is okay? Okay. Zhao Chun took a look. Then he noticed Zhengda's eyes glancing at the stove. Go ahead and see it if you want. Zhengde immediately grinned, then found some steel bars to pry open the furnace. The coal inside still had a slight red glow. Although the temperature was not as high as when it was burning at its hottest, it was warm enough. The whole house was much warmer than the other rooms after being baked all afternoon. Master, did you fill this in this afternoon? That's right, said Zhao Chun. Zhengde started counting on his fingers, then his eyes widened. Oh my god, it's been burning for an hour and a half. The same amount of firewood would only last a quarter of an hour at most. Zhao Chun smiled and said, calm down. You look like you haven't seen the world before. Zhengde quickly calmed down. Master, I've never seen anything like this before. The most important thing is, the heat it generates is incredibly high. If those wealthy officials knew about this, they would definitely rush to grab it. Zhao Qin didn't waste any more time talking to him. He pointed at the 2 molds and said, now let your people focus on making these 2 molds. There are still 4 days left before the exhibition. A lot of coal should be able to be dug out in the next 4 days. If we make it all into honeycomb coal, it should be enough to last for a while. Only, how much should honeycomb briquettes be priced at? In addition, he is also considering bringing the smokeless charcoal supplied to the barbecue area of the food city to the exhibition. Although machine-made charcoal does not generate as much heat as honeycomb briquettes, it has the advantage of a longer burning time and does not produce any smoke. As for the rest, you can go back to modern times. Zhengde took the order and left. Zhao Qin glanced outside. Master, it's so late today. It might be dangerous for us to go back. Why don't you just rest here? Jingjing said. Yeah, I thought so too. It just so happens that there are some things I forgot to ask, Bingbing. Zhao Qin sat on the edge of the bed. After waiting for a long time, Bingbing finally came back in the cold wind. It was a late autumn night and the temperature outside was already below 0. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately went to the stove and said, Master, this stove is really great. In the past, when I came back so late, I had to light the stove myself to keep warm. Now that I have this stove, I can just come in every once in a while and add a piece of coal. She placed her hands against the stove flue. Zhao Qin asked, Bingbing, how many of the private troops I sent out to wipe out the Black Dragon Society have returned? Bingbing thought for a moment and said, 5 groups returned this morning, and 3 more this afternoon. There are still 10 groups outside. They should all be back before the expo. Then I feel relieved. Zhao Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Although he still had 500 members of the escort agency, he planned to keep them hidden for the time being so that he could catch the enemy off guard if something happened. Do you have any other rooms here? I won't go back to the Zhao family compound tonight, he asked again. Bingbing turned around and said, If the master doesn't want to go back, you can live in my room. The other rooms are not as warm as this one, and it just so happens that I haven't served the master for a long time. Zhao Chen's heart moved. After 2 more days of nursing, his physical condition was obviously much better. After hearing what Bingbing said, Jingjing and Ruan prepared to go out. Zhao Chen raised his hands and grabbed the two of them, grinning mischievously. You two should stay too. Jingjing, Ruan, and Bingbing looked at each other, and their faces turned red at the same time. Chapter 138. Returning to Lintian City to place an order, the Emperor visits incognito. The next morning, Zhao Chen opened his eyes, looked around, and felt very satisfied. The 3 women each have their own age, which makes people unable to stop. If he wasn't afraid that smoking too clean would affect his lifespan, he really wanted to do some morning exercises again. Bingbing and the other 2 helped him put on his clothes, and he walked out the door with his hands behind his back. Outside the arsenal compound, there were 2 large piles of coal. More than 1,000 bandits worked in shifts and dug coal very quickly. Bingbing, go find some unemployed villagers, and I'll teach them how to make honeycomb coal. Yes. Bingbing left. Zhao Chun took the shovel and asked Jingjing Ruan to bring a bucket of water. After 2/4 of an hour, a dozen villagers came over. As soon as they saw Zhao Chun, they immediately knelt down and saluted. Lord Zhao. Get up, Zhao Chun said calmly. Come and see how I make honeycomb coal. From now on, you have to speed up the production of honeycomb coal. Several people came forward. Zhao Chun began to tell them the story seriously. After explaining the entire process, Zhao Chun said, it's best for you to divide the work. Those with more strength will knead the coal, while those with less strength will press the molds. The pressed honeycomb briquettes can be dried directly in an open area. The villagers bowed in agreement and turned to leave. Zhao Chun looked at Bingbing again. The place where the coal was dug out is quite far from here, right? About 200 or 300 meters. Bingbing replied. Let those bandits dig a new hole where the coal was dug out, and find some craftsmen to build a compound there, and add a few iron gates to seal the tunnel under the arsenal. Zhao Chen made arrangements seriously. Although coal is transported by conveyor belts, shortening the transportation distance can further improve work efficiency. Bingbing agreed, and started to arrange people to make preparations. Seeing that nothing was happening here, Zhao Chun took Jingjing and Ruan back to the Zhao family compound, and packed a bag of coal when he left. After returning, he did not rush back to the main house, but went straight into the cellar. Back to modern times, it's easy to place a purchasing order. He returned satisfied only after ordering more than 100 kinds of daily necessities that were not yet sold in Wuji shopping mall. When I came back, I also brought a heating stove with me. He carried the stove into the main room. Bai Shu ran over to him as soon as he saw him. Sir, you're finally back. Madam, are you waiting impatiently? Zhao Chen laughed. Bai Shu nodded. I saw Jingjing and Ruan come back this morning, but I didn't see you. I'm very worried about your safety. Don't worry. I've already wiped out most of the Black Dragon Society branches nearby. If they still want to sneak in, they'll have to rush here from 100 miles away. Zhao Chen put the stove down and said as he put it together. After the princess was assassinated, the control in these nearby cities has been tightened. It won't be that easy for the Black Dragon Society to infiltrate. Bai Shu looked at the stove and asked, Sir, what is this? You'll know when I finish. Zhao Chen quickened his hands. After finishing, he called Ying and went to the woodshed to get some dry firewood. To light the stove, he threw the coal he brought back from the fiefdom into the hearth. The furnace soon burst into powerful heat. Bai Shu and Ying both looked surprised. Sir, what is this? It looks like charcoal, but its temperature is much higher than charcoal. Zhao Chen smiled and introduced, this is called coal. It's something that burns harder than charcoal and has a higher temperature. It's something that evolved from wood buried underground over tens or even millions of years. Wouldn't this thing be very expensive? Bai Shu exclaimed. Not bad, Zhao Chen said, then looked at Ying. Tomorrow morning, find a team of servants to go to the fiefdom and bring back a few carts of coal. From now on, our compound's central heating will use coal. Yes. Ying bowed and walked out. After taking 2 steps, Bai Shu suddenly said, Ying, don't go. Zhao Chen asked, what's wrong? Do you have anything else to do? Bai Shu blushed. I'm not feeling well these days, so let Ying take care of you at night. I'll sleep in another room. Zhao Chun understood and looked at Ying again. Madam has probably never used sanitary napkins before. Go get some from Xiaolu and teach her how to use them. Yes. Ying stepped back. In the evening, Bai Shu went to another room, and Zhao Chun called Ying and Dun. After trying a few times, he still prefers a more crowded and lively place. For the next 3 days, Zhao Chun had almost no free time. The supplies ordered from the modern world arrived one after another. The servants have been busy these days, constantly traveling back and forth between the fiefdom and the Zhao family compound. Many wealthy families in the city knew what Zhao Chun was going to do, and they sent people out to find out what was going on. But Zhao Chen's side was keeping it very secret. All the cars were covered with canvas when going out, and the convoy also specially sent people from the escort agency to escort the vehicles to ensure that no one could know what was inside. He just wants to make everyone curious. As long as he goes to the expo, he doesn't believe that these people won't consume. Ding-ling-ling. A bicycle bell rang out. Bai Shu rode the bicycle crookedly, holding the handlebars tightly with both hands. "Sir, please get out of the way. I can't stop." Zhao Chen was startled and quickly took 2 steps back. After Bai Shu passed by, he grabbed the back seat and pulled the bicycle to a stop. Bai Shu jumped off the bike, his face full of smiles. "Sir, this bike is so fun." Zhao Chen nodded and looked to the side. Ying and the others were also practicing cycling. Judging from the situation, he is not much better than Bai Shu. "If I can ride a bicycle well, it will be easier for me to go out in the future," Bai Shu said happily while touching the handlebars. Zhao Chen patted her forehead and said, "Then practice hard. You'll inevitably fall during practice, but don't be afraid. Just keep doing it." "Well, just do it." Bai Shu nodded heavily and stepped on the pedal again. Seeing that the women in the compound liked bicycles so much, Zhao Chen felt more confident. Just wait for the expo to start tomorrow and dazzle the eyes of those dignitaries. At the same time, outside the north gate of Lintian City, on a carriage. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at Lintian City." The chief eunuch bowed to a man in his 60s in the carriage. "Are we at the second brother's territory? Help me get out of the car and take a look." The door curtain was opened and the emperor got out of the carriage. Looking at the towering city gate tower, he chuckled. "Old second city wall looks even more magnificent than the capital." The chief eunuch bowed and followed beside him. "Your Majesty, you are joking. Is there any place in the world more luxurious than the capital?" The emperor turned his head and glanced at him. "Haha, the capital city is indeed nice, but it's also very boring. This time I went out, firstly to see the second brother, and secondly, I want to see the weapons exhibition that Viscount Lintian is holding. I heard there will be a lot of things." "It is Lord Zhao's honor to arouse your Majesty's curiosity." The eunuch bowed again. "Don't call me your Majesty after you enter the city. From now on, I am Duke Huang." Chapter 139. The Emperor visited Wuji shopping mall and almost exposed the secret. "Yes, Lord Duke." The eunuch nodded. The two of them walked all the way into Lintian City. Not long after they went, they met the convoy of the Zhao family compound. The emperor was very curious when he saw the carts loaded with things. "Go find out what's in the car." The eunuch immediately bowed and stepped aside. After a while, he returned and said, "Your Excellency, the convoy belongs to Lord Zhao. I heard they are transporting items for tomorrow's exhibition to the fiefdom. The people don't know what they are. Lord Zhao has never revealed it to anyone, and he won't let anyone see it. Oh, now that he does this, I'm a little curious." The emperor raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Master Duke." Gohua took a step forward. "You are the Duke now. You cannot call yourself I." Yes, I. How could I have forgotten this? You reminded me well. I'm very happy. It is my great honor to make Master Guogong happy." The master and servant walked along the street. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, the emperor was very satisfied. It seems that the second brother has managed Lintian City well. Everywhere I look, I see a scene of peace and prosperity. This is all thanks to your Majesty's good governance, which has given the King of Qin room to display his abilities. Gohua flattered. After walking for a while, he said, "Come on, follow me to the Wuji shopping mall. I want to see what kind of mall it is that sells so many good things. I also need to ask Lord Zhao when the military rations owed to the court will arrive." When the old man celebrated his birthday, the King of Qin went to the Imperial city with compressed dry food and instant noodles. The old man liked these two things very much and ordered Zhao Chun to prepare military rations. It has been more than a month, and he was able to hold an arms expo in Lintian City, but he had no time to deliver military rations. If I had known earlier, I should have specified a time limit in the Imperial edict. If he fails to submit it within the deadline, he will be beheaded. The two asked for directions along the way and finally arrived at Wuji shopping mall after several twists and turns. As soon as he reached the door and saw the light on inside, the emperor was shocked. "I heard Xiaoshi mention the electric light before, so this must be it. It's much brighter than I imagined." He walked quickly up the steps. "Master Duke, please slow down." Gohua followed behind with a nervous expression. After entering, the emperor looked around and was amazed at everything he saw. Zhao Chun was in the backyard and had no idea what was happening here. Watching the women riding bicycles, he inexplicably had some evil thoughts. If only. Master. He was just thinking about Ying squatting there, feeling cool, quiet, and comfortable, when Xie came running over. What's the matter? His face darkened. Xie immediately shuddered and whispered, Butler Qin of the Prince Qin's mansion is here, in the lobby, at gate number 1. I see. He responded and turned to go forward. Arriving at the lobby of gate number 1, Qin Kuai immediately clasped his fists and said, Hello, Lord Zhao. Butler Qin, there's no need to be so polite. Zhao Chen raised his hand and asked, I wonder what Butler Qin wants to bring you here for. My King Qin asked me to ask the Duke if he needs any help with the weapons expo, so he can prepare now. Thank His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin for me. I have everything ready. Zhao Chen clasped his fists. As luck would have it, at this moment, the Emperor walked through the snack area with a bag of spicy strips in his mouth, ready to go to the other side to take a look. His eyes happened to meet Qin Kuai's. Qin Kuai was immediately stunned. Quickly wiped my eyes. Seeing the scoundrel behind the Emperor, he immediately lifted his trouser legs and was about to kneel down. Emperor. Goho was also shocked. The Emperor had already said that he would be traveling incognito this time. If his identity was exposed, not only would he not be able to enjoy the happiness of ordinary people, but he might also be in danger. Butler Qin, long time no see. Goho took 2 steps forward, quickly blocked Qin Kuai's mouth, and whispered in his ear, Your Majesty is now the Duke of Huang. Don't let it slip. Qin Kuai felt a chill on his neck. Fortunately, Goho was fast, otherwise he would have lost his head. He wiped the cold sweat off his face, took out a silver ingot from his sleeve, and stuffed it into Goho's hand. Thank you, Eunuch Jing, for your reminder. Anyone who has been to the palace knows that except for the Emperor and the princes and princesses, the word Guo can be said casually, while the rest of the princes and ministers have to think carefully before using it. As for servants like Qin Kuai, they all had to call him Jing the eunuch. The main reason is that he has another identity, that is, the #1 master in Den. Even the great general who guards the country can't last more than 10 rounds in his hands. Okay, I'll go back to the Duke first. Goho took 2 steps back and returned to the Emperor. Zhao Chen was a little confused. Butler Qin, do you know him? Qin Kuai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly introduced. Master Zhao. This is Mr. Huang, the Duke of Huang, the distant cousin of His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin. Oh, Mr. Huang, I'm so sorry. Zhao Chen clasped his hands together. The Emperor nodded with satisfaction. I've also heard a lot about Lord Zhao's abilities. When you're free, will you accompany me to the mall for a stroll? No problem. Zhao Chen laughed, then looked at Qin Kuai. Butler Qin, besides the expo, is there anything else? That's all. Qin Kuai shook his head quickly. I'll go back first. If Lord Zhao needs anything else, please come to the Prince Qin's mansion to find me. The Emperor wanted Zhao Chun to accompany him to the mall, and he didn't dare to tell anyone even if he really had something to do. All he wanted now was to get away quickly and report to the King of Qin about the Emperor's arrival in Tianqing. Okay, Zhao Chen nodded. I'll go shopping with Master Huang first, so I won't see you off. Please stay, Qin Kuai said immediately, and then he clasped his fists and bowed 90 degrees to the Emperor. Duke Huang, I will go back first. Go ahead. The Emperor waved his hand. Go back and tell His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin that I'll come visit him in person after I finish shopping at the mall. Yes. Qin Kuai backed away with his body bent. He didn't straighten up until he was out of the door, then turned around and ran. Zhao Chen looked at him, then turned back to glance at Duke Huang, muttering to himself. This guy must be extraordinary. This is the first time I've seen Qin Kuai be so respectful to someone since I met him. However, although he was muttering in his heart, he did not show it on his face. Coming before Duke Huang, he asked, Duke, where have you been just now? I just went to the snack area and the department store area. If there are any other areas, Lord Zhao, please take me around, said the Emperor with a smile. He is now becoming more and more curious about Wuji Shopping Mall. There are still many areas. Let's go step by step. Zhao Chen took him towards gate number 2. You might not have looked inside just now. The most attractive part of our mall is just past the snack area. How is it attractive? The Emperor's eyes gleamed. You'll know when you get there. I'll keep it a secret for now. Please follow me. The two were walking towards the food area together, chatting as they walked. Lord Zhao, I heard that the Emperor ordered a batch of military rations from you. It's been over a month. Why hasn't it been delivered to the capital yet? Chapter 140. Go to the food court to discuss business and reach a cooperation intention. The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth twitched. That? He deliberately withheld the military rations, fearing that if he gave them the rations, it would strengthen the general's strength, and then they would turn against him. But now, he has nothing to fear. With 500 private soldiers equipped with automatic rifles, the enemy has less than 50,000 people, and they probably can't even get close to them. Most importantly, he also had 500 bodyguards equipped with automatic rifles. With this strength, he could even go out and fight a big battle without any problem. But he still didn't want to admit it directly. His mind was working fast, and he suddenly thought of a reasonable reason. I prepared a batch before and had someone send it to the capital, but it was intercepted by the Black Dragon Society. The Emperor frowned. Was he intercepted by the Black Dragon Society? As far as I know, they only tried to kill you recently, right? Zhao Chen chuckled. Indeed, the recent attempts to kill me might be because I've infringed upon certain people's interests. As for the grain interception incident, I don't know why. Perhaps someone took a fancy to the military rations at the Emperor's birthday banquet and wanted to take them for themselves. The Emperor's expression changed. Lord Zhao, are you deliberately trying to find an excuse for not delivering the military rations on time? He could feel that Zhao Chun was lying. Zhao Chun, however, acted completely frank. Do I need to make excuses? This is the truth. Duke Huang, don't you think about this? If this batch of military rations is delivered, not to mention whether His Majesty will give me any extra rewards, even if I just pay off the military rations, I'll make a lot of money. Do I really need to be so stingy with money? The Emperor smiled slightly. Was there any need to explain why he did not deliver military rations? Having previously offended the Salt Gang, they had completely established a feud with the military generals group. Never mind. I came here just to see the weapons expo. The military rations issue has nothing to do with me. The Emperor waved his hand and asked, where are the goodies you mentioned? As he was asking, he suddenly smelled a strong fragrance. It smells so good. His stomach couldn't help but growl. He pulled the corners of his mouth awkwardly. His Majesty the Emperor Don actually had his stomach growling after smelling the fragrance of food. How shameful. Duke Huang, this is what I called the most attractive place in the mall. Zhao Chen raised his hand. The Emperor looked up and said, food area? I. Cough. Gohua coughed quickly after hearing that he had let the cat out of the bag. He also quickly cleared his throat. I really want to taste the delicious food here. I feel hungry just by smelling it. Several people walked into the food area. Zhao Chun ordered some of Wuji Shopping Mall's signature dishes and sat face to face with Duke Huang. Gohua stood behind the Emperor with his hands folded in front of him. The Emperor picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. A look of happiness immediately filled his face. This is simply the best thing in the world. This is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten in my life. He picked up the bowl and ate in big mouthfuls. Gohua was completely confused. He had served the Emperor in the palace for decades, and the Emperor had never eaten so much delicious food as he did every day. What is the charm of the delicious food in Wuji Shopping Mall? His stomach couldn't help but growl. Zhao Chen was no longer surprised by this. Duke Huang, I see your servant is hungry too. Why don't you let him sit down and eat too? When Gohua heard this, he quickly waved his hands and said, No. I'm just a servant of the Duke. How can I eat at the same table with him? The Emperor glanced at him and said, You should sit down and eat with us. We are outside, so there is no need to follow so many rules. Go and bring me a bowl of rice first. Yes. Gohua nodded repeatedly and ran away in a hurry. Lord Zhao, the Black Dragon Society has been very rampant recently and has killed many court officials. What do you think about this? The Emperor suddenly asked. Zhao Chen's eyelids twitched. This Duke must know something. Why did he ask 2 questions in a row, both related to him? He chuckled lightly. Duke Huang, I'm not very clear about the situation in the court. It's useless to ask me. Really? The Emperor burped and put down his empty bowl. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The Emperor picked up another bowl of rice and ate while saying, This visit to Wuji Shopping Mall has truly opened my eyes. I wonder if Lord Zhao is interested in opening a store in the capital. I have some stores under my control that I can give to Lord Zhao to manage free of charge. Zhao Chen shook his head. Forget about it. I don't want to go that far. Lintian City is really nice. I think I will never leave here in my lifetime. The Emperor sighed regretfully. That's such a shame. If I want to eat such delicious food in the future, I have to go all the way to Lintian City. Or could you please give me a few chefs? Zhao Chun was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand. Duke Huang, this is unacceptable. If I give you the chef, how can I run the business? How dare you? Gohua stood up angrily, a murderous intent suddenly erupting from his body. How dare you be seen by Duke Huang? Shut up. Before he could finish, the Emperor interrupted him with a cold face, then turned back to look at Zhao Chun. Lord Zhao, please forgive me for my lack of discipline. Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. Since they were in the Wuji Shopping Mall, He didn't have Jingjing and Wan with him all the time. At that moment, he felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze. This servant of Duke Huang must be a tough guy. He grinned and said, Duke Huang, I definitely can't give you the job of chef. It would greatly affect the operation of my food court. However, you can send someone to learn. I promise that my chefs will teach you everything they know. Is that possible? The emperor beamed. They say teaching an apprentice a lesson can starve the master to death. Aren't you afraid that my people will steal your business? You can't take my business away, Zhao Chen said confidently. He is so confident because modern seasonings are indispensable in order to make such delicious dishes. If the person on the other side wants to seize his market, he can just cut off his seasoning supply and be beaten back to his original form in minutes. He continued, besides, I believe in the character of Duke Huang. A dignified duke would not embarrass a mere viscount like me, right? Haha, I can't argue with that. The emperor put down his bowl and chopsticks. Okay, I promise you, my chef will only cook for me after he finishes his training. That's not necessary. Zhao Chen waved his hand. If the duke wants to do business, please do so. Just don't get involved in Lintian City. The emperor nodded and said that he could think about whether to do business later. There was still one thing that needed to be communicated right now. Master Zhao, and your light bulb, can you also teach me how to use it? I can spend money to buy the technology. The two had an in-depth and friendly negotiation on a series of modern and contemporary products in Wuji Shopping Mall and finally reached a cooperation intention. Zhao Chun found someone to teach his people how to connect circuits, cook delicious food, show movies, etc. He paid 2,000 taels of gold for the tuition, and all related equipment and consumables had to be purchased from Zhao Chun at the original price. Until late at night, the two of them stood up satisfied. Master Zhao, I've been chatting with you for 3 hours without realizing it. I still have to go to the Prince of Qin's mansion, so I won't bother you anymore. Chapter 141. Duke Huang is a man of technology. On the day of the event, the rules are announced at the entrance to the fiefdom. Zhao Chen returned to the main house. Bai Shu was sitting at the desk waiting, with Chunhua and Xiahe standing beside him. I heard that the official was discussing business up ahead. How was the discussion going? Zhao Chen laughed heartily. Duke Huang is a tech-savvy guy. He knows how to pay for technology. We have reached a very friendly cooperation agreement. Duke Huang. Bai Shu frowned slightly and murmured softly, why have I never heard of this duke? Zhao Chen didn't hear the second half of the sentence clearly and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Bai Shu smiled and shook his head, then pointed at Chunhua and Xia. Sir, I think you would like to call 2 maids. Let them accompany you tonight. They are both clean. Zhao Chen laughed dryly. Madam, do you have any misunderstandings about me? We still have to go to the fiefdom to hold an event tomorrow, so we won't be doing anything tonight. Just stay with me and have a peaceful night's sleep. But, Bai Shu wanted to say something. Zhao Chun held her shoulders and pressed her onto the bed. Okay, let's get some rest. As he said that, he looked back at Chunhua and Xiahe and said, you too. Get out. Yes. Chunhua Xiahe bowed and left the main house. And the other side, on the way to the Prince of Qin's mansion. You bastard, how's the situation over there with Shadow? The emperor asked in a low voice while sitting in the carriage. Your Majesty, we have already found out the situation in Lintian City, and nearly half of the civil and military officials of the court are here. Gohua bowed and handed over a bag of instant noodles. The emperor took it and took a bite. He enjoyed the crisp sound coming out of his mouth. I didn't expect that he could attract so much attention by holding an expo. What do you think of him, Gohua? Gohua thought for a moment and said, he's cunning and treacherous, a constant stream of lies, but he's also quick-witted and creative. If he could be used by the royal family, they would most likely be able to break free from the passive situation of being divided into 3 parts and regain sole control of the imperial power. Oh, the emperor raised his eyebrows. It's not easy to hear you praise someone. That kid surnamed Zhao is indeed worthy of this old servant's praise. Gohua bowed. But I think you seem to have some prejudice against him. I do have prejudices, but those are all my personal likes and dislikes. Zhao Chun is beneficial to the royal family, so I will naturally put my prejudices against him aside. The emperor clapped his hands in satisfaction. What I like most is that you can clearly distinguish between public and private matters, and you can handle things clearly when encountering problems. It is my honor to be favored by your majesty. Gohua knelt down to express his gratitude. Notify Shadow to keep a close eye on all civil and military officials tomorrow. I want to know who bought what. The emperor murmured. Gohua rolled his tongue, a whistle sounded, and dozens of black shadows spread out on the roofs on both sides of the street. The next day came in a flash. As soon as the sun rose, Zhao Chun and Bai Shu got up and packed up. There is a big event in the fiefdom today. As the rulers of the fiefdom, They have to dress up to attend. The hour, approximately 5 to 7 a.m. Zhao Chun and Bai Shu boarded a bulletproof carriage and, escorted by security guards Feng and Chun, headed straight for the West City Gate. As soon as I came out of the West City Gate, I ran into the King of Qin's carriage. Today, the King of Qin went out fully armed, with 100 rifle teams following behind his car and several automatic rifle guards. Oh, isn't this Lord Zhao? The emperor looked at Zhao Chun and said as the car curtain was opened. Zhao Chun opened the car window and said, Lord Huang Guogong got up very early. Can it be earlier? I'm very curious about the activities held in your fiefdom, so of course I have to go there early, said the emperor with a smile. Listening to the conversation between the two, the King of Qin and his wife in the car looked nervous and said nothing. The emperor looked at Zhao Chen's car and asked, Your car looks much more luxurious than ours. It's made entirely of crystal glaze. It must have cost a lot of money, right? This car cost me most of my fortune. Zhao Chun continued, There's nothing I can do. The Black Dragon Society wants my life. I can't just surrender, can I? The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the fiefdom. At the entrance to the fiefdom, a large group of people were making a lot of noise. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Feng shouted. Everyone saw it and didn't take it seriously at all. How many people who can come here have no background at all? Seeing this, Feng immediately fired a warning shot. 2 gunshots rang out in succession, and the people blocking the door fell silent. Everyone get out of the way. King Qin and Lord Zhao are here. If you don't want to be beaten, make way, he shouted in front of the car. The crowd began to disperse to both sides. Zhao Chen's car went straight into the fiefdom. The King of Qin wanted to follow, but was stopped. Bing Bing and her men stood at the door, looking apologetic and saying, Your Highness, Prince Qin, the master has instructed that no cars outside will be allowed to pass except his. Sorry. The King of Qin did not reply immediately, but turned to look at the emperor. The emperor whispered, Since we are on their territory, we should just listen to them. After saying that, he and Gohua took out their masks and put them on. These masks were sent to the Prince of Qin's mansion by Zhao Chun when there was a malaria outbreak outside the city last time. Yesterday, the emperor heard that many civil and military officials had entered the city. When they arrived at the Prince of Qin's mansion, he asked the Prince of Qin to prepare a bamboo hat for him. The King of Qin thought the hat was too heavy, so he gave him a mask. Considering that the recognition of the Gohua is too high, we also gave it a. The two put on masks and jumped out of the car. The King of Qin and the Queen of Qin also followed and came to the entrance with a team of riflemen and guards. At this time, Zhao Chen also got off the carriage and stood at the entrance, shouting loudly, Welcome everyone to my fiefdom and participate in the event held by Wuji Shopping Mall. Now I will tell you the rules of admission. If you wish to enter the venue, please remove all metal accessories first, then go through the security check next to you. Once you have confirmed that you do not have any lethal weapons, you can enter normally. Anyone who refuses the security check will be prohibited from entering. If you dare to force your way in, I will use the most severe punishment possible to ensure that anyone who forces their way in will not see the sun tomorrow. After entering the enclosed area, there are free carriages at the entrance. 10 people per carriage, and when they are full, they will be taken to the event area. Please park your carriages outside the enclosed area. Across from the entrance is a parking lot specially planned for this event. Please park in an orderly manner and do not park randomly to disrupt order. Finally, welcome everyone to the conference. Security check will begin now. The King of Qin, his wife, the emperor, and the other guests were first checked and were able to enter the fiefdom easily. The King of Qin was worried that someone dangerous might sneak in, so he quickly came up to Zhao Chun and said, Brother Zhao, can you please let my rifle team come in? Duke Huang is a pillar of our country, and I'm worried that someone might harm him. Zhao Chun didn't even think twice and simply shook his head in refusal. Your Highness, Prince Qin, please forgive me for not being able to give you this favor. If I let you bring in the rifle team, and others also want to bring guards, should I let them in or not? You can't say that Duke Huang's life is life, but others' lives are not life, right? Chapter 142. Sending the Emperor and his family to heaven. Gunshots were heard outside the venue. The King of Qin frowned. Zhao Chen didn't know the true identity of Duke Huang, so it was understandable that he didn't give him any privileges, but he knew the true identity of Duke Huang, and that was his biological father, the Emperor. Brother-in-law, we are all family, can we? Your Highness, Prince Qin. Zhao Chen interrupted immediately, clasping his fists respectfully. No matter what our relationship is, I will not back down when it comes to principles. I am confident that my team is qualified and capable of protecting everyone's safety. Sorry, I still cannot agree to your rifle team entering the area. Seeing his persistence, the Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Someone who is not afraid of power, has courage and knowledge. Isn't this exactly the kind of talent he needs? The Prince of Qin wanted to continue the discussion, but the Emperor stepped forward and said, Your Highness, since Lord Zhao is so confident in his men, I think we should not bring in the rifle team. Okay. King Qin sighed unwillingly. Zhao Chen's gaze fell on the Emperor and asked, Duke Huang, you were fine just now. Why are you wearing a mask now? Duke Huang didn't know how to explain. Seeing this, the King of Qin immediately stepped forward and said, I heard from my brother-in-law before that this mask can prevent colds. Duke Huang is old and suffered some injuries on the battlefield in his early years. His resistance is relatively poor. That's why I thought of letting him wear a mask. Oh, Zhao Chen didn't think much about it and turned to walk towards the carriage. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and said, Prince Qin, Princess, Duke Huang, I just happened to be going to the event. Would you like to take my carriage with me? Okay. The Emperor responded cheerfully and strode towards the carriage. After getting on the bus, Bai Shu, Jingjing and Ruan immediately squeezed together. Sister, brother-in-law, and she greeted the King of Qin and the princess, and her eyes fell on the Emperor. The King of Qin immediately introduced him, saying, This is Duke Huang, my distant cousin. Duke Huang. Bai Shu scratched his head and looked at the Emperor carefully. Why can't I remember when Duke Huang appeared in the court? The King of Qin cleared his throat and said, Aunt, it's a bit rude of you to stare at me like that. Bai Shu immediately shrank his neck. Sorry, Duke Huang, Ha ha ha, that's all right. The Emperor waved his hand and glanced at her. You are Bai Jinghe's daughter, right? Duke Huang knows my father? Bai Shu asked in surprise. Of course I know him. He and I are old acquaintances. A trace of nostalgia flashed in the Emperor's eyes. It's just that this guy was not very lucky. He reported to the King of Hell a long time ago. After hearing what he said, Bai Shu's doubts were dispelled a lot. In a moment, the group arrived outside the venue. Hua and a group of people were guarding the entrance to the venue. Zhao Chun led them out of the car. Your Highness, this is the second security check. Please cooperate. King Qin raised his eyebrows. Didn't we already go through security? It's better to be prepared than to check one more step. Otherwise, how can I boast that I can guarantee everyone's safety? Zhao Chen laughed and entered the venue with Bai Shu, Jingjing, and Ruan. Several people were checked from head to toe again, and after confirming that they were not carrying any prohibited items, they entered the venue. Inside the venue, several groups of private soldiers patrolled back and forth with automatic rifles. Seeing them ready for battle at any time, the King of Qin felt much more at ease. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take you to experience the feeling of flying first. Otherwise, there will be too many people, and you will have to queue up at the back. Zhao Chun said with a smile. Flying? Okay. Cough. I never thought that one day I could go up to the sky and take a look. The Emperor almost let the cat out of the bag again. After sighing for a moment, he asked, Can I see the heavenly gate after I go up to heaven? I've heard from some old Taoist priests that if I pass through the heavenly gate, I can attain enlightenment and become an immortal. Zhao Chen smiled and said, That depends on whether Duke Huang's cultivation is sufficient. Let's invite him. He led the way in front, and several people followed excitedly behind. After walking for only 4 or 5 minutes, we arrived at the hot air balloon site. At this time, there were 10 inflated hot air balloons parked on the ground. Inside the basket, 10 operators were on full alert. Just find any basket to go in. Zhao Chun pointed to the pile of balloons. The Emperor asked, How many people can go up at once? Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, As long as the total weight doesn't exceed 1,000 pounds, any number of them will do. The Emperor turned around and communicated with the King of Qin and others. Then, he, the King of Qin, the princess, and Gohua all boarded the hot air balloon. Puff! The flame grew bigger, and the balloon rose into the air little by little. The Emperor held onto the basket and shouted excitedly, I am really flying. Ha 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 ha, flying. At this moment, he was like an old child. The King of Qin and his companions were also very excited, but they had to restrain themselves in front of him. The hot air balloon flew higher and higher. Zhao Chun turned his head and looked at the 3 women behind him. Madam, do you still want to go up and play? I do. Bai Shu nodded. Jingjing, Ruan, you two accompany the lady upstairs, he said calmly. Can we go up too? Jingjing asked softly and excitedly. Go. The 2 jumped up happily. Bai Shu looked at Zhao Chun and asked, Sir, do you want to come up with us? Zhao Chun shook his head. No, I'll stay downstairs. If there's any emergency at the venue, I can respond in time. Then, thank you for your hard work, sir. Bai Shu nodded slightly, and he and Jingjing got on the hot air balloon softly. After watching the three people fly into the sky, Zhao Chun found an empty seat and sat down. High in the sky, the emperor walked around the basket. Although it was inconvenient to say it, his face was full of pride. This is my kingdom. It's all mine. The king of Qin and his wife also looked around, looking at the beautiful scenery below, hugging each other tightly. When the emperor felt the hot air balloon stop rising, he asked, "Young man, why don't you continue to rise?" The operator explained with a smile, "Dear guests, this altitude was set by the Lord. He said that the higher you go, the stronger the wind will be. Going any higher would be dangerous." The emperor frowned in confusion. How does he know all this? The operator smirked and said, "I don't know either, but I know our Lord knows everything." Just as he was about to ask more, several gunshots were heard in the distance. Zhao Chun, who was on the ground, also heard the sound and quickly stood up. Where did the gunshot come from? He quickly ran to the security checkpoint of the venue. At this time, the first group of people had already started security checks. These people heard the gunshots and looked around. Many of them didn't know what a gun was and had no idea what a gunshot sounded like. They were all curious about what the sound was. Zhao Chun squeezed through the crowd and came to Huahua. "Huahua, give me the intercom." Huahua immediately took out the walkie-talkie. Zhao Chun yelled into the intercom, "Where did the gunshot come from? What happened?" Chapter 143. The top secret shadow group was wiped out, and Gohao was furious and vomited blood. After a while, a low man's voice came from the intercom. "Your Excellency, I'm Huang Wei from the 3rd Patrol Team. We've discovered over 10 thieves scaling the northern wall of the fiefdom. We've killed 5 of them and captured the rest." Seeing the human voice coming from the black gadget in Zhao Chen's hand, many people in the queue immediately became curious. What is this thing? It can actually make a sound. I heard from the people inside that there's a problem at the north wall of the fiefdom. The north wall is at least 5 miles away from here. Oh my god, could that be the legendary clairaudience? Several people came over immediately. Seeing this, Huahua immediately stopped them and said, "Everyone, my master is dealing with an emergency. Please don't come near." Someone rubbed his hands together and asked with a smile, "I just want to ask what the thing in your hand is, and whether it can transmit sound over 1,000 miles. Those things are all in the living area of the expo. If you want to know more, go inside the venue," Huahua said with a cold face. When these people heard this, they were instantly excited and hurried back to line up. Zhao Chen asked gravely, "Do those people have anything that can prove their identity?" "There's nothing, but they all have the same tattoo on their faces," Huang Wei reported. "What tattoo? Is it from the Black Dragon Society?" "No, it's a shadow tattoo. Take all the stuff off them and lock them up." "Yes." After returning the walkie-talkie to Huahua, he went back into the tent. The 2 hot air balloons flying in the sky are now slowly descending. Jingjing and Ruan reached the ground first. 3 women hurried over. Baishu looked nervous. "Sir, I heard Jingjing and Ruan say that the sound just now was a gunshot. Do you know what happened?" Just as Zhao Chun was about to answer, King Qin and his men hurried over. "What happened to my brother-in-law? Why did I hear gunshots outside?" He was really worried that something might happen to the emperor in Lintian City. Once something happens, the 3rd brother will have enough reasons to send troops to Lintian City. Even if he had 1,000 mouths, he still couldn't explain it. "Nothing," Zhao Chun explained with a smile. "The people outside just caught a few thieves who tried to climb over the wall." "What thief?" asked the king of Qin. "I don't know either. According to the information sent back earlier, these people have a tattoo of the word shadow on their faces." Zhao Chun shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Gohua's eyes froze. The tattoo with the word shadow on it, isn't that the top secret shadow group under his command? No one except him and the emperor knew about the existence of this special organization. The emperor's expression instantly became serious. The shadow group had helped him carry out many missions and had never failed once. Unexpectedly, they failed in this small fiefdom today. "How many people were captured?" the emperor asked in a deep voice. Zhao Chen said, "I didn't ask in detail. I only know that they captured more than a dozen people and killed 5 on the spot." 5. Gohua couldn't help but ask in surprise. Every one of the people in the top secret shadow group is a top-notch master. Even if they were to go into the midst of thousands of troops to gather intelligence, it would be impossible for so many of them to die at once. "Yes, there are 5. Zhao Chen nodded. Before he could finish his words, Huahua came running over again. "Master." She looked at the people around her and swallowed back what she was about to say. "It's okay, just talk. We are all family," Zhao Chen said lightly. Huahua nodded and continued. "We just received news that the captured thieves tried to take advantage of the situation to resist, but were all shot dead by our men." Oh, Gohua felt a pain in his heart. This is the team he spent nearly 20 years to train. I don't know how many of them died. Can he leave a few alive? Zhao Chen asked. Did you count how many of them came? 18. Hua Hua reported. Go Hua felt dizzy and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat, which he swallowed hard. There were other people present at the scene, and we absolutely could not let them know that the Emperor had secretly formed such a spying team. Poor thing for his top-secret shadow group. There were only 18 people in total, and they were wiped out before they even entered the venue. What about us? Are there any losses? Zhao Chen asked. Hua Hua shook his head. No casualties. That's fine. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Tell them to patrol more carefully to prevent those people from having accomplices. Yes. Hua Hua turned and left. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, his expression indescribable, happy or sad. Last night, he heard the second brother talk about some automatic rifles. When the Salt Gang came to cause trouble, more than 600 people were wiped out in an instant by more than 20 people. The second brother also said when the hot air balloon was descending just now that the gunshots were very continuous and were from automatic rifles. Unexpectedly, as soon as the hot air balloon landed, news came that the top-secret shadow group had been wiped out. If it were someone else, he would have revealed his identity by now and dragged Zhao Chen away to have him cut into pieces. But it was also because of Zhao Chen that he was able to destroy his top-secret shadow group. Fortunately, Zhao Chen only planned to supply this powerful automatic rifle to the royal family, so he could feel a lot more at ease. Duke Huang, how about, let's retreat? I'm worried that those thieves who climbed over the wall might do something bad to you. King Qin stepped forward and whispered. The Emperor shook his head. It's okay. I trust Lord Zhao's security measures. Even the top-secret shadow group couldn't enter the center of the venue. Looking at the entire Dun dynasty, who else could break through the blockade? But King Qin was still a little worried. Don't worry, it's okay, said the Emperor in a deep voice. Watching the two people communicating, Zhao Chen frowned slightly. Very abnormal. The King of Qin is in an abnormal condition. However, before he could figure out what to do, the Emperor appeared before him. I've ridden a hot air balloon before. Let's go to the expo and see it again. Okay. Zhao Chen walked in front and acted as a guide for the others. This expo is divided into a weapons area and a living area. Let's start with the weapons area. He took a few people into the weapons exhibition area. After looking at a few cold weapons, the Emperor quietly asked Go Hua, what do you think of the weapons here? Good, and not just ordinary good. Go Hua replied in a low voice. Based on the results of my test, these swords are probably made of meteorite iron from outer space, and their hardness far exceeds that of iron that has been refined hundreds of times. The Emperor was extremely shocked. He knew very well how rare meteorite iron was. It was extraordinary to find a Zhao Chen who could forge swords on a large scale. Zhao Chen did not stay in the cold weapon area for too long and quickly led them to the hot weapons area. Everyone, let me give you a detailed introduction to the automatic rifles produced by our Wuji Mall. He reported the gun parameters. After hearing this, the Emperor immediately lost his composure and said, Lord Zhao, how much is this automatic rifle? I'm going to give one to each of my guards. Chapter 144. Duke Huang respects technology and spends 100,000 gold. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Duke Huang is not an ordinary person. I thought he was tech-savvy last night, and now it seems he's even more tech-savvy. He asked with a smile, how much does Duke Huang plan to buy? The Emperor thought for a moment and asked, how much is an automatic rifle? Zhao Chen said, the normal price is 1,000 taels of gold apiece. The King of Qin knows this, but today we're having a promotion, and all items are 20% off. 800 taels will be enough. The Emperor nodded. 800 taels is a fair price. It took over a decade to train the top-secret Shadow Corps, with an average annual expenditure of nearly 200 taels of gold per person. That totaled over 3,000 taels per person, and what was the result? They were wiped out by a group of ordinary private soldiers who could only fire guns right after they entered the fiefdom. Compared to them, 800 taels is definitely worth the money. He thought for a moment and raised a finger. 10. Zhao Chen asked. Buying 10 at a time is not a small amount. That's an income of 8,000 taels of gold. 10? That's too petty. Give me 100, the Emperor said arrogantly. 100. Zhao Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this Duke Huang had the potential to be a dog tycoon. That's right, 100. And besides, the Emperor turned his head and looked at the bolt-action rifle again. That one can also fire bullets, right? Yes, but the chamber needs to be reloaded every time a bullet is fired, so the speed is not as fast as an automatic rifle. Zhao Chen explained. Just as he was about to give a detailed introduction, the Emperor said, give me 500. 500. Zhao Chen was so happy. This arms expo was not in vain. Even if we only attracted someone like Duke Huang who was knowledgeable about technology, we would have made a fortune. Duke Huang, you haven't asked the price for this bolt-action rifle yet. It's 160 taels of gold each. Are you sure you want 500? Yes. Duke Huang waved his hand. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth and quickly looked at the salesperson in the exhibition area. Go. Bring the purchase contract over. The man nodded slightly and stepped aside. The emperor frowned. Contract? What is a contract? It's what we often call a contract. Zhao Chun said. We're at the weapons expo right now, and there must be a lot of people wanting to buy weapons. If we sign a contract, I need to deliver the goods within the stipulated time frame, and you need to pay the price stated in the contract. Signing a contract also provides a guarantee for both of us. The emperor smiled happily. They didn't sign a contract the last time they purchased military rations, so the rations have not been delivered to the capital yet. Originally, he wanted to find a reason to ask Zhao Chun to give a delivery time, but now, he has set the time himself, so he doesn't have to waste his breath. Glancing at the contract, the emperor frowned. Why do you want 3 months for delivery? That's too long. Can you shorten it? Zhao Chun explained with a smile. This contract was made by us. 3 months is just the deadline. Duke Huang, you are the first to place an order. We will supply you as soon as we get it, so you don't need to wait that long. Oh, the emperor nodded and continued reading. What do you mean by paying a 30% deposit first? That's exactly what I meant. Zhao Chun said. You ordered so many at once. What if you don't want them when the goods arrive? I'll be at loss if the goods fall into my hands. So I'm going to collect a 30% deposit in advance. If you change your mind when the goods arrive, this 30% deposit is non-refundable. This is simply an unfair clause. The emperor said sullenly. We've already signed the contract. There's no reason to go back on your word. Zhao Chun smiled and said, Duke Huang, you are a duke, so naturally no one dares to play tricks on you. But I am just a small viscount, and they are much more powerful than me. If they want to go back on their word, I can't do anything about it. Please understand me. After hearing what he said, the emperor was also moved. Okay, I'll do as you say and pay a 30% deposit. But all my money is in Lintian City now. I'll have someone deliver it tonight. No problem. Zhao Chun smiled brightly and was about to lead them on their way when the king of Qin spoke up. Brother-in-law, while it's cheap now, I'll buy some too. How much does His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin plan to buy? Zhao Chun asked. The king of Qin thought for a moment and said, Give me 10 automatic rifles and 100 bolt-action rifles. Okay, Zhao Chun responded, gesturing behind him. Get the contract to King Qin. Do we still need to sign, even though we are so familiar with each other? King Qin asked doubtfully. Zhao Chun said seriously. Of course, we signed the contract not just to find an excuse to collect the deposit, but more to determine the quantity and order of purchase. He spoke for a long time, and the king of Qin understood everything and signed the contract happily. You have finished viewing the core of the weapons exhibition area. Shall we go to the living area? Zhao Chun walked in front. The emperor frowned. There's nothing interesting to see in the living quarters, is there? They're all things related to daily life, and they're hardly useful in war. Zhao Chun chuckled. How would Duke Huang know if he hasn't been there? What if there is one? Seeing his expression, the king of Qin immediately came to the emperor's side and whispered in his ear, Father, if he said that, then the living quarters also have objects that can determine the battlefield situation. Let's take a look. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Okay, let's go. He waved his hand and followed Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun led them towards the living area. On the way, the emperor whispered, Lord Zhao, are you selling your hot air balloon? Duke Huang wants to buy it. Of course, the emperor nodded heavily. If that thing could fly into the sky, I could see the enemy's movements from a great distance. It would be very useful to me. I wonder how much that hot air balloon costs. Zhao Chun pondered for a moment. To be honest, I really didn't intend to sell it at first, but since Duke Huang said so, the balloon's purchase price is 4,000 taels of gold. I'll give you 4,000 taels too. I'll take you too, just to make friends. 4,000 taels? So expensive. The emperor widened his eyes. That's the price, I'm not lying. Zhao Chun sighed. The metal used to make the hot air balloon flamethrower is even rarer than the metal used to make the swords I showed you. The skin on the balloon is from a giant deep-sea whale. Catching one is only enough to make two. Do you think it's expensive? Can't you use something else instead? There's no replacement. The skins of other animals are either too tough or too fat, making them ineffective for takeoff. Flamethrowers can be made of ordinary metal, but after flying once or twice, the internal parts need to be replaced, and it takes at least a month to replace parts, so. All right. The emperor was confused and quickly waved his hand. I don't understand things about the study of things. Just tell me, is the lowest price 4,000 taels? That's right. Zhao Chen nodded seriously. Okay, give me 2. As they were talking, they arrived at the living area. As soon as they entered the living area, their attention was attracted by the things in the first exhibition area. Chapter 145, Telescope, Walkie-talkie, Bicycle, Coal Stove, buy them all. I saw it. Someone is picking their nose in the hot air balloon. Where is it? Ah, I saw it too. This thing must be the legendary clairvoyance. 4 or 5 people were looking up at the sky with telescopes. Brother-in-law, what is this thing that looks like 2 bamboo tubes put together? Why are they all looking up at the sky? King Qin asked in confusion. Zhao Chen introduced. The name of this thing is a telescope. As he spoke, he waved to the person in charge of the exhibition area and asked him to bring him a telescope. Now that you're standing here, can you see the movements of the people in the hot air balloon? The emperor, the king of Qin, the princess, and others all shook their heads. Zhao Chun handed the telescope to the king of Qin. Take this and look through it. Focus your eyes on the side with the small hole. The king of Qin was skeptical and followed Zhao Chen's instructions. The moment he looked at it, his head was confused for a moment, but he soon found the hot air balloon. I saw it. Ah, it's so fucking disgusting. The Minister of Rights actually wiped his snot on the basketball hoop. His quality is as bad as his grandmother's toilet, King Qin said with disgust. His words immediately aroused the emperor's curiosity. Show it to me now. This is fucking disgusting. Let me see it too. If this is true, I'll report him no matter what when I get back. The emperor grabbed the telescope and looked at the hot air balloon in the sky. It's quite embarrassing. After applying it, you have to rub it with your hands. How can you be an official of the Ministry of Rights with such an image? It's like you've encountered a foreign envoy and you'll be thrown abroad. He put down the telescope and saw that Princess Qin and Bai Shu were very curious. You guys come and take a look too. He handed over the telescope. Princess Qin immediately took it and said, Thank you, Du Kuang. She and her sister also began to look up at the sky. Du Kuang, what do you think of this thing? Zhao Chen asked. The emperor nodded and praised. Not bad, very good. Seeing that he didn't seem to be thinking about military matters, Zhao Chen reminded him. If you were standing on a hot air balloon and looking down with this telescope. The emperor's face suddenly froze, and he was instantly awakened. Not to mention looking down from a hot air balloon. Even if you stand on a hilltop and look down, you can see very far away. Master Zhao, how much is this? 80 taels of gold. Give me 20. Okay. Zhao Chun raised his hand, and a contract was delivered to the exhibition area. Brother-in-law, give me 5 too. No problem. Zhao Chun raised his hand again. With the experience of signing contracts before, the two of them signed the contract with ease. With these 2 magical tools, the hot air balloon and the telescope, it will be easier to command wars with other countries, said the emperor happily. Zhao Chen chuckled. But the people observing the enemy are on the balloon, and your people are on the ground. How are we going to communicate? Over 100 meters up in the air, it's not like you can just speak and hear. The emperor's expression froze again. Yeah, how could he ignore this problem? Seeing Zhao Chen's cheerful expression, the king of Qin immediately said, Brother-in-law, just tell me the solution. The emperor also looked at Zhao Chun with curiosity. Zhao Chun led them to the next exhibition area. Let's go. The things that can solve the communication problem are over here. Several people followed Zhao Chun and came to the walkie-talkie exhibition area. Zhao Chun asked for a walkie-talkie. This little thing can realize long-distance real-time communication. Several people frowned and looked at the walkie-talkie. Is this little thing really useful? Asked the emperor. Remove the word ma. Zhao Chun was very sure, and then asked, How far do you think this place is from the entrance to the fiefdom? The king of Qin pondered for a moment and said, It must be at least 2 miles. Zhao Chen began to turn the channel knob above. The security department is on channel 12. Let me show you the voices coming from 2 miles away. As he spoke, he pressed the call button. Bing bing, bing bing. I got it, please answer. After releasing his hand, 3 or 4 seconds later, Bing Bing's voice came from the intercom. Got it. Go ahead. The emperor and his men were all startled, and then they all came forward. Zhao Chun pressed the call button again. How many people are still waiting for security check outside? After more than 2 seconds, he said, Master, there are still hundreds of people waiting for security checks outside the fiefdom. Is there any trouble? Several of them have had their legs broken and been driven away. All right, continue with the security check. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules will be beaten to death. If anything goes wrong, the king of Qin will be held responsible. The king of Qin's expression suddenly changed. What does it mean that if something goes wrong, the king of Qin will take the blame? Am I really that much of a scapegoat? He was about to say something when the intercom rang again. Yes. Zhao Chun held the intercom and turned to look at the emperor. Duke Huang, what do you think of this thing? Even if we're 2 miles apart, we can still have a real-time conversation. Good. That's great. The emperor was very excited. The scoundrel following behind him was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Faced with all these weird gadgets that Zhao Chun brought out, his top-secret shadow team was destroyed for sure. The king of Qin wanted to take the opportunity to talk to Zhao Chun about the issue of taking the blame, but just as he was about to open his mouth, the emperor spoke again. How much is this thing? The normal price is 300 taels per piece, but now it's 240 taels. Give me 20. Okay. Zhao Chun raised his hand and handed over the contract. The king of Qin licked his lips and sighed. Forget it, I'll just take the blame. Seeing how happy my father is, telling him now will definitely make him unhappy. Anyway, his father is right beside him, so some things don't require him to explain them. The emperor took the contract and glanced at it. This contract was obviously longer. He looked down and saw the note in the additional terms that the minimum order of walkie-talkies was 2, and for every 5 walkie-talkies purchased, a generator had to be purchased. If the order was less than 5, it would be counted as 5. In addition, the purchaser had to select at least 2 people for electrical training, and the training fee was 200 taels per person. What's this additional clause? The emperor asked in confusion. The walkie-talkie needs to be charged. It can't be used without electricity, so? I understand. The emperor signed the contract immediately. The king of Qin came forward and said, Brother-in-law, I'll have 5 too. Zhao Chun smiled and didn't need him to say anything. The king of Qin went to get a contract himself. After signing the contract, the emperor's eyes showed even stronger curiosity. What good things are there in there? Take me to see. Then let's treat you. Zhao Chun was very happy. It was such a pleasure to be a guide for Huang Guogong and his friends. They didn't hesitate at all when buying things. It is conceivable how rich those people at the top of the pyramid are. We walked further inside to an exhibition area where bicycles were displayed. Bai Shu demonstrated it himself. Give me 20. I want 5 too. After signing the contract, continue walking inside. This is a new coal stove I developed. It can be heated by burning honeycomb coal. The emperor, the king of Qin, and others all came close to the stove on display and instantly felt warmed up. Bai, give me 200 sets. Chapter 146. Want to buy everything she sees. Bing Bing causes trouble for the compound. The emperor didn't have much else, but he had many concubines. There are 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines, each with a set of clothes. Each of the princes and princesses still in the palace will receive a set. The Empress Dowager and her former concubine sisters each had a set. I guess these 200 sets are gone. Brother-in-law, I want 10 sets too. Contract. Zhao Chun raised his hand and handed over 2 contracts. There are still additional terms under the coal stove contract. Coal stove safety training. The purchaser must select 1 person for training. Any consequences caused by failure to participate in the training, including but not limited to fire, burns, coal smoke poisoning, etc., have nothing to do with Wuji Shopping Mall. The training fee is 200 taels per person. The emperor didn't care. He had never stopped spending money since he entered the expo. He had become numb to spending money and instinctively felt that the terms given by Zhao Chun were necessary. It's signed, let's go. The emperor returned the contract and pulled Zhao Chun to continue walking inside. Your Highness Prince Qin, Duke Huang, this is my newly developed mechanical watch. Give me 30 bucks. I want $5. Your Highness, Prince Qin, Duke Huang, this is a carbon fiber fishing rod. Give me 10. I want 10 too. Your Highness Prince Qin, Duke Huang, this thing is called a pressure cooker. Give me 5. I just want 1. Your Highness, Prince Qin, Duke Huang, what you are looking at now is called an ergonomic chair, which is perfect for long-term desk work. Give me 5. Let me try. Your Highness, Prince Qin, Duke Huang, this is a flashlight. Give me 1,000. I want 50. Your Highness the Prince of Qin, Duke Huang. On the other side of the venue. Your Highness the King of Han, I just saw the King of Qin. The King of Han's servant whispered. Just see it if you can. This is the surrounding area of Lintian City. It would be strange if you can't see it. King Han snorted. The old slave bowed slightly. It's not just that simple. I spotted 2 people beside him. They had their faces covered, but, judging by their body shapes, they look especially like the Emperor and eunuch Jing. The Emperor and this scoundrel? The King of Han frowned. That's right, said the old slave. That guy who looks exactly like the Emperor spends money like water, buying everything he sees. How much did they spend? Did they go to the weapons area? King Han's face darkened. I don't know about this. I just discovered them, the old slave said in a low voice. Try to avoid them. The King of Han sighed. By the way, Go order 50 automatic rifles and 500 bolt-action rifles in the name of the Han Palace. Send some of them to that man secretly and tell him to lie low and wait. Don't act rashly without my order." "Yes." The old slave bowed and turned to walk towards the weapons area. The king of Han narrowed his eyes. A hint of sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Emperor, King of Qin, Zhao Qin, humph." After visiting the expo, it was already past noon. The emperor was still not satisfied, so he went out in a carriage with Zhao Chun. "Lord Zhao, we need to hold more expositions like this in the future, and even better, add some new and interesting things." Zhao Chun nodded slightly. "That's for sure, but this should be the only time this year. I should be able to bloom again after the spring of next year. When the time comes, please make sure the King of Qin informs me. I'll come over." "No problem." Zhao Chun smiled and clasped his fists. When we arrived at the first security checkpoint, there were not many people outside, but there were quite a few cars parked. After watching the Prince of Qin and the Emperor get into the carriage, Bing Bing ran over and said, "Master, His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin was here just now, and I didn't dare to tell anyone. There was a man who claimed to be a lieutenant general from the State Defense General's mansion. He refused to hand over his knife and used violence to threaten us. I ordered him to be shot in the head." Zhao Chun blinked, and the reckless face at the press conference appeared in his mind. He waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, it's all on the King of Qin, right? Push it." Bing Bing nodded. Bai Shu's eyes widened gradually. Zhao Chun and his men were not in the army, so they did not know the status of the generals and lieutenant generals. "If we kill the generals and lieutenant generals who defend the country, even if we blame the King of Qin, I'm afraid it will be difficult to handle." Sensing her change in expression, Zhao Chun asked, "Madam, what's wrong?" Bai Shu let out a long sigh and briefly recounted the situation of the general guarding the nation and the lieutenant general. When Bing Bing heard that this might bring great trouble to the Zhao family compound, she immediately knelt down and said, "Master, Madam, I didn't know that man had such a strong background. If they really want to investigate, just send me away. They can kill me or chop me up as they please, as long as they don't implicate the Zhao family." Zhao Chun chuckled and helped her up. "The people have already been killed. What is there to be afraid of? He is just a lieutenant general. Even if he is the general who defends the country in person today, he will still die if he does not follow my rules." With so many hot weapons, Zhao Chun felt much more confident. These days, he is preparing to start developing heavy firearms. "We will start mass production as soon as the orders are supplied. Mountain artillery, mortars, anti-aircraft guns, howitzers, all were put on the agenda. In addition, he also plans to bring back some small drones to facilitate spying on the enemy and conducting long-range bombing. Until then, it's useless no matter who comes." Bing Bing's face was filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, Master. I've caused trouble for our compound. It doesn't matter. Just remember this. No matter what time it is, I will always be your biggest supporter." Zhao Chun waved his hand and took Bai Shu and Jingjing to the carriage. In the car, Bai Shu thought about it again and finally asked, "Sir, we have offended the general's mansion. Is it really okay?" "No problem. Don't worry. Let alone one general's mansion. I wouldn't be afraid even if 10 generals' mansions come after a while," Zhao Chun said confidently. Bai Shu forced a smile. As Zhao Chun said, the people have already been killed, so what else can be done? Can being afraid solve the problem? The group continued to walk back. Zhao Chun suddenly frowned. "Madam, do you think your brother-in-law is a little strange today?" "What's so strange?" Bai Shu asked. Zhao Chun stroked his chin, lost in thought. After thinking for a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. "In the past, your brother-in-law always called himself this king, but today, he has been referring to himself as me." "Oh, I hadn't noticed it before you mentioned it. Could it be because Duke Huang is his elder that he didn't call himself the king?" Bai Shu asked in a low voice. Zhao Chun shook his head. "I don't know. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, then forget it. Let's go home and have a good rest. I've been tired all morning, and I'm a little tired." After returning to the Zhao family compound, Zhao Chun slept until evening. When I came out of the main house, I saw a dozen servants carrying boxes back. Xie stood aside and gave orders. Hurry up, send them all to the finance office." Zhao Chun walked down the stairs. Xie saw him and immediately ran over. "Master, is everything you carry gold?" Zhao Chun asked casually. "No," Xie smiled. "The boxes are filled with contracts signed today. I've already notified all the financial staff at the compound. They're working overtime tonight to collect the data. The accounting should be completed by tomorrow morning." Chapter 147. There is something wrong with the lady's personal maid, so someone is secretly watching her. Zhao Chun widened his eyes and almost screamed out. "You said these boxes are full of contracts?" He really couldn't imagine how much so many contracts could be sold for. These are only the deposits that have been collected. There are still some deposits that are being collected. If all are collected, there should be this much left. Zhao Chun raised his hand woodenly and pinched his face. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be fucking rich. Hearing his laughter, Bai Shu ran out. Sier, what's wrong, sir? Sier smiled and said, Master is just happy because he made so much money. Okay, go ahead and do your thing. I'll just stay with you, my husband. Bai Shu also smiled and sent Sier away. Sir, since you are so happy, would you like to ask 2 maids to come and serve you in the evening? Zhao Qin turned around and asked, Are you still not exhausted? Bai Shu blushed and shook her head. No, it will be soon. Wait until I'm done, and then I'll serve you well. Okay. Zhao Qin curled his lips. Bai Shu continued, I'll ask Chunhua and Xiaohe to clean up. Tonight. No need. Zhao Chun immediately refused, then thought for a moment before continuing. I'm not very familiar with them, so I'll just call Ying and Dun. Never mind, I won't call Dun anymore. She wants to settle the score with Xie and the others, so I'll just call Ying, Jingjing, and Ruan over. Okay. Bai Shu turned and left. As soon as she left, Zhoda came over stealthily. Master. His voice was very low. Zhao Qin felt something was wrong and turned around to ask, What's wrong? Zhoda looked around and said, Master, I have something to report to you. Speak, Zhao Chun said with a serious face. Zhoda took a deep breath and thought for a moment. This matter may be related to my wife. Please forgive me, Master. It's okay, just tell me. Zhao Qin frowned. He knew Zhoda quite well. He was not the kind of person who liked to gossip. He is so serious, it must be a big deal. Zhoda thought for a moment and said, Today I saw Chunhua, the maid Madame brought with her, wandering around in front of the cellar. I was afraid she might trespass into the forbidden area, so I arranged for Zhou Ba and Zhou Jiu to keep an eye on her. They had previously installed lights in the Qin Palace, and they said they had seen Chunhua in the inner courtyard of the Qin Palace a long time ago. They've even seen Xiaohe, Qiuyu, and Dong Shui in the palace. Zhao Qin's face suddenly darkened. In fact, from the moment that Bai Shu brought a few maids into the Zhao family compound, he had never been completely at ease with these people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the real power of the family to Bai Shu until now. The king of Qin wanted her to marry him with a purpose. Anyone who has watched costume dramas can understand the twists and turns involved. However, after this period of contact, he felt that Bai Shu should not be the kind of person with deep scheming. But Chunhua. He suddenly remembered the first day Bai Shu got married. Chunhua showed off in various ways, even trying to instigate discord between him and Ying. Now it seems that Chunhua must have a mission when she entered the Zhao family compound. As for the other few people, not sure yet. Have you told anyone else about this? No. Zhoda shook his head. Zhao Qin said, Go back and tell those who went to the Prince of Qin's mansion to keep their mouths shut. I want to observe them carefully. Yes. Zhoda left quickly. Not long after he left, Bai Shu came with Ying, Jingjing, and Ruan. Sir, it's cold outside. Please come in. Bai Shu whispered softly. Zhao Chun turned around and waved to Ying and the other 3. Go in and wait for me. Yes. The 3 bowed and left. Zhao Qin's gaze fell on Bai Shu again. Bai Shu touched his face and said, Sir, is there something on my face? No. Zhao Qin smiled and asked, Madam, did Chunhua and the others grow up with you? No. Bai Shu answered cheerfully. They were all maids chosen by my sister for my dowry. Oh. Zhao Qin blinked and continued to ask, Then where is your little maid? Didn't you bring her with you? No. Bai Shu shook his head. I originally planned to bring them here, but 2 days before our first meeting, they suddenly got smallpox. My brother was afraid they would infect me and then bring the disease to the Zhao family compound, so he locked them up at home. After hearing what she said, Zhao Qin felt more and more that something was wrong. Her personal maids contracted smallpox on the same day. No one would believe that there was no human factor involved. Zhao Qin let out a sigh. As expected, people from royal and noble families cannot be trusted easily. The king of Qin is trying to win him over on the surface, but has to be on guard against him behind the scenes. Isn't that tiring? Madam, do you want your personal maid, who you have played with since childhood, to come over? Hearing his words, Bai Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it okay? I'm afraid they will. Zhao Qin smiled and said, Smallpox usually only lasts 7 to 17 days. It's been more than half a month since we first met. They are no longer contagious. Bai Shu was a little surprised. Sir, you even know this? Of course, your husband knows everything. Zhao Qin raised his chin proudly. If you want them to come, send someone back home tomorrow. Thank you, sir. Bai Shu bowed excitedly to express his gratitude. Zhao Qin smiled softly and said, You should go home early tonight. It's getting cold outside. Okay. Bai Shu walked back happily. Looking at her back, Zhao Chun frowned slightly. She looks lively and innocent. Maybe she really knows nothing at all. Zhao Qin returned to the main house. In the main hall, Ying, Jingjing and Ruan were all ready to serve the master. Master, the bathtub is full of water. Ying walked in front and led Zhao Chun into the bathroom. Jingjing and Ruan helped him undress. He tried the water in the bathtub and found the temperature was just right. He closed the bathroom door and turned on the shower. The sound of rushing water came down. Ying, when you go back tomorrow, select a few people from the compound and have them keep a close eye on the 4 maids, Chun, Xia, Xiao, and Dong. You don't have to stop them from doing anything. Just report to me on time. Ying's expression changed. Master, they are. Zhao Chen shook his head. It's not certain yet. Just do as I say. I understand. Ying nodded heavily. After arranging the work, Zhao Chen got into the bathtub and everything went according to plan. The next morning, Zhao Chen stretched. I took a hot bath and released a lot of energy. I woke up feeling refreshed this morning. 3 maids helped him put on his clothes, and he came to the main courtyard. Xia was standing in the yard, holding an account book and smiling. As soon as he saw him, Xia immediately ran over and said, Sir, you are now the richest man in Lintian City, and even in the entire Linzhou Road. Chapter 148. I made a lot of money and took back a masterpiece from the late Ming dynasty. Zhao Chun was a little curious. How much money did you make from this expo? Xia opened the account book and handed it to him. Sir, take a look for yourself. Zhao Chen took it and flipped through it, and saw that the total amount on the last page was as high as more than 2,365,000 taels. If this amount of gold were placed in the Ming and Qing dynasties, it would even be comparable to the annual income of the national treasury. He never thought that he could make so much money. Among them, the income from weapons is relatively large, accounting for more than 1.7 million taels, and the rest add up to only more than 600,000 taels. Xia reported. Zhao Chen nodded. It seems that people in this world are not so brainless. No matter how much daily necessities you buy, they are not as practical as buying weapons. As the saying goes, if my neighbor stores food, I store guns. My neighbor is my granary. No matter how much daily necessities you buy, you have to hand them all over if you come across 2 guns. How much of the advance payment has been collected? Zhao Chen asked. More than 90% has been recovered, totaling 710,000 taels. Xia continued to report. He had been working as an accountant for so many years, but before coming to the Zhao family compound, he had never seen even 71 taels of gold, let alone 710,000 taels. Perhaps in the Zhao family compound, 1 or 2 taels of gold may seem insignificant, but outside, it is the living expenses for a family for most of the year. The Dan dynasty seemed to be recovering on the surface, but in reality, the lives of ordinary people were still in dire straits, and the only people who were truly rich were those at the top of the pyramid. Especially those who live at the top of the pyramid. When they were sorting out the money yesterday, they found that the consumption of Duke Huang alone reached nearly 300,000 taels. Even a wealthy family in Linzhou Road, such as the Shin family, only spent more than 5,000 taels. Zhao Chun was very satisfied with the result. He glanced at Xia and said, Find a few people to take 50,000 taels of gold to the fiefdom, and inform Bing to divide the money equally among all the people in the fiefdom who are able to work. Tell them to tighten their belts and work hard. They must produce all the orders before the new year. If they can do so, I will reward them with another 50,000 taels of gold afterwards. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Xia bowed slightly and was about to leave when Zhao Chen called him again. Don't worry, I haven't finished making the arrangements yet. Tell Bing and the other bandits that we can improve their welfare and benefits. Now that we've made some money, let's give them some soup. In addition, Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He now had a lot of gold in his hands, and it would definitely not be convenient to send it back to the modern world for processing. If he can't find a reliable person, it will be of no benefit to him. It just so happened that he felt that the area of his fiefdom was a bit small, so it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to expand it. Take 500,000 taels of gold and go to the Lin Tianfu Yamen. Ask the prefect Lin to grant you a piece of land close to the fiefdom. Okay, now that the arrangements are done, you can go. Zhao Chen said. Xia clasped his fists, bowed, and left quickly. After he left, Zhao Chen jumped up excitedly. Just now, he was not able to do such frivolous actions in front of the servants. Now that no one was watching, he had to get excited. 2,360,000 taels of gold. There is no way to take it all back and exchange it for money now. Otherwise, he would be close to being the richest man in the world. However, he still has hundreds of millions in his card, so there is no need to rush back to exchange money. He should expand the fiefdom here first. Not long after Xia left, Bai Shu slowly walked over. Did you have fun last night, sir? Bai Shu asked with a smile. Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. It's okay. It's just like that. Madam got up very early. Bai Shu smiled and said, I'm used to getting up so early, and my master allowed me to send someone back to pick up my personal maids. I'm very happy. Then send someone over. Don't waste time. If you move quickly, they'll be back tonight. Okay. Bai Shu nodded and turned to leave. Not long after she left, Ying also dressed and came behind Zhao Chun. Master, you've made arrangements for everyone. Do you want to arrange for 2 more people to keep an eye on the madam? Zhao Chun looked at Bai Shu's back and said softly, no need. I think he should know what's more important. Okay. Ying nodded, and then suddenly remembered. Master, Xiaolu and Xiaoqi are old enough to pick fruits. Should we arrange for them to serve tonight? Zhao Chun rubbed his chin and said, let's see what happens. If madam's relatives leave tonight, will I still have to treat madam's illness? Is madam sick? Do you want me to call a doctor? Ying asked very simply. Zhao Chun waved his hand. Madam's illness requires acupuncture, and I am the only one who knows this acupuncture method. Ying's eyes suddenly widened. She had never heard that the master knew acupuncture before, and now she was very surprised to hear the master say this. Okay, you should go and do your own thing. I'll just take a walk for a while. Zhao Chun said softly. Ying nodded slightly, turned and left. Zhao Chun walked around the yard a few times facing his hands. A dozen servants pushed several carts of gold out, and Chun Ziku's men followed closely with guns in hand. Bai Shu came back not long after he went out. Sir, I just asked Feng De to arrange 2 security guards for me, and also called 2 servants to go to the Bai family together. She bowed slightly, reporting respectfully. Zhao Chun laughed and said, you are the mistress of this family. You don't need to report these matters to me. Just handle them yourself. Bai Shu shook his head. A husband is the leader of his wife. How could I mess up this? Zhao Chun patted her head and turned away. The day passed by in a daze, and the people who participated in the expo left Lintian City one after another. Zhao Chun saw the huge profits here and thought that next time he held an expo, he must hold it for 3 days, so that he would definitely make more money. Just as he was thinking about it, Feng Si, Feng Wu, Zhao San, and Zhao Si came in from outside with 3 maids in simple clothes. This is my eldest master, personally conferred the title of Viscount by His Majesty. The 3 girls knelt down and saluted. Hello, master. Upon hearing this title, Zhao Chun instantly felt much more excited. This is the title that the lady's personal maid should be called. He looked down at the 3 little girls. They were all pretty, and even though they were infected with smallpox, there was no trace of it on their faces. Hearing the noise outside, Bai Shu ran out hurriedly, his eyes instantly filled with tears. Miss. The 3 maids also had tears in their eyes. They ran over and hugged Bai Shu and cried. Why are there only 3 of you left? Where's Inha? Bai Shu asked. A maidservant sniffed. Inha didn't make it and died. They hugged each other and cried for a long time. Zhao Chun didn't want to disturb them and was about to leave when Bai Shu stopped him. Sir, these 3 are the maids who have been with me since childhood. Let me introduce them to you. She counted from left to right. The first one is called Jin Lian, the second one is called Pinger, and the third one is called Chun Mei. Zhao Chun was stunned and immediately thought of a masterpiece from the late Ming dynasty. Chapter 149 completed all orders, so busy before the new year. A month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. This day is the Lunar New Year's Eve. The master has returned with the final payment. Xia ran to Zhao Chun wearing a thick cotton jacket. Zhao Chun nodded and said, just like before, use half to buy land, and send another 50,000 taels of gold to the fiefdom. Tell them that this is the promise we made to them before. Xia bowed in response, then turned and left. After this period of expansion, the area of the fiefdom increased to nearly 7 times its original size. If we buy everything today, it should be able to increase to about 8 times the original amount, and the population will be more than 3 times what it was before. During this period, he also inspected the entire fiefdom and found an iron mine and a mountain containing a large amount of limestone. Looking back on that period of time, he had to buy everything from modern society here, which was really tiring. With limestone, clay, and some iron slag, he can make high-strength cement here. The city wall is built with high-strength cement, so even if something really happens one day, he has nothing to be afraid of. In addition, he can also build a blast furnace and forge iron and make steel directly here, avoiding a lot of unnecessary trouble. Master! Suddenly, there was a shout from behind. Zhao Chun turned around and saw Xiaolu walking towards him with light steps. Now, she changed her name to Chue, which means, as the name suggests, she is very good at blowing. Xiaoqi, who completed the most important life event at the same time as her, also has a new name, Shui Shui. Originally, he planned to name Xiaoqi Jigging, but everyone else used double character names, so it wouldn't be good for Xiaoqi to be different. What's the matter? Zhao Chen asked. Shui bowed slightly and said, we're running low on some of the goods at home. I came over to report to you. Zhao Chen took the list and glanced at it. Sanitary napkins were at the top of the list. Sure enough, as more women there are, the related consumables will increase dramatically. He was thinking that he would build a sanitary products factory here no matter what. While meeting your family's needs, you can also make some extra money. The remaining missing items are tea, sugar, rice, fuel. Zhao Chen patted his forehead. He would be busy again in the next few days. He had planned to lie down for a few days before the new year. Okay, I got it, he said and put away the list. He hasn't been back to modern times for 7 or 8 days in a row. He should find some time to go back. It's time to go home and visit his family. Shui turned and left. He stood in the yard, enjoying the cool breeze and the sunshine, feeling quite comfortable. Not long after, Ying came again. Master, the new year is coming soon. What are we preparing for the new year? Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, we made quite a bit of money before the new year. You can discuss this with your wife later. You two can decide what to buy. I'll allocate 50,000 taels of gold to you. Let everyone in the Zhao family compound have a prosperous new year today. Yes. Ying was very excited. Since she followed the master, her life has been getting better and better. Compared to a few months ago, she now feels like she is living in heaven. Master, Xiaoba celebrated her birthday yesterday and is now 18 years old. Would you like her to serve you tonight? No need. Let's talk about it in a few days. Zhao Chen shook his head. A rough calculation shows that there are already 12 women who are his in this compound. Apart from her Sansa Waliki and Jingjing Gruanruan, there are also Bai Shu and the 3 maids who grew up with her. Okay, Ying nodded, then remembered something. The people who were in charge of surveillance last night discovered that Chunhua went out in the middle of the night. Where did you go? Zhao Chun asked with a frown. She just took a stroll on the street. Our people were watching her the whole time, but they didn't notice anything unusual happening to her. Ying said. Zhao Chun nodded. When people continue to watch, is there anything wrong with the other 3 maids? No. Okay, I understand. Go ahead and get busy. Ying nodded and left. During this period, he heard a lot of news about Chunhua. That little maid was definitely not a reliable person, but it was not convenient for him to drive her away or kill her openly. After all, she is from the Prince of Qin's mansion. If she is killed, the Prince of Qin's mansion will take the opportunity to insert someone else there. Should he let her go or not? In order not to appear guilty, he would be handing over his trump card to the King of Qin. However, the surveillance during this period was not without results. Chunhua always did things behind Bai Shu's back. It seems that Bai Shu has little to do with the Prince Qin's mansion. She was also likely being taken advantage of. After thinking about this, Zhao Chen suddenly felt a little sorry for Bai Shu. For the sake of her future in the Duke's mansion and the Prince of Qin's mansion, she was sent to the Zhao family compound, where she was unfamiliar with the place. But her sister and brother-in-law even plotted against her and planted a hidden agent among her maids. If something really happens in the future, if Zhao Chen doesn't know it in advance, he will probably vent all his anger on her. If you really put yourself in his shoes, you would think Bai Shu died unjustly. After sending away several people one after another, Zhao Chun was a little stunned. Just as I was about to go back to the house, someone came outside again. Master, Ho Qinglin, the second leader of the tea gang, is here to visit. Deputy General Manager Yuda, who had just been brought up from the front hall, ran over and said, Okay, take him to the food section. I'll be there soon. Yuda ran away. As the year draws to a close, there are more things to do. It's easy to figure out why Ho Qinglin came to visit. He must want to make some quick money before the new year. Zhao Chen went back to put the shopping list away and went to the food area. Lord Zhao, it's been a long time since we last met. Is everything okay? Ho Qinglin clasped his hands together. Zhao Chen also clasped his fists in return. Everything is fine. Hall Master Ho came to see me so early. Do you have any instructions? Lord Zhao, you're just teasing me. How dare I give you any instructions? Ho Qinglin smiled and continued. I just wanted to ask Lord Zhao if he had any tea leaves. I'm planning to hold another tea party before the new year. Tea, yes. Zhao Chen nodded. Don't miss the gold that comes to your door. Take my formal invitation, Lord Zhao, to attend the tea party hosted by the second hall of our tea gang on the morning of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Ho Qinglin immediately clasped his fists. Forget about joining. Zhao Chen waved his hand. I'm very busy at the moment. I'll give you 500 kilograms of each of the 2 types of tea. Once you sell them, just arrange for someone to deliver them to my compound. If it's inconvenient for Lord Zhao, then send someone who can do the accounting. After all, the tea party involves a lot of money, and Lord Zhao will have to arrange for someone to keep an eye on it, right? Zhao Chen shook his head again. Forget it. I still trust Master Ho. Lord Zhao is such a straightforward person. Now that you've said that, I won't invite you anymore. If you have anything else to do, go ahead and do it. I still need to go back and make some arrangements. Ho Qinglin gave some instructions and turned to leave. Zhao Chen sighed softly. Why is it that everyone is so busy and nagging at the end of the year? Forget it. I don't want to think about that anymore. I'm going back to get the list and go shopping. Chapter 150. The classics are hard to read and hurt your back. There is a rebellion in Huainan. Zhao Chen basically spent the whole day shuttling between major markets. I found some time at noon and made an appointment with Li Qi for a meal. Since the last showdown, the relationship between the two seemed to have become a little more subtle. But it's harmless. Both of them are career-oriented people, and neither of them wants to get married so early. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when all the goods were transported back to the Zhao family compound. Zhao Chen asked the servants to move out overnight. After getting familiar with the situation for a while, Bai Shu also realized that all the things that seemed out of touch with this era came from the cellar. Zhao Chen told her that there was a mysterious businessman who would penetrate the void and come to the cellar to trade with him every once in a while. Bai Shu believed this without a doubt. Mainly because of the things Zhao Chen took out, she couldn't help but believe it. Sir, it's cold. Put on some clothes. Bai Shu came behind Zhao Chen at some point and put a coat on him. When Zhao Chen pulled her collar, he accidentally touched her hand. Your hands are quite cold too. Go back to the house early. As he was speaking, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Many people have bought generators now. If only they could get some hand warmers. That thing is definitely profitable. How come I forgot that thing during the last expo? I'll go back to modern times to wholesale some other day. I don't care about the distance for now. At least I'll spread it out inside Lintian City first, so I can earn some pocket money before the new year. I'm not cold. Let me accompany you. Bai Shu stood aside. It's hard to imagine that this is a girl who is not even 19 years old. If it were in modern times, girls of this age would all be Cinderella little princesses. How could they be so reasonable? Zhao Chun grabbed her hand and put it into his sleeve. This way you can stay warmer. Thank you, sir, Bai Shu said with a smile. Watching the servants moving things inside, Zhao Chen asked, Ying came to you today to discuss New Year's arrangements, right? What did you come up with? Bai Shu smiled and said, I think our Zhao family compound isn't short of money, but there are still many people in the fiefdom who can barely make ends meet. We plan to take out 20,000 taels of silver from the 50,000 taels you gave us to buy them some New Year's goods. They are our subjects now, so we can't treat them too harshly. After all, we'll still be relying on them for work in the future. Also, our Zhao family has been making a lot of money lately, and many people in the city know about it. Ying told me that back when you were dealing with the Salt Gang, you used people from the Beggar Gang. They're very well informed. I'm going to give the Beggar Gang another 5,000 taels of gold so they can have a good new year too. Zhao Chen listened from the side and nodded frequently. It is indeed rare for Bai Shu to have such an idea. He didn't interrupt and continued listening. Third, I want to give out 5,000 taels of gold to reward all the servants and maids who have made outstanding contributions to our Zhao family this year. Our Zhao family compound is what it is today, thanks to your wise leadership, but also thanks to the hard work of those people. Finally, with the remaining 20,000 taels, I'll buy some daily necessities and fresh food, and give each person in the Zhao family compound a red envelope for the new year. There won't be much left. Sir, do you think this arrangement is a good one? Zhao Chen nodded. Very good. Thank you for your hard work, madam. Compared with your hard work, what I have done is nothing. Bai Shu leaned closer to Zhao Chen. As their relationship deepened, her attachment to Zhao Chen grew stronger. Soon, all the things were moved. Zhao Chen asked the servants to go back and rest, and he and Bai Shu also returned to the main house. Inside the main house, it was warm as spring. Originally, the entire Zhao family compound had central heating, and the temperature was much higher than many places. In order to wear less clothes at night, Zhao Chun had a coal stove added in the main house. It's about 20 degrees below zero outside, but the temperature inside the house can be as high as 24 or 25 degrees. Son-in-law, the bath water is ready. Jilian walked over in thin clothes and small steps. Zhao Chun was a little surprised. He had no intention of keeping Jilian to serve him tonight. But Bai Shu laughed. I specifically asked Ying about your preferences. I know you like to make trouble for others, so? She clapped her hands, and Pinger and Chunmei came over, one holding fruit and the other holding tea. Uncle. The two maids bowed and saluted, the gauze clothes sticking to their bodies, and Zhao Chun felt his blood rushing up. Although Jilian, Pinger, Chunmei and I are master and servant. We have lived together since childhood, and I have long regarded them as sisters. Tonight, Bai Shu walked forward slowly. Zhao Chen swallowed. My back hurts. It hurts, it hurts. In the morning, Zhao Chen got up with a grin on his face. At this moment, his most sincere thought was, although classics are good, don't read them late at night. It hurts your waist, it really hurts your waist. With the help of Bai Shu and others, he put on his clothes and walked into the yard with trembling legs. He comes out and stands for a while every morning. The maids and servants were also accustomed to coming to report their work at this time. Not long after he came out, Bing Bing rushed back from the fiefdom. As soon as he saw him, he immediately ran over and said seriously, Master, something big has happened. What's the matter? Zhao Chen asked. Bing Bing said, on the way back today, I heard there was a rebellion in Huainan. What? Zhao Chen suddenly raised his eyebrows. This is no joke. Are you sure you heard it clearly? I heard it clearly. Bing Bing nodded heavily. Huainan is the richest area in the entire Dun. How could there be a rebellion? Even Huainan cannot do that. I heard that the common people over there were being exploited by the salt merchants and several major grain merchants. They simply couldn't survive, so they rebelled. Bing Bing said in a low voice. Zhao Chen frowned. Then won't the government intervene? The government is in cahoots with them. Besides, does the government dare to interfere with what the salt gang does? Bing Bing curled her lips. Zhao Chen couldn't help but think of the time when he was fighting against the salt gang. Lin Changtian was in charge, but was suppressed by someone with a token. Oh, what a world this is. Zhao Chen sighed. At this time, Bai Shu came out. Madam, it's so cold outside. Why don't you sleep a little longer in bed? Zhao Chen asked. Bai Shu smiled and said, the officials are all up, but I'm still sleeping in. If this gets out, I'll be laughed at. I just heard Bing Bing say that Huai is rebelling. That's right. Bing Bing nodded. Bai Shu turned to look at Zhao Chen. Sir, I think this may be an opportunity for us. What opportunity? Zhao Chen asked. You don't want me to go to disaster relief, do you? You know, the people from the Black Dragon Society are still eyeing him covetously. If he hadn't cleared out all the Black Dragon Society branches in Linzhou Road and provided Lin Changtian with a batch of bolt-action rifles for free, asking him to strengthen the control of the city, the people from the Black Dragon Society would have come to his door long ago. Let him leave the safe zone on his own initiative? Don't even think about it. Bai Shu shook his head. We can find someone we trust and send some money and food over. Chapter 151 Money or Land. Let Bai Shu access core secrets. Zhao Chen frowned, not understanding Bai Shu's intention for a moment. He also felt sorry for those who rebelled and were forced to the point of being unable to survive by the colluding officials and businessmen. But what else can he do? He is a businessman, not a saint. You can't ask him to provide relief whenever a disaster occurs, right? So, is he still making money? Seeing him like this, Bai Shu smiled and said, Sir, haven't you been worried about the legitimacy of our newly expanded fiefdom in the Din Court? You can take this opportunity to come up with some money. If my prediction is correct, the Emperor will definitely send a prince to Huainan to investigate the situation. The prince's fiefdom closest to Huainan is my brother-in-law's Linzhou Road. My brother-in-law will most likely receive the Imperial edict. When the time comes, just give the money to your brother-in-law and have him deliver it to Huainan. After providing relief to the victims, have him help you get a title, like a marquis or a county lord. Then you can reasonably expand your fiefdom. Zhao Chen blinked. Then all the money I spent on buying the land would have been wasted, wouldn't it? It's not in vain. Bai Shu shook his head. According to Dan law, if the court grants a piece of land, the original owner will receive a certain amount of land compensation. Although it's impossible to get it all back, at least you can get back most of it. Besides, it depends on whether the official wants the money or the land. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. He now feels more and more that marrying Bai Shu was the right choice. This young lady from the Duke's family is very well versed in the laws of Dan. As the saying goes, if you want to find a loophole, you must first be familiar with it. Zhao Chen was just an outsider and could only roughly deduce the laws of Dan by referring to the ancient laws of China. He gathered these people together, and except for a few dozen educated ones, the rest knew almost nothing about the law. Those who know a little about the law know that what they know is closely related to life. They have no access to legal provisions like these that only those who are granted titles or appointed as prime ministers can access. Madam, please explain in detail the difference between asking for money and asking for land. Bai Shu smiled and said, if you want money, just take the land we bought. The government will give you some compensation. If you want land, then just take another piece of land outside our existing land. Even if it's just a thin layer, enough to wrap around the land we bought. Then build a wall on the outermost layer. You still have the final say on the land inside the wall, right? If someone in the court really wants to report you, you're building a wall on your own land. And even if the law compilers come, they won't be able to say anything. The corners of Zhao Qin's mouth raised higher and higher. Why didn't he know Bai Shu earlier? If we follow Bai Shu's explanation, when he asked for land before, he just asked for a big circle. Wouldn't the land be even bigger than it is now? Sir, don't overthink it. The prerequisite for doing this is that you have already paid for the land inside. If the land inside has not been paid for, you cannot build the wall. After paying, the land belongs to you, but the comprehensive calculation of the size is somewhat against the court law. If you really want to investigate, you will probably face a heavy fine. Isn't it just a fine? Why should I be afraid of it? Zhao Qin raised his lips. No matter how much the fine is, I'll hold an expo and come out. If one is not enough, then I'll hold two. Bai Shu grinned and said, Sir, are you satisfied with my performance this time? Satisfied. Zhao Qin nodded. Then Bai Shu stopped being so arrogant and just took Zhao Qin's arm, acting like a little girl. Now, let's bet on who the emperor will send to Huainan. I guess there's a 90% chance it's my brother-in-law. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Bing Bing prepared to leave. Zhao Qin called her. Bing Bing, don't go yet. I have something important to ask you. Bing Bing stopped. Zhao Qin asked in a deep voice, Have you studied and understood the drawings I gave you before? Some research has been done, while others are still a ways off. We're already capable of independently producing mountain artillery, but we haven't found a suitable testing site yet. We've also developed mines and aerial bombs, both of which contain TNT. Based on our estimated data, a single aerial bomb should have a destructive radius of over 100 meters, with an effective killing radius of at least 50 meters. After Bing Bing's detailed report, Bai Shu's eyes widened. Zhao Qin looked around and whispered to Bai Shu, Madam, this matter is a secret of our Zhao family compound. Everyone involved in the research has signed a confidentiality agreement. You heard it today, and you must not tell anyone, not even Duke Bai, Prince Qin, or even Jinlian and the others. You can't reveal a single word. This is our Zhao family's trump card to save our lives. Zhao Chun was rationally willing to believe Bai Shu, and he even already believed Bai Shu. But I still can't be completely reassured rationally. He asked Bing Bing to say this in front of Bai Shu because he wanted to see the reaction from King Qin. If the king of Qin heard the news, no matter how much he liked Bai Shu, and no matter how much he liked her to bring famous books to read with him, he would have to give her up decisively. The person beside her must not have two hearts. Don't worry, sir. I won't tell anyone these words even if you kill me. Bai Shu's eyes were firm. Zhao Qin nodded, then turned to look at Bing Bing and said, All right, go back and continue your research. We must be on high alert. We must not let outsiders know about our research on new weapons. There are already rebels outside, and there's no telling when there might be a rebellion here too. We must ensure our own safety. Yes. Bing Bing nodded heavily and turned to leave. As soon as she left, Bai Chunshan came in from outside. Sister-in-law, brother-in-law. He walked towards this side with a swagger. Everyone in the Zhao family compound knew him, and no one stopped him. Seeing him coming, Zhao Qin asked in confusion, What are you doing here? Bai Chunshan twitched his face twice. What? You don't welcome me now that you're my uncle? Zhao Qin glanced at him sideways. Stop talking nonsense. What brings you here this time? Bai Chunshan approached and sighed. Isn't it because of Huainan? There's a rebellion there, and the old emperor sent the prince to suppress it and investigate the cause. The king of Qin was worried that he didn't have enough troops, so he sent people to Linen City at full speed this morning to ask Linen to cooperate in the military expedition. Zhao Qin glanced at Bai Shu. This girl actually guessed it right. I'm confused. Your army is obviously more powerful, and you two are brothers-in-law. So why didn't he come to you? I had to rush here before dawn. You don't know? I almost froze to death. Do you have any hot tea? Give me a pot. Zhao Qin smiled and said, Let's go to the food court. I'll get you some hot tea and a good meal. He's still my uncle's brother. He's so loyal. Bai Chunshan turned around and walked into the mall. However, just as they passed the screen wall, they ran into the king of Qin who had come looking for them. Chapter 152 The king of Qin took the man away and took his wife to see the fiefdom. As soon as the king of Qin entered the room, Zhao Chun felt an ominous premonition in his heart. He walked forward with a smile and said, Your Highness the Prince of Qin has come to visit us. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. The king of Qin smiled and said, With our relationship, why should we be so polite? As he spoke, he saw Bai Chunshan standing beside him and said, Brother-in-law, since my nephew is here, I'm sure you can guess why I came here, right? Zhao Qin said, Your Highness, Prince Qin, please explain clearly. The king of Qin pointed at him and said, Just pretend to be ignorant while knowing the truth. Then, he straightened his expression and said seriously, I believe you also know that there was a rebellion in Huainan, and that my father asked me to go to Huainan to quell the rebellion, right? Zhao Chen nodded. The king of Qin continued. This time, I intend to thoroughly rectify the administration there. I'm worried there might be some resistance, so I'd like to borrow your private army. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't avoid this matter even if he wanted to. If no troops were dispatched, if the king of Qin issued an imperial decree, they would have to obey in the end. But if he were asked to give all his private armies to the king of Qin, he would feel very insecure. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "It's no problem to lend you my private army, but only some of my men have automatic rifles right now. When we went to your fiefdom that day, you seemed to have many people in your hands." The king of Qin stared at him and asked back, "It's because Duke Huang ordered too many automatic rifles at once. I thought he was a nobleman and needed riflemen, so I took out most of them and gave them to him first. Unfortunately, after I delivered the goods to him, the mysterious businessman never came back with his automatic rifle, and I could only stare blankly." After hearing this explanation, the king of Qin was stunned. Although he didn't know whether this was true or not, since people had said so, even if he asked for an imperial decree, he couldn't borrow all 500 automatic riflemen. "So how much do you have now?" he asked. Zhao Chen said, "I have 200 automatic rifles in my possession. I can give the king of Qin 150 at most. After all, I need someone to guard my fiefdom. Is that okay with you?" The king of Qin sighed. At this point, this is the only way. From his perspective, the 150 automatic rifleman was able to ensure the smooth completion of this operation. If Zhao Chun hadn't sold a batch of bolt-action rifles some time ago, he wouldn't have been so passive. Who knows whether the powerful people in Huainan will just sit there and wait for death. If they really resist, the soldiers he has are simply not enough. So poor. He is the king of Qin, but one day he would worry about money. If he had enough money, would he still need to borrow soldiers from others? If we receive the imperial edict in the morning, we can send all those inactive officials to hell in the evening, Zhao Chen said. In that case, I will arrange for someone to call them now. The king of Qin nodded. Zhao Chen called Feng Wu and said, "Go to Fengdi and gather 150 automatic riflemen. Have them bring their equipment to the city and follow the king of Qin to Huainan to quell the rebellion." Yes. Feng Wu nodded heavily, turned around, and left quickly. After he left, Zhao Chen called Xia Er again. "Xia Er, go to the warehouse and get 300,000 taels of gold. Give it to the king of Qin and have him take it to Huainan to quell the chaos." Xia Er should leave. The king of Qin was stunned for a moment. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? I still have the money to send troops." Zhao Chen said bluntly. The reason Huainan rebelled is undoubtedly due to the rampant corruption and evil in the area, and the people are undoubtedly living in dire straits. This 300,000 taels of gold I'm giving you is the combined profits from my recent business and the expo. I'm handing it all over to the king of Qin. I hope that once your highness arrives in the area, he won't be constrained by money and will be able to work harder. The king of Qin stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Chen's hand, and spoke after a long while. "Brother-in-law really understands me. Brother-in-law, is there anything I can do for you? I will definitely not hesitate." Zhao Chen shook his head. "We are brothers-in-law. It is normal for me, as your brother-in-law, to help you think about things. As for the return, it's up to King Qin to decide." The king of Qin scratched his head and said, "You're making it even more difficult for me to handle this. So, when I return from suppressing the rebellion, I'll personally advise my father and see if I can raise your rank." A few people waited in the Zhao family compound for a while, and Feng Wu came back with his men. "Master, the person has been brought back." Zhao Chen glanced at Feng Wu and said solemnly, "Feng Wu, I leave these people to you. Take them with you to Huainan with the king of Qin. Remember, no matter what, you must obey orders and follow their instructions." "Yes." Feng Wu nodded heavily. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Zhao Chen, using only the two of them, whispered a reminder. "Everything must be based on preserving our strength. If a conflict really occurs and the battlefield situation changes, preserving our strength is the priority." Feng Wu nodded slightly. Seeing that the people had arrived, the king of Qin did not stay any longer. He clasped his fists with Zhao Chen and said, "Brother-in-law, since the people have arrived, I will set off now. I wish His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin a safe journey." Zhao Chen and Bai Shu saw King Qin and Bai Chunshan to the door. "Aunt, uncle, I'm leaving too." "You too. Be careful. The Bai family is still waiting for you to inherit," Bai Shu said with concern. Bai Chunshan nodded heavily. Watching the group leave, Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Madam, are you free to accompany me to visit the fiefdom today?" "My lord, Wherever you want to go, I will accompany you. What's the point of being free or not? Bai Shu said with a smile. Zhao Chun waved his hand, took Jingjing and Wan with him, and the four of them got on the carriage and headed to the fiefdom. After arriving at the fiefdom, the group headed straight for the hot air balloon site. Since the hot air balloon venue was officially opened, people come to play every day. However, not everyone can afford the ascension fee of 10 taels of gold for a quarter of an hour. Zhao Chun brought 3 women here, and there happened to be some empty balloons. He asked the 3 women to sit on it, and he went to the tent next to it and waited. Soon, Huohua came. Master, I'm here to report to you on the recent income of the fiefdom. Zhao Chun nodded. Recently, our hot air balloon revenue has been declining. Sometimes we can't even make 20 flights a day. On average, our daily income is only about 180 to 190 taels. The coal mine is doing okay, though. People come in every day to buy honeycomb coal. We've also produced a lot of weapons. Currently, we have 1,358 automatic rifles, 1,254 bolt-action rifles, 215 Barrett heavy sniper rifles, 344 silenced AWM sniper rifles, 15 mountain cannons, 174 rounds of artillery shells, 697 grenades, and 344 landmines in our inventory. Zhao Chun was shocked. I thought that the Weapons Expo held some time ago would consume a large number of firearms, but I didn't expect that there are still so many. In this case, does this mean that we can find another excuse to hold an expo after the new year? Chapter 153. Teaching the madam to skate, and the madam was injured. Master, do we need to mine our iron, ore, and limestone mines now? Huohua asked. Zhao Chun thought about it, shook his head and said, not yet. We are still a little short of manpower. Besides, the minerals are outside the wall and cannot be guaranteed to be safe. We can start mining after the wall is built. Okay, Huohua nodded. After standing there for a while, the hot air balloon came down from the sky. Bai Shu felt a little unsatisfied. She is now even more grateful that she married Zhao Chun. If I hadn't married Zhao Chun, how could I have ridden a hot air balloon whenever I wanted? Each ascension costs 10 taels of gold. Even if she is the daughter of a county duke, she would not be willing to spend it like this. She came over with Jingjing and Wan. Zhao Chun asked, did you have fun playing around up there? Bai Shu nodded heavily, happy. Okay, come with me to the number 2 hydropower station. I'll take a look at the situation over there and see if you can be happier. Zhao Chun had a smile on his face. When Bai Shu heard him say that, his eyes lit up. Are there any other fun activities? Zhao Chun smiled and said, you'll know when you get there. After saying that, he glanced at Huohua and said, go grab a few pairs of the ice skates I bought a while ago and get a few people to follow us to the number 2 hydropower station. Yes. Huohua nodded, turned, and ran away. A few minutes later, she came back, followed by a dozen people. One of them was holding 5 pairs of ice skates, and the rest were holding cleaning tools. These people followed Zhao Chun to the number 2 hydropower station. There is a lot of water stored in the water storage area of the number 2 hydropower station, and a thick layer of ice has formed on it. Zhao Chun stepped on it and stomped his feet. The ice beneath my feet was solid. He turned around and glanced at the people following him. Go clear out an area on the ice that's 20 meters long and 20 meters wide. You must see the ice underneath. The group immediately picked up their weapons and rushed onto the ice. The ice was very solid, and there would be no danger even if they jumped around on it. They were cleaning the ice, and Bai Shu asked, Sir, you asked them to clean the ice. Does that mean what we're going to play next has something to do with ice? Zhao Chun smiled and said, Madam is so smart. As he spoke, he picked up a pair of ice skates and said, this is what we're going to play with later. Bai Shu took a look at it, and asked in confusion, what is this thing? It doesn't look like a shoe, and what's with the knife underneath? Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Well, I'll keep it secret for now. You'll know how to play it soon. The ice surface was quickly cleared, and Zhao Chun walked over with his ice skates. Next to the ice, he put on his skates and moved onto the ice little by little. Everyone nearby was looking at Zhao Chun, wondering what he was trying to do by wearing such a strange pair of shoes. Zhao Chun smiled at the people behind him and said, keep your eyes open. I'm going. He exerted force on his feet and rushed out. His speed was much faster than running. My God, sir, you are so fast, Bai Shu exclaimed. The little maids were all shocked. This was the first time they had seen ice skating. Seeing Zhao Chun flying on the ice like a swallow, they also wanted to try it. Zhao Chun skated twice and returned to the women. Do you want to try it too? Can we do it too? Bai Shu asked. After all, she was only 18 years old, an age full of curiosity. Zhao Chun nodded. Come on, I'll teach you. Bai Shu immediately changed into ice skates. Zhao Chun glanced at Huohua and the other two again and said, if you want to try it, You can also change into ice skates. The shoes you brought are enough. The three of them also followed Bai Shu and were fully armed. Bai Shu finished changing first, and Zhao Chun helped her onto the ice. She was a little afraid to walk, and Zhao Chun patiently taught her. Compared to her, the other three maids were not so lucky. They went on the ice and fell one after another. The people cleaning the ice at the back all hunched their necks. They were a little curious at first, but after seeing Hua Hua and the others fall one after another, they immediately lost interest. Hua Hua's stubborn temper came up. I just don't believe that I can't master this thing. She tried to stand up again, and then he fell again. Hua Hua, let's go together, Jingjing shouted. Hua Hua nodded and crawled over to Jingjing. The three girls stood up, arm in arm. Seeing that Bai Shu had gotten used to it a little, Zhao Chun said, I'll go teach them. You practice first. Okay, Bai Shu nodded. Zhao Chun made a detour and came to the three maids very smoothly. Come, learn from me. Zhao Chun began to explain bit by bit again. I remember when he first started playing with ice skates, he would fall every 2 steps. But now he can skate freely, right? After Zhao Chun's detailed explanation, the three maids began to try it little by little. Zhao Chun saw that they were gradually getting into the mood and returned to Bai Shu. Sir, I feel I can do it. Bai Shu's voice was excited, but her eyes never left the ice. Zhao Chun said softly, then try sliding. Bai Shu nodded and sped up a little. However, as soon as she picked up speed, she lost her balance and plunged into the cleared snow pile. She brushed off the snow on her body and got up. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. Let me try again. She readied herself again, accelerating little by little. However, this time she was not so lucky. She slid to the center of the ice and fell to the ground with a thud. Oh! She screamed in pain, and Zhao Chun quickly slid over and helped her up. How are you? Are you okay? It's okay. Bai Shu shook his head, his eyes filled with stubbornness. No. I want to come again. Oh. After falling countless times, Bai Shu was finally able to maintain basic balance. They played for a long time until the temperature started to drop again. Zhao Chun said, let's go home. Good. Bai Shu and the others returned to the edge of the field and took off their skates. After returning to the ground, the women were still not satisfied. Does it hurt? Zhao Chun asked with a smile. Several women curled their lips. It hurts, but it's really fun. Zhao Chun smiled and said, then come over often to play. Back in the carriage, Zhao Chun walked back with the three women. This time he came here mainly to see the conditions on the ice. The ice events can be prepared. However, before that, we must first train some coaches. Without a coach, and relying on him alone to teach, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? The carriage was jolting. On the way, Bai Shu suddenly said, Sir, when you are free, bring the other maids over to play with us. Zhao Chun raised his eyebrows. Why are you talking about this suddenly? Bai Shu smiled softly and said, those maids are also your women. They help you do so much work. If they relax occasionally, they can serve you better. Okay, I'll do as you say. Chapter 154. Give Madam medicine for trauma and give the maids a day off. The carriage returned to Lintian City. After entering the city, they could see people riding bicycles not far away. Sir, Lintian City has undergone great changes because of you, Bai Shu exclaimed. Zhao Chun also looked outside the car. Yes, the changes are indeed significant. Who would have thought that in an ancient feudal dynasty, bicycles could be seen every few meters on the streets? If it weren't for the fear of assassination by the Black Dragon Society, Zhao Chun would not be willing to ride in such a heavy carriage. Soon, they returned to the Zhao family compound. After parking the car, Zhao Chun took Bai Shu back to the room. Sir, what are you doing in such a hurry? Bai Shu asked. Zhao Chun said, take off your clothes. I'll apply some medicine on you. You fell so many times today. I guess you have a lot of bruises on your body, right? Hearing him say this, Bai Shu was instantly moved. In the Dan dynasty, men are the sky. Not to mention applying medicine for injuries. Even if a man shows a few more concern, it is a rare honor in the eyes of many women. The way Zhao Chun treated her was even better than the person she once admired. For some reason, Bai Shu felt a slight pain in his heart when he compared Zhao Chun with that person before. But as they spent more time together, she became more and more dependent on Zhao Chun, and when she thought of her old friend, there was basically no more ripple in her heart. Zhao Chun took out the medicine box, took out a bottle of red medicine spray, sprayed it on the bruise of Bai Shu, and then rubbed it gently. Bai Shu's face would twitch from time to time, but even though it hurt, she didn't make a sound. She seemed to feel Zhao Chun's warmth at the place where she was injured. Sir, you are so kind to me, she said with a smile. Zhao Chun smiled and said, who told you to be my wife? Bai Shu raised the corners of his mouth happily. After a while, all the bruises on her body were applied with medicine. Madam, Come with me to the servants' yard and find some good-looking women. Zhao Chen put away the medicine box and said with his back to Bai Shu. The smile on Bai Shu's face gradually faded. Although she knew in her heart that Zhao Chen could pick any woman in the entire compound as he wanted, and she could not complain. Once you become jealous, it is a violation of women's virtues. But after hearing this, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Okay, she forced herself to laugh. After tidying her clothes, she walked towards the servants' yard with Zhao Chen. In the servants' yard, there are many beautiful women. Looking at the entire Zhao family compound as a whole, there are more females than males. Because the shopping mall in front needs more female waiters, when Zhao Chen was recruiting servants, he recruited an additional 8 character department servants. This was his second time coming to the servants' quarters. As soon as he entered the door, a servant saw him and immediately bowed and saluted. Hello, master. Hello, madam. Zhao Chen raised his hand and said, Ask all those who are not working and are under 25 years old to come out. The servant nodded, turned around, and ran back to the dormitory. A few minutes later, all the servants who met the age requirements came out. Madam, please help me pick out a dozen pretty ones, said Zhao Chen. Okay. Bai Shu nodded, walked up to the servant, and said, Come out clean. Just this one sentence eliminated more than 40% of the women. Bai Shu looked at the remaining ones and frowned slightly. The people here are all doing menial work. If you were pretty and clean, you wouldn't have ended up here. But if the official wants them, we have to find a few of them. Zhao Chen frowned. He just wants to form a skating team. So why does he need to be clean? Could it be that? His eyes changed, and he hurried to Bai Shu's side. Madam, you misunderstood. I don't want to expand the number of people around me. Huh? Bai Shu was stunned. If that's not the reason, why are you here as a handyman? Zhao Chen said, I plan to open the skating rink after the new year. During this period before the new year, I plan to train a few servants and then show them to customers after the official opening. Understanding his intentions, Bai Shu shrugged. My lord, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you wanted to find some more women. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Why are you still looking for a woman? Don't I have enough women now? Xiao Ba is already qualified to serve me. I haven't even let her into the room yet. Don't add anyone else. Just help me choose the one with a better figure and a better look. Knowing Zhao Chen's request, Bai Shu naturally let go. After selecting from the crowd, we finally decided on 12 people. Sir, what do you think of these people? Bai Shu asked softly. Zhao Chen took a look and nodded. When it comes to selecting people, my wife is the best. Everyone she chooses is very good looking. He turned back to look at the women and said, Tell your foreman later that you don't have to work tonight. Come with me to the fiefdom tomorrow. Yes. All the selected women bowed. Zhao Chen waved his hand. All right, let's all go. The servants dispersed. Zhao Chen took Bai Shu back to the main courtyard. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, when Zhao Chen came out of the main house, Ying was already waiting in the yard. Ying, tell the maids to put down their work and come with me to the fiefdom to play for a day. Ying's eyes lit up instantly. Since she got her fiefdom outside, she has only been there twice. Both times I was there on missions, and I never had a chance to have a good time in the fiefdom. I heard that there are hot air balloons in the fiefdom, and you can fly into the sky on a hot air balloon. I wonder if I will have the chance to try it. Of course, she was relatively lucky. Except for her, Bing Bing, Hua Hua, Jing Jing, and Wan Wan. The rest of the maids had basically never been there. Okay, I'll go back and inform them right away. She nodded heavily, then added, Where are Chunhua and the others? Let them go too. Zhao Chen's core secrets are the cellar and the arsenal. As long as these two are not involved, there will be no problem. Besides, it is much safer to keep them with me than to leave them alone in the Zhao family compound. They can enter the main house under the pretext of cleaning the house for the young lady and her husband, but it is not convenient for the people watching them to enter directly. Soon, the women gathered together. Zhao Chen asked Ying to call the 12 people selected yesterday. The crowd divided into 3 carriages, left the Zhao family compound, and went to the fiefdom. After arriving, Zhao Chen asked the servants to wait in the carriage. He got off the carriage with Bai Shu and a group of maids. I came early today, and it's not time for Bing Bing and Hua Hua to take over their shifts yet. Hua Hua, have someone find a few people who can carve and tell them to be on standby. Also, have some idle people bring ropes, chisels, and saws and have them meet me at the number 1 hydropower station. Chapter 155. Bring the maids to play in the fiefdom, and there are new entertainment activities. Yes. Hua Hua immediately ordered someone to do it. After a while, she came back. Over there, the hot air balloon is also ready. 5 people on 1 ball, let's all go play. Zhao Chen waved his hand, and the maids all felt as if they had heard it wrong. The master asked you to go and play, so go quickly. Bai Shu said. All the maids happily went to look for the hot air balloon. Bai Shu was no exception and boarded a hot air balloon with 3 great ancient classics. Among these people, Bai Shu is the oldest, but he is less than 19 years old. They are all a group of children. Zhao Chun found a tent to sit in. This time, he specifically told those people that they could play in the sky for a while longer. They didn't land until they had been flying for a quarter of an hour. Bai Shu walked up to Zhao Chun and asked, "Sir, why don't you play with the hot air balloon?" Zhao Chun smiled and said, "I'm afraid of heights." "What is acrophobia?" Bai Shu asked. Zhao Chun explained, "Acrophobia is a psychological disorder. When you reach a high place, you will feel dizzy and afraid." Haha, I didn't expect that the master would also be afraid. Bai Shu laughed. Zhao Chun shrugged and didn't say much. After coming out from here, Zhao Chun asked Hua Hua to prepare ice skates, and then took these people to the number 2 hydropower station. A light layer of snow fell on the ice that had been cleared yesterday. Zhao Chun taught all the women how to put on their ice skates, and then began to explain in front of them. Bai Shu, Jingjing, Ruan, and Hua Hua had practiced yesterday, so they didn't feel that unfamiliar, but it was not the same for the other women. As soon as you step onto the ice, you will fall. Zhao Chun said, "Don't be afraid. Just practice hard, and you'll be fine after a few falls." The women mustered up their courage and began practicing on the ice. Zhao Chun glanced at the time and said to the women, "You guys practice here for a while. I still have to go to the number 1 hydropower station." After saying that, he changed back into his shoes and quickly ran towards the number 1 hydropower station. The workers were already waiting at the hydropower station. When he arrived, everyone came forward to greet him. "Sir." Zhao Chun nodded and said, "We're going to start a new entertainment project in our fiefdom. Start digging the ice now, a little towards the center, where the ice is thicker. Divide into 2 groups. One group will dig out square pieces of ice. The sizes of all the ice cubes must be controlled. Make sure some are too big and some are too small. The other half sawed thinner ice, 1 foot wide, half a foot thick, and 3 feet long. All the ice you create will be sent to the area where we plan to build the ski resort. Do you understand?" "I understand." Everyone responded in unison. Zhao Chun said, "Be sure to pay attention to safety. The person responsible for chipping the ice out front must wear a safety rope. I don't want to sacrifice a few lives for an entertainment activity." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, feeling deeply moved. These days, the working people at the bottom of society are nothing but straw dogs. Who among those officials above cares about the life or death of a straw dog? Only Lord Zhao pays attention to safety no matter what he does. Following someone like him, I feel extra safe. After Zhao Chun finished explaining, he returned to the number 2 hydropower station. The 2 hydropower stations are at least 1 kilometer apart. The main reason is that the distance is too short and the water level difference does not meet the standard. It took him nearly an hour to go back and forth and to assign tasks to the people on the ice. After returning, Xiao 12 was able to skate freely. Compared with other women, Xiao 12 is the youngest and has the strongest ability to accept. However, the other women were not bad either. After an hour of tumbling, they were able to basically stand on the ice. Although Bai Shu's movements were a little clumsy, they were much better than before. "How's practice going, everyone?" Zhao Chun shouted from outside the venue. The women responded, "Master, we can already skate." "Great master, you practiced well." Little 12, like a loach, passed through several people and came to the edge, saying as if to take credit, "Master, none of the sisters can skate as well as I do." "Okay, it's you." Zhao Chun patted her head. Xiao 12 will only be 15 years old this year, the youngest among them. Bai Shu also slid over slowly. "My dear, if you think it won't work today, let's stop here first. They need to adapt to the new environment on the first day. Let them go back and rest, and continue tomorrow." Zhao Chun thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then let's all get off the ice." Some of the maids who were out playing for the first time were still not satisfied. Zhao Chun said, "Go home tonight and take care of the work at hand. I'll take you out to play for a day tomorrow." "Good," the maids applauded. In this feudal country, once you sell yourself to become a maid, it means that you will never have a chance to make a name for yourself in this life, and you have to do whatever your master tells you to do. They were lucky to meet Zhao Chun, who still cared about human rights. Compared with the masters of other families, he is much better. After quickly changing into their original shoes, Zhao Chun took them away from the number 2 hydropower station. When he got ashore, he saw that the number 1 hydropower station had already started shipping out ice. "So fast," he murmured. Bai Shu asked, "Sir, why are they pulling so much ice?" Zhao Chun said, "Of course there are other entertainment activities." "There are also entertainment activities?" Bai Shu's eyes lit up when he heard it. "What entertainment activities?" Zhao Chun smiled and said, It's a secret for now. If you want to know, just wait in the fiefdom. Master always keeps us in suspense. Bai Shu pouted. In that case, let's not go home yet. I really want to know what the next project is. Zhao Chen chuckled and looked at the servants. Since Madam doesn't want to go back, you can go back and practice for a while. I'll send someone to call you for lunch. Yes. The servants bowed and changed back to their ice skates. The other maids followed Zhao Chen to the house, where Huohua and Bing Bing usually lived. The room was originally quite spacious, but with so many women rushing in, it seemed a bit crowded. Sir, are we just going to wait like this? Bai Shu asked. Zhao Chen also felt very bored inside. If we don't wait like this, what else can we do? I never thought I would be so bored before, so I didn't think of bringing anything to pass the time. Next time I return to the modern era, I will definitely get some mahjong, poker, and other things here. Bai Shu looked at Zhao Chen, then looked at the maids behind him. More than 10 of the maids have become Zhao Chen's women. The rest are either not old enough or Zhao Chen has no room for them. Since it's so boring now, she suddenly laughed. Sir, I think it's very warm here, and these sisters are all your women. How about, let them serve you together? Chapter 156. I had so much fun that I couldn't control my mouth. Zhao Chen quickly shook his head. Forget it. Let's just forget about it. Fortunately, Bai Shu dared to bring it up, with so many women serving him at the same time. It's exciting just thinking about it. Oh no, it's terrifying just thinking about it. Sir, there is nothing to be shy about. Aren't many of them already yours? Bai Shu said with a smile. I want to serve the master. Little 12 raised his hand, extremely excited. It's not that she doesn't understand the relationship between men and women, but she hopes that after serving the master, she can also get a name of her own. All right, stop making trouble. It's broad daylight, and I'm really not in the mood. After Zhao Chen refused, several maids at the scene looked a little disappointed. Bai Shu sighed. There's nothing I can do about this. She had heard of Zhao Chen's rule that he would not sleep with someone before he was 18 years old. There are several maids who are indeed under the age limit. But her real purpose was to make Chunhua, Qi Yue, and the other three become Zhao Chen's women naturally. These maids were personally selected for her by her sister to help her consolidate her position. During this period, she felt that her husband was very good to her, but she was also worried that she would lose him one day. Apart from anything else, isn't there one in the capital? If the princess is happy one day, she will come to Wuji shopping mall again. She was also afraid that her husband's heart would be seduced away. That's why he is so anxious to stuff the woman into Zhao Chen's arms. Anyway, a man as outstanding as him will have more women around him sooner or later, so it is better to keep as many of your own people around him as possible. If one of them gives birth to a child, it can further consolidate her position. Zhao Chen was completely unaware of Bai Shu's thoughts. He stood by the window for a long time, estimating that enough ice would be transported from outside to build a large slide. He turned around and said, "Let's go outside." He took a group of women and 20 or so laborers to the site where the ski resort was to be built. There should have been a thick pile of soil here. But ever since he dug out coal in the fiefdom, he stopped piling it here. Nowadays, the height difference of the slope here is only about 10 meters. He took a look at the ice slabs that had been transported over. There were at least 260 or 270 of them. Go and build those ice boards and pour water through the gaps. He was making arrangements in front of the slope. Following his instructions, several people completed the construction of 3 pieces first. 2 pieces for standing and 1 piece for the base. That's right, just pave it in this way all the way to the bottom of the slope. More than 20 workers started to move. Bai Shu came to Zhao Chen and asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" "Build a 100-meter-long pure ice slide." "Slide? What is that?" Bai Shu asked. "You'll know once it's built." Zhao Chen smiled proudly. The maids at the scene saw that building the slide didn't seem that difficult, so they joined in. It only took about 2 hours, but the first slide had already reached the bottom of the slope. I roughly counted it, and found that a total of 312 pieces were used. Zhao Chen glanced at the width of the ramp, which could accommodate up to 15 slides at once. He told the ice harvesters, "Try to harvest all the remaining ice from the ramp before the new year." The first slide used 312 pieces, but you won't need so many pieces later on. Each slide only needs 206 pieces. It's not difficult to collect them all. During the time the slide was being built, they delivered several more trucks, and in the end there were at least 60 or 70 pieces left. This was only after collecting ice for most of the day. If they had started collecting ice as soon as they woke up in the morning and continued until dark, the amount they could collect would definitely be much more than this. Zhao Chen brought all the women to the slope. "I'll demonstrate it to you first. Then you can do what I do." He sat on the slide, moved forward, and soon reached the slope. He began to slide down. The speed is getting faster and faster. See? That's how we play it. He shouted and the man rushed down. Bai Shu looked curious, and the maids behind him also looked surprised. Madam, you come first, Ying said. Bai Shu nodded and sat down directly. She moved forward a little and felt that she was sliding down the slope faster and faster. She shouted excitedly. She had never played like this before. I didn't expect that the official would have so many ideas. After the lady left, the maids also began to line up. Needless to say, the ones at the top are definitely Jingjing and Ruan. The two of them must always stay close to the master and mistress. Following them, of course, were Ying, Dun, and the other maids who had become Zhao Chen's women. There were already 4 or 5 people sitting on it, and Zhao Chun had just reached the bottom of the slope. He quickly stood up and looked behind him. Bai Shu was not far away from him. He had just stood firm when Bai Shu slipped down. He grabbed Bai Shu's wrist and pulled her up. Thank you, sir. Bai Shu thanked him excitedly. This slide is so fun. I want to play more. Zhao Chen pointed to the sky. It's a bit dark today. Let's go tomorrow. Okay. Bai Shu curled his lips. Then, the other women slid down one after another. The most excited person here is Xiao 12, who wants to play again after playing around once. Zhao Chen said, that's all for today. If you want to play, get up early tomorrow, and I'll take you here to play for another day. Long live the master. Little 12 roared excitedly. However, as soon as she finished shouting, several eyes around her immediately looked over. Especially Bai Shu, his eyes were very cold. Wan Sui is a title for the emperor. If these words were to get out, the official would be charged with treason. Once caught, he would be beheaded. Little 12, slap him, the lady shouted angrily. Xiao 12 shrank her neck, and she realized that she had said the wrong thing. He gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and started slapping himself. Zhao Chen didn't stop him. This is ancient feudal society. If you can't express yourself clearly, you may end up with your family broken up and your whole life ruined. Of course he knew that Xiao 12 didn't mean it. But do others think so? Especially, Chunhua is still here. Seeing Little 12 slap him more than 10 times, Bai Shu sighed. Stop it. Little 12, do you know you're wrong? Got it. Little 12 nodded. This only happens in the Zhao family. If it were any other duke's palace, this one sentence would cost you your life. Bai Shu said coldly, then looked at the remaining maids. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. If you bring trouble to me, I won't forgive you. Yes. All the maids bowed. Zhao Chen said, let's go, madam. Let's go back quickly before it gets dark. Chapter 157 Bai Shu explains the reason for sending a maid and prepares the design for an ice sculpture. After calling the servants who were practicing ice skating, a group of people returned to the Zhao family compound. Because Xiao 12 made a mistake before returning, everyone was in a bad mood after returning home, and some even felt a little scared. Zhao Chen stood in the yard, looking at the maids in front of him, and said, next time you go out, be careful with your words and actions. Let's put today's matter behind us. No one should mention it, and no one should think about it anymore. I will get up early tomorrow morning. I said I would take you to the fiefdom, and I will take you there. Yes. All the maids bowed. Zhao Chen took Bai Shu back to the main house. Sir, you must be tired from taking the maids out to play today. Can you ask Chunhua and the others to come and serve you in the evening? After closing the door, Bai Shu asked in a low voice. Zhao Chen laughed. Do you really like pushing your husband away? No. Bai Shu shook his head. Then why do you keep wanting me to take in Chunhua and the other 4? Because. Bai Shu bit his lip. Before I entered the compound, my sister told me that you were destined to never lack women around you. So, she gave me her 4 maids and asked me to find an appropriate time to send these 4 maids to your bed. That way, if you choose other women in the future, I will also have a place in the compound. She lowered her head as if she had made a mistake. After saying this, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhao Chen. Sir, I don't mean to be jealous. I just. Zhao Chen smiled and said, just what? Just because you don't want to disappoint your sister? Bai Shu nodded. If this were a maid given by someone else, my lord, if you said you didn't want to sleep with them, I would never push them into your arms again. But they were given by my sister. From childhood to adulthood, my sister has been the one with whom I have the best relationship. Before she got married, she took great care of me. Even after we got married, we kept in touch through letters. Occasionally, when I visited Lintian City, she would also warmly entertain me. In the palace, she had other women vying for favor with her. If it weren't for the confidence she cultivated, she would have lost the prince's favor long ago. She didn't want me to repeat her mistakes, so she asked me to send you a maid. Sir, please don't be angry with me. If you really don't like it, I promise I won't say it again. Her eyes were rimmed with tears, and she looked very pitiful. Zhao Chen laughed. I'm not blaming you. Why are you crying? She sniffed. Nothing. I just feel that it's really bad that I shouldn't do this. I was wrong. Zhao Chen pulled her to the bed and pressed her to sit down. You've told me so much. Let me also tell you why you can't have these maids. Zhao Chen spoke slowly, and Bai Shu turned around and listened carefully. They all belong to the Prince of Qin's mansion. I'm really worried that I haven't received their household certificates. Your relationship with your sister is as strong as gold. But what about the relationship between me and the Prince of Qin? He is a prince. You know that a prince can kill even his own brothers to seize the throne, let alone an outsider like me. You must know why the King of Qin and his wife asked you to marry me. But what if one day I become useless or do something that goes against their wishes? These maids' household registration cards are not in my hands, so I have to be wary of whether they are in the courtyard, but their hearts are in the Prince Qin's mansion. If you want me to truly accept them, it's easy. Bring their household registration cards over to me, and I will naturally feel at ease with them. Bai Shu lowered his head. When her 3 maids came, they brought their household registration cards with them. Even for her, after she married into the Zhao family, the household registration also followed her to the Zhao family. Looking around inside and out, it seemed that in the entire Zhao family compound, only Chunhua and the others did not have their household registration cards in Zhao Chen's hands. Then, I'll ask my sister when I have time if I can get their household registration cards over, she said with some embarrassment. No need. I already have enough women. Just treat them as ordinary maids. Zhao Chen refused. If Bai Shu goes to ask for the household permit and the Princess of Qin refuses to give it to her, it would be equivalent to exposing the identities of those people, which would cause discord between the Zhao family compound and the Prince of Qin's mansion. If you give, who knows if they will think of other ways to place someone else around him. Instead of not knowing who to guard against at that time, it is better to pretend that you know nothing and just keep a close eye on Chunhua and the others. If I find an opportunity in the future, I will try to conduct individual tests on these 4 maids to see if they have any ulterior motives. Sir, it's quite late tonight. How about I go and call Xiaoba over? She hasn't served you since she turned 18. Bai Shu stood up and asked. Zhao Chen shook his head and grabbed Bai Shu's wrist. Forget it. I'm very tired today, so I won't call anyone else. He grabbed Bai Shu's hand and gently pulled it into his arms. There was a strong wind blowing inside the quilt. Fan. The next morning, Zhao Chen got up as soon as it was dawn. While the lady was still asleep, he quickly returned to the modern era. He wants to hold an ice sculpture exhibition in his fiefdom to attract tourists, but how can he do it without a design? Let him draw it himself. His painting skills can be described as abstract. If the sculptures were really made according to his drawings, the ice sculpture exhibition would definitely be unprecedentedly miserable. He found some pictures on the internet, mainly animals. The carving masters over there are probably using ice carving for the first time, so give them some simple ones first. If they can carve well this year, we can give them a more difficult one next year. It took him half an hour to print out what he wanted to carve, and he returned to the compound with a bunch of design drawings. Here, the sky is getting brighter. He had just come out of the cellar and saw a lot of people standing in the yard. Bai Shu was wearing all white today, just like Snow White in the fairy tale. Sir, when do we set out? Bai Shu walked up and asked. Zhao Chen said, now that everyone is here, let's set off now. He took his men to his fiefdom again. On the way, Bai Shu looked at the design drawing in Zhao Chen's hand and asked, Sir, what is this? This is the design for the ice sculpture. I plan to find some people to carve some ice animals in my fiefdom. I'll then invite the city's dignitaries to come and admire them, and I'll also make some extra money. Your Excellency has a very clever mind. Bai Shu exclaimed in admiration, taking the design and glancing over each one. These animals are so realistic. Are we sure we want to carve them according to this? Of course, if it's not realistic, what's the point of using the design drawings? Zhao Chen raised his chin. In a blink of an eye, the group arrived at the fiefdom. Chapter 158 Return to Lintian City, Chess King Competition. Zhao Chen asked the servants to practice skating and took the other maids to the outside of the hot air balloon venue. After getting off the car, Zhao Chen looked at his wife and the maids and said, Go and play whatever you like. It's time for lunch, and then we can go home. The maids clapped their hands and dispersed immediately. Huahua, wait a moment before leaving, Zhao Chen shouted. Huahua immediately came to his side. Master, do you have any other instructions? Zhao Chen said, Go and bring the carving expert I asked you to find yesterday to the slide. Yes. Huahua bowed immediately. After she left, Bai Shu came over. Zhao Chen was a little curious. Why didn't you go and play with us? Bai Shu smiled and said, I want to be with you today, my lord. I'll go wherever you go. Jingjing and Wan also came over. We too want to protect the master, and we will follow him. Zhao Chen laughed and said, This is my fiefdom. It's heavily guarded. There's no place safer than here. What he said was absolutely right. Now the entire fiefdom was filled with high-definition cameras. On the other side of the cameras, there was also a facial recognition system. As long as anyone was not a member of the Zhao family or a resident of the fiefdom, an alarm would be sounded immediately when they entered the fiefdom. Let's stay with the master. We will feel at ease if you follow us all the time, Jingjing said. Wanwan nodded. Zhao Chen said, Okay, then do whatever you want. He pulled Bai Shu and turned to walk towards the slide. There were at least 400 or 500 square ice blocks piled up at the bottom of the slide. I didn't expect that they could harvest ice so quickly, Zhao Chen muttered with a smile. Bai Shu asked, Sir, are you planning to use those ice blocks to make ice sculptures? That's right. Zhao Chen nodded. Not long after, Huahua also came over with a group of people. Master, everyone is here. Zhao Chen looked back and saw that these people were all carrying their own things and looked serious. Everyone, I called you here on such a cold day because I have an important task to entrust to you. He took out the blueprint in his hand and pointed to the ice not far away. I want you to use those ice blocks to carve out the contents of these drawings in my hands. He distributed the drawings to everyone. The craftsman looked around and asked, Sir, carving isn't difficult. How big do you want it to be? Zhao Chen said, There's a detailed scale at the bottom of each picture, showing the exact height and width. Just refer to the scale, and you'd better hurry up. I'm planning to hold an ice sculpture exhibition after the new year. Huahua, these carving masters are paid 1 or 2 taels of silver per day. Please keep a record of this and remember to pay them after they finish their ice sculptures. Yes. Huahua nodded heavily. 1 tael of silver a day? The carving masters even began to doubt their own ears. Is there such a good job in the world? With so much money to pay, let alone working harder, they have to finish the work before the new year even if they have to stay up day and night. Since being included in the fiefdom by the Lord, their lives have undergone tremendous changes. A month and a half ago, when the expo ended, the Lord distributed more than 80 taels of silver to each person in the entire fiefdom. A few days ago, when the order was delivered, the Lord distributed more than 80 taels of silver again. Even the children in the family can receive money per head. This has also led to the people in the fiefdom trying every possible way to have children. Who knows, one day the Lord might be in a good mood and give out silver per head, and the children can get an extra share too. In order to help Sir Alex make more money, these old guys have to fight. Don't worry, sir, we promise to complete the task on time, said the oldest man in the crowd. Zhao Chen nodded. Let's get started. The blueprints also have some drilling locations marked on them. Reserve holes in those places. I want to add colored lights inside. Okay. The carving craftsmen immediately started to work. Bai Shu watched them begin their work, eyes full of anticipation as he said, Sir, I suddenly really want to see what the finished ice sculpture looks like. Just wait, you will see. Zhao Chen patted her forehead. Bai Shu pouted. He took his wife and maids to play in the fiefdom for another whole day and only started to head back when it was almost dark. Did you have fun today, madam? Zhao Chen asked. Bai Shu nodded. Happy, so happy. I've never been this happy since I was a child. Let her have a great time today. She didn't know how many times she had ridden on the slide. When we returned to the Zhao family compound, it was already dark and Xia Er was waiting at the entrance of the shopping mall. As soon as Zhao Chen got out of the car, Xia Er immediately ran over. Sir, is there something wrong? Zhao Chen asked. Xia Er pulled out an invitation from his pocket and said, Master, Linzhou Road will hold a chess championship competition after the new year, and the organizers have sent you an invitation. Chess King competition? Zhao Chen frowned. What chess king competition? He took the invitation and glanced at it. Xia Er explained. At the beginning of every year, Linzhou Road holds a chess king competition. The merchant who wins first place is exempt from taxes for a year, and the individual who wins first place is rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. Oh, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. This is interesting. If I participate, and if I win first place, will my compound be exempted from taxes? Xia Er nodded. That's right. Zhao Chen's heart was instantly moved. Now, he has more than 20,000 people under his rule, and he has to spend a huge amount of money on taxes alone. That wicked old emperor. In every dynasty of ancient China, nobles were exempt from taxes or had their taxes reduced, but only in his dynasty did the nobles not receive any benefits at all. If we can take first place, won't next year's taxes be taken care of? What else could you do with this money? Are there any special regulations? Zhao Chen asked. Xia Er thought for a moment and said, I haven't heard of any rules. The only thing that matters to you is whether you sign up for the individual competition or the business competition. If you sign up for the business competition, you can spend money to find experts. Can I still spend money to find someone else? Zhao Chen asked again. That's right. but you can only look for it within the scope of Linzhou Road. You can't go beyond the jurisdiction of Linzhou Road. Why? Xiaer explained. We need to find experts within the Linzhou Road area, and 70% of their income must be handed over to the local government office. Zhao Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Isn't this just a disguised way of cheating people out of money? There are so many merchants on Linzhou Road, and in order to avoid taxes, every household will go out to find experts. 70% of the money you earn from hiring experts will go into the hands of the government, and in the end, only the winner will be exempt from taxes. The government has a really good way of making money. If I don't find anyone, can I still participate in the competition? Zhao Chen asked. Xiaer nodded. Of course, but there are many chess masters in Linzhou Road. If you, Lord, go there, I'm afraid you won't have much chance of winning. Don't worry about that. The mountain man has his own clever plan. Chapter 159 Returning to the modern era to see my parents, and teaming up with Li Qi to deceive. Xiaer didn't ask any more questions. The Sir has always been mysterious, and his brain is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. Is there anything else? Zhao Chen asked. Xiaer shook his head and said, no more. If there's nothing else, I'll take the madam and the others back first. Zhao Chen pulled Bai Shu and the other maids back to the compound. Bai Shu was unusually diligent that night, as if he was deliberately making up for the mistakes he made during the day. Zhao Chen also felt very comfortable. The next day, Zhao Chen returned to the modern era. Isn't it just a small chess championship? It's not that difficult. There are so many chess software programs nowadays. You can just pick one that incorporates the essence of masters from many schools. Isn't it much better than any master you can find anywhere? Those who are able to participate in the competition are all for the tax-free quota. If you spend a lot of money to find a master, you will still have to pay taxes in the end, so it will be a loss no matter how you look at it. If you use software to play against those masters, there is nothing to regret even if you lose, and you don't spend any extra money. After downloading the software and importing many master styles, Zhao Chen took the car keys and went out. I haven't visited my parents for a long time. It's time to go and see them. He didn't buy anything and drove directly to his parents' community. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw a Mercedes-Benz parked in the yard. Zhao Chen's eyebrows drooped slightly. He knew very well who the Mercedes-Benz belonged to, but he was already here, and it would be bad if he left. When I got out of the car and walked in, Li Qi was sitting in the living room chatting with his parents. Seeing him come in, the three of them were stunned at the same time. Zhao Chen, why are you back? Asked Dad Zhao Mingfeng. Zhao Chen shrugged. It feels like I haven't come back to see you guys for quite some time, so I came back specially to take a look. He came up to Li Qi, smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be here too. After this period of time, Li Qi slowly let go of his worries and stood up with a smile. I just came to take a look. What? Are you not welcome? Of course we welcome Miss Li's arrival. It brings honor to our Zhao family. I am so happy that I can't express it in words. Zhao Chen said with a smile. Tisk, just stop being so hypocritical. Li Qi muttered. Seeing the two chatting freely, Li Dongmei smiled and said, Chener, Chi-Chi is here today. Let's chat too. When are you getting married? When they heard the word marriage, both of them were stunned. Auntie, didn't we say before that we both plan to focus on our careers first and start a family after our careers are stable? Li Qi said hurriedly. Zhao Chen also nodded. That's right, Mom. Right now, we are both anxious to develop our careers, so don't worry about it. Li Dongmei sighed. I don't want to worry about it, but how can I not worry? You two are not anxious at all. Mom, leave these things to us too. Zhao Chen said, and directly pressed his mother on the sofa and rubbed her shoulders. Li Qi also smiled and said, Don't worry, Auntie. We both know what's going on. No need to talk too much. Just give us a few more years to stabilize. My daughter, I'm not urging you. If you stay calm for a few more years, you will be too old, and it will be difficult even to have a child by then. Li Dongmei said earnestly. Zhao Chen said seriously, Science and technology are so advanced now, but you still can't have a child? Mom, you're really worried. Isn't it enough for me to beg you? He and Li Qi spend a lot of time and effort to finally convince their parents. Okay, then we won't get involved in this matter. You two should know what's going on. Li Dongmei was a little unhappy, but still went to the kitchen to prepare some delicious food. After all, one is his son and the other is his future daughter-in-law. Even if their ideas are somewhat different, they are still a family after all. After having lunch at home, Zhao Chun and Li Qi left at the same time. After going out, Li Qi drove in front, and Zhao Chen followed in his car. As soon as he left the community, Li Qi parked his car on the side of the road and stopped his car again. As soon as he stopped the car, Li Qi immediately opened the passenger door and got in. Tell me how you want to thank me for what happened today. Li Qi crossed his arms with a smile on his face. Zhao Chen asked, How do you want me to thank you? As long as you put forward any conditions, I will satisfy you. I want you to marry me right away, but can you do it? Li Qi leaned over and whispered. Zhao Chen pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. Don't worry, I will definitely marry you. Just give me another 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years is enough time for him to develop that side into what he wants. By then, he will be able to take care of both sides and can naturally marry Li Qi with confidence. The Dun dynasty has not yet stabilized, at least his fiefdom has not been built yet, so it is a bit difficult for him to be a hands-off boss. Li Qi shrugged. Forget it. I won't force you. You said you would marry me anyway. I can only wait for you for another 2 or 3 years. I've already been waiting for you for more than 10 years. What else can I do? Thank you for understanding me. Zhao Chen's voice was obviously a little lower. He couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Girls' youth is much shorter than boys. If a girl waits for him for so many years with all her heart and soul, he will feel that he has let her down if he doesn't give her a final result. Think about other rewards. Just tell me. No matter how expensive it is, I'll buy it for you. The two conspired for a while and drove to the hotel. After leaving the hotel, Li Qi drove home with a rosy face, while Zhao Chen ran to the market. The Lunar New Year here is still more than half a month away, but there are only a few days left. He went to the market and bought some things he needed for the new year. Pots, pans, bowls, sheets, quilts, spring festival couplets, door gods, etc. When he was about to leave, he saw someone selling big red lanterns at the entrance of the shopping mall, so he bought dozens of them. Fortunately, he bought a pickup truck for the convenience of transporting goods and parking. If he bought a smaller car, the goods would not be able to fit in. He carried all the goods into the cellar. It's getting dark here. When I returned to the courtyard of Dun Dynasty, I found Bai Shu and others busy. Sir, where have you been? Why haven't I found you for a whole day? Bai Shu immediately ran over and asked. Zhao Chen smiled and said, I went to buy some things from that mysterious merchant. Please ask the servants to come and carry the things out. Okay. Bai Shu nodded and left. Zhao Chen held his waist and walked towards the main house. Every day, both sides suffer. He went back and lay on the bed for a while. Feeling his waist was much better, he pushed open the door and walked out of the main room. The maids and servants were working hard to clean the place. Zhao Chen stood in the middle of the courtyard. Someone help me call Xia Er over. Chapter 160 New Year Event. Ho Qinglin comes to ask for tea. Old guy Xia Er uses it very easily. Perhaps it was because of his age, but Xia Er was much more tactful than those young people and knew how to read people's expressions better. Not long after, Xia Er hurried over, stood in front of Zhao Chen, bowed, and said, Sir, you are looking for me. Zhao Chen nodded and said, I'm planning a spring festival sale. Everything in our mall will be 30% off. At the end of the year, every household has to buy things. Everything in Zhao Chen shopping mall is very expensive. If the rich people buy less, they will be able to afford it later. But once you buy too much, a large number of rich people will stay away from it. If we offer a 30% discount, we will definitely attract some more rich people. What does my lord need me to do? Xia Er asked in a low voice. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, Pick out some servants and go out on the streets to promote the event. Do you still remember how I taught you to make the posters? Xia Er nodded heavily. Zhao Chen continued, Make me a few more posters like that. Stick them on the servants' backs and have them shout them loudly along the streets of Lintian City. By the way, please put up the promotional posters at the entrance of our mall, and the mall radio will also broadcast the promotion continuously, at least twice every hour. Also, have someone promote Lintian City's first Ice Lantern Festival, which will be held the day after the Chess King Championship. He explained it in detail, and Xia Er also took careful notes. I understand. Leave all this to me. I promise to make everything clear for you. Xia Er promised with a fist salute. Another day passed. As soon as Zhao Chen arrived at the main courtyard, Xia Er came hurriedly to report. Sir, the poster is ready. Please review it. He showed Zhao Chen a poster that was 1 foot wide and 1.5 feet long. Zhao Chen took a look and nodded with satisfaction. Just do it this way, and start promoting it now. Yes. Xia Er turned and left. He stood in the yard for a while, and listened to Ying squatting down to report on their work. Just as he was about to go back to the house to warm up for a while, he heard Ho Qinglin's laughter outside. Lord Zhao, I see you want to make a fortune during the new year. Zhao Chen turned around and walked forward with a smile. How come you have time to come to my place today, Master Ho? Ho Qinglin smiled and waved his hand. How can I be free? It's obvious that I have something to ask of you, Lord Zhao. What's the matter? Zhao Chen was stunned and asked softly. In his impression, the power of the Tea Gang is even comparable to that of the royal palace. So why would they ask him for help? Ho Qinglin laughed and continued. Didn't you promise to give me 500 kilograms of each type of tea? But the tea hasn't been delivered yet. I wanted to ask if you still have any of it. Zhao Chen slapped his head suddenly. Oh, how could I forget about this? Send someone to get it now. I've already prepared the tea for you. Thank you, sir. Ho Qinglin clasped his hands together with a very respectful attitude. Zhao Chen also immediately called the servants to help Ho Qinglin carry the tea out. Ho Qinglin stood beside Zhao Chen and asked softly, I saw the notice on your door when I walked in just now. Your store is offering a 30% discount during the Spring Festival. Can you still make back your investment at such a low price? Zhao Chen smiled and waved his hand. It doesn't matter whether I get my money back or not. What's important is that the whole of Lintian City can buy the products of my Wuji Mall. In the past, my Wuji Mall sold it at normal prices, so many people couldn't afford it. Now that it's Chinese New Year, isn't it? I also wanted to celebrate with the whole city, so it can be considered a rebate for the entire Lintian City. What he said sounded righteous and reasonable, but what was the reality? Even with a 30% discount, his profit is still astonishing. Master Zhao truly has a heart of righteousness. Ho Qinglin clasped his hands together. I don't have such a broad mind as Master Zhao. Even if I became a steward, I wouldn't have the courage to organize such an event. I just read the report, and you're planning to hold an Ice Lantern Festival the day after the Chess King tournament. What is an Ice Lantern Festival? This kind of vocabulary had never been heard of in ancient dynasties. The only festivals people have heard of are traditional festivals or the 24 solar terms. Apart from these, there is nothing else that can be described with the word festival. Have you ever seen ice sculptures? Zhao Chen asked casually. Ho Qinglin still shook his head. Didn't you come to my press conference on the day of my wedding? Zhao Chen asked. Ho Qinglin sighed helplessly. I came, but something happened and I left halfway. Zhao Chen sighed. Well, if you ask me to explain the Ice Lantern Festival in detail, I really can't. Just go and see it. I guarantee it will be refreshing. After Zhao Chen said this, Ho Qinglin became curious. He knew that anything Zhao Chen took out would definitely be eye-catching. The previous hot air balloon and weapons exhibitions were all unprecedented. Okay, I've made a note of that. I'll definitely go there in person on the day of the Ice Lantern Festival to see what ice lanterns are, Ho Qinglin said with anticipation. At this time, the goods had been loaded. When his men came over to report, he immediately clasped his fists and said to Zhao Chen, Master Zhao, the goods have been loaded. I would like to invite Master Zhao to a tea party. Do you have time? Zhao Chen shook his head and said seriously, I really didn't lie to you this time. I really don't have time. As you can see, I also have an event in a few days. I'm afraid I won't have time to visit you before the event is over. We are long-term partners. I am still very willing to trust you. He patted Ho Qinglin on the shoulder, and Ho Qinglin bowed solemnly. Don't worry, my lord. I will never cheat you out of a single ounce of silver. Ho Qinglin turned and left, but after taking 2 steps he stopped and looked back. I was so busy asking about the mall situation that I forgot I had something else to report to you. Zhao Chen asked curiously, What's the matter? Ho Qinglin retreated again. According to the information I have gathered, after the king of Qin led his men to Huainan, he severely rectified the officialdom there and executed most of the officials. Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment. He could imagine that the king of Qin would bring so many people with him and would definitely kill them all, but he wouldn't kill more than half of them at once. Is your information accurate? Ho Qinglin nodded solemnly. What I, the Cha gang, pay most attention to is the accuracy of information. Don't worry, this information is absolutely fresh and hot. And according to the information we received, the king of Qin should be back before the new year. It doesn't seem to matter to me when he comes back. Zhao Chen laughed dryly. Maybe it's nothing to do with you. I just thought you were brother-in-law and brother-in-law, so I added that on purpose. Chapter 161 The cannon was successfully developed, and the king of Qin returned. After saying these things, Ho Qinglin really left. Zhao Chen wandered in the yard for a few steps, thinking carefully. There must be other deeper meanings behind the king of Qin's massacre this time. Huainan is the richest place in the entire Dun dynasty. If the king of Qin kills all the officials there, can he replace his own official in that place? In this way, if he wants to seize the throne in the future, Huainan will give him great help. Zhao Chen let out a long sigh. Is being an emperor really that easy? Why does everyone want to be emperor? Why are so many people vying for a crappy job that requires waking up earlier than the chickens and going to bed later than the chickens? Zhao Chen looked up at the sky. He may not have too many thoughts now, but if he is really pushed to that position, he might also be driven by the desire to become emperor. After all, the power to decide life and death with just one sentence is not something anyone would want. A cold wind blew and he felt a little cold. He rubbed his arms and whispered, I have to talk to the maids later. If you want to report the situation, just go to my room. Just as he was mumbling halfway, he heard another excited laugh from outside. Master, we did it. Zhao Chun turned around and saw Huahua running towards him in a hurry. What's going on? He asked. Huahua was about to speak when he immediately raised a hand. Let's talk inside. It's too cold outside. He pulled Huahua back to the main house, and Huahua immediately poured him a cup of hot water. Master, drink first. I will report to you slowly. Zhao Chun took it and slurped it down mouthful by mouthful. The hot water passed through his throat and into his stomach, and his body instantly warmed up. According to the design you gave us, we have already developed the cannon. When Zhao Chun heard this, he stood up excitedly and accidentally spilled hot water on his trouser legs. He quickly patted his trouser legs to remove the water stains. Fortunately, it was winter and I was wearing thick pants. Otherwise, if the water had hit my skin, it would definitely have caused blisters. What did you say? The research was successful. Was it really successful? Zhao Chun's voice was also a little excited. With the cannon, he has the ability to attack from a distance. At least it is long enough for now. Yes, we have already researched it and have even produced several shells. However, our fiefdom is too close to Lintian City, so we dare not test it inside. Then pull it out. Try to move it as far away as possible. Zhao Chun said anxiously. I'll have Xiaer go to the government office later and ask him to find out if there are any bandits near the other cities along Linzhou Road. You guys drag your cannons over there and give them a good blast. Now all the bandits near Lintian City have been recruited by Zhao Chun. Even if he wants to fight them, he can't hit them at all. He can only set his target farther away. Throwing a few shells into the bandits' lair was a good opportunity to test their actual effectiveness. If the killing power is enough, we can throw a few of them on the city wall after it is built. Anyone who dares to move forward will be fired at with a few cannons. Huahua nodded heavily and turned to go out to find Xiaer. Zhao Chun poured another cup of hot water and drank it while laughing. Now let's see who can do anything to me. In other words, he didn't know where the Black Dragon Society's headquarters was. If he could really find it, he would set up a cannon outside the Black Dragon Society, hold his hat, and kick Fengde to the ground, shout fire, and then play some sad music on his mobile phone. Just thinking about it makes me feel fucking good. In a blink of an eye, it was the day before the new year. These days, Zhao Chun has been traveling back and forth between modern times and ancient times and is extremely busy. He originally wanted to live a life of lying down for a few days, but driven by money, he still took a step forward. In the winter here, people can hardly eat any fresh vegetables. Starting from the day of the event, Zhao Chun has to bring more than 10 tons of fresh vegetables every day. The beans that sell for 5 or 6 yuan per pound over there can be sold for 3 taels of gold here. A bundle of Chinese cabbage that costs 2 yuan can be sold for 2 taels of gold here. The most expensive thing is lettuce. The homonym of lettuce means wealth, so many rich people's eyes light up when they see it. Which businessman doesn't hope to make money throughout the coming year? In modern society, the average price of one coin is only 2 or 3 yuan, but here it can be sold for 10 taels of gold. The worst thing is that they have to act quickly. If they are slow, they are likely to grab rotten vegetable leaves that others don't want. Master, the vegetables are almost sold out again. Xiaer whispered from the side. Zhao Chun nodded and said, tell the people outside that the fresh vegetables will be delivered in about 2 hours. If you want to buy some, you can go home and wait, or you can go shopping in the mall. Those rich people certainly don't want to go home just to buy fresh vegetables. Once they go home and the vegetables start being sold here, it will be too late for them to come over if they don't receive the news. In the end, I could only walk around in the mall. But it's so tiring to just walk around, so I would either go to the food area to eat something or go to the cinema to watch a movie. In short, Zhao Chun was clearly eyeing this little bit of money of theirs. Xiaer nodded and hurried to notify. After a while, he came back in a hurry. Master Qin Wang has returned and is standing at the door now. Why doesn't he come in? Zhao Chun asked. Xiaer replied. The king of Qin has just returned from a campaign, and his body is covered in blood. It would be inconvenient for him to visit before he returns home. There's so much to talk about here. Zhao Chun muttered and walked out quickly. When he got outside, he saw that the king of Qin had a red face. Your Highness the Prince of Qin. Zhao Chun greeted him with his hands clasped together. The king of Qin immediately waved his hand and said, Brother-in-law, why are you being so polite to me? He strode forward and laughed heartily, saying, You've truly impressed me this time. Your 150 automatic riflemen are simply amazing. When I was cleaning up the bureaucracy, Wang Defa, the garrison commander of Huainan, openly rebelled and led an army of 20,000 to surround me. Your 100-plus riflemen stepped forward, fired a few volleys of bullets, and demoralized those soldiers. That bastard Wang Defa was beaten into a honeycomb of coal. The king of Qin rarely gets so excited. Looking at him now, he must be really excited about winning a battle. Now that I'm back, I'm returning these soldiers to you. Please be careful and don't miss any of them. Zhao Qin smiled and waved his hand. How can I not believe what King Qin said? Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. King Qin said modestly. Zhao Qin took a deep breath and said, if that's what His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin says, then please settle the labor fee for sending the troops. The king of Qin was stunned. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by labor fees for sending troops? You never told me before I asked you for these soldiers. Chapter 162. Asking for labor fees for sending troops. The king of Qin invites him to visit his mansion after the new year. Zhao Qin said with a smile. The king of Qin never told me before that brothers should settle accounts openly. Then I won't say anything now, okay? King Qin said quickly. Zhao Qin shook his head. You are His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin. If you take back what you said, wouldn't you be laughed at? I didn't ask you for much. Just a symbolic amount will be enough. At this moment, the king of Qin wanted to slap himself in the face for talking nonsense. Now, Zhao Qin had his eyes on him. Zhao Qin was the man who had no shortage of money. If he asked for some money, it would probably not be enough to get rid of him. How much do you want? Give me a number. The king of Qin asked softly. Zhao Qin rubbed his chin and thought again and again. I don't need to pay 10 taels of gold per person. You took 150 of my people with you. 1,500 taels of gold is not too much. The corner of the king of Qin's mouth twitched. My own troops haven't even spent a third of what you've spent, and they outnumber you. Brother-in-law, you're really asking for too much. Zhao Qin quickly waved his hands. King Qin, please don't say that. If you say that, I really feel ashamed. It's just 1,500 taels of gold. Is it money to you? All right, the king of Qin nodded, then waved his hand. But you also said that once we say something, we can't take it back. If it weren't for this money, I wouldn't have sent it to you. Seeing that King Qin gave Zhao Qin money, Bai Chunshan was also tempted. Uncle, there's still me. I'm even more tired than you, uncle. I worked so hard to come all the way from Linen City, and then followed you to Huainan. You should give me some too. Fuck you. The king of Qin rolled his eyes at him and turned away with his soldiers. Bai Chunshan made a bitter face, full of resentment. We are all human beings. Why are our treatments so different? When the king of Qin returned home, he saw from afar the princess and a group of people waiting at the door. My dear, thank you for your hard work. The king of Qin raised his hand, hugged the princess, and walked into the yard. You are the king of Qin. You have to pay attention to your image. The princess of Qin pushed her away. The king of Qin had a smile on his face and returned to the princess's room together, keeping a certain distance from him. The princess helped the king of Qin take off his armor. Your Highness, during the time you were away, Zhao Qin's fiefdom was quite lively. The king of Qin immediately pricked up his ears and asked, since it's so lively, tell me the details. The princess repeated everything she had heard from the chess piece. They're organizing an ice sculpture festival, which will open after the new year. I also heard there's something called a slide, which is really fun. If you are curious, let's go and take a look at the ice sculpture festival when it starts. King Qin said with a smile, hugging the princess' waist. The princess pushed him away, her face very serious. That's not what I want to tell you. Zhao Qin can come up with so many strange things. I think we should contact him in advance. The next time there is something profitable, let him take it with us. We don't have much money in the Qin palace now. The king of Qin sighed. I know that, but how can I tell you how others make money? It's not like they don't have money themselves. We can play the victim to him, the princess whispered. The king of Qin rolled his eyes and said, just do as my beloved concubine says. Also, during this period of time, the people we planted in his place discovered that he often went to the cellar to take out some strange things. Our people wanted to go in and take a look, but were stopped. There must be something fishy in his cellar. Princess Qin's eyes were gloomy. Then didn't the people you sent try to get some information out of Zhao Qin? King Qin also became more serious. The princess shook her head. I can't find out. That girl hasn't climbed into Zhao Qin's bed yet. It's been so long. Could it be that Zhao Qin doesn't have that ability? King Qin was extremely surprised. According to what she said, Zhao Qin simply didn't give her a chance. The princess's face darkened. I don't know what my sister has done. She only cared about herself and the maids around her, and didn't take the people I gave her seriously at all. The king of Qin was silent for a long time. Tell Qin Kuai to inform Zhao Qin to come to the palace after the new year and have a chance to visit him. Okay, the princess nodded. Zhao family compound. Sir, Qin Kuai, the steward of the Prince Qin's mansion, is here. Zhao Qin was directing people to move fresh vegetables out of the cellar when Xie Er hurried over. Zhao Qin frowned slightly. It's the end of the year, and the king of Qin just came back today. What is he doing here? He strode toward the front hall. Lord Zhao, your shopping mall really opens my eyes. There are still fresh vegetables for sale in such a cold day. Qin Kuai came up and clasped his fists to praise you. Zhao Chun waved his hand and said with a smile, these are all from other places. Does the palace have any fresh vegetables now? I'll get some for you. The palace has grown crops in the house, enough for His Majesty's family to eat. So please don't bother your majesty. Qin Kuai clasped his hands together and continued. The prince asked me to come and tell you, your majesty, that if you have time after the new year, please come to the palace with His Majesty's wife for a visit. Did the prince say anything happened? Zhao Chen asked. Qin Kuai smiled and shook his head. It's just that the princess misses her sister. It's normal for relatives to invite her over to do it. Your majesty, don't think too much about it. Zhao Chen nodded. There were some things he couldn't help but think about. As their contacts increased, he began to feel uneasy about the king of Qin. Especially this time, King Qin witnessed the strength of the automatic rifle team. In the future, whenever there is something, he may ask him to borrow automatic rifle soldiers. Okay, go back and tell King Qin that we will find time to visit you after the new year. Zhao Chun said with a smile. Then I'll be leaving first. Lord Zhao, please stay. Qin Kuai bowed slightly and turned to leave. Looking at his back, Zhao Chun muttered softly, what a mistake. What a mistake. I shouldn't have sold so many weapons. However, the profits from the weapons are too great. I can't stop now, even if I'm asked to. Many people in the court have now bought his bolt-action rifles, and he has sold more than 1,000 automatic rifles in total. However, Zhao Chen was not worried. They could do whatever they wanted. As long as they did not invade his fiefdom, Zhao Chun was willing to coexist peacefully with them. If any of them really set their sights on the arms business and wanted to seize the fiefdom, don't blame him for being ruthless. Mountain artillery and cannons have already been developed. In comparison, although the range of mountain artillery is short, it also exceeds that of ordinary automatic rifles. Cannons can even kill the enemy from dozens of kilometers away. If anyone wants to try it, Zhao Chen wouldn't mind giving him a couple of shots. Chapter 163, New Year's Holiday. Chunhua has some thoughts. Zhao Chen watched everyone in the mall buy vegetables, and it was starting to get dark outside. Xie put up a notice. The mall will be closed starting tomorrow, and will reopen on the 5th day of the new year. Xie was stunned for a moment, and immediately asked, Sir, these past few days have been the easiest time to make money. If we don't open a shopping mall. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Chen immediately said, You've worked so hard for a long time. Let's give our employees a holiday for the new year. If they want to stay in the Zhao family compound for the new year, they can stay here. If they want to go home for the new year, we can let them go back. Xie bowed excitedly. I'm speaking on behalf of all the servants in the compound. Thank you, Lord. Zhao Chen raised his hand. After dinner, he returned to his room. Bai Shu stood beside him and asked with a smile, Sir, if you just let those people go back like this, aren't you worried that no one will serve us during the new year? Zhao Chen smiled and said, We have our own hands and feet. Why do we really need others to serve us? But I guess at least half of them won't leave. When Zhao Chen bought these people, he had a brief understanding that half of them had no survivors at home. Bai Shu walked around behind him and squeezed his shoulders. Sir, you are too kind. According to the rules, these people's household registration cards are already in our hands. They are our family's permanent servants. Even if we never let them see their family members for the rest of their lives, they won't be able to say anything. It's your kindness that allows them to be reunited with their families. I believe they will understand your earnest intentions and work hard in the future. Zhao Chen patted her hands and said, It doesn't matter whether you understand or not. If they all leave, we can save some money on food, right? Bai Shu burst out laughing. Sir, you're such a jokester. How much are those people's meals worth? You're someone with plenty of money. Would you even care about that? We're talking about saving where we can and spending where we can. Shouldn't we spend our money where it counts? The two were chatting here when there was a knock on the door. Come in, Zhao Chen said, and then Chunhua came in with a tea tray. Master, madam, it's cold outside. I made some hot tea for you too. Chunhua held the tea tray with her head lowered. But even so, Zhao Chen could see through her cheeks that she was wearing makeup tonight. She even offered to bring me tea while I was putting on makeup late at night. You can guess what was going on in her mind with just your toes. Put it on the table, you can go out. Zhao Chen said calmly. Chunhua brought the tea to the table when she suddenly twisted her foot. The entire tea tray fell to the ground, and she didn't stand firmly and fell into the tea. Ouch, she cried. Zhao Chen immediately frowned. How do you do things? You're so impatient. Chunhua immediately knelt down, revealing her makeup intentionally or unintentionally. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to get your shoes wet. I hope I can change them for you. She crawled in front of Zhao Chun and was about to take off his shoes. Zhao Chen's face immediately turned cold, and he raised his foot and stepped on her shoulder. Chunhua, this is the first time I warn you, and it will also be the last time I warn you. Don't covet things that have nothing to do with you. Chunhua shuddered, raised her head, and said with a look of grievance, Master Chunhua doesn't understand what you mean. Don't you understand? Who are you trying to seduce by putting on makeup so late at night? Zhao Chen glared. Bai Shu also reacted and looked at Chunhua with a sullen face. Chunhua, aren't you going a bit too far? I've been pretty nice to you, but you didn't even realize it. I just want to climb into your bed, and you still take me, your wife, seriously? Chunhua knelt on the ground and turned to face Bai Shu, kowtowed repeatedly. Madam, I really didn't mean that. I have never had any evil intentions towards the master. I only put on makeup because I just bought a set of rouge and powder and wanted to put it on to see the effect. I felt a little cold in the room just now, so I went to make tea and forgot about it. Please forgive me, madam. Please forgive me, master. Zhao Chen said sullenly. Go away. From now on, just do your job honestly. If you dare to think of useless things again, I'll kick you out of the Zhao family. Yes. Chunhua kowtowed and turned to leave. After the door was closed, Bai Shu whispered, Master, the village girl is so ignorant. It's my fault for not educating her well. I apologize to you on her behalf. Also, if you really don't like her, then send her away. Zhao Chen shook his head. Through the village girl's several behaviors, he was able to judge that the village girl was a nail planted by the Qin Wang mansion next to him. If the village girl was taken out now, if the remaining 3 were also from the Qin Wang mansion, their next actions would become more and more covert. No need, she's just a maid. Seeing other maids get benefits from me, she is a little tempted. This is understandable, Zhao Chun said with a smile. Bai Shu sighed. I don't know if Chunhua can figure it out. She should just be content with having such a good husband like you. If she still wants to think about things beyond her ability, it won't do her any good. Zhao Chen nodded. Yes, there are some things that a maid should not think about. If it happens again, I'm afraid I will chill the hearts of King Qin and the princess. Sir, it's very late now. How about I help you rest and sleep? Bai Shu asked with a smile. Zhao Chen hugged her, and they returned to the bed together. Would you like to read some classics tonight, and I'll call those 3 over? Although she didn't know what the famous book the official was talking about was, since the official said so, she just followed suit. No need. I'm very tired these 2 days. Having you accompany me at night is enough. Zhao Chen touched Bai Shu's face, feeling very emotional. If this happened in modern society, a beauty like Bai Shu would definitely have no shortage of men around her. At that time, let alone helping the man find other women, even if she saw one, she would probably make a big fuss. Ancient times are still better. Zhao Chen sighed and pulled the bed curtain. The next day came in a flash. It was New Year's Eve of the Dun dynasty. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a busy sound outside. Zhao Chen felt around and found that Bai Shu had gotten up without him noticing. He quickly put on some clothes and went out. The whole compound was filled with joy. The servants and handymen were pasting up spring festival couplets, while Bai Shu set up a table in the middle of the yard with boxes of gold and silver at his feet. There was a large group of servants queuing in front of her. Come on, don't worry, everyone has one. She gave red envelopes to everyone. In other people's homes, only children receive red envelopes during the Chinese New Year, so how could these servants get any? Chapter 164. An old friend comes to Linen City. Bai Shu is in a marriage crisis. Those who received the red envelope knelt down and kowtowed to Bai Shu to express their gratitude. The master asked you to send it. If you want to thank someone, thank the master, Bai Shu said with a smile. Just at this time, Zhao Chen also came over. Bai Shu stood up and said, Sir, I'm giving out red envelopes now. Do you want to try? Zhao Chen shook his head. Forget it. I think you posted it very well. Please continue. Okay. Bai Shu nodded slightly and continued to send out red envelopes. At this time, Xie came in from outside. My lord, there is someone outside looking for madam, saying that he is an old friend of hers from Linen City. Bai Shu and Zhao Chen looked at each other. An old friend from Linen City? Did he say who he is to me? Bai Shu asked softly. As for her family, it is impossible for them to come to Tianqing on New Year's Day. But who else could it be besides her family? Bai Shu's mind was full of questions. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Since they're here, let's go out and take a look. Okay. Bai Shu put down the silver, stood up, and walked outside with Zhao Chun. The mall is closed today, and there are not many people coming and going. As soon as Zhao Chun went out, he saw a man who was about 20 years old. He was dressed politely and cleanly. Bai Shu followed closely behind, and the moment she saw the man, her expression suddenly changed. This man was none other than Lu Benchong, whom she had liked for a long time and with whom she had almost gotten engaged. Seeing Bai Shu coming out, Lu Binchong immediately smiled. Sure, are you willing to come out and see me? Zhao Chen frowned immediately. He calls his wife Sure. Who is this bastard? He turned to look at Bai Shu. Bai Shu bit his lip, his expression grim. Madam, who is this person? He asked in a low voice. Bai Shu pinched the corner of her clothes and whispered, This man, sir, is someone I loved before I married you. Perhaps fearing Zhao Chun might misunderstand, she immediately added after saying this. But he and I have never done anything that crossed the line, and after marrying you, I have never contacted this person again. I know how a woman should abide by the rules of womanhood. Zhao Chen was not too angry. In modern society, which woman hasn't dated several people before getting married? Not to mention someone with a clean body like Bai Shu, it would be very good to find someone who has never had a dead body in his stomach. He knew very well how Bai Shu was doing after marriage. He turned and looked at Lu Binchong. You suddenly came to Lintian City to look for my wife? Is there something wrong? Lu Binchong thought for a moment, then raised his head and said, I never had the courage to take Shu'er away before. After Shu'er married me, I was sad for a long time. I finally realized my own heart, and I want to take Shu'er away. Before Zhao Chun and Bai Shu could say anything, the security guards who followed him raised their guns. Fengde looked at Lu Binchong coldly and said angrily, You son of a bitch, don't you know where you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Be careful, or I will shoot you. Zhao Chun raised his hand. Mr. Feng, let him finish what he is saying. Fengde and others took a few steps back. Go ahead, say everything you want to say. Zhao Chun looked at Lu Binchong calmly. Lu Binchong took a deep breath and looked at Bai Shu affectionately. It's my fault that Shu'er didn't take the initiative to propose marriage to your family before. Ever since you married into Lintian City, I've been regretting it more and more. Why didn't I have to be braver back then? I know you have me in your heart. As long as you are willing to come with me, I promise to treat you well for the rest of my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shu immediately shook her head and looked at Zhao Chun nervously. My dear, I am your woman now. I will not go with him. Please believe me. I have not done anything to let you down. Zhao Chun raised his hand and told her not to speak for the time being. He looked at Lu Binchong and asked, Anything else you want to say? You'd better say it all. Lu Binchong swallowed his saliva and mustered up the courage to say, Sure, I know you've been married and have other men, but I don't care. As long as you're willing to go with me, I don't need anything else. Shut up, Bai Shu shouted. I'm the mistress of the Zhao family compound now, and I have nothing to do with you. From the moment I married in, I never thought of leaving the Zhao family compound. Don't be so shameless here. My body and my heart will only belong to my husband from now on. If you don't want to make my husband angry, leave as soon as possible. After saying that, she looked at Zhao Chen again. If the time goes forward 2 months, Bai Shu might be very moved to see Lu Binchong like this, and would leave with Lu Binchong without hesitation, even if such behavior would bring Zhao Chen's hatred. But after 2 months of getting along with each other, she has completely fallen in love with Zhao Chun. Compared to most men in this world, Zhao Chun is more responsible and considerate. He is not like some men who resort to violence when they are not satisfied. She has not been beaten once since she entered the door, which is considered a rare thing in the current environment. If there is one woman in this world who doesn't get beaten after getting married, perhaps the only one is the princess. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, looked at Lu Binchong, and said with a faint smile, Since you like my wife so much, why didn't you show up when Binju went to the Bai family to propose marriage? Aye. There was a hint of panic in Lu Binchong's eyes. It was this moment of abnormality that was caught by Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun already had the answer in his mind. I didn't have the courage at the time because I felt that there was a huge disparity in status between Shu'er and me, so you're going to wait until she's married before you come and poach her, right? Zhao Chun interrupted him before he could finish his words. Then he asked in a cold voice, Who asked you to come and harass my wife? Lu Binchong couldn't help but stumble back 2 steps. No one asked me to come. It's just me. I just want to make up for the mistakes I made in the past. Really? Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows, then turned to look at Bai Shu. Madam, how do you think we should deal with this person? Bai Shu glanced at Lu Binchong coldly, guilty, and blamed herself for betraying their relationship. But now, the last bit of sympathy she had for Lu Binchong was gone. I am your servant now. You should make the final decision on this matter. You can do whatever you want to do with him. I won't have any objections. Sure, how could you do this? Have you forgotten when you said you loved me? Lu Binchong still wanted to talk about feelings. Zhao Chen frowned. Fengde, take him away. I want to know why he suddenly came to see my wife. After saying that, he turned back to the compound and went straight into the main house. Shu bit his lip, his expression looking very ugly. A moment later, the door of the main house was pushed open, and Shu walked in carrying a bramble on his back and knelt directly in front of Zhao Chun. Chapter 165. Madam asks for punishment. Misunderstanding is resolved and fireworks are bought. Madam, what are you doing? Zhao Chun asked in shock. Shu knelt on the ground and took 2 steps forward. Sir, I am here to apologize. Before I married you, I had an affair with another man. It was my fault. After we got married, I kept this secret from you. It was also my fault. I beg you to punish me, sir. But please believe me, other than having some feelings for Lu Binchong, I have never done anything that violates the rules, and he has never touched my body at all. As she spoke, she took down the thorn branch and raised her hands above her head. Zhao Chun sighed. Forget it. Get up, I believe you. Please punish me, sir. Otherwise, if it gets out, it will damage your reputation. Shu lowered his head even more. Zhao Chun picked up the bramble, and Shu immediately closed his eyes and supported himself on the ground with his hands. She was ready to be beaten. It was her blessing that Zhao Chun was willing to believe her. If the same thing happened to someone else's family, it would probably not be as simple as punishment. She didn't understand why Lu Binchong chose to come and cause trouble during the Chinese New Year. She once really liked Lu Binchong, but from today onwards, the last trace of guilt Lu Binchong left in her heart will disappear. Zhao Chun raised the whip and dropped it hard. The brambles drew air, making a whirring sound. Shu gritted his teeth and dug his hands into the ground. This is going to hurt. She had never been beaten since she was a child, and neither her father nor her elder brother was willing to touch her. But she knew in her heart that if she didn't let Zhao Chun vent his emotions, it would definitely leave a knot in his heart. Now she just wants to be a good lady of the Lord. Bang! A crisp sound rang in his ears, but Shu didn't feel any pain. He looked up and found that Zhao Chun was holding a whip and hitting the table hard. Sir, you. She was a little bit unbelievable. Zhao Chun threw the bramble aside and sat on the chair. Madam, please get up. I never blamed you for this. But when I questioned Lu Binchong today, I noticed that his eyes were a little evasive. I think someone did this on purpose. Shu knelt on the ground, a look of disbelief on his face. Zhao Chun pointed to the chair next to him and said, You should sit down too. Let's have a good chat. Shu's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, when she saw Zhao Chun's calm expression, she suddenly felt a little nervous. She stood up obediently and sat next to Zhao Chun. How many people know about you and Lu Binchong? Zhao Chun asked calmly. Shu thought for a moment and said, Many people in the Bai mansion know about this, even some servants. Her voice suddenly stopped. Zhao Chun asked with a smile, What's wrong with some servants? A few servants also helped me to secretly meet with him. Shu lowered his head, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Zhao Chun asked again, How do you feel about being in the Zhao family compound during this period? What do you think of me? Shu bit her lip and took a deep breath. To be honest, when I first came to the Zhao family compound, I was a little resistant to you. After all, we've only met twice, and you did that to me at night. I felt very uncomfortable. Later, I realized that you are different from other men. You respect me and understand my feelings, so I no longer feel so resistant to you. I've been very happy during my time at the Zhao family compound. I've seen many things I've never seen before, and my affection for you is growing day by day. I have truly resolved to be your lord and lady, but I never imagined such a thing would happen. Sir, I accept whatever you do to me. I just hope you won't take your anger out on others. Zhao Chun suddenly laughed. All right, you don't have to apologize to me. That was all before we got married. Didn't you say you didn't do anything wrong to me? Let's just let it go. Shu couldn't believe her ears. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Zhao Chun. Sir, are you telling the truth? Zhao Chun laughed. When have I ever lied to you? Shu cried with joy and knelt on the ground to kowtow to Zhao Chun. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Zhao Chun helped her up. You are my wife. You should respect me as an equal. There is no need to kneel down for such a small matter. Get up quickly. Shu stood up, wiped her tears and asked, Sir, you just said someone did it on purpose. I really can't figure out who is so jealous of me. Zhao Chun smiled and said, It's not necessarily because I can't stand seeing you doing well. What do you mean, sir? Shu asked doubtfully. Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. Who do you think will benefit the most if your Bai family and I fall out over this? At first he suspected the Qin Palace, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it had nothing to do with the Qin Palace. Many men in ancient times were patriarchal. If they learned that their wives had had a relationship with other men before marriage, they would definitely not be able to accept it and might even take their anger out on her family. Shu's parents' home is in Linen City and has basically no connection with Zhao Chen's Wuji shopping mall, so it is unlikely that he would plot against the Bai family. If it weren't for the Bai family, there would only be one person left, the princess of the Prince of Qin's mansion. Once he really took his anger out on the princess, there would inevitably be a rift between him and the Prince of Qin's mansion. In this way, everything would have a reasonable explanation. I still don't understand. Bai Shu shook his head. Zhao Qin smiled and said, if you can't figure it out, forget it. Madam, do you know where to buy fireworks in Lintian City? Let's set off some fireworks today for New Year's Day. Fireworks? Bai Shu frowned. What are fireworks? I've never heard of them before. Haven't you heard of it? Zhao Qin was surprised for a moment. I didn't expect that the Dan dynasty didn't even have fireworks. He stood up and said with a smile, okay, I'll go get some fireworks. You stay home and keep an eye on the servants while they work. Okay, sir, you should come back earlier. Bai Shu looked at him eagerly. Zhao Qin nodded, turned and left the main house, returning to the modern world from the cellar. It wasn't long before the Chinese New Year here, and there were many people selling fireworks on the street. He drove his car and stopped at a random fireworks stall. Handsome guy, do you want to buy some fireworks? A middle-aged man asked with a smile. Zhao Qin raised his hand and pointed at the dozen or so extra-large fireworks. Okay, those are all I need. Load them all onto the truck. How much is that? The middle-aged man took out a calculator and did some calculations. The total is 9,558. Just give me 9,000. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly wrote down more than 500 zeros and started to help Zhao Qin load the money into the car. Zhao Qin smiled and said, I wish the boss a prosperous business. Thank you for your good wishes. The uncle worked harder and soon moved all the fireworks into the car. Chapter 166, Fireworks, Rewards, and New Year's Eve Dinner. Zhao Qin got in the car and drove back with the fireworks. After transporting all these things to the other side, Bai Shu ran out curiously and asked, Sir, are these fireworks? Zhao Qin nodded. Yes, these are fireworks. I'll show you after dark. Bai Shu blinked. She didn't understand what could only be seen at night. But since the master has already said so, let's wait until tonight. The waiting time always seems to be extraordinarily long. When it was completely dark, Bai Shu came to Zhao Qin and asked, Sir, can we watch the fireworks now? Zhao Qin smiled and said, Don't worry, madam. We'll have the New Year's Eve dinner in a while. I'll light the fireworks when we start eating. There was actually one advantage to the New Year celebrations in ancient times, which was that there was not such a strong smell of sulfur in the air. The city where Zhao Qin lives is not a first-tier city, and with the gradual relaxation in the past 2 years, the smell of firecrackers in the city has become strong again. He took Bai Shu for a stroll in the yard until midnight. Master, madam's meal is ready. We can start eating. Ying came over and reported in a low voice. Zhao Qin nodded and said, Notify everyone in the compound to put down their work and come out to watch the fireworks. Yes. Ying bowed and walked away. Zhao Qin placed all the fireworks he had brought back earlier in the middle of the yard. All the people in the compound who did not go home soon came to the main courtyard. Everyone keep a little distance. Fireworks are dangerous. Don't get too close. Also, there will be explosions when the fireworks fly up, so those who are timid can cover their ears in advance. After Zhao Qin's reminder, people around him started covering their ears. He lit 3 fuses at once and ran away immediately. After waiting for half a minute, there was still no fireworks going off. Bai Shu asked in confusion, Sir, these fireworks. She had just opened her mouth when there was a bang and a red fireball shot up. The fireball shot up into the sky and exploded, bursting into a dazzling display of colorful colors. Bai Shu was startled at first, but when he saw the fireworks explode, his eyes became brighter. Waves of exclamations rang in my ears. Sir, is this a firework? Bai Shu asked in surprise. How is it? The fireworks are beautiful, right? Zhao Qin laughed. It looks good, it's so good. Bai Shu clapped his hands. Then I saw rays of light shooting straight into the sky, some blue, some yellow, some green, and some red. This was the first time these ancient people saw fireworks, and they were amazed and intoxicated. Fortunately, they came to the Zhao family compound, so they could enjoy the fireworks from such a close distance. The fireworks blooming above the compound quickly attracted the attention of various families in the city. Countless people are discussing where this thing came from. After looking at the direction, everyone suddenly realized that this thing must belong to the Wuji shopping mall. Looking across the entire Lintian city, there is no one else except Zhao Qin who can come up with such a rare thing. The sulfurous smell of fireworks spread. The first set of fireworks burned out quickly, and Zhao Qin went on to set off the second and third sets. The entire fireworks show lasted nearly half an hour. Zhao Qin himself likes fireworks very much, and he was very satisfied after setting off so many of them. Until the last firework burned out, he said cheerfully, Okay, the fireworks are gone. Let's go have the New Year's Eve dinner together. A group of people talked as they walked, and all went to the food area. At this time, hot dumplings have been served on all the tables in the food area, and each table is also served with 10 dishes. We have 2 topics tonight. The first one is what my wife told me earlier, that we should give bonuses to those who perform well in the compound, Zhao Chen said while standing in the middle of the crowd. Then he glanced at Bai Shu. Bai Shu nodded, took out a piece of red paper, and began to read aloud in public. Ying has managed the compound well, and I reward her with 500 taels of gold. Dun Dun has managed the accounts well. I'll reward you with 500 taels of gold. Thank you for your excellent coordination and consideration. I reward you with 500 taels of gold. In just over 10 minutes, dozens of people received their rewards. After the list was read out, Zhao Chen returned to the crowd and said, "Don't be discouraged if you didn't get any money. If you work hard in the future, you will have the opportunity to receive the reward." Let's give a big round of applause to all the award winners. There was warm applause at the scene. The applause lasted for 2 minutes before gradually dying down. Zhao Chen cleared his throat. Now let's move on to the second item of the evening, the New Year's Eve dinner. Everyone, eat as much as you can, and have a wonderful new year together. Good. Everyone applauded excitedly, and then began to feast on the food. They were all a group of people from poor families. If they hadn't entered the Zhao family compound, who would have thought that they would have such a delicious New Year's Eve dinner? As they were eating, some people started to cry. Perhaps it was because their lives became more fulfilling after coming to the Zhao family compound, and they couldn't help but think of their past family members. At the same time, they also became more determined in their hearts to serve the master well in the future and do whatever the master said. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours before everyone dispersed with their bulging stomachs. Zhao Chen took Bai Shu back to the main house. "Sir, I will bring my men to serve you well tonight." She waved her hand, and 3 famous riders walked in one after another, followed by Ying, Dun Dun, and others. All of Zhao Chen's adult maids were called in. There was even a little Hachi whom he had never touched before. He was startled and sat up quickly. "Madam, this is not possible. There are too many people." Zhao Chen quickly waved his hand. "Don't you like having a lot of people together? I invited so many people to come together. Doesn't it please you?" Bai Shu asked. Zhao Chen shook his head. "I can accept 2 or 3 more, but I can't take care of so many. Can you let them go back first and keep me company tonight? We have to get up early tomorrow and go to Prince Qin's mansion. If we play too hard tonight, it will easily delay tomorrow's schedule." Afraid that Bai Shu would feel burdened, he explained it again. Bai Shu nodded, then turned to look at the other maids. "Since the master has said so, you should go back first." The maids bowed and left one by one. She and Zhao Chun were the only ones left in the room. She came to Zhao Chun and massaged his shoulders. "Master, you have worked so hard. You still have to remember to go to the Qin Palace tomorrow." Zhao Chun sighed. "What can I do? It's just the ways of the world. Besides, you only have one sister in Lintian City, the princess. If it's not convenient for you to go back to your parents' home, you should at least visit your sister there." "Thank you, sir. You are so kind." Bai Shu hugged Zhao Chun. The room gradually warmed up. Chapter 167. Buying fireworks from various sources, waiting for a visit from the Prince of Qin's mansion. The next day, Zhao Chen climbed out of bed and pinched his temples. "I don't know who this little girl learned bad things from. Why does she play so crazy?" He sighed softly. At this time, Bai Shu also got up. "Sir, are you feeling unwell?" Bai Shu asked softly. Zhao Chen shook his head. "No, madam. Please get up. We will go to the Prince of Qin's mansion after breakfast." "Okay." Bai Shu also quickly got up and put on his clothes. After a while, the 2 of them came out of the main house, dressed neatly. As soon as he went out, Feng De ran over in a hurry. "Master, the rapist who came to harass Madam yesterday has confessed." After hearing what he said, the 2 of them pricked up their ears at the same time. "What's going on? Who asked him to come over?" Feng De sighed and shook his head. He said he didn't know either. A masked man found him and gave him 100 taels of gold, asking him to come and find a way to take the lady away. He said he originally thought it was Madam who sent someone, and he had no intention of offending our Zhao family compound. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. The people who ask him for help are really flawless. They even know how to disguise themselves well. Bai Shu shook his head in horror. "Sir, I didn't. I only recognize you as my man. I would never do such an immoral thing. I already told you I believe you, don't panic." Zhao Chen whispered. "Since we can't get any information out of you, madam, what do you think is the best way to deal with this?" Bai Shu lowered his head and said, "Just let the master deal with it. I really have nothing to do with him." Because of this man, she was almost misunderstood by Zhao Chun. She felt that it was an insult to herself if she begged for mercy from that man again. Zhao Chen nodded and turned to look at Feng De. Find a place to turn it into honeycomb briquettes. You dare to come here so brazenly to poach my employees? Even if you are hired, you must not stay. Yes. Feng De nodded heavily and turned to leave. As soon as he left, Xia Er came running over in a hurry. Master, there are a lot of people outside. Zhao Chen asked in confusion. Didn't we already put up a notice saying we're closed for 5 days? Why are people still coming? They are all wealthy merchants and powerful families in the city. They saw the fireworks set off by the master last night and want to come and buy them today. Zhao Chen slapped his head and said, I was so busy enjoying myself last night. How could I have forgotten about this? He glanced at Xia Er and said, Go out and explain to those people. Tell them that fireworks will be available for sale after the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Tell them not to worry. Fireworks are not very expensive in the modern world, and every family has to buy a few for the new year. But it is an extremely scarce resource at present. No matter what time it is, making money is the top priority. As soon as the shopping malls opened on the 5th day of the new year, he started selling all kinds of fireworks. He vaguely saw a large amount of gold flying towards him on wings. Madam, I don't think Xia Er will be able to finish his business for a while. Let's go out through another door. Zhao Chen glanced at Bai Shu and said softly. Bai Shu nodded and followed Zhao Chen towards gate number 2. After leaving the Zhao family compound, they headed straight for the Prince of Qin's mansion. The atmosphere in Lintian City on the 1st day of the Lunar New Year is a little different, and there is joy everywhere. As soon as he arrived at the mansion, Qin Kuai went out to greet him. Master Zhao, Master and Madam Zhao, Happy New Year. He clasped his hands together, looking respectful. Zhao Chen also clasped his fists in return. Happy New Year. Butler Qin, are the king and Princess Qin free now? The prince and princess are waiting for you in the reception room. Please follow me. Qin Kuai turned around and led the way. Zhao Chen followed behind, holding Bai Shu's hand. Thinking back to the first time he came to the Prince of Qin's mansion, he was very curious and couldn't help looking around. But now that he has come here more often, he is very familiar with it. After walking through several corridors and arriving at the reception room, the King of Qin came over with a smile as soon as he entered. Your Highness the Prince of Qin, Princess, Happy New Year. Zhao Chen and Bai Shu bowed at the same time. Although the King of Qin and his men were real relatives, in ancient times, imperial power was more important than family ties. Brother-in-law, why bother being so polite? Come inside and sit down. The King of Qin laughed and welcomed the two into the hall. As soon as Zhao Chen sat down, the King of Qin immediately asked, I heard from someone in the palace yesterday that a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above my brother-in-law's house. What's going on? Zhao Chen explained with a smile. There is no such thing as a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. It's just some fireworks. What are fireworks? King Qin asked in confusion. Zhao Chen carefully introduced the fireworks to the King of Qin again. The King of Qin's eyes were full of stars. Brother-in-law, please get some for me when you have time. I want to see these fireworks too. Zhao Chen nodded. That's not difficult. I'll contact that mysterious businessman and ask him to bring me some fireworks. But what? The King of Qin asked immediately. Zhao Chen smiled and said, There's definitely no chance of success in the next 3 days. We have to wait until the 5th day of the new year when my mall officially opens. I hope your Highness the Prince of Qin will forgive me. It's okay. As long as I can see the fireworks, I can wait. The King of Qin laughed and then looked at the princess. My dear, please take my sister-in-law out for a walk first. My brother-in-law and I still have something to discuss. The princess smiled and stood up, taking Bai Shu's hand and walking outside. Sister, come with me first. Bai Shu nodded, looked at Zhao Chen again, and then left with the princess. Only Zhao Chen and King Qin were left in the reception room. The King of Qin sighed gravely. Brother-in-law, many people in the court have bought weapons from you recently, and some are starting to get more active. How to be active? Zhao Chen asked. The King of Qin took a sip of his tea and said, Ever since those generals received their guns, they have been constantly advising our father to go out on a campaign. Zhao Chen blinked. What's wrong with going on a conquest? We can expand our territory and make money for the court at the same time. The King of Qin said sullenly. How can we make any money? The money earned from fighting isn't even enough for the generals to divide up. And if we go out to fight, the Huang family will have to pay for it too. It's a losing business no matter how you look at it. Zhao Chen frowned. He knew that the court had a separation of powers, but he had never expected it to be divided to this extent. It is a bit too unreasonable that military generals ask the royal family for money when they go out to fight, and the money they earn has nothing to do with the royal family. Even if we look at the more cowardly dynasties in Chinese history, no royal family could be undermined to this extent by military generals. Brother-in-law, if you were a member of the royal family, what would you think of this matter? King Qin asked with a serious face. Zhao Chen shuddered suddenly. He didn't bring Jingjing and Ruan with him when he went out today, nor did he bring any guns. He always felt that the king of Qin had no good intentions when he asked this question. After a long silence, he said, Your Highness, Prince Qin, I don't know much about Director Chao. You've really asked the wrong person. Chapter 168 The Prince and Princess are very scheming. I won't come to the Qin Palace next time. The king of Qin sighed. There's no need to ask these questions. How much do you know about the political situation? I just want you to help me analyze it. Some people, led by the third prince, have already started to make moves. The third prince? King of Han. Zhao Chen frowned. King of Han had tried to win him over before. That's right. The king of Qin nodded. The third prince is one of my father's most proud princes. He is now advocating for the court to conquer foreign countries and expand its territory, and many ministers in the court are following his lead. Doesn't he know that all the benefits after the war will be taken by the military generals? Zhao Chen asked softly. The king of Qin said, He knows, but what does it matter? As long as he's involved in the expansion of territory, no matter who benefits in the end, at least his good name will be recorded in history books. For the sake of reputation, they are trying to destroy the royal family. Doesn't the emperor care? Zhao Chen asked doubtfully. The king of Qin slowly stood up. Whether or not the emperor will intervene is beyond my control. Perhaps he already has a plan in mind. Brother-in-law, do you think I should follow this plan? If I don't, I'm worried I won't be able to match the third brother's achievements. But if I do, I'm afraid I'll bring disaster to the royal family. Zhao Chen pinched his temples and said, Your Highness, Prince Qin, please don't ask me this question. I can only promise you one thing. If you also want to join the Prince of Han and his men to expand the territory, I will try my best to give you weapons at a lower price. How much cheaper can it be? King Qin's eyes lit up. This was what he wanted to hear most. If Zhao Chen is too deeply involved in this matter, he will have to be more cautious. But Zhao Chen's current attitude is that as long as he can make money, he doesn't care. This is the best way. I can continue to supply you with weapons at the Weapons Expo price. Zhao Chen pondered for a while and then slowly said, At this price, I'm basically not making any profit. If I give you some bullets, I'll lose money. Your Highness, Prince Qin, I just want to run a business honestly and be a wealthy man. I really don't want to be involved with the court. I hope you can understand. He stood up and clasped his fists to the king of Qin. Hey, why are we being so formal with each other? Sit down quickly. The king of Qin hurried to his side and pushed him into the chair. At the same time, on the side of Princess Qin. Sister, how are you doing in the Zhao family compound now? Princess Qin was strolling in the yard holding Bai Shu's hand. Bai Shu smiled sweetly. My husband is very good to me, and I am very happy. As long as you're happy. Princess Qin laughed and asked, Have those maids I gave you been put to good use? Bai Shu shook his head. No official wants to touch them. Wang Fei immediately frowned. Don't want to move? You have to find a way to get them into Zhao Chen's bed. I've been through this before. If you don't have a few maids around to help you, Zhao Chen's heart is likely to be taken away by someone else. Bai Shu smiled and said, Don't worry, sister. My husband is not the kind of person who will abandon you after having sex with him. I trust him very much. My silly sister, men always say one thing and mean another. How can you trust them? Wang Fei touched Bai Shu's head. When I first married into the Prince of Qin's mansion, he promised me that he would only recognize me in this life. But later on, didn't he take in several concubines? If I hadn't trained a few maids who could spend the night with him, my position would have been lost long ago. Bai Shu opened her mouth and wanted to tell her sister that the 3 maids in the house were taken to the compound, but after thinking about it, she decided not to say it. If my sister knew that the master didn't want the woman in front of him and went to Linen City to pick up 3 people, she would probably be angry with him. But what she didn't know was that her sister had already known the news as soon as the 3 maids entered the Zhao family compound. Don't worry, sister. I'm doing fine in the compound, Bai Shu said with a smile. Then, she suddenly remembered something, and her face suddenly became gloomy. Sister, Lu Benchong from Linen City, came looking for me yesterday. Lu Benchong? Who is he? The princess asked in confusion. He's the man I get along well with in Linen City. Bai Shu confessed honestly. Upon hearing the news, Fei Wang was struck by lightning. Considering that it was the Chinese New Year these 2 days, he did not send people to keep an eye on the Zhao family compound. The main reason was that there were too few people on the streets these 2 days. If too many people were sent out, it would likely arouse the suspicion of the Zhao family compound. But I didn't expect that such a terrible thing would happen at this critical juncture. That man didn't do anything to you, did he? The princess asked in a low voice. Bai Shu shook his head. No, my husband and I went to see him together. Zhao Chen also saw that person. Fei Wang felt increasingly uneasy. She has been someone's wife for many years and knows very well what men are like. Did he do anything to you? Sister, are you talking about the official? Right. In the princess's opinion, after what happened yesterday, even if Zhao Chun didn't say anything, he would definitely have some resentment in his heart. The king of Qin is now at a critical juncture and must not break up with Zhao Chen. The master didn't pursue anything against me. He's very generous, Bai Shu said with a smile. And the master also believed me. I didn't do anything that violated the rules with that person. My silly sister, you really don't worry about your future at all. The princess frowned. Zhao Chen still likes you now, so maybe he won't do anything to you. But if one day he doesn't like you anymore, he'll dig up all these things about you. Listen to me. When you go back, do everything you can to get those maids to serve Zhao Chen overnight. Don't worry about anything else. Just make your woman pregnant with his child first. When your family gives birth to a child, you will take it and raise it. Even if Zhao Chen really gets tired of you one day, he will still give you some leeway for the sake of the child. Bai Shu listened quietly without saying anything. The official had already made it clear before that he would not touch the maid sent by the Prince of Qin's mansion. The officials have already made a decision, and she doesn't want to interfere too much. It's very cold outside. Let's go back and see if they have finished talking. The princess took Bai Shu's hand and walked back. Back in the reception room, King Qin and Zhao Chun had finished discussing the important matters. Brother-in-law, please have lunch at the palace. I will ask the servants to prepare some delicacies for you. The king of Qin invited warmly. Zhao Chen shook his head and said, Thank you, King Qin, for your kindness. I have other plans today, so I won't stay here any longer. This time he felt that the king of Qin was a little moody. Next time he came to the king of Qin's mansion, he would bring 2 bodyguards with him no matter what, so that if this old guy really wanted to make trouble, he would still have the strength to resist. Chapter 169. Dignitaries come to pay New Year's greetings and promote the ice sculpture festival again. Zhao Chen led Bai Shu out. Bai Shu touched Zhao Chen's palm and asked, Sir, why are your palms so sweaty? Zhao Chen sighed. The royal family is really hard to approach. They all have strange tempers. I'm really worried that if we get too close to the Prince Qin's mansion, it will implicate us in the future. Did the king of Qin do something to you? Bai Shu suddenly became concerned. Zhao Chen shook his head. You don't have to worry about this. Just focus on your studies and your wife. Bai Shu leaned towards Zhao Chun with a sweet look on her face. The two left the Prince Qin's mansion and got into the car. As soon as they left, the Princess of Qin came to the side of the King of Qin. Your Highness, you should know that before Bai Shu got married, she had a man she loved, right? The King of Qin nodded and said, You told me about this. What's wrong? Wang Fei said in a low voice. My sister just told me that the man came to see her yesterday morning. What? King Qin suddenly stood up and slammed the table. How dare he? Doesn't he know that I have a cooperative relationship with Zhao Chun? But just as he finished speaking, he frowned again. There must be something fishy about this. Princess Qin nodded. Once Zhao Chun takes his anger out on the Bai family because of Liu Benchong, it will inevitably affect the cooperation between the prince and him. This person who is secretly working hard is quite cruel. King Qin let out a long sigh and narrowed his eyes slightly. The one who could do this, could it be the third brother? Just as he finished speaking, he quickly shook his head. No, this style is more like Lao Lu. Princess Qin immediately asked, Your Highness, are you talking about the sixth prince? The old man has never liked him very much. He has no chance of vying for the throne, right? Why not? The King of Qin's face grew increasingly gloomy. This time when I went to Huainan for an inspection, I discovered that many officials in Huainan were relatives of Lao Lu. The most surprising thing is that every one of these relatives of his was clean, so I couldn't find any evidence against them. When did such a clean official appear in the Dun dynasty? Wang Fei was very puzzled. Even Lin Changtian from our faction often accepted bribes. Are they hiding it too well? The King of Qin shook his head. I've sent people to investigate thoroughly, even checking the official's ancestral origins, and I can't find any flaws. Based on this alone, the sixth brother's ability to control his subordinates is far superior to mine and the third brother's. You can also see that the Dun dynasty is now in a three-way stalemate. If someone who can change the situation appears, do you think the emperor will not consider it? On the other hand, Zhao Chen returned to the Zhao family compound. As soon as I stopped the car, I saw a group of people gathered at the door, holding all kinds of gifts in their hands. As soon as they saw him coming back, these people immediately returned to the carriage. As soon as he got out of the car, these people rushed over. Master Zhao, Happy New Year. Lord Zhao, Shin Sanwan from the Shin family is here to wish you a Happy New Year. Master Zhao, the Kong family wishes you a Happy New Year. May you have abundant wealth and good fortune in the new year. People coming to pay New Year's greetings blocked the door. Zhao Chun was a little flattered. In modern society, his house would be deserted during the Chinese New Year, and even relatives in the same village would be reluctant to visit. Unexpectedly, here, more than half of the dignitaries in the city came. The one standing at the front was naturally Lin Changtian, the direct descendant of the king of Qin and the prefect of Lintian City. Zhao Chun clasped his fists in return. Master Lin, Master Shun, and everyone else, Happy New Year. I'm truly flattered by your presence. Please come into the mall. It's freezing outside, don't get cold. The group followed Zhao Chun into the mall. The other areas of the mall were closed, so Zhao Chun led everyone to the food area. Xia, tell our chef to come over and make some delicious dishes. I want to entertain all our distinguished guests. Xia nodded and ran away immediately. Bai Shu also bowed slightly and walked towards the main courtyard. Greeting New Year's greetings and welcoming guests are all men's things, and it is not appropriate for a woman like her to show up in public. When they arrived at the food area, all the guests placed their gifts on the table at the door. Soon, the table was filled. The chefs here are well-trained and can prepare the dishes in just half an hour. 8 delicious dishes were served to each table. Zhao Qin stood at the front and raised his glass. I didn't expect so many people to come to Wuji Shopping Mall to celebrate the New Year today. I hope you will forgive me for my poor hospitality. Lin Changtian smiled and said, Master Zhao, you are so polite. The food here is famous throughout Lintian City. How can I say that I am not treating you well enough to be able to taste so many delicious dishes at once? Yes, Lord Zhao, you are very polite. Shen Samwan also stood up. As the richest merchant in Lintian City, his appeal is quite touching. He raised his glass and said, Come on, everyone, let's toast to Lord Zhao and wish him good health and prosperity in the new year. Everyone raised their glasses. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Zhao Chun said to the crowd, Everyone, on the evening of the 8th day of the first lunar month, I will be hosting an ice lantern festival in my fiefdom, along with a fireworks display. I hope you will all come. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao Jiu, we will definitely go. Shen Sanwan said proudly. Before, he saw fireworks being set off over the Zhao family from afar when he was at the Shen family's house, and he was extremely envious. He sent someone to buy them this morning, but unfortunately the mall didn't open until the 5th day of the new year. If he had known there were beautiful fireworks here, he would have bought them long ago. There will be a fireworks show at the Ice Sculpture Festival on the 8th night of the Lunar New Year, and he can watch the fireworks up close, so of course he can't miss it. The couples present also responded. In the morning he vaguely saw a pile of gold, waving to him. After lunch, these people said goodbye and left one by one. Zhao Chen sent them to the door. After everyone left, Xia came over with an invitation. Sir, this is what the Kong family left behind just now. Zhao Chen took it and took a look. The Kong family performed very well in this palace examination, with 4 of their members making it into the top 100. After returning to Lintian City, he thought the Kong family would make a big fuss about it, but he didn't expect them to disappear again. Such families usually have deep thoughts. He opened the invitation and found only a few words in it, which roughly meant that the Kong family had produced 4 outstanding people, and since he was about to take office, he wanted to invite all the major merchants in the city to hold a thank you banquet to thank them for their support to the Kong family over the years. The time is the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Okay, remember this and don't forget to remind me when the time comes. Zhao Chen handed the invitation to Xia. Xia nodded heavily. The 2 days of New Year's Eve are really lively. On the 6th day, there's the Kong family's thank you banquet. On the 7th day, there's the chess championship, and on the 8th day, there's the Ice Sculpture Festival. But no matter how important those are, they are not as important as me accompanying my wife. Zhao Chen flicked his sleeves and a sly smile appeared on his face. Chapter 170. I met my teacher when I was buying fireworks. What a snob. The next day came in a flash. After getting up, Zhao Chun went straight to the cellar. He had originally planned to go back to purchase fireworks on the first day of the new year, but he had been drinking with those people yesterday, and it was not convenient for him to drive, so he postponed the matter for a day. Here in Tongcheng, the festive atmosphere is getting more and more festive. There are fireworks sales points on both sides of the street, as given above. Zhao Chen drove to a stall. After opening on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, there will definitely be many wealthy people coming there to buy fireworks. Yesterday he was still drunk and boasting about holding a fireworks show. I guess he will buy a lot of fireworks this time. He got out of the car and walked towards the stall. Just as he was about to choose fireworks, he heard a surprised voice from the side. Zhao Chun, are you Zhao Chun? Zhao Chun turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was very familiar with this man. He was his homeroom teacher in junior high school. Teacher Zhang, it's you? Zhao Chen smiled. He really didn't have a good impression of his junior high school teacher, simply because the teacher was an extremely snobbish person. When Zhao Chun was in school, his family didn't have much money and he didn't have many connections. Whenever there was heavy work in the class, Zhao Chun and several other male classmates from poor families would definitely be involved. On the contrary, those whose families often give gifts can get some small rewards from the class teacher from time to time. I heard that in the third year after they graduated, their homeroom teacher was investigated by higher-ups for accepting gifts and mistreating a student who had a strong background but never showed off. Not only did he lose his job, he was also imprisoned for several months. I didn't expect that you can drive a pickup truck now. Teacher Zhang laughed, but there was something wrong with the movement, as if he was mocking someone. Considering the 3 years of teacher-student relationship, Zhao Chun didn't want to quarrel with him, so he smiled and said, "Yes, the pickup truck is durable and quite comfortable to drive. Yes, it's convenient to pull it out. My family is going to build a pig pen soon, so you can help me pull some bricks." Teacher Zhang chuckled, and the contempt in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Zhao Chun continued to smile and said, "Teacher, how can you build a pig pen in the middle of winter? You can help me hold it first, and I'll cover it later." Teacher Zhang shrugged lightly. "Teacher, my car is not for transporting bricks, and I'm also very busy." Zhao Chun planned to refuse politely, then bought some fireworks and left quickly. But Teacher Zhang got excited. "Why are you pretending? It's just a pickup truck. What's wrong? You can't even do this little thing when I ask you to? No wonder you can only drive a junky pickup truck. With such lowbrow thinking, you're destined to be poor for the rest of your life." Zhao Chun gritted his teeth. At this moment, he really wanted to jump up and give Teacher Zhang a big slap, but he also knew that China was a country with particularly high moral standards. He can be disgusted with the teacher or even hate the teacher, but he must never use violence. Even though it has been so many years since graduation, the other party was still my homeroom teacher for 3 years. He didn't want to argue anymore, so he pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled and asked, "Teacher Zhang, are you here to buy fireworks?" Teacher Zhang squinted his eyes at him and said, "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Then teacher, have you finished shopping?" he asked again. Teacher Zhang replied, "I haven't made my choice yet. Do you have any questions?" "Congratulations, you don't have to choose," Zhao Chen said, turning his head to look at the owner of the stall. "Boss, I want all the fireworks in your stall. Can you give me a discount?" The boss was stunned for a moment. He had never seen people buy fireworks in this way. "No problem." He laughed quickly and immediately took out the QR code. "I won't calculate these for you in detail. Just give me 40,000 yuan. It will only be cheaper than the calculated price." Zhao Chen took a look and saw that there were at least a dozen items priced over 1,000 yuan. Those at other price points were piled up like a wall. "Okay." Zhao Chen scanned the code without thinking. "Boss, I'll leave you an address. Please deliver it to me later." "No problem." The boss was very excited. Originally, he thought it would be great if he could import these fireworks and sell them before the new year. But I didn't expect that they were sold out on the first day of being put on the market. This year, I have to add a big lobster to the New Year's Eve dinner. Seeing Zhao Chun pay so readily, Teacher Zhang snorted. "You really have no time to spend so much money on fireworks." As expected, poor people can't be presentable. Zhao Chun did not refute, but looked at Teacher Zhang quietly. "Teacher, do you still want to buy fireworks?" Teacher Zhang's eyes were about to roll up to the sky. "What does it have to do with you whether I buy fireworks or not?" Zhao Chun pursed his lips and smiled. "I was just thinking of sending it home after you finish shopping. My pickup truck can't do any delicate work." After hearing what he said, Teacher Zhang's expression became better. "All right, you're capable of doing something. Come with me to the stall in front and take a look." The two walked together towards the fireworks stand in front. When they arrived, Teacher Zhang was still choosing, but Zhao Chun said directly, "Boss, I want all the fireworks in your stall." Teacher Zhang's hand stopped midair while he was choosing fireworks, and he turned around and glared at Zhao Chun. "Zhao Chun, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You just want to disgust me this way, right?" "Teacher Zhang, how can you say that? I just saw a few fireworks that I liked and couldn't help myself. That's all. I'm just a nouveau riche, please forgive me." Zhao Chun grinned with a humble look. Teacher Zhang snorted heavily and turned away. "Boss, I'll give you an address and ask you to send it to me later," Zhao Chun said, and scanned another 10,000 yuan on the QR code. "This 10,000 yuan is my deposit. I'll pay the balance after we deliver it to the destination. You must give me a discount." After giving the instructions, he ran away in a hurry. Just 30 or 40 meters ahead is the next fireworks stall. Teacher Zhang came to the stall and took a look at the fireworks. Zhao Chun also ran over hurriedly. Teacher Zhang sneered. "Zhao Chun, you've already bought out 2 stalls. You're not planning to buy this one too, are you?" Zhao Chun asked. "Teacher Zhang, can I buy it?" Of course, as long as you can afford the money. Teacher Zhang looked gloating. Little guy, you have already bought 2 stalls. I don't believe you can buy more. Boss, I want all the fireworks in this stall. Zhao Chun waved his hand, scanned the code, and paid the deposit and left his address. Teacher Zhang turned around and left in anger. Zhao Chun followed him all the way. Boss, I want all the fireworks from this stall. Boss, I'll buy all the fireworks from this stall. Boss, boss, boss. The two walked for 2 kilometers and passed more than 40 stalls, but Teacher Zhang didn't buy a single firework. He couldn't help but roared. Zhao Chun, what do you want? Chapter 171. Teacher Zhang is shameless, so let's talk. Zhao Chun laughed. Teacher, what else can I do? Of course I have to buy fireworks. I was afraid they would be too heavy for you to carry, so I bought them in advance to save you the trouble. Teacher Zhang was furious. You bastard, you went against me in school, and now you're going against me again. Do you know how to respect your teachers? Of course I know. Do you think I only know how to buy fireworks? Zhao Chen's face turned cold. You say I don't respect teachers, but don't you see what you're like? Other teachers, when they see their students, no matter what they are like, even if they can't say a nice word, they won't make sarcastic remarks. But you, on the other hand, start belittling me as soon as you see me. Do you think the only people you'd say a kind word to are the students who gave you gifts when you were in school? Teacher Zhang's chest heaved, his eyes wide as copper bells. Okay, don't you have money? Don't you want me to buy fireworks? I don't believe it. I must buy fireworks today. If you have the guts, then follow me. Okay, please come in, Teacher Zhang. Zhao Chen bowed slightly. Teacher Zhang swung his arms vigorously and walked forward with big strides. He was filled with hatred. At the same time, he was also very curious about the situation of Zhao Chen's family. He knew it very well. They only cultivated more than 10 acres of land. Even if there was a bumper harvest every year, how much money could they make? But just now, Zhao Chen bought fireworks worth hundreds of thousands. Could it be that he won the lottery? He was very conflicted. On the one hand, he wanted to reconcile with Zhao Chun. After all, Zhao Chun was a rich man now. If others remembered him a little and gave him some pocket money, it would definitely be a considerable amount. But on the other hand, he didn't want to give Zhao Chun a way out. A student who had never given gifts when he was in school was still so ignorant after leaving school. If he gave him a way out again, he would definitely be arrogant. He walked ahead, his mind spinning rapidly. Soon, he smiled wickedly. Isn't Zhao Chun able to buy it? Then let him buy as much as he wants at once. He quickly came to the largest fireworks wholesale market in Tongqing. The fireworks stored in this market are worth at least millions. I don't believe that Zhao Chun can still afford it. Spending millions at a time, even if you are a wealthy person, you have to think twice, right? He quickened his pace. The wholesale market is not far from them, just a few minutes walk away. As soon as they entered the wholesale market, Teacher Zhang immediately said, Zhao Chun, if you have the guts, keep buying. If you can buy everything here, I'll admit that I underestimated you. Zhao Chun sneered. Teacher Zhang, do I need your acknowledgement? You've always underestimated me. Even if you don't admit it, this is an indisputable fact. You can't afford it, so you're just talking nonsense to me. Teacher Zhang said sarcastically. Zhao Chun sneered. Not really, it's just fireworks from a wholesale store. He cleared his throat. Where's the boss? I'm going to buy all the fireworks here. With just one shout, he called out more than a dozen people. These dozen people all looked at Zhao Chun as if he were a fool. Zhao Chun said, why? You don't believe it. The dozen or so people fell silent. Soon, the owner of the shop came out. Zhao Chun pointed at all the fireworks in the room and said, I'll buy all the fireworks in the room. How much is it? Please calculate it. The boss smiled stiffly. Sir, are you serious? The fireworks here are not cheap. They cost at least 2 or 3 million. Just do the math. I'll buy it no matter how much it costs. Zhao Chun waved his hand proudly. The boss was immediately overjoyed. After running a wholesale store for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a big customer who bought fireworks. Really? He immediately took out the account book and began to check. Teacher Zhang stood aside and said sarcastically, Zhao Chun, if you can't afford it, leave as soon as possible. Don't wait until the price is calculated before saying you can't afford it. Not really. It's just something worth 2 or 3 million. I don't take it seriously, Zhao Chun said lightly. Indeed, compared with his current savings, 2 or 3 million really doesn't seem worth mentioning. After all, he has more than 10 billion in his hands. Soon, the calculation results came out. The boss came over with the bill and said, Sir, if you buy all of it, the payment will be 2.85 million. I'll give you a discount, so 2.6 million will be enough. Zhao Chun took out his bank card. Swipe it. Okay. The boss took the card respectfully and brought the POS machine. Soon, the money was swiped out. When Teacher Zhang saw the POS machine spitting out the receipt, he was completely stunned. Zhao Chen, you actually bought all the stuff from this wholesale store? He was so surprised that he was speechless. Zhao Chen smiled and said, any questions? Teacher Zhang licked his lips and immediately put on a smile. Now that things have come to this, let's not worry about who backs down first. As long as the relationship between the two can be better, what does it matter if he, as a teacher, takes the initiative to help? Nowadays, people laugh at the poor, but not at prostitutes. As long as you have money, you can do whatever you want. Zhao Chun, the teacher has long seen that you have great potential, but I didn't expect that you would be so promising now. Seeing the change in Teacher Zhang, Zhao Chun chuckled. Teacher, I still like the way you humiliated me just now. Don't be a coward. Teacher Zhang quickly smiled and said, you're kidding, aren't you? I was just trying to teach you a lesson through practical actions. I want you to stay on the right path and not. As he was speaking, he saw a firework worth tens of thousands of yuan on the shelf next to him. Zhao Chun, look, the teacher is so good to you. You bought so many fireworks at once. Just give this to the teacher. The teacher will definitely remember your kindness. Teacher Zhang said, and was about to pick up the largest group of fireworks. Zhao Chun quickly stopped him. Teacher Zhang, I never said I would give you any of them. You just humiliated me, and now you're trying to teach me a lesson. I'm sorry, but I won't accept it. If you have nothing else to do, please leave and stop thinking about my fireworks, okay? After hearing what he said, Teacher Zhang felt a little embarrassed and immediately shouted to the people around him. Everyone come and look. This is the student I taught for 3 years. The teacher picked out a firework, but he didn't even want to give it away. Do you think he is still human? The shop assistants around began to whisper. Zhao Chen's face darkened instantly. Teacher Zhang, if you still want to save some face, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise no one will be happy later. Teacher Zhang stiffened his neck and said, who made who unhappy? I just wanted some fireworks, but you wouldn't give them to me. If you don't give them to me today, I won't leave. You're not leaving, right? Okay, let's just talk. Zhao Chen rolled up his sleeves. Chapter 172. The teacher is completely wounded and returns to ancient times with fireworks. When the people around saw that something interesting might happen, they put down their work and gathered around. Anyway, all the fireworks here have been bought by others, so it doesn't matter if we don't take care of them. Everyone come and see, my junior high school teacher is trying to blackmail me morally. Zhao Chen said loudly. Teacher Zhang's face froze. Explain to me clearly, how am I being morally blackmailed? Do you have any morals? Zhao Chen smiled and said, if I have no morals, it's because of you. Then he started complaining, looking at the onlookers around him with tears and snot. Everyone, listen to me, and I'll tell you slowly. The person next to me is my junior high school teacher. I haven't seen him in many years. As soon as he saw me today, he started to mock and belittle me. The reason was that I didn't give him a gift when I was in junior high school. He was expelled for accepting gifts 3 years after I graduated. He was already misbehaving, and now he wants me to respect my teacher. He turned around and looked at Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, in front of so many people today, I also want to ask the question that has been hidden in my heart for many years. Back then, we were poor students with no money to give gifts, yet you made us do all the heavy work in the class. And those of us who gave you gifts didn't even have a thorough cleaning during our entire 3 years of junior high. Does your conscience bother you? Teacher Zhang's face turned red when he heard that. People around him also started pointing fingers at him. If I were this student, I would have been very good not to scold or hit him. But he actually wanted to take advantage of the student. Where in the world can you find a teacher like that? Yeah, it's unfortunate for this kid to have a teacher like this. If my child had a teacher like this, I would report him no matter what. Teacher Zhang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Zhao Chun, do you really have to tear us apart? I was trying to provoke you back then, to let you know that without money, you'd always be stuck at the bottom of society. Facts have proven that my method was correct, but you just didn't understand it back then. Oh, is that so? Then I can't give Teacher Zhang any benefits. Zhao Chun raised his eyebrows. I also want to let the teacher know that it's absolutely impossible to live without money. I see you're wearing so shabby clothes now. Could it be that your children are unfilial and have ignored you? Didn't you love those students who gave you gifts? You even said in front of the whole class that you treated them like your own sons and daughters. Why haven't those sons and daughters come to see you? Teacher Zhang was completely furious. Zhao Chun, I originally just wanted to resolve the grudge between us. Since you are so ungrateful, there is no need for me to continue giving you a way out. You look down on me, and I look down on you even more. Let's go. He shook his sleeves and turned to leave. Zhao Chun looked at his back and shouted, Teacher Zhang, walk slowly. The roads are slippery in winter. Don't get stuck. Teacher Zhang pushed open the door, staggered, and almost fell down the stairs. There was laughter in the wholesale store. Zhao Chen saw that Lao Zhang was almost angry enough, and most importantly, he had already bought a lot of fireworks. Back in the Dun Dynasty, fireworks were definitely expensive items. Many people couldn't afford them, and there was no need to buy too many. He glanced at the boss and said, "Boss, please arrange for someone to load the truck and deliver it to this place." He left his home address with his boss. Then he hurriedly drove back home. The first batch of fireworks has arrived. Fireworks are different from ordinary goods that can be directly transported by conveyor belts. He can only have people temporarily unload them to an area he has enclosed on the first floor. He pushed the cart and transported the goods over there bit by bit. It took many trucks to deliver the first batch of fireworks before the second batch arrived. He suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should not have bought so much in one day. If the purchase is divided into several days, he can take a break. Let's do it. Finish it in one day and then take a few days off. Isn't that good? All the fireworks were sent to the cellar, and it was already night. He called all the servants and started moving the fireworks. He built a makeshift shed in the yard. The other warehouses are already full of things, so many fireworks definitely can't be put in. Fortunately, it is winter now, so the fireworks will not get damp if placed outside. Listen up, everyone, especially the security guards. If you pass by these fireworks, put the safety on your guns. These things will explode if they come into contact with fire, so don't let anything happen. Then he turned and went back to the main house. I am so tired today. After resting on the bed for a while, Bai Shu came over. Sir, you must be very tired today. Her voice was gentle, and Zhao Chun let out a long sigh. Yes, I am indeed a little tired. I'll get some water for you. Go take a bath, she whispered. Zhao Chun nodded. Soon, the water was ready. Bai Shu helped Zhao Chun undress and turned to leave the bathroom. Zhao Chun wanted to ask her to bring him some tea, but after she left, he could only sigh. After waiting for a few minutes, the bathroom door opened again. Zhao Chun looked back and saw Xiao Ba coming in wearing thin clothes. This was her first time serving the master, and she was still a little nervous. Her little face was rosy and she looked very cute. Master, the lady asked me to bring you tea. Zhao Chun nodded beside him. Put it down. Yes. She put down the tea and poured another cup for Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun took a sip. Come into the pool and massage my legs. He lifted one leg and placed it on the bathtub. Xiaoba nodded and turned his back. The next day came in a flash. Xiaoba helped him put on his clothes. Zhao Chun stretched lazily. Xiaoba, you served me well last night, so I'll call you Yao Yao. Thank you for the name, sir. Yao Yao bowed immediately. At this time, Bai Shu walked in and asked with a smile. Sir, were you satisfied with Yao Yao's service last night? Of course I'm satisfied. Zhao Chun smiled and opened his arms to hug Bai Shu. Such a wife is really great. She knows that her husband is working hard, so she will take the initiative to send someone over without saying anything. It's nothing like those historical TV dramas where women fight over a man and become jealous of each other. The more Bai Shu acted like this, the more Zhao Chun liked him. Let me ask you, who doesn't like someone who is sensible? Yao Yao, please go out first. My husband and I have something to talk about. Bai Shu waved his hand. Yao Yao immediately got up and went out. Zhao Chun looked at Bai Shu and asked, Madam, what can I do for you? Bai Shu looked at him and smiled. Actually, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you have recovered. Zhao Chun's eyes changed, and he asked cautiously, Madam, what are you going to do? Sir, I had a nightmare last night. Chapter 173 Selling fireworks on the 5th day of the lunar year and being promoted to county magistrate. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. It's the 5th day of the new year. It is also the first day of business for Wuji Shopping Mall after the new year. Zhao Chun had the fireworks delivered to the roadside in front of the mall early in the morning and set up several stalls there. Since the day people came to Wuji Shopping Mall to inquire about fireworks, he knew that once he officially started selling fireworks, there would definitely be a lot of people coming. Fireworks are flammable and explosive. What if there are many people in the house and they accidentally explode? It's safer to be outside in the open air. As for how much it sells for, he hadn't calculated it in detail, but it was probably only a few thousand or tens of thousands of times more. Small fireworks that sell for 30 or 40 yuan a set outside are sold for 1 or 2 taels of gold here. Those big fireworks that cost several $1,000s basically cost several hundred taels of gold. Anyway, everyone here is rich, so a little bit of money doesn't matter. He was selling them when Qin Kuai came over. Lord Zhao, I'm here to buy some fireworks for King Qin. Can you recommend some? Zhao Chun pulled him directly into the main courtyard. He had only displayed a portion of the fireworks outside, and there were still many in the yard. He found 2 sets of fireworks priced at around 1,000 yuan and handed them to Qin Kuai. Take these 2 and go back. Before setting them off, Make sure there is nothing in the sky. As he spoke, he helped Qin Kuai find the fuse. When setting off fireworks, light the fuse with fire. After about 10 breaths, you should see the fireworks take off. If you don't see any fireworks take off, wait a little longer. If there's still no movement after an hour, then go over and check. Otherwise, they could explode at any time. This thing is also considered a dangerous item. Tell the prince to stay as far away as possible when looking at it. He explained it in great detail. After all, the king of Qin is different from ordinary people. Even if royal family members have no rights, they are more valuable than ordinary people. Besides, his current power is not very strong, and he doesn't know much about this world. If something really goes wrong, he will probably have to rely on King Qin. Sir, I've taken note of everything you've said. Don't worry, I'll tell the king of Qin when I get back. Let him watch safely and reasonably. Good. Send Qin away quickly. Zhao Chen came to the front and looked at those people buying fireworks, feeling very happy. The last time I made this much money was at a tea party. When the tea party was mentioned, he suddenly remembered something. Xia, he shouted. Xia immediately ran over. What's wrong, sir? Zhao Chen asked. The tea assistant held a tea party before the new year. Did he pay for the tea he got from us? I gave it to you. Xia slapped his head fiercely. I'm sorry, Lord Zhu. I happened to have some family matters at that time, so I forgot to report it to you. Then I saw Dun Dun talking to you, so I thought she had reported it to you, so I didn't tell you. How could you forget such an important thing? Zhao Chen frowned. I'll fine you half a month's salary. Is that okay with you? No problem. Xia smiled, bowed and left. How dare he have any objection? Half a month's salary is really nothing to him. The money from the New Year's Eve dinner reward alone was enough to cover his salary for 30 or 40 years. The premise is that high wages are offered here. If I go somewhere else, I will never make that much money even if I work until I die. He was really determined to work hard with Zhao Chen. As soon as Xia left, a burst of laughter was heard from outside. Master Zhao, you are doing a great job in business. Zhao Chen looked forward and saw that it was Duke Huang. He hurried forward and said, Duke Huang, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. The emperor clasped his fists and then cleared his throat. Lord Zhao, please get ready. My main purpose for coming here is to announce the Imperial decree. Announce the decree? What did I do? Zhao Chen asked in confusion. The emperor smiled and said, The Prince of Qin wrote a memorial to the capital, describing your achievements in suppressing the rebellion in Huainan. His Majesty, grateful for your concern for the country's peace, has specially promoted you. He glanced at the door and said, Just accept the order right there. It's a good opportunity for people who come to patronize your business to have a good look at it. Okay. Zhao Chen nodded and immediately arranged for someone to do it. After he left, the emperor looked at the stall nearby and said, Old dog, what are those colorful square things? Gohua ran to a stall to take a look and asked, Mr. Huang, they said that thing is called fireworks. Fireworks? This is something I've never seen before. The emperor's eyes lit up. Mr. Huang, do you want to buy one and try it out? Asked Gohua. The emperor looked around and raised his hand to knock the gouging man on the head. You idiot, where are we now? The Zhao family compound. Let's announce the decree to Zhao Chen. Shouldn't he thank us? Why don't we just take one or two to play with? Gohua covered his head and laughed. Master Huang is smart. I'm as dumb as a pig. Please forgive me, Master Huang. The emperor glanced at him and said nothing more. Soon, Zhao Chen brought people and prepared the incense table and offerings. Everyone in the Zhao family compound came to the door. Bai Shu stood beside Zhao Chen, and behind him were the maids that Zhao Chen had bought at the beginning and a few that Bai Shu brought with him. At the gate of the Zhao family compound, there were still many people buying fireworks. They didn't know what Zhao Chen was going to do, so they all came over to see. At this time, the emperor came to the incense table and took out an imperial edict. The imperial edict has arrived. Zhao Chen, please accept it. Zhao Chen and everyone in the compound knelt down to receive the order. After hearing this, the people nearby all knelt down. According to the laws of the Dun dynasty, seeing an imperial edict was equivalent to seeing the emperor. Regardless of whether the imperial edict is related to them or not, as soon as the imperial edict is issued, these people must kneel down at the same time. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The emperor read out the imperial edict in an official manner. This was the first time he read something he had written. Looking at so many people kneeling in front of him, he suddenly felt that it was more comfortable than when he went to court and faced all the officials. Announcing the imperial decree is such a great job. Soon, the imperial edict was read. Everyone kowtowed. Long live our emperor. Master Zhao. No, you should call him Master Zhao. You will be a county lord in the future. Work hard and strive to become a county lord in a few years. The emperor put away the imperial edict and handed it to Zhao Chen. Zhao Qin was very happy. It was basically the same as Bai Shu had expected, and the higher-ups had indeed given it to the county magistrate. Moreover, the fiefdom was also increased. In the early spring of next year, we will urge those people to start construction and build the city wall as soon as possible. Today, the size of his fiefdom is 1/4 the size of Lintian City. Once the fiefdom is built up, by then, in the whole of Dun, no, it should be said that there will be no place in the whole world that can make more money than his. Duke Huang, you are too polite. Come on, please come inside, and I will arrange a good meal for you. Zhao Qin pulled the emperor and walked towards the food area. Wait. The emperor stopped and pointed at the fireworks outside. Can you tell me what that is? Chapter 174. The emperor inquires about the court situation. Zhao Qin continues to evade responsibility. These are called fireworks. Zhao Qin introduced. They look great at night. How beautiful are they? The emperor asked. Are they as beautiful as the flowers I usually see? Zhao Qin smiled and said, it's definitely more beautiful than any flower you've ever seen. Do you want to stay and take a look? The emperor nodded, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Ever since he saw Zhao Qin's abilities last time, he has particularly liked Lintian City. Lord Zhao, do you have any bicycles? Lend me two. I don't have any here with me, the emperor asked. I'm planning to take a tour of Lintian City. No problem, let's eat first. Zhao Qin took him to the food area. During the meal, the emperor asked, Master Zhao, how much is your firework? Zhao Qin said, depending on the size and pattern, the cheapest is 1 tael of gold, and the most expensive is over 10,000 taels. More than 10,000. The emperor widened his eyes. More than 10,000 taels of gold converted into silver would be more than 100,000 taels, enough to exchange for more than a dozen automatic rifles. According to what Zhao Qin said before, that thing is just an ornamental object. Even though the emperor had plenty of money, he still felt it was a bit expensive. Zhao Qin said, I'll give you 10,000 taels tonight and see. It's a way to repay Duke Huang for sending the Imperial edict. Lord Zhao is so generous. Ha ha. The emperor raised his glass and took a sip of wine with Zhao Qin. After Zhao Qin sipped his words, the emperor was silent for a moment and then spoke again. Lord Zhao, have you heard about the current assignments from the Imperial court? Zhao Qin nodded. I heard King Qin say that a few days ago. The emperor was not surprised at all. He was not blind and could see at a glance that the king of Qin wanted to win over Zhao Qin. In the past, he might have hesitated about who to make emperor, but now, whoever can win over Zhao Qin will definitely be the next emperor. Perhaps only with the help of Zhao Qin can we get rid of those guys in the court who are affecting the imperial power. Zhao Qin was a ruthless man. He slaughtered all the people from the Salt Gang without even thinking twice. And there is the Black Dragon Society. He wiped out all the members of the Black Dragon Society near Lintian City. Only people like him have the absolute courage to do great things. What does Lord Zhao think about this? Asked the emperor. Zhao Qin took a bite of the food and said, watch it while sitting, watch it while lying down, watch it with one eye open. Well, that's probably the only way to watch it. The emperor was stunned for a moment and asked, what do you mean, Lord Zhao? Why don't I understand? Zhao Qin laughed. Don't think too much about it, Duke Huang. It's literally what it says. I don't want to get involved in the court's factional struggles. I just want to be a quiet young master and earn some money. As long as no one sets their sights on me, I don't bother to argue with those old, stubborn people. Haha. Lord Zhao lives a comfortable life, but just because you don't fight doesn't mean others won't fight, said the emperor. Zhao Qin looked at him. Are you talking about the king of Qin or the king of Han? Both of them count. There's also Prince Zhao, your majesty's 6th prince. Besides these 3 princes, there are many civil and military officials, all of whom are very active right now, the emperor said. This is all thanks to you. If you hadn't provided them with such powerful weapons, they wouldn't have developed these ideas. Zhao Qinzhou frowned. Duke Huang, from what I hear you say, it seems like you are blaming me. The emperor immediately waved his hand and said, you misunderstood. The court is overjoyed that Lord Zhao cares so much about the imperial family, especially those who are related to the royal family. Lord Zhao should not be blamed. I am just curious. If Lord Zhao had to choose, what would he do? Taking sides has existed since ancient times. Even when the emperor had not yet inherited the throne, he would still recruit people to take sides. Only when he has more people behind him and can have a certain say can he have a place in the court. The current 3-way balance of power in the imperial court has a lot to do with him. Long before he ascended the throne, the court had already shown a tendency to split, but instead of curbing it, he promised many benefits to civil and military officials for the sake of hierarchy, which led to the further growth of their power and Zhao Qin's current situation of being too powerful to be controlled. Zhao Qin thought for a moment and said, If I have to take sides, I can only say, I stand with the royal family. Why does this old guy opposite have to ask such a sharp question when he has nothing better to do? Although he had previously shown that he had a good relationship with the king of Qin, who knew whether he had any relationship with the other princes. What if he reveals which prince he supports and offends other princes? Only a fool would befriend such a person. Lord Zhao, the emperor wanted to ask again. Zhao Chun immediately said, Duke Huang, let's eat. You've really asked the wrong person about the court situation. How about this? I'll have someone prepare a bicycle for you this afternoon, and you can go to the Prince of Qin's mansion to talk to the Prince of Qin. If you want to talk to me about science and technology, about romance, about eating, drinking, and having fun, I'll be happy to accompany you. But if you want to talk about the court, I'm sorry, I'm really sleepy. As he said this, he yawned. The emperor twitched his lips. Now that things had come to this, it was not convenient for him to say anything more. The two finished their meal together. In the afternoon, the emperor borrowed 2 bicycles, one for him and one for the poor fellow, and went out for a ride. The entire Lintian city became more developed after Zhao Chen's several large-scale activities. It is true that they spent a lot of money to buy Zhao Chen's goods, but every merchant here has relatives from other places. If you send things to other places, you can make several times more profit. Master Huang, it looks like Lintian city is almost as prosperous as the capital. The emperor nodded. Yes, in the past, I absolutely do not believe that any city could rival the capital. But now, Zhao Chun is just a good moneymaker. Unfortunately, he just doesn't want to get involved in the affairs of the court. Gohua thought for a moment and said, If your majesty really values talent, this old servant has a solution. What method? Asked the emperor. Gohua smiled and said, Master, when you return to the capital, you can issue an edict in the name of the emperor, allowing him to come to the capital to serve as an official. I am not in a position to say what kind of official he will serve. As long as he enters the capital, we will give him some power and let him do business in the capital. The capital should be much better. The emperor pondered for a long time and shook his head. I'm afraid this plan won't work. Why? The eunuch asked. The emperor let out a long sigh. Have you ever thought about this? Zhao Chun has obtained so many fiefs now. If he is asked to go to the capital, he will definitely have to give up his fiefs. Do you think he will be willing to do so? Gohua was silent and shook his head. Maybe not. I can see that he doesn't want to leave Lintian city. What if he really disobeys my order? What should we do? Chapter 175. The emperor is invited to watch the fireworks, and the emperor spends money again. Before the emperor said this, Gohua had not thought so much about it, but when he said this, Gohua immediately thought of the consequences. If Zhao Chun really disobeys the order, a large army will be dispatched to encircle and suppress him. But with the strength Zhao Chun has now, can an ordinary army really encircle and suppress him? Don't look at Zhao Chunxin as if he doesn't care about anything, but I can feel that this kid is definitely hiding some cards. Once he takes out his cards, it is very likely that none of us will be able to handle them, said the emperor with a gloomy face. Gohua also let out a sigh and said nothing more. They wandered around Lintian city for a while until it was getting dark, then they rode their bikes back. When they arrived at the Zhao family compound, Zhao Chun immediately took them to the food area for another meal. You've been walking around outside for the whole afternoon. You must be very hungry. Zhao Chun asked with a smile. The emperor nodded. Yes, after wandering around for the entire afternoon, we're really getting a bit hungry. This Lintian city is truly extraordinary, even comparable to the capital. Zhao Chun smiled and said, That is the result of the joint efforts of everyone in Lintian city. As soon as he finished speaking, someone outside started setting off fireworks. With a snapping sound, the emperor and Gohua's attention were drawn away. Where are the shots fired? Where are the shots fired? Gohua shouted, then stood in front of the emperor. Zhao Chun smiled and said, No one fired a gun. It was just someone setting off fireworks outside. They both looked outside at the same time and saw brilliant fireworks blooming in the sky, attracting their attention. Is this fireworks? They are so beautiful, the emperor said in amazement. Gohua also nodded repeatedly. Yes, in all these years, I have never seen anything so beautiful. Okay, you two stop looking here. Let's go back to eat first. After dinner, I'll show you something better, Zhao Chun said, and directly pulled the emperor to the food area. He doesn't know the emperor's identity yet, so he doesn't have so many taboos. Coming from the modern era, he has a relatively weak sense of class. Even if the other party is a duke, so what? Isn't it true that we all have one head on 2 shoulders? The emperor and Gohua were both preoccupied with their own affairs, and they finished their meal in the food area in just a few minutes without any peace of mind. Lord Zhao, let's go set off the fireworks quickly, the emperor urged. Zhao Chun sighed and smiled helplessly. I really admire you too. Okay, let's go set off the fireworks. Afterwards, he asked his servants to place 30 sets of small fireworks in the yard, the kind that cost a few hundred yuan a set. Then a group of particularly large fireworks were placed in the middle. Even in modern times, large fireworks would still cost more than 4,000 yuan. When he got here, he asked directly for 10,000 taels of silver. Not a single one has been sold yet. After the fireworks were set off, he called out all the servants and maids. Come and let some servants set off the fireworks, he shouted while standing in the middle of the courtyard. Soon 30 or 40 servants came running over. Each of you guard one group, and I will go to set off the largest one in the middle. Listen to my command. I will say 1, 2, 3, and we will light the fire together. After the fire is lit, evacuate immediately. Do you understand? Zhao Chen said to everyone. Everyone nodded and found a firework. Zhao Chen also came to the big firework in the middle. 1, 2, 3, ignite. Following his command, everyone lit the fuse and evacuated. Zhao Chen came to the emperor and said, "It might be a bit noisy. Don't forget to cover your ears." After saying that, he went to find Bai Shu. "Cover your ears for a while. The noise is a bit loud. Don't get scared," Zhao Chen said with a smile. Bai Shu nodded, a faint smile on his face. "Don't worry, sir. I won't be scared." After waiting for about 10 seconds, no fireworks flew up, and the emperor came to Zhao Chen anxiously. "Why aren't there any fireworks yet?" Just when he was halfway through his words, he heard a puff and a firework flew into the sky. The fireworks exploded, filling the sky above the Zhao family compound with a red glow. "Oh my God, it's so beautiful." The emperor looked up at the sky. The fireworks in the outer circle were relatively small, but the one in the middle was particularly large. From time to time, the sound of 2 dragon roars could be heard across the sky. "Is this a dragon's roar? It's a miracle," Gohua also exclaimed in amazement. "My lord, this thing from Lord Zhao is really good." The emperor nodded. "It's really good. I was wondering what could sell for tens of thousands of taels of silver before. It looks like this is truly a visual feast. Even if it costs me some money, I think it's worth it." Hearing what he said, Gohua's eyes widened. Sure enough, the fireworks were being set off. The emperor came to Zhao Chen and asked quietly, "I plan to buy some fireworks to set off for my family. Can you sell them to me at a lower price?" Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Isn't that being a bit too formal? Given our relationship, what if I sell it to you at a lower price?" "Don't worry, I'll definitely give you the lowest price." "That's great," the emperor laughed. Fireworks kept flying into the sky. The yard was covered in smoke and the smell of sulfur was everywhere. After a few minutes, all the fireworks were over. "Give me whatever you like. I only brought a little over 20,000 taels of gold this time. Leave me some. I heard you're going to have an ice sculpture festival soon. If there's anything good there, I'd love to spend some." "Okay, don't worry about this. I said I would give you the lowest price, and I will definitely not go back on my word," Zhao Chen said with a smile. The emperor nodded with satisfaction. "I think it's getting late today. I have been in Lintian City for so long, and I haven't paid a visit to King Qin. Don't let that kid pick on me. I will leave first." "Okay, you can ride those 2 bicycles first, and return them to me when you leave Lintian City." Zhao Chen pointed to the 2 bicycles outside. The emperor waved his hand and left with the goods. The 2 men came out of the Zhao family compound and headed straight for the Prince of Qin's mansion. When the King of Qin learned that the emperor was coming in person, he was shocked and hurriedly brought Jia Jun out to greet him. "Father, why did you come so late?" King Qin asked with concern. The emperor waved his hand and smiled. "Just now I went to the Wuji shopping mall and sat for a while. I saw them setting off a huge firework worth 10,000 taels. By the way, did you buy any fireworks?" "I bought it, but haven't put it out yet," the King of Qin said with a bow. "Well, let's find an open space to put it. I didn't see enough just now." The emperor walked into the yard with a smile. The King of Qin quickly waved his hand and asked Qin Kuai to make arrangements. Soon fireworks went up into the sky. The emperor frowned and said, "Your fireworks are really terrible. The ones at Wuji shopping mall are still better." Chapter 176. Going to the Kong family for a banquet. 2 princes came at the same time. King Qin couldn't help but twitch his lips. How could he compare with Wuji shopping mall? Zhao Chen was very arrogant. Besides, Zhao Chen sets off fireworks at a cost price, while God knows how many times the profit Zhao Chen made from these fireworks. The next day came in a flash. Today is the day when the Kong family holds a thank you banquet. Zhao Chen didn't know what to take, so after thinking about it, he carried a set of fireworks over. He chose a set of the most expensive fireworks here, with the words, "A Bright Future," printed on the outer packaging. He brought Jingjing and Ruan to the Kong family. As soon as he entered the door, he handed the gift to the Kong family's housekeeper. The Kong family's housekeeper immediately shouted, "Mr. Zhao from Wuji Shopping Mall is giving us a set of fireworks for a bright future." After he shouted, many people looked over. When they saw the huge fireworks, everyone's eyes widened. Am I seeing right? Lord Zhao is so generous? I remember that firework sold for over 10,000 taels. That's because you don't even look at who Lord Zhao is. Who in the entire Lintian city is richer than him? When those scholars came back, Lord Zhao gave them a lot of money. Yes, compared to Lord Zhao's gift, what are our gifts? The butler led Zhao Chun to the VIP table. When he arrived at the table, Zhao Chun couldn't help but laugh. Everyone at the table was familiar. Your Highness the Prince of Qin, Lord Lin. Zhao Chun bowed and greeted the two of them. The King of Qin waved his hand and said, "Brother-in-law, we are family. Why should we be polite? Please take a seat." Lin Chantian stood up, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Lord Zhao." Now Zhao Chun is a county duke, and even among the nobles, he ranks in the middle. Lin Chantian was just a small prefect, which was far inferior to his status. The reason why he could sit at the VIP table was all because of King Qin. Everyone in the entire Lintian city knows that Lin Chantian is the #1 lackey of the King of Qin. Looking at Zhao Chun, Lin Chantian felt a little envious. Thinking back to when the other party first arrived in Lintian city, he had given him gifts. Only a few months had passed, and the other party had already become a county lord, while he was still the small prefect. "Lord Lin, you are too polite. Let's sit down quickly." Zhao Chun smiled and sat down calmly. Then he glanced at the table and asked, "Why doesn't His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin see Duke Huang? Duke Huang is feeling a little unwell today and is resting in my palace." King Qin laughed. He was muttering in his heart, how could the emperor possibly come to a minister's family banquet? Besides, if he really came, wouldn't everything be exposed? I don't know what my father is thinking. He is such an adult, but he is still playing the game of white dragon fish clothes. Did he want to see how shocked Zhao Chun would be when his identity was revealed later? Lin Chantian was a little confused. He did not remember that there was Duke Huang in the court. When he was about to ask, he met the eyes of the King of Qin. The eyes of the King of Qin were full of warnings, and he shut his mouth instantly. At this time, the head of the Kong family came over and clasped his hands together towards Zhao Chun. "I've long heard that Lord Zhao is an extraordinary poet. I wonder if today I can have the honor of asking Lord Zhao to compose an impromptu poem for me." Zhao Chun was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about writing poetry. It's really frustrating that after telling a lie, you have to cover it up with more lies. He stroked his chin, thinking carefully about whether there were any verses related to official career among the poems he had memorized in the past. As he thought about it, a golden light flashed in his eyes. "How is Mount Tai? The greenery of Qi and Lu is endless. I will climb to the top and look down on all the other mountains." When the first 4 sentences were spoken, the people around me looked puzzled. It's just a description of the scenery. What's so special about it? They even began to doubt Zhao Chen's poetry. However, after the last 4 sentences were spoken, everyone present widened their eyes. "I will climb to the top of the mountain and look down on all the other mountains." Excellent. It's simply wonderful. The King of Qin clapped his hands and exclaimed sincerely, "My brother-in-law is still my brother-in-law. The poems he writes are amazing." Zhao Chun waved his hand. "It was just an impromptu thought. I don't deserve such praise from His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin." The King of Qin immediately said, "If you can't do it, who else in the world can?" At this time, Kong Yu also came over. "Thank you, Lord Zhao, for the poem. I will write it down and use it as my motto for the rest of my life." The banquet begins. There was a constant stream of people coming to toast Zhao Chen's table. There is no way around it. Ever since Zhao Chen appeared, the entire Lintian city has been impressed by his strength. No one is more erudite than him, and no one is more financially wealthy than him. Speaking of personal connections, it goes without saying that the local tyrant of Lintian city is his brother-in-law. Ho Ching Lin of the Tea Gang treats him with great respect, and which upstream merchant in Lintian city doesn't have some kind of cooperative relationship with him? Zhao Chen also accepted everyone who came. He drank some hangover medicine before coming here today. Besides, apart from his Wuji shopping mall, other places seemed unable to afford strong liquor for banquets. A bunch of alcohol with a similar alcohol content to beer will be digested completely when it meets the hangover medicine in the stomach. After the banquet, Zhao Chun hardly ate any food, but his stomach was still bulging. "Brother-in-law, you have drunk so much wine. How about I send someone to take you back?" King Qin asked with concern. Zhao Chun laughed. "This little bit of wine won't do anything to me. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I can go back on my own." After saying that, he said goodbye to Lin Changtian and returned to Wuji shopping mall with Jingjing and Ruan Ruan. On the way, he quietly exclaimed, Master, your alcohol tolerance is too high. It's frightening to watch. Zhao Chen smiled and waved his hand. It's just a drink, not that serious. Ruan then said, of course not. I've seen some people pass out on the floor after drinking this much wine. It's rare to see someone like you who can still walk in a straight line. You still dare to say that to me? Believe it or not, I will call you to your room and give you a good beating tonight. Zhao Chen raised his hand and patted her softly. Ruan pretended to be scared and ran away. Master, please spare my life. Please don't eat me. I was wrong. After staying with Zhao Chen for a long time, the two of them were no longer so reserved. Soon they returned to Wuji Shopping Mall, and there were still many people queuing at the entrance to buy fireworks. Just as he was about to enter, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Jingjing and Ruan both became nervous and immediately raised their guns. Put down your guns if you dare. These two are the Prince of Han and the Prince of Zhao. The old servant of the King of Han immediately ran up and scolded him. Jingjing and Ruan put down their guns at the same time. Zhao Chen glanced at the King of Han and the King of Zhao with a cold face, then turned to look at the old servant of the King of Han's mansion and said, if you yell in front of my Wuji Shopping Mall, I will cut off your tongue. Chapter 177. The King of Han wants to buy a gun at a super low price? The old slave was stunned for a moment, and before he could say anything, Zhao Chen continued, Your Highness, please keep your servants under control. I'm worried that one of my guards might accidentally discharge his gun again. The corners of the king's mouth twitched, and he gave a stiff laugh. I'm really being presumptuous this time. He turned around and glanced at his old servant. Why don't you apologize to Master Zhao? Master Zhao, I'm sorry, I was rude, the old servant said through gritted teeth. He is the slave of the King of Han. Although he is servile in front of the King of Han, he is very arrogant in front of outsiders. Not to mention a county lord. Even if a county lord saw him, wouldn't he have to greet him? Zhao Chen's face was gloomy. He originally didn't want to have a conflict with any prince. But this King of Han was too impolite, and the servants in his household were also very arrogant. Even his servants can't understand him. I really don't know what he is thinking. He actually wants to instigate the generals to attack cities and seize land? Are those generals easier to manage than these slaves? If he really gets the throne, those meritorious generals might really dare to shit on his head. Upon seeing this, King Zhao immediately came out with a smile and said, Let's just forget about this matter. It's all a misunderstanding. He looked at Zhao Chen and said, Master Zhao, I've long heard of your great name. Today is the first time I've met you. You're truly a handsome man. Zhao Chen bowed slightly and said, Your Majesty, you are too polite. I'm just a country boy. How can I deserve your praise? If you were a country bumpkin, everyone in this world would be worse off than you. King Zhao laughed heartily and pointed at the Wuji Shopping Mall behind him. Just your mall is so famous that it's even spread all the way to the capital. Just ask yourself, which country bumpkin could achieve that? He is quite smooth. I had heard the 10th princess talk about Zhao Chen before, and she had great admiration for him. Over the years, under the influence of her brothers, the 10th sister has had particularly high standards. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to catch the eye of Lao Shi. So many princes and nobles were introduced to her, but she didn't like any of them. But she just has a special liking for Zhao Chen. Today, I see that Zhao Chen is not only handsome, but also has something special inside. King of Han, King of Zhao, it's very cold outside. Do you want to go in and warm up so we can talk slowly? Zhao Chen smiled. Even though he was very unhappy with the King of Han's action of stopping him in the street, he was a prince after all, so he had to give him due face. Okay, let's go in and talk, King Han said, turning and walking into the mall. Lord Zhao, you are the host. Please go first. King Zhao raised his hand slightly. Please. Zhao Chen also raised his hand, and the two entered the mall together. Enter from gate 1, walk through the snack area, and go straight to the food area. Zhao Chen basically brought all the dignitaries who came here directly to the food area to chat. Firstly, it allows them to taste the local food, and secondly, it is also the best place to talk about things. If they went to the main courtyard and saw something, it would not be a good thing for Zhao Chen. The three of them found a table and sat down. I wonder what's the matter that the King of Han and the King of Zhao came to see me at the same time? Zhao Chen asked. Behind him, Jingjing and Ruan were fully armed, and their nerves were tense. They felt that the King of Han was not someone who was easy to talk to, and if something really happened, they had to protect the master. King Zhao smiled and said, Actually, we both have our own things to do. Since third brother is the elder, let him speak first. He glanced at the King of Han. The King of Han nodded proudly. Okay, then I'll speak first. Please speak. Zhao Chen glanced at him. The King of Han said, I also bought some guns produced by your Wuji Mall. I went back and personally tested them. The results are indeed good. This time I came here. I want to continue purchasing. How much do you want to purchase? Zhao Chen asked calmly. With the example of Duke Huang, the amount these princes could purchase was no longer enough to tempt him. The king of Han raised his hand. I want 50 automatic rifles and 500 bolt-action rifles. How much? Zhao Chen almost spit out his tea. This number is not a decimal. At that time, Duke Huang bought 100 automatic rifles and 500 bolt-action rifles. Didn't you hear what I said? Asked the king of Han with a sullen face. Zhao Chen wiped his mouth and said, I understand, Prince Han. I must remind you that these guns are not a small number. And, if I remember correctly, the batch you bought before was bought at my weapons expo, right? That's right, said the king of Han. Zhao Chen continued. In this case, I don't need to tell you anymore. I can get these guns for you, but the price can't be the original price. That's exactly what I meant. The king of Han nodded, with a slight smile on his face. Zhao Chen said, I didn't make any money selling those guns at the weapons expo. You want so many at once. I can't keep losing money just to get publicity, can I? As soon as he said this, the king of Han frowned immediately. What's the matter? Does the king of Han have any objection to what I said? Zhao Chen asked. The king of Han snorted. Of course I have an opinion. Do you really think I can't tell how much you've earned? I inquired before coming here. After the weapons expo, you bought a lot of land. Now you're yelling at me that you haven't made a penny. Do you really think I'm deaf? Don't you know that deceiving the royal family is a crime? Zhao Chen was shocked. Unexpectedly, this bastard was investigating him behind his back. I originally wanted to sell it at a 10% discount to make a little more profit, but now, Prince Zhao, the money I used to buy the land all came from the living area. As for the weapons, I really didn't ask for a high price. If you don't believe me, you can ask King Qin. I have a good relationship with him, and we are brothers-in-law. You can ask him how much I sold it to him for. Zhao Chen said lightly. Now he also understands more and more why the modern world needs antitrust laws. Monopoly business is easy to do. He has a gun in his hand. Guns are his monopoly industry. Even if he's a prince, what good does it matter? If I want to buy a gun, I still have to go to him. If he doesn't sell it, not to mention the prince, even if the emperor himself comes, he won't be able to buy a single bullet. The king of Han waved his hand and said, I don't need to ask. You two are wearing the same pants. It's useless to ask. I just want to ask you one question. Will you sell it at 40% off? Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, Are you sure the king of Han is not kidding me? No, the king of Han said seriously. You don't have to refuse so quickly. If you sell it to me at this price, besides making some money, you can also gain a favor from me. I am the third prince, and favors are very valuable. If you still think it's not enough, I can also introduce you to my younger cousin. Her family is more powerful than the Baijun family. Think about it. Zhao Chen sneered. It was obvious that she didn't want to have fun with him. The forced sale actually came back to haunt him. He whispered, King of Han, take care. Chapter 178. Coercion and bribery failed, but King Zhao still respected technology. The king of Han thought Zhao Chen would agree and was preparing to make an impassioned speech. But Zhao Chen actually drove him away. His anger suddenly flared up. Zhao Chen, don't refuse a toast. I've only allowed you to get ahead of me because you're useful to the court. I'm telling you this once, 60% of the price. You have to sell it, whether you want to or not. Really? Then let's see what the king of Han has that can make me sell him out. Zhao Chen glared, and Jingjing and Wanruan opened the safety at the same time, holding their guns and getting ready. Seeing their actions, the king of Han was stunned. He just wanted to warn Zhao Chen and find a way to get some weapons, but why did Zhao Chen become so aggressive towards him first? Could it be that the identity of a prince is worthless in Zhao Chen's eyes? Lord Zhao, I'm talking about business with you. Is it necessary for you to be like this? Asked the king of Han. Zhao Chen sneered. Is it really that serious? Don't you know? Your Highness, you are a prince after all. It's not right to force merchants like this. My maid felt that I was in danger, so I didn't think there was anything wrong with her doing this. The king of Han said coldly, You are threatening the royal family. Aren't you afraid? Before he could finish his words, Zhao Chen smiled and said, King of Han, now you remember that you are a member of the royal family. How could you forget it when you were forcing the merchants? If you really want to buy a gun, you can buy it at the original price. But if you want to take advantage of me, then please don't say anything. Behind the king of Han, the old slave gritted his teeth and wanted to step forward and curse, but when he thought of Zhao Chen's actions just now, he was a little afraid. What if he really scolded Zhao Chen and Zhao Chen got angry and cut off his tongue? And looking at Zhao Chen's appearance, he is not afraid even when facing the third prince. Could it be that he would still care about a servant like him? King Zhao sat aside, drinking tea calmly, not saying a word, just looking at the two of them. The king of Han took 2 deep breaths and forced a smile. Zhao Chun, have you ever thought about the future when I become the emperor? If you sell me cheap guns now, I will still remember you as a good thing. Maybe in the future, you will be one of the heroes. Your Highness, the Prince of Han, I'm not interested in fame. Zhao Chun also said lightly, if you really want to give me some benefits, just give me the money now. I won't recognize anything else except money. Don't you really want your descendants to inherit your title? If I become the emperor, I will immediately order your descendants to obtain the title in a reasonable and honest manner, so that your family can continue to have descendants. The king of Han wanted to tempt Zhao Chun with some benefits. But Zhao Chun was not moved at all. When did one person have the final say in the world? In the 5,000 years of Chinese history, in which dynasty did people really laugh from the beginning to the end? Even during those moments when imperial power was most concentrated, although the emperor could decide most matters, he sometimes had to consult the opinions of his ministers. To build momentum like the third prince, he has to rely on military officers. I have no real skills and cannot control my subordinates. I never know when I might be kicked on the table by my subordinates. It is better to believe in gold than in his promises. Zhao Chun waved his hand. All right, Your Highness the Prince of Han, please stop brainwashing me. I'm a businessman, and I only care about profit. I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me, and I won't believe anyone's promises. If you say anything more, I'll have my family send you away. The king of Han gritted his teeth and said, Okay, Zhao Chun, remember what you said, and don't regret it later. After he finished speaking, he leaned back in his seat and turned to look at King Zhao. Sixth brother, you have also seen the results of my communication with Lord Zhao. If you also want to buy weapons cheaply, I advise you to give up this idea. The king of Han said sarcastically. King Zhao raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhao Chun, then said with a smile, I think what Lord Zhao said is not wrong. He is a businessman, and what he values most is profit. Master Zhao, I'll be honest. I also want to buy some guns as backup. I've noticed your attitude. What's the original price of these guns? I want to buy some. Zhao Chun looked at Prince Zhao, his eyes flickering. He had heard from Duke Huang before that Prince Zhao was also a strong contender for the throne. At least from the first impression, King Zhao gives people a much better feeling than King Han. Zhao Chun raised his lip. Your Highness Prince Zhao is indeed a man of technology. My automatic rifles are 1,000 taels of gold each, and my bolt-action rifles are 200 taels of gold each. How many do you want? King Zhao pondered for a moment and said, I don't have that many troops. Please give me 20 automatic rifles and 200 bolt-action rifles. Zhao Chun was a little surprised. How come King Zhao and King Han were both richer than King Qin? The King of Qin is their elder brother. Lintian City is not that poor. I really don't know how the King of Qin got by. He has less money than his 2 younger brothers, but he is not afraid of being embarrassed when he tells others about it. No problem. Have someone send the gold over. I'll send someone to get you a gun right away. My people are at the Well Inn in the city. Just send someone to inform them. King Zhao said with a smile, then took out a jade pendant from his bosom. This is my token. Take it to find the butler. Zhao Chun took the jade pendant and shouted to the person beside him. Xie, come here quickly. It's time to live. When Xie heard this, he ran over in a hurry, and Zhao Chun handed the jade pendant to him. Go to the Well Inn and find the steward of Prince Zhao's mansion. Tell him that Prince Zhao bought 20 automatic rifles and 200 bolt-action rifles from us, totaling 600,000 taels of gold. I understand. Xie nodded heavily and left with the jade pendant. At this time, in a corner of the food city, a servant also hurriedly followed out. Prince Qin's palace. The servant just now came before the King of Qin. Your Highness Prince Qin, I saw Your Highness Prince Han and Your Highness Prince Zhao discussing something with Mr. Zhao at Wuji Shopping Mall. It seemed they wanted to buy weapons. After hearing what he said, King Qin stood up suddenly and said, What did you say? My 2 brothers are both in Wuji Shopping Mall. That's right. I heard Mr. Zhao call it that. People in the Prince of Qin's mansion usually called Zhao Chun Zhao Dongjia behind his back, because Zhao Chun was just a businessman at the beginning. No, I have to go and take a look. If something really happens, it will not be of any benefit to me. The King of Qin walked out immediately. As soon as I arrived at the door, I met the emperor. Second brother, where are you going? The emperor asked in a low voice. The King of Qin immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Father, I heard that my 3rd and 6th brothers went to the Wuji Shopping Mall. I'm going to go check it out and bring them to the King of Qin's mansion for a chat. Okay, you go first. The emperor waved his hand and then glanced at the Gohua next to him. Gohua immediately understood what the emperor meant. Chapter 179, The 3 brothers have their own thoughts, and the 10th princess returns to Tianqing. As soon as the King of Qin left the palace, the emperor and Gohua followed him. The two men wore masks and followed the king of Qin all the way without noticing anything. He came out in a hurry and didn't even bring any followers with him. The three of them arrived at Wuji shopping mall one after another. Third brother, sixth brother, you two are here. King Qin walked over with a smile. The king of Han immediately frowned. Second brother, what are you doing here? Look at what you said. Lintian City is my second brother's territory. You came here and didn't even go to the Prince Qin's mansion to sit down. Didn't my second brother come to find you? The Prince Qin said with a laugh. The king of Han curled his lips and said, we just came here to discuss a business deal and we'll leave after that. Third brother, don't say that. Second brother came all the way here to find us. It would be disheartening if we don't go. Let's go over and take a look. It happens that we haven't seen second sister-in-law for a long time. King Zhao put down his gun and came to King Qin. Looking at the three of them, Zhao Qin couldn't help but sneer. The three brothers in this family each have their own little thoughts. Fortunately, they are royal family. If they were an ordinary family, the family would have broken up long ago. Your Highness Prince Zhao, have you finished inspecting the guns? Zhao Qin stepped forward. Then he looked at the king of Qin and said, Your Highness, would you like to sit inside for a while? The king of Qin shook his head and looked at the boxes of guns at the door. Sixth brother, did you buy all these? He asked curiously. King Zhao nodded and said, Yes, I bought them all. I heard from my third brother that these guns are very useful, so I bought some more. The king of Qin was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that his sixth brother had so much money. Then he looked at the king of Han and asked, Third brother, didn't you buy anything? When this matter was mentioned, King Han felt upset. He wanted to buy these guns at a low price, but Zhao Qin did not give him this opportunity. If he were to buy it in full now, wouldn't he lose face? It would be fine if there was no one else here, but since the king of Qin and the king of Zhao were both here, he absolutely could not show weakness in front of them. I still have some in my mansion, which is enough even if I don't fill it. The king of Han said proudly. Prince Zhao smiled and said, Don't listen to his nonsense, second brother. He wanted to buy a gun cheaper than at the Weapons Expo, but Zhao Qin didn't sell it to him. The king of Qin couldn't help but hold back his laughter. He knew Zhao Qin best. He was a money-hungry person. If anyone wanted to take advantage of Zhao Qin, it would be more painful than killing him. His good third brother still wants to buy guns at a low price. He is simply dreaming. Even his father bought it at a 20% discount. He is just the third prince. How could he have such a great reputation? Sixth brother, haven't you talked too much today? The king of Han glared at him. King Zhao immediately said with a smile, Third brother, why are you so angry? Just say whatever you want to say. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? Who are you calling hypocritical? It's been a while since I last beat you up, and you're itching for a fight. The king of Han glared at him. Okay, both of you stop messing around and come to my house together later. The king of Qin said with a cold face. King Zhao nodded slightly. The king of Han also turned his head and hummed angrily. Brother-in-law, do you want to sit for a while? King Qin asked with a smile. You are all brothers. Why should I go over and join in the fun? Zhao Qin refused. He was unwilling to go to the Prince of Qin's mansion in the first place, and now that there were two more princes in the mansion, he didn't want to go even more. What if one of the princes suddenly attacked him? Would he resist or not? Not far away, the emperor and Gohu were looking at this side. Old Six is such a slippery kid. The emperor laughed. Gohu also laughed and sighed. People outside say that Master Huang's favorite is the second prince, but in fact it should be the sixth prince. You're a little too talkative. The emperor's voice became a little colder. Gohu bowed slightly and said, It is my fault for being so rude. I will slap you in the face. He slapped himself twice symbolically, without using any strength at all. The emperor didn't mind. He had been accustomed to having the villain around him for so many years, and he would say a few words from time to time. The most important thing is that Gohu's words sometimes really touch his heart. He knew very well how these three princes managed their subordinates outside. He didn't want the Dun dynasty to end in his generation, so he tried every means to support a decisive prince. If Zhao Qin had not appeared, he would most likely choose King Zhao, but now he began to hesitate again. Let's wait and see how they develop in the future. The throne must eventually be handed over to someone who can unify the government. The two didn't say anything more. After inspecting the goods, King Zhao handed over the gold in public. Zhao Qin asked the servants to carry the gold into the courtyard. The king of Qin took another look at the fireworks and said, Brother-in-law, please find me 2 good fireworks. I will also invite my 2 younger brothers to enjoy them tonight. Zhao Qin smiled and said, Your Highness Prince Qin, why are you so polite? Your Highness Prince Zhao has spent so much money with me today. I will give you 2 something good. He went to the stall to take a look and directly bought 2 fireworks priced at 5,000 taels. Take 10 more sets of fireworks worth about 500 taels and send them to Prince Qin's mansion together. He ordered Xiaer. Xiaer nodded and immediately went to pick out fireworks. Second brother, what are these fireworks? King Zhao asked curiously. The king of Qin pretended to be mysterious and said, I won't tell you now. You will know when I release you tonight. After hearing what he said, King Zhao became even more curious. On the other hand, the king of Han was a little calmer. He had spies in Lintian City and had heard about the fireworks a long time ago. This thing is just a visual feast for the eyes. Anyone who spends that kind of money on fireworks must be crazy. When he said this, the emperor who was not far behind heard it and immediately puffed his beard and glared. Did you hear that, you bastard? That little bastard said I had a bubble on my head. Gohua twitched his lips and said, Master Huang, you must have heard wrongly. How dare the third prince say that to you? Is there anything else he dare not do? The emperor glared. At this moment, Qin Kuai came running over hurriedly from the distance. Your Highness, Prince Qin, something terrible has happened. He galloped all the way to the king of Qin, who frowned and asked, What's the matter that makes you so flustered? Qin Kuai took a few deep breaths and said, Go back quickly. Go back and check. The 10th princess has been sent here. Old 10, why is he here? King Qin asked with a frown. The emperor and Gohua also pricked up their ears. I heard from the palace that the 10th princess was depressed and hanged herself last night and was discovered by a professional eunuch. Before he could finish his words, the three princes all widened their eyes. What did you say? Old 10 wants to hang herself? Where is she now? It's in the Prince Qin's mansion. Princes, please go and have a look. Qin Kuai said. Chapter 180. Everyone rushed to the Qin palace. The emperor wanted to kill Zhao Chen. When Zhao Chen heard that Ling Xin was in trouble, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around and glanced at Xiaer. I'll leave the compound to you. Then he followed with Jingjing and Ruan. Although there was no breaking of the window paper between him and Ling Xin, he knew very well in his heart that Ling Xin had him in her heart and her feelings for him were very sincere. Now that Ling Xin is in trouble, of course he has to go over and take a look. At least you should know what it is for. King Qin and his men hurried back and found Ling Xin lying on the bed with a pale face. My dear daughter. The emperor's voice trembled a little, his eyes were filled with tears, and he grabbed Ling Xin's hand. Ling Xin coughed twice, turned her head away, and didn't want to talk. The emperor turned to the guards beside him and asked, What happened to the 10th princess? Why did something unexpected happen to her? The guard lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, according to the results of the Imperial physician's examination, the 10th princess is suffering from depression. Last night, the eunuchs were on their normal patrol outside the 10th princess's bedroom and discovered that she had hanged herself. Fortunately, the eunuchs discovered her in time and were able to rescue her. The queen promptly inquired about the situation and learned that the 10th princess was. What is it? Just tell me, the emperor said with a serious face. The guard took a deep breath and knelt on the ground. The queen asked about the 10th princess. The 10th princess said she liked Zhao Chun from Lintian City, but Zhao Chun was already married. She had no hope in this life. According to Dalin's resume, the prince consort can only marry the princess in his lifetime. Even if the prince consort has other women before marrying the princess, it cannot be a formal marriage. Now that Zhao Chun and Bai Shu have held their wedding and hosted so many guests, it would be impossible for the princess to marry even if she wanted to. After learning that the two of them had no connection at all, Ling felt disheartened. Zhao Chun. It's Zhao Chun again. The emperor clenched his fists immediately. By this time he was already blinded by anger. Even though he knew very well that Zhao Chun was the best candidate to break the three-way balance of power in the court, he had no intention of thinking about it until now. Ling Xin is the little princess she has doted on all her life. She only has this one daughter and doesn't want her to come to any harm. I will kill him. I will kill him. The emperor roared twice in succession. Upon seeing this, King Qin and others immediately knelt down. The emperor was angry, and they didn't dare say anything. The happiest among these three princes was the king of Han. The king of Han had no way to obtain low-priced weapons from Zhao Chun, but let the second and sixth princes get the advantage. Naturally, he didn't want anyone else to possess those firearms, even if it would make the situation in the court more delicate. No matter what happens in the future, as long as it doesn't delay him from becoming emperor, that's fine. The king of Qin quickly said, Father, please calm down. Zhao Chun is still very useful to the court, especially to our royal family. Second brother, aren't you being biased when you say this? We all know that he is your brother-in-law and the one closest to you, but now he has hurt our sister. Do you really want to protect an outsider? The king of Han said sarcastically. The king of Qin glared. then turned around and stared at the king of Han. Third brother, if you can't speak, don't talk nonsense. The emperor is furious now and originally wanted to kill Zhao Chun. If the third brother adds fuel to the fire, the situation will probably be irreversible. Zhao Chun is his biggest trump card if he wants to seize the throne in the future, and nothing must happen to him. Although he felt sorry for Lingxin, compared with the throne, what did this brotherly love matter? Father, the king of Qin turned and looked at the emperor seriously. You've seen how much Zhao Chun has contributed to our royal family during this period. With his firearms, especially his automatic rifles, we can change the current situation in the court. Those civil officials and military officers have long coveted your position. Although they haven't openly rebelled, they've put countless obstacles in your way over the years. We can now strengthen ourselves through Zhao Chun. Once the time is right, we will wipe them out and the court will return to the hands of our royal family. You must not do anything that will make your loved ones sad and your enemies happy. The king of Qin appealed to their emotions and enlightened them with reason. Prince Zhao knelt at the end and echoed, Father, I also think Zhao Chun is very useful. Keeping him is far better than killing him. Although I also know that this may be a little unfair to the 10th prince, we still have to consider the overall situation, don't we? The emperor's cheeks trembled. He had been a coward all his life, and he could discuss everything with the civil and military officials, but he was a qualified father only in terms of his daughter. Now that he saw his daughter suffering such a great injustice because of a man, he certainly couldn't bear it. I would rather let this dynasty collapse than let that little beast go. The emperor clenched his fists. With the second and sixth brothers trying to persuade him at the same time, his anger was slightly suppressed. If he had been like before, he would have sent people to kill Zhao Chun by now. He also understood that what his two sons said was right, but he just couldn't accept it in his heart. My father told me that anyone who insults the royal family deserves to die. No matter how great his achievements are, they cannot offset his sins. The king of Han took the opportunity to speak. Third brother, please stop exaggerating. The king of Qin shouted angrily. King Zhao also hurriedly followed suit, saying, Third brother, you must be rational. I know you want to be the next emperor, but you can't do it at the expense of the royal family. Our family has been emperor for generations, haven't you noticed? From the beginning, civil officials and military officers didn't dare to speak carelessly in front of the emperor, but now they dare to openly dissent in front of our father. Their power is growing stronger and stronger. If you are right, you will definitely not be able to suppress them even if you become emperor in the future. If you continue to indulge them, I'm afraid that the foundation our family has worked so hard for so many years will be destroyed in your hands. With just one sentence, the king of Zhao directly pointed the finger at the king of Han. The emperor also lowered his head and reflected, My son is right. But he turned and looked at Lingxin. Let me think about this matter carefully. No matter what, Zhao Chun must give our royal family an explanation. If it really doesn't work, let him divorce his wife and marry Lingxin. Once these words were spoken, the person who felt the most uncomfortable was the king of Qin. If Zhao Chun really divorced his wife, the relationship between them would be difficult to maintain. Father, this is not right. As soon as he opened his mouth, the king of Han immediately said, Second brother, don't argue with father. The group of people in the room were talking. Zhao Chun came outside, and his eyes widened when he saw the three princes kneeling on the ground. Chapter 181. Zhao Chun said he could cure the disease, and the three brothers had their own thoughts. This is the palace of Prince Qin, and those three are princes of noble status. There is probably only one person in the world who can make them all three kneel down at the same time. Looking again, there seemed to be only one person standing in the whole room. Duke Huang is actually the emperor, he murmured in a low voice. As luck would have it, the emperor and the others heard this sound, and they all turned around. Before seeing Zhao Chun, the emperor was able to suppress his anger, but you could see his rage immediately rising. How dare you, Zhao Chun, appear before me. Come, capture him and execute him on the spot. The emperor pointed at Zhao Chun and said angrily. Several guards around immediately raised their bolt-action rifles and pointed them at Zhao Chun. After buying guns here, the emperor immediately replaced all the guards in the palace with new ones. I have to say, since the change of clothes, the safety factor in the palace has increased a bit. In the past, we could occasionally encounter one or two assassins, but now most of them were killed before they could even climb up the city wall. Seeing this, Jingjing and Ruan immediately raised their rifles. Both of them were loyal to Zhao Chun, and they also knew where the problem came from. Both of them pointed their guns at the emperor. The emperor was stunned for a moment. How dare you point a gun at me? Put it down. Put your guns down quickly. The king of Qin shouted loudly. At this time, the third and sixth brothers were both silent. If their father died here, the throne would definitely have nothing to do with the king of Qin. The third brother looked down on the sixth brother, and the sixth brother didn't take the third brother seriously either. Even without the king of Qin, the two of them can fight each other wholeheartedly. Jingjingruanruan did not change her movements, and Zhao Qin did not give any orders to them. Duke Huang, no, it should be called His Majesty the Emperor. Why are you so angry? Zhao Qin said calmly with his hands behind his back. Although he was extremely scared at the moment, he still had to pretend to be calm on the surface. Why do you say I am doing this? I have doted on my little princess for more than 10 years. Now you are trying to commit suicide. If I don't kill you, do I have to keep you? The emperor widened his eyes. You are quite capable. You actually dared to let someone point a gun at me. I am the emperor. You are rebelling. I will kill you and the entire Zhao family compound. Ruan, point your gun at the princess? Zhao Qin said calmly. Ruan immediately changed the muzzle of the gun and aimed it at several princes. Zhao Qin, what are you doing? The emperor's voice suddenly became gloomy. The three princes who are most likely to become the next emperor are all here, and Zhao Qin's move is obvious. Don't you know what I'm doing? Zhao Qin still smiled faintly. It was also his fault that he left in such a hurry this time. If he had had extra time to bring 2 snipers with him, it would have been much safer. Your Majesty, you are still the master of the Dan dynasty, but if you were to lose the 3 princes kneeling before you, you would most likely become the next emperor. It doesn't matter if you kill me, but can you bear the demise of 2 generations of emperors? The emperor clenched his fists. At this time, the gangsters also began to move towards this side. Unit Go advises you not to do this. If I sense any danger, I would rather die than drag a few people down with me. Zhao Qin glared. I think you should also know that the gun in my hand is much faster than your movements. The coward gritted his teeth, but ultimately didn't dare to take another step forward. At this time, and Lingxin coughed twice again. Father, let him go. My darling daughter, please don't say anything. Your father is so heartbroken. The emperor ran back in a hurry. And Lingxin coughed violently twice. Father, I know how important he is to our Dan dynasty, especially to our royal family. We cannot let the affairs of one person affect our entire royal family. I have no hope left, but I still want to leave some hope for our royal family. My daughter, are you going to make your father die of grief? The emperor's cheeks trembled. Zhao Qin took a look inside. Although he didn't like the emperor and these princes very much, even the king of Qin was included. But he still felt a little bit reluctant towards Lingxin. Thinking back to when he was in the T gang, and Lingxin sacrificed herself to block an arrow for him. Since that time, he felt that he would probably be indebted to Lingxin for the rest of his life. Your Majesty, may I ask what exactly is ailing the 10th princess? What disease she has nothing to do with you? The emperor asked coldly. Tell me the symptoms, maybe I can cure it. As soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer of hope flashed in the emperor's eyes, and he walked back. Are you serious? Zhao Qinqing laughed and said, Everyone should know that I know a mysterious businessman. There is nothing he can't buy. Lingxin is depressed because of missing you so much, and has become ill. Do you have any way to cure her? The emperor whispered. Zhao Qin nodded. As the saying goes, a heart disease needs a heart medicine. If you are at ease, let me take the 10th princess away. It won't be long before I can return you a lively princess. What you said is true. If you dare to lie to me, I have 10,000 ways to kill you. The emperor widened his eyes. Zhao Qin chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, since I can say it out loud, I am sure of it. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Your Majesty, I think we can let my younger sister go to the Zhao family compound. Prince Zhao said immediately. The king of Han also nodded. That's right. Given the Imperial sister's current condition, it will be a problem for her to stay with us sooner or later. Why not let Zhao Qin think of a way to help solve it? What if he can really cure the Imperial sister? Once Lingxin enters the Zhao family compound, Bai Shu will inevitably be weakened. This will also help to destroy the marriage between King Qin and Zhao Chun. With the support of Zhao Chun, the king of Qin had become very powerful. During the bloody battle in Huainan, everyone had already seen the king of Qin's skills, especially the large army under his command. If Zhao Chun and the king of Qin continued to be so deeply bound together, there was no telling what would happen in the future. It would be better to use Lingxin now to disrupt their relationship. Your Majesty, I agree, but I still have a concern. Seeing that the 3rd and 6th sons were both trying to persuade him, the king of Qin couldn't refuse. He could only analyze the pros and cons from other angles. It's certainly possible for Huang Mei to go to the Zhao family compound, but I'm worried about what will happen to my sister's reputation. Second brother, didn't the emperor say just now? Let Zhao Chun divorce his wife and marry Lingxin. King Han said with a grin. Zhao Qin frowned immediately. He was very clear about how Bai Shu behaved around him during this period. He considers himself not to be a particularly loyal person, but he is also not the kind of person who will abandon his lover after having fun with him. He looked at the emperor. Then the emperor said seriously, "Zhao Chun, what do you think of the king of Han's proposal?" Chapter 182. Calm the emperor's wrath and bring in Lingxin home. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth and clapped his hands. King Han's suggestion is very good, but don't mention it again in the future. The king of Han immediately frowned and asked, "Zhao Chun, what do you mean? According to Don's record, you're already married and therefore have no right to marry the princess. We've lowered the conditions, and you're still unwilling? You're getting a great bargain. You're so smart to say that I got a great bargain." Zhao Chun raised his chin. Anyway, the two sides are confronting each other, so he is not afraid of anything. Before in the Zhao family compound, he was very unhappy with the king of Han, so he simply took this opportunity to complain about this bastard. "King of Han, what are you thinking when you say this? Do you think I don't know? If my wife and I divorce, the power of the king of Qin will inevitably be reduced. And since you are the strongest contender for the throne, of course you want to see the power of the king of Qin reduced. You are slandering me. I have an open heart. How could I be as despicable as you say?" The king of Han widened his eyes. Zhao Chen sneered. "Whether I am the one who is filthy or you just think so, you know it very well. I don't need to say anything more. Your Majesty, if you allow me to treat the princess, I will do my best, but if you ask me to divorce my wife, don't even think about it." Zhao Chen refused. "A real man is born between heaven and earth. There are things you can do and things you can't do. You ask me to give up my woman for power? You really underestimate me. I have one last question for you. Do you want me to treat the princess? If not, I'll leave immediately." The emperor's face darkened, and at this moment he felt extremely sober. He didn't seem to be very angry about what Zhao Chun had said before. After all, he was already used to being bombarded by civil and military officials in the court. Even if Zhao Chun said a few words like that, he didn't think it was a big deal. As long as his daughter could recover her health, he would be fine with a little injustice. He looked at Zhao Chun and asked, "How confident are you?" Zhao Chun smiled and said, "Not much, only 90%. 90%. The emperor's eyebrows twitched. Even the imperial physicians in the palace wouldn't dare to say such confident words. "I dare to say this about Zhao Chun. Maybe he really has a way. Okay, I'll let you take Lingxin away, but I'll add a few guards around her. It's no problem to add guards. Let them live on the street. No outsiders will live in my compound." Zhao Chun said. "Then how can they protect Lingxin's safety?" The emperor narrowed his eyes. "Princess Lingxin, I will protect your safety and freedom. I'm not bragging to you. This is right here in my Zhao family compound. Even if more experts come, don't even think about getting in. Lingxin, are you willing to go with Zhao Chun?" The emperor turned around and looked at Lingxin. And Lingxin raised her eyebrows, but her eyes soon returned to a dull look. "Why would I go with him? He's already married. There's no way between us. This goes against the rules of Dun. What's the big deal about rules? Father just wants to see you healthy." The emperor grabbed her hand. She sniffed, tears streaming down her face. She didn't know whether she should follow him or not. If she went, it would lower her status and bring shame to the royal family. But if she didn't go, she missed Zhao Chen too much. As early as the moment she left the capital, wasn't what she wanted most to do to go to the Zhao family compound? "Father, I don't know what to do either." She sobbed softly. "Someone, escort the 10th princess to the Zhao family compound," the emperor said coldly. At this time, several of Princess Ten's personal maids came over. "These maids are so pretty. You guys escort the 10th princess to the Zhao family compound," the emperor said to them. Several people bowed one after another. "These are the princess maids. I hope you can find a place for them to rest so that they can serve the princess at any time." The emperor looked at Zhao Chen coldly. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "No problem. Then please ask them to bring the princess back with me. I hope that both of us can pretend that what happened today never happened and not affect our future cooperation." The core issue has been resolved. The only thing to worry about now is that Jingjing and Ruan pointed guns at the emperor. Will the emperor take revenge later? What if the emperor ordered the shooting just as they put down their guns? Since ancient times, few emperors have had their words kept their promises. "Okay, I promise you," the emperor said, then raised his hand, and all the guards around him put down their guns. "Can I trust your majesty?" Zhao Chen asked with a smile. "Maybe you may not trust me on other things, but now it concerns my daughter's life. I will definitely not touch you. You can go with peace of mind," said the emperor, gritting his teeth. Zhao Chen walked out softly with Jingjing. Jingjing and Ruan were also trained and took turns staring at the back. Zhao Chen didn't feel relieved until he left the Prince of Qin's mansion. "You guys lift the princess and follow me back quickly." Zhao Chen said. Next time I come to the Prince Qin's mansion, I will definitely secretly arrange a few snipers. In addition, it is time to develop bulletproof vests. Before, this side was full of cold weapons, and stab-proof clothing was tough enough, but now more and more people own guns, and without a bulletproof vest, there is really no safety guarantee. The materials used for bulletproof vests are relatively simple, and the easiest to make are old-fashioned steel plate bulletproof vests. This type of bulletproof vest uses multiple 2-centimeter thick steel plates to cover all important parts of the body. The bulletproof effect is slightly worse than that of fiber and ceramic bulletproof vests, but the biggest advantage is that it is convenient for mass production. And this is also the material that is easiest for him to find. After returning to the Zhao family compound, Zhao Chen immediately called Ying. Ying and the others are the princess's maids. You should arrange for them to live with Chunhua, Qiyue, and the others. Although Zhao Chun didn't say it explicitly, Ying understood it as soon as she heard it. Chunhua, Qiyue, and the others came from the Prince Qin's mansion. Since the clues were discovered some time ago, these people have been under surveillance. If the princess's maid is sent to live with them, wouldn't that mean they will be monitored as well? Okay. Ying nodded and said to the maids, come over here. We'll arrange accommodation for you now. They didn't move and glanced at the princess. And Lingxin whispered, go ahead. Brother Zhao Chen won't harm you. Her Majesty the Princess asked us to take care of you at all times. A maid said. And Lingxin shook her head. No need. You guys go ahead. Yes. No one dared to disobey her and followed Ying away. Zhao Chen took him towards the main house. Bai Shu heard some noise outside and ran out immediately. When she saw Lingxin, whose face was ashen, she immediately bowed and said, my name is Zhao Bai Shu, and I am honored to meet Her Royal Highness the Princess. And Lingxin's eyelids twitched, and her heart felt like it was being grabbed. Chapter 183. Two women talk. The county magistrate gives a coat. Noticing Lingxin's change, Zhao Chen winked at Bai Shu. Bai Shu smiled, walked to Zhao Chen and patted his hand gently. Sir, the princess must have come here for you, right? Zhao Chen frowned and whispered. The 10th princess has been ill recently. Don't provoke her. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Bai Shu said seriously. Sir, please let me accompany the 10th princess. Zhao Chen was a little worried. He also knew Lingxin's feelings. Bai Shu was her love rival. If the two women were together, it would be difficult to guarantee that Lingxin's condition would not worsen. Bai Shu seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. Don't worry, sir. There will be absolutely no problem. Seeing Bai Shu's seriousness, Zhao Chen nodded. Then he looked at Lingxin and asked, what do you think, Princess 10? Is it okay? Lingxin let out a long sigh. She is the 10th princess of the Dan dynasty and should not be afraid of anything. So what if the person opposite is her love rival? She turned around, smiled, and said, okay, I'll go for a walk with Madame Zhao. Zhao Chen nodded. The two women left together. Looking at the backs of the two, he felt a little worried. He immediately called Ying. Go and prepare 2 cotton coats for me. Elite immediately ran away, and soon she came back with 2 cotton coats. Master, here are the cotton coats for you. Zhao Chen took it and ran in the direction the two women left. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Shu took Lingxin for a stroll in the courtyard. Don't think you can show off in front of me just because you got brother Zhao Chen. Lingxin spoke first. Bai Shu smiled and said, Your Highness, I understand your intentions. Have you ever thought about getting an official? Lingxin was stunned when she said that. Has she ever thought about it? I had indeed thought about it, and more than once, but what was the point of just thinking about it? Now Zhao Chen was already married, and according to the laws of Dan, the two of them would never have the chance to be together in this life. She is a princess, and Zhao Chen is now a county lord. If it weren't for her third brother playing tricks behind her back and her second brother's repeated dissuasion, perhaps she could have married Zhao Chen now. But where can we find so many regret pills in the world? What do you mean by saying this? Do you really think I don't dare? Lingxin turned her head and looked at Bai Shu. Bai Shu still maintained a calm and composed smile. You are the high and mighty princess. As long as you want, you can do anything. I'm glad you know. Lingxin let out a long sigh, but her eyes were full of loneliness. If it weren't for the dignity of the royal family, wouldn't she also want to possess Zhao Chen? Even if she could share him with others, it would be better than missing him all by herself day and night. Bai Shu continued walking forward. Your Highness, there are some things I shouldn't say. I just think you don't need to care too much about what others think. Lingxin raised her eyebrows and asked, What do you mean by that? Bai Shu maintained a calm smile throughout the whole process. Of course it means literally. You've been sick with longing in the capital every day, but have you ever thought about how my husband feels about you? Lingxin shook her head. Actually, I think you can find some time to talk to him alone and understand his thoughts. Maybe you can find a better way out, Bai Shu said calmly. And Ling Xin's face gradually darkened. Aren't you afraid that I will snatch him away? Sir, he won't do that, Bai Shu said calmly. Although I haven't known him for a long time, I can feel that he is very kind and serious to everyone around him. If you really have a way to make him divorce me, it only proves that I haven't done enough and haven't won his favor. After hearing these words, Ling Xin felt complicated. She couldn't tell whether what Bai Shu said was true or false. Is it really possible to love a man without caring about anything? So what are her feelings for Zhao Chen? Is it love or just a desire to possess him? Her thoughts were complicated. Seeing this, Bai Shu came to her side and said, "My husband is very outstanding, the most outstanding man I have ever met. It's normal for you to like him. I think you don't have to suppress your inner thoughts. Say whatever you want and do whatever you want. After all, life is so short." Hearing these words, Ling Xin's heart began to beat violently, and a surge of hot blood rushed directly to her head. Having been ill these days, she has seen through many things. Originally, she thought that once she saw Zhao Chun, she would never leave. No matter what others thought, she would stay with Zhao Chun. But when she really met Zhao Chun, she began to worry about the dignity of the royal family. The royal family did not have much say in the court. If she did something that brought shame to the royal family, what would the ministers do? Just then Zhao Chen came and put 2 cotton coats on the 2 of them. "Madam, Princess Ten, it's too cold outside. You 2 should put on some clothes." Bai Shu took the cotton coat and put it on, then squeezed Zhao Chen's hand. "Sir, you'd better talk to the 10th princess alone. I won't disturb you for now." After saying that, she turned around and walked away without any reluctance. Zhao Chen scratched his head. He was also a little confused at this moment. "Your Highness, let's." As soon as he opened his mouth, Ling Xin immediately walked up and grabbed his hand. "Mrs. Zhao just told me that, and I think it's right." Zhao Chun was right in front of her, and she no longer cared about anything else. "Life is so short, I really don't want to leave any regrets in my life. Regardless of whether we can be together or not, at least I hope you understand my feelings." Zhao Chen didn't break free either. He looked into the distance and let out a long sigh. "In fact, I already understood at the moment you blocked the arrow for me. If it weren't for what happened later, perhaps." He didn't continue because he knew that this was something they both hoped for, but was difficult to do. It's better to keep it in your heart than to say it out loud and make others sad. And Ling Xin stood in front of him, put her arms around his neck, and stood on tiptoe. A flash of warmth passed by. Coming back to her senses, and Ling Xin looked at him seriously and asked, "If I am willing to give up my status as a princess, will you marry me?" Zhao Chen's scalp tingled. "Your Highness, this is no joke. Besides, you know I have a wife." "I'm not kidding. I'm telling you seriously, whether you have a wife or not, I want to stay with you. Are you willing to take me in?" Zhao Chen's heart was pounding. And Ling Xin is very beautiful and has developed an extraordinary temperament after years in the palace. Zhao Chun is just an ordinary man, so of course he likes her. Chapter 184: The princess watches fireworks and borrows someone to use at night. "Your Highness, I think you should think carefully about this matter," Zhao Chen said seriously. "Giving up your royal status is not as simple as a lip service gesture. Once you truly leave the royal family, you'll have no one to lean on. I don't care. As long as I can be with you, I don't care about anything." And Ling Xin shook her head. "Princess, you have been out for such a long time. You should go back and rest first. We can talk about it in the evening if there is anything." Zhao Chen quickly found an excuse to get Ling Xin away. And Ling Xin naturally understood what he said. "Okay, then I'll go back first. I hope you can think carefully about what I just said." Zhao Chen glanced at Ying and said, "Ying, go prepare a room for the 10th princess." Ying bowed and left with Ling Xin. Zhao Chen returned to the main house and saw Bai Shu warming herself by the fire. "Madam, what did you say to the 10th princess?" "I didn't say anything. I just hope he can see through my thoughts." Bai Shu smiled. Zhao Chen's eyebrows drooped slightly. Bai Shu came to him and asked softly, "Sir, do you like the 10th princess?" Zhao Chen immediately turned his head, but before he could speak, Bai Shu raised his hand to cover his lips. "Don't rush to answer me. Think about it carefully. I'm not a jealous woman. I can accept that you like other women. As long as I know that you still have me in your heart, that's enough. We are husband and wife. I just want to hear your true thoughts." He said, "Take her hand away and look at Zhao Chen." Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. "I do like her a little bit. In the end, it's because she risked her life to save me." The entire Zhao family compound knew that the 10th princess had blocked the arrow for Zhao Chen. Bai Shu had also heard about it after being here for so long. It was because she had heard this story that she wanted to try to narrow the distance between Ling Xin and Zhao Chen. "Since you like her, then go and get her. Hesitation is not like your character. Baishu was still warming himself by the fire, and his attitude when he said this sounded like he was joking, but also like he was serious. Madam, you just need to say some things. She is a princess. If we do this, the emperor will be against us. Not to mention the execution of the whole family. At least I will definitely lose my head. Zhao Qin touched his neck. With your current strength, are you still afraid of the imperial court? Baishu asked back. This question confused Zhao Qin. With his current strength, he can indeed compete with the imperial court. Although he only had more than 1,000 troops, as long as they had enough ammunition, they would definitely not be at a disadvantage if they were sent out to fight. In addition, after becoming the county lord, he has not used the extra private army quota. If he recruits all the troops, he will have at least more than 2,000 troops. More than 2,000 people, all equipped with automatic rifles or sniper rifles, and with cannons behind them, are terrifying to think about. Such power would be absolutely deadly in the era of cold weapons. Sir, I wasn't joking about what I just said to you. You should think about it carefully. After saying this, Baishu turned and left, leaving the room to Zhao Qin so that he could think alone. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Baishu went to Lingxin's room again, knocked on the door, and looked at Lingxin, who was full of worry. She smiled and said, Princess, are you free to go out with me again? Ling was alert. Even though Baishu had talked things out with her during the day, she still didn't want to believe that Baishu would really give Zhao Qin to her. Don't you want to know what the master said to me today? Baishu smiled. This sentence immediately aroused Lingxin's curiosity. What did he tell you? Come on, let's go for a walk and talk while we walk. Baishu took a step back, and Lingxin found a thick piece of clothing to put on, and followed Baishu out. The two of them arrived in the yard, and Lingxin asked anxiously, What did Brother Zhao Qin say to you? Can you tell me? Baishu conveyed to Lingxin word for word what Zhao Qin had said to her during the day. After hearing this, Lingxin's eyes filled with tears. As expected, Brother Zhao Qin has me in his heart. As long as I know that he has me in his heart, I will be satisfied. What's the use of just having you in my heart? How about this? I'll invite you to watch the fireworks first, and you should think carefully about what the relationship between you and Zhao Qin should be like. Baishu said, What are fireworks? Lingxin asked very confusedly. You'll see it soon. Baishu smiled, and then arranged for Zhao to set off the fireworks. As the fireworks flew into the sky and exploded, Lingxin watched with curiosity. Did Brother Zhao Qin also get this thing? Lingxin asked. Yeah, actually he got much more than you thought. Baishu said softly. Is there anything else you can tell me? Lingxin was a little anxious. Seeing her like this, Baishu smiled and said, You will know it later. Even if you know it now, you won't be able to see it. How's it going? Have you figured out how to get along with my husband now? Sister Baishu, can you lend me, Brother Zhao Qin for one night? I'm not greedy, just one night will do. Perhaps because she was afraid that Baishu would disagree, Lingxin deliberately added another sentence at the end. From Mrs. Zhao at the beginning to Baishu's sister, Baishu also noticed the changes in Lingxin. She reached out and held Lingxin's hand. As long as you are not afraid of being at a disadvantage, then go ahead. Also, I have to tell you that there are many of his women in the compound. Can you accept it? Lingxin was silent for a while, nodded and said, I think I can do it. Which man in ancient times didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even if the emperor finds her a husband, he will have to compensate her with a few maids. The prince consort nominally has only 1 wife, but in reality he sleeps with at least 5 or more wives. Compared with this, it doesn't matter if Zhao Qin has more. After all, he is so outstanding. Okay, then I'll help you arrange it tonight. Baishu smiled faintly. Lingxin asked, somewhat confused, Sister Baishu, are you really not afraid that the master will change his mind? Baishu let out a long sigh, watching the fleeting fireworks. During this time with you, my husband, I've gradually figured it out. We women are like fireworks in the sky. Our beauty only lasts for a fleeting moment. As the only mistress of the Zhao family compound, all I need to think about is how to make you happy. I might feel uncomfortable knowing he's with you, but this is what I have to endure as the mistress of the house. If I were to be like those wild girls out there, only thinking about monopolizing you, I would only end up drifting further and further away from you. Chapter 185 Ling Xian attacks Zhao County Lord at night. The County Lord urgently defends. It was late at night, and Zhao Qin was ready to rest. Where on earth has Baishu been? Why hasn't he come back yet so late? Zhao Qin muttered. At this time of day, either Baishu would come back by himself, or a few maids would be sent over for him. But Lingxin came today, but she didn't come back. Could it be that she was angry? Just as he was thinking about it, the door creaked open. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Lingxin threw her coat on the ground and walked over barefoot. When the Zhao family compound was switching to central heating, the main house was converted to geothermal heating, and the ground was not cold at all. As the sound got closer, Zhao Chen still didn't open his eyes. Until the quilt was lifted, a burst of fragrant wind blew into my nose. Zhao Chen hugged her and said, "Madam, why are you here so late?" His hand moved. "The feel is different from my wife's." He suddenly opened his eyes and saw An Lingxin looking at him with deep affection. He was startled and stepped back quickly. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" An Lingxin's face was also red at this time. "Brother Zhao Chun, sister Bai Shu, and I have discussed it. I'm yours tonight." No, what are you talking about? "You are mine." "How can you, Her Royal Highness the Princess?" Before he could finish his words, Bai Shu had already pounced on him. "Your Highness, please leave as soon as possible. It would be disgraceful for you to be here with me." "What reputation? I miss you so much that you're dying. Do you still care about your reputation?" Zhao Chun was provoked by An Lingxin and turned around and pounced on her. "Princess, don't regret it. Call me Lingxin." The wind in the quilt suddenly blew for half the night. When she woke up the next morning, An Lingxin sat up, rubbing her aching waist. She rested her chin on her hands and looked at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun turned around and asked with a smile, "Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you see enough last night?" An Lingxin shook her head. "I haven't seen enough. I can never get enough of your face even if I stare at it for my entire life." Zhao Chun smiled and clapped his hands. "All right, let's get up quickly. It's time to go have breakfast." The two were getting dressed when Bai Shu walked in. "Madam." The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. For some reason, he had a feeling of stealing something at this moment. "Is your Highness feeling better?" She came to the bedside and looked at the two people who were getting dressed. And Lingxin let out a long sigh. "Sister Bai Shu, I have really figured out some things. Are you ready to compete with me for Brother Zhao Chen in the future?" Zhao Chen's eyes suddenly widened. "If your Highness the Princess likes, I can let me accompany you often," Bai Shu said with a smile. "Okay, I was just joking." The princess had finished putting on her clothes and looked back at Zhao Chun. "From now on, we will both be the women of this big pervert. I will try my best to learn from my sister." "Your Highness, do you have any plans for today?" Bai Shu asked softly. And Lingxin smiled and said, "I'm going to go back and confront father." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen immediately stood up. "Isn't it a bit too early to show my hand now? I'm not ready yet." And Lingxin shook her head. "It's best to confront me now. If I stay with you for a long time before I recover, my father will definitely find a way to let me leave. Don't worry, you are my man. I won't put you in any danger. I just need to tell my father that I will do whatever he dares to do to you, and he will be wilted immediately." And Lingxin smiled and turned to walk out the door. "Don't wait for me for breakfast. I'll be back in an hour at most after going to the Prince Qin's mansion." When she went out, she called over the maids that her father had assigned to her yesterday. "Come with me to the Prince of Qin's mansion." And Lingxin took a few people and left the Zhao family compound. As soon as they left, Zhao Chen immediately asked the security team to assemble. Now that Si Jun was in the fiefdom enough, he recalled all the security teams. "Fengda, arrange for 5 snipers to go upstairs. The rest of you, bring your equipment. Each person will be issued 4 grenades. If the situation changes, we will be ready for a fight." He could trust in Lingxin, but he didn't dare to trust in Lingxin's brothers and her father. The old emperor was too emotional and acted on his emotions in everything he did. The 3 princes all had their own ulterior motives. Except for the Prince of Qin who wanted to protect him, the other 2 princes did not dare to speak out. The 6th brother is in an ambiguous state now, and the 3rd brother is determined to kill him. There are currently 40 security guards in the compound, so it is not too difficult to stop those people. After all, Zhao Chen not only equipped himself with grenades, but also didn't distribute them to anyone else. As long as those people can attack, he can come and go freely while guarding the Zhao family compound. After An Lingxin left, Zhao Chen felt like every day was a year. Bai Shu stood beside him and said with a smile, "My lord, when you faced the Yin Gang before, I didn't see you so nervous. How can that be the same? Even though there are a lot of people in the Salt Gang, they don't have any weapons. What can they use to fight us with a bunch of cold weapons? The old emperor is different. He bought so many firearms from me back then. If he really gets mad and wants to wipe us out, we won't be able to deal with him." Listening to his explanation, Bai Shu remained calm and composed. "I think your worries are unnecessary. You may not understand the royal family. As royal relatives, we know best that among all the royal family members, the 10th princess is the most favored. But no one can make the decision for her. I hope everything is as you said." Zhao Chen pinched his temples. More than an hour passed before An Lingxin came back with 10 maids. "Master, the 10th princess is back," the rooftop sniper reported via the intercom. Zhao Chen asked, Is there anyone else with her? No, but I saw that the 10th princess seemed to be holding an imperial edict in her hand. The sniper replied. Take a closer look at the other surrounding streets. Is there no one there? I'm sure no one saw the princess walking back with a smile on her face. It must be something happy. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the old emperor didn't send anyone to follow him, he wouldn't be so scared. Soon Lingxin came back. Brother Zhao Chen, you see? I'm right? As long as I take action, everything will be easy for my father. She skipped to the main courtyard and threw the imperial edict roll into Zhao Chen's hand. This thing is for you. Take a look at it. Zhao Chen opened it and took a look. Wow, this emperor is really generous. Although he didn't promote his title, he gave him an extra 2,000 private army quotas. By this calculation, he can expand his private army to more than 4,000 at most. And if he brings in the people from the escort agency, he can definitely form an army of 5,000. Chapter 186. Miser and Lingxin, either cheating his father or his brother. After putting away the imperial edict, Zhao Chen was satisfied. This emperor father-in-law finally did something humane. Brother Zhao Chen, how about this? Do you like it? And Lingxin asked with a smile. Zhao Chen raised the corner of his mouth. I like your gift very much. As he spoke, he always felt as if he had forgotten something today. After thinking about it carefully twice, he still couldn't remember it. So he simply took the imperial edict back to the main house. The ice sculpture festival is tomorrow, and he needs to see if he needs anything. The moment he took out his cell phone, he suddenly remembered that today was the Chess King Championship held in Lintian City. The winner is exempt from paying taxes this year. How could I forget about this? He said in a low voice, then quickly ran outside. Seeing him like this, Xie immediately asked, Master, what are you going to do? Zhao Chen said, I'm going to participate in the Chess King competition and win first place so that we can get tax exemption. Xie sighed. It's too late. Let's just accept it this year. Zhao Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Why didn't you inform me in advance? Xie was also helpless. I wanted to inform you just now, but seeing that you were waiting for Her Royal Highness the 10th Princess, I thought about it and didn't tell you. Are you blaming me? Zhao Chen looked at the app on his phone and slapped his forehead. Forget it. If I don't want to go, then I won't go. It's just some taxes anyway. The taxes here are not calculated based on the total income. Everyone has a fixed amount, and the worst that can happen is that you can get it back from somewhere else. Sir, I see that you are a little unhappy. Is there something wrong? Bai Shu walked over and asked. At the same time, and Lingxin also walked over. Yeah, Brother Zhao Chen, why are you unhappy? Are you feeling any pressure from receiving that imperial edict? Zhao Chen shook his head. I can't offer tax exemption to our compound. And Lingxin and Bai Shu were both curious. Considering that they were not from Lintian City, Zhao Chen told them about the Chess King Championship again. After hearing this, and Lingxin's face gradually darkened. It's all my fault, father. He had to nag me for so long, delaying our business. No, he has to pay the tax. Zhao Chen blinked, but said nothing. He was very clear about the position of the 10th princess in the emperor's heart. So he came up with a very rational idea. Lingxin, talk to the emperor later. He didn't give me any dowry when I married you. So why don't you ask him to exempt us from taxes for a few more years? And Lingxin immediately turned around and glared at him. Brother Zhao Chen, you really have a lot on your mind. Didn't you even ask for a betrothal gift when you married me? Zhao Chen opened his mouth. Asking him to pay is like asking for his life. How about this? Talk to your old man. Since he sent you to the Zhao family compound, I'll give him a discount. From now on, all guns will be 40% off, no matter how much. When Lingxin heard what Zhao Chen said, her eyes suddenly lit up. She had also seen how powerful a gun was. If Zhao Chen could continue to sell guns to his father at this price, his father would make a lot of money. She rolled her eyes and said, No, we'll have to pay too much money. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. So what do you think we should do? Zhao Chen asked helplessly. And Ling thought for a moment and said, Just keep selling it to him at a 20% discount. I'm sure he'll be very happy. In fact, Zhao Chen's proposal of a 40% discount was already very profitable. He didn't expect Lingxin to be such a miser. As soon as she entered the Zhao family compound, she immediately adapted to her identity and knew who she was. Since you are so ideologically conscious, I will do as you say. When you have time, you must talk to your father, the emperor. Zhao Chen said seriously. And Lingxin nodded heavily. Don't worry, it's just a small amount of tax. Although no one in the Dine dynasty has the right to tax exemption, it doesn't mean that others can't pay taxes for me. Even if the emperor isn't here, don't we still have our second brother? Our house is so close to his. I can just pop over for a bite to eat and at least get the tax back. Zhao Chen felt that Lingxin was more and more adorable. Bai Shu on the side couldn't help but laugh. The Prince of Qin's mansion is also her sister's home, but her sister's status in the Prince of Qin's mansion is not as high as that of the Prince of Qin, so it is impossible for her to go there for a meal. Besides, women are extroverted by nature. Once they marry into their husband's family, they will consider many things for their husband's family. Sister Lingxin, when you say that, I feel a little sad for King Qin. And Lingxin raised the corner of her mouth. I can't help it. It's because my father can only give birth to sons. I am the only daughter among so many. They all owe me. Besides, if it weren't for me, would my old emperor have been able to get such cheap guns? They can't thank me enough. As she spoke, she turned around and looked at Zhao Chun. Brother Zhao Chun, remember this. You should give discounts to whoever pays your taxes. If my second brother pays for the guns, you should give him discounts. If my father pays for them, you should give him discounts. Don't give discounts to both of them. I will be very sad if you do that. The corners of Zhao Chun's mouth twitched. There were some things he was not comfortable saying. He had already reached a cooperation with the King of Qin and would supply equipment to the King of Qin at a 30% discount. If I give you another 20% discount now, the King of Qin did not want to find a solution, and it would be good enough if he could just ask them for more taxes. Forget it. As long as Lingxin is happy, with this golden medal of immunity from death, she won't have to worry too much about the Emperor and the King of Qin making trouble in the future. She just needs to face those civil and military officials wholeheartedly. At present, the civil officials do not have much conflict with him. After all, the T gang is still cooperating with him, but he has completely offended the military generals. Zhao Chen was also confused. Such a long time had passed. Why didn't the generals take any action? Are you planning some big move? Okay, let's go back. It's very cold outside. Zhao Chun took his two wives back to the main house at the same time. Brother Zhao Chun, how are we going to sleep from now on? And Lingxin asked, looking at the double bed. How about you two have one night each? Zhao Chun asked. And Lingxin pouted and shook her head. I don't think it's good. How about? She turned her head and took a look. Bai Shu smiled and asked, Sister Bai Shu, how about the two of us accompany Brother Zhao Chun together in the future? Oh. Bai Shu was a little embarrassed. Today was only the second day that she and Lingxin knew each other. They had never had any intersection before. She was a little embarrassed to have her accompany Zhao Chun rashly. Sister Bai Shu, are you unwilling? And Lingxin asked, blinking her big eyes. Bai Shu quickly shook his head. I'm not unwilling. I'll just follow Sister Lingxin's instructions. Okay then, let's accompany Brother Zhao Chun tonight. Chapter 187. Sleeping together, going to the fiefdom together the next day. Zhao Chun felt so happy that he was flying in the sky. Both Bai Shu and Lingxin were top-notch beauties. Both of them were born into imperial families and have an elegant temperament. This aura alone makes her more charming than those of his maids. It's not that those maids are bad, but compared to entertainment, maids are more down-to-earth. Or maybe it was better in ancient times, because in ancient times he could reasonably possess many women. If it were today, he would have been torn to pieces if he had to deal with so many women at the same time. If you really don't handle it well, you might be charged with bigamy and have to stay in prison and cry behind bars. In the blink of an eye, it was night and Zhao Chun returned to his room. Brother Zhao Chun, come here quickly. And Lingxin waved to Zhao Chun and called happily. Zhao Chun felt a little hot, and then, Brother Zhao Chun, I surrender. And Lingxin kept begging for mercy. Bai Shu stood aside and gently pulled Zhao Chen's sleeve. Sir, I know I was wrong. Yes, I know I was wrong. And Lingxin apologized. Zhao Chen turned around, her eyes narrowed with a cold glint. It must be that you, as her elder sister, have not educated her well. The laughter in the main house lasted most of the night and then into the next day. The maids brought by Lingxin and Bai Shu's 3 famous works came in at the same time. Zhao Chun covered himself with the quilt and looked at the group of people in front of him. Although he knew that these women would be his sooner or later, being stared at by more than a dozen people at the same time made him feel like an animal. The main reason is that there is no other way. These 2 young ladies have been raised by others and their hands-on ability is relatively weak. These maids came here not only to serve him, but also to serve their original masters. Sir, let us help you put on your clothes. All the maids bowed in unison. Zhao Chun turned his head and glanced at Lingxin and asked, Lingxin, can you please give me all the household registration cards of your maids? What do you want those things for? And Lingxin asked with raised eyebrows. Zhao Chun whispered in her ear, I'm worried that your old emperor is planting a hole here and keeping an eye on us. And Lingxin waved her hand confidently. Don't worry, even if my old man wanted to, he wouldn't have the guts to do it. Do you really think the title of unruly little princess is for nothing? Looking across the entire capital, not to mention the civil and military officials, Even my old emperor is afraid of me. Are you sure about this? Really? Okay, then I'll trust you this time. Zhao Chen said this, but he was still a little worried in his heart. He had no plans to touch the maids sent by the emperor for the time being. Otherwise, they would not have been locked up together with the maids sent by the Prince of Qin's mansion. Just observe for a while and make your decision after some time has passed. If there are any abnormalities among the maids, try to keep them away from the core. Okay, sir, let's get up quickly. We have activities today. Bai Shu straightened his expression, stood up, and walked to the middle of the maids. Anyway, the people who came to serve her were just a group of maids, so she had no need to worry about it. And Lingxin also stood up. Zhao Chen's little heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Brother Zhao Chen, are you getting up? These are my personal maids. You don't have to be shy. They will be yours sooner or later. Well, I'm not shy. I'm just a little uncomfortable. Can a few of you go out first? Zhao Chen curled his lips, and Lingxin glanced at the maids and said, the 6 of you should go out first. She brought 10 maids with her. Normally, she would need these 10 people to serve her in the morning. In comparison, Bai Shu's specifications are a bit poor. Brother Zhao Chen, are you okay now? And Lingxin asked with a smile. Zhao Chen couldn't dodge, so he stood up as well. A group of maids were busy working, and the masters were all dressed neatly. Coming out of the main house, Zhao Chen stood in the yard and shouted, asking the maids to gather. Before he knew it, he had more than 20 maids in his house. These more than 20 maids each have their own strengths, and each one is very beautiful. In addition to more than 20 maids, there were also 2 wives. The Ice Sculpture Festival opens in our fiefdom today. You just follow me there in a while. Zhao Chun said loudly while standing in front of the crowd. The maids in the Zhao family compound were all extremely excited. Bai Shu's eyes were also full of sparkles. Only in Lingxin and the group of maids he brought with him were a little confused. Isn't it just a trip to a fiefdom? What's so exciting about it? Quietly and softly, you two will follow me and my wife throughout the day. Zhao Chen arranged for Jingjing and Ruan to nod heavily. Get in the car and let's go. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Soon Feng De drove over, and the group headed to the fiefdom in 3 cars. No one has come to the fiefdom early in the morning. I told those people during the previous promotion that the activities here will not officially begin until dark. After they entered the fiefdom, Bing Bing immediately ran over to greet them. Welcome, master, madams, and sisters. She had a smile on her face. Take us to the power station first. The biggest variable today is ice dancing. The servants had only learned to skate for a short time and were the most likely to make mistakes. Especially since the performance is at night, if something unexpected happens. Many accidents cannot be avoided in society, even in modern times, let alone in ancient times. The only thing he could do was to try to nip any accidents in the bud before they started. Several people took a horse-drawn carriage directly to the outside of the power station. After getting off the car, and Lingxin saw a group of people dancing on the ice at a very fast speed. She asked curiously, Brother Zhao Chun, what is this? This is called ice skating. Zhao Chen said with a smile. If you want to try it, you can come up and have some fun. Then he looked at Bai Shu and the other maids and said, if you want to play, you can go to the empty ice rink over there. Bing Bing asked them to send some skates over. Yes. Bing Bing responded and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Zhao Chen looked over here. According to his initial request, multiple searchlights were installed on both sides of the dam to ensure that there were no blind spots on the entire ice when the ice dance began at night. There is also a special area for setting off fireworks on the ice surface not far behind. By the afternoon, all the fireworks were gradually delivered. He took a look around and felt very satisfied. At least from the current perspective, there shouldn't be any problems. I wonder how much profit the closure can bring after tonight. It costs money to ice skating, it costs money to ride a hot air balloon, and it also costs money to play on the slide and see the ice lanterns. Chapter 188 Play hard in the fiefdom and gain a little fangirl. Zhao Chun was just about to set up a toll booth in the territory so that people would have to pay to enter the territory. He had considered buying a package before, buying a package to experience all the entertainment activities in the entire territory, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there were still too few entertainment activities, so he decided to wait until there were more entertainment activities in the future. After he finished walking around, he came back and watched the ice dance of the circus performers for a while. The ice dance is very good and looks very graceful when matched with the music. Those chores also work very hard. If they hadn't trained day and night, they probably wouldn't have achieved such good results. Zhao Chen stood in front of everyone and clapped his hands. All the servants gathered together and said, Very good. I am very pleased with your performance. Perform well tonight, and I will give each of you 10 taels of gold after the performance. The women were thrilled. In this feudal era where men were superior to women, Women might not earn much in their entire lives, and even risk their lives just to earn a few taels of silver. And they just rehearsed a dance here, fell a few times, and earned 10 taels of gold, which converted into silver, is a full 100 taels. Thank you, sir. Everyone bowed. Some movements on the ice are not very convenient, mainly because I am afraid of kneeling down and the blade rising up and hurting others. Okay, no need to thank me. Just give a good performance tonight. Let everyone see your most amazing performance. That will be the biggest thank you to me. After saying that, Zhao Chun went to another ice rink, where the women were already skating on the ice. Bai Shu and the others had done this before, so their movements were obviously not that unfamiliar. However, Lingxin and the maids she brought with her fell down every once in a while. Lingxin fell and burst into tears. If Bai Shu hadn't been by her side, she would have probably quit by now. Brother Zhao Chun, this is too difficult. Lingxin sniffed. Sir, how about you give Sister Lingxin a try? Bai Shu asked. At this time, his maids also came over. Yes, master. How about you give second madam a try? This situation might not happen in other places, but in the Zhao family compound, Zhao Chun is a modern person. Although some basic etiquette will still follow the procedures here, he is not that aloof after all. These maids were also very close to him. Zhao Chun laughed and said, Okay, bring a pair of shoes for the master. Lingxin looked at Zhao Chun in surprise. Brother Zhao Chun, can you skate too? Zhao Chun just smiled and said nothing. Instead, Bai Shu came over and said, This sport was taught to us by our master. He skates much better than us. Really? Brother Zhao Chun, then quickly skate one for me to see. Lingxin's eyes widened. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chun had changed his ice skates and jumped directly onto the ice, starting a high-speed skate. Seeing Zhao Chun skating so fast, Lingxin covered her mouth and said, Brother Zhao Chun, you are so amazing. Zhao Chun rubbed his hair. I didn't expect that in ancient times, there would be a little fangirl. In modern times, his skating skills would be considered average at best, and certainly wouldn't be so appealing. Zhao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He liked the ancient world more and more. If it weren't for his parents and Li Qi being across the street, he wouldn't even want to go back. After skating a few laps, Zhao Chun stopped and asked with a smile, How do you think I'm skating? Brother Zhao Chun, you are awesome. I am so envious. Ling's heart started beating, and she hooked her arms around Zhao Chun's neck. Okay, just play here for a while. Let's move on to the next project. Several people took off their ice skates and asked others to take them away. Zhao Chun then took a group of women to the hot air balloon site. Seeing the hot air balloon, Lingxin screamed, I love playing with hot air balloons the most. Let me go up and play with them. The emperor had previously brought back 2 hot air balloons. I originally planned to train her and then send her to the battlefield immediately, but Lingxin likes to play, so I could only put one of her in the palace and let her go up and play from time to time. Zhao Chun had the women loaded onto the basket. Jingjing and Wan stood behind him. Master, we too won't go up. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Chun patted the 2 of them and said, Go ahead. It's relatively safe in the fiefdom. Come up and play with us. We're still concerned about your safety. Someone should be coming in shortly. Zhao Chun waved his hand and pushed them directly onto the hot air balloon. Watching the hot air balloon rise into the sky, Zhao Chun smiled below. It would be nice if the bottom of the rim was glass. He sat aside and waited for nearly an hour before the balloons gradually came down. After coming down, Bingbing immediately came to Zhao Chun and said, Master, I see carriages are approaching outside. I'll go to the gate of the fiefdom first. Zhao Chun nodded, and Huahua came over immediately. Master, do we still need to set up a second level of security? Zhao Chun pondered for a moment and nodded. This time, we can just check 500 meters behind Bingbing and the others. Okay, Huahua also left in a hurry. Watching the 2 run away, Lingxin walked over and asked, Where did Brother Zhao Chun and the others go? Is there anything else fun? Zhao Chun laughed and said, They went to the security check. They should always pay attention to safety. Let's go to another place to play. He waved his hand, and everyone rushed to the slide together. According to Zhao Chun's request, dozens of ice sculptures were made on both sides of the slide and on the flat ground below. Zhao Chun had never come to inspect before. This was his first time seeing it. The ice sculptures on site are very lifelike. Lingxin ran in and widened her eyes. Brother Zhao Chun, did you arrange for people to carve these? They are too similar. Zhao Chun smiled and said, If you like it, just walk around in there for a while. Later, let your sister Bai Shu take you up to ride the slide. It's very fun. Really? There are fun things to do. I must try them. Lingxin was very excited. She came to Bai Shu and pulled Bai Shu aside. Sister Bai Shu, take me out to play. I've never played on a slide before. Zhao Chun walked inside the ice sculpture, checking the connections of the ice lanterns from time to time. After all, the ice lanterns are the highlight. These ice lanterns were all connected personally by the compound's electricians, so there shouldn't be any problems. Those electricians have undergone many practical tests. As he was watching, he heard screams coming from the slide. Looking back, and Lingxin was shouting excitedly with her arms outstretched. He smiled and shook his head. The spiritual life of ancient people was truly lacking. It's just a topic. Is it necessary to get so excited? Chapter 189. The Emperor tried to attack the camp, but was completely annihilated. After playing for a while, people started coming over here. Zhao Chun asked the women to be careful. Bai Shu and Lingxin ran over from the slide one after another, hugging Zhao Chun's arms on the left and right. As luck would have it, at this moment the Emperor arrived with the King of Qin and others. Seeing his little daughter, whom he had doted on for many years, standing next to a man with another woman, his heart ached. The corner of his eye twitched slightly, and he turned his head to look at the scoundrel. Gohua, how are the arrangements for our people going? Your Majesty, please rest assured. Our people are already here and should be gathered outside the fiefdom. We will enter as soon as you give the order. All right, let them know when to come in. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. We have guns now. We must teach Zhao Chun a painful lesson. If you kill his men, remember to take their guns. Yes. Gohua nodded heavily and ran to the side to take out the walkie-talkie. Father, second brother, third brother, and sixth brother, you are here too. And Lingxin waved happily. The Emperor forced a smile and came to Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Long live His Majesty. Outside, I am Duke Huang. The Emperor said coldly. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth and said, Okay, Master Duke, how do you feel about coming to my fiefdom? The Emperor looked at the ice sculptures and then at the big slide. It feels good. Is that all? Of course not. Zhao Chun smiled. The real show hasn't started yet. We have to wait until dark. If you feel bored, you can go play on the slide first. Since we are so familiar with each other, I won't charge you any money. Is that the slide you're talking about? The Emperor raised his hand and pointed. That's right. You'll know if you go up and play around. It's very fun. And Lingxin nodded repeatedly and dragged the Emperor towards the slide. As soon as they left, Zhao Chun's walkie-talkie rang. Master, we've observed some people with guns outside the north wall, moving towards us. Is he one of ours? Zhao Chun asked in a low voice. No, only a few of them were armed with automatic rifles. The rest were armed with bolt-action rifles. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth. He already knew who this configuration belonged to. It seems that the Emperor father-in-law wants to teach him a lesson. But unfortunately, he hates being taught by others the most. Just as he was about to give the order, the intercom rang again. Master, they've already started climbing the wall. Should we shoot them? Sniper team, take action. Zhao Chun gave the order. Then he came to the end of the slide and waited for a few minutes. And Lingxin slid down first. Lingxin, you and Bai Shu are staring at me here now. I have to go take care of something. And Lingxin was having a great time playing and had no time to ask questions. She nodded repeatedly and said, Brother Zhao Chun, don't worry. No one dares to mess around when I'm here. Zhao Chun smiled and patted her head, then found Bai Shu and said, I have some things to take care of. Ling Xin is too busy playing around and isn't very reliable. You better keep an eye on her. Okay, sir, go ahead and do your work. Bai Shu nodded. Zhao Chun felt more at ease after leaving the matter to Bai Shu. He then called Jingjing and Ruan to go outside. Sniper team, report the situation. Zhao Chun asked after picking up the walkie-talkie as he walked outside the ice sculpture site. The other side immediately replied. Report to the master. All the intruders have been killed. No one ran away, right? Zhao Chun asked. Not a single one escaped. The sniper team replied. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth and walked quickly over there with Jingjing Ruan. He equipped the sniper team with silenced AWMs, and these people were 300 or 400 meters away from the wall. In addition, he was wearing a white ghillie suit, so no one could see him lying on the snow. These little cuties are really unlucky. They were cheated by their master. This was a good opportunity for him to use this incident to vent his anger on the Emperor. Maybe if the Emperor feels guilty and then Lingxin cooperates with him, he can make some more money. When we got in front of those people, the snow was completely dyed red with blood. The position created by a sniper rifle is completely different from that created by a rifle and looks more bloody. Zhao Chun frowned, and Jingjing and Ruan behind him also covered their mouths. He came into the crowd and looked around carefully. My goodness, the sniper team is so brutal. He couldn't help but mutter. At the same time, at the ice sculpture site, the Emperor rode the slide twice and felt very happy. He came up to Gohua and whispered, It's been so long. Why haven't we heard any gunshots? Goho was also a little confused. He took out his walkie-talkie and asked, "Have you guys infiltrated yet? Hurry up and do it. The underground can't wait." At this time, Zhao Chun was also attracted by the sound. He followed the sound to find the intercom, picked it up and replied with a smile. "Your people can't move. They have all been killed by my people." When he heard Zhao Chun's voice, Gohu's face immediately darkened. The emperor was also beside him. When he heard Zhao Chun's answer, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. "This is his guard. I came to the territory twice. The first time, the entire shadow was folded at the edge of the territory. This time, his guards were wiped out again. Is this territory poisonous? Zhao Chun, you actually dared to kill His Majesty's guards. Have you had enough of living?" Gohu couldn't help but shout. Zhao Chun laughed again. "Why are you so anxious? I didn't know they were His Majesty's guards. Besides, anyone entering my territory is free, and I protect their safety. You guys are trying to climb over the wall. I have reason to suspect you're threatening their safety, right? Zhao Chun, you are so brave. Come over and accept your death." Gohu shouted loudly. Zhao Chun's face darkened, and he picked up the intercom and started cursing. "Who the hell do you think you are? You're not even a man, and you're yelling in front of me. Do you really want me to praise you for your strength despite your disability?" The dog's mouth may twitch slightly. When it comes to swearing, he is indeed no match for Zhao Chun, especially now that he is by the emperor's side. If I really argue with Zhao Chun without considering the consequences, it will arouse His Majesty's disgust. He glanced at the emperor. The emperor's expression changed from bright to dark. He is probably the one with the most complicated emotions right now. The guards were all killed by Zhao Chun's men without even firing a shot, which is enough to prove that Zhao Chun's guard force is very powerful. My daughter will definitely be safe if she stays with him. But at the same time, his guards were gone, and he had to go back and retrain the guards, which would take more than a day or two. Originally, this group of guards was selected from the most elite troops in the capital. Without these people, he can only go back to picking the tallest one among the short ones. Chapter 190. In front of the emperor, Ling Xin asked for training fees. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark, and many people came to the territory. All the searchlights in the territory were turned on one by one. Zhao Chun did not ask anyone to turn on the small colored lights on the ice sculpture immediately, mainly to leave people in suspense. "All right, let's just forget about this Gaheo matter. Just let him come back." "Yes." Gohu nodded and said to Zhao Chun on the intercom, "His Majesty doesn't want to bother with your affairs. Please come back quickly." Zhao Chun snorted lightly. He really doesn't care about these things. Your Majesty is now left alone, so even if you want to make a fuss, what can you achieve? It would be fine if they didn't fall out, but if Tang really did, with Zhao Chun's ability, he would be able to keep anyone he wanted. He walked back with Jingjing Gruanruan, and at the same time, he used the intercom to inform the propaganda department. "Notify everyone on the radio to gather at power station number 2. "Yes," came the reply from the intercom. Zhao Chun turned his head and glanced at Jingjing. "I'll tell someone to deal with the bodies here later. After checking the serial numbers on all the guns, put them all into the warehouse. The emperor can't come to cause trouble for him in vain. He is not a fool. If these people really infiltrate, they will definitely shoot at the guards of the territory when they come in." Since the emperor wanted to scare Lingxin in this way, he had to bear the price of the scare. After a while, all the loudspeakers in the entire enclosure sounded. "Dear visitors, good evening. Please proceed to the power station number 2 ice rink, where there will be ice dancing and fireworks." The same words were repeated 3 times, and everyone became curious. "Where is power station number 2? Hurry up, there will be a fireworks show soon." You were just paying attention to the fireworks display. What was that ice dancing they were talking about? Under the guidance of the staff, a group of people went to power station number 2. When we arrived at power station number 2, it was already completely dark. Since Bai Shu had been watching here, the emperor and the others were called together just after they finished playing. Zhao Chun had already reserved the best viewing seats for them, and Bai Shu took a few people there directly. When we arrived at the outskirts of power station number 2, the ice rink was illuminated very brightly by several searchlights. Everyone was a little curious. What are we doing here? Besides this smooth piece of ice, what else is there? Zhao Chun found Bai Shu and others. "Master, brother Zhao Chun, are you back?" Bai Shu and Lingxin came over at the same time, and the emperor also walked over with a gloomy face. "Zhao Chun, you are really great," he said, gritting his teeth. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Compared to your Majesty, I still have a lot of shortcomings. I still need to learn from your Majesty in the future." The emperor's cheeks were shaking with anger. He really didn't want to bother with Zhao Chun anymore. And Lingxin watched the two of them bickering with each other and asked curiously, "Brother Zhao Chun, what did the emperor do to you?" Zhao Chun raised an eyebrow. Our most beloved father, the emperor, sent a surprise attack team to come in and snatch you away, but they were wiped out by our people. His surprise attack team is well equipped. Once they get in, they'll probably kill a lot of us. Zhao Chun deliberately made the matter sound more serious. And Ling Xin's expression suddenly darkened. Is what my father, brother Zhao Chun, said true? No, don't listen to his nonsense. I just sent some people here to test the security level here. Who knows? Seeing in Ling Xin's angry expression, the emperor immediately lost his temper and explained in a halting manner. Do you see it now? And Ling Xin asked coldly. The emperor nodded sadly. He did see it, but the price was a little bit high. Ling Xin, don't be angry. Isn't your father worried about your safety? The emperor began to comfort Ling Xin. And Ling Xin pouted and didn't look at him. The emperor was in a particularly awkward position. Just as he was about to speak, a melodious sound of music came from above the ice rink. Everyone was attracted by the sound, and then someone shouted, "Look, there's someone on the ice." A group of servants wearing pink long-sleeved clothes skated up on ice skates. Their dancing posture can be described as graceful and elegant. Everyone present was amazed. Oh my God, there is such a beautiful dance. Look, what are they wearing? They look like shoes, but they aren't shoes. It feels like I'm stepping on a knife. This is the first time I've seen such strange shoes. The emperor and several princes were also very surprised, and their eyes widened. Zhao Chun, can you give these people to me? The emperor asked in a low voice. Zhao Chun shook his head and refused directly. I have trained these people for a long time. How could he not understand the emperor's little thoughts? These miscellaneous arts were carefully selected by him and by Shu, and each one looks very good. Gohu coughed twice. Zhao Chun, everyone else is trying their best to send good things to His Majesty. It's so hard for His Majesty to take a liking to your things. You should selflessly offer them to him. Why the hell are you everywhere? Zhao Chun glanced at him with disdain. The corner of Gohu's mouth twitched slightly. Looking across the entire court, there were no more than 10 people who dared to speak to him like this. Apart from the emperor and a few individual princes, only those who have achieved the highest position in their official careers dared not to give him face. But Zhao Chun doesn't belong to any of them. But he really didn't dare to argue with Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun has a powerful backer whom even the emperor obeys. Even the emperor can't do anything to him. What can he, an old servant with a disabled body but a strong will, say? Master Duke. Zhao Chun raised his wrist and nudged the emperor's arm. How outrageous. The emperor frowned slightly and said in a low voice. Zhao Chun chuckled. I wouldn't be myself if I wasn't so bold. I just want to remind you that most of those singing and dancing over there are from brothels. Are you sure you want to join them? When the emperor heard him say this, his little thoughts were instantly extinguished. Didn't you just say you've been training with those guys for a long time? Just keep them to yourself. Remember this, you're not allowed to touch those guys. If I find out, I won't care who you are, and I'll make you the next loser. Gohu blinked. Is he an innocent victim? He is the best master in Dun. Doesn't he have any face? But I see that your people are indeed surprised. Do you have time to help me train some people? The emperor asked in a low voice. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth and said, just send the person here. I promise to train you clearly. Okay, the emperor nodded. There is nothing wrong with his harem. He has many concubines. It would be a good idea to let those concubines learn a skill. Father, shouldn't you pay the training fee first? And Ling Xin suddenly said. Chapter 191. Watching the fireworks and ice lanterns, discussing the combat effectiveness of the leaky cotton-padded jacket. Everyone at the scene was stunned, including Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun thought that he was just training some dancers, so he didn't plan to take the money from his cheap father-in-law. But in Ling Xin, this little miser is unwilling to waste any resources. He gave Ling Xin a thumbs up in his heart. Ling Xin, relying on our relationship. Father, please don't mention relationships. As the old saying goes, a daughter who is married off is like spilled water. I am now the second wife of the Zhao family, so I should consider the Zhao family. The emperor's cheeks were trembling. There is no way to deal with the child you gave birth to. But Zhao Chun didn't even give you a wedding. The emperor wanted Ling Xin to recognize the current situation, so he specifically touched upon her sore spot. And Ling Xin opened her mouth and began to feel uncomfortable. Zhao Chun took her hand and said, weren't we busy before? That's why we didn't have time to do it. Don't worry, I will show you all the proper etiquette. Hearing him say this, and Ling Xin felt much more relieved. She raised her chin and looked at the emperor. I heard you. What else do you have to say? Pay the money quickly. No one will give you change. If you want more, just ask for 100 taels of gold. My daughter, I am your biological father. The emperor's eyes widened. He planned to send all the young concubines to study. But the tuition fee of 100 taels per person is a bit expensive. Counting on my fingers, he had no less than 40 young concubines. That's 4,000 taels of gold. You can buy 5 automatic rifles. No matter how beautiful the dance is, what is more precious than a gun? Father, Zhao Chun is the biological father of my future child. You'd better pay the money quickly. And Lingxin spread out his hands. Okay, then I'll send 10 people over to learn. The emperor said helplessly, I don't have that much money on hand right now. I'll keep a record first and settle it for you when I get back. This daughter is completely ruined. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have cared so much about her. As they were talking, the dancing on the ice came to an end, and the servants all gathered together to strike their final pose. A few seconds later, strings of fireworks rose into the sky behind them. Everyone looked up to admire the fireworks, each with a look of surprise on their face. The fireworks Zhao Chun set off this time were the most expensive ones he had. Anyway, there are not many people in the entire Lintian city who are willing to spend tens of thousands of taels of gold to buy big fireworks. It is better to set them off here to your heart's content so that you can enjoy them properly. The fireworks rose into the sky, and Lingxin was very excited, hugged Zhao Chun's arm and shouted. Bai Shu felt much calmer. After all, her status was still somewhat different from Lingxin's, so she didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the emperor. The fireworks lasted for more than an hour. The scene was already filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone was extremely excited and admired this visual feast. Zhao Chun took out his intercom and said, Announce that everyone can go to the ice sculpture site now. Yes, the intercom replied. Soon the radio sounded again. Dear visitors, you can now go to the ice sculpture site, where there will be beautiful ice lanterns waiting for you to enjoy. He shouted the same thing 3 times. Everyone started walking towards the ice lanterns again. The emperor whispered, What's so good about that? Haven't we already seen it? And Lingxin raised her chin smugly. Just follow him. Brother Zhao Chun must have other creative ideas. Maybe you will be shocked when you see them. The king of Qin and his companions remained silent throughout the entire process. They all felt like there was a thorn in their hearts. In the past, and Lingxin called them brother at home and would always pester them no matter what happened. But since Zhao Chun came into being, she has been calling him brother so affectionately that she doesn't even take her own brother seriously. There's nothing we can do about it. They all have their own ulterior motives for the throne. If they had not been worried at the beginning that Lingxin would help other princes after getting close to Zhao Chun, they might have taken the initiative to promote the marriage between Lingxin and Zhao Chun, but it was too late to say anything now. Through this period of contact, Lingxin also realized why he and Zhao Chun had drifted further and further apart. He had his own thoughts about these brothers. Soon they arrived at the ice sculpture site and saw colorful lights on all the ice sculptures. Everyone at the scene exclaimed in amazement. Ah, what did I see? This ice sculpture is so beautiful. I've never seen anything so beautiful in my life. Everyone started running into the ice sculpture area. The emperor was also slightly surprised when he saw it. But after looking at Lingxin, he didn't say anything. He knew that once this leaky little cotton-padded jacket of his knew what he was thinking, she would find ways to take money out of his pocket. But if he doesn't say anything, do you really think it will just pass like that? He was spinning around inside the ice lantern when Lingxin suddenly came over and asked, Father, do these ice lanterns look good? The emperor shuddered and shook his head quickly, saying, It's not good looking. I think it's just average. He also deliberately put on a look of disgust. And Lingxin's smile disappeared instantly. But it looks really nice to me. I've never seen such a beautiful ice sculpture. Father, your tastes differ from mine. You've severely damaged my heart. Pay me. The emperor wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although he was very frustrated as an emperor and had no great abilities, if he really wanted to get ruthless, those civil and military officials would have to think twice. Looking at the world today, the only person who can be called his absolute weakness is Lingxin. He was stabbed several times in the ribs, which was his absolute soft spot, and his heart was bleeding. Tell me, how much do you want to cheat me this time? The emperor had given up struggling, and Lingxin raised her eyebrows and said, Forget it. If I don't cheat you this time, can you just give me 100 taels of gold as compensation for mental damage? Are you sure? The emperor felt like there was something wrong with his ears. If you don't want to, you can give me more. And Lingxin glanced at him. Okay, I agree to 100 taels. The emperor breathed a sigh of relief. After walking around the ice lantern venue for a while and playing on 2 slides, the emperor was finally satisfied. He smiled and said to Gohua, Zhao Chun is also a capable person. He is very strong and smart. If Lingxin follows him, she will never have to worry about having fun in her life. Yes, the 10th princess loves to play by nature. With so many fun things to do, she will definitely have a great time. Gohua nodded. Forget it, let's go back. You go find Zhao Chen first. I need to get my guns back. The emperor breathed a sigh of relief. He can find the person if he is gone, but he can't close his eyes even if he becomes a ghost if he loses his gun. After a while, Zhao Chen came with Lingxin. The emperor's expression suddenly darkened. Didn't I tell you to get Zhao Chen? Why is Ling Xian here with you? Chapter 192. And Lingxin gets angry and negotiates with the emperor. Gou's face was gloomy. Your Majesty, I have no choice. I asked Zhao Chen to come by himself, but the 10th princess insisted on following. Forget it, forget it. If you can't even figure out such a small thing, just wait to be beaten when you get back. The emperor waved his hand and let the gouger leave first. He then walked towards Zhao Chen, and Lingxin immediately looked at him warily and asked, Father, why did you call Zhao Chen here? I'm not doing anything. I just want to ask him for something. The emperor said in a low voice. And Lingxin glanced at Zhao Chen with some confusion and asked, Do you know what the emperor wants to ask you for? Zhao Chen raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, I probably know. Then he recounted what happened on the edge of the fiefdom, and Lingxin became immediately angry after hearing it. Father, how could you do this? The emperor's mouth twitched slightly, and he glared at Zhao Chen fiercely, then turned around and explained with a smile. Father, aren't you worried that Zhao Chen won't be able to take good care of you? So he sent some people over to test it out in advance. When he found that his guards here are more comprehensive, I can rest assured. Father, do you still think I'm a 3-year-old child? You want to cheat just like that? Would you use the lives of so many people to test me? And Lingxin said angrily. Okay, it's Father's fault. Can I have Father apologize to you? Please ask Zhao Chen to give me those guns. The emperor said humbly. No, you hired someone to invade my territory, and you still want me to give you the gun intact. How can you dream of that? And Lingxin said relentlessly. At this moment, the emperor really regretted it. It would be easy if he faced Zhao Chen alone. At most, he could use his emperor's authority to force Zhao Chen to hand over the gun. But when it comes to his own weakness, he really has no way out. Then tell me, what do you want me to do in order to return the gun to me? And Ling thought for a moment, then turned to look at Zhao Chen and asked, Brother Zhao Chen, how many guns did my father bring with him? Zhao Chen scratched his head and said, I don't know either, but it should be at least 100 or more. And Lingxin narrowed her eyes and turned around. All right, since Brother Zhao Chen doesn't know the exact number, then let's count it as 100. I'll charge you 100 taels of gold for each gun. Is that okay? The emperor's eyes changed. This is more than just a problem. It's a huge problem. A handful of 100 taels of gold added together would be 10,000 taels. If you use all the money to buy bolt-action rifles, you can buy more than 50. If they were equipped with 50 men armed with bolt-action rifles, they could easily fight against hundreds of people. My daughter, can you see if you can give me a discount? The emperor rubbed his hands with a smile on his face as if he admitted his mistake. And Lingxin shook her head. This is my minimum condition, otherwise I will deduct all your money. As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at the emperor again. Do you know how much I had to say to Brother Zhao Chen in order to get you these cheap guns? Only then did Brother Zhao Chen agree to supply you with guns at a 20% discount forever. But what did you do? You sent people to the upper fiefdom to cause trouble. How can you expect me to continue talking to Brother Zhao Chen? Hearing Lingxin say this, the emperor and the 3 princes were all dumbfounded. They knew very well how big the difference was between a 20% discount and normal full payment. The emperor immediately stepped forward with a smile and said, All right, my dear, it was your fault. Can't you please be more careful next time? No, forget about the 20% discount. You have to pay for the mistakes you made. I am a member of the Zhao family now, so naturally I have to consider the Zhao family. And Lingxin raised her chin. Then he turned to look at his 3 brothers and said, Just look at the emperor. I won't stop you from causing trouble. Don't even think about buying a cheap gun from the Zhao family again. For the king of Han, it seemed that he did not suffer much loss. Originally, Zhao Chen did not intend to sell it to him at a low price. As for the king of Zhao, the psychological gap was not that big either. He was not familiar with Zhao Chen, and even paid in full for the equipment he bought this time. The one who was most sad here must be King Qin. King Qin had previously agreed with Zhao Chen to provide goods at a 30% discount on the long term. If it is true as my sister said, and all special offers are cancelled in the future, then wouldn't he have to pay a lot more gold? Sister, please don't say that. You also know what decision our father has made. As his son, I cannot interfere. The king of Qin hurried forward and said with a smile. And Lingxin rolled her eyes and said, You are the one that the emperor loves the most. Who would believe you if you said you couldn't interfere? Okay, you don't have to tell me anymore. This is my decision. And Lingxin had already made her point, and the king of Qin could only nod and admit defeat. At this time, Zhao Chun came over and held in Lingxin. Lingxin, let me talk to them. And Lingxin nodded and took 2 steps back. Zhao Chun stepped forward, stood before the emperor, and said with a smile, Your Majesty, Lingxin is still young and doesn't understand much. As soon as his painting came out, the emperor's eyes lit up immediately. You are more sensible. Hurry and return my gun. Your Majesty is a little too anxious. I haven't finished speaking yet. Zhao Chun chuckled. The emperor suddenly felt that things might be going in a bad direction. Zhao Chun is a shrewd businessman. He will never do anything that goes against his own interests. He is also very good at manipulating people. He knows that the entire royal family can't do anything to Lingxin, so he will definitely push Lingxin to the front. But Lingxin is now a traitor. The emperor suppressed his anger and smiled and asked, Then tell me. Zhao Chun said softly, I think Ling Xian's constant talk about money is a bit hurtful. I don't want the money anymore. The emperor nodded and said, You're right. Even teeth and tongue can sometimes clash. We're all family. Even if we do have some minor conflicts, we can just laugh it off. And Lingxin was a little puzzled. She came behind Zhao Chun and nudged him with her elbow. I fought so hard to get this benefit for you, and you just sell it to me. Zhao Chun smiled and said, Don't worry, I've never suffered any loss. And Ling thought for a moment and took 2 steps back. Then he heard Zhao Chun continue to say with a smile, Your Majesty is right, so I don't plan to give you the money. I'll sell it to others later and make a little more money. The emperor's eyes widened immediately. No, how can you sell these guns? They are all mine. From the moment I seized them, these things have returned to my hands. No, 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 please change the conditions. I can consider anything else except this one. The emperor quickly waved his hand and said, Chapter 193. Don't spend money on equipment and keep it for compensation? Zhao Chun raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you sure we can discuss other conditions? Yes, as long as you don't set your sights on my guns, we can talk. The emperor sighed, but don't ask for too much. As long as it's not too much, I can agree to it. No problem, my request is not excessive at all. Zhao Chun laughed instantly. Today's closed gun production has some excess production capacity, and we always have to find ways to push some equipment out. Isn't there someone who can take over now? Then Your Majesty, please listen to my request. My request is that you have to buy enough guns from me before I can return them to you for free. Zhao Chun said seriously. The emperor was stunned for a moment. Is that all you ask? Your Majesty, if you think it's unreasonable, you can pay compensation. Zhao Chun looked directly at the emperor. I'm relaxing the conditions for you because we're a family. The emperor's smile grew even brighter. He had originally felt that he had too few guns during this period and was planning to find time to buy some more. Didn't Zhao Chun's condition just suit his needs? Tell me, how much do you want me to buy? The emperor asked softly. Zhao Chun did not rush to answer, but went to the side and took out the walkie-talkie. Bing bing, count how many bolt-action rifles and automatic rifles we have in our warehouse. According to their current production capacity, if they work at full capacity to produce automatic rifles a month, they should be able to produce 3,000 to 4,000. Sell all the guns in stock first. It will take some time to fill up his private army anyway. This period of time is enough to make weapons for those people. Bing Bing replied. Okay, I'll go and do some statistics now. Zhao Chun nodded. After a while, the intercom rang. Sir, we currently have 2,025 automatic rifles and 1,980 bolt-action rifles. This data directly scared the king of Qin and his men. If more than 2,000 automatic rifles and more than 1,900 sonic rifles were deployed on the battlefield, what kind of war machine would it be? Zhao Chun came to the emperor and said with a smile, Your Majesty, you have heard that I still have these in stock. You can buy them all. What? The emperor's eyes widened. You want to sell me so many of them? I can't afford them. We can pay in installments, but you'll have to pay a certain amount of interest. Of course, if you can pay in full, I can give you a 20% discount. The emperor fell into deep thought. There are still about 5 or 6 million taels of gold in his treasury, which should be enough to buy all these guns. If it is really as Zhao Chun said, if you sign an installment payment agreement, you will not be able to enjoy the discount, but you will have to pay interest. The difference in money is huge. But does he really need so many guns? Can we negotiate and buy fewer? The emperor sighed. We don't have that much money in our treasury. If we use it all to buy guns, I won't be able to deal with anything if something goes wrong. Zhao Chun cleared his throat. Your Majesty, you're wrong to think so. If you don't use the money to buy guns, are you going to use it as war reparations? Think about it. If you buy so many guns, you can go to other nearby countries and rob them. Our equipment is so advanced that if we attack other countries, the losses will definitely be minimal. Whatever you conquer is equivalent to your profit. There are at least 20 small countries around us. if not 30. Aren't those countries together worth 2 million taels of gold? The emperor rubbed his chin and said, then can you calculate how much it would cost to buy all of your weapons? I've already calculated it for you just now. It's 1,936,800 taels of silver and gold. If you can really take out all of this money in one go, I'll give you an extra 100,000 rounds of ammunition. The emperor nodded. What Zhao Chun said just now touched his heart. There are so many neighboring countries. We can definitely make back the money by just pushing them away with guns. Maybe we can even make 10 or 20 times more. He was able to make money and expand his territory at the same time, so that history books would not record him as an incompetent emperor. Very good, that's fine, but I don't have that much money. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Chun immediately took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Come on, let's sign and seal it. With this, you won't default on your debt, and I can safely hand over the gun to you. Zhao Chun handed the paper and pen to the emperor, and the corners of the emperor's mouth twitched slightly. Good man, love is waiting for him here. He took the contract and signed it, then asked with a serious face, when will the goods arrive at the latest? Zhao Chun smiled and said, when you return to Beijing, I can let you take a batch first. I can also send some more people to go with you to get the money back, and then send the remaining guns to the capital. They weren't too far from the capital. If they rode as fast as they could reach there in just over a day. Even if the supplies are being escorted, it will only take 3 days at most. Zhao Chun can still afford to waste a few days. Okay, then I'll do as you say. The emperor turned and was about to leave. Zhao Chun immediately stopped him and said, Your Majesty, I have a more powerful weapon here. Would you like to see it? Some time ago, the fiefdom developed cannons. Mountain cannons are considered outdated equipment and can be sold. What weapon? The emperor asked in a low voice. Zhao Chun smiled and said, This weapon won't show any effect at night. Come back to the fiefdom tomorrow during the day, and I'll show it to you. The emperor and the princes exchanged glances and nodded. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow morning. The emperor left with the princes. And Lingxin came over and asked, Brother Zhao Chun, do we have any more advanced weapons? I think the gun is already very good. Zhao Chun smiled and said, Compared to the weapons I can use, guns are just small pieces of trash. And Lingxin was also full of curiosity. Can you let me take a look first? I really want to see what you were talking about. Zhao Chun smiled and said, Don't worry. We can't see the effect of that thing tonight. Let's wait until tomorrow morning. Okay. And Lingxin pouted, feeling a little lost. Zhao Chun took the women back to the compound. The next day came in a blink of an eye, and Zhao Chun brought Bai Shu and Lingxin to the fiefdom early. Huahua, how many mountain cannons do we have left? Zhao Chun asked softly. In reply to the master, we still have 45 mountain cannons. Where are the shells? How many are left? We've been working really hard on production during this period, producing over 7,000 rounds in total. Zhao Chun thought for a moment and said, Drag out 5 mountain cannons and bring 20 shells with you as you follow me outside the fiefdom. Chapter 194 Testing the Mountain Cannon and Bombarding the Ant Flag. The emperor and his entourage had already arrived outside the fiefdom. When they were about to go through security to enter, they saw Zhao Chun and his entourage walking towards them from afar. Behind them were 5 tall horses pulling 5 iron lumps. Soon Zhao Chun and the others arrived at the door. The emperor glanced at him and asked, Didn't you say you wanted to show me something more powerful today? Why did you come out? Zhao Chun raised his finger and pointed at the 5 mountain cannons behind him. What I want to show you is the thing at the back. It's too powerful and not suitable for demonstration in the fiefdom. The emperor and others all looked over, each with curiosity on their face. Okay, let's go out first. Let's find a place to verify it, and you will know. The emperor and others also returned to their cars. Zhao Chun led a team of private soldiers to Shengyangang. When they arrived at the foot of Shengyangang Mountain, the military leaders ran away. The emperor came over and asked, Where have those people been? Zhao Chun smiled and said, A few went to check if anyone was dispersing the crowd at the target area, and a few went to set up targets. Isn't it just to see how powerful it is? Is it that difficult? Zhao Chun smiled and didn't explain. Let them see the power of the mountain cannon, and they will understand. Zhao Chun took several telescopes from the car and gave them to the emperor and 3 princes. You'll need it later. Several people all looked confused. About half an hour later, Zhao Chun's intercom rang. The target area has been checked. No one is there. It's safe. Spread the alert outward and keep a close eye on it. No one is allowed to enter the target area. Zhao Chun ordered. Yes, a voice came from the intercom. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he said, The target is ready. Zhao Chun picked up the telescope and saw from a distance of several kilometers that the sanitary napkin flag was already fluttering. You guys should retreat as quickly as possible. The target shooting will officially begin in 10 minutes. Yes, the intercom replied. Then Zhao Chun pointed ahead and said, Your Majesty, the other princes, please look over there. That's where we're going to fight. The emperor and several princes picked up the telescope and looked. So far, can we reach it? Asked the emperor in surprise. Zhao Chun smiled and said, That position is within our range. We can definitely reach it. How far is it? Asked the king of Qin. Zhao Chun smiled and said, It's not far, only 16 miles. 16 miles. The father and his son were all shocked. Before they came into contact with rifles, their most powerful catapults could only throw catapults about 3 miles. I didn't expect such a small thing could reach a range of 16 miles. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Zhao Chun glanced at the three of them and said softly, You can cover your ears. This thing makes a lot of noise. Don't scare you. The emperor shook his head. No matter how powerful this thing is, can it be louder than thunder? Besides, I still want to see if I can hit it. The other three princes said the same thing. Zhao Chun shrugged. You guys said that. The cannon will go off soon. Don't blame me for not warning you. Don't worry, come quickly. The emperor waved his hand. Zhao Chun glanced at the commander and said, You can order them to start. Yes. The commander answered and came to the side of the Womanshan cannon. Correct trajectory. Following his orders, several people began to operate. Calibration completed. Reload. Then I saw these people opening the gun barrels and loading shells as thick as arms into them. Loading complete. Reports came one after another. The commander raised the small flag and slammed it down. Release. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds were like thunder. The emperor and his companions were all shocked. Why is this thing making so much noise? My ears are ringing and I can't hear anything. After a brief panic, they quickly looked towards the sanitary napkin flag. As flames rose up, the flag was blown to pieces on the spot. My God, it actually hit so far. The emperor was very surprised. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, how is it? This thing of mine is very powerful, right? The emperor nodded repeatedly and said, It's more than good. It's simply excellent. I want as many of these as you can get. Zhao Chun pointed to his hand. There are only 5 in total. How much is one? We are all family. I don't want more, just 4,000 taels. Compared to a rifle that costs 1,000 taels, this thing costs 4,000 taels, which is indeed not expensive. I want all 5 of these. Prepare another 5,000 rounds of ammunition for me. I will personally lead the army with these. The emperor's eyes lit up. This type of shell will explode after hitting the ground, which can injure a lot of additional people. Add to that the more than 2,000 automatic rifles that need to be purchased, and it would be a piece of cake to flatten the surrounding countries. When the 3 princes heard their father say this, they all trembled in their hearts. In their impression, their father was the most peace-loving person. Normally, he would choose to give in to civil and military officials. When had he ever been so tough as today? They looked at the mountain cannons again. At this moment, they felt that if they also had this kind of weapon, their backbones would be much stronger. Brother-in-law, is it hard for you to make this thing? Can you make a few for me? The king of Qin immediately came to Zhao Chun. The king of Han and the king of Zhao could no longer remain calm, and both ran over. Yes, brother-in-law, please help us get some too. The corners of Zhao Chun's mouth twitched slightly. These 3 princes all called him brother-in-law and were so enthusiastic. He was a little uncomfortable for a while. But think about it, it makes sense. And Lingxin is his now. Not to mention these 3 princes. The other princes who have nothing to do with the throne have to call him brother-in-law when they see him, right? Don't worry, this thing is hard to come by. It takes me many tries to come across it once. Zhao Chun whispered. If you really want it, just sign the agreement. I will supply it to you as soon as I have it. Zhao Chun said seriously. The emperor came over and said, I want to order some more too. At least 10 cannons. He glanced at Zhao Chun and said, I bought so many things from you at once. Do you have to give me some ammunition? Zhao Chun smiled bitterly. I would like to, but the shells are too expensive. I can't afford it. How much is it per shot? 2 taels of gold for 1 round. I have 2,000 rounds now. Before he could finish his words, the emperor immediately said, Then give it all to me. I'll take care of it all. Zhao Chun felt very happy. The one who understood technology the best from the beginning to the end was the emperor. He sold so many at once that he could have chicken legs for dinner. Chapter 195 Returning to the Modern Era for the New Year and Visiting Li Qi's Parents. 6 days passed in a flash. The people who delivered the goods to the emperor also returned, bringing back a large amount of gold. Looking at these mountains of gold, Zhao Chun's heart trembled. If all this gold were converted into cash, his net worth would probably increase dozens of times. But he also knew that it was impossible to digest so much gold. Let's find someone to put it in the warehouse first. I have to go out again today. Zhao Chun ordered the servants to move all the gold into the cellar. Then he found Bai Shu and Lingxin. I'm going out today and may not be back tonight, so I'm telling you two in advance. Where are you going, sir? Bai Shu asked with concern. And Lingxin also blinked her big eyes. Brother Zhao Chun, can you take me with you? Zhao Chun sighed and shook his head. He was planning to return to modern times. Today was the modern New Year, and it had been a long time since he had spent a whole day with his parents. He planned to spend some time with them today. I'm going to that place. You two can't go, so just wait for me at home. He raised his hand and touched the two women's heads. And Lingxin pouted. Where can't we go? Could it be? Her eyes widened. Brother Zhao Chun, you're not going to a brothel, are you? Who said I can't go? It's not like I haven't been there before. Aren't they just women dressed as men? There aren't many men there. As she spoke, she turned her head and glanced at Bai Shu. Sister Bai Shu, do you want to go to the brothel with me? Bai Shu quickly shook his head. Those kinds of places are for grown men, so I won't go there. Zhao Chin's eyebrows were knitted together, and he patted Lingxin's forehead. What are you thinking, girl? When did I say I was going to a brothel? Besides, am I that kind of person? I have so many women at home, and they're more than enough for me to order around. Why would I go to a place like that? And Lingxin pouted. Who knows what you're doing there? My father has twice as many concubines in his harem as all the maids in the courtyard combined. If there's a pretty woman, they'll still take her in. You men are all the same, all lechers. It's not like I haven't been to a brothel before, so I know exactly what the women there are like. Zhao Chun rolled his eyes at her and said, all right, stop imagining this. I'm not going to a brothel. I'm going to research some new things and see if I can sell them in the mall. By the way, I have to warn you again. Your husband is a man of integrity. I wouldn't go to a filthy place like a brothel, even if someone invited me. Can I believe what you say? And Lingxin muttered softly. Zhao Chun patted his forehead again. Believe it or not, I'm telling you anyway. As they were talking, Chunda, who was in charge of escorting the gold, ran over. Master. He clasped his hands together, very respectfully. Zhao Chun turned to look at him and asked, what's the matter? Chunda nodded slightly. It's news from the capital. His Majesty said he still needs to select concubines to come and study, so we should wait for him for a few more days. Zhao Chun chuckled and said, wait a while. It will be the beginning of spring soon, and he won't be able to learn even if he wants to. Chunda scratched his head and asked, should we tell them? As the saying goes, everyone is equal, and the emperor is reluctant to release all the concubines. Let him choose slowly by himself. The later he sends them over, the better. It would be best if he waits until spring so that we don't have to teach him anymore. Zhao Chun muttered. And Lingxin also nodded. That's right. That's right. My father is like this. He gets confused when it comes to making a choice. Is there anything else? Zhao Chun asked. Chunda shook his head. No more. Then you can leave. The two ladies and I still have something to talk about. Zhao Chun raised his hand. Chunda immediately turned around and left. After he left, Zhao Chun looked at the two ladies solemnly and said, I'll be leaving soon. Don't miss me too much tonight. Who cares about missing you? I have Sister Bai Shu to accompany me, and that's enough. You can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. And Lingxin raised the corner of her mouth and turned to walk towards the main house. Master Lingxin is just a child, don't be like him. Bai Shu was worried that Zhao Chun would be angry, so he came over to comfort him. Zhao Chun chuckled. I understand. I won't get angry over such a small matter. You take care of the house when I'm not home. And Lingxin is a playful person. I trust you with the family matters. Master, you can rest assured. I will definitely take good care of the family. Bai Shu bowed slightly. Master, you must also pay attention to your safety. Zhao Chun nodded. Bai Shu also left. Zhao Chun took a deep breath and entered the cellar. He emerged from the modern era through darkness. After taking a hot bath at home and changing into a more festive outfit, he took his car keys and went out. Today is New Year's Day here. No matter what happens on other days, I must visit Li Qi's house today. He drove to the market, picked out a few presentable gifts, and went straight to Li Qi's house. Dang dang dang. Zhao Chun knocked on the door gently. After a while, Li Qi's father Li Donghai pushed open the door. Oh, it's Zhao Chun, come in and sit down. Hearing that Zhao Chun was coming, Lan Xiang also ran out of the kitchen. Uncle Li, Aunt Lan, Happy New Year. You haven't eaten since the New Year, right? Come here quickly. I'll make you something to eat. Lan Xiang enthusiastically pulled Zhao Chun into the living room. Zhao Chun looked inside and asked, is Li Qiqi home? She went to her grandparents' house and won't be back until tonight. Lan Xiang said with a smile. Oh, so that's it. Zhao Chun murmured in a low voice. Li Donghai poured a cup of hot water and placed it in front of him. It's very cold outside. Drink a sip of hot water first. Your Aunt Lan will take a while to cook, so let's not just sit there and wait. Zhao Chen quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle Li told me not to bother anymore. I'll just sit for a while and then leave. There are still a lot of things I haven't bought at home, so I need to go out and take a look. Don't worry about her. Just let her be busy. If she's not busy now, she'll have to be busy tonight. Li Donghai laughed and came to sit next to Zhao Chen. You haven't been here for a while. Let's have a good chat. Uncle Li, please speak. Zhao Chen put down the water cup with a serious expression. Li Donghai looked at Zhao Chen and asked, How are things going between you and Chi-Chi? I haven't heard anything recently. Have you two made any progress? Zhao Chen smiled and replied, Don't we both want to focus on our careers? That's why we don't keep in touch that much. I can't stop contacting you. Li Donghai said solemnly. People's feelings are based on contact. If you don't contact them for a long time, even the strongest feelings will fade. Chapter 196. Li Qi visits late at night and returns to his home with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, Uncle Li. Our relationship will never fade. At this time, Lanxiang came over with a plate of freshly washed fruit. What do you mean bland or not? Li Donghai repeated what he had just said, and Lanxiang nodded and said, Your Uncle Li is right. Even the best relationships will fade if you don't keep in touch for a long time. Let's wait for Li Qi to come back today and have a good talk with her. No. If you two are going to act like this, I might as well not come. Chi-Chi will misunderstand me then. Zhao Chen waved his hands repeatedly and quickly stood up. Uncle Li, Aunt Lan, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Oh, kid, you're in a hurry to leave after just saying a few words. Sit for a while. Lanxiang hurried forward. Zhao Chen waved his hand and walked out quickly. I'll come back after the new year. There are indeed many things at home that I haven't bought yet, and I need to go out and take a look. Lanxiang sighed and turned to look at Li Donghai. He finally came here. Why did you say so much to him? Now you've sent him away. Li Donghai pouted. I didn't know he was so fragile. Forget it, don't blame me. How are your preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner tonight going? What time is it now? You're already anxious for the New Year's Eve dinner. If you were anxious, you could come. Lanxiang rolled her eyes at him. Li Donghai shrank his neck back to the living room and picked up the remote control. After leaving Li's house, Zhao Chen drove to his big shopping mall. Today is Chinese New Year, so I have to give my parents something good to eat. He walked around the mall, thinking as he went. By this time, everything that could be bought for the family should have been bought. He walked to the seafood display cabinet and saw the big lobster inside. My parents have never eaten such a big lobster. They were reluctant to eat it before, and they probably wouldn't even think about it now. He asked the waiter to get 2 large lobsters and took them home. When he arrived at the door, he saw his father Zhao Mingfeng pasting Spring Festival couplets. Dad, he shouted. Zhao Mingfeng turned around and immediately said, Why are you back now? Hurry back to the house. Put your things down and come out to put up the couplets. Okay. Zhao Chen nodded and immediately went into the house to put his things down. Posting Spring Festival couplets is a Chinese tradition. The red background and gold-plated words make it look particularly classy. This year is the first year that their family moved into the villa, and the couplets they bought are particularly luxurious. Dad, I've never seen our family buy such beautiful Spring Festival couplets before. Zhao Chen held the first half of the couplet. Zhao Mingfeng laughed. Where did we live before, and where do we live now? Zhao Chen also laughed. Seeing his father laughing happily, he suddenly felt that this might be the benefit of his hard work in traveling back and forth between the two worlds to make money. My parents have worked hard for most of their lives and finally have a comfortable home when they are old. After pasting the Spring Festival couplets, he went back into the house to help his mother. Maybe because I had talked to my parents about marriage before, they didn't have too many questions. Time flies, and it's already night. All the lights in the house are on at night. A family of 3 was sitting in front of the TV making dumplings. Suddenly, an advertisement came on TV, and a child opened his arms and shouted, Grandpa. This is great. As soon as the grandfather on TV called out, Zhao Mingfeng responded enthusiastically. Dad, what are you doing? Zhao Chen's facial muscles twitched. What else can I do? I have a useless person at home. He has a partner, but doesn't know how to get married, let alone have children. I go to TV to find comfort. What's wrong with that? Zhao Mingfeng said, while looking at the TV. Zhao Chen's face was full of helplessness. Dad, I'm not that old. Why are you so anxious? Can we not talk about these things during the new year? Did I mention it? I haven't mentioned anything about urging you to get married since you came home today. It's you who insisted on thinking in this direction. Zhao Mingfeng spread his hands. Feeling that something was wrong in the atmosphere of the conversation between the father and son, Li Dongmei immediately stood between them. All right. Let's not talk about anything during the new year. Let's just celebrate the new year today, okay? The father and son turned around and didn't look at each other. Mom, I'm going out to cool down, Zhao Chen said, put down the dumplings in his hand, and walked out quickly. No way. China believes that filial piety is the most important virtue. Even if you feel very unhappy today, you cannot yell at your father. He let out a long breath and opened the door. Just at this moment, Li Qi came over with a gift and raised his hand to knock on the door. Qi Qi, why are you here? Zhao Chun was stunned. Li Qi smiled and said, I went to my grandparents' house today. When I got home, my parents told me you'd been there. My family eats New Year's Eve dinner early, so I just wanted to come over and take a look. How did you know I was coming? The way they talk now is no different from before. It's a coincidence for me too, Zhao Chen said, and quickly stepped aside. Come inside quickly, it's too cold outside. Li Qi nodded and quickly walked into the villa. Mom and Dad, Li Qi is here to see you, Zhao Chen shouted. Then there was a series of muffled sounds, and Zhao Mingfeng ran over quickly. Li Qi, why are you running so far away so late at night? Come inside and sit down. He walked towards Li Qi. Li Dongmei also wiped her hands and went to the entrance to greet them. The family of three surrounded Li Qi and came to the living room. It just so happens that my family hasn't had the New Year's Eve dinner yet. Qi Qi, come and eat with us, Li Dongmei said. Okay, Li Qi nodded. The four of them were making dumplings and chatting, and the atmosphere became much more cheerful. After the New Year's Eve dinner in the evening, Zhao Mingfeng was drunk and went back to the bedroom with Li Dongmei. Li Dongmei closed the bedroom door and came out again. Chener, why don't you and Qi Qi sleep at my house tonight? Li Qi quickly shook her head and said, No, Auntie, I've told my parents that I will definitely go back tonight. Is that so? Then I'll let Chener take you there, Li Dongmei said. Li Qi nodded. The two of them came out of the house together. Li Qi got into Zhao Chen's car and said, Let's go to your little home. Zhao Chen turned around and looked at Li Qi in surprise. Didn't you say you had to go home tonight? You can't tell the truth from the lies. My parents are eager for me to marry you sooner. Will they let me go back? Okay, don't regret it when you go to my house, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Li Qi raised the corner of his mouth. As long as you don't regret it, what should I regret? It's not like we haven't had it before. Zhao Chen put the car in gear and stepped on the accelerator to leave the villa. When Li Qi arrived at Zhao Chen's home, he was very surprised. What's wrong with your house? Why is it decorated like this? Zhao Chen smiled and said, I've read too many doomsday novels before. Chapter 197 New projects will be introduced soon. Let's go to the fiefdom together. This night, the sound of firecrackers continued. The atmosphere of the Spring Festival is particularly strong. The next day came in a blink of an eye, and Zhao Chun and Li Qi got up at the same time. I have to go to my grandparents' house today, and several classmates want to ask me out in the next few days, so I may not have time to accompany you. Li Qi hooked his arm around Zhao Chen's neck and whispered. Zhao Chen smiled and patted her head. Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. I also need to make some more money during this time. You only think about making money all day long. Are you obsessed with money? Li Qi muttered. Zhao Chen shrugged. Even if I lose money, it's better than not making a penny. That's right. Li Qi raised an eyebrow, then looked at Zhao Chen with eyes full of love. Then I wish my man to make a lot of money and become rich. Good. After a night of communication, the relationship between the two returned to normal, and the previous cracks gradually disappeared. Zhao Chen sent Li Qi home and returned to ancient times again. Not long after coming out of the cellar, Bai Shu and Ling Xin came out together. Sir, how is your project going? Bai Shu asked with a smile. And Ling Xin also looked at him curiously. Zhao Chen slapped his head suddenly. How could I forget such an important thing? He looked at Bai Shu and Ling Xin and said with a smile, I've figured it out. In 2 or 3 days I'll surprise you. Really? I want to see what can surprise me. I've seen a lot of things, don't try to fool me. And Ling Xin pinched her waist and raised her chin. Zhao Chen chuckled. I guarantee this is something you have never seen before. The three of them were chatting when suddenly a hearty laugh came from outside. Brother-in-law, what are you three talking about? Zhao Chen turned around and saw the king of Qin walking towards them with his wife and several children. Zhao Chen bowed slightly. Your Highness Prince Qin, Princess Qin. Let's skip the formalities between us. I'm actually very curious about what you were talking about just now. You seemed very happy. The king of Qin asked softly. Before Zhao Chen could speak, and Ling Xin spoke first, Brother Zhao Chen said he has a new project and will bring the shopping mall in a few days. What project is it? Can you tell me about it in advance so that I can listen to it? There was a hint of curiosity in the eyes of the king of Qin. Zhao Chen waved his hand. This is a commercial secret. I can't disclose it for now. I will send someone to notify you when I start. As he spoke, he glanced at the children again and asked, Your Highness the Prince of Qin, are you coming here today just to inquire about me? No, no. The King of Qin shook his head, and then his expression became more serious. After your equipment was transported back to the capital, my father planned to lead the army in person. That's a good thing. The Emperor's expansion of territory will go down in history books. Zhao Chen nodded, then asked, will His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin also come along? The King of Qin shook his head. You've already sold enough equipment to father. I'm of no use to you. Besides, the third and sixth brothers aren't going either, so I can't go either. Hasn't the King of Han always wanted to expand his territory? Why didn't he go when there was such a good opportunity? Zhao Chen asked. The King of Qin snorted softly. Third brother, do you really think others can't see through your little tricks? He wants to expand the territory just to satisfy the interests of his military clique. Now that my father has more powerful weapons, he won't be of much use on the battlefield. So he might as well not go. Sixth brother is the same. He once advocated for expanding the territory in the beginning. Now, seeing that the Emperor's army is strong and powerful, he has stopped making any moves. The two of them are now secretly developing their power in their respective territories. Of course, I can't fall behind. As he said this, he pulled Zhao Chen aside. Your Highness the Prince of Qin, do you have anything to say in private? Zhao Chen asked. The King of Qin nodded and said, my sister said before that she would cancel all my benefits. I want to ask if our cooperation can be continued without any delay. Zhao Chen laughed heartily and said, I thought it was something else, but it's just this little thing. The promise I made to you before is still valid, but you can't let Ling Xin know about this. I'm afraid this little devil will torture me. Don't worry, I will definitely not let her know about this. The King of Qin raised his eyebrows. After all, at the critical moment, I still have to rely on my brother-in-law. With my brother-in-law's help, I feel at ease. The two chatted for a few minutes, and then Ling Xin came over and asked, Second brother, what are you and brother Zhao Chen talking about? Why haven't you finished yet? Nothing, I just wanted to chat with my brother-in-law. I'm going to take your sister-in-law and your nephews to play in the fiefdom for a while. Do you want to come? Go. And Ling Xin agreed immediately. There are so many fun things over there at the Foundation store. She certainly can't miss it. Brother-in-law, why don't you take your two sisters with you? Asked the King of Qin. Zhao Chen nodded and shouted, Jingjing Gruan, let's go. Less than half a minute after he finished speaking, Jingjing and Ruan came out holding guns. Seeing that there was a scope on the guns in the hands of the two men, the King of Qin asked, Brother-in-law, what is this? Zhao Chen explained, this thing is called a scope. It makes it easier to aim. Then why haven't I seen it before? Asked the King of Qin. Zhao Chen smiled and said, I just developed this thing recently and gave it to the two of them. How much is one of these scopes? I want to get two to play with. Zhao Chen raised 5 fingers. 50 taels. Zhao Chen shook his head. Could it be 500 taels? Zhao Chen shook his head again. The King of Qin's eyes gradually widened. Zhao Chen let out a long sigh. To tell you the truth, this thing will sell for at least 5,000 taels. How can such a small thing cost 5,000 taels? A mountain cannon is only 4,000 taels. King Qin shouted. Zhao Chen's shoulders moved. Yes, that's why I didn't buy more. I just bought these two to improve the accuracy of my personal guards. Well, you are awesome and great. The King of Qin gave a thumbs up, then turned and walked out the door. The whole group got on Zhao Chen's carriage. His carriage was spacious enough, and the 4 sides were made of glass, so the view was very wide. He walked out of the city gate and headed straight for the fiefdom. Not long after they left, there was a sudden sound from the car window, followed by a gunshot. Zhao Chen suddenly turned around and found that there was a white bullet hole on the window of his car. Jingjing and Ruan, be alert. Someone is attacking us. Zhao Chen immediately became alert. Jingjing and Ruan immediately put their guns to the firing port. The master has found the person. Jingjing reported. Shoot him, Zhao Chen roared. Chapter 198. The King of Qin is very angry, and the consequences are serious. After 2 gunshots, there was no movement outside. Master, the man has been knocked down. Jingjing whispered. Zhao Chen's face darkened as he took out his intercom. Mr. Feng, bring the Feng section's men outside the city immediately. I'm under attack. As soon as everyone in the compound heard that Zhao Chen had been attacked, the whole compound was in chaos. Feng De immediately organized his men to rush out of the city. It wasn't long before they arrived outside the city, and Zhao Chen and the others were still in the car. Master, we are here. Feng De said with a bow. Zhao Chen said in a deep voice, Go and see what's going on. He pointed to the spot where the killer had been lurking. Feng De waved his hand, and several people immediately took turns moving forward. Soon, they found the killer's location. The killer had been shot in the head. Several people checked it out, each with a serious look on their face. He came back with a gun and said, "Master, it's someone from the Black Dragon Society." Zhao Qin's eyelids twitched when he heard the words, Black Dragon Society. "Your Highness the Prince of Qin, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you to your fiefdom today." The King of Qin also frowned. "I'm not going either. The Black Dragon Society dared to assassinate me in broad daylight. How audacious." He glanced at the guns and said, "I don't know how these guns got into their hands. Sigh, if the Black Dragon Society gets hold of these guns, I'm afraid things will get difficult again. It's okay, I'll go back and check and I'll know." Zhao Chun had thought that something like this might happen a long time ago, so before he started selling the guns, he had people number all the guns. Really? Then I'll trouble my brother-in-law to investigate thoroughly. If anyone is found to be connected to the Black Dragon gang, I will kill them without mercy. The King of Qin's voice was very cold, and the Princess of Qin beside him said nothing. She had never seen the King of Qin like this. It's no wonder that Zhao Chun is the backbone of the King of Qin's rise. Once a problem occurs, it is very likely that the throne that is within his grasp will disappear. The throne is extremely tempting to any prince. Zhao Chun glanced at Feng De. "Have you checked nearby? Are there any other killers?" "Nothing has been found yet, sir. Don't get out of the car yet. I'll go and take a look," Feng De said in a low voice. Zhao Chun nodded. "You check first, we'll go back." The driver immediately drove back. On the way back, the car was very quiet. And Lingxin clenched her fists. As she approached the city gate, she suddenly spoke up. "Second brother, when brother Zhao Chun finds out who it is, you'll report him to death. And you'll also have someone tell father. If he doesn't help brother Zhao Chun, then we'll take matters into our own hands. If we do kill his people, don't blame me." "Okay, I will never let those who collude with bandits go," King Qin said coldly. Soon, they returned to the city. Zhao Chun and others went straight back to the Zhao family compound. Today, the Zhao family compound is the safest place in the entire Lintian city, and even in the entire Dan dynasty. As soon as he got off the car, the King of Qin immediately said, "Brother-in-law, lend me a few men." "Okay." Zhao Chun waved to Xie Er, and Xie Er brought more than 10 servants. "The rest of you will go out and pass on this order from me. Call the city defense general, Prefect Lin, and the secretary of the Qin Palace." He listed more than a dozen official titles in a row. "Go and call them all over here. Tell them that I have something important to tell you." The dozen or so servants all bowed and then left quickly. When Zhao Chun returned home, he immediately called Dun Dun. "Dun Dun, go check the accounts. Who bought this gun?" Dun Dun nodded heavily and quickly went to the accounting office. After a while, she came back. "Master, this gun was bought by the Ministry of War." "Ministry of War?" Zhao Chun narrowed his eyes. The Ministry of War belongs to the military generals group and does have some conflicts of interest with Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun turned around and looked at the King of Qin. "Your Highness the King of Qin has already found out that it was someone from the Ministry of War who gave the gun to the Black Dragon Society." "Brother-in-law, you must be sure. This is no joke," the King of Qin said seriously. "If you make a mistake, there is a high possibility that many people will die unjustly." "No mistake," Zhao Chun said confidently. "These guns were marked with special marks long before they were put on display. This gun was bought by the Ministry of War. There's no mistake." The King of Qin nodded and said, "All right, I'll have someone write a memorial and pass it on. I'm going to the capital. I must get an explanation from you on this matter. If the Ministry of War dares to secretly communicate with the Black Dragon Society, I will see to it that all of their masterminds are dead." "Then thank you for your hard work, Your Highness the Prince of Qin," Zhao Chun said. It is indeed not a good thing for him to make this matter public, because after all, the Ministry of War controls the entire country's army. If they let the King of Qin go, even if there really is a conflict, they will give the King of Qin face. If they go there themselves, it is hard to say what will happen. But just because he can't do anything to the Ministry of War doesn't mean he doesn't dare to do anything to the Black Dragon Society. "Your Highness Prince Qin, do you know where the Black Dragon Society's headquarters is approximately?" Zhao Chun asked softly. The King of Qin whispered, "I'm not sure. I just know it's in the deep mountains of Huzhou." "Huzhou? It doesn't seem too far from here," said Zhao Chun. The King of Qin asked in surprise, "Brother-in-law, you're not thinking of going to their lair, are you? Don't be impulsive. There's miasma in the deep mountains of Huzhou. If you don't know the way, you might get lost. I heard there are even wild people there. I'm just asking. If you want to find them, you need to think carefully," Zhao Chun said with narrowed eyes. In fact, he had already made up his mind. It's just a deep mountain, isn't it? What's so great about it? As long as he wants, he has plenty of ways. What modern society lacks the least is technological products. Buy a drone with a longer battery life and search carefully. If you find it, just destroyed on the spot. At this time, all the officials that the king of Qin had summoned had arrived, and each of them came before the king of Qin with fear in their hearts. On the way here, they all heard what happened today. As early as the first time the Black Dragon Society came to Lintian City to cause trouble, the king of Qin ordered a strict investigation of all Black Dragon Society members who entered Lintian City. Unexpectedly, a member of the Black Dragon Society was allowed to sneak in, and he brought a gun with him. They could also imagine the king of Qin getting angry. Arriving at the Zhao family compound, the king of Qin looked at everyone coldly. What did I say before? You all ignored me, didn't you? What did you find out when I asked you to investigate the members of the Black Dragon Society? The bureaucrats didn't dare to speak and could only lower their heads. You're all playing dumb for me, aren't you? King Qin glared. I don't care what methods you use, but immediately conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Lintian City area. Make sure not a single Black Dragon Society member escapes. If you can't handle this properly, you will all resign. Chapter 199. Preparing to develop aerial bombs. The Imperial concubines sent. Yes. The bureaucrats were terrified. The king of Qin turned around and glanced at Zhao Chun. Brother-in-law, I won't stay here any longer. I need to hurry back to write a memorial. Take care and be sure to stay safe. If anything happens, send someone to notify me immediately. Okay. Zhao Chun nodded and said no more. He has not been able to go back to Hyundai to buy a drone these 2 days, mainly because Hyundai is celebrating the new year these days. Wait another 6 or 7 days. But there is another thing we can do first. Bing bing. He shouted while standing in the middle of the yard. Who was on duty at the fiefdom today. Bing bing ran over immediately after hearing the shout. Master, are you looking for me? Zhao Chun nodded and said, immediately send someone to research a bomb that can explode when dropped on the ground. Bing bing frowned, not knowing where to start. Master, can you give us some ideas? I really can't think of what to do. Zhao Chun sighed. He was indeed a little anxious. He hadn't thought about the level of cultural education of the people here. Okay, just wait. I'll give you the design drawings tonight. Zhao Chun said, and then walked towards the cellar. Brother Zhao Chun, come back early. And Lingxin shouted. She was very smart and knew the secret of Zhao Chun's cellar after just a few days in the compound, but she never asked about it. She knew that it was the top secret on which the entire Zhao family compound depended. Having been tricked by her third and second brothers before, she no longer dared to trust anyone. I understand. You should go back and rest. What happened today was a bit too sudden. Zhao Chun wanted to say something to comfort her, but he didn't know how to do it. He turned and headed straight for the cellar. After returning to the modern era, he immediately turned on his computer and searched for some information about aerial bombs on the internet. The design of an aerial bomb is relatively simple. The force of falling hits the firing pin, which then detonates the bomb. Based on the principle that the simpler things are, the more reliable they are, he chose a relatively old aerial bomb design. Print it out and bring it back to the Zhao family compound to find Bing Bing. Bing Bing, I've already drawn up the design for you. Just follow it and research it. Bing Bing immediately took the blueprint and said, Don't worry, master. I will definitely develop this bomb as soon as possible. The amount of explosives must be controlled well. It shouldn't be too heavy, otherwise it will be inconvenient to carry. Okay. Bing Bing nodded, took the design drawings, and found 2 guards to go to the fiefdom with her. Brother Zhao Chun, why did you come back so soon today? And Lingxin ran over with a smile. Zhao Chun let out a long sigh, a smile gradually appearing on his face. I'm just going to buy the blueprints for a bomb this time. Of course I'll be back soon. Do you want to take action against the Black Dragon Society? Or do you want to not take action against the soldiers? And Lingxin asked immediately. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth and said, Do you think I'm stupid enough to break up with the Ministry of War now? Although we are not afraid of them, there are too many of them. Even if they use human wave tactics, we will be powerless to resist. The Ministry of War has bought a lot of bolt-action rifles. If they really organize a musket team and use human wave tactics, even if Zhao Chun has a lot of advanced equipment, he cannot guarantee absolute safety. Perhaps because he was born in the safest country in the world, Zhao Chun was born with a fear of insufficient firepower. I feel that as long as the weapons in my hands cannot destroy the entire Dan dynasty 10 times, it is not enough. As soon as the Spring Festival is over, he will go back and buy several drones with long range, large load capacity, and long endurance. Send the drone into the mountains, find their lair, and drop aerial bombs directly. A bunch of dogs, dare you to attack him? He would feel sorry for himself if he didn't kill all those people. Brother Zhao Chun just experienced danger today. Sister Bai Shu and I will go back and help you relax. And Lingxin leaned against Zhao Chun, blinking her big eyes again and again. Bai Shu frowned slightly. Sister Lingxin, it's daytime now. What happened during the day? This is the Zhao family compound. The entire compound is full of brother Zhao Chen's people. What's the big deal? And Lingxin came over and pulled Bai Shu up. Bai Shu blinked repeatedly. What you said seems to make sense. Of course, I am the most reasonable one. Let's go back to the room together. And Lingxin carried the two of them and walked towards the main house. Zhao Chun didn't refute, even though he had just relaxed last night. But who says that if you relaxed last night, you can't continue to relax during the day-to-day? After entering the main house and closing the door, Bai Shu's face flushed. And Lingxin was not much better than her. Although she shouted loudly, she was a little timid when it came to the real thing. What's wrong? You called me over to relax, but now you can't relax yourself? Zhao Chen looked at her and said with a smile. Who said I can't relax? And Lingxin rolled her eyes and started working immediately. Sister Bai Shu, don't just sit around. She came to Bai Shu. The sound of firecrackers crackled and lasted for a long time before gradually stopping. After stretching his muscles, Zhao Chen felt much more relaxed. Thank you both. Zhao Chen turned around and looked at Bai Shu and Lingxin. I'm a little hungry now. I want to go eat something. Do you two want to come with me? The two of them immediately got up. Go, of course. And Lingxin ran over quickly. Since coming to the Zhao family compound, she has gained weight in just a few days. The food here is so good that she can't stop eating. She has to eat until she's full every day. A few people came out of the main house and were about to go to the food area when Xiaer ran over. Master, someone is coming from the capital. Someone is coming from the capital. Who is it? Zhao Chen frowned. He had just been assassinated in the morning, and someone was sent from the capital in the afternoon. It was too fast. He's a eunuch, and he's with a bunch of women. Xiaer replied. Zhao Chen immediately realized that he had misunderstood. Most of these women were the emperor's concubines, sent here to learn how to skate. Zhao Chen said, let's take them to the food area first. Prepare some food for them after all the travel. Okay. Xiaer bowed and ran out. Soon the women were brought in. The emperor had bought a lot of electrical appliances before, so they were not very curious about the electric lights here. After entering the food area, several women came to Zhao Chun with disgust on their faces. Are you Zhao Chun? Said the leading woman. Hearing her voice, and Lingxin stood up and asked, have you met several mothers? Since I smiled, I didn't say much. Zhao Chun turned around with a cold look in his eyes. Do you know how to respect others? Can you speak properly? How dare you? You little brat. Do you know who these people are? They are all. The eunuch shouted, but before he could finish his words, Zhao Chun immediately raised his eyebrows. Xiaer, drag him out and kill him. Chapter 200. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, directly shocking the Imperial concubine. A castrated dog dares to make a fuss in the Zhao family compound. He really thinks that Zhao Chun is a good-tempered person. Xiaer took the order and stepped forward immediately. The eunuch immediately roared, how dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? I am the eldest disciple of eunuch Go Hua, and he is a favorite of the emperor. If you dare to touch me, he will definitely not let you go. After saying this, he glanced at Lingxin again and immediately softened his voice and said with a smile, Your Highness the 10th Princess, my family has served in the royal family for so many years. You know my family well. Xiaer, do you have chicken feathers stuck in your ears? I told you to drag him away and shoot him, and if you don't do it, I'll shoot you. Zhao Chun slammed the table. Xiaer's face immediately turned cold, and he waved from outside. Two tall and strong security guards ran over quickly and held the eunuch down on the left and right. Isn't he just a coward? Let him come to me and see if he dares to speak nonsense to me. Zhao Chen took a sip of tea. Don't mention that he's not here today. Even if he was here, I would kill him and he wouldn't dare to fart. Do you believe it? After hearing what Zhao Chen said, the eunuch finally felt scared and quickly looked at Lingxin and said, Princess, I know I was wrong. Please help me plead for mercy. And Lingxin snorted coldly. You are disrespecting my brother Zhao Chun, and you still want me to beg for mercy for you? You are dreaming. Hurry up and take it off. The eunuch was dragged out of the door, and soon a gunshot was heard outside, and the eunuch became completely motionless. The concubines were all terrified. They really didn't expect that Zhao Chun would give them a warning as soon as they arrived. In fact, this is also the result Zhao Chun wants. These people are all Imperial concubines, so they must be a little arrogant. In order to avoid disputes in the future, it is better to let them see your reckless side first. Originally, he was thinking of finding someone to kill as a warning to others, but he didn't expect that this little eunuch would take the initiative to stand up. What a good person he is. After executing the young eunuch, Zhao Chen slowly stood up and said, My dear Imperial concubines, you have come to my Zhao family compound. I hope you can behave normally. Don't think that just because you are a member of the royal family, you can act arrogantly. This will not do you any good. The imperial concubines had not yet recovered from their shock, so they naturally nodded repeatedly. Ling Xin will arrange accommodation for the imperial concubines and take them to their fiefdoms tomorrow. And Ling Xin nodded. Please follow me, mothers. The imperial concubines all followed in small steps. They were very confused. And Ling Xin was the emperor's treasure and was extremely arrogant in the palace. Why was she so quiet in the Zhao family compound and listened to Zhao Qin's orders? And Ling Xin arranged a large bunk bed for them. My dear mothers, you will all stay here tonight. Looking at the big bunk bed, the imperial concubines were all stunned. Ling Xin, we are imperial concubines after all. Shouldn't we be given separate rooms? And Ling Xin was a little embarrassed. We have too few private rooms here. Wait a moment, I'll go ask brother Zhao Chun. Good. And Ling Xin walked out quickly, and before she had taken 2 steps, she ran into Zhao Chun, who was rushing over. Brother Zhao Chun, my mothers and concubines want you to find a separate room. Zhao Chun nodded and followed him to the rooms of the imperial concubines. After a while, the imperial concubines came back to their senses a little and began to act arrogantly, intentionally or unintentionally. Zhao Chun looked at them coldly. You want a private room, right? That's right. As the imperial concubines, of course we must. As soon as they opened their mouths, Zhao Chun said, if you want to stay here, then stay. If you don't want to stay, then get the hell out. Don't act like an imperial concubine in front of me. I hate you bastards the most. Listen up, everyone. It was the emperor who asked you to come here to learn skating, not me begging you to come. If you dare to make unreasonable demands again, you'll be sent back to the capital. And Ling Xin was stunned. She had just thought that Zhao Chun was coming to choose houses for the imperial concubines. Although she didn't like those imperial concubines very much, they were her mothers after all, so it was not convenient for her to do anything too excessive. She really didn't expect that Zhao Chun was not used to bad habits at all. Okay, now if anyone has any questions, if you don't want to live here, you can raise it reasonably. I am the most democratic person, Zhao Chun said with his hands behind his back. The imperial concubines all wilted and shook their heads. No one dared to say anything more. The emperor had high hopes for them. If they didn't learn well, they would definitely be scolded by the emperor when they returned. Even if it is just to win the emperor's favor in the future, they should endure it. When I return to the capital and regain the emperor's favor, isn't it just Zhao Chun? There are plenty of ways to deal with him. Zhao Chun turned and left in Ling Xin, quickly following. Brother Zhao Chun, why were you so angry just now? And Ling Xin blinked her big eyes. Zhao Chun smiled and said, they are a group of people who are used to being arrogant. If I don't come up and teach them a lesson, they will definitely ride on my head and shit on me in the future. But what if they complain when you go back? And Ling Xin asked in a low voice. Then I'll have to ask your father to read the original training agreement carefully. Zhao Chun raised the corner of his mouth. And Ling Xin thought about it carefully and remembered that her father seemed to sign the agreement very readily and did not even read the contents. You've set a trap for him again in that agreement, haven't you? And Ling Xin suddenly wanted to laugh. Zhao Chun said righteously, Ling Xin, how could you misunderstand me like this? Am I the kind of person who would easily cheat my father-in-law? Yes. And Ling answered immediately without thinking. The corner of Zhao Chun's mouth twitched. Forget it. Let's go eat quickly and have a good rest after dinner. We still have to deal with these imperial concubines tomorrow. Good. Focus on the next morning. Zhao Chun arrived at the imperial concubine's residence and heard a voice outside. Everyone get up and eat. After dinner, we still have to go to the fiefdom. After shouting, he turned and went to the food area. Bai Shu and Ling Xin sat opposite him, and the 3 of them ate breakfast together. After waiting for a long time, no imperial concubine came. And Ling Xin asked, Brother Zhao Chun, do you want to send someone to bring them some food? Normally, they just stretch out their hands for clothes and open their mouths for food. Whatever they want to eat is brought to them. Bai Shu also echoed. Yes, after all, she is the imperial concubine. We can't treat her too badly. If we don't control their temper now, we won't be able to teach them later. Zhao Chun said calmly. Come on, the 3 of us will eat first and ignore those people. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Zhao Chun came to the residences of the imperial concubines again and said, Everyone come out and gather. We are going to the fiefdom. As soon as he finished shouting, the door opened immediately. A concubine inside pinched her waist and said, Why go to such a fancy place? We haven't eaten yet.